Chapter 1. The Encounter with the Succubus. Useless wretch, begone. Before a dilapidated dwelling, Chen Ye's hand gripped the neck of a woman, forcefully casting her aside while uttering a curse. The woman crumpled to the ground, violently expelling a mouthful of crimson blood. She possessed an extraordinary beauty, capable of ensnaring the hearts of all men who beheld her. Her fair, supple, and elongated legs lay exposed to the air. Beneath a sheer, deep violet gown, hints of her well-developed figure were subtly visible. Yet, her flawless physique was marred by ghastly scars, rendering her weak and on the verge of collapse. This was no ordinary woman. Atop her head sprouted a pair of black horns, a distinctive emblem of the demon race. With tear-streaked eyes, she gazed at Chen Ye, pleading pitifully, "Master, I implore you, do not cast Chen away, that I will do anything you desire, as long as I can remain by your side. Woo-woo without you. Master, Chen cannot endure." This demoness was named Succubus. Her voice, which should have been alluring, now resonated with profound sorrow. As she beseeched him, Chen Ye suddenly clutched his head in agony, an unexpected wave of pain washing over him. Observing this, Succubus hurriedly rose, supporting Chen Ye as he sat down, her concern evident in her voice. "Master, what ails you? Is it the wound that pains you? Allow me to tend to it. The saliva of a succubus possesses healing properties that—" As she spoke, she licked her lips, extending her pink, luscious tongue. Her soft, delicate form nestled against Chen Ye, their body heat intertwining as she wore an expression of bliss. That moment, Chen Ye, still holding his head, briefly succumbed to unconsciousness before regaining his awareness. Upon awakening, he found himself transformed. This new incarnation of Chen Ye hailed from a cerulean planet. The tale unfolded as he encountered a B2 motorcycle rider who inquired if he wished to traverse to another world. The next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself here. By a curious twist of fate, both individuals from disparate realms bore the same name. Chen Ye. As he gathered his thoughts, a torrent of memories belonging to this body surged through his mind. This body had previously been seized, marking the second instance of transmigration. Originally, the true self was a benevolent master who had taken under his wing two exceptionally talented disciples. The enchanting figure before him was none other than Succubus, his first and foremost disciple. The original master had cared for his two disciples with great devotion, establishing a grand sect named the Tianxian sect. However, for reasons unknown, he was abruptly usurped by another, the previous host of this very body. After the host's possession, it seemed as though he had fallen into a grave ailment, abruptly declaring war on another major sect, the San Yuan sect, with the intent of seizing one of their treasured artifacts. Due to the host's lack of tactical acumen and inexperience in sect warfare, not only did he fail to procure the coveted treasure, but he also faced a devastating defeat, resulting in the exodus of all the sect members. Fortunately, two devoted disciples remained steadfast, unwavering in their loyalty. However, the host committed an even more foolish act. Paralyzed by fear, he demanded these two disciples to infiltrate the San Yuan sect and steal their treasure. Those who hesitated were subjected to relentless torment, coupled with threats of expulsion from the sect. Thankfully, the host seemed innately disinclined towards women, sparing his loyal female disciples from further indignities. Now, this body has come into the possession of Chen Ye, who, as a traveler from another realm, has naturally acquired a system. The system's introduction is succinct. By accepting disciples of exceptional talent, he can earn system points. These points can be exchanged for a plethora of rare treasures, cultivation resources, elixirs, and more, everything one could desire. Concurrently with the system's activation, a task was presented to him to comfort the two disciples, which would reward him with system points and a beginner's gift pack. If his memory serves him correctly, the previous host had recently instructed Succubus to undertake the perilous mission of stealing the San Yuan sect's treasure alone, and in a bid to obey her master, she had indeed ventured forth. The treasure was the sect's most sacred relic, guarded with utmost vigilance, leading to Succubus's inevitable failure. In her desperation, she resorted to sacrificing her lifespan to escape. Upon her return, her first action was to seek her master's forgiveness. She feared rejection and expulsion, willing to endure any punishment as long as she was not cast out from the sect. "Master, are you feeling any better?" Su Jiqian inquired with genuine concern, her lips curling in a semblance of rapture. It had been ages since she had felt her master's touch, and, to her astonishment, she had not only touched him but also tasted. Regardless, the scent of her master was perpetually intoxicating. Lost in thought, she found herself leaning against her master's arm. In earlier times, she would often indulge in such displays of affection, and her master never found her bothersome. Instead, he would gently pat her head. Reflecting on those moments, now 3 years passed, she yearned for that simple joy. Gradually, she became enveloped in her master's essence, lost in reverie until she suddenly recalled her master was no longer the gentle figure he once was. She had touched him without permission. Surely he would be incensed. Inevitably, she braced herself for a painful reprimand. She wondered if her current fragile state could withstand such punishment. The thought of being struck down by her master, rendering her unable to see him again, pierced her heart with anguish. How wonderful it would be if her master could recover. I could see this moment. Chen Ye gazed upon Su Jiqian, who, despite clinging to the last vestiges of life, still showed concern for him. An unparalleled sense of guilt surged within his heart. How could the former host, confronted with such an exceptional disciple, resort to both physical and verbal abuse, even contemplating expulsion from the sect? Was the former host even human? Though he could not undo the torment inflicted upon these two disciples, he resolved that in the future he would never replicate such actions. He vowed to transform into the gentlest of mentors, ensuring that he would never again diminish the trust and affection of these two disciples. Domain classifications: Qi induction, postnatal, innate, foundation establishment, divine abode, purple mansion, yuan spirit, cave void, tribulation crossing. Chapter 2. Grand sci-fi epic. Now, he must transform once more into the gentlest of masters, ensuring that the hearts of these two disciples remain unscathed. Chen Ye pondered, extending his hand towards Su Jiqian's head. Su Jiqian, observing her master's movement, trembled uncontrollably, her eyes filled with both fear and a tender affection. Ever since her master underwent a drastic personality change 3 years ago, his every gesture had been one of violence towards her. Her natural talent was remarkable. At a tender age, she had ascended to the 3rd stage of the innate realm. Yet, during these past 3 years, the torment inflicted by her predecessor, coupled with the utter lack of any training resources, had not only stunted her growth but caused her to regress to the 1st stage of the innate realm. Despite her profound fear of her master's reprimands, she never dared to retreat. She was haunted by the dread that any act of evasion might invoke her master's displeasure and result in her expulsion from the sect. No matter how harshly her master treated her or how much disdain he showed, she could not bear to part from him. Life itself held no terror for her. It was her master who granted her this existence, and her greatest fear lay in the thought of never seeing him again. In this fantastical realm, friction and conflict between races were commonplace, often leading to mutual animosity. When the demon clan was besieged by righteous cultivators, their entire lineage faced annihilation. The demon clan leader had learned of Chen Ye's non-discriminatory nature towards other races, even establishing the Tianxian sect, which welcomed cultivators from various races. In his desperation, he entrusted his daughter to Chen Ye, hoping he would take her in and nurture her. Her master was a powerful cultivator, not only safeguarding her, but also unconditionally protecting the few surviving members of her clan. In essence, he was not merely her savior, but also her maternal figure and the benefactor of her entire race. Her master had once been so gentle and considerate. Although the reason for his sudden change in demeanor remained a mystery, she steadfastly believed that he was merely momentarily confused or perhaps afflicted by some grave illness. As long as she remained by his side, she was certain he would eventually return to his former self. Once her master regained his composure, she and her junior sister would be able to continue living happily with him. However, at present, her master had yet to recover. As she watched his hand gradually approach, she tightly shut her eyes, curling her body into a protective stance, shielding the already injured parts of herself. Was he about to strike her again? If it brought him solace, enduring a few blows was of little consequence, as long as he did not cast her away. As she braced herself, her teeth clenched in preparation for the anticipated pain, she found herself waiting for what felt like an eternity, yet the expected pain did not arrive. Instead, she sensed a warmth upon her head, a familiar touch enveloping her. With curiosity, She cautiously opened her eyes. And before her lay the scene she had yearned for over the past 3 years. In that moment, her master was no longer the cold, unfeeling figure he had been, but rather radiated warmth, kindness, and a hint of helplessness. As she beheld this utterly inconceivable scene, she was momentarily taken aback, her heart brimming with disbelief. How could her normally harsh and scolding master exhibit such a tender expression? Chen Ye felt a profound sense of helplessness, for he believed he had owed his 2 disciples far too much over the years. Although Chen Ye had traversed worlds, he had inherited memories of his predecessor. In other words, he regarded the past actions as his own. After all, this body now belonged to him, and even if he chose to deny it, he could not escape the truth. Gazing at his eldest disciple, whose face was etched with incredulity, Chen Ye felt an overwhelming wave of guilt wash over him. He immediately drew her into his embrace, gently stroking her back as he spoke. "It is all in the past, Chen. Your master will no longer harm you. I have wronged you all these years. It is entirely my fault." Despite the multitude of words he longed to convey to his eldest disciple, witnessing her fragile state made him realize that no amount of eloquence could surpass a simple apology and a comforting embrace. As long as she could still find it in her heart to forgive him, his regret would not be in vain. Listening to her master's words, Su Jiqian was momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that her master was actually speaking to her in this manner? The softness of his tone suggested a return to form. Had he truly returned to his former self? After a prolonged moment, the reality dawned upon her, and tears began to flow uncontrollably, streaming down her cheeks like raindrops, splattering onto the ground. As she wept, she clung tightly to her master, reveling in the warmth of his embrace. For 3 long years, she had endured torment, and she could not fathom why her master had suddenly reverted to his former self, nor how long this gentle demeanor would last. Yet she knew that if she did not savor this moment in her master's arms, she might never have another chance. If only it were possible, she wished for her master to remain in this gentle state forever. Sniffling softly, she replied, "Master, you need not apologize. These past 3 years were my fault. I could not procure the treasures you desired. If I had managed to steal them sooner, you would surely have recovered much earlier. All these punishments are what I deserve. As long as you have not cast me away, everything is well." In her eyes, her master's transformation into a cruel figure was solely due to the affliction brought about by the treasure of the San Yuan sect. If her strength had been sufficient to retrieve that treasure sooner, her master's ailment would have been cured long ago. The delay was entirely her fault. Upon hearing his eldest disciple's words, tinged with self-reproach, Chen Ye's expression became profoundly grim. He felt an overwhelming guilt. What kind of celestial disciple is this? Despite his previous treatment, she bore no resentment towards him, instead attributing the blame to herself. This was beyond the realm of fiction. According to his memories, his treatment of her over the past 3 years had been rather severe. Gazing at the expanse of scars adorning the disciple's snow-white skin reveals the severity of the beatings he has endured, nearly to the point of death on multiple occasions. He has subjected the disciple to various forms of cruel torment, the specifics of which he dares not dwell upon. Yet, despite such brutality, the disciple has never once shied away. Each time he gazes upon his tormentor, there is not a glimmer of hatred in his eyes, but rather an expression filled with complex emotions. This gaze, imbued with such profound feelings, would evoke pity in any man who beheld it. However, the previous host of this body remains entirely unmoved, seemingly harboring an innate aversion to the opposite sex, and continues his reign of cruelty. Chen Ye inhaled deeply, recalibrating his focus. He first tenderly caressed several of the bleeding wounds on Su Jiqian's body, channeling his spiritual energy into her to staunch the flow of blood. Subsequently, he retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and offered it to Su Jiqian. Though he himself is a practitioner of the 9th level of the divine concealment realm, he bears significant injuries from his previous confrontation with the San Yuan sect, causing his cultivation to plummet to the 1st level of the divine concealment realm. Nevertheless, he possesses an array of treasures and elixirs. However, given the severity of Su Jiqian's injuries, it is unlikely that a single healing pill would suffice to restore her. Within his system shop lies a healing pill touted as a universal remedy, yet he has just unlocked the system and lacks the requisite points, needing to complete the first task of comforting the 2 disciples in order to earn points for redemption. Chapter 3. healing Su Jiqian. Upon receiving the healing elixir from her master, Su Jiqian found herself momentarily lost in thought. It had been an eternity since her master had bestowed upon her any items related to cultivation. In fact, each time she endured her master's rigorous training, it was her junior sister who ventured out to gather the medicinal herbs for her recovery. Conversely, when her junior sister sustained severe injuries, it was Su Jiqian who took on the task of foraging for medicine. Following her master's drastic change in temperament, the bond between Su Jiqian and her junior sister had grown exceedingly close. Neither of them were willing to abandon their master. They both devoted themselves to remaining by her side, awaiting the day of her restoration. As she gazed at the elixir gifted by her master, Su Jiqian's tears flowed even more freely. Her master, with gentle words of comfort, had now provided her with a remedy for her wounds. When she looked up to behold her master's tender visage, she felt a surge of hope. Her master truly seemed to be on the path to recovery. Master, Su Jiqian gazed at her with deep affection, her mesmerizing fox-like eyes brimming with emotions she had never dared to express. Though she was her master's disciple, she had harbored feelings of love for her all along. Initially, when she attempted to subtly convey her affections, her master had always regarded her as a mere child, never truly seeing her as a woman. Since her master's temperament had shifted 3 years ago, Su Jiqian had refrained from revealing any hint of her feelings, for even the slightest indication would provoke her master's ire, resulting in a flurry of blows. Now that her master seemed to have returned to her former self, did this not imply that she could once again pursue her affections? With this thought, she felt the pain coursing through her body diminish slightly. If it meant she could continue to pursue her master, then all the tribulations she had endured over the years would be worth it. Chen Ye noticed that Su Jiqian still clutched the healing elixir without consuming it. He approached her with concern, sitting down cross-legged beside her, and spoke softly. Your injuries are rather severe. You must take the elixir promptly. I will channel my inner spiritual energy to replenish your depleted dantian, alleviating your pain and hastening your recovery. Hearing her master's gentle voice, Su Jiqian ceased her sobbing, a smile of burgeoning happiness gracing her lips as she followed her master's advice and consumed the elixir. She had never harbored any defenses against her master. Previously, during her rigorous training, her master had also given her similar remedies, and without a moment's hesitation, she had taken them. However, that particular elixir had been a soul-devouring pill, one that sacrificed her lifespan to enhance her innate power. After ingesting it, her cultivation plummeted to the first level of the innate realm, and she lost all senses for 3 days and nights, enduring excruciating pain throughout her body. It took months for her to escape the clutches of death. On the very first day she regained her ability to move, she hurried to find her master, anxious to ascertain whether the side effects of the soul-devouring pill had affected her. After all, that elixir could inflict harm upon her master as well. Only upon seeing her master unharmed could she find peace. Now, with her master once more presenting her with an elixir, she did not hesitate to consume it again. Regardless of her master's current state, even if she were aware that it might still be a soul-devouring pill, she would have taken it without a second thought. However, the mere thought of being able to do something for her esteemed master compelled her to consume the elixir without hesitation. As the medicinal essence coursed through her body, its effects began to manifest. Su Jiqian felt a comforting warmth enveloping her, accompanied by a subtle itching sensation at the site of her bleeding wound, a sign of healing. This was indeed a genuine healing elixir, not some sinister soul-snatching concoction. In that moment, Su Jiqian was entirely convinced that her master had truly regained her strength. The mere thought of her master's recovery filled her with indescribable excitement. At this juncture, Chen Ye activated the spiritual energy within him, sitting cross-legged behind his eldest disciple, gently placing a hand upon her fair back. The girl's skin was as pale and soft as silk, evoking a desire to sink one's fingers into its tender surface. Yet, despite the enchanting beauty before him, Chen Ye harbored no impure thoughts. Instead, he channeled his inner spiritual energy into the dantian of his disciple. Having just endured a grueling battle, even resorting to methods that depleted her lifespan to escape, her internal reservoir of spiritual energy was utterly depleted. As she felt her master's energy gradually entering her dantian, a delicate blush began to grace Su Jiqian's cheeks. It had been a long time since her master had engaged in any physical contact with her. Today, Not only was she being gently caressed on the crown of her head, but her master was also imparting her spiritual energy to her. In the past, she would have considered it the greatest comfort just to receive a glance from her master. The happiness she felt now was almost surreal, as if she were lost in a dream. Su Jiqian's breath became increasingly rapid. Her master's energy flowed into her as freely as water, causing her abdomen to feel somewhat distended. With a delicate sigh, she softly exclaimed, "Master, my dantian is already full. It's about to overflow." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye abruptly withdrew his hand, realizing he had inadvertently channeled too much energy. Although this was his mistake, he couldn't shake the peculiar feeling that something was amiss with his disciple's phrasing. It struck him as oddly familiar. It seemed that his eldest disciple had often uttered strange phrases in the past. However, since his personality had changed, he hadn't heard her express such things anymore. It was as if she possessed an innate understanding, a kind of talent in her own right. "Ahem, let us return to your quarters for some rest. Your injuries are rather severe. Fear not, for these wounds are my responsibility, and I shall ensure they are healed in due time." Chen Ye spoke gently, before cradling his disciple in a princess carry and making his way towards her quarters. As Su Jiqian felt a sudden sensation of weightlessness, she couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. "Ah?" The moment Chen Ye lifted her, her unexpected sound caught him off guard, prompting him to look down. The instant he did, he found himself captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. Su Jiqian donned an exquisite long gown of deep purple, crafted from delicate sheer fabric that subtly revealed her skin beneath. Her lower limbs were devoid of tights, exposing her long, sensuous legs to the air. She adorned her feet with brown, breathable, open-toed high heels, an alluring design that sparked the imagination. Yet, what captivated the onlooker most were Su Jiqian's enchanting eyes. Beguiling as silk, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Coupled with her unique, alluring fragrance, Chen Ye felt his cheeks flush, a tingling sensation stirring within him. As if he were on the brink of losing control, he recalled that the previous host possessed a similar contraption. However, unlike his, these garments appeared to be acquired by the former host from the system's emporium. Chapter 4. The vanished second disciple. At this moment, Chen Ye abruptly shook his head, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts that had crept into his mind. His eldest disciple had endured so much hardship alongside him over the years, and he had just allowed such thoughts to surface. Even to entertain them was unacceptable. If the elder disciple were to discover this, he would undoubtedly be labeled a perverse master. Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, Su Jiqian was currently aflame with excitement. She had caught a fleeting glimpse of her master's momentary shyness, which filled her with exhilaration. Surely, her master had been bashful upon seeing her voluptuous figure. He must harbor feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he have been shy? From a young age, Su Jiqian had been aware of her innate ability to attract the opposite sex, yet she could never fathom why this charm seemed ineffective on her master. However, upon reflecting on recent events, it appeared that her allure was not entirely without effect. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Jiqian wrapped her arms around her master's neck, stifling a laugh. Now that her master had seemingly regained his composure and displayed a lack of resistance to her matured form, it was imperative that she advance her plans to win him over. Yet, she understood the necessity of a gradual approach. She feared that if she expressed her true feelings too abruptly, her master might be unable to accept them. A negative outcome would be far from desirable. Thus, Chen Ye carried his eldest disciple back to their abode, which, though referred to as a house, bore little resemblance to one. The remnants of the Tianxian sect had been utterly obliterated in the recent conflict, and now he and his two disciples resided in a makeshift shelter deep within the mountains. The accommodation as rudimentary as could be. Yet, Chen Ye remained undaunted, for within the system shop lay the prospect of a novice gift pack. This package contained a perfect sect, and once he fulfilled the task of comforting his two disciples, he could lead them to a better life. After gently placing his eldest disciple upon the bed and stroking her forehead, he reassured her, "You are too weary. Rest for now, and upon your awakening, I shall be here. I will first check on your junior sister." Su Jiqian nodded softly. Not long ago, her master had tasked her junior sister with weakening the strength of the Sanyuan sect, and after her failure, she had suffered his wrath. The current state of affairs must be quite dire. If her junior sister were to learn of her master's recovery, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Having comforted his eldest disciple, Chen Ye finally stepped outside. Standing at her door, he let out a long sigh. His feelings of guilt towards the second disciple weighed heavily on him, equal to that for the eldest. The mere thought of his second disciple, battered and curled up in bed, caused his heart to twist in pain once more. Before long, Chen Ye arrived at the door of the second disciple's room. After adjusting his state of mind, he pushed the door open. With a creaking sound, the door swung wide, and his gaze swiftly scanned the room, yet he found no trace of Lung Luoli. Instead, within the room stood another woman, diligently sweeping the dust-laden floor. Upon noticing Chen Ye, she promptly set down her cleaning tool and bowed respectfully, addressing him as disciple. "I pay my respects to my master." In truth, Chen Ye had not only adopted 2 direct disciples, he had also taken in a young woman of the elven race. The woman before him was Hu Jiuyu, whom he had once rescued from the elven territory. Hu Jiuyu was regarded as the eldest princess of the elven clan. The elves, known for their striking beauty and noble demeanor, were distinguished from humans primarily by their slightly pointed ears and significantly longer lifespans. Although Hu Jiuyu held the title of princess, she was born with a naturally sun-kissed complexion, and her eyes were unlike those of her kin, possessing dual pupils. Her appearance starkly contrasted with the fair-skinned, smooth-skinned elves. Her birth was deemed a blemish upon the dignity of the elven royal family, regarded as an omen of misfortune, leading to her ostracization by her sisters from the moment of her arrival. At the age of 16, the elven clan cast her out, having subjected her to rejection throughout her childhood. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, it was Chen Ye who appeared, extending a hand of salvation and complimenting her unique dual pupils. Despite her modest talents, which paled in comparison to those of Chen Ye's 2 disciples, he could not nurture her as a direct disciple. Instead, he arranged for her to assist his 2 primary disciples in their daily needs. This decision was primarily intended for Hu Jiuyu to learn and grow alongside them, as they required little care. Grateful for Chen Ye's kindness, Hu Jiuyu found solace in a place where she was not subjected to disdain. Even in the face of her average abilities, Chen Ye did not abandon her in her training. She recognized that all she had was a gift from Chen Ye. Without him, she would have perished on the day she was forsaken by her kin. Thus, she resolved to remain by his side forever. Given Hu Jiuyu's limited capabilities, she was ill-equipped to endure the trials of her former host. Had it not been for the support of the 2 disciples, she might have already succumbed. This thought filled Chen Ye with remorse, prompting him to kneel and assist Hu Jiuyu to her feet. Her skin bore the healthy hue of wheat, her ears slightly elongated. As the elven princess, she possessed the beauty inherent to her kind, her features exquisitely refined and flawless, her figure rivaling that of his eldest disciple. Dressed in a maid's uniform, she wore thigh-high black stockings, the upper portions slightly embedded into her flesh. However, her shoulders bore scars inflicted by Chen Ye's harsh training, and the moment his hand rested upon them, she involuntarily shuddered in pain. Observing this, Chen Ye quickly eased his grip, a look of regret crossing his face. Though he was deeply concerned for Hu Jiuyu's well-being, the disappearance of his second disciple weighed heavily on his mind. The second disciple had recently endured his torment. She should be too weak to rise from bed, resting instead. Yet, where could she have gone? Where is Lung Luoli? Chen Ye inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice as an unsettling premonition began to stir within him. Seeing her master gently assist her to her feet, Hu Jiuyu momentarily lost her train of thought, taken aback by the urgency etched across his face. It was unexpected for her master to personally extend such care, especially given his apparent concern for Lung Luoli's safety. This was not the behavior one would expect from the master she once knew. However, as she became aware of her master's sincere and tender gaze upon her, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she shyly averted her eyes, responding, "In answer to your inquiry, Master, the second senior sister has gone to fulfill the task you assigned her, to steal the treasure of the San Yuan sect." Chapter 5. Lung Luoli. As Hu Jiuyu spoke, she instinctively lowered her gaze, unable to meet her master's eyes. Chen Ye, observing her evasive demeanor and the hint of fear upon her countenance, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. It was evident that Hu Jiuyu had been traumatized by previous encounters, which left her trembling at the sight of him. This was a consequence of his actions, and from this moment forth, he resolved to rectify it all. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye retrieved a healing pill from his storage ring and offered it to Hu Jiuyu. "This is a healing elixir. Take it first. You and the senior sister shall rest here. Remember, do not wander off. I will go and safely bring your second senior sister back. From today onward, none of you shall come to harm." After handing her the pill, he gently caressed the top of her head before hastily departing. Given the circumstances of the room, it was clear that Lung Luoli had been gone for some time. After he had tormented his second disciple to the point of unconsciousness, it was likely that the moment she regained consciousness, she had dragged her injured body towards the San Yuan sect to fulfill their master's assignment. Considering her current condition, she would struggle against even a practitioner of the same realm, let alone weaken the San Yuan sect's strength. The thought of his second disciple being in imminent peril made Chen Ye's heart race as he swiftly flew towards the direction of the San Yuan sect. Meanwhile, Hu Jiyue remained kneeling on the ground, still reeling from the gentle touch of her master. A deep blush adorned her sun-kissed cheeks, akin to a delicate layer of rouge. Her graceful hands cradled her flawless face. Like the other two disciples, Hu Jiyue harbored profound admiration for Chen Ye, but over the past 3 years, her only interactions with him had been during moments of punishment. Yet just moments ago, as he exited, he had tenderly caressed her forehead. This gesture exceeded her capacity to comprehend, leaving her momentarily dazed. After a considerable time, she regained her senses and realized something astonishing. Holding the healing elixir given by her master, she pondered, could it be that he has recovered? As this thought crossed her mind, she quickly shook her head in disbelief. After all these years, her master had remained unchanged. How could he possibly revert today? Yet the tenderness she had just witnessed was undeniably real. In any case, she was uncertain and resolved to observe further. The scene shifted to the San Yuan sect, on its outskirts. The evening was upon them, and under the moonlight stood a girl with an icy demeanor, exuding a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing everything around her. Beside her lay several tragically disfigured corpses, freshly deceased, with blood seeping from their wounds, pooling at her feet, staining her toes crimson. This girl was Lung Luoli, who had come in the name of her master to diminish the strength of the San Yuan sect. Her skin was a pale white, radiating a silvery glow beneath the moonlight, as if reflecting the very essence of the moon itself. She possessed a tall and slender figure, with harmonious proportions and exquisitely beautiful features, yet her expression was chillingly aloof, instilling a sense of unease in anyone who dared to look longer. Lung Luoli's cultivation level was merely at the second tier of the innate realm, and while she sought to weaken the strength of the San Yuan sect, her efforts were limited to ambushing a few outer disciples. Although the threat she posed was not substantial, her presence undeniably diminished the sect's power. Rumors swirled among cultivators that joining San Yuan's sect was ill-fated, for its outer disciples rarely survived beyond 3 days. This unfortunate reputation had hampered the sect's ability to recruit new disciples for some time. However, Lung Luoli's attempts at ambush were not always successful. Before her stood 2 elders of the San Yuan sect, both formidable cultivators in the foundation-building realm. Faced with opponents of an entire realm above her own, she found herself utterly defenseless. In the past, she might have resorted to sacrificing her lifespan to escape, but having only recently regained consciousness after enduring torment from her master, she was in no condition to withstand such a toll again. The 2 elders pressed closer to her, tauntingly announcing, "You have made it quite easy for us to find you, girl. If it weren't for these outer disciples as bait, we may never have lured you out. Your Tianxian sect has long been defeated, and your useless master has vanished without a trace. With your remarkable talent, why continue to serve such a worthless master? Why not join our San Yuan sect? We would offer you the esteemed position of elder, allowing you to break free from his control. Would that not be to your advantage?" Lung Luoli was indeed one of the rare prodigies of the entire continent. Any sect would vie for her presence as a distinguished guest. The offer of an elder's status from San Yuan sect was a tempting prospect that would entice any talented individual. As one of the major sects in the region, San Yuan sect provided more generous rewards for its elders than many smaller sects did for their leaders. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lung Luoli lowered her head. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. The elders, misinterpreting her silence as contemplation over their proposal, smiled broadly and urged her, "Do not ponder any further, girl. That useless master can offer you nothing. Why squander your youth in his service?" However, before the elder could finish his sentence, Lung Luoli suddenly fixed her gaze upon him. Her expression so frigid that even a foundation-building cultivator felt a shiver run down his spine. as if the temperature around them had dropped significantly. Chapter 6. The master truly recovers. Cold Luo Li gritted her silver teeth in anger, her voice cold and fierce. You shall not insult my master. Like her senior sister, she harbored feelings for her master that were both inappropriate and overwhelmingly strong. In her heart, her master was everything to her. Anyone who dared to insult him deserved death. As soon as her words fell, the temperature around her plummeted, and the blood beneath her feet froze into ice. She extended her hand, conjuring several ice spikes from thin air. Though they appeared to be mere blocks of ice, they contained potent spiritual energy capable of inflicting substantial harm even upon cultivators. Cold Luo Li, a practitioner of the ice element, harnessed the essence of heaven and earth to unleash her skills. Under her command, the ice spikes shot fiercely toward the two elders. Simultaneously, she shouted, "Dare to insult my master? Die, die!" Even in her prime, Cold Luo Li would not have been a match for the two elders, let alone in her current weakened state. The moment the ice spikes reached the elders, they were swiftly shattered into fragments. The two elders had initially thought Cold Luo Li was contemplating their recruitment proposal. Little did they expect her to be gathering strength for an attack. Humph, truly stubborn. Since she cannot be of use to us, let us not hold back any longer. Elder 2, seize her superior spiritual root, and we shall refine pills, each taking half. One elder remarked to the other. In this world, one must possess a spiritual root to cultivate, which is classified from 1 to 6, with 1 being the lowest and 6 the highest. Cold Luo Li possessed a top-tier 6th-grade spiritual root. The act of seizing another's spiritual root to refine pills is a practice reserved for those who cultivate heretical techniques. If it became known that the elders of the esteemed San Yuan sect engaged in such practices, their reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. If they were to simply take her spiritual root, the girl would perish, such a waste. With no one around, and given her stunning beauty, even those in high positions could not indulge in such a treasure. Instead, why not capture her, subdue her, and tear away her frigid exterior to savor the moment before seizing her spiritual root? Suggested the other elder. A splendid proposal. The more aloof her demeanor, the more exhilarated I become. When we peel back her exterior, I shall see whether she can maintain her icy composure. Let us proceed. The two elders swiftly reached a consensus, extending their palms as they lunged toward Cold Luo Li. As she beheld the approaching figures, Cold Luo Li attempted to flee. However, the overwhelming pressure from their foundational cultivation enveloped her, rendering her unable to even straighten her back, let alone escape. Despite her long-standing opposition to the San Yuan sect, she never anticipated that its elders could be so despicable. Hearing their previous conversation, her fists clenched tightly, turning purple, blood trickling from her palms. Except for her master, the mere thought of any man touching her filled her with revulsion. In that moment, Lung Lawley resolved that since she had guarded the fruit for her master, and he chose not to harvest it, she would have no choice but to destroy it herself. As the two elders approached, she would immediately channel all her spiritual energy to self-destruct, denying them any opportunity to desecrate her remains. Though she harbored no fear of death, a sense of melancholy arose within her. After accompanying her master for so long, would she ever witness the day of his restoration? She had not even had the chance to express her affection for him. If only she could gaze upon her gentle master one last time as she departed from this world, even if it were just a fleeting glance. It would bring her solace. The two elders, being foundational cultivators, moved with remarkable speed, reaching Lung Lawley in the blink of an eye. Their withered hands reached out towards her chest. At that moment, Lung Lawley closed her eyes and began to channel her spiritual energy in preparation for self-detonation. Yet, as she did so, she suddenly discovered that her energy was unresponsive. Confused, she opened her eyes to find the two elders frozen just a meter away from her. As her bewilderment deepened, a warm sensation suddenly enveloped her from above. This feeling was all too familiar. Despite the years that had passed, she could still recognize it instantly. "Master?" Her voice, a mixture of surprise and ethereal quality, emerged as Chen Ye arrived from behind, enveloping her in his embrace while gently caressing her head. He had arrived just in time to prevent her from self-destructing, using his own profound pressure to immobilize the two elders. As he gazed tenderly at his second disciple in his arms, his heart raced, filled with dread at the thought of losing her after all their years together. Had he arrived even a moment later, he would have been haunted by guilt for the rest of his life. As he stroked her head, he spoke softly, reassuringly, "It's all right now. It's all in the past. Your master has recovered, and all that I owe you, I shall repay." Notification: System task completed. Comfort the 2 disciples. Newbie gift package has been dispatched to the system space. Please acknowledge receipt. Chen Ye, upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, felt a twinge of confusion. He had only exchanged a few words with his second disciple, who had yet to respond. Yet the system declared the task finished. How reliable was this system, after all? Unbeknownst to him, the moment Lung Loli laid eyes on him, the task had indeed been fulfilled. This meant that even if Chen Ye had said nothing at all, simply being present was enough for Lung Loli to forgive him for everything he had done. Or perhaps it could be said that she had never harbored any resentment toward her master. In her heart, he would always remain flawless and perfect. The term delicate is seldom associated with the frosty demeanor of Lung Loli, yet at this moment, she resembled a fragile young maiden, launching herself into her master's embrace. She clung tightly to him, and in the instant their eyes met, tears streamed down her cheeks. As soon as the tears fell, they froze upon contact with the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Through her sobs, she gently choked out, "Master, I have missed you dearly. I thought I would never see you again. Just moments ago, I nearly perished. Or could it be that I am already dead?" As Lung Loli reveled in her master's warm embrace, gazing into his gentle expression, she was suddenly engulfed by a sensation akin to being transported through time. Just a short while ago, she had been tormented by him to the brink of death. And now, merely days later, he appeared entirely restored. Could it be that she had indeed self-destructed earlier, and was now ensnared in an illusion? Tentatively, Lung Loli extended her hand to caress her master's cheek, contemplating bolder actions if this were indeed a mirage. Sensing his second disciple's touch upon his face, Chen Ye smiled and placed his hand over hers. He could feel that Lung Loli's emotions were rather tumultuous, as if she were questioning her own existence. "Indeed, it is true. Your master has truly returned," Chen Ye reassured her gently. Chapter 7. The Wise Mind of Lung Loli. It was only when Lung Loli genuinely caressed her master's cheek that she could truly ascertain his presence beside her. Gazing upon her master's gentle and handsome visage, her thoughts gradually drifted back to the past. She vividly recalled the first time she encountered her master, which took place within a hidden realm. This secret domain was said to harbor treasures, and those who claimed them could soar to greatness. As one of the top geniuses of this continent, Lung Loli naturally participated in the contest for the treasures without hesitation. Within the hidden realm, she relied on her keen intellect and formidable strength to vanquish numerous competitors, ultimately seizing the coveted prize. Yet, she herself sustained grave injuries. The perilous environment of the realm made it impossible for her to escape with the treasure. Just when despair threatened to engulf her, an even more distressing sight unfolded. She saw Chen Ye accompanied by Su Jiqian. Lung Loli presumed they too had come to claim the treasures. Given her weakened condition, she could not hope to withstand any cultivator, let alone Chen Ye, a formidable master of the divine concealment realm. As she succumbed to despair, closing her eyes in anticipation of death, a warm hand reached out to her head, offering a healing elixir to aid her recovery. Under Chen Ye's guidance, she managed to leave the hidden realm safely. Lung Loli had intended to relinquish the treasure as a token of gratitude for her life being saved. Yet Chen Ye graciously declined her offer. At that time, as a powerful figure of the divine concealment realm, he possessed countless treasures and had entered the hidden realm primarily to accompany Su Jiqian for training, thus showing no interest in the so-called treasure. Touched by Chen Ye's kindness, Lung Loli resolutely chose to take him as her master. Indeed, many events transpired during that time, and the three of them shared a wonderfully beautiful life together. Alas, this idyllic existence shattered 3 years ago. Memories surged through Lung Loli's mind, her tears crystallizing into ice as they flowed from the corners of her eyes. She clung tightly to her master, reluctant to loosen her embrace for even a moment. Throughout the years spent with her master, she had endured countless trials without a single complaint. She had never blamed him, believing instead that her own inadequacy had prevented her from securing the treasures of the San Yuan sect for him sooner. Though she still struggled to believe that her master had truly recovered, she wished to savor this moment for just a little longer. To bask in the warmth of his presence, dressed in a flowing blue gauze gown, with white knee-high stockings adorning her legs, The warmth of the young girl radiated through the delicate fabric. Chen Ye, feeling an overwhelming tenderness as the frost-like beauty nestled against him, embraced her, allowing her to express her emotions. However, due to their position, his hand inadvertently brushed against her white stockings, leaving him momentarily shy. A faint blush gradually appeared on Chen Ye's face as he shook his head vigorously, dispelling the inappropriate thoughts that had surfaced. His second disciple was in dire need of comfort, and yet he had just blushed over such matters. If she were to discover this, she would surely chastise him as a perverse master. How could he face anyone thereafter? Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, Long Luoli was quietly admiring his handsome features and had noticed every subtle change in him. Observing her master's flustered demeanor brought a wave of astonishment to her heart. The master, who had always been unresponsive to her hints, now seemed to experience shyness. For 3 years, she had dared not reveal her feelings, fearing the repercussions. Yet just now, he had blushed simply from inadvertently touching her. It appeared that he had truly regained his senses. Moreover, he seemed to have reacquired some of the desires typical of a man. It felt as though he was even more charming than before. If the master enjoyed this, she would gladly offer him further benefits, though not at this moment. Seeing that his second disciple had ceased her tears and appeared to be deep in thought, Chen Ye felt a sense of relief wash over him, believing she had vented her emotions sufficiently. He wrapped an arm around her delicate waist and spoke gently. First, allow me to deal with these 2 scoundrels, and then I shall take you home. Everything I owe you from these years, I shall repay in full. Upon hearing her master's words, a subtle smile graced Long Luoli's lips. Little did he know that she had never once felt he owed her anything. However, now that he had returned to his former self, even better than before, she thought it harmless to let him maintain this misunderstanding for a while. Perhaps she could later exploit this sense of indebtedness to create opportunities. For instance, she might say, Master, you surely do not wish for your pitiable second disciple to be saddened, do you? At that moment, Chen Ye held his second disciple close, his gaze icy and piercing as it fell upon the 2 elders of the San Yuan sect before him. Upon his arrival, he had overheard their vile conversation, which was utterly repugnant. Had he arrived even a moment later, the fate of his second disciple was unimaginable. The actions of these 2 were unforgivable. Chen Ye felt that merely killing them would not quench his wrath. At this juncture, he contemplated annihilating the entire San Yuan sect, believing such an act was the only way to soothe his fury. However, what Chen Ye had yet to realize was that a part of his thoughts had been influenced by the previous host and the essence of this body. Indeed, those memories were vividly etched into his mind. Now, he reserves his utmost tenderness solely for those close to him. While exhibiting no mercy towards any adversaries who dare to provoke him, he must repay them 1,000-fold. Contemplating this, Chen Ye extended his palm towards the 2 elders before him, gathering spiritual energy within it, and coldly declared, I never imagined that the so-called righteous sect, the San Yuan sect, harbored such corruption within its ranks. Today, I shall take the lives of the 2 of you, and in due time, I will eradicate the entire San Yuan sect. As Chen Ye's words echoed, a shockwave of spiritual energy erupted from his palm. The 2 elders, both foundational cultivators, found themselves paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chen Ye, a master of the divine concealment realm, rendering them incapable of even fleeing. As the saying goes, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Chen Ye had once been a paragon among his peers. Even though he had now fallen to the first level of the divine concealment realm, he was still beyond the capabilities of 2 foundational elders to contend with. The shockwave he unleashed swiftly consumed the 2 elders, reducing them to mere puddles of mud in an instant. Chapter 8. A subtle scheme by Long Luoli. The shockwave unleashed by Chen Ye swiftly engulfed the 2 elders, reducing them to mere puddles of mud in an instant. His earlier proclamation of annihilating the entire San Yuan sect was not merely idle talk. However, he presently lacked the requisite strength to execute such a plan. Once he regained his peak state and transcended to the next realm, acquiring absolute power, he would act accordingly. Chen Ye firmly resolved to this notion in his heart. After decisively eliminating the 2 elders of the San Yuan sect, Chen Ye noticed his second disciple was in a state of considerable weakness. With a princess carry, he lifted her and soared toward their secluded refuge. Having just comforted his second disciple and dealt with the 2 elders, he had not found the time to examine the novice gift package bestowed by the system. Now, finally at leisure, he spoke to the system internally. System, please open the gift package for me. I wish to see its contents. Ding. The novice gift package has been opened. Rewards are as follows. 1 heavenly Shin Hall, 1 excellent spirit root, 1 supreme special physique, and 10,000 system points. For further details, please consult your personal panel. System. Having detected that the host's earlier life has been less than satisfactory, particularly prepared a small invincibility starter pack for the host. Wishing you a joyful existence. The voice of the system echoed within Chen Ye's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What did it mean to detect that his earlier life had been unsatisfactory? Why did it feel as though the system was mocking him? His past life had been devoid of romantic encounters, marked by a sense of timidity and insecurity. His youth had been filled with fantasies of having a girl accompany him on outings, yet the reality was an unremarkable existence, squandering his parents' resources, attending a mediocre college, and drifting aimlessly, devoid of aspirations and friendships, relegated to simply observing the beautiful life beyond the sewer grates. Was this truly so unsatisfactory? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of sadness washed over him. Meanwhile, nestled in his arms, Lung Lolly noticed a sudden wave of melancholy wash over her master and grew increasingly concerned. Why had master become so sorrowful? Although she did not understand the cause of his distress, she felt compelled to take action. She reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck, and tentatively leaned in to brush her lips against his cheek. Seeing that he did not flinch, she pressed a gentle kiss upon his face. Then, resting her head close to his ear, she softly said, Lear does not know why master is sad. But if it is because of me or senior sister, or even Hu Jiuyu, please do not be upset. We all wish for your happiness. If it concerns something else, you can share it with Lear. I am more than willing to listen. Chen Ye, momentarily lost in the sorrow of another world, was jolted back to reality upon feeling the gentle caress of his second disciple's kiss on his cheek. As he regained his senses, he gazed at the frost-kissed beauty in his arms, who, for his sake, wore an expression of gentle warmth that was utterly different from her usual demeanor. In that instant, all his sorrow dissipated. Let the past remain in the past. From this moment forth, he vowed to embark on a new chapter of his life. With a smile, Chen Ye shook his head at his second disciple and then, from the system's store, spent 1,000 system points to acquire a healing elixir. The system's description claimed this elixir could cure all ailments. Whether this was truly the case remained to be seen. If it were genuine, then the injuries of his 2 disciples and Hu Jiuyu could be wholly mended. If it were false, Chen Ye was determined to scour the entire continent in search of a remedy capable of healing all their past wounds. He had promised to take responsibility. It was not merely an empty vow. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Ye produced the healing elixir and presented it to his second disciple. This is a healing elixir. Try taking it. At that moment, as Lung Lolly cradled her master's neck with both hands, unable to free herself, she mischievously suggested, Master, why don't you feed it to me? Her delicate frame, combined with the fragile gaze she cast upon her master, was enough to evoke compassion from anyone who beheld her. Chen Ye was no exception. Upon hearing her request and witnessing her slightly parted soft lips, his heart raced uncontrollably. Their relationship was that of master and disciple. And while he could overlook her earlier surprise attack, now being asked to personally administer the elixir felt somewhat too intimate, perhaps. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable for a master to assist a disciple in healing. Yes, it was indeed a perfectly normal occurrence. With this realization, Chen Ye gently placed the elixir to her lips. However, before he could withdraw his hand, she had already taken it into her mouth. Wait, I'm feeding you medicine, not you devouring your master. Lung Lolly couldn't help but stifle a laugh at her master's flustered expression. It appeared that her master was utterly defenseless against her charms. Just a slight maneuver on her part had rendered him blushing, which boded well for her future endeavors. As she contemplated this, the healing elixir dissolved in her mouth, transforming into nourishing essence that began to revitalize her entire being. Before long, all her wounds, even the scars, shimmered with a golden radiance. Simultaneously, her internal organs, meridians, and spiritual roots were all undergoing this rejuvenation. In that moment, she felt a profound warmth enveloping her, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of comfort. After a short while, as the light gradually faded, Lung Lolly gazed in astonishment at her body, her mouth agape. All her scars had miraculously vanished. Not only have the scars upon her skin vanished, but the hidden wounds and internal injuries inflicted upon her by her master over the years have also completely disappeared without a trace. However, her realm has not reverted to its former state. After all, that level had fallen and still requires her to break through once more. Master, what tier is this elixir? Its effects are truly extraordinary, Cold Luo Li exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at herself. The chronic ailments that once seemed nearly impossible to heal have, astonishingly, been restored. Does this signify that she can continue to follow in her master's footsteps, striving to grow stronger and serve her master sooner? Chen Ye, taken aback by her inquiry, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. In this world, all elixirs, treasures, formations, and talismans are categorized into 5 ranks: immortal, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow, with immortal being the highest and yellow the lowest, further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Yet, the healing elixir bestowed upon her by the system bore only the character inscribed upon it. Could this imply that the rank of the elixir transcends the 5 classifications of this realm, existing beyond the confines of the 3 realms and the 5 elements? Contemplating this, Chen Ye replied, "Ahem, as for its origins, it is best not to inquire further. As for the tier, let us tentatively refer to it as level." Chapter 9. The second disciple Lung Loli had always been obedient to her master. Since her master instructed her not to inquire further, she refrained from pressing the matter. All she wished for was her master's recovery, so they could continue to share their lives together. Everything else was of little consequence. Lost in thought, she nestled against her master's chest, enveloped by the warmth of his embrace and the unique, delightful fragrance that clung to him. An unparalleled sense of security filled her heart, and she unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Although her injuries had healed completely, her mental state was profoundly fatigued. Over the years, her spirit had been in a constant state of tension. She had either been engaged in the seemingly impossible tasks assigned by her master, caring for her severely injured senior sister, or Hu Jiuyu, or enduring her own share of beatings. At last, she could finally rest peacefully for a while. The gentle rhythm of her breathing filled the air, and she slept soundly. After treating his second disciple, Chen Ye likewise administered a healing pill to himself, restoring his own injuries entirely. As a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, his speed of flight was remarkable, the scenery beneath him shifting rapidly. The secluded haven of Chen Ye and his disciples was named Lingshu Mountain. Renowned as a forbidden zone in this realm, it was home to various formidable beasts. Any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage that dared to tread here would meet with certain demise. The reason Chen Ye and his companions were spared from the beast's assaults was due to the isolation barrier he had cast around their dwelling, preventing ordinary beasts from approaching. Though fraught with danger, Lingshu Mountain was a sight to behold, with towering peaks stretching endlessly, veiled in wisps of mist, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Before long, Chen Ye cradled his second disciple and returned to their secluded abode. Upon landing, he first extended his consciousness to check on the condition of his first disciple. She was currently in a deep slumber, though her sleeping posture was rather unrefined. Her long, fair legs lay carelessly draped over the quilt, and her undergarment was nearly undone. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Ye quickly withdrew his consciousness. That was a close call. He nearly intruded upon his first disciple's privacy. From now on, while living with his 3 disciples, he would need to be more mindful of their privacy. It was rather impolite to casually probe with his consciousness. If his disciples were to find out, they would undoubtedly chastise him. Shaking off such thoughts, Chen Ye first carried his second disciple to her room. Both her room and that of the first disciple were in disrepair, furnished with nothing more than a small bed, a wooden table and chair, and a rudimentary vanity. These were the entirety of the room's decor. Looking at the wooden basin on the floor, half filled with water, he deduced it must have been used by his second disciple to catch the rainwater leaking from the roof during a storm. Observing this scene, Chen Ye couldn't help but let out a sigh once more. He has taken in 2 exceptionally gifted disciples, both of whom enjoy the highest privileges wherever they go, nearly having their every wish fulfilled. Yet, over the years, they have lived alongside him in conditions akin to beggars. Chen Ye feels an overwhelming sense of guilt as he gently lays his second disciple upon the bed. Gazing at her exquisite sleeping visage, he finds himself momentarily lost in thought. It must be said that the second disciple, having regained her health, is even more beautiful than before. It would not be an exaggeration to say she possesses the beauty that could topple nations. A twinge of concern arises in Chen Ye's heart. What if he cannot restrain himself in the future and develops other feelings toward the three of them? He must maintain his composure. Now that the second disciple's condition has stabilized, once the eldest disciple awakens, he can simply offer her a healing pill, and all will be well. However, there is still one person who weighs heavily on Chen Ye's mind: Hu Jiuyu. He had extended a helping hand to Hu Jiuyu at her most desperate moment, granting her a glimmer of hope for life. Yet, 3 years ago, after his temperament changed dramatically, his actions towards Hu Jiuyu inevitably shattered her aspirations once more. Were it not for her lingering belief in his eventual recovery and the diligent care of his 2 disciples, she might have succumbed to despair long ago. The thought of almost pushing a good girl to the brink of self-destruction fills Chen Ye with immense sorrow. Without further delay, he resolves to check on Hu Jiuyu's condition in her room. However, as he lifts his leg, he discovers that someone is clinging to his waist. The second disciple is in a deep slumber, tightly embracing him, her face occasionally nuzzling against him, drool escaping her lips. Simultaneously, she mumbles in her dreams, "Master. Master, you wouldn't want sister to find out, would you? So be good." The contrast between her sleeping form and her usual demeanor is striking. When awake, she is a frosty beauty, yet in slumber, she transforms into. In any case, this disparity is quite endearing. Chen Ye internally exclaims. How could he possibly bring himself to leave? But on another note, what curious dream is the second disciple having? Finding it difficult to depart, he eventually seizes an opportunity to extricate himself. He pats the drool from his clothes and gently closes the door behind him. Standing at the threshold of the second disciple's room, he unexpectedly encounters Hu Jiuyu, who is washing clothes in the courtyard. As a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, Chen Ye is capable of performing many feats beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. For instance, with a mere wave of his hand, he could restore soiled garments to pristine condition. Yet, the previous host insisted on subjecting Hu Jiuyu to the labor of hand-washing. Upon seeing her master, Hu Jiuyu hastily rises to kneel before him. At this moment, she is still uncertain whether her master has truly regained his former self. Thus, she does not forget the customary rites of respect. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ye hurriedly stepped forward to assist her, gently lifting her up while grasping her hand. In a soothing tone, he said, "You err. I have already recovered. There is no need for you to go through those elaborate rituals upon our meetings. I am not concerned with such formalities. You need not wash these garments either, for I shall personally guide you in your cultivation henceforth." Chapter 10. Comforting Hu Jiuyu. Chen Ye, formerly the master of the Tianxian sect, had always been occupied with sect affairs while simultaneously mentoring 2 of his personal disciples. Consequently, he was unable to personally guide Hu Jiuyu, who possessed only average talent, and instead assigned her to the care of his 2 students. Now that the sect was no more, and only the 3 of them remained, Chen Ye found himself with the leisure to personally instruct Hu Jiuyu in her cultivation. As Hu Jiuyu gazed at Chen Ye's gentle expression and listened to his words, a momentary daze enveloped her exquisitely beautiful features. If she had previously harbored doubts about Chen Ye's true recovery, now, with her heart finally at ease, she could relinquish her worries. Her feelings for Chen Ye were, in truth, no lesser than those of his 2 disciples, perhaps even surpassing them. Yet, she had long felt insecure about her sun-kissed skin and her somewhat peculiar dual-colored eyes. In the past, when Chen Ye was still the gentle master, he often comforted her, gradually alleviating her insecurities. However, after his drastic change in character, not only did he cease to offer comfort, but he also subjected her to frequent humiliation, hurling a barrage of vile insults. At that time, the being she revered as the epitome of perfection, the very hope of her existence, had turned into a source of her torment, leading to a near collapse of her worldview. In the stillness of night, as she prepared to end her own life, the mere thought of the once gentle Chen Ye stayed her hand. No, this was not the true Chen Ye. He could never utter such words. Something must have gone awry with him, since she had once been saved in his company. She resolved to repay that kindness by remaining by his side, seeking to save one another in the manner he had once saved her. With this conviction, Hu Jiuyu had persevered through adversity until now. Her steadfast companionship finally bore fruit, ushering in a glimmer of hope. In an effort to prevent her from kneeling, Chen Ye held her wrist firmly. Their proximity and the nature of the moment lent an air of intimacy to the scene. Hu Jiuyu dared not meet Chen Ye's gaze. Even the gentle Chen Ye elicited a sense of trepidation within her. Her long-standing insecurities were a kind of mental affliction, one that could not be remedied by mere medication, nor could it be easily transformed. Aware of Hu Jiuyu's current state, which he had inadvertently caused, Chen Ye felt at a loss for how to alleviate her distress. Perhaps a warm embrace could offer some solace. With this thought, he tenderly gathered her into his arms, holding her tightly. The softness of her delicate form was a delightful sensation, and her skin, smooth and supple, radiated the unique fragrance of the ethereal, reminiscent of nature's pristine beauty, invigorating the spirit. Upon realizing Chen Ye had returned to his former self, Hu Jiuyu did not react with the same overwhelming emotion as the eldest and second disciples, who were overcome with tears. Instead, her demeanor remained remarkably composed. In truth, most individuals afflicted with emotional turmoil often conceal their feelings beneath a facade, revealing little of their internal struggles. However, this does not imply the absence of their hidden concerns. Some severely troubled individuals may appear indistinguishable from the ordinary, yet at any moment, they might resort to remarkably extreme actions. Hu Jiuyu merely responded to Chen Ye's embrace, leaning her delicate form into Chen Ye's warm grasp, relishing the comforting embrace that she so desperately needed at that moment. Hu Jiuyu had never yearned for much. All she lacked was a ray of sunlight to illuminate her existence. Chen Ye was the sole source of warmth, akin to a blazing sun, that she could feel. As Chen Ye gently caressed the girl in her arms, it was only after a considerable time that Hu Jiuyu lifted her gaze, her unique dual-colored eyes gleaming beautifully under the moonlight. After a moment of hesitation, with a hint of shyness in her eyes, she softly spoke. "Master, esteemed teacher. May I still call you master?" Hu Jiuyu held a profound affection for this title, not for any other reason than that it allowed her to feel Chen Ye's presence constantly. At that moment, Chen Ye exchanged a healing pill from the system store, poised to hand it to her when she spoke, to which she replied, "If you like it, you may address me in any manner you wish. Now, take this pill. It will heal your wounds." As Chen Ye extended the medicine towards her, she tenderly brushed her fingers through Hu Jiuyu's hair. Chapter 11. Chen Ye's midnight visit. After Hu Jiue consumed the healing elixir, she nestled quietly in Chen Ye's embrace. He gently carried her back to her residence, carefully placing her on the bed and tucking her beneath the covers. With the aid of the system's restorative potion, it was expected that Hu Jiue would soon regain her former vigor. However, prior to that, she needed ample rest. "Rest well, Moon. I shall check on your senior sisters," Chen Ye reassured her. Hu Jiue, aware that her sisters also required their master's assistance, nodded obediently and closed her beautiful eyes in tranquility. "Please return soon, master," she murmured softly before succumbing to slumber, perhaps overwhelmed by the fatigue that had accumulated over time. Standing by Hu Jiue's bedside, Chen Ye gazed at her serene sleeping face, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Seeing her on the path to recovery allowed him to finally breathe easy. Hu Jiue's sleeping posture was more demure and tranquil than that of both her senior and junior disciples, even in her semi-conscious state. Once a princess of the elven clan, she had not been favored in her youth, but had undergone extensive royal etiquette training that remained etched in her memory. After ensuring Hu Jiue was comfortably settled, Chen Ye exited the room, softly closing the door behind him as he paused thoughtfully at the entrance. It had been quite some time, surely. The eldest disciple must be well into her rest. Nonetheless, whether she was sleeping soundly or not, it was imperative that the system's miraculous healing elixir be delivered to her without delay, as she was the only one among the trio yet to partake of it. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye made his way toward the eldest disciple's chamber. The 3 rooms were adjacent, and it took him but a few steps to arrive. Standing before the door of the eldest disciple, he hesitated momentarily, then decided to knock. His momentary uncertainty stemmed from a concern that his knock might disturb her deep slumber. However, entering without knocking could lead to an unfortunate encounter with sights best left unseen. Ultimately, it was wiser to announce his presence first. After knocking for a considerable time without receiving a response, he leaned against the door, straining to discern any sounds from within. If the eldest disciple remained asleep, he could quickly deliver the elixir and then retreat without delay, vowing to avert his gaze from anything inappropriate. Though he harbored no ill intentions, his act of eavesdropping at the door did carry a hint of impropriety. Fortunately, No one was present to witness his antics. Otherwise, he would surely face reprimand. Hearing the rhythmic sound of breathing from within, Chen Ye concluded that the eldest disciple was indeed still in slumber. With caution, he gently pushed open the door. Su Jiqian had accompanied him for several years, much like the second disciple, and had scarcely enjoyed a proper rest. It was understandable that she would be deeply asleep during this rare opportunity. Chen Ye was reluctant to disturb his eldest disciple's rare moment of rest. So he cautiously approached the bedside, moving with the stealth of a thief attempting to invade a maiden's chamber. In an effort to avoid witnessing the rather unreserved sleeping posture of his disciple, he kept his hand strategically positioned to shield his view, lest he inadvertently offend her. This was not merely a display of propriety on Chen Ye's part. Rather, it stemmed from the overwhelming allure of his disciple, which left him somewhat apprehensive that a glimpse of her vulnerability might incite unwelcome thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Su Qian had already opened one eye, observing his slow movements. In truth, she had awakened the moment he stepped into her room. Initially, she had contemplated unleashing her powers to expel the intruder. However, upon recognizing her master, a smile crept onto her lips, prompting her to retract her spiritual energy and feign sleep. She was curious to discern the intentions of her master, who, instead of attending to their junior sister or Hu Jiuyu, had chosen to invade her sanctum in the dead of night. Chapter 12. Chen Ye was unaware that his eldest disciple had awakened, believing her to be in a deep slumber. He stealthily approached her bedside and finally exhaled a sigh of relief. If she were to discover that he had sneaked over while she slept, he would be at a loss for words to explain himself. As he pondered this, he exchanged a healing elixir from the system shop and set about his task. To administer the medicine, he gently moved his hand, which had been shielding her eyes, to better observe her countenance. As he did so, he was struck by the exquisite beauty of her sleeping face, causing his heart to race unexpectedly. Although he had never been intimate with a woman, he did not think he would be so easily swayed by the visage of a fair maiden. This unexpected reaction soon led him to recall that his eldest disciple was no ordinary member of the demon clan. He vaguely remembered that when he had taken in Su Jiqian, the clan leader had specifically informed him that his daughter was a succubus. The demon clan leader had also cautioned Chen Ye that should he find himself tempted once she reached maturity, he would have his blessing. Suddenly, Chen Ye snapped back to reality, realizing the nature of his thoughts. Succubi possess an inherent aura that influences those of the opposite sex around them, and they can manipulate those who are affected. Chen Ye's momentary distraction was, in fact, a deliberate ploy by Su Jiqian. However, being a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, he managed to assert his will and dispel the enchantment. Realizing her scheme had failed, Su Jiqian mused to herself, "As expected of my master, his willpower overcomes my allure. I wonder if he will still resist once I reach the foundation establishment stage." After dispelling the distracting thoughts, Chen Ye gradually brought the healing elixir to his disciple's lips. At that moment, a challenge arose. Her mouth was closed, making it impossible to administer the medicine. Thus, he took the elixir and gently rubbed it against her lips, hoping to coax her into taking it. Surely, she was deep in slumber and would not awaken, or so he thought. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiqian had already woken and was merely pretending to be asleep. Feeling a round object slowly brushing against her lips, she found the sensation peculiar. What was her master doing at this hour? Was he merely here to caress her lips? Clearly, she had misinterpreted the situation, yet she dared not truly awaken. If she startled her master during his night visit, what if he chose not to return? It was better to continue feigning sleep. In an effort to cooperate with her master, she slowly parted her lips just slightly. Seeing his disciple finally open her mouth, Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He gently placed the elixir inside and pretended to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. At last, the task was accomplished. It is evident that the eldest disciple is utterly exhausted. Even with the disturbance, he remained undisturbed in slumber. Now that the task has been accomplished, I shall refrain from interrupting his repose. With this thought, Chen Ye gently tucked the blanket around the eldest disciple before quietly departing through the door. Within Su Jiqian's chamber, she finally opened her eyes, sensing the departure of her master. Observing the blanket snugly covering her, a warm smile graced her face, filling her heart with a comforting glow. Her master truly exhibited such tenderness, even remembering to cover her with a blanket upon leaving. Yet, she found herself somewhat bewildered. It seemed her master had placed something into her mouth moments ago, which subsequently dissolved within her. Clearly, her master had not come for trivial reasons. What then? Had her master fed her? As this question surfaced in her mind, she soon noticed that every blemish on her skin began to shimmer with a golden light. And before long, she was completely restored to her former perfection. Su Ji-qian extended her hand, marveling at her once scarred skin, now immaculate and flawless. Her astonishment reaching unprecedented heights. Had her master come out of concern for her, administering a medicinal pill? The efficacy of this pill was astonishing, capable of curing all ailments. It must surely be at least a celestial-grade elixir. In their sect, during its peak, celestial-grade elixirs were scarce, barely countable on one hand. How had her master procured the one that had just graced her lips? The thought left her utterly astounded. Her master had sacrificed so much for her sake, displaying such gentleness. Even in the stillness of night, he had stealthily come to administer the elixir to avoid disturbing her rest. Her current master was truly remarkable. So endearing, so cherished. She clutched the blanket tightly, rolling about on the bed in sheer delight, eventually surrendering to slumber once more. Meanwhile, Chen Ye stood in the deserted courtyard, where all three women were resting. His task was finally complete, and the tension that had gripped him could at last begin to ease. As he surveyed the dilapidated courtyard, he recalled that the novice gift package provided by the system included a heavenly Xian hall. The name sounded impressive. He wondered how it would manifest in reality. With this in mind, Chen Ye retrieved the heavenly Xian hall from the system's space. The moment he clicked to exchange, a blinding golden light enveloped him, obscuring his vision. Moments later, as the luminescence faded, he beheld a transformed scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. The location remained unchanged, yet the entire ambience had dramatically altered. The once dilapidated abode where the three women had lived had now metamorphosed into three exquisitely luxurious bedrooms, and the earthen ground beneath him had been replaced with polished stone tiles. The room he had occupied had been transformed into an expansive grand hall. This hall was vast, its golden-tiled roof shimmering with radiant light, exuding an air of unparalleled majesty at every moment. Moreover, an array of diverse edifices has emerged in the vicinity, such as indoor hot springs, training rooms, kitchens, and vegetable gardens, among others, offering an abundance of facilities. Even more astonishing is the phenomenon that since the appearance of the celestial hall, the surrounding spiritual energy seems to have ascended several tiers, as if a gathering formation for spiritual essence has been established. Chapter 13. The invincible power. Even more astonishingly, ever since the emergence of the heavenly mystic hall, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have ascended several tiers, as if a gathering array had been set in place. Chen Ye extended his consciousness to survey the area and discovered that a substantial expanse surrounding the heavenly mystic hall appeared to be enveloped by a barrier, rendering all the beasts of Lingshu Mountain unable to approach, thus forming a secure zone. In essence, the beasts had created a natural shield, isolating outsiders and transforming this space into a realm uniquely their own. When everyone awakens and witnesses this scene, they will undoubtedly be left in utter astonishment. Chen Ye mused with a smile. After establishing the heavenly mystic hall, Chen Ye recalled that the system had also bestowed upon him a supreme spiritual root and exceptional talents, prompting him to access the system interface for a closer look. Host: Chen Ye. Race: human. Realm: first layer of divine concealment. Practice techniques: none. Spiritual root: Yutong Ge's official collaborative spiritual root 2. 0+. System produced. Special physique: ultimate invincible super anti-heavenly abnormal physique. System produced. System points: 7,000. System commentary: have you lived an unsatisfactory first half of your life? Concerned about being mediocre after your transmigration? Fear not, the system always arrives, albeit later than expected. As a special gift, we present you with a minor invincible beginning. Please check your specific strength yourself. Gazing at the system interface before him, Chen Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips. For goodness sake, does the name of this spiritual root need to be so clitch? Moreover, it feels so eerily familiar. Never mind, I shall not dwell on such trivialities. Since the system claims I have been granted a minor invincible start, I might as well test my strength. With this thought, Chen Ye swiftly released his consciousness. Previously, he had not extensively expanded his awareness and had thus overlooked his own transformations. However, upon this release, he discovered that the coverage area of his consciousness had increased exponentially, by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. The entirety of Lingshu Mountain lay within the reach of his awareness. No rustle of leaves or whisper of wind could escape his notice. Before long, his consciousness identified a first-layer beast king of the Purple Mansion realm within Lingshu Mountain. Since the system indicated that he was currently in a minor invincible state, he decided to challenge this beast king to test his prowess. With this resolve, Chen Ye soared into the air and soon found himself hovering above the lair of the beast king. This first-layer beast king of the Purple Mansion realm manifested as a massive white tiger, and upon his arrival, Chen Ye coincidentally witnessed it embroiled in a territorial dispute with another beast king of the second layer, a formidable toad. Upon observing below, he realized that his original target, the white tiger, had sustained grievous injuries at the hands of the other beast king. Given its incapacity to resist, it was likely that even if it were slain, it would hold no value for reference. Thus, Chen Ye opted to redirect his focus towards the second-layer toad beast king. In truth, Chen Ye possessed his own cultivation techniques. However, for reasons unknown, they did not appear on the system interface. Perhaps, in the system's estimation, their rank was deemed too low to warrant consideration. Chen Ye concentrated all his spiritual power into his right palm, and in an instant, an inexhaustible surge of energy erupted from within him. This marked his first official display of power since his arrival in this world. According to his memories, although he had never been weak, the spiritual energy within him had never reached such an abundance. Furthermore, the current energy was far more robust and refined than before. Realizing this transformation, Chen Ye could not help but smile as he unleashed his palm strike towards the second-tier demon king of the Purple Mansion realm. The Frog Demon King, initially focused on overwhelming the giant tiger demon king to devour it, was oblivious to Chen Ye's presence. However, the moment Chen Ye's palm wind was released, it felt an unparalleled oppressive force surrounding it, rendering it immobile. The Frog Demon King, with a face full of astonishment, had spent tens of thousands of years cultivating in the Lingshu Mountain to reach the Purple Mansion realm, yet had never encountered any pressure that could immobilize it. What was happening? Despite its utter confusion, Chen Ye's palm wind offered no respite, striking directly at it. The Frog Demon King was instantly flattened and obliterated, reduced to ashes in an instant. Yet, the palm wind did not cease. It continued to penetrate the ground, resulting in a thunderous crash as the earth fractured like a spider's web. The fissures spread relentlessly, resembling a vast canyon, triggering an earthquake that toppled countless towering trees and sent birds and beasts fleeing in panic, as if heralding the apocalypse. Chen Ye gazed in astonishment at his own palm, and then at the scene below. Was this truly his doing? The system did not deceive him. The demon king of the second tier in the Purple Mansion realm he had just vanquished could easily rival a human cultivator of at least the sixth tier. In contrast, the leader of the Sanyuan sect among the continent's major sects was merely at the fifth tier of the divine concealment realm. If that palm strike had been aimed at the sect leader, it would have utterly annihilated him. Moreover, Chen Ye had not even exerted his full strength. The destructive potential of a fully unleashed strike was beyond his imagination. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ye's smile broadened as he grasped the extent of his current power. With such capabilities, he should be able to protect those dear to him. At least within this continent, he could scarcely envision anyone capable of enduring his palm strike. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he needed to swiftly cultivate his two disciples and Hu Jiyue. After all, in order to further enhance his strength, he must acquire system points from them to exchange for cultivation improvements. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Ye hastened towards home, uncertain whether everyone had awakened. Simultaneously, the white giant tiger demon king of the first tier in the Purple Mansion realm gazed at Chen Ye, who was gradually ascending into the sky. Its eyes filled with gratitude. Although it did not understand why Chen Ye had intervened to defeat the Frog Demon King competing for territory, it recognized that without Chen Ye's timely arrival, it would surely have perished. The gratitude of humanity must be remembered. Gazing towards the direction in which Chen Ye vanished, it silently etched Chen Ye's visage into its heart. By the time its wounds have healed, it should be able to transform and repay the favor. In the Tianqian Hall, upon the square, Su Qian's slumber had already been disturbed by her master once, leaving her sleep restless. The recent tremor further roused her from her slumber. As she groggily opened her eyes and took in her surroundings, she momentarily found herself in a daze. Rubbing her eyes, she suddenly exclaimed, "Where am I? Have I traversed through time?" She had expected to awaken in a dilapidated wooden cabin, yet here she was, having unexpectedly found herself in a lavishly adorned bedroom. Chapter 14. The allure of Su Jiqian. She should have awakened in a dilapidated wooden cabin, yet here she found herself suddenly in an opulently decorated bedroom. Su Jiqian's face was a canvas of disbelief as she resolved to change her attire and venture outside. Opening the wardrobe, to her astonishment, it was filled with a myriad of garments, clan robes, noble attire, and even a splendid fusion of modern textile techniques with ancient aesthetics. After donning a new outfit, Su Jiqian hurriedly swung open the door. Upon stepping into the plaza and witnessing the scene before her, her conviction of having traversed realms solidified. However, more pressing than her surroundings was the concern for her master. Had he also crossed over? The thought of a world devoid of her master filled her with trepidation. Survival would be impossible without him. As a whirlwind of emotions swirled within her, Chen Ye descended gently from the heavens. Observing the anxious expression on his eldest disciple's face, he swiftly landed before her, greeting her with a warm smile. "You're awake. Do you feel better?" Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiqian rushed forward, enveloping her master in a tight embrace. Chen Ye, interpreting her response as a sign of her lingering injuries, inquired with concern, "Qian, do you feel unwell? You can confide in me. I will find a solution." Burying her face in his embrace and savoring his presence, she finally lifted her head, shaking it softly. "No, master. I feel wonderful, more liberated than ever. I was just frightened for a moment, fearing you had vanished. I was so afraid you would leave me." Her voice was tender, laced with a hint of allure. Chen Ye, gazing at her delicate form and listening to her slightly enchanting words, felt a tingling sensation in his heart. What was it about this eldest disciple? Her words seemed capable of ensnaring his very soul. The sincerity behind her sentiments only heightened their impact. Chen Ye's heart raced, instinctively caressing her back as he replied earnestly, "No matter what happens, I shall never leave you." Hearing her master's vow, Su Jiqian's lips curled into a faint smile. Her fox-like eyes sparkled with an electric allure as she responded sweetly, "Master, you promise me." Chen Ye smiled back, affirming, "I promise you." He spoke without overthinking. After all, he had long owed her companionship, and it felt only natural to provide it. Yet, as he reflected on their exchange, he realized the tone had taken on an intimate quality that was perhaps inappropriate for a master-disciple relationship. Awareness washed over him, especially recalling the recent nocturnal encounter in her chamber, and he felt an unfamiliar sensation rising within him, prompting an instinctive urge to distance himself. Such a situation, if it continues, is bound to lead to trouble. As a master, how could he harbor any other thoughts towards his eldest disciple? Su Jiqian had long since observed her master's reaction, and she exchanged a mischievous glance with him. This was a splendid opportunity. If successful, it might lead to. She mused, her pupils suddenly shifting in color as she unleashed the enchanting allure of a succubus. Chen Ye, an invincible being in this realm, could effortlessly dismantle the charm of a succubus who had yet to reach the foundational stage. However, this was contingent on Chen Ye being on guard. Against his own eldest disciple, he had never harbored an ounce of suspicion, allowing her enchantment to take effect. Previously, in the disciple's chamber, her charm had failed because there was no direct contact, thus rendering it ineffective. As the allure took hold, Chen Ye felt an intense flame igniting within him, compelling him to embrace the delicate form in his arms. Gradually, his lips leaned in. Su Jiqian, taken aback by her master's sudden advance, was surprised. Her mastery of the allure was still rudimentary. She had only employed it on her master and never imagined it would truly succeed. Realizing her spell had worked, Su Jiqian was overwhelmed with excitement. She cupped her master's face and leaned in. Chen Ye was enveloped in the unique fragrance of youth that her lips exuded. Su Jiqian instinctively closed her legs, her body temperature rising, and her grip around her master tightened. After several minutes, Chen Ye finally extricated himself from the enchantment, gazing at his eldest disciple, whom he had just kissed, with his heart racing. He was bewildered by his earlier actions, unable to comprehend why he had succumbed to such an inappropriate advance towards his disciple. How could he possibly continue to interact with her after such an affront? At that moment, Chen Ye remained unaware that his reaction had been a consequence of his eldest disciple's charm. Regaining his composure, his first instinct was to apologize. "Chinner, I'm sorry, I just—" Before he could finish, Su Jiqian playfully pressed her finger against his lips, giggling as she said, "Shoo, master, you need not apologize. In fact, I quite enjoyed what we just did. Let us continue inside." Su Jiqian licked her lips, savoring the lingering scent of her master around her. Feeling her body heat rise, she took his hand, eager to lead him back to her room. Chen Ye, momentarily stunned, struggled to process her words. He had just forcefully kissed his disciple. She should be upset and distancing herself from him, shouldn't she? According to the customs of this world, a woman who had kissed a man would be deemed unmarriageable. Yet, observing his disciple's reaction, not only did she not blame him, but she seemed to revel in it, even exuding an air of triumph. Surely, he must be mistaken? Chen Ye grasped the hand of his eldest disciple, on the verge of being drawn into the room. Chapter 15. The rivalry between senior and junior sisters. At this moment, Chen Ye felt a slight warmth coursing through his body. As the lingering fragrance of the eldest disciple filled his mouth, and the peculiar effects of the succubus's saliva took hold, Su Jiqian, grasping her master's hand, was poised to push open the door, but just as her scheme was on the verge of success, a feminine voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Lung Luoli, rubbing her eyes, stepped out of the house, adorned in a delicate ice blue gown that gracefully revealed her butterfly back and the pristine skin of her collarbone. Her lower half was devoid of stockings, exposing her fair and elongated legs to the open air. Upon noticing her master and senior sister together, she instinctively greeted them. "Ah, good morning, master and senior sister." Upon seeing the second disciple's appearance, Chen Ye felt a sense of foreboding. The hand-holding position he shared with the eldest disciple was undeniably suggestive. Should the second disciple discover the events that had just transpired between him and Su Jiqian, how could he ever face them all again? Su Jiqian, observing her junior sister's unexpected arrival that interrupted her plans, forced a smile and replied, "Ah, good morning, junior sister." Though she spoke cheerfully, her heart longed to bind her junior sister and return her to the sanctuary of slumber for a few more hours. As Lung Luoli emerged from her drowsiness, she surveyed the scene before her, initially unfazed by the change in surroundings and architecture. What truly astonished her was not only the sight of her master and senior sister together, but also the fact that they were holding hands. Even more outrageous was the unspoken weight of their expressions, hinting at concealed thoughts. Hastily, she stepped closer, scrutinizing their faces with a critical gaze. Chen Ye felt increasingly uneasy under her penetrating stare. It was no wonder he was apprehensive, for he had indeed engaged in actions that were best left unspoken. Possessing keen intelligence, Lung Luoli was not merely adept in her cultivation. Upon observing her master's visibly guilty demeanor, her suspicions were further solidified. It was clear to her that her master had, without a doubt, been intimate with her senior sister. The extent of their entanglement, however, remained a mystery. As she pondered this revelation, her gaze fell upon her senior sister's stockings. Noting the few torn holes, a consequence of the kiss exchanged earlier between Chen Ye and the eldest disciple, Lung Luoli was taken aback by this sight. Had her master and senior sister truly crossed that threshold? How infuriating, she thought, that her senior sister had slept so soundly, completely oblivious. With a look of discontent, she glared at her senior sister, recalling their agreement for fair competition. "How could you act in secrecy?" she chastised inwardly. In truth, 3 years prior, both disciples were well aware of each other's affections for their master. However, given their amicable relationship and the bond of sisterhood they shared, they had been taken aback upon discovering their mutual feelings. Ultimately, they reached a consensus to engage in fair competition, ensuring that their camaraderie remained intact. Yet, as time passed and their master's temperament shifted dramatically, that agreement was rendered obsolete. In the present day, the master has once again regained his composure, and naturally, the rules must be reinstated. Su Qian, observing her junior sister's envious expression, found it amusing and could not help but tease. "Oh dear, why are you up so early? Junior sister, could you not indulge in a bit more slumber?" The implication was clear. If you rest a while longer, the master may very well be mine. Cold Luo Li, fully aware of her senior sister's insinuation, stamped her foot in frustration. She tightly clung to the master's other arm. Her eyes filled with a pitiful gaze as she softly implored, Master, Lear felt unwell last night and did not sleep well. Could you please check on me? As cold Luo Li nestled against Chen Ye's chest, her fragrant breath warmed him, igniting a flutter of excitement within. Chen Ye gazed at the frost-kissed beauty, typically aloof, now playfully seeking affection in his embrace, a blush returning to his cheeks. Yet, he recalled that just the previous night, while tending to his second disciple, she had been sleeping soundly and even murmuring in her dreams. Nevertheless, he reasoned, regardless of the circumstances, if his second disciple claimed to be unwell, he could not afford to be dismissive. Resolutely, Chen Ye declared, I shall release a thread of spiritual energy to assess your condition for any bruises. Prepare yourself. Cold Luo Li nodded, her eyes brimming with eagerness, softly responding, Yes, Lear is ready. I wish to receive your spiritual energy, please. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye halted his impending release of energy. Goodness, what inappropriate words are you uttering? It was one thing for the eldest disciple to speak oddly. Given her nature as a succubus, perhaps it was inherent. But why must you follow suit? Perhaps the second disciple was simply innocent, while he, as her master, harbored impure thoughts, misinterpreting her innocent words. With that thought in mind, he proceeded to guide his spiritual energy into her body. Meanwhile, Su Qian, watching the oblivious master, could not suppress a smile of resignation. She understood her junior sister's intentions better than anyone. Her junior was being deliberately provocative. It was likely that upon discovering her secret indulgence, her junior sister had grown jealous. Yet, no matter how cunning her schemes, they could never surpass her innate charm as a succubus. After swiftly examining cold Luo Li's condition, Chen Ye spoke earnestly, Your health appears robust. If you feel unwell, it may be a psychological matter. Should you wish to confide in someone, I am always here for you. Even though Chen Ye found no physical ailment after his examination, he remained vigilant. Since his second disciple had expressed discomfort, there must be some underlying issue. Mental distress is still a form of illness. He must consistently monitor the well-being of his disciples, as this is his duty to them. Upon hearing the master's gentle words, cold Luo Li felt a surge of emotion. She had feared that upon discovering her claims of illness were unfounded, he would chastise her for her fanciful words. Chapter 16. Truly an eccentric master, Lung Loli initially presumed that upon discovering her lack of illness, her master would chastise her for her reckless words. To her astonishment, not only did her master refrain from reproaching her, but instead, she exhibited an even greater concern for her well-being. The present master had not only grown gentler, but had also become remarkably attentive. Lung Loli felt an overwhelming affection for her master. With a heart full of joy, she nestled against her master's arm, relishing the warmth and fragrance that enveloped her. She adored her master to no end. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian, observing her junior sister's actions, pouted in jealousy. She seized the other arm of their master, puffing out her chest to assert her presence, enveloping the master's arm entirely. In comparison to her senior sister, Lung Luoli's physique appeared noticeably more slender, her figure harmoniously proportioned, embodying the essence of a refreshing beauty. As she glanced at her senior sister's intentionally elevated chest, and then at her own, a wave of defeat washed over her. The two young women exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly igniting sparks, the air thick with tension. In the midst of this, Chen Ye, caught between them, felt his cheeks flush. He alternated his gaze between the peaks of Su Jiqian's bosom and the delicate skin of Lung Luoli, the intoxicating scent of both beauties rendering him utterly immobilized. He had intended to guide them in their cultivation today, yet found himself ensnared in this unexpected tableau. Clearing his throat to break the spell, he interjected, Ahem. Such vigor this morning. It appears your health has truly returned. Today, I shall resume my guidance for your cultivation. Here, I have 2 manuals for you to keep. Chen Ye quickly shifted the subject, retrieving 2 tomes from the system store. These manuals were specially tailored by the system based on the disciples' current physical conditions, all categorized as unified rank. According to the system, this rank surpassed the highest celestial tier in the realm, suggesting these manuals would possess formidable strength. As Chen Ye exchanged the manuals, their knowledge seamlessly integrated into his mind. To his astonishment, he realized he had intuitively mastered all the techniques within these manuals, achieving a profound level of understanding. The system truly delivers. Such exceptional talent is not bestowed without merit, he mused inwardly. With a sense of purpose, he first retrieved the Demon Soul technique for Su Jiqian from the system space. This manual, suitable for practitioners of the demon lineage. Emitted an aura that seemed to shroud the surroundings in a veil of mist, a palpable malevolence permeating the air. The mere presence of the technique instilled a sense of dread. Su Jiqian, initially curious about the kind of technique her master would present, was instantly captivated upon seeing the demon soul technique in his hands. It felt as though this manual was intricately crafted for her, exuding an irresistible allure. Chen Ye presented the martial art manual, stating, "This technique possesses formidable power, as long as you devote yourself to its practice. Overcoming a significant realm in battle will be effortless." Chen Ye had attained a profound understanding of this technique, fully aware of its extraordinary strength. In this continent, the most potent martial arts barely reached the Xian tier, while this technique had ascended to the celestial tier, a staggering 4 ranks higher. Furthermore, it was tailored specifically for the eldest disciple, making its potential truly incalculable if diligently cultivated. Su Jiqian gazed at the manual, her breath quickening with excitement. If it were indeed as powerful as her master claimed, with earnest practice, might she soon be able to assist her master? The mere thought of alleviating her master's burdens filled her with exhilaration. She rose on her toes and, in a sudden burst of affection, planted a kiss on her master's handsome cheek. Then, receiving the manual, she beamed, "Thank you, master. You are my favorite." Chen Ye, taken aback by the unexpected kiss from his eldest disciple, was surprised. He had not anticipated such a delightful bonus when bestowing the manual. Contemplating this, he retrieved the ice heart technique from the system's space, a method centered on the ice element that, when mastered, could encase an entire continent or even a realm in ice. As soon as the technique was unveiled, the temperature around them plummeted, with a blue luminescence emanating from the manual, releasing a chilling aura. Chen Ye extended the manual towards his second disciple, pondering whether she might also offer some form of compensation. Although he recognized the folly of such thoughts, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation. Just as he was lost in contemplation, before the manual reached his second disciple's hands, he saw a breathtaking visage rushing towards him. Before he could react, he felt a soft sensation on his lips, knowing that her master and senior sister had engaged in intimate actions moments prior. And having witnessed her senior sister kiss their master, Lung Luoli could no longer suppress her emotions. Without regard for her senior sister's presence, she leaned in for a kiss, wrapping her arms tightly around her master and savoring his warmth and scent. Instinctively, Chen Ye attempted to push his second disciple away. Though he harbored a hint of anticipation, he could not allow such behavior in front of his eldest disciple. However, as he exerted pressure, his resolve faltered, and he found himself unconsciously grasping her delicate back. Internally protesting, his body, however, proved to be quite honest. Su Jiqian, observing her junior sister's boldness, was slightly taken aback. She had not expected her junior sister to act so daringly in her presence. Though both were aware of their mutual understanding, some level of discretion was still expected. "Oh, you audacious junior sister." Despite her discontent, Su Jiqian refrained from intervening. After all, she had indeed spoken to her junior about competing fairly for their master. Having already indulged herself, it would be rather unreasonable to intervene now. Furthermore, as the elder sister, she ought to exhibit a degree of magnanimity, Shun Tishi. A few minutes later, Su Jiqian could no longer contain herself. "Really, junior sister, are you ever going to be done? Your elder sister is still present, so enough already." Clearing her throat, she deliberately raised her voice, addressing Hu Jiuyu, who had just emerged from the room. Upon hearing her elder sister's words, Lung Luoli reluctantly released their master. Her soft figure now felt somewhat heated, her fair skin appearing as if enveloped in a delicate rosy hue. Chapter 17. Yet another rival? In her hands, she cradled the cultivation method bestowed upon her by her master, a smile gracing her lips as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master, for this technique. Once Lier cultivates it to perfection, I shall be able to remain by your side forever." Lung Luoli, one of the most renowned protégées of this continent, bore a rather tragic background. Shortly after her birth, her parents passed away, leaving her to traverse through numerous households. Despite her innate brilliance, she was astutely aware that all the families that took her in were driven by a desire to possess the extraordinary gifts she held. Her natural 6th grade ice spirit root was a source of envy for many, and those who adopted her did so with the intention of claiming her mature spirit root for themselves once she came of age. Consequently, in her early teens, she chose to leave the homes that never truly belonged to her, wandering the continent alone. She engaged in secret realms, vying for treasures and contending with various talented individuals, determined to grow stronger, strong enough to protect herself. It was during one such venture in a secret realm that she fortuitously met Chen Ye. Initially, she was moved by his gentleness and took him as her master, hoping to pursue the ultimate pinnacle of martial arts. However, she remained guarded, fearing that his kindness was merely a ruse to seize her spirit root. As time passed, she gradually integrated into this newfound family. Her master never demanded anything from her. Instead, he shielded her from bullying and guided her in her cultivation. He became the only person in her life who genuinely cared for her, which led to her deep affection for him as she matured. While her past motivation for cultivation was to seek the pinnacle of martial arts, her current purpose was to remain by her master's side eternally. At that moment, Chen Ye licked his lips, the sweet fragrance of the girl still lingering in his mouth, enchanting and refreshing. Earlier, the kiss he shared with his eldest disciple was initiated by him, a mistake on his part. Yet, the previous moment with the second disciple had been initiated by her. Did the second disciple harbor feelings beyond mere master-disciple camaraderie? However, when he took her as a disciple, she was still quite young and presumably had not been exposed to other influences. Perhaps the kiss was merely an innocent expression of excitement. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Ye found himself uncertain. Regardless, he knew he must take responsibility for Lung Luoli. To avoid any misinterpretation of her feelings, it would be wise not to respond too hastily. Resolving his thoughts, he was approached by Hu Jiyue. Hu Jiyue approached him, gracefully lifting her skirt, and with elegance, she performed a respectful bow, greeting, "Good morning, master." The attire of the elven clan, located at the far west of the continent, bore a distinct style reminiscent of medieval Europe from Blue Star. Uncharacteristically, Hu Jiyue was not clad in a maid's uniform, but instead wore an elegant noble gown. However, this noble gown differs in its material. The upper half is crafted from delicate chiffon, subtly revealing her sun-kissed skin beneath. The lower portion of the dress is slightly shorter, just enough to unveil her calves adorned with white stockings. As Hu Jiyue spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks. Just yesterday, her master had carried her back to her chamber, and the thought sent a wave of shyness over her. Upon seeing Hu Jiyue, Chen Ye approached with a greeting. "Good morning, Yue." At that moment, Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian stood together, joyfully observing that Hu Jiyue had returned to a state of health. The bond among the three was exceptionally strong, despite Hu Jiuyu's average cultivation talent and relatively weaker abilities. Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli often shielded her and assisted in her training. Chen Ye held a pill in his hand, excitedly presenting it before Hu Jiyue. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Master, what is this?" Chen Ye grasped her delicate shoulder, exclaiming with delight, "This is a bone-washing pill. After consuming it, you will attain strength akin to that of your senior sisters." Earlier, while exchanging cultivation techniques for his disciples, Chen Ye had discovered this bone-washing pill in the system shop. According to the system's description, it could elevate any individual, regardless of their innate talent, to a 6th-grade spiritual root. After redeeming the pill and considering Hu Jiyue's cultivation method, Chen Ye found that his system points dwindled to a mere 1,000. Although he had exhausted his points, he felt no regret. As long as he could ensure a good life for his disciples, the points mattered little. Moreover, he would gain a continuous influx of system points as his disciples advanced in their realms. Upon hearing her master's words, Hu Jiyue eagerly accepted the pill from his hand, her expression brimming with excitement. She had heard of pills capable of altering one's talent, but even in the fairy kingdom where she once resided, such bone-washing pills were deemed priceless treasures. Furthermore, the notion of substantially enhancing one's innate talent multiple grades was nothing short of impossible. Chapter 18. The system of taking the blame. She had heard of elixirs capable of altering one's innate talents. Yet even in the esteemed elven court where she once resided, the washing essence pill was regarded as an invaluable treasure. Moreover, it was known to merely enhance one's abilities slightly. The notion of elevating multiple grades of spiritual roots in a single stroke was utterly inconceivable. However, according to her master, this particular pill could empower her to rival the strength of her two senior sisters. Such a claim seemed almost preposterous. As Hu Jiyue received the washing essence pill from her master, She swallowed hard with excitement. Under her master's encouraging gaze, she consumed the pill. She had heard that taking the washing essence pill would induce excruciating pain due to the transformation of one's spiritual roots, leading to a suffering akin to death. In fact, some practitioners had perished from the agony. Hence, it was generally not administered to those of lower cultivation realms. Uncertain if she could endure the ordeal, she resolved to take the risk, aspiring to assist her master in the future. Besides, her master was right beside her. With such companionship, no hardship seemed insurmountable. As the elixir coursed through her body, she instinctively leaned into her master's embrace, seeking solace. Seeing her in such a state, Chen Ye assumed the side effects of the pill had taken hold and quickly enveloped her in his arms, gently caressing her back. He recalled the description when he exchanged for the washing essence pill, which asserted that it bore no side effects. Crafted by the esteemed Zhongzi, it was undeniably a premium product. Yet, why did it seem as though Yu Er was in such distress? Hu Jiuyu had initially anticipated a wave of pain upon embracing her master, yet instead, she was enveloped in a gentle warmth, even finding a hint of comfort. There was no discomfort at all. Her worries had been unfounded. However, having clung tightly to her master out of fear of impending pain, she now felt somewhat embarrassed to release her hold. The fragrance emanating from her master was utterly enchanting, drawing her in. Since her master had misinterpreted her actions, she decided to linger in his embrace a little longer, relishing the moment. Chen Ye, believing she was enduring torment, found himself internally questioning the system. He would rather doubt the system than cast aspersions on his disciples. System. Chen Ye. Hey, what does that expression mean? Provide me with a reasonable explanation. System. Nothing. Just thought you seemed a bit dim-witted. Chen Ye. Unbeknownst to Hu Jiuyu, her innocent gesture had inadvertently caused an unknown system to bear the brunt of blame. Shortly thereafter, the warmth within her dissipated, signifying that her spiritual roots had been successfully transformed. Upon reopening her eyes, she was struck by the astonishing clarity of her surroundings. Even her senses felt significantly heightened, and her mind had become markedly more agile. She attempted to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy and discovered that the power she could now harness was exponentially greater than before. She had truly attained a level of talent on par with her two senior sisters, no longer a burden to anyone. At last, she could assist her master just like them, forever by his side. Upon receiving this news, Hu Jiuyu was overwhelmed with excitement. She lifted her gaze to her master's handsome visage, her eyes darting shyly, yet she mustered the courage to move her crimson lips closer. She was unaware of how her master had acquired the elixir, but its effects were nothing short of a rare and supreme treasure in this world. Her master had bestowed such a precious gift upon her. She found herself at a loss for how to repay him. When she had just nestled in her master's embrace, she distinctly felt his heartbeat quicken. Since her presence had evoked such a reaction, it signified his interest in her. Thus, she felt compelled to respond in kind. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was less about repaying him and more about rewarding herself. Regardless, as long as her master desired it, she would offer him everything. Even here, with her two senior sisters watching, she could dare to engage in bolder acts with her master. It all depended on his willingness. Just as Hu Jiuyu was about to press her lips to her master's face, she suddenly sensed a sticky sensation enveloping her. Glancing down, she was horrified to find a layer of grime coating her body. Ah! She gasped. How could she have considered kissing her perfect master with such a dirty physique? She felt utterly humiliated, collapsing in embarrassment onto the ground. Chen Ye, witnessing her distress, hurriedly knelt beside her to support her, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? Is there something amiss? You can tell your master." He assumed Hu Jiuyu had fallen due to physical pain. Feeling the warmth of her master's clean hand upon her soiled skin only deepened her self-reproach, and she murmured, "Master, please don't touch me. I'm dirty." Chen Ye, unfazed by her words, gently placed his palm against her forehead, channeling a trace of spiritual energy to assess her condition while reassuring her, "These stains are merely the impurities expelled from your body by the cleansing elixir. It is of no consequence, so do not worry." He thought she was frightened by the dirt on her own body, hence his meticulous explanation. As Hu Jiuyu felt her master's warm hand caressing her forehead, a soothing sensation washed over her, causing her cheeks to flush. Her master did not disdain her for being dirty. Rather, he was deeply concerned for her well-being. Truly, her master was exceedingly gentle. How could she possibly resist this? After examining her body, Chen Ye found no abnormalities, which brought him a sense of relief. The reason for Yuera's reaction might be attributed to her recent alteration of her spiritual root, which she was still adjusting to. Chen Ye thought to himself, while reassuringly saying, "Your health is robust. There is no need for concern. However, should you feel any discomfort, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." After assessing Hu Jiuyu's injuries, Chen Ye assisted her in rising. Realizing that Hu Jiuyu might be in dire need of a bath, he seized the opportunity to address everyone, saying, "By the way, I have recently constructed a hot spring for you all. You may indulge in a soothing soak." Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luoli finally voiced the doubts that had lingered in her mind. "Master, did you truly build all of this? In just one night?" In this realm, it is said that powerful cultivators can move mountains, part seas, and with a mere gesture, erect magnificent structures. Even those capable of transcending to immortality can conjure entire worlds from thin air. Chapter 19. The importance of learning from senior sisters. Chen Ye had once been on the verge of reaching the Purple Mansion realm. In a single night, he managed to create an astonishing number of structures. While it might seem outrageous, it was not entirely devoid of explanation. Chen Ye seized this opportunity to elaborate, stating that these edifices were constructed for his master, and swiftly diverted the conversation. The three young women, all native cultivators of this world, had previously witnessed the Tianxian sect established by Chen Ye himself. Although the pace of construction had not been as rapid, they could still accept this feat. Noticing their master's reluctance to provide further clarification, they refrained from asking additional questions. Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli each took an arm of their master, beaming with delight as they accompanied him. Meanwhile, Hu Jiue trailed behind, her face alight with joy as she observed the group. Before long, they arrived at the indoor hot spring. As they approached the bubbling waters, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the three women. This hot spring was no ordinary spring. The wisps of steam rising from its surface, upon closer inspection, were revealed to be tangible spiritual energy. The water itself was composed of condensed spiritual essence, leading to the tantalizing notion of how swiftly one could elevate their cultivation in such an environment. Su Jiqian exclaimed, "Wow, Master, you even managed to create this. How impressive." Chen Ye felt a hint of shyness at the praise. Although the Tianxian Hall was a gift from the system, it was ultimately his creation, and claiming it as such did not seem unreasonable. At that moment, Lung Luoli noticed that their master had not yet departed and assumed he intended to join them for a bath, causing her to feel somewhat bashful. She hesitated, her hands resting on her clothing, contemplating whether to undress. The thought of revealing herself to her master filled her with both embarrassment and an inexplicable thrill. Surely, if it was for their master, it would not be inappropriate. With that thought, her dress slid down her shoulders, revealing the blue lingerie beneath. Su Jiqian was taken aback by her junior sister's sudden decision to change, exclaiming in shock, "Master, hasn't he even left yet? Why are you undressing?" She thought to herself, "You must be doing this on purpose. I cannot let you succeed." Resolute, she too shed her outer garment, revealing her own purple lingerie. Chen Ye, who had just been basking in the compliments from his eldest disciple, was taken aback as he witnessed his two disciples beginning to change. His face flushed crimson as he instinctively stepped back, bewildered. "What are you all doing? Surely, you cannot think I am staying here to bathe with you. Is that reasonable? Am I that kind of person?" As he glanced at the two disciples clad only in their undergarments, their delicate, fair skin was almost fully exposed, each possessing a figure that was uniquely captivating. A surge of blood rushed to Chen Ye's head as he realized the precariousness of the situation. He quickly turned his back. "Ahem, you may proceed with your bathing. I shall take my leave." He awkwardly cleared his throat, swiftly shutting the bathroom door as if fleeing from a disaster. Standing at the threshold, he took a couple of deep breaths to compose himself, extinguishing the flames of embarrassment within. If this were to happen in front of his disciples, it would certainly be a tremendous loss of face. At that moment, Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian stood inside the bathroom, unable to suppress their laughter at their flustered master's hasty retreat. Their master, now both gentle and amusing, had become even more perfect, rendering them utterly captivated. Once Su Jiqian regained her composure, she teased her slightly bashful junior sister, saying, "Oh my, seeing you so shy makes my heart flutter. It's amusing to think about how bashful you are now, yet just moments ago, you were the most decisive when undressing." Su Jiqian thought to herself, Hearing her sister's playful mockery, Lung Lolly snapped out of her shyness and casually glanced at the torn stockings that her sister had yet to remove, replying nonchalantly, "Not at all. I still have much to learn from you, sister. By the way, are those ripped stockings a new style? I wonder if our master was the one who tore them?" Although she had not witnessed the kiss between her sister and their master, she was certain that something intimate had transpired between them, albeit just a step away from being fully realized. How daring of her sister! What if their master felt no affection for them, and such bold actions aroused her wariness? In that case, they would be left with no recourse, and both would be at a loss. The mere thought left a tinge of dissatisfaction in Lung Lolly's heart. When Su Jiqian was questioned about this, a hint of guilt flushed her cheeks, and she quickly submerged herself in the hot spring to conceal her embarrassment. Lung Lolly wasted no time and joined her in the warm waters. Observing her sister's demeanor, Su Jiqian noted that she too seemed to have recovered. Yet she still inquired with concern, "Sister, how is your injury? Has it healed?" Though they often bickered over trivial matters, they remained steadfast companions in life. Especially over the past 3 years, during which their master's temperament had undergone a significant change, fostering a deeper bond between the two. Noticing her sister shifting the topic, Lung Lolly's expression softened as she replied, "Yes, sister, you seem to have recovered as well." Su Jiqian nodded in agreement, and together, they turned their attention to Hu Jiuyu. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu was immersed in the hot spring, her head barely visible above the surface. This spring possessed a unique, purifying quality. Any impurities that entered would be dissolved and eliminated, ensuring the water remained perpetually clear and pristine. Su Jiqian swam over first, generously wrapping her arm around Hu Jiuyu's shoulders as she exclaimed, "Master has transformed your talent into a 6th-grade spiritual root, so now we can practice together. Our master also mentioned taking you as the 3rd disciple, so calling you sister seems quite appropriate, doesn't he?" Hu Jiuyu appeared somewhat shy, nodding in response. Seizing the moment, Su Jiqian continued with a mischievous grin, "Sister Hu, you harbor feelings for our master, don't you?" You felt her cheeks flush upon hearing her senior sister's words, hastily waving her hands in a flustered manner. "Sister Su, this is not something that can be spoken of," she stammered shyly. Su Jiqian chuckled and replied, "What does it matter? It is just the 3 of us here. Now that our master has recovered, it is only fair that you are included in this competition for our master's favor. From now on, be mindful, and remember not to indulge." As she spoke, Su Jiqian playfully tickled Hu Jiuyu at her waist, causing her to erupt in uncontrollable laughter. At that moment, Chen Ye had just stepped out of the bathroom, and, upon hearing the sounds of merriment from within, felt a surge of curiosity. What could they possibly be doing in there that was so delightful? Should he take a peek? Chapter 20. Sci-Fi +2 within the Celestial Hall. Chen Ye possessed the remarkable ability to extend his consciousness to any corner, perceiving every detail with utmost clarity. This meant that he could observe the happenings within the indoor hot spring as well. The thought ignited a sudden thrill within him, yet ultimately, he forcefully shook his head, dispelling the distracting notions that had begun to swirl in his mind since his interactions with the 2 disciples. The influx of peculiar thoughts proved difficult to contain. However, reason triumphed over temptation. If the 3 ladies were to discover his inclination to spy on their bathing, he would undoubtedly be branded as a perverted master. Control was imperative. With these thoughts lingering, Chen Ye made his way to the plaza and seated himself at a tea table on the edge. This exquisite table was adorned with a flowing stream and intricately carved mountain models, exuding a poetic charm. Beside the table stood a flourishing tea tree, its abundant branches providing a perfect refuge from the summer heat. Nestled near this tree, Chen Ye felt his thoughts clarify as he began to devise a plan for instructing his disciples in their cultivation. He also retrieved the cultivation techniques he had exchanged for Hu Jiuyu, preparing them in advance. He had intended to present them earlier, but Hu Jiuyu's sudden collapse had delayed him. As long as he could guide his disciples back onto the right path in their cultivation, he could consider himself a somewhat adequate master, alleviating some of the indebtedness he felt towards them. While waiting for his disciples to finish their bathing, boredom crept in, and listening to the gentle rustling of the tea tree in the breeze, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped him. Although cultivators in the divine concealment realm seldom required sleep, the myriad memories he had absorbed from his previous hosts weighed heavily upon him. After witnessing his disciples regain their health, a lingering tension released, and unexpectedly, he drifted into slumber. After a while, the three women emerged from the bathing area, donned in fresh garments, and made their way to the plaza in search of their master. They discovered him resting on a stone chair beneath the tea tree, peacefully asleep. Chen Ye, clad in a blue robe, had his long hair billowing gently in the breeze, his breathing calm and steady. Su Jiqian was the first to approach, her gaze captivated by her master's flawless visage, leaving her momentarily entranced. She recalled the time when he had traversed the demon clan territory and saved her, dressed in a similar blue robe. In her eyes, he had been a figure of immense stature, perfect in every way. Seeing him adorned in that color again stirred something within her. It felt as though he were deliberately enticing her. If he was indeed attempting to seduce her, surely a discreet kiss would not be amiss. Contemplating this, Su Jiqian leaned in, her soft lips nearing her master's cheek. However, cold Luo Li, witnessing the scene, hurried forward and seized her sister's arm, whispering urgently, "Sister, you're stealing a kiss." Hu Jiuyu pouted and nodded beside her, as if to say, "Senior sister, what you are doing is not right." Su Jiqian scratched her head in frustration. Neither cold junior sister nor Hu junior sister would relent. She felt utterly unable to control herself. What was she to do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she proposed softly, "How about this? Let us three take turns, each on one side, without anyone sneaking a taste. Would that work?" Upon hearing her senior's suggestion, cold Luo Li's cheeks flushed slightly. Truly, her senior was bold, embodying the essence of a succubus with such a daring proposal, yet she found herself quite enamored by it. Cold Luo Li smiled and replied softly, "That sounds much better." With that, she pressed her lips against their master's left cheek. Seeing this, Su Jiqian felt a tinge of annoyance. How could cold junior sister beat her to it? Not one to be outdone, she licked her lips and playfully kissed the right cheek. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu watched the audacious actions of her two senior sisters, shyly fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. They were indeed quite daring, making her feel a little bashful. However, gazing at her master's exquisitely perfect sleep-laden eyes, she too felt her resolve wavering. She realized that missing this chance would surely lead to regret. Thus, she mustered her courage and, suppressing her shyness, slowly pressed her lips against their master's forehead. It was Hu Jiuyu's first time doing something like this, and she miscalculated her strength, resulting in a soft pop sound. Immediately, she noticed their master's eyes fluttering, as if awakening. In a panic, she quickly retreated, covering her flushed face in confusion. At that moment, Chen Ye rubbed his eyes and drowsily opened them. Though his nap was brief, he felt remarkably rejuvenated. As he opened his eyes again, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. After a moment of puzzlement, he touched his face, wondering why his right cheek felt sticky, almost as if coated in saliva. How peculiar. Never mind that. He redirected his gaze forward, discovering the three girls standing obediently before him. However, unlike before, they had just bathed, and droplets of water still clung to their bodies, the warmth of the hot spring causing a faint blush to appear on their skin. Su Jiqian had changed into a new pair of stockings, still black but adorned with letters, a delightful surprise. The still damp hot spring water stained parts of her stockings. Cold Luo Li opted not to wear stockings, her long, slender legs exposed to the air. It appeared as if she wore no shoes, save for a transparent ice-like high heel, through which her lovely feet were tantalizingly visible. As for Hu Jiuyu, she had changed from her noble attire back into a maid's outfit, her delicate white thigh-high socks hugging her thighs just perfectly. Hgu noticed her master gazing at her with a hint of distraction. She bit her lip, shyly intertwining her legs, and softly inquired, "Master, do you like my attire?" Chny, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Hgu's gentle call, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 21. Guiding the disciples in their cultivation, Hu Jiue could be considered his third disciple, and to his surprise, he had just found himself entranced by the sight of her graceful legs. What a predicament! Fortunately, the others remained oblivious, or it could have led to an awkward situation. Chen Ye mused, entirely unaware that his every action had already been keenly observed by his three disciples. With a smile, Chen Ye remarked, "This attire suits you splendidly. By the way, from today onward, you shall officially become my personal disciple. This cultivation method has been prepared specifically for you. You may begin your practice with it." As he spoke, he handed Hu Jiue the meticulously prepared technique. Hu Jiyue's cultivation method was known as the demonic sky sword art, which was distinct from the techniques practiced by the other two disciples. Su Jiqian's method leaned towards demonic arts, blending malevolence and allure, while Lung Luoli practiced an ice elemental technique that could summon the energies of heaven and earth, striking unseen. In contrast, Hu Jiyue's demonic sky sword art centered around the mastery of a colossal sword. Unlike an ordinary longsword, the great sword was larger and broader, demanding considerable effort to wield. However, its lethality was extraordinarily formidable, capable of cleaving mountains and severing the heavens with a single stroke. Upon receiving the technique, Hu Jiyue momentarily froze in surprise before her eyes sparkled with delight as she looked at her master. How did he know that she had long desired to practice such a technique? She had always dreamt of becoming her master's sharpest blade, wielding her great sword to obliterate any obstacles in his path. Yet, she had never explicitly expressed this wish to him. Her master was remarkably perceptive, having quietly observed her and even anticipated her preference for this particular method. At that moment, her affection for him swelled beyond measure. Chen Ye, having only 1,000 system points remaining, exchanged them for a great sword intended for Hu Jiyue's cultivation, leaving him with nothing. With both the technique and weapon distributed, he addressed the three disciples, saying, "Now, open your techniques, and I shall guide you in your practice." The three disciples complied, turning to the first page of their respective techniques. As the pages were unveiled, a radiant golden light surged forth, embedding itself within their minds. The system's cultivation methods were custom-tailored and bound to each individual. Thus, a single technique could only be practiced by one person. The three disciples were astonished to discover that the technique could be directly inscribed in their consciousness, allowing them to access it simply by recalling their memories when the time for cultivation arose. It was remarkably convenient. In this world, each practitioner could only cultivate one method, and the quality of that method directly determined their strength. Having bestowed upon them new techniques, Chen Ye intended to assess their abilities and establish their training directions. With this in mind, he turned to his eldest disciple and said, "Qianer, let us engage in a spar. Please unleash the first form of the demonic soul art, the demonic palm, and direct it towards me for evaluation." Upon hearing her master's words, Su Qiqian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she sprang to her feet. "Is it true? Master will personally guide my cultivation? How wonderful! Thank you, Master." Once, she relished the moments spent training alongside her master. However, after a significant change in his demeanor, those days had come to an abrupt end. Now that her master had returned to his former self, she could once again partake in joyous activities with him. The mere thought filled her with exhilaration. Before long, the two stood in the spacious courtyard before the grand hall. Facing each other, Chen Ye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and as a gentle breeze swept by, the azure fabric of his robe fluttered gracefully, bestowing upon him an ethereal presence. Su Qiqian, standing opposite him, focused intently on her master, adjusting her posture to its optimal state, and respectfully declared, "Master, I shall make my move." Chen Ye gestured with a slight motion of his hand, encouraging her to proceed with her attack. "Demon slaughter palm," Su Qiqian exclaimed, her voice melodic. She extended her delicate hand, channeling all her spiritual energy into her palm and thrusting it towards her master with fervor. Aware that her master was a practitioner of the divine concealment realm, she held nothing back, secure in the knowledge that she would not harm him. As Su Qiqian unleashed her technique, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy erupted from her palm, coalescing into the shape of a hand, resembling a dense fog. This ominous energy seemed intent on devouring everything in its path. Were it not for the unique protective measures of the heavenly Xian Hall, a gift from the system, the surrounding structures would likely have been consumed and reduced to rubble. The wind from the palm attack howled as it surged towards Chen Ye, who couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment at the formidable pressure it exuded. He had anticipated that the technique bestowed by the system might be powerful, yet he was unprepared for such extraordinary might. His eldest disciple was merely at the first level of the innate realm, yet the force of this demon slaughter palm rivaled that of the 7th level of the innate realm. It was remarkable to consider that this technique had only just been learned by the eldest disciple, who had yet to fully grasp its potential. With dedicated practice, it was likely she could leap a significant realm to vanquish foes. Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction, delighted to witness the burgeoning strength of his disciples. The techniques they cultivated had been granted to him in their perfected states upon exchange with the system. Mimicking his eldest disciple, he raised his hand and casually executed a palm strike, also releasing the demon slaughter palm. A similar wave of malevolent energy erupted from his hand. However, unlike his disciple, the moment his energy manifested, it stirred the very fabric of the heavens, causing the sun itself to lose its color, shrouded in an ominous aura. Succubus, gazing at her master, felt as if an ancient demon lord of the demon race was locking eyes with her, sending shivers down her spine. Yet, simultaneously, the unique allure of her master's visage awakened a blooming sensation in her heart. This incarnation of her master was undeniably captivating. At that moment, the demon slaughter palm she had unleashed had already been shattered, dissipating into wisps of vapor in the air. Chen Ye retracted his palm wind and said, "Continue. Let me observe your current prowess." Upon hearing her master's words, Succubus regained her focus and earnestly nodded. This was a rare opportunity for her master to personally guide her in cultivation, and she could not afford to let it slip away. With this thought in mind, she once again unleashed the demon palm, launching an assault towards her master. Chapter 22. Where's the master? The delicate voice of Succubus echoed repeatedly across the square as she unleashed her demonic palm towards her master. Each time, Chen Ye effortlessly countered her attacks, while also pointing out the flaws in her technique. After approximately the 20th release of her technique, Succubus' spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Yet, she persisted in her assault, continuing to cast the demonic palm. The master did not call for a halt, and this was a rare opportunity to train alongside him. She could not bear to let it end. Soon after, with her final strike of the demonic palm, she found herself drenched in fragrant sweat. Her spiritual energy had been completely exhausted, leaving her utterly fatigued and barely able to stand. As darkness enveloped her vision, her body felt light, and she began to fall backward. The thought of collapsing after such a precious training session with her master filled her with sorrow. He would surely perceive her as inept, disappointed that she could not endure even a few attacks. This realization weighed heavily on her heart. Just as she was about to hit the ground, an expected pain did not come. Instead, she felt a surprising warmth and softness surrounding her. She inhaled deeply, caught by a delightful fragrance, and instinctively nestled closer. After indulging in the comforting sensation, she finally opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she found herself gazing into her master's gentle eyes. Indeed, only her master bore such a delightful aroma. She had been cradled in his embrace all along. Succubus was instantly captivated by her master's handsome visage, momentarily lost in the moment. Regaining her composure, she apologized sincerely, "Master, it is my inadequacy that I fell so quickly." Whether it was guilt or some other emotion, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending even to her collarbone. Chen Ye shook his head gently, speaking in a soft tone, "It is not your fault. The demonic palm consumes an astonishing amount of spiritual energy. To have continuously unleashed it over 20 times is already remarkable. With this technique, you could defeat any adversary of the same realm in a single strike, and even challenge those beyond your level." He paused, a hint of remorse in his eyes as he continued, "It has been too long since I have guided your training. I forgot to tell you to stop. That is my fault." As he spoke, he lowered his gaze apologetically, looking once more at Succubus, who was a succubus in every sense, not only in form but also in the intoxicating scent she exuded, which was irresistibly alluring to others. Chen Ye observed his weakened disciple, feeling an unexplainable rush of warmth within him. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy, suppressing the rising flame of desire, managing to regain some composure. Seeing that his eldest disciple was now extremely feeble and unable to stand, Chen Ye decided to scoop her up in a princess carry and made his way toward her room. Succubus felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness wash over her, instinctively wrapping her arms around her master's neck. Nestled in his embrace, she could hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, noticeably faster than usual. A glance at his slightly flushed face sparked a possibility in her mind. As he carried her back to his chamber, she wondered if he intended to. If her master desired it, she was entirely willing. Even in a state of weakness, she would wholeheartedly comply. Despite being a succubus, Succubus had never experienced the intimacy between a man and a woman. The mere thought of what might transpire soon caused her cheeks to flush even more, her thoughts drifting into a haze. Before long, Chen Ye had returned with his eldest disciple to her bedroom. gently placing her upon the soft bed. He intended to channel some spiritual energy into her to alleviate her weakness. However, as soon as his hand rested on her back, she suddenly turned towards him, wrapping her arms tightly around him, her soft lips boldly pressing against his. Chen Ye was caught off guard by this unexpected advance from his normally frail disciple. He understood that this was inappropriate, especially in her private quarters. Yet, he realized that if something were to occur here, no one would witness it. Instinctively, he attempted to push her away, but Su Qiqian grasped his hand, sliding it downward. She released his lips, gazing at him with sultry eyes, and softly proclaimed, "Qian'er wishes to serve you, master. I like you very much. Let us be together. You must like me too, right?" Her audacious confession unshackled the feelings she had long suppressed, revealing her heartfelt desires. Chen Ye was not oblivious. He was taken aback by her words. If she had harbored such feelings for him, then the subtle, intimate interactions they had shared over the past few days were intentional on her part. He had always harbored affection for her as well. The memories of her companionship over the years had fostered a deep emotional bond within him, coupled with their recent closeness. Feelings he had kept hidden began to surge forth. Now that the moment had escalated to this point, there was no longer a need for concealment. Chen Ye did not reject her affection. This time, he boldly replied, "Qian'er, I too have feelings for you." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qiqian, fueled by an unknown surge of strength, sat up, her alluring thighs adorned in black silk wrapping tightly around him. A seductive voice floated into Chen Ye's ears. "Qian'er understands the master's thoughts. When Qian'er wears black silk, the master's gaze becomes utterly entranced. Come now, master, be with Qian'er." At that moment, Su Qiqian suddenly felt a soft sensation upon her lips. This time, it was not she who initiated the advance, but rather the master who leaned in for the kiss. Where has the master gone? Just a moment ago, he was in the square, practicing alongside senior sister. How could he vanish amidst their cultivation? Lung Luoli had just been seated in meditation with Hu Jiuyu, circulating her spiritual energy and refining her mastery of techniques, solidifying her memory of the arts. Upon finishing her meditation and opening her eyes, she was startled to discover that two individuals had mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 23, The Infuriating Curtains. How peculiar. Where have my master and senior sister gone? Never mind. I shall refrain from pondering this further and focus diligently on my cultivation. Once I master my techniques to perfection, I shall wield my formidable powers to protect my master with unwavering resolve. Cold Loli secretly smirked, her expression as a frosty beauty taking on an unexpectedly lewd demeanor. Engaging in the cultivation of spiritual energy is indeed a task that demands considerable physical stamina. Realizing that she was perspiring quite profusely, she decided to first cleanse herself in the indoor hot spring. At that moment, the plaza was left with only Hu Jiuyu, who had been immersed in her meditative practice, her white stockings already soaked through with fragrant sweat. Suddenly, she detected faint sounds emanating from a nearby room, disrupting her concentration. Due to the unique structure of her elfin ears, she possessed an acute sensitivity, allowing her to perceive sounds that were imperceptible to ordinary humans. Curiously, Hu Jiuyu opened her eyes and gazed toward her senior sister's room. Where could that sound be coming from? How odd. Hadn't her master and senior sister been engaged in cultivation? Why were they now seemingly in the room? Her curiosity piqued. Hu Jiuyu slowly rose to her feet. She initially contemplated using her spiritual sense to investigate her senior sister's room, which would reveal what was transpiring within. However, the thought of intruding upon her master's privacy made her reconsider. Such an act would be exceedingly disrespectful. Moreover, it was well known that those under observation could sense the probing of another's spiritual awareness. Regardless, she could not commit such an affront against her master. Yet, if she could not utilize her spiritual sense, surely it would be acceptable to simply observe with her eyes. With this thought, Hu Jiuyu took a step toward her senior sister's room. Before long, she stood before the window of the chamber, her curiosity evident as she pressed her face against the glass. What she beheld next left her utterly astonished. There, within the window, were curtains. The drapes obstructed her view, rendering her unable to see anything within. Leaning against the window, her cheeks slightly flushed, she felt a twinge of guilt for her voyeuristic tendencies. Spying on others was undeniably wrong. Yet, an irresistible urge to peek persisted. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu felt a hand gently pat her shoulder. Startled, her heart racing, She let out a small scream and collapsed to the ground. Stiffly, she turned her head to find it was her second senior sister, Cold Lolly, who was drying her long, water-beaded hair with a towel, her gaze filled with curiosity as she inquired, "Junior sister, what are you doing here?" Having just finished her bath, she had noticed Hu Jiuyu crouched at the window, prompting her to investigate. Hu Jiuyu, her face flushed crimson, shook her head vigorously, stammering, "And no, I wasn't doing anything." After Chen Ye exchanged for the heavenly Xian Hall, the disciples' quarters underwent an exquisite transformation, with remarkable soundproofing enhancements. Hu Jiuyu, being an elf, could merely catch faint sounds, while her human companion, Lung Luo Li, remained blissfully unaware. Lung Luo Li helped the fallen Hu Jiuyu to her feet, exclaiming, "Let us practice together, senior sister. We can spar in the square." Honestly, where could master and senior sister have gone? "I hope senior sister isn't sneaking a treat again," as she muttered. The thought of her senior sister and master possibly sharing a secret kiss made her feel uneasy. Nevertheless, despite master's absence, she could not afford to neglect her training. After all, she had to utilize her grand technique to fiercely protect her master. "Handsome master, soon you shall experience the might of your second disciple's grand technique." A myriad of protective measures, tirelessly executed, until exhaustion sets in. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu and Lung Luo Li stood facing each other in the open square. Hu Jiuyu gazed at the mischievous smile on her second sister's face, her lips twitching slightly in disbelief. Hadn't they agreed to train together? Second sister, can we begin?" Hu Jiuyu called out softly. Upon hearing her junior sister's voice, Lung Luo Li snapped back to reality, sheepishly wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Once she regained her focus, she earnestly declared, "All right, junior sister, be careful." Ice drop technique. The ice drop technique, the first form of the ice heart formula practiced by Lung Luo Li, was a remarkably destructive maneuver. As she unleashed the skill, snowflakes began to gently swirl around her, and she slowly ascended into the air, conjuring a pure ice staff from thin air. Hovering above, the temperature in her vicinity plummeted, and the snowflakes accentuated her elegance. In that moment, she truly resembled an ice queen, sacred and untouchable. Soon, multiple ice spikes materialized in the air, densely packed like a storm, covering the entirety of the area before her. Before unleashing the attack, she carefully infused each ice spike with her spiritual energy to prevent inadvertently harming her junior sister. Once the protective measures were in place, she launched the ice spikes towards Hu Jiuyu. Hu Jiuyu wielded a colossal sword, nearly as tall as herself. Though it appeared exceedingly heavy, her training in the demonic heaven sword technique allowed her to wield it with ease. Dressed in a maid outfit and brandishing a giant sword, the contrast was somewhat endearing, presenting her as a battle maid. As the ice spikes advanced, she concentrated her spiritual energy into the massive sword, which began to tremble subtly, emanating a haunting purple glow. With a firm grip, she lifted the giant sword and swung it fiercely at the incoming ice spikes, simultaneously shouting, "Extermination of the Celestial." As her technique surged forth, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy erupted from the blade of her massive sword, transforming into a deep purple sword aura that soared toward the ice spikes. Beneath her feet, the ground, succumbing to the pressure, exhibited signs of subsidence, with cracks resembling a spider's web radiating outward. The sound of her swinging great sword was thunderous, reverberating with a force that seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the world, deafening in its intensity. It is truly difficult to fathom the immense strength wielded by a gracefully proportioned and voluptuous elven maid. Chapter 24. She will certainly be envious. A day later, outside the house, Lung Luoli and Hu Jui continued their intense sparring. However, compared to the fervent exchanges at the beginning, they had shifted from unleashing skills to practicing physical techniques. After all, the continuous release of abilities was exceedingly exhausting, and even two exceptionally talented individuals required time to recuperate. Within Su Jiqian's room, Chen Ye had just concluded his own training. At this moment, Su Jiqian lay delicately on the bed, her eyes closed and breathing steady. Deeply immersed in slumber, scattered across the bedding were patches of vibrant crimson roses. Despite being in a semi-conscious state, a joyful smile graced her lips. After enduring so much hardship together, she had finally, at long last, achieved a genuine connection with her esteemed master. Moreover, she was the very first. Yet, Even as a succubus endowed with remarkable talent, she succumbed to sleep by the following morning. Had her two junior sisters been present, it is likely they would not have been able to endure the same. Thus, she felt it best to bear this burden herself, all in consideration of her sister's well-being. Meanwhile, Chen Ye sat at the bedside, watching the smiling visage of his eldest disciple, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Now that their relationship had progressed to this stage, he understood that he must take responsibility moving forward. It seemed that not only would he need to nurture their master-disciple bond, but he would also have to offer other forms of compensation. Regardless, as long as he could witness his eldest disciple flourishing, he would find contentment. Gently, he leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. In her dreams, Su Jiqian sensed the tender gesture and, in a daze, murmured, "If master desires more, Chen is willing to continue." Chen Ye, hearing her indistinct words, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Surely, she could not perceive him in such a manner. Engaging in such antics with a disciple who had already been taken by surprise was utterly out of the question. With a smile, he adjusted the blanket around her before dressing and stepping out of the room. The two disciples had not seen him for a day, and he wondered how they were faring. To be honest, Chen Ye had yet to determine how to explain his relationship with Su Jiqian to them. Would it not be rather inappropriate to state it outright? In this world, such connections between master and disciple were considered shameful. What if his two disciples could not accept it and deemed him a perverse master? In any case, it was best to remain silent for now. When the truth could no longer be concealed, he would address it then. After leaving his eldest disciple's room, Chen Ye made his way toward the square. Upon arriving, he spotted Hu Jui wielding a massive black sword, gracefully swinging it through the air. The colossal sword danced through the air with a fierce vigor, as if an ancient dragon lay dormant within its steel, awakening with each swing to unleash a resonant roar. Yet, gazing upon her lithe figure, Chen Ye found it difficult to fathom how those delicate wrists could wield such a formidable weapon. This striking contrast proved to be quite intriguing. At that moment, the morning sun bathed Hu Jiuyu's sun-kissed skin in its radiant glow. Her maid's attire fit loosely, leaving her abdomen exposed. A few beads of fragrant sweat trickled down along her defined waistline, accentuating her unique skin tone and the alluring beauty of her feminine musculature. In stark contrast, Lung Luo Li sat cross-legged on the ground, her legs elegantly entwined. The atmosphere around her shifted under her commanding presence, with delicate snowflakes swirling about. Many white snowflakes settled upon her head and long eyelashes, creating a picturesque visage akin to a meticulously crafted figurine, flawless in its beauty. Her long, well-proportioned legs and dainty feet, gracefully intertwined, drew the eye. However, Chen Ye, after briefly pausing his gaze upon the exquisite forms of the two young women, quickly diverted his attention. After all, time is a wise teacher. He approached the two disciples, exchanging greetings. Upon seeing their master, the two disciples approached eagerly, offering their morning salutations. "Master, good morning," exclaimed Lung Luo Li. "Master, good morning," chimed Hu Jiuyu. Chen Ye felt a wave of joy as he witnessed his two delightful disciples greeting him with such vitality. A stark contrast to their former selves when he had first arrived in this world. The sight of their health and happiness filled him with contentment. Yet, despite his protective presence, dangers still lurked within this realm, necessitating that he guide his disciples to grow stronger, so they might withstand any impending threats. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Ye addressed his disciples. "Allow me to assess your progress. I shall personally guide you in your training." Lung Luo Li had intended to inquire about her master's whereabouts the previous day, but upon hearing his offer to instruct them, she refrained from asking. After all, her master had his own affairs, and as a disciple, it was prudent not to pry. More importantly, she cared little about his activities. As long as he returned safely and appeared by their side the following day, that alone sufficed for her. With their master present, even if he had engaged in world-altering endeavors the day before, she would remain unconcerned. Together, Lung Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu proceeded to the square, obediently demonstrating their techniques. Meanwhile, Chen Ye settled behind a tea table at the edge of the square, occasionally offering guidance on their execution and highlighting areas for improvement. Time passed moment by moment until noon, when Su Jiqian finally awoke from her slumber. Blinking her eyes in a daze, she sensed the lingering fatigue in her body, while the vivid memories of the previous day replayed in her mind. A radiant smile graced her lips as she recalled the events that transpired yesterday. Now that she had crossed that threshold with her master, she felt emboldened to act more audaciously, even in the presence of her two junior sisters. The thought that her junior sister, Lung Loali, would undoubtedly envy her filled her with anticipation. With this in mind, she could hardly contain her eagerness to see her master again. After donning her attire once more, Su Jiqian tidied her disheveled hair in front of the mirror before stepping out. Chapter 25. The characteristics of the senior disciple after donning her attire once more. Su Jiqian tidied her disheveled hair before stepping out. Upon arriving at the plaza, she noticed her master seated at a tea table, guiding her two junior sisters in their cultivation. Su Jiqian hastened over, first bowing respectfully to her master, and then noticing the teapot was empty. She decided to brew a fresh pot of tea for him. Seeing the senior disciple arrive, Chen Ye smiled and nodded, inquiring with genuine concern, "Is your health fully restored?" A slight flush graced his cheeks, a hint of bashfulness apparent, for he was the cause of her late rise that day. Understanding the implication behind her master's question, Su Jiqian beamed radiantly, her expression alluring as she softly replied, "Thanks to your care, master, I have fully recovered." While speaking, she deftly prepared the tea, her delicate fingers skillfully maneuvering before her. Occasionally, she would discreetly shield the teacup with her sleeve, as if engaged in some clandestine act. Soon, Su Jiqian presented the teacup, holding it by the base with both hands, and respectfully announced, "Master, the tea is ready. Please enjoy." Her face gleamed with excitement as she gazed at her master, eagerly anticipating his reaction to the tea she had personally brewed. Not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm, Chen Ye took the cup in hand and, despite having noticed her peculiar actions during the brewing process, decided to indulge. He thought to himself, what could possibly go wrong? My senior disciple would not harm me. He took a generous sip, the fragrant tea cascading over his palate. Upon savoring the flavor, he discerned it was indeed tea. Yet there lingered an enigmatic undertone he could not quite identify, something oddly familiar. His curiosity piqued. He turned to Su Jiqian, poised to inquire about the peculiar addition. At that moment, he caught sight of her cradling her face with both hands, her pupils shaped like pink hearts, gazing at him with adoration. A thin trail of sweet saliva escaping the corner of her mouth. In that instant, Chen Ye's eyes widened in realization. No wonder the taste feels so familiar. Wait a moment. You didn't tea, did you? You wouldn't have infused your own essence into the tea for your master, would you? How utterly bizarre. Qianer, surely you wouldn't tea? He questioned, astonishment etched across his features. Upon realizing her master had guessed her secret, Su Jiqian could no longer conceal her excitement, exclaiming, "Does master enjoy the tea I prepared? If so, I shall brew it for you every day." The thought of her master savoring the tea she had lovingly enhanced filled her with an overwhelming sense of joy and possessiveness. Although Chen Ye was exceedingly fond of his disciples, he could not acquiesce to this particular matter. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hands and declined, saying, "Let us not pursue this any further. It would be best if your junior sisters took over the task of making tea." Upon hearing her master's refusal, Su Jiqian's disappointment was palpable. Why did her master not appreciate the tea she brewed, though she had added a hint of seasoning? The alluring essence of the succubus was indeed meant to enhance its qualities. Her master had labored diligently the previous day, and she merely wished to provide him with a small respite. With a crestfallen expression, Su Jiqian lamented, "Does master find fault with Qiana? Yet last night, when you kissed me, you seemed quite delighted." Setting aside the burdens of their master-disciple relationship, it was true that Chen Ye had indulged quite a bit the previous evening. However, that was an entirely different matter. Just then, Lung Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu, having concluded their own training, decided to join him for a moment of rest. As they traversed halfway, Hu Jiuyu, with keen ears, caught wind of the conversation and curiously inquired, "What were you discussing, master, during your kiss?" Seeing that Hu Jiuyu had overheard his exchange with his eldest disciple, Chen Ye's expression hardened. This was troublesome. He was not prepared to make their relationship public just yet. He hastily explained, "Oh, it was nothing. You both must be tired after your training. Allow me to teach you a method to sit and rest, which will not only stabilize your cultivation, but also restore your energy. Come, sit cross-legged as I do." Fearing that Hu Jiuyu might press further, Chen Ye swiftly shifted the topic. The three disciples, bewildered, found themselves guided to sit down and commence meditation. Throughout this, Su Qian observed her master's demeanor, a smile plastered across her face, unable to contain her joy. Her master had been shy, evidently anxious about their relationship being revealed. It must be so. If master wished to keep it under wraps, she would play along, finding it quite amusing. The thought of her two adorable junior sisters being kept in the dark filled her with inexplicable excitement. However, she was uncertain how long they could maintain this charade. After all, everyone adored their master, and even if the truth were to come to light someday, it would not matter much. Yet, her master seemed blissfully unaware of this, thus fearing that his junior sisters might discover the truth. Su Qian mused, and she found this arrangement rather agreeable. Should her master ever realize that both Lung Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu harbored feelings for him, her exclusive affection would surely be jeopardized. Therefore, every day she could keep the secret was a day one. With this determination in her heart, Su Qian imitated her master's posture, sitting cross-legged alongside her two junior sisters as they began their meditation together. Time passed swiftly during their meditation, and before long, evening descended. The tranquility of the dusk enveloped the surroundings, allowing individuals to quiet their minds and let their thoughts wander far and wide. Tonight, the full moon hangs high in the sky. Chen Ye recalls that in this world, today is a day for family reunions. Upon opening his eyes, he notices that his second and third disciples are earnestly meditating with closed eyes, while only the eldest disciple remains awake, seemingly lost in thought, her demeanor tinged with melancholy. Chen Ye approaches her, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders and drawing her into an embrace, softly inquiring, "What occupies your mind? Please share with your master." As Su Qian feels the warmth emanating from her master and inhales his unique fragrance, her mood begins to lift. She gazes at her master's handsome visage, contemplating whether to confide in him about her troubles. Chapter 26. It was indeed an unexpected turn of events. When the territory of the demon clan was besieged by righteous cultivators, the master fortuitously passed by and rescued her, ensuring the safety of her remaining kin. However, following a significant shift in temperament, the master engaged in battle with the San Yuan sect, suffered defeat, and subsequently experienced a drastic decline in strength, leading to the near obliteration of the Tianxin sect's influence. The vulnerable demon clan, having lost their protector, found themselves once again under siege by righteous cultivators, resulting in their members scattering in all directions, some perishing while others were grievously injured. Throughout the years, Su Qian had secretly investigated the whereabouts of her clan members while undertaking the tasks assigned by her master, seeking to uncover the reasons behind the initial attack by the righteous cultivators. Although labeled as demons, they had committed no heinous acts, instead maintaining their territory and leading a tranquil existence. After years of inquiry, Su Qian discovered a crucial lead. The San Yuan sect was intricately involved in the events that unfolded, orchestrating this tragedy. Most of her kin were now imprisoned in the dungeons of the San Yuan sect, their fates unknown. What broke her heart even more was the revelation that the San Yuan sect might be exploiting the unique physical attributes of the demon clan to clandestinely concoct potent elixirs. This could very well explain how the San Yuan sect had risen to become one of the most formidable sects on the continent. Despite having unraveled these truths, Su Qian felt compelled to keep this information hidden, fearing she lacked the power for vengeance. Moreover, given her master's current condition, speaking out would serve no purpose, and she did not wish to burden him further. Thus, she committed these grievances to memory, hoping that one day she would grow stronger and exact her revenge. However, today was a day of reunion, and she couldn't help but reminisce about her parents. Leaning instinctively against her master's chest, she felt a sense of warmth. No matter the circumstances, with her master present and her two lovely junior sisters by her side, she felt a deep sense of contentment. She softly spoke, "Master, there is no need for concern. Just seeing you recovering and my sisters in good health brings me immense satisfaction." Chen Ye gently ruffled her hair, placing a tender kiss upon her demon horn, and replied softly, "I have promised to take care of you. Whatever weighs on your mind, you may share with me. I have grown stronger, immensely so, capable of vanquishing all enemies. Speak freely without worry." He could sense that his eldest disciple harbored some concerns, hesitant to voice her thoughts. His earlier statement was not an exaggeration. With his current abilities, he could hardly fathom any force on this continent that could rival him. After all, The invincible beginnings bestowed by the system were no mere words. Su Jiqian gazed at her master, her expression tinged with confusion. While her master had once been powerful, he had yet to reach a level where he could eliminate every enemy. Yet now, he boldly proclaimed such confidence, indicating a profound recognition of his own strength. Most importantly, Su Jiqian recalled the techniques imparted by their master. The levels of these techniques were unlike anything they had ever encountered, according to their master. They might even transcend the celestial tier. Such techniques were beyond what their former master could have presented, let alone those of celestial or earthly rank. Yet, astonishingly, their current master could produce them effortlessly, even allocating the most suitable techniques tailored to each of their individual circumstances. This in itself was utterly implausible. Previously, she had been so absorbed in the joy of her master's revival that she had not paused to reflect on these matters. However, upon deeper contemplation, even the heavenly Xian palace where they resided seemed extraordinary. Had their master not only regained her spirit, but also awakened some formidable spiritual roots or extraordinary talents? Had she encountered immense fortune? Or, perhaps, their master had always been a powerful celestial being, concealing her true strength from them until now. Regardless of how she pondered, Su Jiqian felt a strong likelihood that her master's words held truth. If her master truly possessed such power, revealing the matters concerning her kin should pose no issue. Moreover, even if her master had not grown stronger, her restored mental state should prevent her from acting recklessly. Thus, expressing her thoughts should be permissible. In truth, she did not wish to keep anything from her master. To her, her master represented everything. She would willingly devote all to her. Not merely her body, but her very soul. With these thoughts in mind, Su Jiqian extended her hand to cradle her master's face, intending to share her innermost feelings. Yet, the unparalleled perfection of her master left her defenseless at any moment. Even now, she yearned for her master, gazing at her master's flawless visage. She licked her lips and leaned in closer. Chen Ye felt his lips enveloped by a softness that he relished. However, he was acutely aware that cold Lolly and Hu Jiuyu were seated nearby, meditating with their eyes closed. While meditation demanded concentration, the possibility of being discovered was certainly present. This was unacceptable. It simply could not happen. Chen Ye grasped the shoulders of his eldest disciple, intending to push her away. Yet he found himself unable to summon the strength. The eldest disciple's advances were fervent, seemingly venting her recent disappointment. Having noted that their master did not favor her specially brewed tea, she was determined to ensure her master consumed it all now. Let us see how their master could refuse. The night was eerily quiet, and the sounds of their kiss were strikingly apparent. Hu Jiuyu, with her keen sense of hearing, furrowed her delicate brows, opening her eyes just a crack in confusion to glance sideways. Beside her was her second senior sister, cold Luoli, still immersed in meditation, her breathing steady and focused. And beside her second senior sister was the eldest disciple, Su Jiqian. However, at this moment, the senior sister was no longer seated there, and the master was nowhere to be found. Her gaze swiftly swept across the surroundings, and she soon beheld a scene of utter horror. Perhaps due to the unique abilities of her dual pupils, her vision was remarkably keen even in the dark of night. She observed that not far away, the senior sister appeared to be gnawing on the master. Wait, this was not mere gnawing. It was something far more alarming. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hastily turned her neck away, tightly shutting her eyes. Simultaneously, her cheeks flushed crimson, extending even to the roots of her ears. How could the senior sister take advantage of their meditative respite to indulge in such gluttony? The rule against sneaking treats was one established by the senior sister herself, yet it seemed she had never adhered to it even once. Chapter 27. The annihilation of the San Yuan sect. Within 3 days, the rule against indulging in forbidden pleasures was clearly established by the eldest sister, yet it seemed she had never adhered to it even once. Although Hu Jiuyu had witnessed something she should not have, she merely feigned ignorance, a reflection of her character. Had Lung Luoli been in her place, she would have certainly approached the scene without hesitation. Yet here was Lung Luoli, resembling a male protagonist from a certain film, sleeping soundly as if an earthquake had not occurred outside. Meanwhile, in the adjacent clearing, after savoring the enticing aroma, Su Jiqian's hands began to wander restlessly. Chen Ye, now fully aware, hurriedly intervened. His breath quickened, yet he maintained his composure, whispering, "The 2 junior sisters are still present. We cannot continue this. Upon hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian regained her senses and furtively glanced back at the two junior sisters, relieved to find they had not been discovered. Nevertheless, if her master wished it, being found out would be of little consequence. However, if her master remained hesitant, then perhaps it was best to put things on hold for the time being. Having ceased her advances, Su Jiqian nestled into her master's embrace and began to confide her concerns. As Chen Ye absorbed this revelation, his expression grew increasingly solemn. It was due to the trust placed in him by the demon clan's leader that he had acquired such an outstanding disciple. Given his current relationship with her, the demon clan could be considered his in-laws. Regardless of such ties, he was determined to rescue her. Now that he possessed absolute strength, it was indeed time to settle the score with the San Yuan sect. A plan began to take shape in Chen Ye's mind. Since he had grown powerful enough to fear no adversary, he might as well seize the opportunity to obliterate the San Yuan sect and showcase his prowess to the world. This would also mitigate unnecessary friction, making it easier for him to rebuild his sect in the future. With these thoughts swirling, Chen Ye addressed his eldest disciple, saying, "Here is the plan. Tomorrow, you and Li will venture out into the world and disseminate the news. Proclaim that the leader of the Tianxian sect has emerged from seclusion and intends to annihilate the San Yuan sect within 3 days. Inform all disciples of the San Yuan sect that they may leave voluntarily, or they will face dire consequences." He added, "Furthermore, let the world know of the disgraceful deeds the San Yuan sect has committed in secret. They have engaged in numerous vile acts while maintaining a facade of righteousness." This was the perfect opportunity to strip them of their false reputation, allowing Chen Ye to act with greater legitimacy. He granted them 3 days, believing there were still many disciples unaware of the truth. Whether they would actually depart was beyond his concern. He was weary of such matters. In this world, cultivators either killed or were killed. Those who, like him, chose to announce their intentions in advance had already shown considerable mercy. Listening intently to her master's words, Su Jiqian nodded earnestly, her heart filled with astonishment. The annihilation of the San Yuan sect is no trivial matter. It is a headline capable of stirring the entire continent. Yet, the master spoke of it so nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential event. What audacity must the master possess to utter such words with such ease? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her anticipation only grew. The night was spent in meditation, and by early morning, Su Qian and Lung Lili descended the mountain together. Both disciples had now cultivated their Tong-level techniques, rendering them nearly unmatched at their level across this vast land. Even when faced with adversaries of a higher realm, they could effortlessly extricate themselves, particularly when accompanied by one another. Moreover, Chen Ye had long inscribed spiritual energy marks on the 3 disciples, allowing him to sense any imminent danger they might encounter. With the departure of the eldest and second disciples, the Tianxian hall felt markedly emptier, leaving only Hu Jiuyu to accompany him. Among the 3 disciples, Hu Jiuyu possessed the lowest cultivation, being merely at the first level of the acquired realm. And during her previous sparring with Lung Luoli, the latter had intentionally suppressed her own level. After recent training, Hu Jiuyu sensed that she was on the verge of a breakthrough to the 2nd level. Half kneeling beside the tea table, Hu Jiuyu prepared tea for her master. Observing her actions, Chen Ye intended to invite her to sit, but she shook her head, insisting on remaining by his side. "You enjoys serving the master. May I have a pat on the head, master?" she asked, placing the brewed tea before him, her demeanor reflecting a newfound boldness now that her senior sisters had departed. She even dared to request a head pat. Such an innocent gesture was perfectly normal, and Chen Ye found no reason to decline. He gently ruffled Hu Jiuyu's hair while savoring the tea she had prepared. Upon tasting it, he found it to be quite ordinary. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that it lacked a certain depth of flavor. Wait. As this thought flickered through his mind, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Had he inadvertently developed a fondness for the tea brewed by his eldest disciple? No, that simply would not do. It needed to be corrected. Meanwhile, Hu Jiuyu, relishing the gentle caress from her master, leaned further into him, her expression growing increasingly blissful. After she had enjoyed the moment sufficiently, she finally spoke. "Master, you feel she is about to break through. Could you assist me?" Achieving a breakthrough in cultivation is no simple feat when confronted with bottlenecks and obstacles. One typically relies on elixirs and the guidance of higher-level practitioners for assistance. This scenario underscores the significance of having a mentor. However, as a genius with a 6th-grade spiritual root, Hu Jiuyu's progression from the first to the second level of the acquired realm was unlikely to encounter any significant hurdles. Her statement was, in fact, a deliberate ploy. Chen Ye, feeling somewhat idle at the moment, was stirred by Hu Jiuyu's declaration of her impending breakthrough. Sharing in her excitement, there exists a vivid sensation akin to that of an egg, which one has nurtured, finally preparing to break free from its shell. An intriguing metaphor arises. Chen Ye and Hu Jiuyu arrived at the square, sitting cross-legged. Chen Ye gently placed a finger upon Hu Jiuyu's forehead, channeling his spiritual energy to guide the flow of her internal power, facilitating her breakthrough. Hu Jiuyu sensed a warm, gentle energy entering her body, traversing through various parts within her. This sensation evoked a feeling of being utterly exposed, not merely seen, but thoroughly understood. The process of transcending one's limits can often bring forth discomfort, and Hu Jiuyu's expression grew increasingly serious, indicating she was approaching a critical juncture. Were she to attempt this breakthrough alone, she would undoubtedly grit her teeth and endure. However, with her master present and guiding her with his spiritual energy, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. The breakthrough to a minor realm unfolded swiftly. After a brief moment of discomfort, Hu Jiuyu experienced a wave of tranquility coursing through her being. Chapter 28. Strange thoughts. The breakthrough into a minor realm transpired swiftly. After a brief moment of discomfort, Hu Jiuyu felt a wave of relief wash over her. As she resumed circulating her inner spiritual energy, she distinctly sensed it was more abundant and vigorous than before. She had successfully ascended to the second level of the postnatal realm. Realizing her achievement, a joyful smile spread across her face as she excitedly embraced her master, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. You has made a breakthrough. You are truly the best. Without your formidable and fierce spiritual energy flowing into me, I could not have achieved this breakthrough so smoothly." At the very moment of her breakthrough, a system notification echoed in Chen Ye's mind. Third disciple Hu Jiuyu has reached the second level of the postnatal realm, rewarded system points, 1,000. Although Chen Ye's power was unrivaled on this continent, he remained wary of the existence of formidable celestial beings and emperors beyond its borders. Given the unique nature of his spiritual root, his path to enhancing his strength relied solely on exchanging system points for advancement. Thus, his guidance of the disciples served not only to compensate for the trio, but also to fortify his own power, strong enough to protect those dear to him at all times. Delighted by the influx of system points, Chen Ye reciprocated Hu Jiuyu's embrace, encouraging her, "As long as you puts in the effort to cultivate, I believe you will soon catch up to your senior sisters." Observing her buoyant spirit, he provided her with additional motivation. Feeling her master's warm presence and gazing into his handsome visage, Hu Jiuyu found herself mere inches from his lips, as if a slight movement would bridge the gap. The mention of senior sisters reminded her of a scene from the previous night when the eldest sister had stolen a kiss while they were all meditating. A pang of envy struck her. Now, with no one around, what harm could there be in a fleeting kiss with her master? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Hu Jiuyu slowly leaned in. Chen Ye, initially attributing her earlier embrace to her excitement over her breakthrough, was taken aback by her sudden advance. Before he could comprehend the situation, her soft lips enveloped his, their noses brushing together. Her warm breath mingled with his, and as her hand rested against his chest, she could feel the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. In that moment, she experienced her first true kiss, overwhelmed by emotion, and inadvertently caused both of them to tumble to the ground. Though she recognized that, as a disciple, such an act of pressing her master to the ground was profoundly disrespectful and a grave transgression, she could not contain herself. Chen Ye, feeling the warmth of her body enveloped in his embrace, was suddenly struck by the realization of the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. He has now established an intimate relationship with his senior disciple, and he should have immediately rejected Hu Jiuyu. His actions undoubtedly indicate infidelity. Moreover, what worsens the situation is that he was the one who sent Su Jiqian and Lung Luo Li away. Although Chen Ye had no ulterior motives in sending them off, if they were to discover that he had engaged in such activities with Hu Jiuyu after their departure, it would be impossible to explain away. Chen Ye envisioned the expression of his senior disciple upon learning of his betrayal. In his mind, the enchanting senior disciple gazed at him with contempt, as if he were garbage, brimming with disdain. The moment this scene flashed before his eyes, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. He felt that this expression was rather intriguing. Of course, this scenario could only ever exist in Chen Ye's imagination. The senior disciple would never reveal such a look to her master. Thus, his perverse thoughts were destined to be in vain. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu had just concluded a round of advances and was preparing to draw closer once more. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never have been so audacious. However, with both of her senior sisters absent today, an opportunity for her boldness had arisen. Chen Ye gazed at Hu Jiuyu, the unique fragrance of the elfin maiden wafting delicately to his nostrils, utterly enchanting. Yet, no matter how delightful it was, he could not allow it to continue. In Chen Ye's view, both Hu Jiuyu and Lung Luoli had been by his side for many years without ever receiving any education regarding such matters, which was why they might act in this manner. This was his negligence, his fault. He ought to put a stop to it rather than indulge. As for whether Hu Jiuyu harbored feelings for him beyond that of a master and disciple, Chen Ye was uncertain. After all, the cautionary tale of his senior disciple lingered in his mind. Regardless, whether such feelings existed or not was no justification for his infidelity. Moreover, as her master, he could not hastily draw conclusions. What if Hu Jiuyu did not possess such emotions? Would that not mean he was merely deluding himself? In that moment, Chen Ye pondered deeply, clearly understanding that he must refuse. Yet, as he beheld the exquisitely beautiful elfin visage drawing closer, his hand, which he intended to push away with force, felt increasingly limp. The moment of reason had long since passed, and he found himself unable to control his impulses. Simultaneously, he noticed Hu Jiuyu's elfin ears twitching. The lips that had been poised to kiss suddenly retreated. Her ears were remarkably sensitive. She sensed two figures swiftly approaching. The two senior sisters were returning. Chapter 29, Science Fiction, yet again. Upon realizing that her senior sisters had returned, Hu Jiuyu's demeanor grew increasingly flustered, prompting her to hastily rise from her master's lap. Meanwhile, Chen Ye remained frozen in a comical pose, poised for a kiss, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. The sight was undeniably amusing. Initially anxious due to her clandestine actions, Hu Jiuyu couldn't help but chuckle at her master's adorable antics. He always portrayed an image of utter disapproval, yet invariably reveled in the moment. Her resolve intensified. She felt emboldened to engage in actions that defied the sanctity of their mentor-disciple relationship. Surely, her master would not refuse her. Hu Jiuyu's ears, situated on her body, allowed her to subconsciously pick up on various sounds. In contrast, although Chen Ye's consciousness could extend far, it required his intention to actively perceive anything. This led to Hu Jiuyu being the first to notice the return of Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli. At that moment, Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli were nearing Tianxian Hall. Traveling together, Lung Luoli, feeling bored, initiated a conversation with her senior sister. Senior sister, did you hear any strange noises while we were meditating together last night? I thought I caught a faint sound, but I was so focused on my meditation that I didn't pay much attention. During her meditation, Lung Luoli, much like Hu Jiuyu, had indeed heard some noise. But it wasn't due to her keen hearing. Rather, it was the ruckus created by Su Jiqian and Chen Ye. However, at the time, she thought little of it, reassured by the presence of her master nearby, and chose not to open her eyes to investigate. Fortunately, she refrained from doing so, otherwise, she would have witnessed a scene that would have left her quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing her junior sister's words, Su Jiqian stifled a laugh. Her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. It dawned on her that they had nearly been discovered the previous night. The thought was rather exhilarating. The notion of secretly indulging with their master in front of her junior sister filled her with a sense of accomplishment. Although Su Jiqian had always relished the idea of having her master all to herself, she never truly believed he would belong solely to her. It was only a matter of time before her junior sisters, Lung Luoli and Hu Jiuyu, also sought him out. After all, they had accompanied him for so long. It would indeed be unfair for her to be the sole recipient of his affection. Consequently, she desired to cherish this fleeting opportunity to enjoy her master's company before her junior sisters pursued him as well. With this thought in mind, Su Jiqian resolved to keep her junior sister in the dark and replied, I didn't hear anything. There are many demonic beasts in the vicinity. It might just be some mischievous spirits. Su Qian told a little white lie, her expression betraying a hint of unease. Lung Luoli, perceptive as ever, noticed the subtle shift in her senior sister's demeanor. Leaning in closer, she scrutinized Su Qian, sensing that it wasn't mischievous spirits at play, but rather her senior sister, the vixen, causing the stir. As Su Qian noticed her junior sister staring intently at her, her expression grew increasingly awkward. As she awkwardly scratched the corner of her mouth with her finger and said, "Why are you looking at me? Do you think your elder sister can deceive you?" Seeing her sister's guilty demeanor, Lung Luoli felt even less certain. However, with her sister stubbornly refusing to admit anything, she had no choice but to let the matter rest for the time being. Before long, the two soared above the Tianxian palace. Upon arriving home, Su Qian was taken aback to find their master lying on the ground. She hurried over, exclaiming, "Master, what has happened? Why are you lying on the floor? It's cold down there. You should get up. Just lie on Qian Er's lap. It's the softest." Without waiting for her master to respond, she knelt down and gently rested her master's head on her lap. Chen Ye, witnessing the sudden appearance of his eldest disciple, felt a jolt of surprise. Indeed, the reason he found himself in this position was due to the earlier encounter with Hu Jiuyu. But wait, had his eldest disciple returned so soon? Surely she had not witnessed the events that transpired with Hu Jiuyu. However, observing the gentle expression on his eldest disciple's face, it seemed she had not. Yet, he had been lying there for a while, and unexpectedly, he was now enjoying this unexpected benefit. It must be said his eldest disciple's thighs were indeed pleasantly plump, exuding a softness and resilience that was enchanting, accompanied by a delightful fragrance unique to her. The scent of the enchanting demon was simply irresistible, stirring an undeniable yearning in the opposite sex. At this moment, Lung Luoli arrived late, and upon seeing her sister already claiming their master, she pouted in indignation, unwilling to back down. "Master, my thighs are also very comfortable," she proclaimed, "and I'm not wearing any stockings." With her smooth, elongated, and fair legs exposed to the air, contrasting with Su Qian's black stockings, Lung Luoli, while speaking, took it upon herself to support their master. Placing his head on her lap as well, she tenderly stroked his head, her face radiating affection, lost in her own reverie. Chen Ye, caught off guard by the sudden repositioning, was bewildered, while the second disciple's thighs, though not as voluptuous as the first's, offered a soft, supple touch. The warmth of her skin felt exquisitely inviting, as if a mere squeeze would yield a refreshing sensation. The fragrant aroma wafting from her seemed to soothe his restless heart, creating a most delightful experience. Observing her master being taken away, Su Qian expressed her jealousy. "Sister, you are being unreasonable. I arrived first." Frustrated, she longed to caress their master's hair as well. In response, Lung Luoli begrudgingly leaned closer, and the two of them aligned their laps, placing their master in between, each claiming half of him. Chen Ye, caught in the midst of this shifting, wore a bewildered expression. The comfort of his disciple's laps was indeed delightful, and for a moment, he found himself lost in the sensation. However, as realization dawned upon him, he quickly recognized that something was amiss. Alas, he is indeed the esteemed master. How is it that he now appears like a mere child, contended over by two disciples? Where has the dignity of the master gone? It cannot simply be relinquished to the soft embrace of a beautiful disciple. He must break free. Although Chen Ye harbored such thoughts, he lingered a moment longer before gradually rising. He cleared his throat, attempting to salvage the vestiges of his lost authority, and spoke with a grave demeanor. "Ahem. You two have returned quite promptly. Have you accomplished the tasks I entrusted to you?" The two disciples gazed at their master, feigning seriousness, their hearts racing. The stern visage of their master was, undeniably, strikingly handsome. Regardless of his demeanor, he was impeccably perfect. Su Qian joined her hands before her, floating gracefully, her eyes brimming with affection as she looked at her master, somewhat absent-mindedly responding. In answer to the master's inquiry, "We have completed the task. In 3 days, the news of the imminent demise of the San Yuan sect will swiftly reverberate throughout all the powers of this continent." Chapter 30. The subtle thoughts of the second disciple. Su Qian clasped her hands together, floating before her master, her gaze filled with affection as she absent-mindedly responded. In answer to Master's inquiry, "It has been accomplished. The news of the annihilation of the San Yuan sect will soon reverberate throughout all factions of this continent in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye feigned seriousness and nodded in acknowledgement. The efficiency of his disciples was indeed remarkable. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the way the two disciples looked at him was less about reverence and more akin to a predatory hunger. For heaven's sake, must he not be taken seriously? Today, he exuded an air of authority. Once all three disciples were present, Chen Ye readjusted his demeanor and addressed them. Since we have 3 days remaining, let us not neglect our cultivation. I shall continue to guide your training. Hu Juiwei, a practitioner of the postnatal realm, was entitled to a bounty of 1,000 system points upon her breakthrough. In contrast, Chen Ye would receive 20,000 system points upon ascending to the next level. According to the system's regulations, the higher the disciple's realm, the greater the reward upon their breakthrough. Chen Ye found himself eagerly anticipating the breakthroughs of his other two disciples. As their master, he too must strive diligently. Upon hearing her master's intent to guide them, Su Jiqian leaped with excitement, exclaiming, "Yea, I love cultivating with master." Observing his eldest disciple's exuberance, Chen Ye was suddenly reminded of their previous training session. Halfway through, he had carried his weakened eldest disciple back to the room, where some indescribable events had transpired. Surely, her enthusiasm did not lead her to believe that such occurrences would repeat themselves this time. "I assure you, my intention is solely to provide earnest guidance in your cultivation," he thought to himself. At that moment, Lung Luoli stepped forward, grasping her master's hand with one and placing the other over her heart, softly stating, "Master, since you guided my senior sister last time, it is now my turn." Su Jiqian, witnessing her junior sister's advance, felt her excitement dampen. She had momentarily forgotten there were indeed two other junior sisters. Yet, upon reflection, it was only fair that all were deserving of their master's attention. Perhaps it was best to temporarily yield this opportunity to her junior sister. Listening to the words of his second disciple, Chen Ye found them reasonable and nodded in agreement. Soon after, the two stood facing each other in the open square. Chen Ye gestured for the second disciple to make her move. At this juncture, Lung Luoli touched her chin, seemingly deep in thought. It appeared that during her senior sister's training with master, her senior had continuously unleashed techniques until her spiritual energy was depleted, resulting in the delightful reward of being cradled by master. Now, it was her turn. Might she also unleash her skills until she collapsed, thereby earning a similar fate? What a splendid plan. Having resolved her strategy, a barely concealed smile graced Lung Luoli's lips as she cheerfully declared, "Master, be careful." As soon as her voice fell, she unleashed her spell, the Icefall technique. She first conjured a pure ice staff from thin air, which emanated a chilling aura, while countless streams of spiritual energy surged from it, forming vast flurries of snowflakes in the sky. Shortly thereafter, sharp ice shards imbued with lethal intent emerged, raining down like a violent storm, piercing through the air with a crackling sound. Simultaneously, a frost seemed to envelop the surroundings centered around Lung Luoli. Anyone caught within this area would find their movements and attacks severely hampered. Chen Ye observed the technique executed by his second disciple and nodded in satisfaction. Remarkably, after only a few days of training, she had already mastered such fluidity in her abilities. With this single move, she could easily contend with multiple innate realm adversaries. Unlike Su Jiqian's techniques, which were more lethal against singular foes, Lung Luoli's attacks were geared towards crowd control, enabling her to simultaneously assault and restrain several enemies. If the two women were to collaborate seamlessly in battle, their combined might would undoubtedly be formidable. As Chen Ye contemplated this, he casually extended his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy from his fingertips that shattered the cluster of ice shards into fragments. "Very good, continue," he remarked with approval. Lung Luoli, witnessing her full-force strike being effortlessly dismantled by her master, could not help but feel astonished. Although her master was 2 major realms above her, she had expected him to at least employ a skill to counter her attack. Yet, he had merely tapped lightly, resolving it with ease. Truly, he was remarkable. Encouraged by her master's affirmation, Lung Luoli grew even more enthusiastic and continued to launch her spells. Chen Ye, in turn, met each of her attempts with ease while also guiding her, pointing out areas for improvement in her technique. Time swiftly passed, and the exertion of such grand spells rapidly drained her spiritual energy. After several rounds, she found herself utterly fatigued. Lung Luoli could feel her internal reserves dwindling. If she cast even 2 more spells, she would surely collapse like her senior sister had. At that moment, she would revel in experiencing her master's warm embrace, reminiscent of when her sister had been carried away, mysteriously disappearing for an entire day before reappearing. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lung Luoli prepared to unleash another spell. However, at that moment, she heard her masteress' voice. "That's enough, liar. Sit down and rest for a while. If you continue, you will exhaust yourself." Chen Ye addressed his second disciple, determined not to repeat the previous mistake of neglecting to tell her to stop, which had led to her spiritual depletion. It was essential to take appropriate breaks. Yet, upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luoli stood there, momentarily stunned. "What? We can rest now? This isn't what I expected. Why has it changed when it comes to me?" She longed to collapse into her master's embrace. Unbeknownst to Chen Ye, the second disciple harbored such tender thoughts. After finishing the guidance for the second disciple's training, evening had already descended. Having toiled throughout the day and having been toppled by the third disciple in the morning, he found himself beaded with perspiration. He contemplated indulging in a bath to unwind before resuming his instruction. "You may rest for a while. I shall take a bath first," Chen Ye announced to his 3 disciples, then made his way towards the indoor hot spring. Upon arriving at the hot spring, Chen Ye changed his attire and luxuriated in the soothing waters. The warm embrace of the spring enveloped him, and at that moment, he felt an extraordinary sense of relaxation, his thoughts becoming notably clearer. Chapter 31. Actions speak louder than words. Chen Ye had traversed to this realm, inheriting the memories of the body he now occupied. He was acutely aware of the harshness that permeated this fantastical world. Were it not for the companionship of his 3 disciples, he would find little joy in living here. These 3 disciples represented everything to him, the very goals for which he toiled and strived. Yet, Chen Ye could not shake the memories of the many disciples and elders who perished because of him during his time at the Tianxian sect. The former host had waged war against the San Yuan sect, and despite the retreat of many disciples in the aftermath of his defeat, a significant number remained to battle valiantly and escort the former host to safety. Tragically, they all met their demise, and the 3 disciples by his side were the last survivors. Though Chen Ye had regained his former self, he knew that he could never atone for the loss of those loyal souls. He understood that the sacrifices made by the disciples and elders were not for him personally, but rather out of hope that he would one day return and restore the glory of the Tianxian sect. The sect had once been a beacon of uniqueness in this land, with its original master possessing an intellect that seemed otherworldly. He treated his compatriots with kindness and did not discriminate against other races. The Tianxian sect served as a sanctuary for countless practitioners of diverse backgrounds, a rare haven in a world rife with persecution and disdain. Countless disciples and elders, having faced extermination and relentless pursuit, found solace and renewed hope within its embrace. Chen Ye felt a profound sense of obligation. Now that he had returned, he must endeavor to rebuild the Tianxian sect, at the very least to honor those who had perished for him and the sect. Even in this unforgiving realm, he yearned to re-establish the harmonious haven that the Tianxian sect once was, providing a measure of closure for the souls lost. At that moment, Chen Ye immersed half his head in the hot spring, engulfed in myriad thoughts. With great power comes great responsibility, and it seemed that many challenges awaited him in the future. Meanwhile, outside the hot spring, in the courtyard, Su Jiqian observed her 2 junior sisters in deep meditation. With a playful demeanor, she quietly rose and stealthily made her way out, advancing toward the indoor hot spring. Upon reaching the entrance, she was aware that her master was still inside. Nonetheless, she did not knock, but boldly pushed the door open and stepped in. After entering, she promptly locked the door behind her. Chen Ye was taken aback by the unexpected intrusion during his bath, having neglected to secure the door. Staring at the sudden appearance of his eldest disciple, he was utterly bewildered and uttered, "Qian, how did you arrive?" "Wait a moment, I have yet to prepare." Su Jiqian observed her master in a fluster and, as she stepped forward, she smiled brightly and said, "It's quite all right, master. Isn't this just perfect?" Upon hearing the words of her eldest disciple, Chen Ye felt utterly bewildered. What did she mean by perfect? However, he was soon startled by a splash, as another figure emerged in the hot spring. Before he could react, his lips were enveloped by a soft embrace. It was his eldest disciple. Basking in the aroma of the succubus, Chen Ye quickly comprehended the unfolding situation. The eldest disciple had stealthily slipped away from the others to seek him out. A hint of jealousy flickered across Su Jichin's face, and once their lips parted, she coyly remarked, "I had initially intended to cultivate with you today, but alas, junior sister Lung got to you first. Watching you and junior sister Lung in such sweet harmony makes me quite envious. I want that too." Su Jichin was no longer the inexperienced succubus. She had grown bolder in expressing herself to her master. Although she understood she could not monopolize him entirely. Given that her two junior sisters also required guidance in their cultivation, she longed to spend more time with him. After witnessing how long junior sister Long had practiced alongside him, her envy surged. Thus, she resolved to seize the moment and make up for lost time. After all, she now possessed the capability and the privilege to obtain what her junior sisters could only dream of, something to make them green with envy. As she pondered this, a more radiant smile graced Su Jichin's face. Chen Ye, taken aback by her directness, felt his cheeks flush. He now understood why she was feeling jealous. Yet, guiding Lung Luoli and Hu Jui in their cultivation was an unavoidable duty. He knew he must correct his eldest disciple's mindset. After all, actions often speak louder than words. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye gazed at his eldest disciple and leaned in to kiss her. Meanwhile, outside the indoor hot spring, on the plaza of the Tianxian Palace, Hu Jui and Lung Luoli had just concluded their meditation and were preparing to engage in some practice. Standing opposite each other, Hu Jui positioned herself near the entrance of the hot spring. She took a moment to steady her breath, intending to summon the colossal sword bestowed by her master to begin her training. However, she suddenly thought she heard a sound. Was it her senior sister's voice? It bore a tone of desperation, as if pleading for mercy. Seeing Hu Jui lost in thought, Lung Luoli, standing opposite her, cautioned, "Be careful, junior sister. Senior sister is about to begin." Hu Jui gestured towards Sister Lung with a look of surprise, perhaps tinged with anxiety, and said, "Wait a moment, Sister Lung. I believe I have heard something. It seems that the master is once again reprimanding Sister Su." Upon hearing her junior's words, Lung Luoli hurried over, her expression one of confusion as she inquired, "Are you serious? I didn't hear anything." She then recalled, "Oh right, I forgot that your hearing is particularly sharp. However, it shouldn't be possible. Our master has already recovered, so why would he reprimand Sister Su?" With a skeptical expression, Lung Luoli regarded her, as if to imply that she must have misheard. In response to Sister Lung's disbelief, Hu Jui quickly clarified, "It's true, I truly heard it, right over there. Let me show you." Thus, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the indoor hot spring together. Chapter 32. Uncontrollable. Hu Jui Lung Luoli and Hu Jui arrived at the entrance of the indoor hot spring. The two stood at the doorway, pressing their ears against the door. They exchanged glances, both appearing somewhat bewildered. In the past, when their master had yet to recover, even upon learning that she was engaged in a scuffle, they had no authority to intervene. Typically, they would wait until the master had finished before offering assistance for healing. However, now that their master had fully regained her strength, why would she still resort to violence? At that moment, Hu Jui listened intently to the sounds emanating from within, and for some inexplicable reason, her cheeks flushed slightly. She whispered to Lung Luoli, "Senior sister, what should we do?" Hu Jui hesitated, unsure of whether to make a decision. If they were to open the door and inadvertently witness their master bathing, the thought made her heart race, and her delicate hand instinctively reached for the doorknob, her expression becoming increasingly dazed, as if lost in a whimsical reverie. Seeing her actions, Lung Luoli quickly grasped her wrist just as she was about to succeed. Her voice tinged with surprise, "Junior sister, what are you doing? If we disturb master, we shall face punishment." Hu Jui was jolted back to reality, her flustered explanation tumbling out. I don't know why, my hand just moved on its own." She turned to Lung Luoli, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. "So, what shall we do now?" With a look of concern, Lung Luoli pondered for a moment before responding, "Though we are unaware of what is transpiring, to prevent any harm to senior sister, we should prepare medicines and supplements in advance, so that we can assist her as soon as she emerges." This protocol had been frequently utilized before their master's recovery. It was surprising that it was still applicable now. The thought of their gentle master no longer being present left Lung Luoli feeling despondent. She had not yet won over her master's affection. Was this opportunity lost forever? However, it was somewhat comforting, as neither she nor senior sister had succeeded, thus maintaining a semblance of balance. When their master recovered again, she vowed to secure the first place. Hu Jiyu nodded, finding Lung Luoli's plan sensible. For the time being, it was the only course of action they could take. Thus, the two prepared the necessary remedies and waited patiently by the door. The scene shifted to the following morning. Su Jiqian had dressed and stood before the mirror in the hot spring, arranging her hair with an air of utter satisfaction. Her complexion had significantly improved. Once she had composed herself, Su Jiqian slowly rose from her seat. For some reason, her legs trembled slightly, and she lost her balance. Chen Ye was nearby and caught her just in time, preventing her from falling. With a look of mild regret, Chen Ye gently inquired, "Are you all right? Do you need to rest for a moment?" Su Jiqian leaned on her master for support, adjusting her posture. Although she did not directly succumb to slumber this time, she was undeniably exhausted afterward. If others were to learn that she, a practitioner of the innate realm, could barely stand, she would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule. After 2 prior experiences, Su Qian realized that she might truly be unable to withstand the affection of her master. It would be prudent for her to refrain from interrupting her master and her 2 junior sisters during their cultivation sessions. It would be best to facilitate their union sooner, allowing for more sisters to share the burden. Su Qian lifted her gaze toward her master, her expression radiating charm as she softly remarked, "Yesterday, when you imparted your values to me, you were not nearly so gentle." Upon hearing the eldest disciple's admonition, Chen Ye felt a touch of embarrassment and scratched his cheek. He began to explain, "That is because." Before he could finish, Su Qian rose on her toes and kissed him. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. Su Qian licked her lips and seductively declared, "No need for explanations. I am perfectly fine now. Let us go outside. My 2 junior sisters have likely been waiting anxiously for us." Chen Ye's face flushed from the sudden kiss bestowed by the eldest disciple. One could not help but concede that she was becoming increasingly adept at such things. Thus, Chen Ye supported Su Qian as they both pushed open the door to the indoor hot spring. The moment the door swung open, Su Qian spotted her 2 junior sisters standing in the corridor by the entrance. The moment Lung Luoli saw her senior sister, she promptly handed her a blanket, wrapping her tightly in it. This blanket was specially designed to ward off the elements and alleviate the pain of injuries. Su Qian was momentarily bewildered by Lung's actions. What was happening? Why was her junior sister waiting here to drape a blanket over her instead of resting? Before she could ponder this, Hu Jui approached and promptly shoved a healing pill into her mouth. What are you 2 doing?" Su Qian mumbled, her words muffled by the pill. She was utterly confused. When had her junior sisters become so concerned for her? Were they worried about her weakness following her recent encounter with her master? No, that could not be right. Lung was not known for her kindness. Based on her memories, if she knew that her senior sister had indulged, she would surely be incensed. When had she become so magnanimous? After delivering the healing pill to her senior sister, Hu Jui turned to their master, looking soft and gentle as she held his hand. "Master, if you are still upset, feel free to take your frustrations out on me. I can bear it." Chen Ye was left utterly perplexed by Hu Jui's words. What nonsense was this? He had just found satisfaction and was currently at ease. Why would he be angry? Was Hu Jui attempting to play the role of a spoilt child? Chen Ye initially believed that Hu Jiu was playfully seeking his affection, so he extended his hand, intending to gently ruffle her hair. However, upon seeing his hand approach, Hu Jiu, thinking he was about to strike her, anxiously closed her eyes. Yet, moments later, instead of experiencing pain, she was enveloped in a wave of comfort radiating from her crown. It was her master, tenderly caressing her head. Gazing upon her master's gentle countenance, Hu Jiu realized that he had not changed. He remained the same kind-hearted master she had always known. Recognizing that her master had not reverted, she excitedly embraced him, nuzzling fervently against his chest. Chen Ye, with a fond touch upon her back, inquired with a hint of curiosity, all right, what exactly is the situation here?" Chapter 33, Sci-Fi 3. 0+ Cold Luoli gazed at her perplexed master, gradually coming to a realization. Had the master truly not reprimanded the senior sister? Was the master still the gentle figure she had always known? Yet last night, she had distinctly heard. Uncertainty lingered, but a simple glance would provide clarity. With that thought in mind, Cold Luoli lifted the blanket draped over her senior sister and nestled in, observing intently. Su Jiqian, taken aback by the sudden intrusion of her junior sister, felt a ticklish sensation and playfully pushed her away, exclaiming, "Ha! What are you doing, junior sister?" Moments later, cold Lolly emerged from the blanket, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clutched her senior sister's arm, exclaiming, "You're really all right, senior sister. It's such a relief to hear that." As she spoke, cold Lolly embraced her tightly. Although the two often engaged in playful banter, their bond had never wavered. The thought of her senior sister suffering the previous night had weighed heavily on her heart. Today, seeing both her senior sister and master unharmed allowed the heavy burden on her chest to finally lift. Su Jiqian, observing her junior sister's exuberance, gently patted her back in curiosity. After reflecting on the events that had transpired, she began to piece together the situation. It dawned on her that her earlier conversation with the master might have been overheard by her two junior sisters, leading to this very moment. The realization brought a sense of embarrassment and shyness. She would need to be more cautious in the future, lest she cause unnecessary worry for her junior sisters. However, just as cold Lolly was savoring the embrace, she abruptly vanished. Su Jiqian looked around in confusion, puzzled by the sudden absence of the girl who had just been playfully nestled in her arms. Turning her head, she discovered that cold Lolly had already scampered into the master's embrace, seeking affection. Well, you little rascal," she thought. "You've played me for a fool, haven't you? How could I be so moved for nothing?" She mused to herself, "Be careful, senior sister, or I might." At that moment, cold Lolly wore an expression of triumph, a sly smile gracing her lips. Her senior sister was simply too naive. With one hand resting against the master's chest, she gazed up at him with eyes as soft as water, her voice sweet and clear. "Master, I am still somewhat concerned about your condition. May I have a look?" Chen Ye, caught off guard by his second disciple's question, was momentarily bewildered. "How exactly am I supposed to show you?" Before he could voice his inquiry, cold Lolly seemed to read his thoughts, gently leaning in closer. A wave of softness enveloped him as the fragrance of youth blossomed in the air. The unique, delicate scent of cold Lolly filled his senses. Perhaps due to her cultivation, cold Lolly often exuded a cool aura, even in the sweltering summer heat. Yet now, as she made direct contact with her master, her entire being seemed to radiate warmth. After a considerable time, the two gradually separated. Lung Lolly's complexion was flushed, and she shyly gazed at her master's chest, softly saying, "Master, it seems that this is indeed the best way to assess your current state. As long as I initiate the kiss and you do not refuse, then you must still be the gentle master I know." Although Chen Ye was currently in a state of contemplative tranquility, the unique, ethereal charm exuding from Lung Lolly was equally as enticing as that of the alluring disciple of the succubi. This caused his face to redden uncontrollably. However, Chen Ye did not forget that his earlier encounter had taken place with a disciple who was still present beside him. Was this not tantamount to infidelity right before her eyes? Feeling somewhat guilty, Chen Ye cautiously turned his head to observe the disciple's reaction. To his surprise, she seemed entirely unfazed, gazing at the sky as if she had not seen a thing, as though she wished to avoid disturbing the two. What an unusual situation. Chen Ye was utterly perplexed. Little did he know that even the formidable succubi disciple had recently relinquished the notion of monopolizing their master. The reason? Her body simply could not bear the burden. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu, with her fingers entwined, hesitated for a long time before summoning the courage to say earnestly, "Master, Yuer also wishes for something." Chen Ye. He was taken aback by Hu Jiuyu, who, despite her usual shyness, had dared to utter such bold words, particularly in the presence of her two senior sisters. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Jiuyu was overjoyed to discover that her master had not changed. With the tension dissipated, she felt an urgent desire for some form of recompense. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, asking Chen Ye to kiss her in front of her fellow disciples made him feel somewhat embarrassed. It would have been more acceptable to kiss the senior disciple, given their already established relationship. He could simply confess, if necessary. However, initiating a kiss with Hu Jiuyu would convey a different message, more akin to a public declaration of affection. After all, he was not as naive as the other disciples. Their advances were likely mere expressions of excitement, while he understood the deeper implications. Of course, these reflections were merely Chen Ye's internal musings, unaware that his disciples comprehended far more than he did. At that moment, having mentally prepared himself, it seemed as though he had resolved to act, and slowly, his head began to move. Yet before he could take the initiative, he felt his neck being tightly embraced, followed by a gentle sensation upon his lips. Well then, it was yet another day of being willingly overpowered by his disciple. After a long while, Hu Jiuyu finally released her master, her bashful demeanor seemingly enveloped in steam. Chen Ye exhaled a sigh of relief, hoping that his two disciples would no longer worry about him. Seeing that their emotions had stabilized, he tenderly patted their heads, saying, "You must be exhausted after a night without rest. Why not return and take a brief nap? I will guide your training at noon." The two disciples nodded in unison and obediently departed. In the room of Lung Luoli, upon learning that her master and senior sister were unharmed, she finally felt a sense of relief. Returning to her bed, she embraced the quilt with delight, intending to indulge in a restful slumber. Only by falling asleep earlier and adjusting her state of mind could she present herself in perfect form before her master. As her beautiful eyes gradually closed, the opulent decor of the room seemed to pale slightly in comparison to her exquisite beauty. Just before succumbing to sleep, Lung Luoli reflected on the events that had transpired earlier. Chapter 34. What on earth happened? Just as she was on the brink of slumber, Lung Luoli reflected on the earlier events. Moments ago, she and her junior sister, Hushimi, had both kissed their master. Yet, it seemed that the senior sister had not participated at all. How peculiar. In the past, the senior sister would have eagerly rushed forward. Today, however, she displayed an unusual demeanor. Upon further contemplation, it dawned on her that the senior sister's lack of a kiss from their master was indeed quite pitiable. A smirk crept onto Lung Luoli's face as she reveled in this thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction. As she tucked herself under the covers, she intended to drift into a delightful sleep. However, not long after, in a state between dreams and wakefulness, just as she was about to succumb to slumber, her brows knitted tighter, as if a sudden realization struck her. Her expression gradually darkened, and it felt as though the temperature around her had dropped a few degrees. Something was amiss, something utterly wrong. Just moments ago, she had been enveloped in their master's tender embrace and had noticed that the senior sister was unharmed, which led her to lower her guard. She had overlooked these significant discrepancies. If their master had not harmed the senior sister, then what on earth had transpired between them throughout the day and night? What had truly happened? The more she pondered, the more incredulous she became, prompting her to bolt upright from her bed, her face a portrait of disbelief. It seemed she was beginning to grasp something. The curious sounds, the simultaneous appearances and disappearances of the two. Surely, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that something was amiss. At this moment, Hu Jiuyu, deep in slumber, abruptly sneezed. Hu Jiuyu, At this juncture, Lung Luoli clutched the blanket tightly, unable to find tranquility for a long while. Awakened in a state of shock, she mused, could it be that I am the fool in this jest? No wonder the senior sister had acted so out of character today. It turned out she had long since had her fill. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Lung Luoli finally lay back down, covering herself with the blanket once more. In any case, she had to find an opportunity to inquire earnestly with her senior sister. This was no mere infidelity. It was something far more profound. As time gradually slipped into noon, Lung Luoli and Hu Jiuyu, having indulged in a brief nap, made their way to the plaza to meet their master. Coincidentally, Chen Ye was currently guiding the recently recovered Su Jiqian in her training. Noticing the arrival of the two, he decided to give his eldest disciple a moment to rest before allowing another to continue the practice. Chen Ye addressed Hu Jiuyu, saying, "It's your turn now. Let me see how well you wield your giant sword." Upon hearing this, Hu Jiuyu's expression transformed into one of uncontainable excitement. At last, she could train alongside her master. She had prepared for this moment for an extended period and was determined to impress her master. Standing opposite each other in the plaza, Hu Jiuyu summoned the giant sword bestowed upon her by her master. The sword towered over her, its blade adorned with intricate runic patterns, which faintly emanated a golden glow. A palpable aura of terror lingered within, suggesting that with a mere flourish, one could effortlessly obliterate all in its path. This colossal sword was exchanged by Chen Ye in the system's marketplace, its rank exceedingly high, surpassing even the mightiest entities of the current realm. Yet, Hu Jiuyu's cultivation level remained considerably low, rendering her unable to fully unleash the sword's formidable power. Chen Ye gestured to Hu Jiuyu, signaling her to make her move. With a respectful bow towards her master, Hu Jiuyu declared, "Master, please be cautious. I apologize for my impudence." In her fervent desire to showcase her full capabilities before her master, she meticulously calibrated her internal spiritual energy to its optimal state. Gripping the giant sword tightly, she channeled all her energy into it before abruptly raising it aloft. A thunderous sound of air being cleaved resounded, the sound of the sword's swing reminiscent of an ancient dragon's roar. Zhu Xianzhan. With the sword raised, she forcefully swung it downward, executing the first move of the Demon Sky sword technique, Zhu Xianzhan. A fierce surge of sword energy erupted forth, instantly transforming the square beneath into a wasteland of debris and ruin. This sword energy resembled a tempest, poised to annihilate everything in its wake. The plaza of the Tianxian Hall was specially crafted, resistant to ordinary assaults, yet it could not withstand the might of this Zhu Xianzhan. The technique's power was as formidable as its name suggested. Perfected, it might even vanquish the true immortals of this world. Although the square lay in tatters from the onslaught, there was no need for concern, as the Tianxian Hall's damaged elements would restore themselves to their original state. Chen Ye observed the oncoming gust of sword wind with a hint of astonishment, perhaps due to the nature of her technique. Even though Hu Jiuyu was merely at the postnatal realm, a step below her two senior sisters, the power of her executed move was not significantly diminished. It was essential to note that all three disciples practiced techniques of the same rank, and theoretically, their differences should not be substantial. However, Chen Ye also discerned the vulnerabilities in Hu Jiuyu's execution. Despite the astonishing strength of her strike, it demanded a period of preparation and build-up. Moreover, while unleashing such a powerful attack, she would be left in a prolonged state of rigidity, making her susceptible to counterattacks. In contrast to the eldest disciple, although both wielded formidable offensive techniques, the eldest strikes were markedly more agile. In a confrontation, if the eldest and second disciples could effectively restrain the enemy while providing the third disciple with the time to unleash her potential, their combined might would be truly fearsome. Moreover, having spent years together, the trio's mutual reliance and harmonious coordination would only enhance their ferocity in battle. Should they face cultivators from this continent, overcoming two major realms in combat would indeed be feasible. It was at this moment that Chen Ye realized the system had anticipated these dynamics when equipping the disciples with specialized techniques. At this moment, Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel at how exceptionally considerate the system was. System. So now you remember me only when you need my assistance, huh? Upon hearing the system's sarcastic remark echoing in his mind, Chen Ye awkwardly scratched his head as he observed the fierce blade of wind rushing towards him. He casually extended two fingers and pointed at the oncoming gust. In an instant, the wind shattered, dissipating into nothingness. Hu Jiuyu gazed in astonishment at her master, her expression mirroring that of two senior sisters witnessing their master's prowess for the very first time. To effortlessly dismantle her full-force attack with mere physical prowess and a simple gesture, his mastery was truly astounding, and he was so handsome too. Who could possibly withstand such brilliance? Chapter 35. The cultivation of Hu Jiuyu. As she gazed upon her master's flawless visage, Hu Jiuyu found herself momentarily entranced. At that moment, Chen Ye approached her side, took the colossal sword from her grasp, and offered guidance regarding her earlier deficiencies in executing a technique. Although Hu Jiuyu appeared to listen attentively, in truth, her thoughts were entirely consumed by the desire to uncover her master's hidden vulnerabilities. Before long, after imparting all he deemed necessary, Chen Ye continued, "Have you taken note of everything? Now, please attempt to execute the technique once more for me to observe." Hu Jiuyu, upon hearing her master's instruction, was rendered utterly bewildered. She had been entirely preoccupied with appeasing him, her gaze having wandered beneath his collar, sneakily observing the contours of his chest. Alas, she had not truly absorbed any of his teachings. Now, faced with the task of demonstrating the technique, she was at a loss. Typically not one to fabricate excuses, she opted for candor. "I apologize, master, but I have not mastered it yet." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye did not express irritation. Instead, to better correct her posture, he grasped her hand and provided hands-on guidance. With their hands intertwined and their bodies nearly touching, he adjusted her grip strength and, after ensuring her hands were positioned correctly, he gently supported her waist to enhance her power as she attempted the technique. As his fingers brushed against her waist, he was taken aback. Hu Jiyue's physique was truly remarkable. The feminine muscle definition was strikingly apparent upon her form, presenting an entirely unique sensation to his touch. Wait a moment, what am I thinking? Chen Ye abruptly shook his head, refocusing his thoughts. How could he allow himself to entertain such notions while instructing his third disciple? She was so earnest in her studies, and here he was, indulging in frivolous thoughts. How disgraceful! Regaining his composure, he addressed Hu Jie. Have you retained what I imparted? Just those points. Now give the technique another try. As he spoke, he noticed that Hu Jie seemed lost in thought as well, perhaps contemplating the very lessons he had just conveyed. She was indeed a diligent student, and he, as her mentor, must also strive to maintain his own focus. Jie? Jie? Noticing her continued reverie, Chen Ye called out to her. Upon hearing her master's voice, Hu Jie snapped back to reality. Their proximity had been overwhelming. The air was infused with the alluring scent of her master, who had even caressed her waist. It was difficult for her not to let her imagination wander. She found herself daydreaming about the possibilities, if only they could share this expansive plaza together. What a delightful experience it would be. Clearly, during this session of guidance, she had absorbed nothing at all. A faint blush crept across Hu Jie's cheeks. Despite her master's 2 attempts at instruction, she had retained not a single detail. How could she face her master? As a disciple, she felt utterly inadequate. Yet, she dared not deceive him, so she could only speak the truth. Master, I am truly sorry. I still have not memorized it. As she spoke, her gaze unnaturally fell to the ground, her palms sweating with overwhelming shame. Although she understood that it was wrong to be distracted by other thoughts while her master was teaching her, he was simply too perfect, and she cherished him immensely. Unable to resist her feelings, she found herself lost in admiration. Upon hearing that she had yet to memorize the lesson, Chen Ye exhibited no signs of annoyance. In his view, it was his teaching method that had failed, resulting in his disciples' inability to remember despite being instructed twice. He felt equally unworthy as a master. The guilt he felt was no less than that of Hu Jie. Contemplating this, Chen Ye resolved to guide Hu Jie once more. Just as he was about to speak, she unexpectedly grasped his hand, as if steeling herself for something significant. Well? Chen Ye inquired, puzzled. What is it? Do you have something to say? After a brief internal struggle, Hu Jie summoned her courage to meet her master's gaze, her face serious as she declared. Yuer has failed to remember your teachings and was distracted by other thoughts. I am at fault and deserve punishment. Please, master, punish me. I must be punished. Chen Ye was taken aback by her insistence on punishment. The notion of discipline felt alien. He cherished all 3 of his disciples as if they were his own. He could hardly bear the thought of even touching a single hair on their heads, let alone punishing the adorable Hu Jie. Shaking his head gently, he replied, It is quite all right, Yuer. I shall teach you once more. Should you still struggle to remember, I will continue to guide you. Let us forego any notion of punishment. As Hu Jie beheld her master's gentle expression, her heart raced, and warmth spread across her cheeks. She had erred, yet instead of anger, her master exhibited boundless patience and kindness, teaching her repeatedly with tenderness. Such a master was far too gentle. She found herself utterly enamored. Chapter 36. Senior sister and junior sister. At this very moment, on the opposite side of the square, Lung Loli and Su Jiqian sat together on a stone bench. Initially, both were engrossed in their meditative practices. However, Su Jiqian sensed a certain hostility emanating from her junior sister, who seemed to glare at her even with her beautiful eyes wide open during meditation. It appeared that since their encounter earlier that day, an unspoken tension had settled between them. At first, Su Jiqian dismissed it, but as time passed, she began to notice the abnormality. Today, her junior sister exuded an unusual chill. Su Jiqian was well acquainted with Lung Loli's temperament. When she became angry, the temperature around her would invariably drop. Judging by the current atmosphere, the level of ire was considerable. With a stiff neck, Su Jiqian turned to face her junior sister, forcing an awkward smile. Junior sister, today you seem, even more elegant. Though she was uncertain as to how she had offended Lung Loli, the latter's demeanor suggested that she must have committed a grave error. It was imperative to inquire further. Upon hearing her senior sister speak, Lung Loli displayed a seemingly innocent smile and replied, Oh, come now, no matter how much the junior sister adorns herself, she cannot surpass the allure of her senior sister. After all, it is the senior sister who has captivated even our esteemed master. My dear senior sister, Do you not wish to offer an explanation? As she spoke, her delicate fists clenched tightly, and the stone bench beneath her felt as though it had been coated in frost. Upon hearing the final remark, Su Jiqian instantly understood the source of her junior sister's anger. It dawned on her that the matter concerning her and their master had been exposed. No wonder Lung Luoli was so upset. Everything suddenly made sense. Although Su Jiqian had not intended to keep it a secret from everyone, she had not anticipated such an early revelation. Truly, her junior sister was exceptionally perceptive. However, the situation had now become quite troublesome. Had she confessed to Lung Luoli sooner, even if her junior sister had been upset, it would have remained manageable. But if Lung Luoli discovered the truth on her own, the consequences would be entirely different. Raising her hands in a gesture of supplication, Su Jiqian stammered, Junior sister, please don't be agitated. Allow me to explain. In a state of panic, she felt as though a giant danger loomed over her. Lung Luoli regarded her senior sister with a serious expression and pressed, Very well. I am eager to hear what tale you can concoct. Do not dare suggest that our master initiated this. Based on my understanding of him, it is utterly impossible. It was one thing for her senior sister to share affectionate moments with their master behind her back, but this was an entirely different matter. You both, together. At the very least, you could have included me. She could have accepted that. After all, her senior sister's concealment of this affair demanded a satisfactory explanation. At this moment, Su Qijian's eyes flickered as she contemplated that ordinary fabrications might not deceive her cold junior sister, prompting her to devise an alternative approach. The unique allure of the demoness enchanting arts not only ignited human desires, but also had the power to manipulate thoughts and consciousness. With this in mind, Su Qijian suddenly conceived a plan, the reliability of which remained uncertain. She feigned a look of compassion and softly addressed her junior sister, Dear sister, it is not my intention to conceal the truth from you. Just gaze into my eyes. Cold Luo Li, without further thought, met her senior sister's gaze. Chapter 37. The enraged Lung Luoli suddenly. She noticed the hue of her senior sister's eyes shift momentarily before reverting to their original color. Lung Luoli, well-versed in literature, recognized this as a charm technique unique to succubi. However, having cultivated her ice-based martial arts, her heart had long been encased in frost, rendering her incapable of harboring such feelings for anyone except her master. Even the cultivation of friendship proved to be a formidable challenge. Had it not been for her early acquaintance with Sister Su and Junior Sister Hu, and the multitude of experiences they had shared, she would have found it exceedingly difficult to regard them as true friends. Thus, the charm technique wielded by her senior sister bore no effect on her whatsoever. In fact, upon discovering that her senior sister had indeed employed such a technique against her, she was filled with indignation. How dare you, senior sister? You claimed you wanted to explain. Yet you resort to deception. It seemed imperative that she teach her a lesson. Su Jiqian observed the increasingly terrifying expression on her junior sister's face and sensed that something was amiss. She was certain that the charm technique she had just unleashed on Lung Luoli should not have failed. Why did it seem to have had no effect whatsoever? Not only did it fail, but it appeared to have incited her anger instead. This is bad, this is bad. Su Jiqian thought as she noticed the ominous clouds gathering above, with small shards of ice beginning to materialize from the sky. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she clung tightly to her junior sister's leg just as Lung Luoli was about to erupt. Senior sister was wrong. I promise I will never do it again. You must understand, my dear junior sister, master is simply too perfect. I couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. I assure you, I shall no longer interfere with your affairs. Lung Luoli was on the brink of an explosion, but was halted by the unexpected display of her senior sister's desperation. She had not anticipated such a dramatic plea, especially the tears. And was master is so perfect a valid excuse? Though her heart brimmed with discontent, witnessing her senior sister's sorrow stirred something within her. After all, they had been friends for many years, relying on one another through thick and thin. Seeing her senior sister in such a state softened Lung Luoli's icy resolve, and she begrudgingly remarked, Hey, senior sister, what is this? Let go of me. Don't think this will earn you my forgiveness. Su Jiqian, undeterred, clung even tighter to her junior sister's leg, continuing her act of despair. I won't let go unless you say you forgive me. However, on a side note, I do have an explanation. You see, that day, Master wore a sky blue robe that I found incredibly dashing. After embracing me and returning to the room, the ambience grew dimmer, and Master's handsome visage became a tantalizing blur, making it all the more difficult to resist. Afterward, Su Ji-qian, with an unrestrained flow of words, recounted the events of that day, lacking any hint of modesty or hesitation. After all, she was speaking to her junior sister, who harbored feelings for their master, so sharing such sentiments seemed entirely appropriate. Surely, her junior sister would enjoy listening to this, wouldn't she? However, as the narrative grew increasingly outrageous, Lung Luoli felt her face flush with embarrassment and swiftly interjected, "Wait. Senior sister, hold on. You promised to explain, and this hardly qualifies as an explanation. What you're sharing resembles the inner thoughts of a criminal. A detailed account of a crime." At that moment, Lung Luoli's expression was a blend of amusement and disbelief. She had requested an explanation, yet what she received was no different from a direct portrayal of illicit activities. Moreover, senior sister, is this the time for you to be candid? And to elaborate with such detail? The very thought sent tingles through her heart, pushing her to the brink of endurance. She longed to catch a glimpse of their master's chiseled physique. Upon sensing her junior sister's disapproval, Su Ji-qian felt a twinge of disappointment and asked, "You truly do not wish to hear more?" "There is more to the tale, though I cannot recall all the details as I believe I fainted afterward." Lung Luoli gasped. Fainted? Afterward? Her initial irritation had transformed into sheer astonishment at her senior sister's revelations. As Su Ji-qian continued, she could scarcely fathom how outrageous the ensuing topics might become. She quickly interjected again, "Stop, senior sister. Even if I forgive you, I implore you to cease. Hearing all this will surely rob me of sleep tonight. Please, with such intricate details, how am I, a pure-hearted girl in the bloom of youth, supposed to manage?" Yet, she couldn't help but acknowledge that her senior sister was indeed a temptress, daring to share such intimacies. She wondered how their master would react upon discovering this matter. The moment Su Ji-qian heard her junior sister express forgiveness, a wave of excitement washed over her. To her surprise, she had managed to navigate this situation so deftly. Her junior sister was indeed innocent. It was no wonder she had yet to win over their master. At this rate, it seemed that it would be quite some time before she could achieve that goal. Hence, as the senior sister, it was her duty to provide some guidance. Chapter 38. The little theater of senior and junior sisters. Considering the current pace of my junior sister, it seems it may take quite a while before she reaches our revered master. Hence, as her senior, it is my responsibility to offer her some guidance. Su Ji-qian mused, gradually climbing up her junior sister's long and graceful legs, her face alight with a smile as she exclaimed, "Junior sister, would you like your senior to provide some assistance? With just a subtle strategy, you could undoubtedly win over our master." Before Su Ji-qian could finish her sentence, she felt a firm push against her face from Lung Luoli, who disdainfully retorted, "This is my own affair. I must employ my own methods. And I do not require your instruction. Furthermore, kindly disperse your seductive fragrance elsewhere. Being so close is utterly suffocating." Lung Luoli had always maintained an aloof demeanor, shunning close contact with anyone, even her senior sister. Although there were moments of accidental skin contact, she was quite averse to Su Ji-qian's deliberate closeness. The alluring scent emanating from her was intoxicating to many, making it hard to resist. However, for her, it was distinctly different. It was not that it was unpleasant, but it certainly did not possess the same charming allure it had for others. The only individuals allowed to touch her, aside from their revered master, were her senior and junior sisters, who represented her last bastion of intimacy. The master was a special case. With him, not only could she permit physical contact, but she could also engage in activities she favored even more. Feeling rejected as she was pushed away by her junior sister, Su Ji-qian sank to the ground. Resembling a forsaken infant, her face a portrait of despondency and helplessness. She lamented softly, "Junior sister, I thought we were the best of friends. It seems I was merely deluding myself." She sighed, "Ah well, it matters not. I have long been accustomed to being unloved and uncherished." Her voice quivered with a mockingly sorrowful tone, yet not a single tear graced her cheeks. Lung Luoli, observing her sister's theatrics, immediately discerned the pretense. "Come on, senior sister. Are you an actress? Such a performance," she thought. "Besides, you have already won the affection of the master. Who would believe your words? Now I understand how you garnered his favor so swiftly. Who could withstand such a barrage?" Despite recognizing her sister's act, Lung Luoli felt a pang of sympathy for her pitiful facade. All right, I apologize. I concede, junior sister was in the wrong, she said with an exasperated expression. Upon hearing her junior sister's apology, Su Jiqian's countenance underwent a complete transformation. She sprang to her feet, brushing off the dust with a triumphant smile. The earlier image of despair was utterly vanquished, replaced instead by a victorious expression. She had always known her junior sister could not bear to witness her feigned sorrow. Though her junior sister often appeared indifferent, she truly cared deeply. As the senior sister, she relished teasing her proud junior sister. Each successful tease filled her with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. In essence, she sought ways to provoke her junior sister from time to time. When Lung Luoli beheld the triumphant expression on her senior sister's face, she momentarily froze, only to soon realize something was amiss. Wait a moment. Isn't today the day she sought an explanation from her senior sister? How did it turn into her apologizing instead? Ah, what a clever reversal of roles. This thought suddenly made Lung Luoli burst into laughter, albeit out of frustration. Her innate talents were, in fact, superior to her senior sister's, and she could always discern her sister's little tricks at first glance. However, when it came to matters of the heart, she often found herself led astray, her intelligence plummeting dramatically. Shaking her head in exasperation, she decided to let the matter slide for now. Otherwise, she risked being further manipulated by her senior sister. Alas, what could she do? After all, she was her senior sister. Yet, despite her thoughts, she couldn't shake the feeling of having been wronged, and a simmering anger brewed within her. Glancing at the tea table, she noticed a teapot, freshly brewed tea, and decided to pour herself a cup to soothe her irritation. Just as she was about to take a sip, Su Jiqian suddenly leaped up, her hand intercepting the cup at the brink of Lung Luoli's lips. Her expression frantic as she exclaimed, Sister, you can't drink this tea, truly you can't." Beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, revealing her anxiety. The reason for her distress was that this particular tea was a special blend she had prepared for their esteemed master. If her junior sister were to drink it, although she personally felt it was inconsequential, should Lung Luoli discover the truth later, she would undoubtedly be in deep trouble. Thus, it was imperative, absolutely imperative, that her junior sister did not partake in it. Lung Luoli, unaware of her senior sister's concerns, found her sister's nervous demeanor perplexing. Why was she being denied a simple cup of tea? What madness had overtaken her senior sister today? Su Jiqian, feeling guilty, stammered, let me brew you another pot." Disrupted by her senior sister, Lung Luoli lost her enthusiasm and set the cup down, retorting, "I seem to recall our master instructing you not to brew tea anymore, assigning that task to me and Hushimi. By the way, I've always been curious about what you did that warranted such special instructions from our master." Lung Luoli was aware that their master had recently recovered, not only becoming gentler in demeanor, but also repeatedly assuring them that the cumbersome formalities were no longer necessary. However, out of respect, they sometimes still chose to pay their respects. Given that their master no longer cared for such rituals, why would she specifically instruct that the task of brewing tea be handed over to others? The senior sister must have engaged in some exceedingly outlandish behavior, prompting the master to issue special instructions. Yet, it was merely a matter of brewing tea. What else could the senior sister possibly accomplish? The more Lung Luoli pondered, the more her curiosity was piqued, her gossiping instincts ignited. When Su Jiqian was questioned by her junior sister, her expression grew increasingly awkward. She felt it prudent to keep this matter from her junior. Should her sister discover it, she would undoubtedly regard her with a look of utter disdain. On usual occasions, Lung Luoli's demeanor was already quite frosty. Imagining her wearing such a look was too dismal to contemplate. Su Jiqian chuckled, intending to redirect the conversation. "Ha, it's nothing much. The senior sister is simply preparing you a fresh pot of tea." Seeing her sister unwilling to divulge the truth only intensified Lung Luoli's curiosity. However, as her senior sister remained silent, she reluctantly decided to let the matter rest for the time being. She rose from her seat and made her way toward the indoor hot spring, speaking as she walked. "Never mind, I've lost my appetite for tea. I'm going to take a shower to calm down. While I'm away, you mustn't indulge yourself." Chapter 39. The peculiar Master Lung Luoli rose from her seat and made her way towards the indoor hot spring, murmuring, "Forget it. I lack the mood for tea. I shall take a bath to calm my thoughts. While I am away, senior sister, do refrain from indulgence." The interruption from her senior sister extinguished her desire for tea, prompting her to seek the soothing solace of a bath. Yet, as she departed, a flicker of concern lingered, fearing her senior sister might succumb to temptation once more. Thus she issued a cautionary reminder. Su Jiqian, observing her junior sister's retreating figure, chuckled and waved in response. "Ah, do not fret, junior sister," though she verbally reassured her. Internally, she paid little heed to the warning. Lung Luoli, acutely aware of her senior sister's tone, found it utterly untrustworthy. However, having recently confronted her, she hoped that her senior sister would not hastily indulge again. Surely, it couldn't be, right? Even for her senior sister. A few days of restraint seemed reasonable. With these thoughts, Lung Luoli gradually departed. As Su Jiqian watched her junior sister's silhouette vanish from the plaza, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She had anticipated dire consequences had Lung Luoli caught her in the act. Yet to her surprise, the younger sister was rather easily deceived. Upon reflection, given their long-standing camaraderie, it was likely that Lung Luoli was somewhat aware of her senior's tendencies and had prepared herself mentally. Yet, Su Jiqian had not expected her to act so swiftly. With the immediate concern of her junior sister alleviated, Su Jiqian shifted her focus. She stood and proceeded towards the center of the plaza. It had been some time since Master and Hushimi had engaged in their practice together. She wondered how they were faring. Not long ago, Hujiyue had been practicing alongside her master, yet her thoughts had been elsewhere, causing her concentration to wane. Hujiyue felt she deserved punishment for her inattentiveness. However, Chen Ye chose not to reprimand her. Instead, he offered continual encouragement, which deeply touched Hujiyue, allowing her emotional wounds to heal gradually. Joyously, she embraced her master, her expression radiating happiness. Chen Ye was well aware of Hujiyue's psychological struggles. Since she sought an outlet for her emotions, he permitted her to express herself freely. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist, allowing her to hold him close. Yet, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. He had been practicing with his third disciple, and now, unexpectedly entwined in this embrace. He feared what might transpire should the other two disciples arrive. They might misconstrue the situation entirely. Just as Chen Ye was engulfed in his anxious thoughts, a familiar voice pierced the air from nearby. It was Su Jiqian, her face alight with shock as she beheld her master. "Master, what are you doing? Weren't you supposed to be training with Hushimi? How is it that you are embracing her?" "Ah, I see. You are exploiting your position to take advantage of Hushimi. How inappropriate. A perverse master." Su Jiqian's expression of shock was feigned. She had known what had transpired long before. However, upon approaching, she noticed her master's flustered demeanor and decided to indulge in a bit of mischief. As anticipated, her playful taunt had the desired effect, leaving Chen Ye visibly embarrassed. Given their current relationship, he should ideally hold no improper thoughts towards other women. Yet, the scene unfolding before them unmistakably resembled that of a caught-in-the-act moment. Chen Ye hastily explained, "Wait, Chen, it's not what you think." Despite his inability to articulate a defense in the face of this predicament, he felt compelled to clarify. However, Su Jiqian offered him no opportunity for explanation. Instead, she boldly nestled into his embrace, her eyes sparkling with mischief. With a playful smile, she traced circles on his chest, teasingly stating, "It's because one disciple alone is insufficient," so her excitement grew with each word. Since her master appeared to be caught in a compromising situation, she was determined not to let this splendid opportunity slip away. Chen Ye found himself utterly bewildered by the barrage of her antics. He also noted that today, his disciple sported a new pair of black stockings, distinctly different from her previous ones, connected by a slender black line at the top. Most notably, the alluring fragrance emanating from her made it exceptionally difficult for him to resist. What astonished Chen Ye even more was the boldness displayed by his disciple. Unbeknownst to him, Su Jiqian figured that since her secret had already been discovered by the cold junior sister, there was no need to keep it hidden any longer. As for Hu Jiuyu, the second junior sister was always easygoing, requiring no undue concern. However, it was wise to occasionally gauge the cold junior sister's mood, lest she erupt in anger. Chen Ye found it exceedingly difficult to decline the requests of his disciple. However, recalling how she had struggled to stand just a short while ago, he deemed it prudent to allow her some additional rest. She belonged to that category of individuals who, while boasting grandly, trembled at the wheel when it came time to drive. The image of a vehicle approaching, fearful of stopping, with its wheels occasionally rolling over the roadside flowers, was a strange analogy indeed. Yet, to his surprise, the disciple did not exhibit any anger upon witnessing this scene. This was beyond Chen Ye's expectations. If she remained unperturbed by this incident, perhaps engaging in other activities might also be permissible. His mind began to wander into fanciful thoughts, but seeing her calm demeanor spared him the trouble of a lengthy explanation. Just as Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden chill pervaded the warmth of the summer day, emanating from the disciple nestled in his arms. The moment Su Qiqian felt this icy sensation, a horrifying realization struck her. No way. Could it be that the cold junior sister had finished her bath so quickly? The more she pondered, the more dread enveloped her, prompting her to slowly and stiffly turn her head away. Chapter 40. The accusation against Su Jiqian. As Su Jiqian felt the chilling sensation, a horrifying realization struck her. Could it be? Surely, cold junior sister couldn't have finished her bath so quickly. Just moments ago, she had promised cold junior sister something. And now she found herself caught in the act. This time, her transgression was quite severe. The more she pondered, the more dread filled her heart. Slowly, she turned her rigid head to face the situation. Indeed, cold Loli stood there, wrapped in a damp bath towel. Her expression icy as she fixed her gaze upon Su Jiqian. Beads of water dripped from her hair, freezing upon contact with the ground and shattering into fragments. Cold Loli's already frigid demeanor seemed even more menacing at that moment. "Sister, you have gone too far." Su Jiqian was taken aback, tears welling up in her eyes at the sight of cold junior sister's expression. She was acutely aware of her own overstepping. It seemed she was indeed facing dire consequences this time. Just then, Chen Ye observed the sudden appearance of cold Loli, noting that she had just emerged from her bath, clad only in a flimsy towel, and felt a wave of concern wash over him. Although it was summer, stepping out into the cool breeze right after a bath was unwise. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye approached and draped his azure robe over cold Loli's shoulders, gently advising, "Why are you not dressed? Be careful not to catch a chill." Cold Loli, initially furious with her senior sister, was on the verge of an outburst. However, upon seeing her master approach and offer her a coat, her expression transformed. The storm within her dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile tinged with shyness. She softly replied, "Thank you for your concern, master." Hiding behind her master, Su Jiqian was bewildered by cold junior sister's demeanor. Was this really the same cold junior sister from moments ago? Had she been possessed? The rapid change was startling. How could someone be so double-faced? Wait, perhaps she was not in a position to criticize cold junior sister. After all, they hailed from the same sect and shared a lineage. Nonetheless, Su Jiqian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She had managed to evade disaster once again. Having calmed down in the aftermath of her bath, cold Loli began to reflect on how unreliable her senior sister seemed. She had decided to peek out while wrapped in her towel, only to stumble upon her sister's attempt at sneaking a taste. Chen Ye regarded his second disciple, striving to keep his thoughts in check. Yet he could not help but notice her attire. He pondered whether her wearing only a towel implied something more. Although her figure was not as voluptuous as that of the eldest disciple, it was perfectly proportionate. The towel was not particularly long, leaving her beautifully toned legs exposed to the air. Chen Ye swallowed hard, observing his second disciple still blushing, clutching the coat he had handed her. He gently advised, "Perhaps you should return and change into another outfit? This way, I can continue to guide your training." Lung Loli remained enraptured by the scent of her master's coat. Lost in its essence, her hands clutched the fabric tightly, her delicate face tinged with a rosy hue as she softly replied, "All right, master. Please be sure to personally guide me in my training shortly." Chen Ye nodded in response, aware that their departure from the mountain was imminent, and it was imperative to enhance the capabilities of his three disciples during this time. Although he could single-handedly handle the annihilation of the San Yuan, taking his disciples along would enrich their practical experience. Excited by her master's affirmation, Lung Loli resolved to hasten back and change her attire. However, her enthusiasm distracted her, and with both hands occupied gripping her master's coat, her bath towel inadvertently loosened and began to slide down. Quick-witted, she managed to grasp it before it completely fell away. Though the sight was still elusive, the tantalizing suggestion of it made Chen Ye take a deep breath. Lung Loli held the towel tightly, yet truth be told, her demeanor was far from flustered. With no one else around, even if seen, it was merely her master. It hardly mattered. In fact, She wished the wind would blow a bit stronger to whisk the towel away entirely. Though simply letting go would achieve the same effect. That would seem too deliberate in front of her master. Lung Luoli understood her master well. This subtlety held greater allure. Observing her master's face, she could clearly sense his embarrassment. How endearing he was, not even attempting to conceal it. Yet, she adored him just the same. No, it was more accurate to say she cherished him in every regard. With a voice as soft as flowing water, she gently uttered, "Master, you." Hearing his second disciple's voice jolted Chen Ye back to reality, realizing he had been entranced. A wave of shyness washed over him, and in an effort to avoid further discomforting her, he quickly averted his gaze to the sky. Chapter 41. The bond between senior and junior sisters. Ling Luoli observed her master, who, in an effort to avoid offending her, had tilted his head towards the heavens, and could not help but chuckle. When she had called out to him earlier, it was merely instinctive, devoid of any intention to remind him. In truth, if her master wished to take a glance, there was no need for such concealment. However, he had just instructed her to hasten and change her attire for their upcoming practice together. With this thought in mind, Ling Luoli promptly retreated to her room, enveloped in a towel, to change. Before long, she emerged, clad in a delicate azure chiffon gown that left her legs bare, devoid of stockings. This time, however, she had adorned her thigh with a leg ring, embellished with several embroidered ice blue flowers, accentuating the allure of her long, elegant legs. Ling Luoli had a penchant for her translucent ice blue high heels. Her natural height slightly surpassed that of her senior and junior sisters, and with these heels, she appeared even more statuesque. Her hair, also blue, cascaded down her back, reaching her waist. Once she had donned her exquisite attire, Ling Luoli could barely contain her eagerness to engage in cultivation with her master. As she made her way to the plaza, she passed the stone bench where she had previously sat with her senior sister. The tea table before it still bore the teapot. Ling Luoli distinctly remembered her desire for tea, only to be mysteriously halted by her sister, preventing her from indulging. Since the tea was brewed for her master, her sister surely would not have poisoned it. But why, then, had she been forbidden to drink? What monumental secret lay hidden within? Though Ling Luoli often projected an air of indifference, her curiosity could be insatiable at times. Defiantly, she resolved to taste the tea. Compelled by her inquisitiveness, she picked up the teacup from the table, hesitating momentarily before bringing it to her lips. At that moment, Su Jiqian was still laughing at her junior sister's unsuccessful confession, her attention elsewhere. Yet, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Ling Luoli's silhouette. Puzzled, she turned her head, only to witness Ling Luoli's actions. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Jiqian, prompting her to rush over while exclaiming, "No, don't drink that." Unfortunately, she was a moment too late. The tea had already reached Ling Luoli's mouth. As soon as the liquid touched her tongue, her brow furrowed. The taste was peculiar, reminiscent of her sister's fragrant scent. Wait, why did the tea carry this aroma? Goodness, could her sister have added something to the tea? Unable to contain herself at this thought, Ling Luoli immediately spewed the tea from her mouth, resembling a human fountain. Coincidentally, Su Jiqian had just arrived at her side, and the tea splashed all over her, drenching her completely. Su Jiqian awkwardly smiled, lightly tapping her face, and said, "Oh dear, Lung Shimmy, I told you not to drink." Lung Luoli's expression darkened further as she regarded her senior. Even if she refrained from drinking today, the teapot was already soiled and rendered unusable. Moreover, how could you possibly allow Master to consume this? Even if Master could endure it, I certainly cannot. Observing the disquiet on her junior's face, Su Jiqian felt an increasing sense of unease and promptly took off running. "You dare to run? Stop!" Lung Luoli shouted, extending her hand as an ice staff materialized, pursuing her senior. At that moment, Chen Ye, cradling Hu Jiuyu, watched as Lung Luoli chased after Su Jiqian, reflecting on the genuine bond between the elder and younger disciple. Just as she was pondering this, she witnessed Lung Luoli summon a colossal ice spear with her staff, hurling it towards the house where Su Jiqian was hiding. In an instant, the house was obliterated, split in two, leaving Su Jiqian trembling in fear. Observing this spectacle, Chen Ye chuckled awkwardly, once again marveling at the relationship between the elder and junior sisters. Well, perhaps it is acceptable? The plaza of Tianxian Hall was vast enough to accommodate two innate realm cultivators running freely within it. However, this was not entirely beneficial. Had it not been for the hall's self-repairing capabilities, it might have long been demolished by the four disciples. Chapter 42. The three disciples cultivating together. The plaza of the heavenly Xian Hall is expansive, spacious enough for two innate realm cultivators to run freely within. However, this is not entirely beneficial. Were it not for the hall's self-repairing capabilities, it might have long been dismantled by the four disciples. The heavenly Xian Hall is quite grand, yet many of its chambers remain unoccupied. With only 4 individuals residing there, the space feels rather desolate. Nonetheless, the lively antics of Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian bring a vibrant energy to the surroundings, almost as if an army were present. In truth, the heavenly Xian Hall encompasses much more than just this central great hall and plaza. There are numerous independent structures and courtyards surrounding it. Chen Ye has not taken the time to thoroughly explore these, but the system describes them as places designated for the cultivation of various types of practitioners. Many such edifices and courtyards are scattered around the heavenly Xian Hall, collectively forming a vast architectural complex known as the heavenly Xian sect. At this moment, however, aside from the 4 disciples residing in the hall, all other rooms remain empty. One can only wonder when more exceptional disciples might be gathered to truly enliven this sect. As Chen Ye contemplated this, he felt a renewed sense of determination for the future. With only 1 day remaining until the downfall of the San Yuan sect, he believed it was essential to hasten the enhancement of his disciples' strengths during this brief interval. He waved to his second disciple, calling out, "All right, enough play. It is time to cultivate." Upon hearing her master's voice, Lung Luoli retracted the ice sphere she had been preparing to unleash upon her senior sister. Her fierce expression instantly transformed into a cheerful demeanor as she scampered towards her master, exuding an endearing innocence. "Yes, Luoli is here." At that moment, Su Jiqian, concealed behind a pile of rubble, appeared somewhat disheveled, her exquisite features marred by the circumstances. Upon witnessing Lung Luoli cease her assault, she let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness the master is here. Otherwise, I might have been doomed this time." She resolved that next time she would bring extra premium tea leaves for her master, while also ensuring to keep a distance from her junior sister. After a brief moment, the 3 disciples gathered in the plaza. With their master present, Lung Luoli's spirits lifted considerably, or perhaps it was that all other emotions faded away in the presence of her master. As Chen Ye observed his 3 disciples, he initially intended to formulate a cultivation plan, yet he found himself momentarily entranced. Each of the 3 disciples was strikingly beautiful, a fact that became even more pronounced when they stood together. Hu Jiyue's features were more pronounced compared to her 2 senior sisters, exquisitely crafted, and her unique wheat-colored skin, illuminated by sunlight, presented a healthy allure. In contrast, Lung Luoli possessed a striking beauty that exuded an air of aloofness, her captivating presence making her all the more irresistible. Su Jiqian, needless to say, stands out among the disciples as the most mature of her kind. Her voluptuous figure does not appear cumbersome. Rather, it is perfectly proportioned. Her distinctive fox-like eyes seem capable of ensnaring one's very soul, while her presence exudes an aura of formidable allure. Chen Ye, without a hint of exaggeration, felt that even if he did nothing but stand there, he could gaze upon her all day long. The eccentric master had indeed increased in intensity. Chen Ye observed the 3 disciples, who were equally fixated on him. The atmosphere was unusually silent, as it seemed both parties were harboring the same thoughts in their minds. Truly, the bond among the 4 of them was profound. Ultimately, it was Chen Ye who first regained his composure. He abruptly shook his head, revitalizing his focus. The days ahead were long, affording him ample opportunity for observation, yet this moment was designated for cultivation, not for idle thoughts. With this in mind, Chen Ye beckoned to the 3 disciples and said, "All 3 of you, come at me together. Let me see how well you can coordinate." Chen Ye initially provided one-on-one guidance to the 3 disciples regarding the application of their new techniques. Having practiced diligently, they were now ready to assess the efficacy of their combined efforts. The 3 disciples nodded in unison, exchanging glances to communicate their battle strategies. In the past, Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian often collaborated in combat, having developed a strong synergy, while their joint experiences with Hu Jui had been relatively few. After all, Hu Jui's prior talents were lacking, and her strength was considerably inferior, which limited their opportunities for collaboration. This session of practice was an opportune moment to refine their mutual understanding. Following a brief discussion, they adjusted their positions accordingly. Lung Luoli, requiring time to accumulate powerful magical attacks and possessing weaker close combat abilities, positioned herself at the back. Although Hu Jui had close combat prowess, her techniques necessitated longer preparation times, placing her in the second position beside Lung Luoli, where she could also shield her. Su Qiqian, fulfilling her role as the senior sister, took the front position, showcasing both agility and offensive capability to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Given the current limitation of 3 disciples, this arrangement was the most effective they could achieve. Su Qiqian respectfully bowed to her master, exclaiming, "Master, be cautious. I shall strike now." No sooner had she spoken than she sprang into action, her spiritual energy coalescing in her right palm, imbued with a surging aura of lethal force. Once her technique was primed, she unleashed the demoness claw, directing it towards her master. Since the purpose of this training was to enhance the disciples' coordination, Chen Ye refrained from shattering the attack unleashed by his eldest disciple. Instead, he deftly evaded it. As he soared away, he landed to find countless ice spikes materializing around him, plunging into the ground and forming a preliminary magical array that ensnared him, rendering him nearly immobile. This technique was among the martial arts previously cultivated, seamlessly integrated by Lung Luoli. While her skills could not genuinely ensnare Chen Ye, he did not evade immediately. Rather, he was intrigued to observe the outcome. Soon, Hu Jiuyu unleashed her long-accumulated extermination slash, a formidable strike interwoven with countless fragments of earth and stone, resembling a roaring dragon as it surged toward him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as the 3 disciples conferred and coordinated their efforts in mere seconds. Chen Ye gazed in astonishment at the array of skills before him. The trio's synergy was unexpectedly impressive, had the one ensnared not been Chen Ye. Such a barrage of attacks would surely spell death for an opponent at the foundation establishment stage, and even those at the divine concealment stage would likely face grave injuries. However, given Hu Jiuyu's current realm, which lagged behind her 2 senior sisters, the true potential of their combined assaults would become even more terrifying once she caught up. Chapter 43. Preparations before the battle. After witnessing the combined assault of her 3 disciples, Chen Ye clapped her hands in satisfaction, signaling that they had performed commendably. She also provided further guidance on their deficiencies in executing techniques and coordinating their efforts. The 4 of them practiced together in solitude, free from external disturbances, and time seemed to pass with remarkable swiftness. Cultivators, when necessary, can often remain awake for extended periods, fueled by abundant energy. However, to maintain optimal conditions, they would occasionally take time to rest. Before long, a day had elapsed, and the 4 of them sat in meditation, nurturing the circulation of their internal spiritual energy. It was not until the afternoon that Su Jiqian finally opened her eyes. Today marked the day they would obliterate the San Yuan sect, and noticing that her master had yet to take action, she inquired curiously, "Master, the 3-day deadline has arrived. Should we prepare anything?" Upon hearing her eldest disciple as reminder, Chen Ye suddenly recalled the impending event. Time seemed to slip away swiftly while he practiced with his disciples. In his eyes, those 3 days felt like the blink of an eye. As a cultivator at the divine concealment realm, Chen Ye had long surpassed a millennium in lifespan, making the passage of time almost imperceptible to him. During this period of training, all 3 disciples had each ascended to a minor realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to achieve such a breakthrough in merely 3 days. However, thanks to the unique concentration of spiritual energy in the heavenly Xian Palace and the specially crafted indoor hot springs, a single soak in the springs could equate to dozens of days of outdoor cultivation. Coupled with Chen Ye's meticulous guidance, and considering that they had previously been cultivators of this realm, their experience contributed to their remarkably swift progress. Although Hu Jiuyu had only recently experienced a breakthrough, her lower realm required significantly less cultivation to ascend again, allowing her to surpass another minor realm. Su Jiqian's realm had ascended to the 2nd layer of the innate realm, while Lung Luo Li had reached the 3rd layer of the innate realm, and Hu Jiuyu had advanced to the 3rd layer of the acquired realm. It is worth noting that initially, Su Jiqian's realm was indeed higher than that of her junior sister, Lung. However, after her master underwent a drastic change in temperament, Su Jiqian frequently took risks to protect her sister, resulting in a greater decline in her own realm. Now, as she resumed her cultivation, it would take some time for her to catch up with Lang. With the breakthroughs of the innate realm disciples, Chen Ye received 2,000 system points. Collectively, his 3 disciples contributed a total of 5,000 points, significantly enriching his previously meager savings. Chen Ye slowly rose to his feet and said, "The day has arrived so soon. Allow me to make a few preparations, and then we shall set out." Hearing their master mention the need for preparations, the 3 disciples looked on with curiosity, eager to see what their master intended to ready. Initially, when they learned of Master's plan to annihilate the San Yuan sect, they were quite astonished. However, they soon recognized that their master was shrouded in many mysteries. Yet, out of trust in her, they had never questioned these matters, nor did they concern themselves with them. As long as the master can remain by their side, nothing else matters to them. Under the watchful gaze of the 3 disciples, Chen Ye approached the stone table. Possessing a spiritual root talent bestowed by the system, he could instantly comprehend any martial art merely by casting a glance. This was the reason he could effortlessly guide his disciples. First, he spent 500 system points in the system store to acquire a formation stone plate. This plate could inscribe formations within, and with a slight infusion of spiritual energy, it could release the formation, making it incredibly portable and convenient. After placing the formation stone plate on the stone table, Chen Ye casually retrieved the tools necessary for engraving the formation. He then began to inscribe the formation onto the palm-sized stone plate. The 3 disciples, observing their master's actions, felt a sense of bewilderment. While they were certainly familiar with the portable formation stone plates, they were about to assault one of the most powerful sects on the continent. The strength contained within such a plate could only occasionally serve to save one's life or unleash a surprise attack to disrupt the enemy. What purpose could the master have for inscribing a formation on such a plate? Surely, he could not intend to use this to attack the San Yuan sect. As the disciples exchanged puzzled glances, Chen Ye's hands moved swiftly over the formation stone plate. Before long, a barrier formation began to take shape. This barrier formation could isolate the user within, serving as a defense against external assaults. However, conversely, those trapped inside the barrier could not exit without actively dispelling the formation. Thus, in theory, as long as the range of the barrier formation was sufficiently vast, it could encompass a large area. Chen Ye's intention for inscribing this formation was not for defense, but rather to create a barrier formation extensive enough to encompass the entire San Yuan sect. When the battle commenced, he aimed to prevent anyone from seizing the opportunity to flee. He had vowed to obliterate the San Yuan sect, leaving no survivors. Only by eradicating the roots could future troubles be avoided. Having inherited all the memories of this body, he was acutely aware of the world's treachery. Having decided to take action, he had no intention of granting the enemy any chance of survival. However, a typical barrier formation inscribed on such a portable formation stone plate would only cover a few meters, insufficient to encompass the vast grounds of the San Yuan sect. Yet, Chen Ye had recently studied the intricacies of formations, and his understanding of them was profound and comprehensive. He was both the originator of formations and the master of their mysteries, existing beyond the constraints of the mundane world. As the 3 disciples continued to observe, their expressions gradually transformed from confusion to astonishment. Due to the limitations of materials and size, the formations inscribed on such stone plates typically did not reach high levels. On this continent, most formation stone plates were still at the yellow tier, while the Xian tier represented the pinnacle of existence. Yet, under their watchful gaze, the formation stone plate meticulously inscribed by their master ascended gradually from the profound tier to the earth tier, the heaven tier, and it showed no signs of halting. The 3 disciples gazed at their master with expressions of sheer incredulity. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding the potential to obliterate the San Yuan sect, those concerns were now completely dispelled. The spiritual energy required to inscribe a formation stone plate of such elevated rank was beyond imagination. Thus, the ability of their master to harness such an immense reservoir of spiritual energy indicated that her current prowess had surely rendered her an invincible entity in this realm. Chapter 44. Has the master been ambushed? Before long, the power contained within the formation stone disk continued to escalate. However, beyond a certain point, they were utterly unaware of its rank, having never heard or seen anything like it before. As Chen Ye meticulously inscribed the formation, he simultaneously refined it. amalgamating his comprehension of formations into its essence. "It is complete," Chen Ye declared. Upon finishing, he gazed at the formation stone disk before him, nodding in satisfaction. The formation embedded within the disk had surpassed the limits visible in this world, making it a trivial task to ensnare the disciples of the San Yuan sect. The three disciples, witnessing their master's intricate runestone disk, were left speechless in awe. Their master had crafted such an extensive isolation formation, likely with no intention of leaving a single disciple of the San Yuan sect alive. The three did not find any fault in their master's actions. In fact, they viewed his decisive and unwavering approach as entirely justified. The resolute demeanor of their master only amplified his charisma. Once the formation stone disk was completed, the sun began to set, casting a gentle glow. In his commitment to being an honest and trustworthy practitioner, Chen Ye knew he must resolve matters with the San Yuan sect before midnight. With this thought in mind, he beckoned to his three disciples. A surge of spiritual energy emanating from his hand, enveloping them as they ascended into the air. "Let us go for a stroll," he said casually, as if he were merely taking his disciples out for a leisurely outing rather than preparing to obliterate a premier sect of the continent. Had there been any onlookers, they would undoubtedly have thought him mad. Yet, the three disciples felt no tension. Su Jiqian and Lung Luli joyfully clung to their master's arm, appearing utterly delighted, as if embarking on a picnic in the wild. Their unwavering faith in their master's strength rendered any concern unnecessary. After distancing themselves from the Tianxian sect, Chen Ye glanced at his eldest disciple and felt his heart race uncontrollably, blood surging within him. The Tianxian Hall possessed unique calming properties, which had mitigated the innate allure of Su Jiqian's enchanting form, allowing Chen Ye to interact with her without significant issue. However, once they departed from the hall, the seductive power of his eldest disciple manifested unreservedly. The demons of the enchanting lineage naturally possessed a bewitching allure, and Su Jiqian was particularly exceptional. Not only did she benefit from her race's enhancements, but her innate charm was further amplified, rendering her allure exponentially potent. Coupled with her affectionate grip on his arm, a soft sensation coursed through him, making it increasingly difficult for Chen Ye to resist her charm. As he beheld his eldest disciple, so close at hand, Chen Ye's complexion flushed, and he instinctively swallowed hard. A powerful surge of malevolent energy churned within him, compelling Chen Ye to channel his internal spiritual force to suppress the rising flames of desire. Simultaneously, thoughts raced through his mind. "Please, this is the wilderness. One cannot resort to violence against the eldest disciple here, especially with two other disciples present. Restraint is essential." While Chen Ye was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chill at his nostrils. Curious, he touched it and found it was a trickle of bright red blood. He had a nosebleed. How disappointing. Could it be that suppressing the malevolent energy just now backfired? Chen Ye couldn't help but grumble internally. At that moment, Lung Loli, clutching her masteress' arm, could distinctly sense the rising temperature emanating from him. She looked up in surprise and discovered that her master was bleeding. Stunned, she placed a hand on his chest and exclaimed, "Master, how did you get hurt? Was it an ambush?" She scanned the surroundings warily. It was astonishing that someone as formidable as her master could fall prey to an ambush. If that were the case, the assailant must possess extraordinary strength. Regardless of the adversary's might, she would do everything in her power to ensure her masteress' safety. Hu Jiuyu, upon hearing Lung Luoli's words, also felt a surge of anxiety. She quickly drew her massive sword, prepared to engage in battle at a moment's notice. Chen Ye, observing the readiness of his two disciples, awkwardly employed his spiritual energy to staunch the flow of blood, clearing his throat as he said, "Ahem, there's no need to worry about me. There are no enemies. Perhaps the weather is just a bit dry. Everyone should remember to stay hydrated, huh?" He hastily concocted an excuse, though it was riddled with inconsistencies. At first, Su Jiqian had believed her junior sister's warnings indicated an enemy attack. However, upon hearing her master's words and glancing at his bleeding wound, she quickly pieced together the truth. Since leaving the Tianxian Hall, her master's demeanor had been somewhat uncharacteristic, coupled with his sheepish explanation. It was evident that there was more to the story. With this realization, Su Jiqian leaned closer to her master, whispering sweetly into his ear, "Master, could it be that you are bleeding because you were taken by the sight of your disciple?" Chen Ye's face flushed crimson at his eldest disciple's insinuation. more so than before. She had indeed hit the nail on the head. Yet, regardless of the truth, he could not concede. After all, where would his authority as a master reside? Recomposing himself, Chen Ye feigned calmness and stammered, How could that be? Observing her master's forced composure, Su Jiqian felt her suspicions solidify. Her master was always so stubborn and reluctant to admit his feelings. Perhaps it was time for her to take the initiative. With that thought, she remained close to her master, softly suggesting, "Oh master, it hasn't been long since then, and yet if you desire. The woods below are quite secluded. One must exercise caution regarding the potential emergence of malevolent beasts. However, it is fortunate to have the junior sisters at hand to assist in vigilance." As Chen Ye listened to the words of his eldest disciple, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, Chinner, have you truly become so audacious? Not only do you suggest peculiar locations, but you also contemplate enlisting the help of the junior sisters in such matters? It is evident that the bond among you sisters is indeed profound. Yet, do you view me as so unseemly that I would entertain such a proposal? How could I possibly refuse? How could I ever accept it?" Chen Ye's mouth slowly parted, intending to decline this suggestion. However, upon trying several times, he unexpectedly discovered that no sound emerged from his lips. It was unmistakably his body rebelling against his intentions. Two systems, each pursuing their own agenda. Chapter 45. The disciple cannot escape again. Chen Ye adjusted his demeanor, clearing his throat before finally articulating his thoughts. "Ahem, that is not what I meant. Let us continue our journey." As he spoke, perhaps feeling that rejecting his eldest disciple's proposal was a grave mistake, his expression bore traces of regret and reluctance. Su Jiqian regarded her master with an amused glimmer, as if he had just declined a monumental request. This iteration of her master was not only dashing, but also somewhat endearing. With this thought in mind, she leaned against his chest and whispered sweetly, "Why look so regretful? Master, I am not going anywhere. But if you truly wish it, I could depart at any moment." Upon hearing his eldest disciple's words, Chen Ye's complexion turned increasingly flushed. Depart at any moment. What does that imply? The dialogue between Su Jiqian and her master was soft-spoken. If Lung Luoli hadn't been listening intently, she might have missed it. However, Hu Jiuyu, positioned behind them, grasped every word. With no walls to obstruct the sound and their proximity, it was impossible to remain oblivious. Yet, despite hearing their conversation, the naive Hu Jiuyu was only partially aware, failing to comprehend the full context. When her senior sister mentioned being ready at any moment, she interpreted it as a readiness to fight for their master. Thus, she resolved to do the same, always prepared. Curiously, she mused on the strength of their master, wondering if he truly could suffer from a nosebleed due to the dry weather. She decided to assist him in brewing tea and ensuring adequate hydration in the future, oblivious to the fact that he was merely fabricating a story. In contrast to the somewhat gullible Hu Jiuyu, the second disciple, Lung Luoli, was far more astute. She held no belief in her master's whimsical tales. Her master often embraced her senior sister, yet she had never witnessed him suffer from a nosebleed during those moments. If he was bleeding today, it certainly could not be attributed to her senior sister. The fault must lie with her. His reaction seemed unusually intense. Could it be that her embrace had been too tight? Did she possess such allure? How perplexing. Her master clearly harbored feelings for her, yet never voiced them. It was unreasonable to keep him stifled, and it seemed that upon their return from this journey, she would need to take the initiative. Meanwhile, the source of all this mischief, Su Jiqian, gazed at her two younger sisters with a mischievous smile. In this regard, they were undeniably lacking. After this brief interlude, Chen Ye and his three disciples resumed their journey toward the San Yuan sect. The cultivators of the divine concealment realm soared into the skies at great speed, and it would not be long before they arrived at the territory of the San Yuan sect. The San Yuan sect is located on the source continent. Just like Chen Ye's own Tianxian sect, the source continent is situated in the southernmost part of the world, surrounded by the vast depths of the ocean. Thus it is also referred to as the deep source continent. Within the deep source continent lies the San Yuan sect, presided over by its leader, Dongfang Huan. Upon learning of the Tianxian sect's intentions to annihilate them, he paid no heed to the alarming news. After all, the Tianxian sect now boasted fewer than 10 members, and not a single elder remained. Their leader, Chen Ye, had suffered a significant decline in his cultivation after a recent defeat. How could he possibly pose a threat? Dongfang Huan perceived Chen Ye's bold claims of destruction as mere delusions stemming from an inability to accept his own failure. Nonetheless, the audacity of the Tianxian sect's threat to eradicate one of the top sects in the Deep Source continent was too sensational to ignore, drawing numerous onlookers among the cultivators. These spectators gathered early, standing several kilometers away on a distant hill, eager to witness the unfolding events. Their motives were twofold. While some came merely to observe, others harbored hopes of seizing opportunities should the San Yuan sect indeed fall, eyeing the treasures buried amidst the ruins of a fallen premier sect. After all, even a single artifact salvaged from the wreckage could yield substantial wealth. However, despite the chatter, no cultivator genuinely believed the San Yuan sect would be vanquished. Most were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. The Tianxian sect had once been a formidable sect in its own right. Although Chen Ye's cultivation had diminished, he remained a practitioner at the first level of the divine concealment realm, promising a fair amount of excitement should a confrontation arise. The sheer number of onlookers compelled Dongfang Huan to take the situation more seriously. He summoned all disciples and elders of the sect to gather in the plaza, awaiting Chen Ye's arrival. His intentions were not solely defensive. He sought to showcase the strength of his sect to the assembled loose cultivators. Additionally, given that Chen Ye had recently ambushed 2 of their elders, Dongfang Huan was concerned for the safety of his remaining members. Thus, a decree of confinement had been issued, mandating that all personnel remain within the sect's confines, with no one permitted to venture outside. Chen Ye had proclaimed that he would annihilate the San Yuan sect today, yet he did not specify the exact time. Consequently, the disciples assembled in the plaza had been waiting since dawn. As dusk approached without a sign of Chen Ye, discontent began to surface among the crowd. Many began to grumble, remarking that the sun was nearly setting, and it seemed unlikely that the so-called waste of a sect leader would make an appearance. Truly, the sect master is making a mountain out of a molehill, they scoffed. A destitute sect's failure is hardly worthy of such concern. Others chimed in. Isn't it said that a high-level cultivator's word is unbreakable? That wasteful leader will most certainly be reviled in the future, perhaps even reduced to the status of a mere cur. In this realm, cultivators place great importance on reputation, particularly those of high rank. The notion that Chen Ye would boldly declare war only to fail to show up seemed implausible to the gathered spectators. Yet as the sun dipped lower in the sky, doubts began to creep into their minds. At this moment, Dongfang Huan occupied the principal seat in the square. His temples were flecked with gray, and his appearance bore the marks of age, yet he still exuded a robust vitality. He had not anticipated that Chen Ye's proclamation of intending to annihilate his San Yuan sect was merely bluster. However, as he observed the protracted absence of the figure, he could not help but concede to this reality. The thought of being outwitted by Chen Ye ignited a fierce anger within him, leading him to resolve that once this matter had passed, he would dig 3 feet into the ground, taking matters into his own hands to unearth Chen Ye and ensure that his suffering would be beyond imagination. Chapter 46. The delayed arrival of Chen Ye. It has long been rumored that Chen Ye is accompanied by a disciple of a succubus, endowed with exceptional talent. This opportunity must be seized to concoct an elixir of immortality right before his eyes. Mere spectacle, however, is insufficient to ensure Chen Ye's utter despair. It is imperative to also subject his 2 other disciples to a similar fate. The intelligence gathered by Su Jiqian was indeed accurate. Ever since Chen Ye's defeat, following the renewed siege upon the demon territories, not a single living demon has been seen. Logically, even in the face of complete slaughter, some survivors should remain. Yet, following that siege, not only were there no survivors, but the spillage of blood was remarkably minimal. 3 years ago, Dongfang Huan was merely a practitioner of the second tier of the divine concealment realm. Since then, he has advanced through the ranks at an astonishing pace, achieving a breakthrough in a minor realm each year. For a typical practitioner in the divine concealment realm, such progress over 3 years is already commendable. However, Dongfang Huan's rapid ascension has earned him the title of the foremost talent in the Source Deep continent. Only those in the know are aware that his swift advancements stem from a unique power residing in a specific part of the demon race, which, once refined into a pill, can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Over these 3 years, Dongfang Huan has secretly consumed such elixirs, indulging in thousands. The number of deceased demons is beyond reckoning. Externally, The San Yuan sect gleams with resplendence, resembling a celestial paradise, a coveted haven for countless practitioners. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath the sect lies a scandal of monumental proportions. As Chen Ye's anticipated arrival remained elusive, Dongfang Huan rose from his seat, growing impatient. It seems that worthless fool will not appear today. There's no need for further delay. Elders, follow me outside. Even if we must scour this realm, we shall drag that coward Chen Ye into the light. Upon hearing the sect leader's command, the elders nodded in agreement, preparing to search the entirety of the Source Deep continent. Just then, a voice interrupted Dongfang Huan and the elders. Old thief Dongfang, where's your haste taking you? Surely you're not attempting to flee. Suddenly, four figures materialized in the skies above. Leading them was a young man, strikingly handsome, clad in a long azure robe. His demeanor both cultured and approachable, yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. This young man was none other than the tardy Chen Ye. With remarkable speed, Chen Ye soared through the air, seemingly appearing from thin air, akin to teleportation. The onlookers gathered atop the surrounding peaks gasped in astonishment upon witnessing his sudden arrival. That is Chen Ye. I thought he wouldn't show up today. Wasn't it said that he fell to the first tier of the divine concealment realm? How could a practitioner of that level move with such swiftness? Perhaps that rumor was false. But one truth remained. It had long been said that the leader of the Tianxian sect was accompanied by two extraordinarily beautiful disciples. Today, they lived up to their reputation, but wait, it seems there is one more. The disciple beside Chen Ye, adorned with horns upon his head, was exceptionally captivating. If only I could touch him, it would be worth any fate that befell me. Although Chen Ye suddenly arrived, he did not become the center of attention. Rather, the three disciples behind him drew the gaze of all. Su Jiqian held an array stone plate in her hands, and upon her arrival, she promptly followed her master's instructions. Activating the stone plate, an invisible barrier swiftly enveloped the surroundings. This portable treasure allowed even lower-tier cultivators to trigger it with ease. The barrier, initially spanning several dozen meters in diameter, gradually expanded to encompass the entire San Yuan sect and even the surrounding kilometers. It was transparent and emitted no fluctuations of spiritual energy, resulting in its undetected presence thus far. Upon seeing Chen Ye, Dongfang Huan's ire flared. How dare a mere waste of a sect leader from a fallen sect keep him and the elders waiting for so long? Today, he vowed that Chen Ye would suffer a fate worse than death. It would be a disservice to his wasted time otherwise. With a scoff, he declared that neither Chen Ye nor his disciples would escape. All would remain to pay for their ignorance. Without further ado, Dongfang Huan prepared to leap forward and eliminate Chen Ye. However, just before he could move, an elder intercepted him, stating, "Sect leader, he is merely a waste who has fallen to the first level of the divine concealment realm. I have recently advanced to the second level. Let me handle this matter. There is no need for you to concern yourself." Dongfang Huan pondered the elder's words and ultimately nodded in agreement. As the leader of a sect, it was indeed beneath him to deal personally with someone like Chen Ye, and allowing a subordinate to manage the situation was far more appropriate. With this in mind, he replied, "Very well, I entrust this to you. Handle it elegantly, and you shall be duly rewarded. Also, keep that demon disciple. I have further plans for him. The rest, you may dispose of as you see fit." Upon hearing of the reward, the elder's excitement was palpable. With the sect leader's directive in hand, he wasted no time and soared towards Chen Ye. The other elders of the San Yuan sect watched with envious eyes as the elder of the second level of divine concealment approached. He merely had to deal with a waste at the first level, along with three juniors who had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage. To gain the sect leader's favor, a deal too advantageous to pass up. They wished they had spoken to the sect leader earlier. Such a reward could have been theirs. None present doubted that the elder would struggle against Chen Ye. After all, Chen Ye had fallen from a higher realm, and his combat prowess and spiritual energy reserves were significantly diminished, rendering him exceedingly fragile. In the blink of an eye, the elder of the second level of divine concealment stood before Chen Ye. He mockingly taunted Chen Ye, stating, "Fear not. The sect leader has decreed that aside from the demonic disciple behind you, the rest are at my disposal. After your demise, I shall take it upon myself to care for your two disciples. Consider yourself a stepping stone on my path." With that, he immediately began to channel his spiritual energy, manifesting the oppressive force characteristic of the second tier of the divine concealment realm, which enveloped the surroundings of Chen Ye. Subsequently, he concentrated his energy in his palm and lunged towards Chen Ye's throat. Chapter 47. The inconceivable Chen Ye upon the elder's words. He immediately summoned the spiritual energy surrounding him, manifesting the oppressive aura characteristic of a second-tier god concealment realm. This formidable presence enveloped Chen Ye completely. Subsequently, he concentrated his spiritual energy into his palm and lunged toward Chen Ye's throat. Many disciples of the San Yuan sect, witnessing the unfolding scene in the sky, found it somewhat amusing. Ha ha ha, I have never seen a sect battle conclude so swiftly. Is Chen Ye here to entertain us? Oh, that worthless sect leader has come to surrender, but little did he know, our master has no intention of granting him that opportunity. Though Chen Ye had yet to make a move, in their eyes, the outcome of the battle was already predetermined. At that moment, Chen Ye did not cast a glance at the attacking elder. His gaze remained fixed on the observers below. He pondered. If the investigation conducted by the senior disciple was accurate, the members of the demon clan were likely imprisoned somewhere underground. If a conflict were to ensue, he would need to exercise caution. Having concluded his thoughts, Chen Ye noticed the elder rushing toward him out of the corner of his eye and casually struck with his right hand. Instantly, a gust of palm wind surged forth from his palm, and this intangible force seemed to disturb the very fabric of the surrounding space, causing a series of explosive sounds. The elder, confronted by the incoming gust, felt his pupils dilate in terror and instinctively attempted to evade. However, under the oppressive force of the palm wind, he found himself utterly immobilized. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily activated the protective talisman he bore, enveloping himself in a brilliant golden barrier. Even after taking these precautions, he felt insecure, for the power contained within that gust far exceeded his expectations. How could a first-tier cultivator of the god concealment realm unleash such a potent attack? He cried out for help below. Sect leader, please save me. Yet, before he could finish his plea, the golden barrier shattered upon contact with Chen Ye's palm wind, dissipating into nothingness. What followed was the shattering of the elder himself. Countless fragments of flesh and blood plummeted from the sky, scattering among the crowd in the square. The disciples of the San Yuan sect stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief at the sight of the elder's dismembered remnants. The individual they had deemed a mere failure, Chen Ye, had effortlessly obliterated their esteemed elder in a single strike. This was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. After a long silence, one disciple finally spoke up. No, it cannot be. The elder is a master of the second tier of the god concealment realm. How could he be bested by that worthless sect leader? Chen Ye must have employed some kind of offensive talisman and ambushed the elder when he was unguarded. Yes, it must be that the elder underestimated him, leading to this disastrous outcome. Upon hearing this disciple's words, the others began to shake off their stupor, choosing to accept this narrative. After all, not only is Chen Ye at a lower realm than the elders, but even if he were to surpass them by 1 or 2 realms, a single strike to annihilate him would remain implausible. Yet, as a former supreme sect leader, despite his current desolation, he possesses several formidable magical artifacts, making such an outcome quite possible. In light of this, everything starts to make sense. At this moment, Chen Ye was indifferent to the thoughts of others. He utilized his divine sense to locate the whereabouts of the demon clan members. It must be said that the San Yuan sect had concealed them quite discreetly, taking him quite some time to uncover their hiding place. Chen Ye addressed the 3 disciples behind him. Chinner, I have found the trace of your kin. Take your 2 junior sisters and rescue them immediately. Otherwise, if a battle ensues, there might be collateral damage. I will hold off the sect leader and the elders while you handle the rest. Part of the purpose for coming to annihilate the San Yuan sect was to train the disciples. Thus Chen Ye entrusted this opportunity to them. Moreover, he was eager to witness the true strength of his 3 disciples in the present day. With him present, there was no risk to their lives, serving a dual purpose. Upon hearing her master's words, Su Jiqian's expression became one of great excitement. The San Yuan sect had used special methods to conceal the demon clan members, rendering ordinary cultivators incapable of detecting them even when releasing their divine sense. However, due to Chen Ye's unique constitution produced by the system, he was unimpeded. Really? Thank you, Master. Su Jiqian gazed up at her master with heartfelt gratitude, realizing this was already the 2nd time he had saved her kin. She felt an overwhelming debt of gratitude that she could never fully repay. At any moment, her heart and everything she had could be devoted to her master. Chen Ye affectionately ruffled her hair and said softly, "There is no need for such formality with me. Off you go." Su Jiqian obediently nodded yes. "Master, rest assured. I will protect the safety of my 2 junior sisters." The thought of her kin enduring such peril filled Su Jiqian with urgency. She cupped her master's face, kissing him affectionately in gratitude before soaring away with her 2 junior sisters. The 3 women arrived at the square of the San Yuan sect, where, according to her master's words, the demon clan members were concealed beneath. However, the square was currently filled with disciples of the San Yuan sect, necessitating a cleanup before they could proceed. As Su Jiqian gazed at the sect's disciples above, a murderous intent enveloped her. A dense aura of malice erupting from within her, fully prepared to eliminate them. Her master had not instructed her to spare anyone, thus she saw no room for leniency. "It is because of you that master has been delayed in recovering. You all deserve to die." Su Jiqian's voice was cold and sharp as she shouted at the crowd below, ready to unleash the demonic palm. At that moment, the disciples of the San Yuan sect remained oblivious to the impending danger, staring up at Su Jiqian in a state of confusion. Su Jiqian, a cultivator of the 2nd layer of the innate realm, indeed possesses remarkable abilities. However, within the ranks of the San Yuan sect, there exists a multitude of protégées who have attained the 2nd layer of the innate realm, and even those who have reached higher echelons. Not to mention, their numbers are far greater. In terms of both quantity and cultivation level, Su Jiqian pales in comparison to them. How dare she audaciously declare her intent to bring about their demise? This female cultivator possesses exquisite beauty, yet her intellect seems to have faltered. Indeed, what a pity. I find myself reluctant to take action against such a splendid beauty. How did she end up with that worthless sect leader? The disciples murmured among themselves, hardly regarding Su Jiqian's status as a 2nd layer cultivator of the innate realm. At that moment, a disciple of the 4th layer of the innate realm suddenly spoke up. "The sect master has specifically called for this demoness. If I capture her, I shall surely gain the sect master's favor." Chapter 48. Su Jiqian's concern. As soon as the disciple spoke, he charged forward without hesitation. In his eyes, being a practitioner at the 4th level of the innate realm, capturing Su Jiqian would be a trivial task. He envisioned handing her over to the sect leader and reaping greater rewards in the form of cultivation resources. The others, witnessing this, began to murmur in admiration. "Truly deserving of our sect's foremost genius, Brother Gu. Quick to react. Do not rush, Brother Gu. Allow me to assist you. Brother Gu. Do not monopolize the glory. Count us in." As they spoke, over a dozen disciples surged towards Su Jiqian, eager to partake in the accolades. Su Jiqian regarded the eager attackers with a hint of disdain. To her, all men, aside from her master, were the same, either captivated by her beauty or seeking to gain something from her. She wished fervently for them to vanish from her sight. With this thought in mind, she prepared to unleash her meticulously cultivated demonic palm. However, at that moment, Lung Luoli stepped in front of her, blocking her path, and declared, "Leave this to me. Senior sister, I am more adept at dealing with these lackeys." With that, Lung Luoli raised her ice blue staff high, and countless ice spikes began to materialize from the heavens. Casting the ice fall technique. Suddenly, an unanticipated blizzard swept through the vicinity, fierce winds rendering all disciples of the San Yuan sect nearly immobile. Many of the lower-ranked disciples were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, reduced to mere remnants. Before long, a multitude of ice spikes plummeted from the sky, each imbued with terrifying spiritual power, sharp and exceptionally resilient. The disciples standing in the square had no time to react before they were pierced through, their lives extinguished without a moment's notice. Some of the more advanced practitioners, realizing the danger, attempted to flee, but under Lung Luoli's overwhelming pressure, they found it impossible to move, resulting in numerous casualties. Those airborne disciples were directly struck by the fierce winds generated by the ice fall technique, crashing to the ground, only to be met with a follow-up ice spike. Only the disciple known as Brother Gu, a practitioner at the 4th level of the innate realm, managed to narrowly evade a few of the attacks, yet he still found it impossible to retaliate. After some time, as the tempest gradually subsided, Lung Luoli withdrew her staff, gazing with satisfaction at the scene before her. Her sentiments mirrored those of her senior sister, perhaps even more intensely, aside from her master. Even a mere glance at any man irritated her. The once orderly stone tiles of the square now lay in disarray, shattered by the ice spikes. And the surrounding structures had crumbled into ruins, resembling a desolate wasteland. The lively square had transformed into a scene of death and injury, with blood frozen into icy shards. Su Jiqian stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, her expression tinged with fear as she looked at her junior sister, Long Luoli. In comparison to the scene before her, the ice cubes hurled by her junior sister, Long, although equally alarming, were of an entirely different magnitude in terms of impact. It appears that Long still harbors some regard for her senior sister. At the very least, she refrained from resorting to excessive measures. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to avoid provoking Long in the future, for one never knows when an inadvertent misstep might truly incite her wrath, an unsettling thought indeed. The more Su Jiqian contemplated this, the more apprehensive she became. She tugged at her companion, Hu Jiuyao, and whispered, "Junior sister Hu, should I ever anger Long again, please remind me. If all else fails, feel free to strike me a couple of times." Hu Jiuyao, hearing Su's words, wore a somewhat helpless expression and replied, "If you are so fearful, why not simply refrain from indulging in mischief?" Su Jiqian shook her head in defiance. "How could that be? The thrill of clandestine indulgence is what makes it delightful." Hu Jiuyao responded, perplexed, "Sister, what are you saying? I find myself quite lost." Su Jiqian gazed at her in confusion, uncertain whether Hu was genuinely perplexed or merely feigning ignorance. Yet, based on her familiarity with Hu, it was difficult to ascertain. After a brief exchange, they redirected their focus to the unfolding events around them. Su Jiqian gracefully descended onto the square, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Gu, the foremost prodigy of the San Yuan sect, just rising from the ground. Upon regaining his footing, the first thing Gu sought was the protection of his elders. As he surveyed the shattered remnants of the battlefield, his worldview felt utterly shattered. Could it be that a mere practitioner of the innate realm, even at the pinnacle of the ninth layer, could possess such overwhelming power? He could not fathom the notion that such a formidable attack could originate from someone of a comparable cultivation level. It had to be that his opponent wielded some formidable artifact of attack, surely. Yet, the release of such potent artifacts required an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Even utilizing an artifact, it would be theoretically impossible for his adversary to unleash such a devastating assault. All of this surpassed the limits of his imagination. But there was no time for contemplation. His sole desire was to survive. Faced with such a monstrous entity, he found himself utterly lacking the capacity to fight back. Chapter 49. Is this the expression of that devil? His gaze swept rapidly across the scene, desperately seeking the whereabouts of his elders for refuge. To his dismay, he discovered that all his elders had been thwarted by Chen Ye, unable to extricate themselves. Moreover, it appeared that Chen Ye was toying with the elders, deliberately holding back with each strike. The reason for Chen Ye's restraint lay in his understanding of his own capabilities. The last time he had unleashed 50% of his power on Lingshu Mountain, he had cleaved the ground, leaving behind a chasm reminiscent of an apocalyptic rift. Should he unleash such a formidable attack now, he risked inadvertently harming the demon clan members imprisoned underground. Therefore, until the demon kin were rescued, he had time to amuse himself at the expense of these elders. Upon realizing that his elders were of no help, Gu brother turned to confront the steadily approaching Su Jiqian. His expression was chilling, and he mockingly addressed her. "Humph, a waste is still a waste. Don't think that just because you can unleash an attacking artifact, you can truly consider yourself a genius. I am the treasure of the San Yuan sect, the future successor, and I possess my fair share of artifacts as well. I refuse to believe you can unleash another attack as you did before." Su Jiqian, unfazed by his taunting, felt no anger. Indeed, she found it beneath her to be provoked by such ignorance. Without further ado, she unleashed the demon slaughter palm, intending to crush him with a single blow. Gu brother, seeing that she dismissed him so lightly, felt his anger swell and began to channel his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash his full potential. "Humph, you will regret your underestimation," he bellowed at Su Jiqian. Just as everyone anticipated the release of his skill, he abruptly reached into his robe and produced a formation stone plate, activating it immediately. A beam of light erupted, and in an instant, his figure vanished without a trace. Su Qianqian's demon slaughter palm struck nothing but air, crashing into the ground and creating a terrifying, gaping chasm. Staring at the scene before her, Su Qianqian was momentarily bewildered. Wait, just a moment ago he was ready to fight to the death. How did he just run away? Was all his previous bravado merely a fade? Feeling utterly mocked, she was genuinely enraged this time. Without hesitation, she released her consciousness to probe the direction where Gu brother had fled. Fortunately, her master had prepared adequately, establishing a barrier that would prevent Gu brother from escaping this realm, even with the aid of his artifact. Soon, Su Qianqian pinpointed his location and immediately set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Gu brother remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continuing to channel his spiritual energy and sprinting for his life. The teleportation formation could only transport him a short distance to truly evade peril. He needed to run for his life. However, after only a short while, he suddenly collided with something, tumbling head over heels, his predicament comically absurd. Strange, what is this? Why can't I get out? Brother Gu stared in horror at the scene before him, pounding his fists against the barrier. It was a confinement barrier. How peculiar. Such a vast barrier. When was it erected? No, it must have a crack. I must search for it. He explored the edge of the barrier incessantly, yet the more he searched, the more terror etched itself upon his face. This barrier bore not the slightest fissure, and even more frighteningly, he heard a series of slicing sounds approaching from behind him. It was Su Jiqian pursuing him. A sense of impending doom enveloped him, and beads of cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his skin. He trembled uncontrollably, his expression grotesquely fearful. He turned to glance back at Su Jiqian. Su Jiqian, who was undeniably a stunning beauty with an exquisite figure and captivating features, now appeared in his eyes as a bloodthirsty demon crawling out from the depths of hell. Her speed of flight was astonishing, and she swiftly closed the distance between them. With a hint of playful malice in her expression, she resembled a beast hunting its prey. Sneering, found you. Demon slaughter palm. As the future heir of the San Yuan sect, Brother Gu possessed numerous defensive treasures bestowed by the sect leader. In that moment, he cast them all forth in desperation. However, as a practitioner of the innate realm, the quality of the treasures he could manipulate was limited. They crumbled before Su Jiqian's assault, like mere paper. Soon after, a piercing scream echoed, "No." Brother Gu met his end. After dispatching Brother Gu, Su Jiqian clapped her hands in satisfaction. Her master had spoken of annihilating the San Yuan sect and having not let the isolated disciple escape. She believed she had achieved a noteworthy feat. Upon returning, her master might reward her. The thought of receiving her master's praise made Su Jiqian's smile shine even brighter as she jubilantly flew back. Meanwhile, a group of scattered cultivators watching from the surrounding peaks had witnessed the entire chase of San Yuan sect's foremost genius. Their expressions were filled with shock and disbelief, jaws nearly touching the ground. Brother Gu, the top talent of the San Yuan sect, was a renowned figure across the continent. At a young age, he had reached the 4th level of the innate realm, with countless remarkable achievements. Yet, such a genius had fallen to Su Jiqian, unable to withstand even a single blow despite revealing all his trump cards. This was utterly astonishing. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Even more shocking was that the merciless Su Jiqian, resembling a demon from hell, displayed an exuberant smile reminiscent of a young girl awaiting praise from her elders after eliminating Brother Gu. Was this truly the same relentless demon they had just witnessed? After eliminating Gu Xiong, Su Jiqian returned to the square. At this moment, her 2 junior sisters had discovered a hidden door, or more precisely, a rear entrance. After all, such a clandestine location could not possibly be accessed from the most conspicuous area of the square. Lung Luoli, observing her tardy senior sister, waved her hand and called out, "Sister, come quickly, we have found the entrance." As Su Jiqian approached the entrance and beheld the seemingly bottomless staircase, her expression grew increasingly grave and her heartbeat quickened. If all went as anticipated, her parents and kin should be confined below. After such a prolonged period, she could only wonder about their well-being. Were they still alive? Chapter 50. Rescue of the Demon Clan from Su Jiqian's understanding, apart from her master. The high-ranking cultivators in this world often held a disdainful view towards beings of other races. As members of the Demon Clan, confined here, her kin must have endured considerable torment. However, such torment was not likely to occur as high-ranking human cultivators typically lacked any desire for beings of other races, preferring the company of beautiful maidens. Lower-ranking cultivators were an exception, but only the upper echelons of the San Yuan sect had access to this dungeon, ensuring that low-ranking cultivators remained unaware of its existence. Yet, this alone was insufficient to ease her mind. She quickened her pace, descending further. The staircase was long, yet Su Jiqian moved with remarkable swiftness, almost as if she were flying, and soon reached the end. At the bottom of the staircase lay a vast chamber, its corners filled with numerous iron cages. Most of these cages were empty, but a few contained signs of life. At the heart of the room stood a colossal alchemical furnace, surrounded by a variety of unfamiliar herbs and what appeared to be goat horns. Su Jiqian approached, grasping one of the horns from the table, examining it closely. It was no mere goat's horn. It was unmistakably the horn of her kin. This was the essential ingredient for concocting elixirs. The horns of the demon clan held profound significance, and once severed, they could not regenerate. No demon would willingly part with their horn. Thus, Dongfang Huan had imprisoned them here, sacrificing their very essence for his pursuits. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from a corner of the room. "My daughter, is that you?" It was a mature female voice, frail and weak. Upon hearing the voice, Su Jiqian rushed towards its source. Within the cage, two members of the demon clan were confined. One was a middle-aged man, his hair grayed, cheeks sunken, and skin showing signs of age, resembling an elderly figure. The other was a woman of alluring presence, her figure ample and skin radiant, akin to that of a younger woman, yet imbued with a mature charm. Her features bore a resemblance to Su Jiqian. "Father, mother," Su Jiqian exclaimed in astonishment as she reached the iron cage. These two were indeed her parents. Although the reunion brought her immense joy, witnessing their pitiable state filled her with sorrow. The thought of her parents enduring such hardships for the past 3 years in this place ignited a fierce desire for vengeance against Dongfang Huan. Unconsciously, tears streamed down her cheeks. Upon seeing her daughter, Su's mother expressed her surprise, asking, "Daughter, how did you come here? It was quite noisy outside. What has happened?" Su Jiqian wiped her tears and, using her demon slaughter palm, effortlessly shattered the iron cage. "Master has come to rescue everyone," she replied. "We will discuss this later. Let us leave at once." At this moment, Lung Luoli and Hu Jiue thoroughly searched the dungeon, liberating the remaining members of the demon clan. Subsequently, the group gathered and began their march towards the exit. Outside the dungeon, Chen Ye breathed a sigh of relief as he observed the demon clansmen emerging from the dungeon entrance one after another. With no further concerns, he felt liberated to unleash his full power in combat. At that moment, an elder from the San Yuan sect, possessing the strength of the 3rd level of the divine concealment realm, mockingly addressed Chen Ye. "Chen Ye, will you merely scurry about like a frightened rat?" Previously, to avoid harming the imprisoned demon clansmen below, Chen Ye had evaded enemy attacks and seldom struck back. This led others to believe he lacked the ability to fight. The only reason he had managed to swiftly eliminate one of their elders was due to his use of a magical artifact. Now that the artifact was expended, he stood as a helpless lamb, utterly defenseless. "Let us strike together and deny him any chance to evade," one elder proclaimed. The others nodded in agreement, encircling Chen Ye and unleashing their skills. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted as multiple elders from the divine concealment realm simultaneously unleashed their techniques, their combined pressure shattering the earth and stone surrounding them. Even the disciples lingering in the square, despite being at a distance from the battlefield, felt the oppressive force. Struggling to breathe, "You have slain so many disciples of the San Yuan sect. Today, no one can save you. Prepare to meet your end with the immortal crane fist." The Tuyin palm, the grand palm print of Luotian. The elders released their most potent skills, surrounding Chen Ye with assaults from all directions, leaving him no refuge. Yet, Chen Ye stood still, observing the incoming attacks with an air of indifference, as if he regarded them with utter disregard. To the spectators from a distance, it appeared as though Chen Ye had been paralyzed by fear, unable to flee. "Look, it seems our sect leader is doomed this time," one remarked. Without the strength to back it up, why pretend? Alone, accompanied by 3 disciples, he dares to challenge the San Yuan sect. Those 3 female cultivators are certainly unfortunate. They might meet their end alongside him today. By the way, Did you notice the sudden appearance of numerous demon clansmen in the square? Weren't the demon clans annihilated 3 years ago? How are they here today? The realization of the strange occurrence dawned upon several cultivators. The demon clan had been besieged and obliterated 3 years prior, yet so many had appeared now, emerging from beneath the San Yuan sect. There was undoubtedly a deeper intrigue at play, igniting the flames of curiosity within some of the more inquisitive cultivators. Above the San Yuan sect, the multitude of fearsome attacks descended upon Chen Ye, who remained utterly unmoved. The air was thick with smoke, obscuring the scene within, a consequence of the relentless barrage of attacks. Observing this spectacle, the elder of the San Yuan sect remarked, "Surely he must be dead. My strike reached him first. I shall seek the sect leader to claim my reward." What does surely imply? With such a multitude of assaults directed at him, even a formidable figure of the Purple Mansion realm would likely sustain grievous injuries, let alone this worthless Chen Ye, who is surely reduced to ashes. Indeed, it was my attack that landed first. The accolades rightfully belong to me. As the smoke lingered, the elders began to debate who deserved the most credit for the supposed victory. Amidst their heated arguments, a sudden series of coughs emerged from within the haze. Chapter 51. Dongfang Huan's presence. Cough. What a formidable attack. It has left me choking. Why must you throw sand while fighting? This voice, unmistakably, belongs to Chen Ye. Upon hearing the sound emanating from the smoke, all the elders turned towards it, their faces etched with disbelief, their quarrels abruptly ceasing. They could scarcely trust their ears, as if witnessing an illusion. The combined assault from the elders was potent enough that even their sect leader would surely perish within it, let alone Chen Ye, a mere first-level practitioner of the divine concealment realm. After a brief moment, the smoke began to dissipate. No figure emerged from within, as if Chen Ye had been reduced to ashes. With no sight of Chen Ye, the elders finally exhaled a sigh of relief. One elder, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, chuckled nervously, "I must have misheard. How could Chen Ye still be alive? He must have perished in the attack, turned to dust. Truly, age has dulled my senses. I should consult the sect leader and take some elixirs." As the elder spoke, another elder across from him wore a face contorted with fear. He pointed frantically behind him, stammering, "Why you, behind you?" His voice trembled as if he had witnessed something profoundly terrifying. "Behind me?" the elder murmured, slowly turning his head, only to behold a figure looming behind him. Chen Ye floated there, a mocking grin upon his face, resembling a predator toying with its prey. The sight of Chen Ye sent the elder into a panic, retreating several steps while muttering, "Why you? This is impossible." Witnessing the terror etched on the elders' faces filled Chen Ye with a sense of satisfaction. Having toyed enough, it was time to cleanse the refuse. With that thought, Chen Ye extended his palm towards the trembling elder and unleashed Su Ji Qian's skill, the demonic soul technique, demonic palm. As the skill activated, the elders felt themselves enveloped in a shroud of dark purple, an unparalleled aura of dread permeating the air, making even breathing a struggle. The elder at the center of this oppressive force felt his eyes bulge, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. When they beheld Chen Ye once more, he was no longer the gentle youth, but a bloodthirsty demon with horns sprouting from his head, surrounded by rivers of hellish magma. A colossal palm print erupted from Chen Ye's hand, infused with deep purple malevolence, consuming everything in its path. The elders, ensnared by Chen Ye's overwhelming presence, found it nearly impossible to move, leaving them no chance to evade the terrifying palm print of sinister energy. "Leader, save us!" an elder shouted towards Dongfang Huan, beseeching the protection of the sect leader. Yet, Dongfang Huan stood before the scene, utterly dazed, lacking the focus to concern himself with them. He could not fathom how that former subordinate, a mere failure who had lost in the sect war, could suddenly become so formidable. What a dreadful situation this was. What kind of fortuitous encounter had Chen Ye experienced? "No, if this continued, I too shall meet my demise," Dongfang Huan murmured in terror, realizing that if he did not take action soon, his life might be in jeopardy. He turned to the remaining disciples, urging, "Do not dawdle. Activate the protective formation of the sect." One hesitant disciple from the San Yuan sect inquired, "But sect leader, the elders are still outside. We cannot." Before he could finish his words, Dongfang Huan struck him with a palm, reducing him to ashes. "Enough of your nonsense. Do as I say." The remaining disciples, witnessing their fellow brother's demise, were filled with dread. They no longer dared to delay and hurriedly activated the protective formation. A barrier slowly emerged from the square, gradually enveloping the surroundings. This protective formation bore a resemblance to the isolation formation brought by Chen Ye, yet its quality and scope were significantly inferior. Even as they activated the protective formation, those within could still hear the anguished cries of the elders outside. The sounds were hauntingly chilling, sending shivers down their spines. Countless disciples watched the scene unfolding in the sky, their hearts pounding with fear, their hands trembling. The very Chen Ye they had deemed a worthless pawn now came forth to slaughter the elders they revered. The visual and psychological impact on them was simply unparalleled. All present in the square were gripped by an overwhelming fear of death. Only the protective formation offered them a sliver of solace. Equally astonished were the cultivators on the surrounding mountain peaks, observing the unfolding battle. As they witnessed Chen Ye unleash terrifying attacks, resulting in the fall of numerous formidable masters, their shock had reached an indescribable level. For years, there had been no such large-scale demise of masters in the god concealment realm, and today, they all fell at the hands of Chen Ye. Even a master at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm would likely struggle to confront multiple experts from the god concealment realm without sustaining injuries. Moreover, just moments ago, Chen Ye had withstood their attacks unscathed. His cultivation level was likely beyond the first level of the Purple Mansion realm. Hush, be quiet. Observing the predecessor's strikes at such close range will aid in our own cultivation. At this moment, no one believed Chen Ye was merely a first-level cultivator of the god concealment realm. They all felt he had merely concealed his true strength. After all, it is implausible that a solitary cultivator at the first level of the divine concealment realm could confront multiple formidable beings simultaneously. This realization was not lost on the wandering cultivators, and even Dongfang Huan became acutely aware of it, which prompted his decision to activate the protective sect formation. Faced with entities beyond the divine concealment realm, his confidence began to wane. Shortly thereafter, with the final anguished scream echoing in the air, the last elder of the Sanyuan sect was reduced to ashes. Chen Ye lightly clapped his hands, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction. Noticing that Dongfang Huan had already initiated the protective sect formation, Chen Ye felt a surge of surprise. It seemed that the isolation array he had brought would not be necessary, as they had effectively enclosed themselves within. One must commend Dongfang Huan for his astuteness. With the protective sect formation, he truly demonstrated his capabilities. At this moment, Su Qian had already brought the members of the demon clan to the side of their master. Chen Ye, along with Su's father and mother, were old acquaintances. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, he spoke. "Please step back a little, for your own safety, until I conclude this matter. Then we shall return to the sect for a detailed discussion." Chapter 52. The Guardian Formation. At this moment, both Su father and Su mother gazed at Chen Ye with expressions of profound gratitude, tinged with astonishment. Long ago, Chen Ye had traversed the demon clan's territory, adopting Su Jiqian and ensuring the safety of the demon clan members. Had it not been for Chen Ye's timely intervention, the demon clan would have faced extinction and would not have survived to this day. In essence, he had forcibly extended their lives. Remarkably, after all these years, Chen Ye had once again come to their rescue. This marked the second monumental favor they owed him as a clan. Such a debt of gratitude, accumulated through generations, would be exceedingly difficult to repay. Regardless of the circumstances, the members of the demon clan had long regarded Chen Ye as their sole true master, a being of unparalleled supremacy. What astonished them further was that while they had always perceived Chen Ye as formidable, he had now ascended to a level of strength that allowed him to single-handedly confront an entire sect. Previously, he had relied on the might of his own Tianxian sect to protect them. Yet today, he came alone, wielding lethal force. Their hearts brimmed with amazement. But no one dared to speak further. They obediently retreated. Below, Dongfang Huan watched the fleeing demon clan members, his teeth grinding in frustration. If they managed to escape, all his years of scheming would be laid bare for the world to see. The act of using the lives of foreign beings to concoct elixirs was universally acknowledged in the cultivation realm as the most despicable of actions, one that would invoke public scorn and severe repercussions. Inevitably, a multitude of self-proclaimed righteous cultivators would rally to eradicate him, claiming to rid the world of evil. Therefore, he resolved that they must not leave alive. The guardian formation served both as a defensive mechanism and a means to consolidate the spiritual energy of its users to unleash powerful attacks. This was the stronghold of their San Yuan sect, where they had established themselves for a considerable time, possessing a distinct home field advantage. The formations, structures, and defensive measures employed were among the finest. Activate the offensive formation. Dongfang Huan commanded his disciples. Upon hearing their sect leader's words, the disciples appeared visibly alarmed. The guardian formation of the San Yuan sect was a top-tier formation of the Xin level, originally designed for the use of their elders. Yet now, it was being entrusted to these disciples of lower realms, who would suffer significant damage by expending their spiritual energy on such a grand scale. However, they were now trapped within the guardian formation, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Despite their reluctance, after much hesitation, they had no choice but to comply. One by one, the disciples placed their hands on the formation's barrier, beginning to draw upon their spiritual energy. With a cold, sinister gaze fixed upon Chen Ye, Dongfang Huan bellowed in a fit of rage. "Chen Ye, do you truly believe I fear you? I know not what stroke of fortune or opportunity you have encountered, but today, even if you are a Zifu realm cultivator, you shall surely perish beneath this guardian formation." In this instance, he was willing to jeopardize the lives of his own disciples to resist Chen Ye's intrusion, effectively wagering his lifelong efforts. Thus, when he spoke, his demeanor was utterly frenzied, as the elegance he once possessed had vanished entirely. The scattered cultivators observing from the periphery were astonished upon witnessing the protective array of the San Yuan sect. Having long heard that it was a profound level formation, yet they were unprepared for its apex tier. Moreover, it was said that the protective array was crafted by a master arrayist of the 9th level of the divine concealment realm, who incorporated numerous elements such as the 5 elements, the cosmos, and celestial phenomena during its creation, resulting in an extraordinarily terrifying effect. Why had the esteemed Chen Ye not retreated? What was he waiting for? Did he truly intend to withstand that impending strike? Though Chen Ye proclaimed his intent to obliterate the San Yuan sect, he had yet to achieve this goal. However, even if he chose to withdraw with his companions now, none would dare criticize him. After all, his accomplishments had transcended everyone's expectations, securing his place in the annals of history on this continent. Yet, as they observed Chen Ye, seemingly unperturbed by the protective array, their astonishment only deepened. Could it be that he genuinely aimed to shatter the San Yuan sect today? At that moment, the attack of the protective array had been fully prepared. It merely awaited Dongfang Huan to execute the final motion to unleash its power. "Humph! You shall regret coming here today. Perish!" Dongfang Huan scoffed, gesturing grandly, and instantly, golden light began to flicker upon the barrier of the protective array. The golden radiance coalesced towards the center, dazzlingly brilliant, akin to the blazing sun. Once the light reached its zenith, a golden beam shot forth, resembling a colossal golden dragon. An overwhelming pressure enveloping the surroundings. The seething heat contained within the golden dragon made one feel as though they stood at the heart of the sun. Even the lower-tier cultivators would find their eyes scorched merely by a glance. Countless cultivators outside the protective array, upon sensing the presence of the golden dragon, felt their hearts race, instinctively retreating several paces, their legs quaking, struggling to maintain their balance. They had never witnessed or heard of such a formidable attack. At least none like it existed on this continent. What was even more unfathomable to them was that at this very moment, Chen Ye stood at the epicenter of the impending assault, enveloped in its majesty and terror. This must be a deception. No living being could survive such a potent strike. Quickly, activate the defensive formations, or the residual pressure will injure us. The distant scattered cultivators began inscribing small defensive formations on the spot, attempting to shield themselves from the anticipated shockwave. Many who lacked the knowledge to inscribe formations pleaded desperately, "Brother, let me in, I beg you." No way. 30 low-grade spirit stones. No entry without payment. A conflict for profit was even ignited in that moment. Chen Ye gazed at the imposing golden dragon approaching him, his expression tinged with surprise as he instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Such formidable power. How infuriating that it has caused me to perspire. As he mused to himself, observing the opponent unleashing their full strength, Chen Ye resolved not to hold back either. After all, given the seriousness with which his adversary regarded him, it would be quite disrespectful not to reciprocate in kind. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Ye clenched his right fist, raising it high into the air. This time, he did not intend to unleash any particular technique. Instead, he aimed to release all the spiritual energy within him in one powerful surge. Chapter 53. Chen Ye's all-out strike. He had never mobilized his internal spiritual energy on such a grand scale before. The recently unleashed demon claw had consumed almost negligible amounts of his energy. In other words, this time, releasing all his spiritual power could be equivalent to several hundred or even thousands of demon claws. As Chen Ye summoned his spiritual energy to its utmost limit, he beheld the golden dragon roaring and surging towards him, and he couldn't help but ponder that this was his first earnest strike. It would be rather dull without a magnificent name for the technique. But what should he name it? As he contemplated, a vision of a certain anime character clad in yellow and bald suddenly flashed through his mind. Perfect. That shall be its name. Satisfied with his newly conceived title, Chen Ye grinned and raised his fist. At this moment, the spiritual energy gathered upon his fist had materialized, a pale azure light swirling above it, as if it could no longer contain its eagerness to erupt forth. Feeling that his energy had reached its zenith, Chen Ye forcefully swung his fist down, unleashing a powerful blow. At the same time, he proclaimed the name of his technique, Serious Punch. As the words left his lips, a gust of pale azure wind burst forth from his fist, accompanied by a resounding whoosh. The punch's wind spanned an area akin to the sky, distorting space as it rolled through. At the moment of its release, an unparalleled and terrifying pressure instantly enveloped everything within sight. The distant onlookers, those cultivators who had yet to enter the defensive formation, were immediately sent flying by the overwhelming force, blood streaming from their mouths and noses. Even those within the protective barrier found themselves in dire straits. Cracks began to shimmer across the shield, as though it might shatter at any moment. Quick! Collaborate to repair the barrier, or we may all perish, shouted several wandering cultivators responsible for setting up the formation, urging everyone to channel their spiritual energy into the array. Initially, few believed in the extermination of the San Yuan sect, and thus no high-ranking cultivators had come to witness the battle. The spectators were primarily low-tier cultivators, drawn merely by the spectacle. Yet, even these lower-tier cultivators found it nearly impossible to survive against the pressure emanating from Chen Ye's unleashed power. Despite relying on the defensive barrier, they had anticipated that the aftershocks of the pressure would be formidable, but they had not foreseen such terror. At that moment, Dongfang Huan stood beneath his sect's protective array, insulated from the overwhelming pressure. Observing Chen Ye's confident demeanor, he couldn't help but sneer. You think that by encountering a stroke of fortune, you can become invincible and disregard the profound heritage of our San Yuan sect accumulated over the years. You shall pay dearly for your ignorance. Prepare to meet your demise. At the very moment Dongfang Huan's frenzied shouts echoed, the golden dragon had already charged right before Chen Ye. Simultaneously, Chen Ye's punch collided with the dragon's visage. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, reminiscent of a dragon's lament. Boom! As the golden dragon made contact with the force of the punch, it was instantly obliterated into nothingness, dissipating like smoke into the air. The collision of the two attacks unleashed a shockwave that crumbled the surrounding peaks, echoing with countless thunderous roars, reminiscent of the mournful cries heralding the twilight of the apocalypse. Although the golden dragon had vanished, Chen Ye's punch was relentless, still surging downward with unyielding momentum. At this moment, Dongfang Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fixated on the scene unfolding in midair, his mouth agape in shock. How could the pride of the San Yuan sect, a grand protective formation crafted through the collective efforts of countless cultivators, fail against someone like Chen Ye, a former subordinate he had once bested? It was inconceivable, utterly impossible. That individual could not possibly be Chen Ye. Unable to accept the reality before him, he stood frozen in place, his mind spiraling into chaos. Yet, Chen Ye's punch offered him no respite for contemplation, as in the blink of an eye, it reached the barrier of the protective formation. The disciples within the barrier, witnessing this scene, cried out in terror, "Sect Master, we beseech you, please activate the protective formation and let us escape. Otherwise, we shall perish here." Hearing the pleas of his disciples, Dongfang Huan finally snapped back to reality. However, upon observing the devastation surrounding him, he did not choose to flee. Though his attack had been shattered, as long as the protective formation stood, there remained a chance to counterattack against Chen Ye. "No, We cannot retreat. Channel your spiritual energy into the protective formation. We must resist together, quickly. The disciples trembled at their sect master's words. It was evident he had lost his sanity. Their earlier counteroffensive had been effortlessly dismantled. How much longer could the protective formation endure? Regret washed over them. Wishing they had heeded Chen Ye's advice to leave the San Yuan sect sooner, lamenting their decision to come here. Yet, lamentation was futile. They placed their hands upon the barrier, pouring their spiritual energy into it. Simultaneously, Chen Ye's punch surged forth, crashing into the barrier of the protective formation. Crack! Crack! As the punch first made contact, the barrier emitted a sound akin to shattering glass, fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks. The force showed no signs of abating. With a resounding crack, the barrier collapsed, countless golden shards scattering through the air like remnants of glass. Bereft of the protective formation's defense, the terrifying pressure emanating from the imminent punch enveloped Dongfang Huan, positioned at the very center of this oppressive force. As a cultivator of the 5th level of the divine concealment realm, he found standing under such pressure a formidable challenge. His expression twisted into one of horror, for he understood that he could not survive such an onslaught. Dongfang Huan began to harness all of his spiritual energy, unleashing the forbidden arts he had secretly cultivated. Sacrifice! All shall be sacrificed to me, he shouted frantically, while his spiritual energy spread across the ground like ink seeping into rice paper. The disciples of the 3 Yuan sect, upon first contact with this energy, were instantly transformed into lifeless husks. They had no chance even to scream, as they were all absorbed in an instant. Meanwhile, Dongfang Huan's cultivation began to surge dramatically, ascending through the realms of the 5th heaven, 6th heaven, until he reached the 9th heaven. His form began to alter, his physique expanding rapidly, with muscles swelling uncontrollably. The hue of his skin shifted from a flesh tone to a ghastly shade of purplish blue, resembling a monstrous humanoid. Chapter 54. Chen Ye, the celestial being, he roared, raising his body as if attempting to withstand the onslaught of Chen Ye's fist. Break from me. Countless streams of spiritual energy erupted from within him, charging forward to meet the attack. At this moment, he was merely a step away from the Purple Mansion realm. In an instant, the two forces collided. The pale azure wind of the fist surged with overwhelming authority, striking fiercely against Dongfang Huan's arm. His arm twisted and contorted under the sheer force, while his legs sank into the ground, causing the surrounding floor to erupt several meters high. In the blink of an eye, he was overwhelmed by the fist's wind, crashing down towards the earth. Yet it was not over. The whirlwind's momentum did not cease, continuing to spiral downwards with relentless force. The ground began to fracture, a vast, unfathomable chasm spreading to the limits of sight, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed for miles. Countless birds fled the sky in a cacophony, as if engaged in a great migration, while all surrounding trees and structures collapsed in ruin. In that moment, it truly felt like the end of the world. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility gradually returned to the realm. Many cultivators who had taken refuge at a distance dared to emerge from their defensive formations. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their astonishment knew no bounds. The San Yuan sect had utterly vanished from this world, leaving no trace behind and not a single survivor. What remained was a profound, bottomless pit. Indeed, it is a celestial being. Bow down, bow down. A cultivator exclaimed, deeply prostrating himself in the direction of Chen Ye. Upon hearing this proclamation, the others snapped back to reality, and without exception, they all knelt and bowed towards Chen Ye. Surely, a celestial being has descended upon our continent to punish the heinous San Yuan sect. The celestial being's arrival is a grand occasion. We have committed a grave breach of etiquette. Please do not hold it against us. We have witnessed a celestial being. In the realm of cultivation, those who had surpassed the tribulation phase were all regarded as celestial beings. Those who successfully transcended the tribulation were considered to exist in another world, rumored to possess the power to create entire realms, though they had never encountered a true celestial being. The sheer might of Chen Ye's previous strike led them to believe that only a celestial being could achieve such a feat. The celestial being must have descended to obliterate the San Yuan sect due to their transgressions that even the divine could not overlook. Yet, these juniors, upon witnessing the celestial being, hesitated in their reverence. What a grave breach of decorum that was. Should the celestial being take offense, they would surely face dire consequences. All they could do was fervently pray that their bows were loud enough to persuade Chen Ye to spare their lives. At that moment, Chen Ye gazed at his palm, momentarily bewildered. He had not anticipated that his full-force strike would possess such strength. Had he known, he would have held back a bit. After all, the San Yuan sect was still a top-tier sect of this continent, and he might have been able to retrieve some valuable items. Although he and his 3 disciples possessed superior system resources, the future disciples would inevitably require additional resources as their numbers increased. Nevertheless, what is lost, and opportunities will arise in the future. With the complete annihilation of the San Yuan sect, Chen Ye's promise has been fulfilled in its entirety. After this chapter came to a close, Chen Ye intended to lead everyone back. At this moment, Su Qian had finished reminiscing with her parents and approached her master. Embracing him tightly, Lung Luoli and Hu Jiuyu, filled with concern, also joined their master's side, their eyes reflecting joy tinged with anxiety. The attack unleashed by the protective formation of the San Yuan sect, with its golden dragon and the accompanying heatwave, was palpable even from a distance. Su's father and mother, both cultivators at the first level of the divine concealment realm, had deployed defensive formations. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for them to withstand the onslaught. They had watched their master at the epicenter of the pressure, anxiety gnawing at their hearts, and had nearly rushed out to protect him had Su's mother not intervened. Though the ordeal had passed, their worries lingered. Su Qian nestled against her master, relishing in his warmth and presence. "It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed, master. Now that you are so powerful, we can be together forever, right?" Chen Ye, feeling his eldest disciple's affection, was amused by the softness that rolled against him, igniting a ticklish sensation in his heart. He affectionately stroked her head and replied gently, "Of course, I shall always be by your side. Moreover, I promise that I will not allow anyone to bully you." Hearing her master's words, Su Qian smiled radiantly, seemingly contemplating something, and with a voice imbued with charm, she remarked, "Master, you are lying. Whenever I say no, you do not listen, but instead, Master, you say you won't let anyone bully me, yet you bully me every day." Su Qian's words were abruptly silenced as Chen Ye covered her mouth with his hand. "Hey, is what you're saying even related to what I meant? And your parents are right there. Aren't you embarrassed to speak so openly?" He glanced at Su's parents, gauging their reactions. After all, he had taken advantage of their absence to indulge in a little mischief, which surely wasn't proper. Su's father remained unperturbed, attending to the well-being of each demonic clan member. However, Su's mother looked at him with a knowing expression, clearly having understood something. Chen Ye felt it was prudent to find an opportunity to speak with them, but not just yet. Everyone needed time to recuperate. At that moment, Su Jiqian struggled wildly in her master's palm. Realizing her efforts were futile, she discreetly extended her delicate tongue to give a fleeting lick. Chen Ye immediately felt a slippery sensation and hurriedly withdrew his hand, his face a portrait of panic. "What on earth are you doing, my esteemed disciple?" Su Jiqian, observing her master's flustered expression, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, as if her scheme had succeeded. She delighted in the sight of her master's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, finding him both handsome and endearing, an irresistible combination that made her heart flutter uncontrollably. Chapter 55. The white-haired lowly. However, speaking of which, Su Jiqian did not find it inappropriate to act coy in front of her parents and her master. In her memories, she often witnessed her mother charming her father in a similar manner during her childhood. Furthermore, as her mother was also a succubus, she believed that her mother would surely understand her feelings at this age. Moreover, she recalled that when her parents entrusted her to her master, her mother had whispered some peculiar words to her. The specifics were now a blur. At this moment, Su Jiqian remained tightly embraced by her master, showing no intention of letting go, reveling in the warmth of his embrace. On the side, Lung Luoli observed her senior sister, her fists gradually clenching. For heaven's sake, enough is enough. She was also worried about their master and longed for his embrace too. Suddenly, Su Jiqian felt a slight chill along her spine. Before she could turn around, she felt someone tugging at the back of her clothing. Consequently, she was pulled away from her master. With one hand gripping her senior sister and the other placed firmly on her hip, Lung Luoli wore a displeased expression. "Senior sister, you haven't seen your parents in ages. Shouldn't you catch up with them? Let me comfort our master." Feeling embarrassed, Su Jiqian scratched her face, her gaze evasive as she replied, "But it was my mother who asked me to accompany our master. She also said not to delay important matters." Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Lung Luoli's expression grew increasingly grave. Why did it seem as if her senior sister now had a wise advisor? One senior sister was already challenging enough. Now there was an additional mature succubus assisting her in strategizing. Would their master even have time for her? At that moment, Hu Jiuyu observed Lung Luoli's discontented expression and suddenly recalled what Su Jiqian had said to her not long ago. If she ever displeased Lung Luoli, she should either remind her or give her a couple of taps. With this thought, Hu Jiuyu gradually retrieved a ruler from her pocket. Since it was her senior sister's request for her to act, she felt compelled to comply. Thus, she playfully tapped Su Jiqian's soft form. A crisp sound resonated, and Su Jiqian trembled, her face flushed with embarrassment. Turning around, she asked in bewilderment, "Who? Junior sister, why did you hit me?" "My mother has never done that." Hu Jiuyu appeared somewhat flustered, hastily waving her hands as she explained, "But didn't you say, senior sister, that if you ever upset Lung Luoli, then?" Upon hearing this, Su Jiqian finally recalled, her expression one of exasperation. "You took that seriously. Must you be so literal? What I meant was for you to remind me before I anger Lung Luoli. Now it's too late. I suspect you just wanted to hit me." Chen Ye, the protagonist of this incident, remained oblivious to the reason behind the commotion among the three disciples, simply assuming they were enjoying a moment of camaraderie. "Let's go. We should head back." Chen Ye spoke, and, harnessing his spiritual energy, led the group back along the path. Having just unleashed a tremendous strike, his internal reservoir of spiritual energy was considerably depleted, and replenishing it in this realm of sparse spiritual essence would require a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, the remaining energy was sufficient to support their flight. To restore his spiritual power to its peak, a return to the heavenly Xian Palace was essential, where the abundant spiritual energy would soon facilitate his recovery. At this moment, the onlookers, a crowd of loose cultivators, knelt in awe as they watched Chen Ye gradually recede into the heavens. It was only after he had completely vanished from their sight that they began to rise, brushing off the dust from their garments. The assembled cultivators cast one last glance at the vanishing San Yuan sect, their hearts filled with a sense of wonder. The terrifying punch, even though aimed elsewhere, instilled in them a profound feeling of having survived a calamity. Such was the legendary immortal, capable of reshaping mountains and obliterating lands with but a gesture. Gradually, some cultivators began to withdraw from the scene. Soon after, taverns and merchants across the source-deep continent buzzed with tales of the day's events. As the narrative spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, various sects and national powers learned of Chen Ye's resurgence and his decisive victory over the San Yuan sect. However, most factions remained skeptical, unwilling to accept the truth. When they dispatched personnel to the remnants of the San Yuan sect, the apocalyptic ruin laid bare before them left no room for doubt. Numerous factions began to inquire about Chen Ye's whereabouts, eager to forge alliances. Yet, it was as if he had vanished from the mortal realm. After the obliteration of the San Yuan sect, he disappeared without a trace. Of course, that was a tale for another time. At this moment, Chen Ye was still en route back to the heavenly Xian Palace with his companions. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the palace stood a solitary figure. This being was petite and delicate, with waist-length white hair, eyebrows and eyelashes of the same pure hue, and atop her head, a pair of black and white striped tiger ears. Though she was somewhat shorter, her stature was impressive. Proportionately, she was merely a tad smaller than Su Qianqian. Alone on the plaza of the heavenly Xian Palace, she wore a dazed expression, her mouth agape in astonishment. Her adorable little tiger teeth were just visible, making her appearance irresistibly cute and prompting a desire to reach out and pinch her cheeks. The concentration of spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world. However, where had her savior gone? Why could she not see him? Previously, when Chen Ye had just unlocked his system, he sought to test his strength. In doing so, he inadvertently rescued a demon king, White Tiger. After a brief period of recuperation, the White Tiger had intended to visit the heavenly Xian Palace to express her gratitude. However, in her original form, she found herself unable to approach the vicinity of the palace, being repelled instead. Thus, she had to expend some of her cultivation and time to transform into human form, enabling her to enter the grand hall. Now, Having wandered the plaza, she found herself once again without sight of Chen Ye. She inhaled deeply, attempting to discern the scent of Chen Ye. Ultimately, she found it within a grand hall, where the aroma lingered enticingly. Barefoot, she hurriedly advanced into the chamber. To her dismay, the room was empty. Chen Ye was absent, and the fragrance emanated from a bed. She approached, seizing the blanket and inhaling deeply. Inhale sharply. How delightful, the scent of her benefactor. She had not anticipated that her benefactor could possess such an alluring fragrance. She longed to bask in it endlessly. Murmuring softly, she pondered whether her fondness stemmed from Chen Ye's act of salvation or some other inexplicable reason, for the scent enveloping her was irresistibly captivating. Gradually, she nestled into Chen Ye's cocoon of warmth, covering her head with the blanket, surrendering to the enchanting aroma, and slowly drifted into slumber. Chapter 56. The Demon Cultivation Sect. After a while, several figures gradually appeared above the Tianxian Hall. These were, of course, Chen Ye and the members of the Demon Clan. Even before reaching the hall, the Demon Clan members began to marvel at the grandeur of the place. Centered around the Tianxian Hall, a vast architectural complex extending over 1,000 meters unfolded before their eyes, resembling a grand city inhabited by tens of thousands. However, unlike a typical city, the layout here was distinct. Each cluster of buildings was designed to accommodate different types of cultivators. Chen Ye and the others gently descended onto the plaza of the Tianxian Hall. Once on the ground, Chen Ye surveyed the members of the Demon Clan, numbering around 40. They all appeared emaciated, having just endured a harrowing imprisonment. He noted a detail. Among the surviving members of the Demon Clan, apart from Su's father and mother, all were from the younger generation and possessed spiritual roots of the 3rd grade or above. In this land, a 3rd grade spiritual root allowed one to be considered part of the mid to upper echelon of any sect, indicating a commendable talent. Perhaps Dongfang Huan had intentionally spared those with superior qualifications for alchemical purposes. Chen Ye approached Su's father, the clan leader, knowing that any significant matters would naturally require his counsel. You have nowhere else to go now. Why not remain in the Tianxian sect? He suggested. However, should you wish to stay here, I have a condition that I hope you can accept. Su's father was deep in thought, considering the reality that their clan's territory was lost and where he might lead his people to settle. He had not even contemplated that Chen Ye would offer them refuge. The abundance of spiritual energy here was a rare privilege. Having one daughter capable of cultivating in such an environment was already a remarkable fortune for them. Thus, he was astonished when Chen Ye proposed that they stay. Having saved their entire clan twice, they felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. They would not only accept any conditions, but would willingly risk their lives to repay him. Grasping Chen Ye's hand earnestly, Su's father declared, "Benefactor, command us. Regardless of what you ask, whether within our capacity or beyond, we shall exhaust our efforts, even at the cost of our lives." Chen Ye was taken aback by his fervent dedication. In truth, he did not have any particularly grave requests. The system had tasked him with recruiting disciples, specifically those with spiritual roots of the 6th grade or higher for direct disciples, without the aid of elixirs to enhance their abilities. As for Hu Jiyue, she had been by Chen Ye's side since his arrival, thus already counted among his disciples. Furthermore, the system's requirements extended beyond direct disciples to include inner and outer disciples, with the criteria for these groups being considerably more lenient. For inner disciples, a minimum of 3rd grade spiritual roots was necessary, while outer disciples only required a 1st grade or higher. Conversely, as inner disciples advanced in rank, the system points Chen Ye earned would diminish significantly, only 1/10 of what he would receive from direct disciples, with even less from outer disciples. The cultivation techniques practiced by the Demon Clan leaned towards the dark arts, characterized by fierce and imposing offensive maneuvers. Fortunately, the Heavenly Xian sect has a dedicated division for practitioners of the dark arts. Thus, Chen Ye intends to accept them as disciples, as he holds a deep trust in these individuals. However, joining a sect is a lifelong commitment, not something one can easily abandon. Therefore, Chen Ye deems it necessary to inquire about their intentions. He began, "The Heavenly Xian sect has recently been re-established and is in dire need of personnel. Outsiders cannot reside here for long, but if you join the sect as inner disciples, you will no longer be considered outsiders." Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Su's father was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed with joy. He had anticipated stringent conditions, but this was merely a straightforward offer. What he proposed was not a burden, but rather a reward. The gratitude Chen Ye had for the demon clan was unparalleled, and he was indeed a being worthy of their eternal service. Grasping Chen Ye's hand, Su's father was on the verge of kneeling before him. "We have come to pay our respects to the sect master. Our clan's gratitude toward you is beyond measure, and we shall remain at your beck and call until the last drop of demon blood is shed." The other members of the demon clan promptly knelt, bowing to Chen Ye in a gesture of allegiance. Observing this, Chen Ye quickly supported Su's father, preventing him from fully kneeling, for after all, he was to be his future father-in-law. With the demon clan members performing their rites of entry, Chen Ye also received a notification from the system. Ding! Detected that the host has accepted 46 inner disciples, awarding system points, 11,500. Upon accepting disciples, there would be system point rewards, and additional rewards would be granted when disciples broke through their realms. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Chen Ye couldn't contain his delight. With the remaining system points, he was now close to achieving a breakthrough. At this rate, becoming a true immortal was surely within reach. With these thoughts, Chen Ye gleefully opened the system store, eager to see what he could exchange for his new disciples. To his surprise, he discovered a foundational technique for dark practitioners. According to the system's description, it was specifically designed for practitioners of the dark arts and was of the same tier as the highest level techniques. Chen Ye spent 2,000 system points to acquire it and examined it closely. This foundational technique encompassed various aspects of dark arts maneuvers. While it may not be as formidable as the soul technique practiced by Su Qian, the techniques contained within were undeniably among the finest in the realm. Even more astonishingly, the training directions within catered to diverse offensive styles, allowing for 1,000 practitioners to develop 1,000 unique techniques. This was a resource specifically provided for the training of inner disciples. Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel at the system's thoughtfulness. He handed the foundational technique to Su's father and instructed, "From now on, you and Su's mother shall serve as the elders of the Dark Arts Division, and this technique is to be imparted to the disciples for their cultivation." As the disciples within the sect gradually increased in number, it became impractical for Chen Ye to personally instruct each one in their cultivation. Thus, it was imperative to appoint elders to oversee the training of the other disciples. Su's father nodded in acceptance. Although he felt that his current abilities were insufficient to serve as an elder of the Tianxian sect, he resolved to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to fulfilling this significant responsibility bestowed upon him by the sect leader. After distributing the cultivation techniques to Su's father, Chen Ye led the group away from the heavenly pavilion and directed their flight towards the demon cultivation department. Nestled beneath a colossal mountain, the department was crowned by a magnificent statue of an angel. According to Chen Ye's understanding, this imposing mountain was also part of the Tianxian sect, though he remained uncertain as to which type of practitioners it was designated for. The world of cultivation was vast and boundless, with an innumerable variety of practitioners. The Tianxian sect had provided a training ground for each category of cultivator, yet many remained unfamiliar to Chen Ye. Chapter 57. It is better to keep a low profile. Chen Ye led his companions to the demon cultivation sect. From the heights, one could behold a grand violet hall at the very heart of the sect, emanating an aura of terror that enveloped the surroundings in a purplish haze. Any ordinary person would scarcely endure a few moments in such a place. However, for practitioners of demonic arts, it was a veritable treasure trove. Within the courtyard of the sect lay numerous chambers designated for the disciples' habitation, amidst a plethora of flourishing trees. Under ordinary circumstances, these trees would have withered away under the corrosive influence of the malevolent energy, yet here, they thrived, absorbing the essence and growing remarkably lush. The scene was not one of desolation, but instead showcased a unique kind of beauty. Upon landing, Chen Ye addressed Su's father, saying, "This place shall be entrusted to you from now on. The day is waning, and I shall not impose upon you any longer." The disciples, weary from their endeavors, were urged to take their rest. After vanquishing the San Yuan sect, night had already fallen, and perhaps due to the considerable drain on his spiritual energy, Chen Ye felt an unusual fatigue and longed for a restful slumber. Bidding farewell to the demonic kin, he returned with 3 disciples. The expressions of the departing disciples were filled with gratitude, knowing they would soon cultivate in this new environment and, upon achieving success, would strive to repay their master's kindness. Upon returning to the Tianxian Hall, the three disciples retired to their respective quarters, while Chen Ye entered his own room. A yawn escaped him, and he was soon enveloped by a wave of drowsiness. As he approached the bedside, he unexpectedly discovered a tuft of white fur resting upon his pillow. No, more accurately, it resembled the fur of a tiger. How peculiar! How could there be beastly hair in his room? Had a demon beast stealthily intruded while the sect was unguarded? That seemed unlikely. If a beast had come, the room would surely be in disarray. Dismissing the thought, he reasoned it might have been a bird that flew in. With little inclination to ponder further, he slipped beneath the covers. Finding his position uncomfortable, he shifted slightly, only to inadvertently touch something. Wait, what had he just encountered? With a look of confusion, Chen Ye reached out, feeling something soft, yielding, and remarkably pleasant to the touch. The peculiar sensation dispelled much of his weariness, invigorating him instead. As he gradually lifted the covers, his eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the blanket lay a charming little girl with white hair. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed up at him. Just moments ago, his hand had been. The white-haired girl appeared to have been startled, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Upon witnessing her distressed expression, Chen Ye's immediate instinct was to apologize, recognizing that he had inadvertently caused her discomfort. I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Why should I apologize? What are you doing in my bed? After apologizing, Chen Ye suddenly realized and asked in astonishment. At that very moment, outside Chen Ye's room, Su Jiqian donned an alluring purple miniskirt paired with lace-trimmed thigh-high stockings, accentuating her perfect and supple figure to the fullest. With her hand resting on the doorknob, she prepared to push open her master's door. Her master had exhausted himself to save her kin, and she felt compelled to help him stretch and relieve his fatigue. Fortunately, both her junior sisters were sound asleep at that moment, presenting a splendid opportunity for a clandestine encounter. Although the consequences would be dire if her cold junior sister were to discover her actions afterward, she thought, as long as I remain undetected, all will be well. Hee. That cold junior sister is still too naive, forever trailing behind her elder sister. Just as Su Jiqian, with a triumphant expression, was about to open her master's door, she suddenly sensed that a door not far away had swung open. To her surprise, it was her cold junior sister emerging from within. What a coincidence! Why was her cold junior sister out so late? As Su Jiqian pondered this perplexity, she noticed her cold junior sister walking in her direction. Oh no, was her cold junior sister also planning to sneak into their master's room? This could spell trouble. If discovered by her cold junior sister, the ramifications would be severe. The chilling power of the ice summoning technique her cold junior sister had unleashed during the recent event at the Sanyuan sect lingered vividly in her mind. It would be wise to hide. With this thought racing through her mind, Su Jiqian hurriedly concealed herself in the bushes beside the house. At that moment, Lung Lolly had already arrived at their master's door. Clad in an ice blue camisole dress that resembled sleepwear, she had tied a blue embroidered garter around her thigh. A delicate bow adorned her neck, akin to a gift awaiting unwrapping. Her hand rested on the doorknob, her heart racing with anticipation. She had prepared for this moment for quite some time, mustering the courage to act. The thought that her elder sister had outpaced her and was secretly indulging in a liaison behind her back irked her greatly. Truly, her elder sister was merely a tad taller and kavya, merely a beauty that could lead to trouble. Surely, she was not lacking in appeal. Her master would surely appreciate her type as well. Taking a deep breath, Lung Lolly was ready to push open her master's door. Regardless of the outcome, she had to convey her feelings to him. She could no longer keep them hidden. If her master could accept her, that would be splendid. If not, she would continue to pursue him. After all, she spent every day with her master, and sooner or later, they would become inseparable. Just as she was about to open the door, she suddenly noticed another door nearby swinging open. In the dim light of night, a shadowy figure was moving her way. The distance was somewhat far, and without using her spiritual sense, Lung Lolly could not discern the figure's features. However, the skin tone was unmistakably that of Hu Jui. Alas, why is Sister Hu wandering out in the dead of night? Approaching this direction, could it be that she too seeks the master? The attire she dons today is rather indecorous, and until now, only the master has laid eyes upon it. Should Sister Hu catch a glimpse, she would undoubtedly wish to vanish into the earth. I must find a place to hide. The thicket beside the master's abode appears quite secluded. With this thought, Lung Luoli swiftly concealed herself within it. Under the night sky, the silvery moonlight illuminated the two figures. In the darkness, their eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness. Sujiqian. Lung Luoli. Chapter 58. Is there one more person? Lung Luoli was the first to speak. Master, senior sister? What brings you here? Why are you hiding in the bushes at this late hour? She inquired with a hint of confusion. However, before senior sister could respond, she quickly pieced it together and continued. Ah, I see. You've come here to indulge again. Hiding away to avoid being discovered, huh? This time, you shall not escape unscathed, senior sister. Su Jiqian felt somewhat flustered, having been caught by her junior. Yet, upon noticing Lung Luoli's attire, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Lung junior sister, I never knew you had such a taste in clothing. Is that bow meant for master? You wish for master to unwrap you like a gift. Before Su Jiqian could finish her teasing remark, she noticed Lung Luoli's rare blush. The expression on her face was like waves, a clear manifestation of her embarrassment. Watching her senior sister's unabashed smile, her shyness gradually morphed into indignation, as if she were on the brink of an eruption. Senior sister, you still dare to speak. Ice trap technique. She promptly unleashed her skill, eager to teach a lesson to her unruly, snack-stealing senior sister who dared to mock her. In response to this scene, Su Jiqian waved her hands in a hurry, pointing to a nearby spot. Sho, Hu junior sister is coming. You wouldn't want her to discover this, would you? Keep it down. Hu junior sister has exceptionally keen ears. Reluctantly, Lung Luoli retracted her technique, falling into silence. It was embarrassing enough for senior sister to see her like this. She certainly didn't wish for junior sister to witness it as well. At this moment, Hu Jiyue had already arrived at her master's door. She was adorned in a black and white maid's outfit, but instead of white stockings, she wore black fishnet tights, embellished at the top with delicate white embroidery. A crown woven from flowers of various colors rested upon her head, a symbol of special significance among the elven folk, typically worn on the wedding night. The silvery moonlight cascaded over her face, casting a spotlight on her uniquely three-dimensional features, which appeared exceptionally exquisite and enchanting at that moment. Almost beyond reality, anyone who paused to gaze would find their heart racing uncontrollably. What was even more irresistible was the subtle blush gracing her delicate face, akin to a soft blush highlighting her perfection. Standing at her master's door, Hu Jiyue took a deep breath, steeling her resolve. Today, she musters the courage to express her innermost thoughts to her master. Just as she was about to turn the doorknob, her ears suddenly picked up faint sounds emanating from within the room. It was a delicate murmur, as if her master was conversing with someone. Frowning, Hu Jiyue pondered for a moment. Could it be senior sister Su or senior sister Long, having arrived before her? How frustrating. She had finally mustered the courage to come today. As Hu Jiyue hesitated repeatedly, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching the door from within the room. Although she had summoned considerable courage today, she was still unprepared to encounter anyone else, not even her two senior sisters. It would be prudent to conceal herself for the moment. With this thought in mind, she made her way towards the bushes beside the masteress' house. As she parted the foliage and stepped inside, she unexpectedly collided with two individuals. Su Jiqian, Lung Luoli, Hu Jiyue. At this very moment, amidst the tranquil and serene night, the three devoted disciples found themselves face to face, three individuals, three pairs of eyes, locked in mutual gaze. Yet no one dared to speak. The atmosphere was thick with awkwardness, rendering them momentarily mute. Eventually, it was Lung Luoli who broke the silence. Sister Su, you are hiding here because I have arrived. I am hiding here because Sister Hu is here, responded Su Jiqian. Then, Sister Hu, what is the reason for your concealment? A sense of foreboding began to creep into Lung Luoli's heart. Upon hearing her words, Su Jiqian's expression grew increasingly perplexed, her face a canvas of disbelief. In the heavenly profound hall, there were only the three of them and their master. Could there possibly be another? Who could that mysterious individual be? A ghost, perhaps? Hu Jiyue pointed towards the masteress door and stated, I heard a noise inside and thought you were in there in an instant. The three of them were thrown into disarray. Their master could not possibly be speaking to herself at this hour. There had to be someone else present. Was their master secretly harboring a lover? Was it Lung Luoli's demeanor that fell short? Or perhaps it was the allure of Hu Jiyue's character that lacked appeal. The thought that their master might seek solace in another was unfathomable. At this juncture, The three of them no longer felt the need to hide and crowded at the entrance of their master's room. Forming a line, they pressed their ears against the door, straining to hear the sounds emanating from within. While the revelation of their master's possible infidelity was difficult for them to accept, she remained their most revered mentor. Even if she had found someone else, they had no right to question her choices. They could only endeavor to come to terms with it. Simultaneously, they chastised themselves for being inadequate, allowing their master to seek companionship elsewhere at this moment. Hu Jiyue and Lung Luoli exchanged glances, their eyes gravitating towards Sister Su, as if to silently reproach her. How could a succubus like you let this happen? Meanwhile, Su Jiqian wore a look of utter bewilderment. Please, usually when I take action, you two either intervene or support me. Why are you blaming me now? However, it seemed they were now invoking the adage of not letting good fortune flow to outsiders. In the absence of others, the three had schemed against one another. Yet with a newcomer present, they were all too eager to push each other aside. Their ears pressed against the door. Su Jiqian's hearing was not as keen as Sister Hu's, yet her curiosity was insatiable, and she could not dare to intrude upon their master's thoughts with her spiritual awareness. She pressed herself ever closer, oblivious to her overwhelming weight resting on the doorknob. Moments later, a sharp click echoed. Chen Ye had neglected to lock the door while sleeping, and with the slightest pressure on the handle, the door swung open. Su Jiqian and Hu Jui were caught off guard, tumbling to the floor. Perhaps due to a difference in balance, only Lung Luoli managed to steady herself, avoiding any embarrassment. The three inadvertently stumbled into their master's chamber, their expressions rife with panic. Eavesdropping on their master's privacy was undeniably impolite. They were all devoted disciples. And this was clearly an act of rebellion, an affront to their master. Yet, just as they were about to offer their apologies, they lifted their gazes, only to be met with the sight of their master engaged in a most humiliating act. A perverse master. Chapter 59, The Eccentric Master 2.0 At this moment, Chen Ye stood before the wardrobe, holding a garment he had just exchanged from the system store, attempting to dress the white-haired lowly. Not long ago, he discovered an unexpected presence in his bed. After a brief exchange, he learned of the origins of this peculiar creature. Although he was astonished that his casual intervention had saved an unrelated demon beast, he had no choice but to accept it. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that demon beasts do not don clothing upon their transformation. Observing the situation, Chen Ye contemplated summoning his disciples for assistance, considering the awkwardness of his current predicament. Yet, the white-haired lowly clung to him resolutely, refusing to let go. Ultimately, he had no choice but to dress her himself. At that moment, as Chen Ye was halfway through putting on the garment, three disciples burst into the room. The sudden intrusion caused him to fumble, and to the eyes of his disciples, the scene was entirely misconstrued, as if he were undressing her. Just then, Su Qian sprang up, her gaze fixed on her master with a peculiar expression. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Master, I always believed you favored girls like me. It seems you prefer this instead. It's all right. Master, I understand. Just remember to lock the door next time." Chen Ye felt as though he had stepped into a quagmire of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Hu Jiyue approached the white-haired lowly with a curious expression, scrutinizing her closely. With distinct features of the demon race adorning her head and back, she was evidently not human. With a look of adoration, Hu Jiyue reached out to pet the lowly's head and inquired of her master, "Master, how long has she been hidden here? I didn't see her when I cleaned your room. Before, did you employ some secret technique?" Su Qian nodded in agreement, echoing, "Yes, master. When did you conceal her? I didn't notice her when I came to your room to borrow your clothes." Upon hearing their comments, Chen Ye was left utterly perplexed. He had been wondering why a particular garment had gone missing, only to realize that it had been pilfered by his eldest disciple, and she had the audacity to openly admit it. Moreover, Hu Jiyue, how could you possibly entertain such thoughts? Does it seem likely that he would engage in such behavior? If anyone could hear Chen Ye's inner musings, they would undoubtedly agree with him. At that moment, neither Su Qian nor Hu Jiyue offered any reliable support. It was Cold Luoli who finally reacted, stepping forward to assist the white-haired lowly in donning her clothing. Subsequently, Cold Luoli grasped the ears of her senior and junior disciples. Her expression stern as she admonished, "Stop creating a ruckus. Let master speak." Unlike her senior and junior counterparts, Cold Luoli sensed that there was more to this scenario than met the eye. With the disciples finally quieted, Chen Ye exhaled in relief. However, it must be said, how is it that the second disciple seems to resemble the master even more? Today, Master Chen Ye exudes an air of authority once again. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ye recounted the origins of the white-haired lowly to the gathered disciples. Upon learning of her background, the disciples accepted her presence with ease, appearing as if a veil had been lifted from their understanding. Su Jiqian's expression was particularly one of noticeable relief. The reason for her reaction stemmed from her concern that the master might possess a preference for younger girls, one that did not align with her own type. Fortunately, it was merely a misunderstanding, a misconception. Once Chen Ye finished his explanations, he turned to Hu Jiyue and said, "In any case, Yue, please show her to a room where she can rest. We shall address any matters in the morning. I am feeling somewhat fatigued and wish to take a brief respite." Regarding the unexpected arrival of the white-haired lowly, Chen Ye deemed it prudent to provide her with a separate room. After all, it would be inappropriate for her to sleep in his own chamber. Although the white-haired lowly was reluctant to part ways with Chen Ye, she had no choice but to take Hu Jiyue's hand and leave, so as not to disturb his rest. At that moment, Su Jiqian gently pushed her cold junior sisters back, chattering as they departed, "Then we shall not interrupt Master S' repose. Ha ha." While speaking, Su Jiqian cast a flirtatious glance towards the master, sending subtle signals. This scene, of course, was lost on Lung Luoli, who was being steered away by her senior sister. Once outside, Su Jiqian turned to her junior sister and declared, "Since the three of us are indulging today, it seems we are even now. Let us return to rest early, for we must cultivate together tomorrow." Lung Luoli cast a wary gaze at her senior sister, insisting, "You return first. I cannot rest easy otherwise." Su Jiqian retorted, "What about the foundational trust between sisters? Where's the trust?" Lung Luoli's expression darkened. "Senior sister, you truly are dramatic. However, I have no trust in you whatsoever." Seeing the lack of trust in her junior sister's eyes, Su Jiqian patted her chest and vowed, "I promise. If I indulge in secret while you are away, I shall. I shall." Lung Luoli crossed her arms, her face devoid of emotion as she stared at her senior sister. "What will you do?" Su Jiqian's expression grew serious, as if she had made a solemn resolution. "I shall brew tea for you." Lung Luoli promptly delivered a light headbutt. "You dare mention that? Who would want to drink your tea?" Ultimately, under Lung Luoli's watchful gaze, Su Jiqian returned to her room, allowing Lung Luoli to finally feel at ease and retire for the night. Although this nocturnal venture had not met with success, Lung Luoli remained undeterred. The days ahead were long, and she refused to believe that she would be thwarted by an unwelcome presence each time. The scene shifted to Chen Ye's chamber. Just as he settled beneath the covers, intending to sleep, he felt a gentle breeze waft through the window beside his bed. Soon after, a figure appeared by his bedside. This figure, of course, was none other than Su Jiqian. She held a small vial in her hand, her enchanting smile directed towards her master as she said, Master, take a look at this. This is a spirit essence, a liquid that only materializes when the concentration of spiritual energy reaches a certain level. Applying it to Chinner's soft and slender hands greatly aids in cultivation and other endeavors." Chen Ye inquired, "By the way, my esteemed disciple, how did you manage to enter?" Su Jiqian pointed towards the nearby window, explaining, "I had just concealed myself in the grass over here when I fortuitously discovered that there was a window. No one else is aware of it. So please remember to leave a window open for Chinner in the future. It is said that from this day forth, regardless of whether it is windy or rainy, whether in the frigid winter or the scorching summer, the window by Chen Ye's bed has never been closed again." Chapter 60, New Disciple. As the first light of dawn graced Chen Ye's face, the new day had already begun. Chen Ye opened his eyes to find his eldest disciple peacefully slumbering beside him. The expression on her face in sleep was one of serene contentment. Just as Chen Ye rose from his warm cocoon, intending to dress and tidy himself, his eldest disciple stirred, as if sensing the absence of something, and groggily awakened. "Good morning, master," she greeted, rubbing her eyes. Upon waking, Su Jiqian's hair was slightly tousled, yet it did not appear disheveled. Rather, it exuded a languid beauty. In the vibrant morning light, her skin was delicate and dewy, and her exquisite visage bore no blemish. Chen Ye approached and affectionately ruffled her hair, speaking gently, "You worked hard last night. By the way, I was wondering, why did you and your junior sister both appear in my room yesterday?" Having been preoccupied with explaining matters concerning the white-haired lowly, Chen Ye had overlooked this detail. Upon reflection, he realized something amiss. Why had 3 disciples suddenly intruded upon his chamber in the dead of night? Upon hearing her master's unexpected inquiry, Su Ji Qian's expression froze momentarily, the remnants of sleep fading swiftly. How could she explain this to her master? He was still unaware of her 2 junior sisters' affections for him. As long as she remained silent, she could continue to enjoy this exclusive time with her master for a while longer. It would be best to keep this to herself and let the situation unfold naturally. At that moment, playful sounds echoed from outside the room, prompting Su Ji Qian to shift the subject. Let us not dwell on this for now, master. It seems the junior sisters have awakened, and we have guests to attend to. It would be prudent to head out early, so as not to keep everyone waiting. The guests she referred to were none other than the white-haired lowly who had appeared unexpectedly the day before. Noticing his eldest disciple's reluctance to discuss the matter further, Chen Ye chose not to press on. After all, what could 3 disciples want from him, if not to inquire about their lives? Surely, they were not here to threaten his existence, were they? In a certain sense, perhaps they were. Once dressed and composed, Chen Ye opened the door and stepped outside. Before him lay the plaza of Tianxian Hall, where Hu Jiuyu and Lung Luo Li were already awake. Lung Luo Li was meditating, while Hu Jiuyu was tossing a frisbee. Under Chen Ye's watchful gaze, Hu Jiuyu hurled the frisbee into the distance. And the white-haired lowly, scampering on all 4s, happily darted forward to catch it before returning with glee. Chen Ye noted a curious detail. The white-haired lowly could effortlessly alter her limbs to resemble those of her original form, which proved quite convenient. However, more importantly, he distinctly remembered her being a white tiger, a feline, to be precise. How had his 3rd disciple managed to treat her like a playful pup? This was rather peculiar. At that moment, the white-haired lowly spotted Chen Ye and bounded over with exuberance, exclaiming, "Good morning, master." She was adorned in the attire that Chen Ye had exchanged at the system shop yesterday. The upper part featured a delightful pink dress, accentuated by a large bow at the neckline, perfectly complementing her charming persona. She wore pure white stockings on her legs, and her bare feet revealed a pair of delicate, rosy-hued beauties. Behind her swayed a slender tail adorned with black and white stripes, while her ears perked up occasionally atop her head. In her haste yesterday, Chen Ye had not paid close attention to the outfit, but upon scrutinizing it today, he was pleasantly surprised by how perfectly it suited her. Yet, it would be more accurate to say that her beauty rendered anything she wore irresistibly adorable. Unable to resist, Chen Ye reached out to gently stroke her head, responding, "Yes. Good morning to you too." He then inquired, "Who taught you to address me as master?" After posing the question, their gazes shifted simultaneously towards Hu Jiuyu. It appeared that Hu Jiuyu had developed an exceptional rapport with the white-haired girl, even imparting her catchphrase to her. Lung Luo Li and Hu Jiuyu also approached to wish their master good morning. At that moment, Chen Ye was taken aback to find that Lung Luo Li seemed unusually comfortable around the white-haired girl, standing quite close to her. Based on Chen Ye's understanding of Lung Luo Li, the 2nd disciple typically kept her distance from newly acquainted individuals, rarely standing in close proximity. This could perhaps be attributed to her nature or the wariness she had cultivated during her solitary training prior to meeting Chen Ye. The fact that even Lung Luo Li showed no apprehension towards this white-haired girl indicated that she interacted exceptionally well with the other disciples. Chen Ye recalled that the white-haired girl had mentioned her desire to repay a debt of gratitude, but truthfully, he could not think of any particular way in which he could utilize her assistance. If she wished to express her gratitude, there was only one way. "What are you thinking?" At that moment, Chen Ye's right hand was still gently stroking the white-haired girl's head, and he seized the opportunity to assess her innate qualities. Should her aptitude prove sufficient, he might consider accepting her as a disciple. Once she became a disciple, the system points she generated could indeed serve as her way of repaying him. Yes, that would be the repayment. As Chen Ye's spiritual energy gradually permeated her being, her delicate frame quivered noticeably. This sensation of another's spiritual energy entering her body was entirely new to her. Her voice softened, and in a gentle tone, she asked, "Master, is something entering?" It felt quite strange. The infusion of spiritual energy evoked a sensation of being laid bare before him. Had anyone else dared to do this, she would have long since unleashed her wrath, tearing them to shreds. Despite her diminutive and adorable appearance in human form, she was far from weak when competing for territory among her kind as a beast. However, Chen Ye is not like others. Her life now is saved by Chen Ye herself. Being subjected to a mere qualification check is hardly something intolerable. Moreover, it is not solely her qualifications that have been scrutinized. Other aspects have long been observed by Chen Ye as well. Just bear with it. It will soon be over. Chen Ye replied. After completing her assessment, Chen Ye gradually withdrew her hand, her expression revealing a hint of surprise. She recalled that before transforming into human form, the white-haired girl should have possessed the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet now, she was only at the 3rd level of the innate realm. Nonetheless, her innate talent was unexpectedly remarkable, boasting a top-tier 6th grade spiritual root. Soon, Chen Ye remembered that after demonic beasts transform into human form, they can cultivate in the manner of humans. Transitioning from the cultivation methods of demonic beasts to those of humans signifies a complete transformation in their training approach, akin to starting anew. This is precisely why most demonic beasts are reluctant to take on human form. Such a change offers them little advantage. Chapter 61. The New Disciple. By Yahweh, although acquiring a human form allows for greater mobility, it also results in a significant decline in one's cultivation level. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, constant friction among various races often leads to mutual discrimination. Thus, it is unlikely for beastly entities to aspire to take human form and integrate into human society amidst such bias. Contemplating this, Chen Ye felt a surge of emotion as he gazed once more at the white-haired girl. He could envision the immense resolve she must have summoned to transform, as well as the considerable sacrifices she had made. For beings in this world, cultivation is paramount. Yet, she willingly relinquished centuries of cultivation, regressing to the innate stage of a practitioner, simply to seek out Chen Ye, the one who had saved her. To Chen Ye, rescuing the white-haired girl was merely a trivial act. However, for her, Chen Ye was worth the sacrifice of 3 great realms of her cultivation just to have a chance to meet her benefactor. Her willingness to forsake everything to find him was profoundly moving. It is likely that Lung Luoli had recognized this sentiment early on, which might explain her lack of aversion towards the suddenly appearing white-haired girl. Detecting her exceptional aptitude, Chen Ye inquired earnestly, I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you desire to remain at Tiangshuanzong to cultivate? The white-haired girl was initially taken aback by Chen Ye's words, but her face soon radiated joy. She was aware that some humans harbor disdain for beast kind, and when she had transformed to seek him, she had prepared herself for the possibility of being turned away. The Tiangshuanzong, which had mysteriously emerged within Lingshu Mountain, had been noticed by various beasts long ago. The abundant spiritual energy within the sect drew the attention of nearly every creature in the vicinity. She had intended to assist Chen Ye as a means of expressing her gratitude, and then depart promptly, not wishing to overstay her welcome. Yet, her benefactor not only refrained from expelling her, but also wished to retain her. This was no mere act of gratitude. It seemed she had accrued yet another significant favor from him. Imitating the human custom of bowing to one's master, the white-haired girl earnestly prostrated before Chen Ye, exclaiming, I am willing to serve, esteemed master. Following the ritual of apprenticeship, a notification chimed in Chen Ye's mind. Beep. Host has accepted 1 personal disciple, reward system points, 20,000. Surprised by the notification, Chen Ye had not anticipated that taking on a 6th grade spiritual root disciple would yield such a substantial reward. It appeared that recruiting disciples would be the swiftest means of accruing system points in the future. However, he understood that taking on a disciple came with responsibilities. He would never resort to capturing every 6th grade practitioner in the world to exploit them for points. Such actions would be utterly malevolent. After paying her respects, the white-haired girl turned to the 3 other disciples and greeted them. Hello, senior sisters. Her voice was soft and melodious, stirring a delightful sensation in the listeners. Hu Jiu, upon hearing her address, felt an overwhelming joy. She was the youngest among the trio of disciples. To her surprise, she had now become a senior sister. A profound sense of being needed enveloped her, filling her with unparalleled joy. Hu Jiu gently patted the head of the white-haired lowly and turned to Chen Ye, inquiring, Master, shouldn't we give her a name? Chen Ye nodded in agreement. Indeed, she had been here for quite some time without a name. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ye reflected upon a suitable name for her. Before taking form, she had been a magnificent white tiger, and even in her current form, her skin remained fair and soft, with her fur still as white as snow. "Let us call her by Yahweh," Chen Ye declared. Overjoyed at the name bestowed by her master, by Yahweh eagerly approached and embraced her, excitedly nuzzling her small head against her master's abdomen. Chapter 62. The technique of by Yahweh. Typically, demonic beasts possess no names, but once they acquire one, it signifies they have found a master. With a master, they are bound to serve for a lifetime. Though Chen Ye remained unaware of this notion, by Yahweh had already silently resolved to stay by her master's side forever. Observing the moment when her master named by Yahweh, Lung Luali reminisced about the origin of her own name. Originally, she was not known as Lung Luali. That name was bestowed upon her by her master later on. Unlike the other two disciples, she possessed scant memories of her parents, and her earliest name was shrouded in mystery. It was only upon meeting her master that she requested a new name. She recalled the joy she felt when her master named her, similar to the exhilaration by Yahweh was experiencing now. Moreover, her master had remarked on her perpetually stoic expression, hence the inclusion of the character for cold in her name. It must be said, her master had a knack for crafting distinctive names. With the acceptance of a new disciple, the system shop also updated to reveal a new technique. This technique, known as Linglong Xuangu, is an agile-focused skill, balancing both speed and offense, allowing one to vanquish foes unseen. It was tailored specifically for Bai Yahweh. Chen Ye exchanged the technique and presented it before her. "This is a technique gifted to you by your master. Please take good care of it." Bai Yahweh accepted the technique, her expression brimming with excitement akin to the delight felt by the three disciples upon receiving their first techniques. As she opened the scroll, the technique transformed into a radiant glow and melded into her consciousness. Sensing the latent power within, Bai Yahweh exclaimed, "Master, may I test the might of this technique?" Chen Ye nodded in affirmation, replying, "Of course, I am now your master, and I shall guide your cultivation." With his approval, they made their way to the plaza. Chen Ye assumed a stance indicating it was her turn to strike. The other three disciples stood by, curious, observing the sparring session. Bai Yahweh, encouraged by her master's support, gradually lowered herself. Her fluffy tail danced in the air, and her limbs morphed into adorable tiger paws. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the sharp claws concealed beneath the fur. A single swipe could result in a crimson deluge. Bai Yahweh began to channel her spiritual energy, and then suddenly leaped forward. To the three disciples, it appeared as though she had vanished into thin air, leaving not even a trace behind. Their gazes darted around the arena, only to discover that Bai Yahweh had already appeared behind her master. The tiger paw, roughly the size of her head, descended toward him. Yet, mindful of her master's safety, she kept the sharp claws retracted, hidden within her padded paws. Her concern, however, was unwarranted. While the three disciples were oblivious to Bai Yahweh's swift movements, Chen Ye observed everything with clarity. Chen Ye casually turned around and, with a swift motion, grasped her furry tiger paw. Indeed, impressive, her speed was remarkable, were it not for the fact that her opponent was her master. Even a cultivator at the 9th layer of the foundation establishment stage might struggle to catch her. "What do you think? Shall we continue?" Chen Ye remarked in admiration, while simultaneously inquiring. Bai Yan found herself suspended in midair, held aloft by her master's hand, presenting an adorably amusing sight. She did not respond verbally. Instead, she exerted herself and swung her body, akin to a child on a swing, landing against her master. With determination, she embraced him tightly, hanging on to him with all her might. Chapter 63. The poor Chen Ye Bai Yahweh felt that the scent emanating from Chen Ye was akin to catnip, an innate allure that captivated her. She relished this sensation to the fullest, wishing to remain close to him for eternity. At that moment, her arms were tightly wrapped around her master's neck, her pristine legs, adorned in white silk, entwined around his waist. Her petite form hung delicately from him, resembling a celestial angel descended from the heavens, her long, pure white hair glimmering with silvery light under the sun. Her skin, a flawless blend of alabaster and rose, along with her angelic visage, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. With a smile, she inhaled deeply and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for accompanying me in my cultivation. I am truly happy." As she gazed upon her master's flawless face and soft lips, an overwhelming impulse surged within her. She adored his scent and yearned to experience it more intimately. In the life of a demon beast, freedom reigns supreme, unburdened by the constraints of decorum. They indulge in their desires without hesitation, eating when hungry, sleeping when tired, devoid of any limitations or obligations. Thus, without a moment's doubt, she leaned in towards her master's face, slowly inching closer. Chen Ye, caught off guard, found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. As Bai Yao began to lose her strength, her legs slackened, threatening to let her fall. Instinctively, he cradled her delicate form to prevent her from tumbling. The three disciples witnessing this scene widened their eyes in astonishment. Wasn't it agreed upon that they would focus on cultivation? Why was there such an inclination towards physicality? Bai Shimi, you are crossing the line, they thought. Do not take advantage of your cuteness to act with impunity. The trio exchanged glances, their disapproval evident. Yet none dared to intervene directly with Bai Shimi. After all, she was simply too adorable, and they wished to maintain the possibility of affectionate interactions in the future. Her soft body was simply too inviting, and they worried about upsetting her and losing that privilege. After a prolonged moment, it was Su Jiqian, the senior sister, who stepped forward. Gently, she grasped Bai Yao by the neck, lifting her as one would a kitten. Bai Shimi, this is highly inappropriate, she admonished, feigning a reprimand before leaning in to whisper in Bai Yao's ear. What I just said is inconsequential. Just be mindful not to let Lung Shiji find out. With a hint of jealousy in her tone, she added, I don't mind, but next time, at least invite me. After this, she safely set Bai Yao down on the ground. Lung Luoli remained oblivious to the exchange between her senior sister and Bai Yao. Unbeknownst to her, she harbored an unsettling feeling that their words were far from kind. The fact that they conspired behind her back only deepened her suspicions. Although Lung Luoli did not overhear their conversation, Hu Jiuyu certainly did. She glanced at the seemingly cunning Lung Shiji, unable to suppress a chuckle. What are you laughing at, Hu Shimi? Is there something on my face? Questioned Lung Luoli, her expression filled with confusion. With great effort, Hu Shimi stifled her laughter. Oh, it's nothing. Sister Su's description is indeed quite apartment. Meanwhile, after placing Bai Shimi on the ground, Su Jiqian began to act rather mischievously. She gazed at her master, whose cheeks were flushed from the recent attack, and could not help but swallow hard. Without hesitation, she embraced her master. Sister Su said she was guiding the Navi Bai Shimi, yet here she is indulging herself? This is outrageous, exclaimed Lung Luoli. Sister, you're sneaking a bite in front of me. Ice trap technique. Reluctant to harm the adorable Bai Shimi, she showed no mercy towards her sister. In fact, she often felt that her strikes were too gentle. Without further ado, Lung Luoli unleashed her skill, determined to teach this sister a proper lesson. Su Jiqian had initially intended to take advantage of Bai Shimi's distraction, but she had not anticipated being discovered by Lung Shimi. A chilling pressure descended upon her. At that moment, she felt an icy shiver shoot up her spine. Realizing she could not escape this time, she hastily took off running. How dare you run away? Stop right there, Lung Luoli exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. With a swift motion, a magnificent ice blue staff materialized in her delicate hand. Grasping the exquisitely carved staff, she pursued her sister with fervor. Perhaps due to her longer legs, she effortlessly closed the distance between them. The summoned massive ice spikes repeatedly crashed against the stone floor, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Once the lively duo departed, only Chen Ye, Hu Jiuyu, and Bai Yao remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Hu Jiuyu, clearly accustomed to such scenes, shrugged in resignation. Master, both sisters are off to play. Shall we continue our training? That seems acceptable, replied Chen Ye. In his eyes, his three disciples were at an age filled with vivacity and mischief, and their playful antics were entirely normal. He was not a strict master. If his disciples enjoyed their games, he would allow them to indulge. At this moment, Su Jiqian is being pursued. Su Jiqian, master. I don't particularly enjoy playing. Help. Oblivious to his eldest disciple's desperate cries for help, Chen Ye continued training with the remaining two disciples. As time flowed gently onward, afternoon approached. In the women's bathing area of the indoor hot spring, Su Qian and Lung Luoli had just arrived, yet remained unbathed and unrobed. With an expression of palpable impatience and a frigid demeanor, Lung Luoli addressed her senior. Su Qian, you mentioned possessing something of value to compensate me. What purpose does this visit serve? Just as Lung Luoli's icy staff seemed poised to strike Su Qian, the latter suddenly pleaded for mercy. promising a gift as a means of atonement. Consequently, the two found themselves in this locale, in a corner of the changing room. Su Qian rummaged through the contents and eventually unearthed a garment. She cradled it with utmost reverence, as if it were a rare treasure. "Here, this is it," Su Qian announced. Lung Luoli, perplexed, inquired, "What does this mean? Why present me with a piece of clothing? Furthermore, it is a man's attire. I cannot wear it." The garment Su Qian held was a cerulean robe, and as she embraced it, she inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with tiny pink hearts. Chapter 64. Master, I adore you. Su Jiqian remarked to her junior sister, Lung Luoli, "This garment is no ordinary piece. I painstakingly pilfered it from Master-S quarters. Today, you are permitted to wear it. Just this once." As she spoke, she presented the azure robe to Lung Luoli, as if it were a precious treasure. At that moment, Lung Luoli was utterly perplexed. "What kind of gift is this? And why on earth did you steal Master-S clothing? Why should I wear it?" With an exasperated sigh, she held her head in disbelief, nearly laughing at her elder sister's antics. "I refuse to wear it. What mischief are you plotting?" Seeing her junior sister's reluctance, Su Jiqian swiftly reclaimed the robe, cradling it as if it were a prized possession. "You have declined it, so I shall wear it myself." With that declaration, she proceeded to don the azure robe right in front of Lung Luoli. Intrigued, Lung Luoli watched her sister, eager to discover her intentions. Under her gaze, Su Jiqian began to perform peculiar actions. Lung Luoli gasped in shock and swiftly grasped Su Jiqian's hand. "What are you doing with Master-S clothing?" With her eyes sparkling with pink hearts, Su Jiqian, enraptured, replied, "Once I don this attire, it is enveloped in Master-S fragrance. Do you not know? Master-S scent is utterly delightful, and I simply cannot resist." Lung Luoli interjected, "Although we are fellow disciples, sister, this is a tad too far. You are crossing the line." What exactly Su Jiqian was up to remains a mystery, perhaps known only to Lung Luoli. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Hu Jiuyu, who stood at the entrance of the indoor hot spring. Observing the signage on the wall, she pondered, has Master renovated the hot spring? Previously, the door led directly to the spring, but now it indicated that the left side was for men and the right side for women. Following the sign, she proceeded towards the female section. Upon entering, Hu Jiuyu, without a second thought, stepped inside. At that moment, in the changing room, Su Jiqian was in the midst of removing the azure robe. Seeing this scene, Hu Jiuyu mistakenly assumed Master was changing, and her face flushed crimson. Covering her eyes, she hurriedly retreated. "Master, I'm so sorry. I've entered the wrong room." As she spoke, she rushed out of the changing room. Inside, Su Jiqian and Lung Luoli exchanged glances. It seemed a misunderstanding had just occurred. Before they could clarify, Hu Jiuyu had already fled in fright. However, it was of little concern. Hu Jiuyu would likely realize her mistake and return shortly. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu, in a fluster, leaned against the wall, taking several deep breaths to calm her racing heart. "That was close. I nearly offended Master. Perhaps I misstepped. My sisters must be in the opposite room." Hgu murmured softly, and then turned to walk in another direction. She pushed open the door and entered the changing room, where no one was present. After changing into her bathing attire, Hgu made her way to the hot spring room. At that moment, Chny was luxuriating in the water, his thoughts wandering far beyond the confines of the present. As Chny was only facing away, Hgu could not discern who was in the water. Was it Sister S? Or had Sister Ellen gone? Assuming it was Sister S inside, she spoke as she stepped into the water. Upon hearing Hgu's voice, Chny was utterly bewildered. What was happening? How could another person be in the bath? Even more perplexing was that while he could comprehend the voice of the eldest disciple, how on earth had the third disciple's voice come to be here? Not receiving a response from Sister S, Hgu swam towards her, for according to her understanding, Sister S was typically quite talkative. The rare silence felt decidedly unusual. As Hgu approached the figure she presumed to be Sister S, their eyes met. Hgu. Chny. Hgu, a master? Upon recognizing who it truly was, Hgu was immediately struck with astonishment. Having previously felt bashful at the sight of her supposed master changing, now, seeing the real person before her, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her face flushed a deep crimson, spreading like a magical effect to her collarbone. Her mouth opened and closed like waves, as she became overwhelmingly shy. Before long, She felt the world spin around her and then collapsed backward. Bubbles began to rise from the hot spring water. CHNY. Why you were. Seeing this, CHNY quickly dove beneath the water to rescue her. He then cradled her and set her gently on the shore. Watching HGU in a semi-conscious state, CHNY felt a surge of helplessness. Although he was a cultivator, this was his first experience rescuing a drowning maiden. What should he do in such a situation? Administer a healing pill or perform artificial respiration? Artificial respiration? As CHNY gazed upon HGU's exquisite features and her soft lips, his heart began to race. However, in his determination to save the drowning girl, he brushed aside his concerns. Though their identities were mismatched, they had been close before. Surely Yue would understand him. With these thoughts, CHNY slowly leaned in. Just as he was about to make contact with HGU, she opened her eyes. For an ordinary person, a brief submersion is inconsequential, let alone for a cultivator. HGU had fainted momentarily due to overwhelming shyness and intense emotional turmoil. Now, recovering, she found herself face to face with her master, her eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, in her bashfulness, she would not refuse her master's request. In the final moment, Hu Jiuyu extended her arms and embraced her master tightly. Several minutes later, Chen Ye finally managed to extricate himself from her grasp. Although this was not quite what he had envisioned as artificial respiration, the intended outcome was ultimately achieved. Noticing that Hu Jiuyu had nearly recovered, he inquired, "Where? Do you have something urgent to discuss with me?" Hu Jiuyu shook her head. After overcoming her initial extreme shyness, she gradually acclimated to the situation. She had intended to explain that her presence here was a misunderstanding. However, given the circumstances, Hu Jiuyu felt compelled to convey something of greater significance. In this splendid moment, she wished to express her heartfelt feelings to her master. She had prepared for this moment for a long time, mustering all her courage. She finally spoke. "Master, I hold deep affection for you." Chapter 65. Hu Jiuyu's confession. After she finished speaking, her expression was tinged with nervousness as she gazed at her master. She was uncertain whether he would accept her confession. What if her revelation incited his disdain? Would she no longer be able to be close to him? Upon hearing Hu Jiuyu's confession, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to express his fondness for Yue, acknowledging her as an exceptional disciple. Yet, observing the nuances in Hu Jiuyu's demeanor and tone, it became evident that her feelings transcended mere admiration and were indeed a heartfelt confession. Chen Ye had long harbored feelings for his third disciple, akin to those he felt for his eldest disciple, but had refrained from voicing them due to shyness. In the intimate atmosphere of their secluded surroundings, it felt more fitting to share heartfelt sentiments. If Hu Jiuyu was genuinely confessing her feelings, Chen Ye deemed it necessary to clarify his own emotions. He resolved that should she not reciprocate his affections, he would exercise restraint in their interactions moving forward. In a rare display of initiative, Chen Ye confessed to his disciple, "Yue, I too hold deep feelings for you. Yet, sometimes, affection can possess multiple layers of meaning. There are moments when I entertain other thoughts regarding you. Of course, I am aware that this is not entirely appropriate. However, if you do not share my feelings, I shall certainly refrain in the future." His words were clear and devoid of ambiguity, lacking any semblance of coercion, imbued with profound respect. Upon hearing her master's words, Hu Jiuyu paused for a long while, a torrent of emotions surging within her. With no outlet for her thoughts, they ultimately manifested as tears, cascading to the ground. Overwhelmed with emotion, she embraced her master tightly, her voice trembling as she confessed, "Master, I have cherished you for a long time. Ever since you found me, I have harbored these feelings. For years, I have been too afraid to voice them, fearing your disapproval. Hearing you say this brings me unparalleled joy. Master, I love you. Let us truly be together." She unabashedly laid bare her emotions, revealing all that she had longed to express but had never dared to say. Witnessing her emotional outpouring, Chen Ye felt a profound stir within his heart. Unlike his eldest disciple, who was extroverted and openly expressed her feelings, Hu Jiuyu had concealed her love deep within her heart. When it finally erupted, the intensity of her emotions was unparalleled. The moment Chen Ye realized that the person he cherished reciprocated his feelings, a wave of happiness washed over him. He tenderly replied, "Yes, let us be together." As he spoke, he leaned in once more to kiss her. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Meanwhile, in another hot spring room, Su Jiqian and Lung Loli were luxuriating in the warm waters, their faces reflecting sheer bliss. Suddenly, a thought struck Lung Loli, prompting her to question Su Jiqian with a hint of curiosity. It has been quite a while. Why hasn't Shimi returned? Could it be that she truly went to the other side? Yet, it seems our master is there too. She recalled hearing their master's voice emanating from the adjoining room, suggesting that the master was also indulging in a bath. If the master was next door, Hujui should have returned by now, shouldn't she? At that moment, Su Jiqian, immersed in the warm waters, wore an expression of utter relaxation. Seemingly oblivious to these concerns, she replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? Perhaps she has gone back to sleep." Do you really think Shimi would confess to our master? Don't hold on to such thoughts. Given Shimi's personality, that's improbable. Lung Loli had not entertained such notions either and nodded in agreement. It's not that I'm worried about that. I just feel a bit sorry for Shimi for missing out on the chance to enjoy the bath. Meanwhile, Yahweh lay on the rooftop of the indoor hot spring, basking in the sun, occasionally licking her paw, which had transformed into that of a tiger. Though she was a white tiger demon beast, her appearance resembled that of an adorable white cat. Sunbathing was her favorite pastime, especially since there was little to occupy her before she took on human form. It was either competing for territory with her kin, sunning herself, or toying with near-death prey. Of course, demon beasts possessed considerable intelligence and could communicate through language, though exchanges among demon kings often devolved into roars before battle. However, within Lingshu Mountain resided a supreme being, transcending all demon kings, whom they revered as the Demon Emperor. This entity's realm was incomparable to that of the other demon kings. Yahweh frequently sought the Demon Emperor's company and regarded her as a dear friend. During their last encounter, the Demon Emperor expressed curiosity about the suddenly appeared Tiangshuanzong and wished to observe its inner workings. When they next met, Yahweh was determined to regale her with tales of her experiences at Tiangshuanzong. Noticing that her master had not appeared for quite some time, Yahweh found it peculiar. Was her master bathing? How strange. Do humans truly take this long to wash themselves? Unlike them, demon beasts simply lick their fur clean. With a contemplative expression, she appeared adorably naive, her flowing white hair adding to her charm. Moments later, an epiphany struck her. The reason humans do not groom themselves by licking, but rather by bathing, is that they cannot reach certain areas. How unfortunate. Licking is such a pleasurable experience. Her master was deprived of this delight. Since her master could not enjoy it, Yahweh resolved, as a gesture of gratitude, to assist her master in this regard. With unwavering determination, she solidified this thought in her mind. Chapter 66, Science Fiction 4. 0+ As dawn broke the following day, within the indoor hot springs, the red roses had long been washed clean by the water. Hujiyue had changed her attire and sat at the vanity once used by senior sister Su, meticulously arranging her hair. Her expression radiated unparalleled joy and contentment. She could scarcely recall how many times she had exclaimed, "Master, I am so happy." The previous day, at that moment, Chen Ye approached her side, gently helping to smooth the stray strands of hair by her ears. To be candid, Hujiyue's physical prowess was remarkably exceptional. Chen Ye had expected her to succumb to a state of semi-consciousness, much like Su Jiqian had done on her first occasion. However, he was mistaken. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. Perhaps it was due to the nature of her cultivation method, which was inherently linked to physical capabilities. That Hujiyue possessed such extraordinary stamina. Her physique was also strikingly perfect. The definition of her abdominal muscles was both robust and aesthetically pleasing, striking a perfect balance between muscle and softness. At that moment, Hujiyue rose to her feet and addressed her master. "Master, I am ready. Let us go? The senior sisters must be eagerly awaiting us." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye nodded in agreement. Drawing upon his prior experience, he offered his support as they made their way outside. Yet, as he grasped the doorknob, an unexpected concern arose within him. How would he explain the situation to Su Jiqian? Although it was a bit late to contemplate this, Chen Ye had no intention of concealing anything from his eldest disciple. He remained uncertain as to whether she would be infuriated upon learning the news. Nevertheless, having made his decision, he resolved to be forthright with her. It was not in his nature to hide matters from the disciple he trusted most. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Ye pushed open the bathroom door without further hesitation. Upon entering the plaza, he found that Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian had already awakened and were meditating at the center. Bai Yamei, too, was emulating her senior sisters, diligently practicing her meditation. As their master appeared, the disciples greeted him with cheerful smiles. Su Jiqian stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her eyes sparkling with adoration as she gazed at her master, her expression dreamy as she wished him good morning. Lung Luoli, appearing more subdued, yet her gaze still betrayed an abundance of affection. Meanwhile, Bai Yamei bounced with exuberance, her agility allowing her to effortlessly leap to a height level with the second disciple. Standing before them, Chen Ye beamed at the vibrant energy of his disciples, feeling a profound sense of joy. "Good morning to you all," he greeted warmly. "By the way, later I shall take you for some training. But first, I wish to check on the inner disciples and see how they are faring. The members of the demon clan have only recently joined our sect and were quite feeble before, now that some time has passed. I am eager to see how they have recuperated." Although not a direct disciple, the inner disciples are nonetheless cherished by Chen Ye, as they are all his students, each a vivid embodiment of potential. Ah, how delightful they are. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luoli shook her head and replied, "Master, I sense that I am on the brink of a breakthrough and wish to continue my cultivation." A breakthrough typically occurs when one's cultivation reaches a critical point. If one halts for too long, further advancement may become arduous. Chen Ye, filled with surprise, inquired with concern, "Are you facing difficulties? Do you require my assistance?" Lung Luoli's realm surpassed that of her senior sister, and their talents were comparable. Despite the slight gap in their levels, Lung Luoli was able to break through more swiftly than her senior sister. It must be noted that Su Jiqian had become somewhat complacent in her cultivation. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Su Jiqian for her lack of diligence, as she had considerably less time to devote to her practice compared to Lung Luoli. As for where all her time had vanished, only the formidable Chen Ye could provide an answer. Once more, Lung Luoli shook her head, resolutely stating, "There is no issue, Master. It is merely a breakthrough from the innate realm, which I can manage. For a genius with a 6th grade spiritual root, it is generally only after reaching the foundation building stage that one may encounter difficulties in breaking through. In the case of the innate realm, as long as there is ample spiritual energy to support one, the breakthrough is effortlessly attainable. Within the Tianxian Hall, spiritual energy is abundant, akin to an unending influx of spiritual stones, inexhaustible and ever-flowing." Upon hearing her assure him of her capability, Chen Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Very well, I shall first take the others to explore. Exercise caution during your breakthrough. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to call for me." With that, Chen Ye gestured grandly, lifting off into the air with the others, while Lung Luoli resumed her cultivation, striving for an earlier breakthrough to serve her master. On their journey, Chen Ye deliberately slowed his pace. Casting a somewhat sheepish glance at Su Jiqian beside him, he hesitated momentarily before speaking. "Qianer, I have something to discuss with you." Su Jiqian gazed at her master with keen interest, a playful smile gracing her lips, exuding an enchanting charm. She had already surmised what her master might say. Succubi possess a heightened sensitivity to certain aspects, just as Su's mother could discern with a single glance. What could master wish to convey to Qianer? "Do think it over before you speak, master. I assure you, I shall not be displeased," Su Jiqian said, her voice irresistibly melodious. However, her final remark was deliberately crafted to catch her master's attention, aimed at teasing him and observing his reaction. Chen Ye indeed fell into her trap. Upon hearing the last statement from his eldest disciple, his expression turned notably guilty. Alas, it seemed his eldest disciple was indeed poised for displeasure. Regardless, having acted, he must now acknowledge it. Even if she were to be upset, he had to speak. With a heart full of thoughts, Chen Ye summoned his courage and spoke. "Yesterday, I was with you where?" At this moment, Hu Jiuyu, seated to Chen Ye's right, felt a twinge of shyness as well. She was aware that Sister Su harbored feelings for their master, a fact that weighed heavily on her conscience. She had preemptively stepped in front of Sister Su, feeling a pang of guilt for betraying her. After all, Sister Su had cared for her so deeply, and yet here she was. Unbeknownst to Hu Jiuyu, Sister Su had actually been aware of her feelings even earlier. She remained blissfully unaware of the truth. Upon hearing the master's candid confession, Su Jiqian's smile broadened. To be honest, Given the master's personality, she had anticipated he would wish to conceal this revelation for a while. She had even prepared herself to feign ignorance. However, she was taken aback by the master's unexpected honesty. He had directly confided in her. In any case, the master's forthrightness only enhanced his charm. Su Jiqian laughed as she embraced the master's arm, gazing at him with a flirtatious smile, and said, "Are you worried that Qianer might be upset?" "Not at all. Master, you needn't fret. Rather, I'm delighted that you have not forsaken me for another. It brings me such joy." Chen Ye was left in a state of astonishment by his eldest disciple's words. This was a scene straight out of a science fiction film. The eldest disciple was not only remarkable in her stature, but also possessed a heart that was astonishingly generous. Wait a moment, these two seemed to share a common ground. At this juncture, Chen Ye had yet to fully transition from a modern mindset. In the realm of cultivation, it was quite commonplace for a powerful practitioner such as Chen Ye, aside from those who pursued the path of emotional detachment, to have multiple partners. After all, cultivators could live for thousands of years, encountering countless individuals along their lengthy journeys in the pursuit of immortality. Chapter 67. The energetic inner sect disciples in Su Jiqian's eyes. Chen Yexin's newly acquainted Dao partner was none other than her most trusted Hu Jiyue. Thus, there was no reason to feel anger. While she did not mind her master having multiple partners, she would certainly be displeased if they were strangers. One cannot accept just any wild individual. At that moment, Su Jiqian flew to Hu Jiyue's side, her face beaming with a smile. "However, I must admit, I am somewhat surprised. Hu Junior sister, you possess such boldness. But it matters not, since you are now also Master-S partner. Perhaps next time the three of us." "Hu Jiyue, what are you saying, senior sister Su? Is this something one can just say? Moreover, it is already embarrassing enough for Master to have one partner alone." At this moment, Bai stared blankly at everyone, unaware of the topic Master had just broached. After all, she had yet to fully integrate into human society. However, it would not be long before she would grasp the meaning of today's conversation. Chen Ye, seeing that his eldest disciple was not angered, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the disciples could coexist harmoniously, he, as their master, would be at ease. The four of them hastened their pace, soaring towards the demon cultivation department. Meanwhile, within the Tianxian Hall, on the plaza, Lung Loli stood alone, her brow gradually furrowing as she experienced a breakthrough. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to a woman's intuition, she felt that her senior and junior sisters were concealing something from her, leaving her restless. This disturbance affected her breakthrough. Although Hu Jiyue had vanished with their master for an entire night, Lung Loli never harbored doubts about her. In truth, Su Jiqian felt the same. Had it not been for the succubus's perception, she would also have been unable to suspect Hu Jiyue before meeting their master today. After all, Hu Jiyue's previous demeanor had been overly introverted, making it unlikely for her to take the initiative with their master. Yet, Lung Luoli still sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a realization struck her. It must be that Su's senior sister had secretly indulged in something behind her back. Otherwise, why would she feel this discomfort? She absolutely needed to confront Su's senior sister again at the next opportunity. Unbeknownst to the innocent Su Jiqian, she had unwittingly taken the blame for Hu Junior sister. Chen Ye and his four disciples had now arrived above the demon cultivation department. From their elevated vantage point, they observed Su's father instructing the neatly aligned inner sect disciples in their cultivation. In the plaza of the demon cultivation department, the inner sect disciples, still bandaged, stood in unison, unleashing their attacks collectively. Although these disciples were not of high cultivation level, the unique techniques of the demon cultivation method, when released together, enveloped the surroundings in a formidable aura of malevolence. Even a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage would tremble at this sight. Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction, feeling a profound sense of pride as he witnessed the diligent efforts of his disciples. Chen Ye descended upon the plaza of the demonic cultivation sect with 3 disciples, intending to assess the well-being of the disciples. Upon his arrival, the disciples greeted him in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed sect leader." Su Jiqian, having not seen her parents in quite some time, took the opportunity to step away, eager to converse with them. Chen Ye addressed the gathered inner disciples, saying, "There is no need for formalities. I have come to observe your condition. Should you have any uncertainties regarding your cultivation, feel free to inquire." Observing the vibrant energy of the disciples brought Chen Ye immense joy, and he contemplated providing them with personal guidance. Having mastered all the techniques available in his system shop, he felt confident in assisting them. Little did he expect to encounter anything beyond his expertise. The inner disciples, upon hearing their leader's words, were filled with excitement. To receive personal instruction from the sect leader was an extraordinary opportunity, especially since not all could see him daily as Su Jiqian did. Then, a female disciple stepped forward. With horns reminiscent of Su Jiqian's adorning her head, she possessed a flawless physique and striking beauty. Though she may not surpass Su Jiqian, she was undeniably a stunning beauty. With a beguiling smile, she addressed Chen Ye, her voice alluringly sweet. "Esteemed sect leader, I feel as though my meridians are obstructed during my cultivation. I experience a heaviness in my chest. Could you assist me?" As she spoke, she moved closer. It was evident that this female disciple was also a succubus, exuding an intoxicating aroma. Other female disciples, witnessing this, felt envious and secretly admired her cunning, quickly drawing near as well. "Esteemed sect leader, I believe I inadvertently injured myself while executing a technique, causing malevolent energy to enter elsewhere. Could you please investigate?" She indicated, pointing to her exquisitely shapely thigh. "Esteemed sect leader, I have been experiencing discomfort in the horns on my forehead recently. Might it be due to an unfamiliar environment? Would you mind checking?" Another disciple chimed in. "Sect leader, I too." In an instant, Chen Ye found himself surrounded by numerous disciples, overwhelmed by the multitude of inquiries. He thought to himself, what are these questions you are posing? After having cultivated the foundational techniques of demonic cultivation, they should have developed immunity to malevolent energy. How could they claim to have it enter their bodies? The reasoning seemed riddled with flaws. Although they had recently regained their vitality, this exuberance was quite excessive. It felt as if they were compelling him to err. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian was engaged in conversation with her mother. "Mother, are you adjusting well to life here?" she asked with concern. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Su's mother smiled radiantly. How could one not adapt? Mother has only lived here for a day, yet it feels as though signs of breakthrough have already emerged. The cultivation techniques seem to progress at an accelerated pace. Aside from the abundant spiritual energy in the Heavenly Profound Hall, other areas of the Heavenly Profound sect also possess ample spiritual qi. Although it may fall slightly short compared to the Heavenly Profound Hall, it remains an exceptional sanctuary for cultivation in the outside world. Places rich in spiritual energy enhance one's mental acuity and greatly assist in the practice of cultivation techniques. Su's mother had long sensed the changes in her daughter, and seizing the opportunity, she inquired, "My dear, when did you come to know that esteemed individual?" Naturally, Su's mother was referring to the matter concerning Chen Ye and Su Jiqian. Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Jiqian felt a twinge of shyness. Although she spoke of this matter with her fellow disciples without a second thought, discussing it with her own mother brought a certain level of bashfulness. Chapter 68. Just a few days earlier, not long ago, Su Jiqian, her cheeks flushed, spoke softly with her head bowed, her demeanor devoid of the usual allure, appearing instead a bit shy and endearing. She had no intention of concealing her relationship with her master. There was no need for such secrecy. Although she felt a touch of shyness when discussing it with her biological parents, she ultimately revealed the truth. Upon hearing this news, Su's mother visibly brightened with excitement. The population of the demon clan had once numbered in the thousands, yet now only a handful remained. The prospect of adding new life to their lineage and reviving their race filled her with immense joy. Furthermore, the thought that her daughter would bear a child with the esteemed sect leader promised to produce a remarkable prodigy, a boon for the revival of their clan's glory. However, human beings typically gestate for 10 months, and for cultivators, the period can extend for many years. As a member of the demon clan, Su Jiqian would likely experience an even longer gestation. The more extraordinary the infant's spiritual root, the longer the pregnancy would last. If the child were to be the offspring of that illustrious master, it could take decades, even centuries. Yet, given the longevity of a cultivator's life, what did it matter if they had to wait 100 years? Su's mother, having given birth to Su Jiqian, was well acquainted with such matters. She shared many precautions with her daughter, advising her to take good care of herself and to avoid any mishaps. Su Jiqian, lost in thought as she gently rubbed her belly, smiled at the prospect of carrying her master's child. After committing her mother's counsel to memory, she resolved to return to her master. At that moment, Chen Ye found himself surrounded by a throng of alluring demon disciples, unable to escape. The intoxicating fragrance of the demonesses almost conjured illusions within his perception. The aura of the demonesses could create mirages, thereby controlling those affected. However, unless intentionally released, the effect was not so pronounced. Yet, when the number of practitioners increased, the outcome became uncertain. Chen Ye felt as though he had inadvertently disturbed a nest of demonesses, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. After all, he had committed to guiding the disciples in their cultivation. To leave without offering any words would be a disservice to his reputation as the sect leader. Yet, could he truly assist his charming disciples in resolving their internal turmoil? Just then, a soft cough echoed from a short distance away. The sound belonged to Su Jiqian. Having just concluded her conversation with her mother, she realized that her fellow clan sisters were attempting to seduce her master. An ominous premonition stirred within her, prompting her to rush over. With her gentle cough, the other demon disciples parted, creating a pathway. Su Jiqian, being the highest-ranking member of the demon clan and a direct disciple of the sect leader, commanded respect, and the others dared not provoke her ire. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, she approached her master and tightly clasped his arm, as if to assert her claim. She is most familiar with her sisters of the same clan. Each of them possesses an enchanting beauty that could easily captivate any man who gazes upon them. The words of their master are even more irresistible. It is imperative to keep a watchful eye on them. Master, let us return, Su Jiqian said with a smile, lifting her head to address her mentor. Chen Ye observed the vibrant demeanor of the inner disciples just moments ago and felt his worries dissipate. It appeared they were recovering quite well, alleviating his concerns. As for their cultivation, the foundational demonic techniques provided by the system were straightforward and easy to comprehend. Furthermore, with the elders personally instructing them, there would be no room for error. Since all seemed well, Chen Ye chose not to linger any longer. He nodded and waved farewell to Su's parents, saying, "I shall return another day. Please take care of your health." This admonition to prioritize health was primarily directed at Su's father. Upon their first meeting, Chen Ye had noted a peculiar observation. While Su's mother radiated vitality and possessed the elegance of a mature woman in her 30s, Su's father appeared aged and weary, bearing a countenance more akin to that of an octogenarian. His upper lip was notably thick, and his gaze seemed somewhat vacant, clearly indicating a degree of exhaustion. Initially, Chen Ye had attributed this to his prolonged confinement in the dungeon. However, having arrived at the spiritually rich Tiangshuanzong, one would expect a swift recovery. Yet this was evidently not the case. Su's mother, capable of bearing such a lovely daughter as Su Jiqian, herself possessed remarkable beauty. Given the current demographic crisis within the demon race, which urgently needed reinforcements, Chen Ye surmised that it was prudent for his father-in-law to exercise moderation. He resolved to bring some nourishing supplements for him on his next visit. The demon disciples gazed enviously as Su Jiqian held the hand of their esteemed master, slowly departing. They yearned to enjoy such closeness with the handsome master. Since their first encounter with him, they found the men of their clan utterly unremarkable. They began to eagerly anticipate their master's next visit, with many of the demon disciples secretly formulating their own schemes. It seemed that Su's parents' aspirations to restore the glory of their race would face significant challenges. The disciples respectfully bowed as Chen Ye made his way out, and he departed under their watchful gaze. On the journey home, Su Jiqian wrapped an arm around Hu Jui's neck and inquired, "Sister Hu, why weren't you paying attention to the master earlier? He belongs solely to the two of us, you know. Had I been closer to the master, I would have ensured no one else approached him." Yet, Hu Jui remained remarkably quiet, as if she had not heard a word. Listening to her senior's words, Hu Jui pondered deeply. Not long ago, when they had first visited the demon cultivation department, Su Jiqian had mentioned that she too was the master's partner. At that moment, Hu Jui had not fully grasped the implication. This time, senior sister remarked that the master belonged solely to the two of them. At this moment, Hu Jiyue began to sense that something was amiss. Did senior sister Su imply that she had long been together with the master? How was it that she was unaware of this? She had always believed herself to be the first. Wait, senior sister Su, when did you and the master? Hu Jiyue refrained from answering senior sister's question, instead posing one of her own. Upon hearing Hu's words, Su Jiqian was equally perplexed. What? Hu Jishimi had been kept in the dark all along. She had assumed Hu was already aware of it. Now, She wished she had kept the secret a little longer. Su Jiqian awkwardly pinched her face and chuckled. Ah, I see you just found out. I suppose it was only a few days before you, though. Chapter 69. My junior sister would certainly not be ruthless as Su Jiqian spoke. A tinge of guilt lingered in her heart. After all, she had been secretly indulging in a forbidden affair with Hushimi, an act that was, in essence, rather unethical. However, based on her understanding of Hushimi, it was unlikely that she would be excessively angry. She would not pursue her like Shimi did in the past, relentlessly chasing her down. Truly, Hushimi was a gentle and amiable soul. It was no wonder that Shimi had yet to earn their master's favor. Cooling her meditation breakthrough, Loli sneezed. Her sneeze transformed into delicate snowflakes. Drifting through the air, Loli thought, it must be my senior sister speaking ill of me behind my back. Hujui's reaction indeed mirrored Su Jiqian's expectations. Although a sense of disappointment washed over her, it did not cause any significant upheaval. Yet, the realization that she had only just discovered this matter left her heart unsettled for quite some time. It appeared that Shiji had known all along, and she was only now coming to grips with it. Had she really been so foolish? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Contemplating this, Hujui looked up and inquired of her master. Master, am I truly foolish? Chen Ye was taken aback by her sudden question. However, whether Hujui was foolish was subjective, depending on the context. In terms of cultivation, her comprehension abilities were commendable, indicating that she was far from foolish. Yet, in other aspects, her stubbornness could indeed be perceived as somewhat lacking. This was a classic case of applying one's intellect in the wrong places. Regardless, Chen Ye felt compelled to reassure his adorable disciple. Of course, you are not foolish. What prompted this sudden inquiry? Upon hearing her master's affirmation, Hujui joyfully wrapped her arms around his, content in the belief that if her master deemed her not foolish, then she certainly was not. Her master would never deceive her. Seeing her radiant happiness, Chen Ye couldn't help but think how easy it was to please his third disciple. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Bayami emerging from the demon cultivation department, fiddling with something in her hands. Intrigued, Chen Ye asked Wei-er, "What is that you are holding?" Upon hearing her master's question, Bayami opened her delicate hand, revealing a purple pill that appeared quite fine, though its effects remained unknown. A charming succubus gifted this to me just now. She said I was adorable and presented me with a token of her affection. However, she mentioned that the effects would only last for 20 minutes, and its abilities are. I seem to have forgotten. Here, take it, master. With a smile, Bayami extended the pill toward Chen Ye, eager to present it as a gift. Chen Ye, however, declined, waving his hand gently. Since it is a gift meant for you, you should keep it safe and not misplace it. One must admit, Bayami's charming demeanor attracted affection wherever she went. The girls, in particular, were utterly defenseless against such adorableness. Indeed, the boys were no exception either. Regarding the elixir, Chen Ye did not delve into its purpose. Among the disciples within the sect, there was no one whom Chen Ye deemed untrustworthy, nor would any such individual appear within their ranks. Thus, he assumed that this gift was unlikely to be anything sinister, and he did not dwell on it. After this brief interlude, Chen Ye and his two disciples returned to the heavenly Xian Hall. In the center of the plaza, it was evident that Lung Luoli's breakthrough had reached a critical juncture. Around her, spiritual energy materialized, swirling vigorously. Even large flakes of snow began to manifest nearby, gently descending upon her. A piercing cold wind arose, as if winter had suddenly enveloped the atmosphere. In this moment, Lung Luoli's ethereal beauty, reminiscent of ice and snow, was accentuated to its fullest extent. Strikingly, in such an environment, she wore only a delicate blue gauze gown. Had he not known that Lung Luoli was a cultivator, Chen Ye would have worried she might freeze, and would have rushed to drape a cloak over her. Before long, the aura surrounding Lung Luoli began to surge violently, causing the snowflakes above her head to be dispersed in an instant. It was clear that she had successfully broken through, ascending to the fourth layer of the innate realm. Meanwhile, Chen Ye received a notification in his mind regarding his disciple's breakthrough, awarding him 2,000 system points. Watching her junior sister's advancement, Su Jiqian suddenly felt an ominous premonition arise within her. Typically, Lung Luoli held a realm above hers, already putting her at a disadvantage. Now, with this new breakthrough, she was elevated 2 realms higher. This left Su Jiqian fearing she would be utterly powerless in comparison. How could she continue to indulge in her secret pleasures in front of Lung Luoli? This was infuriating. She needed to hasten her own cultivation to surpass her junior sister. With that thought, Su Jiqian envisioned a scenario where her realm exceeded that of Lung Luoli, in front of her junior sister and their master. While Lung Luoli could only grip her ice staff tightly, rendered helpless and seething with frustration. The mere thought of such a scene made Su Jiqian beam with delight. While others cultivated to become stronger and pursue the path of immortality, Su Jiqian's motivation was solely to indulge in her clandestine desires with impunity. At this moment, Lung Luoli awakened from her breakthrough. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by her senior sister Ying Dang's radiant smile. That expression certainly suggested that mischief was afoot. It was imperative that she teach her senior sister, who seemed to have only nefarious ideas and a penchant for secret indulgence, a lesson. Lung Luoli conjured her ice staff, caressing it delicately with her slender jade-like hands, while mischievously addressing her senior sister. Senior sister, you wouldn't refuse your junior sister's request for practice, would you? Rest assured, accompanying me in cultivation is all I ask. I promise I will not go overboard. The final words were emphasized with a particular intensity. At this moment, Su Jiqian was utterly frightened, feeling as if her very hair was about to stand on end. She feared that Lung Luoli had discovered her previous transgression of sneaking through the window to indulge in secret pleasures late at night, and was now angry with her. She hastily began to explain, Junior Sister Lung, allow me to clarify. The last incident of inadvertently climbing through Master S' window was merely an accident. Furthermore, Junior Sister who indulged as well, you cannot chastise me alone. Upon hearing her senior's words, Lung Luoli was momentarily taken aback. Her expression swiftly morphed into one of fury and terror. What? You were secretly indulging behind my back? This was during our last outing, wasn't it? Even more infuriating, you dare to use the pitiful junior sister, who is a shield. Do you truly believe I would be deceived? Hearing junior sister Lung's outburst, Su Jiqian quickly covered her mouth in alarm. Oh no, I let it slip. It turns out it wasn't about this matter at all. Yet, one must ponder, why would she doubt the truth of my words? I am indeed speaking the truth. Junior sister who did indulge. Before Su Jiqian could respond, Lung Luoli had already bowed her head in a gesture of respect, saying, Senior sister, I beg your pardon. This is merely a display of humility before the confrontation. Chapter 70. What gift does Lung Luoli desire? A formidable pressure enveloped Su Qian's surroundings, indicating that Lung Shimi's strength had markedly increased. Given Su Qian's current pace, escape seemed utterly impossible. Suddenly, she caught sight of Bai Yawei beside her. Within the Tianxin sect, only their master could match Bai Yawei's speed. If she could persuade her junior sister, hope would still glimmer. Grasping Bai Yawei's shoulder with urgency, Su Qian implored, There's no time to explain, Bai Shimi. My survival hinges upon you. Quickly, let us flee. Bai Yawei was oblivious to the entanglements of her senior sisters. Yet, seeing the earnestness etched on Su Qian's face, she could not refuse. Are we playing together then? Hold on tight, for I shall take off now. As Bai Yawei's words faded, a swift whoosh resonated, and she vanished from sight, leaving only fleeting afterimages and the echoes of Su Qian's desperate cries. Lung Luoli, wielding her ice staff, blushed with anger. Sister, this is utterly unfair. Our matters should not involve the innocent Bai Shimi. Furious, she cried, Stop right there. With a graceful leap, she soared into the air, pursuing the direction where the two had disappeared. Bai Yawei soared through the air with her four paws, while Lung Luoli trailed closely behind. The trio traversed the majestic Tianxin Hall and passed the ominous realm of the demon cultivators. Surrounding them was a rich aura of white spiritual energy, and atop the nearby mountain, a golden temple shimmered with resplendent light. Below lay the expansive Tianxin sect, the imposing sword cultivators department, and the alchemy department, wreathed in wisps of smoke, alongside the furnace-like blacksmithing department. Various buildings, each with distinct styles and hues, radiated outward from the Tianxin Hall, creating a picturesque scene, albeit marred by three blemishes. As Lung Luoli pursued Su Qian and Bai Yawei, she unleashed her icefall technique, wantonly disrupting the exquisite landscape. Were it not for the Tianxin sect's ability to self-repair, this place would have been left in ruins. Ultimately, it was Chen Ye who managed to recapture the three disciples. Notably, Lung Luoli had advanced through the realms faster than her peers, prompting Chen Ye, as their master, to commend her. It was crucial to set an example for the other lazy disciples. My second disciple, you have progressed the most swiftly. I have decided to reward you. Should you have any wishes or desires, feel free to express them, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your request, Chen Ye said with a smile directed at Lung Luoli. The other disciples gazed at her with envy, realizing that diligent training indeed bore fruitful rewards. None had ever received a reward from their master. At that moment, Lung Luoli bit her lip, her heart brimming with excitement. To think there could be a reward. What does she desire? At this moment, her only longing is to possess something. Yes, to possess. Yet, can this wish truly be voiced to the master? She has never contended with her senior sister before. But this time, she must seize the opportunity presented by this reward. She is determined to turn the tide. However, with both her senior and junior sisters present, even if she were to express her desire, it is likely that the master would not acquiesce. It would be prudent to wait for a moment when they are alone. Master, your disciple has indeed harbored a wish for quite some time. But not now. May I express it on another occasion? As she spoke, her smooth, fair legs instinctively drew together, a rosy hue blooming on her delicate visage. Chen Ye assumed she had not yet made up her mind, thus he nodded in assent. After all, the gift desired by the second disciple must surely pertain to cultivation. Given this, it is indeed something to ponder carefully. Well then, it is time to cultivate. Join me in the square. After such a prolonged delay, the training of the 4 disciples finally commenced. Once a cultivator reaches the postnatal realm, the absorption of spiritual energy becomes as effortless as breathing. Thus, their training predominantly involves honing their techniques. As their skills become more adept, their realms will also elevate. Each division of the Tianxian sect boasts a unique training chamber tailored for its respective cultivators. However, within the Tianxian Hall, the square itself serves as their comprehensive and practical training ground. The passage of time during their cultivation feels remarkably swift, akin to the rapidity of typing. Before long, midnight approached. Chen Ye's direct disciples maintain the habit of resting at night. Cultivators of the innate realm can often forego rest for extended periods. Yet to sustain optimal energy levels, a modicum of sleep is still required. Moreover, the abundance of spiritual energy within the Tianxian Hall ensures that even while they slumber, they unconsciously absorb spiritual power, aiding in their elevation of realms. This presents a stark inequity for cultivators from the outside world, who may go months without sleep to enhance their levels, yet cannot match the pace of these 4 disciples' progress during sleep. Yet, life is invariably rife with unfairness. Is it not? After transforming, by Yahweh, perhaps still unaccustomed to human existence, found herself unable to sleep at night. The deeper the night grew, the more invigorated she felt. After having leaped from the eaves, she then descended to the ground, patrolling the Tianxian Hall, and subsequently making a round of the Tianxian sect. Only the marking of her territory remained. In the evening, By Yahweh languidly reclined atop the eaves of the master's grand hall, idly holding the elixir bestowed by the enchanting demoness, lost in thought. She had forgotten the effects of the potion. Yet since it was given by someone trusted by the master, it must surely be of good quality. A taste would reveal all. By Yahweh placed the pill in her mouth, and it swiftly dissolved upon contact. After waiting for a while, and then waiting some more, she felt not the slightest hint of change. Observing the lack of transformation, she assumed it was merely an ordinary pill for enhancing cultivation and dismissed it from her mind. She rose to her feet, intending to find another spot to continue grooming her fur. However, just as she stood, she was suddenly taken aback. Something was amiss, indeed, profoundly so. The distance between her eyes and the ground had inexplicably increased. Sensing the anomaly, she lifted her leg, only to discover that it too had lengthened. Much like her senior sister, it was fair, slender, and utterly captivating. Before long, realization dawned upon her. She had grown taller. So, this was the effect of the Succubus sister's elixir? Now that she had gained height, could it be that she could reach her esteemed master without relying on her seniors? How exhilarating! With this thought, she could hardly contain her anticipation. Chapter 71, The White-Clad Female Ghost. Previously, she had witnessed her senior sisters and her master sharing tender kisses, leaving her in a state of anxious longing. Although she had the ability to revert to her original beastly form, which would not only allow her to approach her master, but also make her towering over her senior sisters, she pondered whether her master would accept her in that guise. Nevertheless, Regardless of the circumstances, she had transformed into a stunning beauty. She recalled that the effects of the potion would only last for 20 minutes, compelling her to act swiftly. With this thought in mind, Yue leaped from the rooftop. For some reason, despite having effortlessly navigated such heights before, she now stumbled painfully upon landing. It seemed her newly elongated form was something she was still acclimating to, and her expression bore a hint of stiffness. Perhaps the quality of the elixir was lacking, resulting in such drawbacks. Yet, at the very least, it allowed her to experience the sensation of being taller, and these flaws were worth enduring. Yue stood up again, finding herself directly in front of Su Shiji's room. A spark of inspiration struck her. Now that she had transformed into a beauty akin to Su Shiji, she felt compelled to share this joy with her. With that in mind, she swiftly made her way to Su Shiji's window. At that moment, Su Jiqian was busy at her vanity, preparing her makeup for the following day. She always engaged in such rituals, delighting in experimenting with different styles before bed, ensuring her master would see her at her most exquisite the next day. However, unbeknownst to her, whether she adorned herself or not made little difference in Chen Ye's eyes. It was not that Chen Ye lacked appreciation, but rather that Su Jiqian's natural beauty was striking to the core. Yue stood at the window behind Su Jiqian, waving her hand in greeting. Yet, to her surprise, she found herself unable to utter a sound. Perhaps due to her altered physique, her vocal cords had also changed, rendering her momentarily voiceless. The side effects of the elixir were rather pronounced. Su Jiqian, engrossed in her mirror, suddenly caught sight of an elderly woman with disheveled hair, covered in grime and dirt, awkwardly smiling and waving at her from the reflection. This sight sent shivers down Su Jiqian's spine, prompting her to swiftly turn around. Yet, as she did, the white-haired figure that should have stood by the window had vanished. Su Jiqian. Who was that? Yue? No, that couldn't be. She isn't that tall. Her demon kin do not have white hair. While the Tianxian Hall was eerily quiet. Surely it couldn't harbor ghosts. Perhaps she had simply misinterpreted what she saw. Not wishing to investigate further, Su Jiqian resumed fixing her hair. Meanwhile, Yue, with her head lowered, brushed off the dust from her clothes. Having fallen from the rooftop moments ago, her garments had become soiled, and it appeared she had sustained a few cuts on her face, from which blood was now slowly seeping. Yue attempted to wipe her hands clean several times, but to no avail. She decided to wash them later. She lifted her head anew and waved to Su Jiqian. At that moment, Su Jiqian was adjusting her makeup in front of the mirror. Upon seeing the reappearance of the woman in white at the window, she was taken aback to find the woman's face smeared with blood, coupled with her rigid expression and eerie smile. No, this truly is a ghost. Su Jiqian recalled the lives she had taken. While she might not have killed thousands, there were certainly hundreds. It would not be surprising for a few to seek vengeance. Though she was unafraid of humans, the unknown specters did unsettle her somewhat. Yet, as a cultivator, she would not succumb to fear. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of the white-haired woman, her instinct now was to retaliate. She swiftly turned around, preparing to unleash a magical strike to see if it would harm the spirit. However, when she looked back, the woman in white had vanished. How strange. Which enemy has ensnared me? Although she felt no fear, being persistently haunted posed its own dangers. With these thoughts weighing on her mind, Su Jiqian felt a lack of security, making her restless even in sleep. She resolved not to sleep that night, ever prepared for the sudden emergence of a vengeful ghost. Meanwhile, Yue, sensing Su Jiqian's indifference, found herself bored and decided to leave. Just beside her was Hu Jiuyu's room. She thought to check on what her senior was doing. Hu Jiuyu had always enjoyed playing with her, and she would surely be delighted to learn of her growth and height. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu lay wrapped in her blanket, peacefully slumbering, caught in a state between dreams and wakefulness. Her sleeping visage was remarkably serene, her breaths measured, and her exquisite features radiated elegance even in repose. By Hu Jiuyu's bedside stood a window, through which the moonlight streamed, illuminating her face, for she adored sleeping bathed in its glow. Thus, she never drew the curtains or shut the window. Yue approached Hu Jiuyu's window, resting her hands upon its frame, and leaned in. Seeing her senior asleep, she felt compelled to greet her. This time, she actually managed to produce sound, albeit in a hoarse tone, unlike her usual voice. Perhaps the side effects of the medication had dulled her voice somewhat, allowing her to speak. Senior sister, Hu Ji, look at me, look at me. Am I beautiful? The voice emerged raspily, as if her throat had been cut. Hu Jiu, still in a semi-conscious state, furrowed her brow at the sound. Though she had been dreaming, the intrusion of this voice began to alter her dreamscape. In her dream, she had been ensnared by her master with a rope. But suddenly, her dream shifted, and countless white-haired malevolent spirits surged towards her. Hu Jiu jolted awake, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Upon awakening, Hu Jiu took a deep breath, only to realize that what she had just experienced was but a dream. However, the revelation that it was merely a figment of her imagination left her feeling somewhat disappointed. Though the dream had been rather terrifying, the earlier part had, at the very least, been pleasant. After regaining consciousness, she opened her eyes with the intention of sipping some water before returning to slumber. Yet, as soon as her eyes fluttered open, she beheld a delicate, pale hand resting by the window. Gazing upward, she was met with the sight of a woman with white hair, illuminated by the moonlight. Her cheeks were smeared with blood, her skin ashen, and her expression frozen in a horrifying smile. The woman's rigid grin bore an unsettling resemblance to a visage no human should ever wear. Although Hu Jiue was not inherently timid, her reaction upon encountering a ghost was not markedly better than that of her senior sister, especially after just enduring a nightmare. Trembling, she summoned her colossal sword, her face etched with fear, and swung it fiercely towards the window. Regardless of the nature of her adversary, despite her trepidation, she could not afford to hesitate. How could she possibly honor her master's teachings otherwise? Chapter 72. The frightened by Yahweh was taken aback when her usually amiable senior sister, who suddenly launched an aggressive attack against her, her expression filled with confusion. She hastily evaded, the enormous sword narrowly grazing her scalp, nearly claiming her life. Upon witnessing the massive scar left on the ground, a wave of trepidation washed over her. Goodness, who would have thought senior sister who could have such a fierce temper upon waking? She resolved to refrain from disturbing her slumber in the future. After bidding farewell to senior sister Hu, by Yahweh trudged toward Lung Loli's residence, feeling utterly dispirited. Neither of the two senior sisters paid her any mind. One even went so far as to attack her. Fortunately, senior sister Lung was still there, although she often appeared cold and distant. By Yahweh sensed a warmth within her heart. She was certain that senior sister Lung would offer her some comfort. With these thoughts in mind, she approached Lung's window. The room was exceptionally frigid, causing by Yahweh to involuntarily shiver. Curiosity piqued, she peered inside, eager to discover what could possibly create such an icy atmosphere. To her surprise, Lung Luoli was not asleep. Rather, like Su Jiqian, she sat before her table. However, she was not preening or grooming herself, but rather manipulating an object. On the table lay a block of ice, which Lung Luoli was shaping with her spiritual energy, continuously reducing its size, as if engaged in a delicate carving. Having completed half of her work, by Yahweh discerned that the figure taking form was that of her master, recognizable from the upper body. She also noted numerous ice sculptures of their master scattered on the floor beside the table, large and small, depicting various poses. The chill in the room was likely due to Lung Luoli's concern that the sculptures might melt. By Yahweh was astonished to discover this hidden talent of senior sister Lung. Moreover, the carvings were exquisite, revealing an unexpected finesse in her hands. Observing Lung Luoli's intense focus, by Yahweh felt hesitant to intrude with her voice, choosing instead to watch in silence. Before long, Lung Luoli completed her sculpture. She gazed at the likeness of her master, her expression transforming into one of satisfaction. Cradling the statue in her arms, she appeared utterly entranced. After savoring the moment, she intended to place the sculpture in a different location. Approaching the window, she prepared to set it down, but upon raising her head, she was met with the sight of a ghastly, pale face staring back at her. This face, twisted by the cold and further distorted by the side effects of a pill, bore an even more peculiar expression. Remarkably, Lung Luoli failed to recognize the visage before her, her brows furrowing as she admonished, "Who are you? Why have you appeared within the Tianxin Hall?" By Yahweh, realizing that senior sister Su did not recognize her, attempted to explain. However, the raspy sound that emerged resembled not words, but rather the growl of a demon. Confronted with this, Lung Luoli mistook it for a monstrous creature howling at her. Immediately, she drew forth her ice staff, letting out a cold snort. What monstrous fiends dare to be so audacious in the heavenly Xian Hall? You wish to steal my ice sculpture? Not a chance. With that, she conjured ice spikes and thrust them towards Bayame. Upon witnessing this, Bayame shuddered and quickly dodged aside. What on earth is happening today? Why is every senior sister so irritable? And who even wants to steal your ice sculpture? Don't jump to conclusions. Inside, Lung Lolly saw that the creature had not been struck and promptly opened the door to pursue. What kind of demon dares to wreak havoc in the heavenly Xian Hall? I shall ensure you never find peace. With that declaration, she prepared to unleash the ice fall technique. Unlike Hu Jiuyu and Su Jiqian, who were paralyzed by fear, her instinctive response upon encountering a specter was to eliminate it. One must admit, such a reaction is befitting of a cultivator. However, the catch is, it must be a genuine demon to warrant such a reaction. Seeing Lung Shiji chase after her sent Bayame into a panic, her heart racing as she fled. How can Lung Shiji be even more intense? She looks as if she won't rest until I'm dead. Master, help! She desperately wanted to cry out for assistance, but her hoarse voice barely carried. Instead, she sprinted towards her master's grand hall. You dare plot against my beloved master? Halt! Lung Luoli's murderous intent surged as she saw the white-haired demon scurrying in the direction of her master. The frigid aura surrounding her seemed poised to freeze Bayame solid. Fortunately, Bayame practiced the exquisite skill bestowed by her master, granting her remarkable speed. She managed to slip into her master's chamber just before being encased in ice. As she burst through the door, she lunged towards her master's bed, clutching him tightly. Master, save me. Today all my senior sisters are acting so strangely. I almost met my end. She cried, her voice tinged with sorrow. I'm so scared. Bayame lamented, her tone already regaining some strength. Chen Ye had been enjoying a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, he was embraced tightly, stirring him from his dreams. A sweet fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and as he turned to see who clung to him, he found a disheveled white-haired girl, murmuring something about her master. Initially puzzled, he quickly recognized the familiar scent and features. It was indeed Bayame. Mayor, what has happened to you? Why do you look so disheveled? Let me help you clean up, he said gently, using his spiritual energy to tend to her wounds while tenderly stroking her head, offering her comfort. By the way, how is it that you've grown taller? Bayame felt the warm embrace of her master, which brought her a sense of comfort and a modicum of security. Indeed, regardless of the changes that may occur, the gentle demeanor of her master remains unaltered. He was just as she had first encountered him, tender, handsome, and utterly captivating. She adored her master, cherishing his scent, the sturdy expanse of his chest, and every nuance of his being. With these thoughts, Bayame found herself struggling to contain her emotions. She playfully draped her long, graceful legs over her master, akin to a plush pillow. Then, lifting her gaze, her face drew near to his. Chen Ye was enveloped by the youthful fragrance that burst forth in his mouth. Bayame held her master tightly, resembling a white tiger savoring its prey. Yet, unlike any ordinary hunt, she could not bear to devour this prey in one swift bite. She yearned to savor him slowly, piece by precious piece. Chapter 73. To my surprise, Master enjoys playing with ghosts in this moment. The young maiden's body was incredibly soft. Bayame wore the garment bestowed upon her by her master. Having grown taller, her figure had also become more voluptuous, causing the attire to strain under the weight of her form. The originally delicate white stockings had transformed into knee-high socks, while the dress enveloping her figure became a cropped top, revealing her flawless, fair skin that glistened like dew. Chen Ye instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, his hands gripping her tightly, drawing her closer. Just as he began to savor the moment, a knocking sound echoed from the door. Chen Ye recalled that he had not locked the door. It must have been Bayame who, out of fear, secured it upon entering. Given this situation, indulging in a kiss for a while longer seemed permissible. Though Chen Ye was aware that Bayame was also his disciple, and such actions were questionable, he found solace in the fact that she was a demon beast who had lived for centuries, which alleviated his guilt somewhat. Moreover, her pitiful demeanor ignited his protective instincts as a man. The sight of Bayame now evoked an overwhelming sense of tenderness within him, compelling him to embrace her and shower her with affection. Eventually, they parted. Chen Ye gazed at Bayame, her attire in disarray, and remarked, "This outfit is too small for you. Allow me to procure something more fitting." With that, He exchanged it for a garment suitable for her newfound height. Bai Yao clung to her master tightly, reluctant to let go, and implored softly, "Master, please help me." Upon hearing this peculiar request, Chen Ye felt an internal resistance. However, considering that Bai Yao was newly human and perhaps unfamiliar with dressing, he believed it was his duty as a master to guide his naive disciple. Assisting her in changing clothes seemed reasonable, after all. "Very well. But if you continue to cling to me, I cannot assist you," he replied. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yao reluctantly released her hold, and they both stood up. A few moments earlier, Lung Lolly had followed the white-haired ghost, arriving at her master's door. She knocked several times, but the door remained unyielding. Hesitation washed over her. The ghost was inside, and her master might be in danger. She found herself in a dilemma. If she forced the door open, it would be a grave offense to her master. What if he became angry? Yet, failing to break through left her anxious about his safety. What was she to do? At that moment, Su Jiqian and Hu Jiyue emerged from the room. The commotion had been too loud for them to ignore. Noticing Lung Lolly at the door, they approached her with concern. Su Jiqian inquired, "Lung Junior sister, what brings you here?" She shouted loudly, "If you wish to indulge, do so quietly. No wonder you have yet to taste anything." Her tone was instructive, as if reprimanding Lung Lolly. Upon hearing her senior sister's words, Lung Lolly was filled with indignation. "How dare you, dear sister, not only indulge yourself, but also lecture me? Were it not for more pressing matters, I would certainly teach you a lesson. This is not the issue at hand. I saw a white-haired female ghost enter our master's chamber." "Master may be in peril," Lung Lolly exclaimed anxiously. The other two disciples exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. "We saw it too." Soon, the three disciples shared their experiences. Realizing they had all encountered the same ghostly apparition, their expressions grew increasingly tense. A mere specter dared to assault two innate realm practitioners and one acquired realm cultivator. This entity must be imbued with malevolence, a truly fearsome spirit. Hu Jiu crouched by the door, listening intently to the commotion inside. "I heard no sounds of struggle. Could it be that Master has already met with disaster? If Master were battling the ghost, there would certainly be sounds of conflict. The absence of such noise indicates. I cannot wait any longer. Stand aside." The mere thought of this horrifying possibility sent Lung Lolly's heart racing. Master is her everything, her most cherished being. Nothing must happen to him. Even if it meant offending Master and facing his reprimand, she had no choice but to act. Channeling her spiritual energy, she conjured a massive block of ice and hurled it against the wooden door. In an instant, the door collapsed, and the wall shattered with a resounding crash. Debris flew, and smoke billowed forth. As the wall crumbled, the three disciples rushed into their master's room in a frenzy. "Where is the female ghost? Where is she?" "You shall not harm Master." "Wait, what? My goodness, Master, you are not even sparing the ghost?" As the smoke cleared, they heard Su Jiqian exclaim in astonishment. The source of the peculiar sound was revealed as Su Jiqian witnessed their master assisting the female ghost in shedding her attire. At that moment, Chen Ye was helping Bai Yao change her clothes. The garments had yet to be removed when he was caught in such a compromising situation. Chen Ye's expression was one of sheer embarrassment. He had only helped Bai Yao change twice before, once interrupted by the disciples bursting in, and now this time. The wall itself was demolished. Before he could even begin to explain, the other disciples followed the sound, their gazes drawn to the scene. Hu Jiu remarked, "Master, your tastes are quite unique. However, I assure you, your disciple shall understand." As she spoke, her hands were clasped before her chest, as if engaged in a silent prayer. A prayer that her master would not stray from the righteous path. Among the three, Lung Lolly's reaction was the most intense. She nearly stumbled to the ground, her face a portrait of sorrow. Despite her long companionship with her master, she had never been favored by him. Yet a female ghost had managed to capture his attention before she had. What a dismal failure she must be as a disciple. In the eyes of her master, was her beauty truly inferior to that of a ghost? Just as everyone assumed Chen Ye had a penchant for the supernatural, Bai Yao, under the scrutiny of all present, gradually diminished in size. She began to revert to her original form. The effects of the potion lasted only 20 minutes. By now, it seemed the time had elapsed. The disciples, witnessing the shrinking girl ghost, finally comprehended the situation. This visage, this adorableness, was this not there by Shimmy? By Shimmy? What? What is happening? Lung Luoli asked in astonishment. Chapter 74. The three together as she spoke, memories of the earlier scene gradually resurfaced in her mind. The pale-haired woman, though appearing somewhat tragic and terrifying, with a somewhat stiff expression, bore a striking resemblance to Junior's sister Bai upon closer inspection. This realization suggested that the master was not merely toying with ghosts. With this thought, Lung Luoli felt a surge of joy, her sense of loss dissipating significantly. It seemed she was not entirely inferior to a ghost after all. As the effects of Bai Yame's medicine wore off, the side effects gradually faded, and her voice returned to normal. Observing the puzzled gazes of her companions, she recounted the entire sequence of events, clarifying the misunderstanding. Upon learning the truth, the three disciples wore expressions of contrition, realizing they had failed to recognize Junior's sister Bai and had almost struck at such an endearing figure. How utterly disgraceful. One by one, the disciples gently patted Bai Yame's adorable head, offering their apologies. Su Jiqian recognized the pill that Bai Yame had taken. It was a beauty elixir crafted solely by Succubi. This potion would alter one's appearance according to the user's desires. For instance, if the user was not satisfied with their nose, the potion would reshape it to align with their ideal. The effects of this elixir were indeed remarkable, capable of transforming various aspects of one's appearance. However, given that her kin were not of high rank, the quality of the elixir they produced was likely quite ordinary, leading to these side effects. It was probable that the succubus who provided the elixir to Bai Yame had no inkling that her greatest wish was simply to grow taller, nor could she have anticipated the ensuing chaos. Seeing that everyone's concerns had been allayed, Chen Ye spoke up. Well then, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let us all retire for the night. We have more cultivation to attend to tomorrow. Upon hearing their master's words, the disciples bid him good night and departed with a sense of relief. After bidding farewell to his disciples, Chen Ye intended to return to his own rest. However, as he turned around and surveyed the dilapidated hall, strewn with dust and debris, and the filthy state of the bed, he lamented, "How can one possibly sleep like this? You've made such a mess, and then simply left for rest. I shall be left to contend with the night's chill." Truly, his disciples had become rebellious. The architecture of Tianxian's sect would eventually be restored, but it would take a day, typically refreshing at midnight. It seemed that this night, Chen Ye would be deprived of his own bed. However, he mused, there were other beds available for his use since his third disciple had become his companion in the Tao. It would be entirely reasonable to spend the night there. Wouldn't he? With this thought, Chen Ye swallowed hard, feeling a flutter of anticipation. He hurried to the residence of his third disciple and first peered through the window. The third disciple fell asleep swiftly and innocently. As soon as he climbed into bed, the rhythmic sound of his breathing began to resonate. It appeared he was on the verge of entering a deep slumber. Noticing that the third disciple had succumbed to sleep, Chen Ye felt a momentary hesitation to disturb him. Since the third disciple was already asleep, it was best not to interrupt. Perhaps he would visit the residence of the eldest disciple instead, he murmured to himself, and then proceeded towards Su Qiqian's quarters. Hu Jiyue would likely never anticipate that she had inadvertently missed a splendid opportunity to be close to her master simply by retiring to bed too early. If she were to discover this, she would probably be filled with regret. Chen Ye pushed open the door to the eldest disciple's room and found her diligently applying her makeup. Su Qiqian had just finished painting her lips a striking red, her countenance radiating an alluring and mature beauty. Still applying makeup at this late hour? Chen Ye remarked as he approached her, placing a hand gently on her elegant shoulder. Su Qiqian sensed her master's presence and was taken aback. Master? The surprise stemmed from the fact that she typically sought out her master. Today, however, he had sought her instead. Was it possible that he had become entranced by her enchanting aura, unable to extricate himself from its grasp? Ah, my dear master, it appears you are indeed ensnared in my web, she thought teasingly. Is there a reason you are still awake at such an hour? Su Qiqian rose, her fair arms encircling her master's neck. Chen Ye, taken aback by the eldest disciple's words, found himself at a loss for how to respond. To claim he had not come for that would be a falsehood. Yet, more so, he had nowhere else to go. He gestured toward the ruins outside the window, remnants of his grand hall. You have dismantled my hall. Su Qiqian, upon witnessing this, recalled that it was indeed her and her companions who had caused this destruction. Since she had rendered her master homeless, she felt a sense of responsibility. Forgive me, master. As the eldest disciple, Let me atone for my younger sisters, she declared playfully. I assure you, I shall make amends properly. As she spoke, her face drew closer. Su Qiqian's long, shapely legs were adorned in over-the-knee glossy stockings, embellished with red embroidery at the top. The upper half of her figure was clad in a form-fitting dress that accentuated her voluptuous curves exquisitely. As the kiss elevated their body temperatures, her expression grew slightly flushed. After some time, they reluctantly parted. Su Qiqian gazed at her master with an infatuated look, her captivating fox-like eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. By the way, master, why did you not seek out Hushimi? Why was I the first on your mind? Am I truly your most cherished disciple? She asked, a gleeful smile gracing her lips. Chen Ye, confronted with the eldest disciple's inquiry, felt his expression stiffen suddenly. This was a predicament. How was he to respond? He certainly could not tell his eldest disciple that he had just visited Hu Jiyue, only to find her in slumber. Such a revelation would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't he? He was concerned about hurting his disciple's feelings. Who exactly was Chen Ye's eldest disciple? She was none other than the most distinguished succubus of the demon clan. Given the expression on her master's face, how could she not discern his true thoughts? Oh, the disciple understood. She was fully aware of everything. She was not upset in the slightest. Truly, should she fetch Sister Hu for us to gather together? The three of us? Although Sister Hu was asleep, she would surely be delighted to join once she was informed. Furthermore, this choice was it. Chen Ye's heart raced in an instant, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. It turned out he need not choose between the two. Wait, hold on. When a woman claims she is not angry, could it truly mean she is devoid of anger? That last remark was clearly a ploy to draw him in. How perilous. He nearly fell for it. Chapter 75. Grooming hair. Chen Ye gently wrapped one arm around his eldest disciple's waist, pulling her close, and with a serious expression, said, how could I ever entertain such thoughts? Not in the slightest, I assure you. Su Qiqian looked at her master with a radiant smile, her feelings a blend of amusement and frustration. Truly, master was adept at teasing her. Yet, regardless of her master's intentions, she was resolute that he would not escape this evening. Pouting slightly, she declared, you won't be leaving tonight. Her irritation was feigned. She relished the playful banter with her master. Licking her luscious red lips, she leaned in for another kiss. Chinner, your rouge is smudged all over. Not to worry, Chinner will help you clean it up. Master, will Hushimi assist in removing the rouge as well? Chen Ye replied, not at all. She hasn't applied any. Su Qiqian exclaimed. Well, master has spoken the truth this time. The next day, at noon, the sun had reached its zenith, yet Chen Ye had yet to appear in the square to guide his disciples in their training. Hu Jiuyu and Lung Luo Li had risen early to engage in meditation, each focused on harnessing their spiritual energy for cultivation. Before long, Hu Jiuyu could no longer contain herself and opened her beautiful eyes. With a hint of disappointment, she remarked, Master said we should rest early for better cultivation tomorrow. Yet he has vanished without a trace. I long to practice alongside Master. In his absence, Hu Jiuyu found it difficult to concentrate during her meditation. She had been eagerly anticipating their joint training, yet the noon hour had arrived with no sign of him. Lung Luo Li also opened her eyes and pointed towards the grand hall where Master resided, saying, one cannot fault Master. His residence is in disarray. He likely has not rested well. We must dedicate ourselves to our practice, so that we may assist Master sooner. When I surpass him in strength, I shall. Well, Master shall be at my mercy rather than the gradual approach. At that moment, her motivation for cultivation had intensified. Of course, the last two sentiments remained unspoken. Yet, who could say whether Hu Jiuyu entertained similar thoughts? Upon hearing Lung Shiji's words, Hu Jiuyu found merit in her reasoning. Without further delay, she resumed her cultivation. Meanwhile, Baiyue lounged atop the roof, basking in the sun. Her slender cat tail swayed gracefully in the air, occasionally twisting playfully. Resting her adorable head upon her soft paws, she appeared to be lost in contemplation. Yesterday, I found myself pursued by my senior sisters, ultimately seeking refuge in the chamber of my esteemed master. Though I relished the essence of my master, an elusive thought lingered at the periphery of my mind, a matter I seemed to have overlooked. What could it be? As I reminisced, I extended my tiny pink tongue and licked my snowy fur. The moment my tongue flicked out, a sudden realization struck me. Indeed, I had yet to assist my master with grooming his fur. After my recent growth spurt, I was perfectly capable of reaching it, yet I became so enraptured by my master's scent that I forgot this small task. I had come to repay my master's kindness. Yet time and again, I found myself taking advantage of him. How could I call this gratitude when I couldn't even perform such a trivial favor? With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I gracefully leaped down from the eaves and landed nimbly on the ground. My nose, exceptionally sensitive, detected my master's presence within the very room. The window was ajar, and instead of using the door, I made a daring leap inside. Once I entered, I furrowed my pure white brows, feeling a hint of confusion. There was an unusual scent in the air, neither unpleasant nor familiar. It piqued my curiosity. At that moment, Chen Ye was embraced by his enchanting demon wife, both lost in a peaceful slumber. Though they appeared to be sleeping soundly, it was clear they had only just drifted off. I executed a feline leap and landed atop Chen Ye. He was instantly aware of a heavy weight pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yet, he remained in a hazy state of slumber. Seizing the opportunity, I slowly extended my little pink tongue. Just as I was about to reach him, I sensed something amiss. My master lacked the white fur that I possessed. How could I groom him under such circumstances? This realization dawned on me as I lifted my gaze to my master's face. There was indeed a profusion of fur atop his head, untouched by my tongue. With renewed determination, I smiled, extending my little pink tongue once more. Meanwhile, Chen Ye, still enveloped in dreams, began to furrow his brow. A suffocating sensation akin to a weight pressing down on him rendered him momentarily breathless. Yet, amidst this discomfort, a delightful sweetness wafted through the air. In a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of an enormous pink bow. Chen Ye recognized it as the one adorning my dress. My soft, white feet rested upon him, and the moment he sensed that tender touch, his cheeks flushed crimson. I gradually retracted my head, noticing that my master had awakened, and I greeted him with a smile. "Good afternoon, master," Chen Ye responded, slightly bewildered. "What are you doing, waiter?" Bai Yawei floated gracefully, her demeanor exuding cuteness as she cheerfully replied, "I am assisting master in tasks that every beast would undertake. Is it not delightful, master?" Her face brimmed with joy as she gazed at her mentor, clearly anticipating words of praise. At that moment, Chen Ye felt his hair damp and his forehead clammy. Although Bai Yawei's scent was not unpleasant and carried a hint of sweetness, the sticky sensation was undeniably peculiar. Yet, seeing her eager expression, he hesitated to dampen her spirits. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Indeed, it is quite pleasant. However, I am not a beast and thus do not require, fur grooming. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kind intentions, thank you." Nearby, Su Jiqian, having overheard their conversation, slowly began to awaken. Chapter 76. The Self-Deceiving Lung Lolly. "Good morning, master," Su Jiqian said lazily. Her soft voice, as she had just awakened, was exceedingly melodious. Chen Ye replied gently, "Good morning to you as well. But it is already noon, Qianer." Su Jiqian rubbed her eyes and glanced to the side. "Oh, is it already noon? What are you all doing?" A look of confusion crossed her face. Bai Yawei struggled momentarily in the grasp of her master, ultimately settling between the two. With her delicate hands clutching Su Jiqian's, she giggled, "I was trying to wake master up." Upon hearing her words, Su Jiqian's smile softened. Sister Bai must have retained some of the traits of a magical beast, wishing to assist everyone, hence her actions. How utterly adorable. She affectionately tousled Bai Yawei's hair. Simultaneously, she contentedly rested her head upon her master's shoulder. The first sight of her dashing master upon awakening filled her with immense happiness. At that moment, the three of them lay upon the bed, with Bai Yawei nestled in the center, and Chen Ye and Su Jiqian on either side. They resembled a couple with an adorable child, exuding a palpable sense of intimacy. After a brief moment of wakefulness, Chen Ye began to rise and prepare for the day. Su Jiqian, while changing her attire, assisted Bai Yawei in tidying her appearance. Shortly thereafter, the trio opened the door and stepped outside. Upon reaching the square, Lung Luoli, who had been meditating, sensed her master's presence and opened her beautiful eyes, cheerfully greeting, "Hello, master. Wait, why is senior sister here too?" As she finished her greeting, she noticed something amiss. Indeed, why hadn't I thought of it before? If master lost his sleeping quarters, where did he spend the night? Could it be in senior sister's room? If they had indeed spent the night together, it was evident that something must have transpired. How vexing. Soon, she observed her master holding Bai Yaoi's hand. The presence of Bai Yao suddenly calmed Lung Luoli. Based on her understanding of her senior sister, even if she were open-minded, she wouldn't act in front of Bai Yao. This meant that if Bai Yao had also spent the night with them, nothing untoward must have occurred. It was merely a night of rest. With this thought, Lung Luoli sighed in relief. If it was just a matter of sleeping, it was something she could accept. The self-deceiving Lung Luoli felt an increase in her emotional turmoil. Chen Ye, observing his disciples who had risen early to cultivate, felt somewhat guilty. While his students exerted themselves diligently in their training, he, as their master, had been remiss. With an apologetic expression, Chen Ye said, "I am sorry for taking up your time. Let us commence our training. I shall personally guide you." As noon approached, he felt it imperative to seize the moment to guide everyone in their cultivation. At this juncture, Hu Jiuyu rose to her feet, grasping Chen Ye's hand, her expression brimming with care and concern. She earnestly remarked, "Master, there is no need for apologies. It is entirely my fault that you have lost your home. You must be weary. There is no rush regarding your cultivation. Please, come and rest in my room for a while. Consider it my way of making amends." Upon learning that her master had spent the night in her senior sister's room, Hu Jiuyu was consumed with envy. Why did he not seek her out? Did he find her less captivating than her senior sister? Regardless of her standing in his heart, she would forever cherish and love him. Chen Ye initially intended to decline her offer, wishing to convey that no compensation was necessary, especially since the senior disciple had already provided ample recompense the previous night. However, he found it challenging to refuse the earnest gaze of his disciples. "Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look," he acquiesced. The scene shifted as the disciples, alongside Chen Ye, entered Hu Jiuyu's room. A fragrant scent of sandalwood enveloped the space, characterized by its elegant and noble decor. The table was adorned with an array of meticulously arranged jewelry and trinkets, while the wardrobe housed exquisite garments befitting a princess, each dress embroidered with intricate patterns. Nevertheless, she seldom donned such attire, preferring her beloved maid outfit. The bedding on her bed was flawlessly folded, and the entire room was impeccably organized. Witnessing this, Chen Yi felt compelled to commend her, especially after having seen Su Ji Qian's chaotic quarters, where cosmetics lay scattered across the table and selected stockings were haphazardly strewn about the bed, some of which he had helped her remove. Gently ruffling Hu Jiuyu's hair, he praised, "Indeed, very well done, so tidy." Overjoyed by her master's compliment, Hu Jiuyu embraced him, planting a sweet kiss on his cheek. "If you have nowhere to go tonight, might you stay in my room?" she inquired. Chen Yi hesitated, intending to mention that the house would be repaired by day's end, rendering such an arrangement unnecessary. However, observing the eagerness in his third disciple's demeanor, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Meanwhile, Lung Luo Li, watching Hu Jiuyu's affectionate gesture, felt a growing sense of bewilderment. Since when had Hu Jiuyu become so bold as to embrace their master publicly? Based on her understanding of Hu Jiuyu, such behavior was previously unthinkable. It was perplexing. Not wishing to relinquish this opportunity to her junior sister, Lung Luo Li stepped forward to take their master's hand, saying, "Master, do come and see my room as well." Although she felt somewhat guilty about competing with her junior for this chance, she could not help herself. However, if she hesitated to take action, she might never find another opportunity. Let sister Hu wait a little longer. Adhering to the principle that whether one observes one or two, it is still an observation, Chen Yi followed Lung Luoli. As they approached her room, Chen Yi felt a sudden drop in temperature. Why is it so cold? Lear, what do you have in your room? Although Chen Yi was not particularly sensitive to cold, he could still perceive the shift in temperature. He promptly released his spiritual energy to counteract the chill for himself and the other disciples. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luoli's expression changed, revealing a hint of panic. She herself felt no trace of cold. Thus, she had been sleeping with her master's ice sculpture recently. Typically, she would hide the ice sculpture during the day, allowing the room's temperature to return to normal. After all, she did not wish for anyone to discover her peculiar habit. The mere thought of others finding out, even her master, would mortify her. Just then, as Chen Yi was about to push open the door to take a look, Lung Luoli suddenly stepped forward, blocking his movement. With a flustered expression, she stammered, "Master, please wait. My room might be a bit untidy. Let me go in and tidy up first, and then you can come in." Chapter 77. the ice sculpture of Lung Luoli's master. Before Chen Ye could respond, Lung Luoli hurriedly opened the door and slipped inside, promptly locking it behind her to deter any intruders. Noticing Sister Sue's inquisitive face peering through the window, she quickly drew the curtains shut. Honestly, how could Sister be so curious about everything? How fortunate that she hadn't been discovered. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly face ridicule. The mere thought of Sister's teasing expression ignited a surge of indignation within her. She resolved to find an opportunity to teach Sister a lesson. As Lung Luoli's gaze fell upon the array of ice sculptures crafted in the likeness of her master, panic washed over her. How had she managed to carve so many without realizing it? With everyone waiting outside, where on earth could she possibly hide these sculptures? She certainly couldn't destroy them. Each one was a product of her labor, and she cherished them dearly. Moreover, they were representations of her master. Who would dare to ruin them? Amidst her turmoil, her eyes landed on her wardrobe, which appeared to be her salvation. Opening it wide, she swiftly stashed all the sculptures inside. Once everything was concealed, she opened the door, inviting everyone in. All set, Master, you may enter now. Her voice was slightly breathless, betraying her evident anxiety, as though she were apprehensive about something. Curious, Chen Ye stepped inside, surveying the tidy room and marveling. It was already quite clean. What was there to arrange? The bed linens were a serene ice blue, neatly spread out, yet not folded. On the desk lay several ice blue earrings and necklaces. Although they were exquisite, the monochromatic theme rendered the room somewhat monotonous. Approaching the desk, Chen Ye picked up an earring and adorned Lung Luoli with it. You should look splendid wearing this, he complimented. Lung Luoli gazed at her master in astonishment, feeling the warmth of his presence still lingering on her earlobe. Had he truly just praised her? It seemed even Sister had never received such a compliment from him. This was a privilege uniquely bestowed upon her. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lung Luoli embraced her master, burying her face against him with a radiant smile. To be with her master was the epitome of perfection. She wished she could spend her days nestled in his embrace, rather than among the cold, unyielding sculptures. At that moment, with her back turned to the wardrobe, Sister Sue wandered about the room, exploring this corner and that. Usually, Lung Luoli is so secretive, never allowing us to peek into her room. I thought there might be some astonishing secret within, yet it seems there is nothing of the sort. By the way, Lung Luoli, is your room solely adorned in blue? Let me see if your clothing is also exclusively blue. As she spoke, she approached the wardrobe and prepared to open its door. Lung Luoli, who had been embracing her master, initially intended to ignore her senior sister. However, upon hearing the mention of the wardrobe, her brow furrowed and her expression changed drastically. She immediately turned around to prevent her sister from opening it. If her master discovered that she had secretly carved so many ice sculptures of him, she would surely be labeled a perverse disciple. The consequences of her master's disdain and potential expulsion from the sect were too dreadful to contemplate. Yet, she was a moment too late. Su Jiqian had already pulled open the wardrobe door, and an avalanche of ice sculptures poured forth, burying her beneath them and leaving her sprawled on the ground. Realizing that her secret had been unveiled, Lung Luoli's legs weakened, and she too collapsed to the floor. Her face flushed crimson, her mouth agape in utter embarrassment. It was all over. Everything was ruined. Unaware of the turmoil within his second disciple's heart, Chen Ye approached and picked up one of the ice sculptures, examining it closely. Was it carved in honor of his master? It certainly resembled him. To his surprise, Luoli possessed such impressive skills. They were quite remarkable. As he continued to inspect the sculptures, he wondered if they were all dedicated to his master. If Luoli had such an affinity for this art, she could indeed carve figures of others as well. Upon hearing her master's words, which suggested a mere appreciation for her talent rather than reprimand, Lung Luoli's expression shifted from one of impending tears to relief. Her master had not scolded her. Clearly, he did not perceive the situation with the same gravity she had. How foolish she had been to worry so excessively. Instead of rebuke, she received understanding and affirmation. Overcome with excitement, she stood and presented her favorite sculpture to her master, exclaiming, "Master, this is for you. I adore you." The joy of gifting her hand-carved ice sculpture to her master filled her with elation. At that moment, Su Jiqian finally extricated herself from the pile of sculptures, gasping for breath as though nearly suffocated beneath the icy creations. As she surveyed her surroundings, She was astonished to find herself surrounded by the myriad ice sculptures of their master. Wow, Lung Junior sister, you have carved so many. I never would have guessed you were a perverse disciple. While Lung Luoli did not hear her master's supposed rebuke, she did catch the taunt from her senior sister. Her expression darkened, and she trembled with indignation. This sister, if she hadn't pried open her wardrobe, she wouldn't have had to fear her master discovering her secret. While being found out wasn't catastrophic, it nonetheless felt like a brush with disaster. It was one thing for her sister to invade her privacy. It was quite another for her to mock her. This was intolerable. Ice. Drop. Technique. A fierce gale suddenly surged within the room, accompanied by snowflakes as unyielding as shards of iron, howling and rolling in with relentless force. Su Jiqian felt the weight of pressure enveloping her, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down her forehead. In her trepidation, she uttered with alarm, "Junior Sister Lung, you wouldn't intend to unleash your abilities within the confines of this room, would you?" Shortly thereafter, the 5 disciples stood in the square, and above Su Jiqian's head, a sizable bulge formed between her 2 horns. With sincerity, Su Jiqian bowed deeply to Lung Luoli. "Junior Sister Lung, I was in the wrong." Lung Luoli puffed out her cheeks, reluctantly accepting her senior's apology. By Yahweh, having observed that her master had visited the rooms of the others, but not her own, felt a sense of something lacking. She gently took her master's hand, shaking it softly, and implored, "Master, do come and see Weir's room as well." Chen Ye nodded. His curiosity piqued about what By Yahweh's room might be like. Chapter 78. The statue of memories. The room of the adorable Loli must be adorned in soft hues of pink. As the scene shifts, the 5 individuals find themselves atop the roof tiles. By Yahweh discovers a comfortable spot and gracefully lays down, smiling as she inquires, "Is this the place where Master wishes to rest with me?" Chen Ye responds with a hint of surprise, "So, you've been spending your nights on the roof these past few days?" "Weir, there are plenty of rooms in the Tianqian Hall. You could choose anyone to stay in." By Yahweh shakes her head. "For some reason, I feel an immense sense of security resting at such heights. It's warm and incredibly comfortable." Chen Ye, upon hearing this, is left even more perplexed. "Come on, you are clearly a white tiger, yet you are beginning to resemble a house cat." However, since she finds joy in her choice, he refrains from further comments. After all, despite their differing natures, understanding and respect must prevail. Following a brief respite, the group resumes their cultivation. Hu Jiuyu feels her cultivation has reached a critical point and soon breaks through to the 4th layer of the postnatal realm. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian remains stagnant at the 2nd layer, and it seems she will soon be outpaced by her junior sister Hu. Determined to catch up with her peers, she puts in extra effort during this round of training. As the evening slowly approaches, deep into the night, Su Jiqian continues to meditate in a corner, focusing intently on comprehending the intricacies of her techniques. The intense exertion of her internal spiritual energy has drenched her in fragrant perspiration, her clothing clinging closely to her skin, accentuating her graceful curves. Her black, glossy stockings also bear the marks of dampness, as if they would drip with water if wrung out. Feeling as though she has hit a bottleneck and unable to make further progress, she thinks to herself, "Master must still be awake. I should inquire with him." With that thought, Su Jiqian rises and heads toward the Master's Grand Hall. On her way, she suddenly senses a figure darting past her. She turns to see By Yahweh racing hurriedly. What could my junior sister be in such a rush for? Perhaps she is going out to play and will return shortly. Su Jiqian muses before continuing her path to the Master's Hall. At that moment, Chen Ye is pacing back and forth in his own room, holding the ice sculpture gifted by Lung Luoli. To his surprise, he discovers that this ice sculpture seems to be specially crafted, as it does not melt despite the temperature, continuously emanating a refreshing chill. It is quite comfortable to have nearby during the summer. Chen Ye contemplates the most suitable place for this cherished gift, as it was bestowed upon him by his beloved 2nd disciple and deserves proper care. Ultimately, he places the ice sculpture on the nightstand beside his bed, satisfied with his decision. Just then, the door to his room swings open unexpectedly. Turning around, he sees his eldest disciple entering and inquires with curiosity, "Qianer, are you here again? Yesterday, as I approached, I was concerned for your well-being." Su Jiqian came to seek guidance from her master regarding her cultivation, not for any other matters. Observing the concern etched upon her master's face, Su Jiqian found herself amused. Is this all you think of when you see me, master? Truly, you are peculiar. Yet, she found pleasure in it. As she spoke, she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around her master's waist, and then leaned in for a kiss. As the saying goes, the first encounter is unfamiliar, the second more comfortable, and by the third, it becomes second nature. Chen Ye allowed her to indulge, and after a considerable time, they finally parted. Su Jiqian had intended to discuss her cultivation issues, but upon gazing at her handsome master, she found herself unable to contain her desires. Well, perhaps I shall set aside the cultivation matters for now. By the way, master, although it may be a bit late, do you mind the sweat upon me? I just finished my training, and I feel rather unclean. Chen Ye sensed an unusual allure emanating from his eldest disciple today, more captivating than usual. He couldn't quite ascertain the reason at first. It was only when he caught a whiff that he realized it was the fragrant sweat of his disciple, exuding an unparalleled aroma that left him utterly defenseless. In fact, your scent is far more enticing to me. At Chen Ye's unexpected praise, Su Jiqian felt a rare blush creeping onto her cheeks. Oh, master. While I was training, I found it difficult to break through my current realm. Could you please assist me? Chen Ye replied, It's simple. I shall help you clear your meridians. Is this truly how one clears the meridians? Shoo. Just follow my instructions. Would I ever deceive you? Meanwhile, outside Chen Ye's grand hall, in the room of Lung Luoli, she had remarkably crafted a life-sized ice sculpture of her master. Previously hesitant to carve it for fear of being discovered, she felt liberated now that the secret was out. After completing the sculpture, she placed it beautifully on her bed and donned her favorite nightwear, embracing the ice figure closely. One long, fair leg gracefully rested upon the sculpture, while her delicate, white hands caressed its surface, tracing its face, chest, and waist, though she left certain areas untouched due to her inexperience. After a while, Lung Luoli felt insufficiently satisfied, yearning for a deeper connection. From beneath her bed, she retrieved another identical ice sculpture, the same as the one she had presented to her master, her expression contemplative. The sculpture she gifted him was specially crafted, containing the newly learned illusionary array she had mastered. At the eyes of the ice sculpture, images could be transmitted. Although Lung Luoli felt that secretly observing her master's privacy was an exceedingly improper act, a betrayal of her teachings, she found herself unable to resist, and sent the ice sculpture forth. At this moment, holding the sculpture, she hesitated in her heart for quite some time. Just moments before, as she caressed the life-sized ice effigy of her master, a peculiar flame had already ignited within her. She felt that if she did not indulge this curiosity, she would be unable to find rest. Just a fleeting glance. Surely, her master would not notice. As long as she did not provoke her master's ire. Wait, her master wouldn't be without sleepwear while resting, would she? Wouldn't that be even better? Just one look, a mere glimpse. She muttered to herself, and then activated the projection array of the ice sculpture. As the scene unfolded before her, her eyes widened in astonishment, her face a picture of shock. Chapter 79. The curious cold Luoli. The projection lacked the ability to transmit sound. It could merely display the scene before it. The eyes of the ice sculpture were directed at the master, positioned near the window above the bed. She observed the image swaying back and forth. Presumably, it was the ice sculpture that was trembling, resulting in the reflected image also oscillating. How peculiar. Was the ground shaking? No, that couldn't be the case. The master was so close to me. If the ground were quaking, I would surely feel it, Luoli murmured. In the projection, she could not discern any figures. Perhaps her master had placed the ice sculpture at a considerable height. Just as she began to feel a hint of disappointment, a strand of hair suddenly drifted across the image. Is that the master's hair? Luoli exclaimed. No, it can't be. The master's hair isn't that smooth. It looks more like a girl's. The image was not particularly clear, merely flashing a single strand of hair, leaving her unable to identify its owner. Luoli's curiosity was piqued, rendering her unable to sleep any longer. She pondered deeply before a mischievous idea struck her. The master's grand hall had been destroyed yesterday, which prompted the master to spend the night in her senior sister's chamber. If she were to take advantage of the master's inattention tonight and collapse the grand hall, would it not grant her the right to stay overnight with the master? What a devoted disciple she was. The excitement surged within Luoli as her ice-blue staff began to shimmer with the flow of spiritual energy. However, reason ultimately triumphed over desire. The master was no fool. How could she collapse the hall without the master's knowledge? Perhaps after the deed, she could pin the blame on her senior sister? After all, her senior sister had tricked her numerous times. Returning the favor should not be deemed excessive. Clearly, Luali had not abandoned this notion. Yet little did she know, her senior sister was also within the grand hall. In the end, Luali shook her head and collapsed onto the bed. She could not bring herself to slander others. With a heavy heart, she resigned herself to her circumstances. Gazing at the empty projection, her expression soon softened, and she languidly succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Chen Ye had not slept the previous night, diligently assisting his eldest disciple in clearing her meridians. At long last, she had resolved her confusion and would likely break through shortly. Su Jiqian nestled her head against her master's warm chest, her expression one of unparalleled satisfaction, though equally exhausted. From this angle, Su Jiqian caught sight of the ice sculpture resting on the bedside table. Curious, she inquired, "Master, is that ice sculpture a gift from junior sister Lung?" Chen Ye nodded. "Indeed, why do you ask?" Su Jiqian's expression shifted to one of contemplation. "I wonder if I am overthinking things. I felt as though someone was watching yesterday. Hee. Yet in front of the ice sculpture crafted by Sister Long, there exists an indescribable sentiment. Yesterday, she seemed to possess a sense of being observed, which heightened her emotions. Before rising, the two shared whispers at the bedside. Chen Ye, regarding his eldest disciple, has always been candid about everything except for matters concerning their journey through time, never withholding his thoughts. Likewise, the eldest disciple confides her genuine feelings to her master, whether it concerns daily trivialities or incidents involving her fellow sisters. Their bond transcends mere physicality. They are intimate companions in love, engaging in acts that bring joy to one another. After a brief exchange, they finally arose to prepare themselves. This time, they did not slumber until noon, but rather concluded their rest in the early hours, for they had not truly slept at all. Once they were presentable, they ventured together to the square, where Hu Jiuyu was already meditating and practicing. To Chen Ye's surprise, Lung Luoli had not yet appeared. Based on his understanding of her, she should have been the earliest riser, diligently honing her skills. Chen Ye first guided his two disciples in meditation for a while. After some time, Lung Luoli finally emerged from her room. Her hair cascaded down her back, unbound, indicating a hasty rise that bypassed the usual preparations. She bore a somewhat fatigued expression. Sometimes, indulging in fantasies and conversing with oneself can indeed be quite exhausting. Upon seeing her in such a state, Chen Ye asked with concern, "Li Er, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Have you fallen ill?" He did not believe that cultivators in this world could truly fall ill. Yet his second disciple certainly appeared to be in such a condition. Upon hearing her master's concern, Lung Luoli felt warmth enveloping her heart. However, whether she was truly ill was difficult to ascertain. The ailment she suffered from could only be alleviated by her master. "Thank you for your concern, master. I am fine," she replied. Chen Ye nodded. "That is good to hear. If you wish to rest a bit longer, I shall not blame you. It is essential to take care of your health. As for cultivation, I am here with you, and we have ample time ahead." Chen Ye was by no means a strict master. In fact, compared to typical mentors, his guidance was remarkably lenient. To him, he was nearing invincibility, as there were no foes left to be found on this continent. Consequently, his disciples were free from peril. The pace of their cultivation mattered little. What was paramount was their well-being and happiness. Everything else would be managed by him as their master. Lung Luoli, well aware of her master's character, understood that he would not scold her for this. Yet, feeling the warmth of his concern brought her profound emotional resonance. She approached her master and knelt beside him, her expression brimming with emotion as she gazed upon him, her pupils almost transforming into heart-shaped azure. "Master," Chen Ye felt his heart race under her intense gaze. "What has come over the second disciple today?" He merely expressed concern, yet it seemed as though she wished to devour him with her eyes. It must be said, the second disciple, with her cascading long hair, was undeniably enchanting. Though her figure was not voluptuous, she possessed a statuesque elegance, her skin a cool alabaster, and her features exquisite and striking, exuding an aura of sophistication. Coupled with her long, graceful legs, it was difficult to fathom how one could resist such allure. "Lear, why do you gaze at your master in such a manner?" Cold Luoli realized she had lost her composure and hurriedly turned her head away, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "And no, it's nothing. By the way, have you all seen Junior Sister Bai? Where could she have gone? Cold Luoli, feeling a bit embarrassed, quickly shifted the topic. This was not just her concern. The other disciples had long been puzzled by her absence. Since early morning, Hu Jiuyu had yet to catch a glimpse of her beloved junior sister. Not even on the rooftop, where Bai Yahweh loved to lounge, could her presence be detected. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Chapter 80. The disappearance of Bai Yahweh. Although Bai Yahweh had arrived at the Tianshu temple later than her fellow disciples, she had recently become an integral part of their lives, bringing joy and camaraderie to their shared existence. The others had long since embraced her as a close friend, rather than viewing her as an outsider. Chen Ye regarded her as his fourth cherished disciple. Thus, her sudden disappearance left him understandably anxious. The abrupt absence of someone so dear to him created an unsettling void in his heart. At that moment, Su Qian recalled, "I was meditating late into the night yesterday and thought I saw Junior Sister Bai. She left in a hurry, and I assumed she had gone out for some leisure." Her expression bore a hint of self-reproach, as if blaming herself for not paying closer attention. If only she had been more observant. Perhaps Bai Yahweh would not have vanished so unexpectedly. What if she had encountered some peril? That would only deepen her guilt. After all, as the eldest sister in their sect, despite her occasional lack of seriousness, she held her junior sisters in high regard and felt a profound sense of responsibility toward them. Chen Ye gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, "It is not your fault. The responsibility lies with me. It is my failure for not attending to her well enough." Her sudden departure must be due to pressing matters. According to the conventions of most sects, a direct disciple leaving without informing their master is a grave transgression. However, Chen Ye felt no anger. He believed that Bai Yahweh must have encountered some issue, one that compelled her to leave without explanation. She surely needed him now. "I shall extend my divine consciousness to search for her," he declared, feeling an urgency at the thought of his fourth disciple potentially facing danger. He first enveloped the entire Tianshu sect with his awareness, but found no trace of Bai Yahweh. He then expanded his search to encompass the entirety of Lingshu Mountain. The scene shifts to the previous evening. Bai Yahweh had been enjoying a slumber on the rooftop, her delicate white cat paws serving as a makeshift pillow, presenting an adorable sight. Just as she was on the brink of falling asleep, a thunderous roar jolted her awake. This sound was a dragon's roar, deep and resonant, akin to the awakening cry of an ancient dragon. Upon hearing this roar, Bai Yahweh furrowed her brow. Lingshu Mountain was home to many demon kings. Yet only one demon could produce such a dragon's roar. The sole emperor of the demon race on Lingshu Mountain, the dragon emperor Longlon, commanded countless demon kings. Bai Yahweh recognized this roar as one that utilized spiritual power to conceal its source, audible only to those of the demon lineage. Typically, such a sound signified matters concerning the safety of all demons on Lingshu Mountain or indicated a need for collective action among the demons, summoning the dispersed kings for deliberation. However, as Bai Yahweh had already become a disciple of the Tianshu sect, she was no longer obligated to heed the summons of the Dragon Emperor. However, Longlon had previously shared a close bond with her. Throughout her lengthy years of transformation, the two often played together. Longlon had once rendered her significant assistance, and thus, she felt indebted to her. If she were to refrain from offering help now, it would reflect poorly on her character. She was not a creature that repaid kindness with ingratitude. The thought of knowing her benefactor was in danger, yet choosing not to intervene, would haunt her for a lifetime. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Bai Yahweh turned her gaze towards her master's chamber. A figure as formidable as her master could undoubtedly resolve even the most challenging of issues if she were to seek assistance. Yet, having already owed her master a life-saving favor, how could she dare to impose further? This matter was hers alone to resolve, unrelated to her master or senior sisters. As Bai Yahweh rose to her feet, she was unexpectedly taken aback to find senior sister Su still engrossed in her cultivation. To avoid drawing attention and disrupting others, she hastily departed without a word. The expanse of Lingshu Mountain was vast and boundless. Even someone as swift as Bai Yahweh took an entire hour to reach Longlan's cave. Longlon was the most powerful being within Lingshu Mountain, and the last time Bai Yahweh had encountered her, she was at the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. It was difficult to fathom anyone on this continent who could rival her strength. The very reason Lingshu Mountain had become a sanctuary for beasts was due to her protection, preventing ordinary human cultivators from entering. This preservation of its primal allure was attributed to her presence. The fact that Tianxian's sect had remained undisturbed by invaders was also thanks to her assistance. Although Chen Ye was not afraid of any adversaries, the occasional appearance of meddlesome individuals could be quite vexing. Upon Bai Yao's arrival at Longland's cave, she found it already bustling with activity. An immense throng of human cultivators had gathered outside the cave, stretching as far as the eye could see. Powerful beings of the Purple Mansion realm had also converged here, making the presence of those in the divine concealment realm seem rather insignificant. A rough estimate suggested there were nearly 1,000 individuals present. An overwhelming aura emanated from these cultivators, casting a dark and oppressive atmosphere around the vicinity. They appeared to be engaged in some form of discussion. Positioned several thousand meters away from Lingshu Mountains territory, Bai Yao wasted no time and made her way towards Longland's cave. The cave was not dim. Rather, it was illuminated by flickering flames. The walls were adorned with numerous gleaming trophies, weapons, jewelry, and various treasures. Although the items appeared to be of immense value, their arrangement was somewhat chaotic, lacking in aesthetic appeal. Inside the cave, a multitude of beasts had already gathered, bustling and animated in their discussions. Our continued existence on Lingshu Mountain relies entirely on the protection of the Dragon Sovereign. Yet now, the Dragon Sovereign has failed in her tribulation. Her realm diminished to the second level of the Purple Mansion, and she bears grave injuries, rendering her incapable of battle. Human cultivators have long coveted the resources of Lingshu Mountain. It seems our time may be running out. The tribulation of lightning is not an experience reserved solely for those in the tribulation phase of their cultivation. Once one reaches the Purple Mansion realm, each breakthrough into a minor level inevitably summons a small-scale lightning tribulation. Although the lightning tribulations encountered at the Purple Mansion realm pale in comparison to those faced during the tribulation phase, each occurrence still teeters on the precipice of death. Consequently, many cultivators choose to remain at the 9th level of the divine concealment realm, opting for a stable existence rather than risking further advancement. Nevertheless, there are always those who aspire to reach loftier heights, willing to gamble their very lives in pursuit of their ambitions. Yet, fortune does not always favor the bold. Bai Yao navigated through the throngs of monsters, arriving independently at the forefront, casting a worried glance towards Longlan. The Dragon Clan is the most extraordinary of all beast races. They do not require cultivation to assume human form, possessing the innate ability to transform at will. At this moment, Longlan remained in her human guise, seated upon her resplendent golden throne, her expression marked by concern. She possessed a statuesque figure, standing at a height that could be calculated as equivalent to 2 Bai Yao's combined stature. Chapter 81. The meeting of the demon clan. Her skin was an icy white, her features exquisitely haughty, and her remarkably elongated legs were strikingly alluring. Her demeanor bore a resemblance to that of Lung Luoli, yet unlike Lung Luoli's aura, which exuded a sense of aloofness that deterred strangers, Longlan's presence instilled a palpable sense of dread, as if she were a born sovereign. Adorning her head were a pair of Y-shaped dragon horns, complemented by a golden crown. Though her injuries were not outwardly visible, one could sense her aura was exceedingly frail. Upon the appearance of Bai Yame, Longlan managed to muster a faint smile, saying, "Little Bai, you have finally arrived. What prompted you to take on human form? Oh, you remain as adorable as ever." The transformation of a demon beast into human form reflects their appearance in their original beastly state. For instance, Bai Yame, when she was still a white tiger, was considered to be of the cute variety among the demon clan. However, this trait remained imperceptible to humans. "I now have a name. I am Bai Yame. Please refrain from calling me Little Bai," she asserted. "What has happened to you? How could you be so careless as to fail your breakthrough?" Given Bai Yame's understanding of Longlan, she knew her talent was extraordinary. And while the peril of advancing to the Purple Mansion realm was undeniable, it seemed implausible that she would sustain such severe injuries. Longlan's expression turned slightly resentful at her words. How could this sovereign possibly fail in a breakthrough? There must be a traitor at work. The news of this sovereign's descent to the second level of the Purple Mansion realm has likely been leaked by that traitor. Yet, I remain unaware of who seeks to harm me. But let us set this aside. More pressing matters await. With that, Longlan rose from her throne, her gaze resolute as she addressed the assembled demon kings. "I am exceedingly pleased to see you all gathered here. Human cultivators have long coveted the resources of Lingshu Mountain, and today they have encircled us, intent on seizing it in one fell swoop. I have convened you to unite against the encroaching enemy. What are your thoughts? Upon learning the reason for their summons, the demon lords exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. It was said that even those ancient cultivators who had been in seclusion for millennia had emerged to partake in this siege. Vowing to strip the dragon emperor of her horns and transform her spiritual roots into medicinal materials for the crafting of top-tier breakthrough elixirs. Rumor had it that this ancient figure possessed a cultivation level of the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. How could we possibly contend against such power? Longlan's ascension to the throne of the Demon Empire was solely due to her prowess. Her governance had always been rather loose, lacking the unity necessary to form a cohesive front. Now, with Longlan's diminished strength, many demon kings began to harbor doubts. After a brief discussion, numerous demon kings stepped forward to declare, "Our Lion King clan has decided to relocate to another continent. Farewell. Lingshu Mountain is indeed a splendid place, but our Divine Cow clan has no intention of participating in this matter. Farewell." The Tianhu clan, along with numerous demon kings, began to express their intent to relocate with their kin, opting not to partake in the impending battle. Soon, after a series of farewells, the cave was nearly deserted, leaving only a few demons behind. Longlan observed the scene with a heavy heart, but refrained from preventing their departure. Having held the title of Demon Empress for millennia, she had never favored any particular demon, nor had she ever inflicted harm upon anyone. Even during her inspections of the territory, she would lend aid to the injured demons she encountered. When external threats emerged, she consistently stood by her kin, having rescued countless demons over the years and sustained numerous injuries in the process, so many that she had long lost count. Yet today, when her people needed her most, she was met with this disheartening scene. To claim that she was untroubled would be a falsehood. Her decision to allow them to leave stemmed from her belief that, as their empress, it was her duty to protect her subjects, and their desire to depart was their prerogative. Among the demon race, few possessed the genuine gratitude that Bai Yahweh exhibited. This was precisely why Longlan cherished her companionship, fostering a friendship with her. Bai Yahweh's exemplary virtues were particularly precious in this moment. Longlan, addressing the remaining demon kings, spoke solemnly. With the departure of the other demon kings, it may prove exceedingly difficult for us to contend in battle. You should leave as well, lest you squander your lives in vain. I alone shall face the enemy. Even if my strength wanes, I can still inflict significant losses upon them. As the Dragon Empress, her inherent pride was unyielding. Even in the face of peril, she would not reveal her vulnerabilities. She intended for all adversaries to recognize her as the sovereign of Lingshu Mountain, even when wounded. She would not allow herself to be underestimated. The demon kings who remained in the cave had long since taken on human forms and were loyal subjects who had followed Longlan for countless years. Before Longlan ascended to the throne of Lingshu Mountain, discrimination had not yet tainted the cultivation world, an era that had transpired several millennia ago. During those times, many demons, having transformed into human forms, integrated into human society. Longlan, exhibiting her royal demeanor even then, led many transformed demons on various adventures. However, a series of terrifying events later ignited animosity between different races. Subsequently, with nowhere left to turn, Longlan returned to Lingshu Mountain with these demons. Now, the only ones remaining in the cave, aside from Bai Yahweh, were the venerable demons who had stood by her side for many years. Upon hearing Longlan's desire for them to depart, the remaining demons knelt, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, we are willing to fight to the bitter end alongside you. We shall not retreat. Your Majesty's kindness towards us is as deep as the mountains. We will not flee like those cowardly rats." Seeing their unwavering resolve, Longlan nodded appreciatively, then turned her gaze to Bai Yahweh beside her. "Xiao Bai, or rather Bai Yahweh, you should take your leave. The enemy is too formidable, and your assistance would be of little value." In the past, Bai Yahweh of the Purple Mansion realm could have fought valiantly. However, now that she has transformed into a practitioner of the innate realm, returning to the battlefield has become exceedingly difficult. Longlan harbored no desire for her to perish in vain, hence his words. Bai Yahweh smiled gently and shook her head. "Rest assured, I can take care of myself. My master has imparted to me the exquisite Linglong Xingong. Even if I cannot defeat a foe of higher cultivation, I should be able to preserve my life. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of doubt crossed Long Lan's proud visage. Master? What master? I must admit, I am curious about where you vanished during this period. Before she could complete her sentence, a resounding boom reverberated from outside the cave. The entire cavern began to tremble, ominously suggesting the onset of a collapse. Undoubtedly, the siege had already commenced outside. Chapter 82. Gao Xiantian sensing an external assault, Long Lan furrowed her brow. She lifted her foot and strode toward the cave's entrance. Have they already commenced their attack? There is no time for us to prepare. We must confront the enemy. With resolute determination glimmering in her eyes, she hurried forth, exhibiting not a trace of fear, even though she was acutely aware that this could very well be her final battle. Outside Longlan's cave, just moments prior, the esteemed Gao Xiantian, known as the Master of the Taishian, had emerged. He was the highest-ranking cultivator on the Deep Source continent for millennia. It was said that he had lived for over 4,000 years and had long attained the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Numerous sects had extended olive branches in hopes of recruiting him, yet he devoted himself singularly to the pursuit of immortality, seldom revealing himself to the world. His descent from the mountains this time was prompted by news of Long Lan's failed tribulation. In the eyes of human cultivators, the demon race was a treasure trove. Should he defeat Long Lan and refine her into a pill, it could very well facilitate his breakthrough to the 6th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, he exerted himself vigorously in the siege of Long Lan's cave. Gao Xiantian addressed the 2 Purple Mansion experts by his side, stating, Long Lan has set up a barrier outside this cave, retreating within in fear. Fellow Sikong and fellow Chigu, let us unleash our attacks together to force her out. The cultivator known as Fellow Sikong was named Sikong Kuei, a distinguished figure of the 2nd level of the Purple Mansion realm. He replied, very well, but remember, the terms we agreed upon cannot change. You shall take the dragon horn, and I shall claim the dragon heart. My 100 lives reviving pill is missing just this final ingredient. I have awaited this moment for far too long. Cultivators place great emphasis on reputation. Refining pills from human or demon races tarnishes their honor. Among humans, the kinship is evident, while the demon race, although humanoid, is still viewed with some disdain. However, the situation is drastically different when it comes to the demon race. Despite their ability to assume human forms, they are forever regarded as mere beasts and livestock by human cultivators. Therefore, the remains of any demon, whether used for alchemical purposes or consumption, face no condemnation. Gao Xiantian nodded in agreement. Indeed, fellow Chigu, do you have any objections? Although he was the strongest among the trio, his cautious nature compelled him to remain vigilant of those around him. After all, he had lived for so long and had undoubtedly offended countless individuals. If someone were to betray him during battle, it could spell disaster. Thus, establishing clear terms before the conflict commenced, with nearly 1,000 cultivators present, would ensure that even if someone contemplated breaking the agreement, they would think twice. The individual referred to as Fellow Chigu was named Chigu Sheng, the sect master of the Medicine God sect, and he too was at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. Though his level was commendable, his combat prowess was lacking, likely comparable only to the deceased sect master of the San Yuan sect. Qi Gushing stroked his long white beard, his countenance amiable as he spoke. Let it be known beforehand, unless you suffer defeat, our Medicine God sect shall not partake in this battle. Today, I have brought my disciples primarily to hear of an immortal, Chen, residing within Lingshu Mountain. Once Long Lan loses his capacity to fight, I shall lead my disciples to pay our respects to the immortal in hopes of discovering some fortuitous opportunity. The disciples of the Medicine God sect seldom practice combat techniques and harbor no fondness for battle. Our sect predominantly focuses on the refinement of medicinal herbs, elixirs, and healing the afflicted. In terms of martial prowess, the Medicine God sect ranks among the lowest of the prominent sects on this continent. While the major sects outwardly show deference to the Medicine God sect, after all, one never knows when they might need our services. Behind closed doors, few hold us in esteem. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. No matter how exquisite your herbs may be, you remain vulnerable to exploitation. Gao Xuantian's expression revealed disdain upon hearing his words. Do you truly believe in the legend of the immortal Chen? It seems likely that the leader of the San Yuan sect has brought this upon himself, drawing the attention of the heavenly Tao in the process. Even if the legendary immortal does exist, it is improbable that he resides within Lingshu Mountain. The tale of the San Yuan sect leader practicing demonic alchemy had spread, and many were more inclined to believe that it was the leader's malevolence that had provoked the heavenly Tao's wrath, sending an immortal to subdue him. How could Chen possibly be an immortal, and how could he be hiding in this Lingshu Mountain? Such notions were absurd. Qi Gushing remained silent, merely shaking his head lightly before retreating. Regardless of the existence of the immortal Chen, the truth would be revealed once Long Lan lost his ability to fight. If the immortal were indeed present, it would be fortuitous. If not, there would be no loss. The reason for waiting until Long Lan was incapacitated before seeking the immortal was that Long Lan forbade anyone from entering Lingshu Mountain. Thus, they were unable to gain access. Upon noticing his retreat, Gao Xiantian scoffed mockingly. Truly timid as a mouse. Never mind. Even without this old fellow, it matters not. Brother Situ, let us not delay further. Together, we shall prevail. Situ Kuei nodded in agreement, and the two began to coalesce their spiritual energy. As the energy surged, the oppressive force of the Purple Mansion realm gradually radiated outward. The formidable spiritual power filled their palms, causing the very earth around them to tremble. The air warped under the pressure, and countless stones were sent flying. In the distance, numerous low-tier cultivators retreated, fearing injury from the residual waves. These cultivators included individuals from other sects as well as ordinary wandering practitioners. They had no intention of intervening in this siege. Their sole purpose for coming was to explore the treasures of Lingshu Mountain. For nearly a millennium, Lingshu Mountain had been isolated from the outside world, nurturing countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Once Long Lan perished, they would swarm in, and any medicinal herb or spiritual stone they could seize would be deemed an extraordinary opportunity. As the oppressive atmosphere enveloped them to its utmost limit, Gao Xiantian and his companion simultaneously unleashed their attack. The strike struck the cave of Long Lan, resulting in a thunderous roar echoing through the air. The surrounding barriers began to crack, teetering on the brink of collapse. Gao Xiantian laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! It appears the demon's words hold truth." With Long Lan's previous prowess, her array of prohibitions could not have been so easily shattered. Capturing her now will be as effortless as child's play. Just as he reveled in his laughter, a figure slowly emerged from the cave's entrance. This figure possessed a breathtaking beauty, her tall and graceful stature accentuated by a pair of striking, eagle-like eyes that now fixated upon the crowd. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Gao Xiantian. A haughty and frigid voice resonated, as if issuing a command to all present. The defeated underlings of this royal one dare to trespass upon my borders. Have you completely forgotten the rules we once agreed upon? Shall I instruct you once more? Chapter 83. The injured by Yame. A proud and cold voice resounded, seemingly commanding those present. How dare you, a defeated general of this emperor, trespass upon my borders? Have you forgotten the rules we once agreed upon? Shall I teach you anew? Lingshu Mountain had not always been a bastion of peace. Its tranquility was forged through the formidable strength of Long Lan. In the past, Gao Xiantian had attempted to invade Lingshu Mountain but was swiftly vanquished by Long Lan in mere moves. However, it was only after Gao Xiantian was coerced into signing a pact never to return to Lingshu Mountain that Long Lan spared his life. Otherwise, he would have long since met his demise here. Gao Xiantian laughed mockingly, unfazed by her accusations. I have never heard of a pact between the human race and the demon clan. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to eradicate you, this scourge upon humanity, lest you harm the innocent further. Upon hearing his words, Long Lan clenched her teeth in fury. For many years, she had resided in Lingshu Mountain, never once taking a human life. Gao Xiantian's statements were merely an attempt to cast her in a negative light, seeking an unfounded justification for his actions. Enough with your empty words. No matter what you say today, I shall not allow you to depart. With a chilling reprimand, Long Lan soared into the air. Her right hand gradually transformed into a dragon's claw, the crimson talon appearing both fierce and terrifying. Flames blazed within her claw, the intense heat resembling the grip of a sun. With a swift movement, she raised her claw high and then struck downwards. Dragon flame. The fire erupted like a surging river, pouring forth from her claw. The scorching wave incinerated trees 100 meters away. Gao Xiantian observed the oncoming flames, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had not anticipated that Long Lan, despite her severe injuries and diminished power, could unleash such a terrifying assault. Truly, she was the king of all demons, the last dragon of legend. Yet, he had cultivated the Dongxian divine art for millennia. It would not be an easy feat to withstand this attack. Dongxian palm. Gao Xiantian gathered azure energy into his palm, a massive imprint materializing. The translucent azure palm shot forth from his hand, colliding with the flames. The fire surged like the roaring Yangtze River, relentlessly battering against the azure imprint. The clash of their powers shook the heavens and the earth, dispersing dark clouds. Meanwhile, Situkue found himself ensnared by other demon clans, unable to extricate himself. Bayame watched the unfolding scene with trepidation, ready to provide support at any moment. Long Lan, already depleted of spiritual energy, fought by burning the last remnants of her vitality. Each burst of flame she unleashed consumed her very essence. Long Lan felt a surge of blood within her, unable to suppress it as crimson liquid spilled from her lips. Drops of blood trickled down her chin, presenting a rather tragic sight. While fending off the assault, Gao Xiantian sneered, "You are merely struggling in your last throes. Surrender swiftly, and I shall grant you a merciful end." The one thing that Dragon Lan cannot tolerate is mockery. Her piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, was fixed intently upon Gao Xiantian. For reasons unknown, an ominous sensation suddenly enveloped him. It seemed as though flames were igniting within Dragonland's eyes. Clenching her right claw into a fist, enveloped by fire, she struck fiercely at the azure palm imprint. In an instant, the azure mark was obliterated. However, the exertion drained her vitality, causing her eardrums to bleed, and her internal organs were already gravely damaged. Even if she triumphed in this battle, her life would not extend beyond a day. After shattering the azure mark, she did not relent. Her colossal claw lunged towards Gao Xiantian. He had intended to mock her. Yet she surged forth with unexpected vigor. This sudden ferocity evoked memories of Dragon Lan at her zenith, a time when he could never hope to contend with her. Hastily, Gao Xiantian released a life-saving talisman he had preserved for an unknown duration. A protective barrier enveloped him. As Dragonland's claw slashed towards the barrier, it fractured almost immediately. It would not be long before Gao Xiantian's talisman was shattered. He glanced at Qi Gusheng and called out, "Qi Gu, it is time for you to intervene. I can scarcely endure any longer." Upon hearing his plea, Qi Gusheng found himself in a precarious position. He had previously stated that he would only intervene if others were to falter. Yet, that was merely a formality. He had not anticipated that Gao Xiantian, at the 5th tier of the Purple Mansion realm, would struggle against the wounded Dragon Lan. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Qi Gusheng was reluctant to create adversaries, even among the demon race. However, before the multitude of cultivators, neglecting the plight of a fellow clansman could bring him infamy. With a grave expression, he turned away, knowing that many disciples awaited his command. Ultimately, Qi Gusheng chose inaction, resolving to tend to Gao Xiantian's injuries afterward, considering it an act of compassion. Seeing him turn his back ignited fury in Gao Xiantian, his forehead throbbing with rage. "Qi Gusheng, you are a disgrace to the human race." Just as the barrier before him was on the verge of collapse, he suddenly spotted a figure in the distance. The figure belonged to a demon, the very traitor who had betrayed them. Swiftly, it approached from behind Dragon Lan, intending to deliver a fatal strike. Upon witnessing the demon beast's silhouette, Gao Xiantian felt a glimmer of hope. Yahweh had been observing from a distance and soon identified the assailant. She recognized it as the leader of the Tiger King clan, who had chosen to flee from the cave not long ago. "Dragon Lan, beware!" she shouted, immediately racing toward her. With astonishing speed, she reached Dragon Lan's side in an instant, wrapping her arms around her waist and pulling her back forcefully. Simultaneously, the Tiger King's lethal claws lunged forward. The claws narrowly missed Long Lan, instead grasping hold of Yahweh's arm. In that instant, Yahweh retreated with Long Lan, the two of them crashing heavily to the ground. They rolled several times before finally colliding with a rock, coming to a halt. Long Lan let out a muffled groan, and after a brief moment of disorientation, she quickly scrambled to her feet. Grasping Yahweh's shoulders, she inquired with concern, "Xiao Bai, are you all right?" Yahweh clutched her injured arm, a large expanse of blood staining her petite frame. At the wound, a faint purple glow emerged, the telltale sign of poison seeping within. The Tiger King had coated his claws with venom, intent on delivering a lethal surprise to Long Lan. Bai Yaowei managed to force a faint smile. I'm fine. You've finally acknowledged my name, so please refrain from calling me Xiao Bai anymore. Suddenly, she shouted, Be careful, they're coming again. At that moment, Gao Xiantian had already pursued them. The Dongxin palm coalesced once more in his palm, the pressure this time even more terrifying than before. I want to give you another chance. Die, Gao Xiantian bellowed, his hand descending towards them. Long Lan turned to glance at Bai Yaowei, who was now afflicted by the poison. Her gaze resolute, she had braced herself for the impending peril. She relinquished her human form, gradually transforming back into her original state. Her massive figure stood protectively in front of Bai Yaowei. Chapter 84. The Crisis of Long Lan. Upon arrival, Chen Ye beheld Long Lan, originally a magnificent crimson dragon, towering at several dozen meters with a length nearing 100 meters. From her robust back, enormous wings extended, while fierce, menacing fangs protruded from her dragon maw. The true form of the Dragon Queen was enough to compel any beast to bow in submission. Even the traitorous Tiger King, following Gao Xiantian, instinctively recoiled several steps, his demeanor betraying a hint of trepidation. However, upon witnessing Long Lan's feeble breaths and the bloodied scales that had begun to shed from her body, he recognized that her once formidable presence had waned. With a sense of unease, he managed to steady himself. Long Lan opened her gaping maw, fixating on the encroaching azure palm imprint. Within her mouth, a blaze of intense flames began to coalesce, culminating in a sudden eruption at its zenith. She endeavored to wield her dragon fire once more to repel the impending assault, yet her overexerted body could no longer sustain such a grand display of power. The flames flickered briefly before diminishing in ferocity. Should that palm strike Long Lan, her weakened state would surely lead to her demise. The Tiger King, observing the imminent downfall of the Dragon Queen, was consumed by exhilaration. Prior to Long Lan's arrival at Lingshu Mountain, he had been the undisputed sovereign of this realm. It is said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, let alone accommodate a Dragon Queen. From the moment they first crossed paths, Long Lan and he were adversaries. Yet, despite her victory over him, she chose not to take his life, leaving the seeds of rebellion to fester. The tension between them escalated over time due to numerous trivial incidents. Approximately a century ago, the Tiger King fortuitously encountered Bai Yaowei, a white tiger of a different lineage, whom he did not recognize. Captivated by her lustrous fur, he sought to pursue her, only to be met with rejection. In his desire to assert dominance and secure an heir, he resorted to force, a common practice among beast kind where the absence of law prevails. Ultimately, Bai Yaowei fought valiantly against him. Just as she seemed on the verge of defeat, Long Lan intervened, establishing boundaries akin to human conventions to prevent such occurrences in the future. It was during this pivotal moment that Bai Yaowei first recognized Long Lan, and the two forged a friendship. However, Long Lan's actions only fueled the Tiger King's resentment, prompting him to await an opportunity to eliminate her. A century later, as Long Lan ascended in power, having gathered countless rare treasures for her breakthrough, the Tiger King seized the moment to tamper with her medicinal supplies. Aware that even this might not guarantee his victory against the Dragon King, he clandestinely summoned outside assistance, leading to the current dire situation. Watching Long Lan teetering on the brink of death, the Tiger King laughed heartily, exclaiming, I never imagined that the once proud Dragon King would meet her end before my very eyes. After your demise, I shall sever your head and claim it as my trophy. As he spoke, his gaze leered at the poisoned and fallen Bai Yaowei. And you, little white tiger, I never anticipated your presence here. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. Instead, I will confine you in a cavern, savoring your essence slowly. Upon hearing his taunts, Long Lan initially felt reluctant. However, upon hearing Bai Yaowei's name, her eyes filled with fury. She let out a tremendous roar, a terrifying dragon's roar that reverberated painfully in the ears of all present. Yet, this was merely a final struggle. The azure palm imprint had already descended upon her. Long Lan realized her life was nearing its end. She glanced reluctantly at her loyal subjects who had fought valiantly for her, and at Bai Yaowei, who was embroiled in peril because of her. Her own death was but a singular loss, yet would her friends perish because of her as well? A profound regret welled within her, and a solitary tear trickled from her dragon-like eyes. Demonic Palm. Icefall Technique. celestial execution slash. 3 melodious female voices rang out in unison. The malevolent palm imprint, reeking of corrosive energy, descended first from the heavens, striking fiercely against the azure palm imprint. The azure imprint skewed under the force, tilting to the side. However, Longland's massive form meant that this attack could still inflict harm upon her. Then, a flurry of snowflakes descended, and a colossal ice spear struck the azure palm imprint once more, causing it to tilt again. Finally, a tremendous slashing strike, accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved, surged forth, completely shattering the azure palm imprint. A resounding boom echoed as the azure imprint collided with a nearby towering mountain. Yet, this was not the end. The full force of a 5th-tier attack from the Purple Mansion realm continued to wreak havoc in the distance. It was unfathomable to consider that if such an assault struck Long Lan, Yahweh would undoubtedly meet her demise as well. Long Lan had never encountered such peculiar attacks. Her curiosity drew her gaze skyward. In the heavens, 3 figures floated. Leading them was Su Jiqian, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her right hand enveloped in a dense purple mist. Beside her stood Lung Luoli, clad in an ice-blue gown, wielding a transparent ice staff, her expression cold as she surveyed the scene below. Lastly, there was Hu Jiuyu, the most uniquely adorned of them all, donning a suit of silvery armor that accentuated her aura to perfection. The towering sword in her grasp glimmered in the sunlight, her sun-kissed skin and flawless form reflecting resilience and a distinct beauty. Long Lan regarded these 3 women with a hint of confusion. She did not recognize them. Why would they seek to save her? Moreover, their assembly was peculiar. One a demon, another a human, and the last an elf from a distant continent. How had these 3 come together? Just then, she heard a sound behind her. "Child, all is well now. Your master has arrived. Take this pill, and you shall be restored to your former self." Long Lan, bewildered, glanced behind her. She had not sensed anyone approaching. When had the person behind her arrived? At that moment, Chen Ye stood behind Long Lan, cradling Yahweh in his arms. Not long before, he had enveloped the entire Lingshu mountain with his consciousness and swiftly discovered Yahweh's whereabouts. Upon sensing her peril, he rushed to her aid. Upon his arrival, he saw Long Lan shielding Yahweh protectively. Although Chen Ye was unfamiliar with Long Lan, he instructed his disciples to rescue her, and he hurried to Yahweh's side. At this juncture, Yahweh was poisoned and somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, she immediately recognized her master. She could never mistake his distinct aura. Feeling the warmth of her master's embrace, she instinctively nestled closer to him. Chapter 85. The nose of the dragon is untouchable. Feeling the warmth of her master's body, she could not help but nuzzle closer into his embrace. Her fluffy ears brushed against Chen Ye's chin, causing a delightful itch. Yahweh's expression was somewhat forlorn, tinged with guilt. Nestled in her master's arms, she softly murmured, "I'm sorry. Master, I've caused you trouble again." Before she could finish her thought, Chen Ye gently placed a healing pill into her mouth. He then held her tightly, stroking her head. In a soothing voice, he said, "Wei, you are now my disciple. No matter the difficulties you face, you can always confide in me. You are one of my own, and I will take responsibility for you. There is no need for self-reproach. You are no longer alone. You have me, as well as your senior sisters. We shall shoulder any challenges together." Chen Ye was uncertain why she had abruptly departed, but he surmised it must have been due to urgent matters. From the moment he accepted Yahweh as his disciple, he had considered her family, promising not to stand idly by in her time of need. As he continued to ruffle her hair, he added, "I hope that in the future, you will not leave without a word again, for it causes us all great concern." With the medicine taking effect, Yahweh felt her pain dissipate. All she could sense was her master's warm breath and the comforting embrace of his broad chest. He had not only rescued her twice, but had also imparted to her his supreme techniques. Even when she had left without permission, causing him trouble, he did not scold her. Reflecting on the days spent with her master, she realized he had been extraordinarily kind to her, unparalleled in his generosity. In this world, she could not imagine anyone better than him. Her feelings for her master were so intense that she found it difficult to articulate them. Master, master, master. Wei vowed never to leave her master again, forever. Yahweh buried her face in his chest, clinging tightly to him, repeatedly calling out master. Her petite legs wrapped around him, and her arms encircled his neck, her entire being draped over him, yearning to merge into him completely. overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept, moved to the core. She was no longer drawn to him merely for his scent or out of a sense of gratitude. At this moment, Yahweh had truly fallen in love with her master, a love so profound it made her tremble, ensnared in an inescapable fervor. She remained entwined in his embrace, reluctant to let go for an extended period. Chen Ye gently patted her fair back and spoke softly. Though I am uncertain of the current situation, those individuals across from us must surely be our adversaries. Once I have dealt with them, I will take you back. Upon hearing her master's words, Yahweh nodded, reluctantly descending from her master's side. Go find your senior sisters. Everyone is quite worried about you, Chen Ye advised. The healing elixir provided by the system was remarkably effective, and Yahweh had now fully regained her strength. She soared into the air, joining her senior sisters. Sisters, I am so sorry for the trouble I've caused you all, she expressed her remorse to the 3 senior sisters. Hu Jiu, with a bright smile, embraced her warmly, stating, Your matters are our matters. This is no trouble at all. Su Ji Qian, resembling a mother whose child had been wronged, was fiercely surveying the surroundings. As the eldest sister, she felt a profound sense of responsibility. Learning that her junior sister had recently been bullied filled her with indignation. She was determined that the perpetrator must face consequences. Lung Luo Li, relieved to see her junior sister safe, stepped forward to comfort Yahweh. After ensuring Yahweh was settled, Chen Ye leapt towards Long Lan. He had witnessed Long Lan fighting alongside Yahweh and presumed that she must be a friend of Yahweh. Naturally, he felt compelled to assist. With that thought in mind, Chen Ye exchanged for another healing elixir and tossed it to her. This is a healing elixir. Consume it, and you shall be well. Long Lan caught it deftly with her dragon claws and then regarded Chen Ye with earnestness. This human cultivator was not a stranger to her. About a year ago, after suffering a defeat, Chen Ye had fled to Ling Su Mountain with 3 disciples, seeking refuge. At that time, Long Lan had been asleep, and upon sensing the presence of human cultivators entering her territory, she had intended to drive them away. However, upon noticing 2 non-human cultivators accompanying Chen Ye, curiosity sparked within her. It was quite unusual for a human to take in beings of other races as disciples, perhaps out of intrigue or some other motive. Long Lan chose not to annihilate Chen Ye and his companions, allowing them entry instead. Shortly thereafter, several pursuers had followed Chen Ye, and she did not let them pass. Expelling them all, Chen Ye's survival was indeed indebted to her intervention. Yet, at that time, Long Lan had not given it much thought, and time slipped by unnoticed. Little did she realize that the human cultivator she had casually spared would return to save her life. Similarly, Chen Ye was unaware that he had unwittingly repaid a favor owed to the dragon sovereign. Upon receiving the healing elixir, Long Lan hesitated momentarily. With her grievous injuries, could such a small elixir truly be of assistance? However, witnessing Yahweh's revitalization after consuming it, she dismissed her doubts and opened her formidable jaws wide to swallow it whole. Chen Ye, observing the magnificent dragon before him, felt a surge of curiosity. He had touched cats, stroked dogs, yet he had never experienced the sensation of dragon scales. What might that feel like? Perhaps he should give it a try? This magnificent dragon surely wouldn't be angered, would it? Chen Ye pondered, unconsciously extending his hand. His fingers grazed the dragon's snout, feeling its firmness akin to that of tough leather, while the tip radiated a gentle warmth. The creature's breath seemed to manifest as smoke arising from flickering flames. Meanwhile, Long Lan was absorbed in the transformations brought about by the healing elixir, curious about how Yahweh had restored herself so completely. Suddenly, she noticed the man before her boldly reaching out toward her nose. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Before she could retreat, he had already touched her. It was the first time a human had dared to approach her so audaciously, particularly in such a sensitive area. How was this different from plucking a scale from her? This audacious human, daring to lay hands upon her, she was ready to unleash her spiritual energy to dispel him. However, at the moment she attempted to do so, a realization struck her. Given her severe injuries, she should have been incapable of conjuring any power. Lowering her gaze, she was astonished to discover that all her wounds had completely healed. It had happened so quietly, so effortlessly. Chapter 86. The Immortal Chen in Silence. The restoration occurred. What grade of healing elixir could this be? Long Lan pondered. She was acutely aware of the severity of her injuries. Scarcely any medicinal herb could have pulled her back from the brink of death. Yet, the healing elixir this man had just bestowed upon her had miraculously restored her wounds. The quality of such a potion must have reached the legendary, supreme celestial tier. Such a rare elixir is nearly impossible to find in this realm. How could this man have gifted her such a priceless treasure? Realizing the magnitude of this favor, Long Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment. She was no longer as irate over Chen Ye's audacious touch upon her nose, though a hint of displeasure lingered. "Have you finished your exploration?" Long Lan remarked. A trace of dissatisfaction in her tone, yet she could not bring herself to retaliate against her benefactor. Chen Ye slowly withdrew his hand, his expression a blend of apology and excitement as he said, "Ahem, my apologies. Please step back. I shall handle the rest." His apology stemmed from his inability to resist the urge to touch her. It was indeed somewhat impolite. The excitement arose from the peculiar texture of the dragon scales. He had never imagined he would experience such a sensation. Hearing his words, Long Lan replied imperiously, "This is my affair. How could I possibly stand idly by?" After Chen Ye spoke, he wasted no time and, disregarding Long Lan's thoughts, soared towards Gao Xiantian. At that moment, Gao Xiantian stared incredulously at his right hand, disbelief etched across his face. The strike he had just unleashed, the Dongshan palm, had been his utmost effort. How could an attack from the fifth layer of the Purple Mansion realm be deflected by 3 juniors in the heavens? If he was not mistaken, those 3 were merely innate realm cultivators, one of whom was even at the acquired realm, though they had not achieved the outrageous feat of completely blocking his attack. Altering its trajectory was already astonishing. Could it be that these 3 juniors were protégées from another continent? Gao Xiantian began to entertain this possibility. In this world, places with a higher concentration of spiritual energy than the Source Deep continent were abundant. If they were indeed protégées from other holy lands, it was not entirely implausible. Yet, why would such extraordinary individuals appear here? Before Gao Xiantian could fully contemplate this, Chen Ye had already approached him. With an inscrutable expression, devoid of visible emotion, he simply stated, "The person you intended to kill just now is one of my disciples. You have provoked me, and today, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Wait. You appear to be an ancient being, as if you have lived for millennia, rather than someone nurtured by parents. Perhaps it is for the best. Eliminating you will simplify matters." Chen Ye initially contemplated annihilating the San Yuan sect, eradicating it along with the forces supporting it. However, considering this old man, who has been in seclusion for over 1,000 years, it seemed unlikely that he had the time to cultivate power or a family. This also spared him the trouble of searching far and wide. Gao Xiantian regarded the man before him, pondering momentarily. "You are Chen Ye, a mere cultivator from the divine concealment realm, daring to boast before me. What are you? Do not think that, even with your current strength. I would have feared you even when your Tianxian sect was at its height." During his seclusion, Gao Xiantian had heard whispers of a new sect called the Tianxian sect. Yet, after emerging from a century-long retreat, he found that the sect had already been obliterated. In his eyes, the Tianxian sect was nothing more than a fleeting speck of dust in his long cultivation journey, and its leader would be reduced to bowing and submitting before him. As for the tales surrounding the immortal Chen, Gao Xiantian dismissed them as irrelevant. He could see through Chen Ye's cultivation level at a glance. How could a divine concealment realm cultivator be deemed an immortal? Chen Ye chose not to engage in further discourse. He raised his hand, and spiritual energy began to coalesce within it. As the energy surged forth, a section of the sky above shimmered with rippling waves. The undulating ripples spread outward, as if something were on the verge of tearing through the fabric of space. Numerous low-level cultivators at the periphery of Lingshu Mountain gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Chen Ye, engaging in spirited discussions. Who is this young man? Such audacity to challenge Senior Gao. Does he wish for his own demise? Shoo! Silence. I recognize this immortal. I was present when the immortal eradicated the San Yuan sect. Quickly, kneel before the immortal and leave at once. Heed my words. Otherwise, it will be too late to flee. Among the crowd were many scattered cultivators. Some had witnessed Chen Ye in action, while others had not. Those who had seen him demonstrate his prowess shouted in recognition, hastily departing. This spectacle bewildered the others, leaving them perplexed. This youthful man, appearing to be in his 20s, was once the leader of the Tianxian sect, and indeed the legendary immortal. It seemed utterly implausible. Yet, they had distinctly heard him being referred to merely as a cultivator of the divine concealment realm, a horde of insignificant beings, oblivious to the deception. If you wish to flee, do so. We shall remain here, awaiting our treasure. Many cultivators refused to believe the rumors of the immortal and chose not to depart. However, some cautious souls heeded the scattered cultivators' warnings and swiftly left. The number of individuals present dwindled to less than half. Qi Gusheng, the leader of the medicine god sect, listened to the scattered cultivators, his expression reflecting a moment of contemplation. He stroked his beard, gazing at Chen Ye with keen interest. It seems that the legend of the immortal holds considerable credibility. If this handsome youth is indeed the immortal, then his visit has not been in vain. As long as he can secure the favor of the immortal, the medicine god sect shall no longer be looked down upon by others. In the heart of the battlefield, Gao Xiantian, having overheard the outer cultivators proclaiming their reverence for the immortal, wore a satisfied expression. In his view, these wandering cultivators were awestruck by his display of power, hence their respectful homage. This filled him with immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. As the wandering cultivators retreated, "What is that old fellow laughing about? Who knows? Perhaps he has been rendered speechless by the immortal. I merely exerted 90% of my strength to impress these wandering cultivators. This time, I shall reveal my full power, allowing others to witness the might I have cultivated during my seclusion for centuries." Gao Xiantian murmured to himself. Chapter 87. The demise of Gao Xiantian. Gao Xiantian gradually ascended to an altitude that seemed to align with the sun. From a distance, he appeared to dance upon the heavens, as if preparing to unleash some arcane incantation. Soon, the azure sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. Bolts of lightning congregated within the darkened mass, the reverberations echoing through the mountains like the harbinger of an impending deluge, poised to engulf the entire world. Countless streaks of lightning surged toward Gao Xiantian. In that moment, the sun was no longer visible. Gao Xiantian himself seemed to embody the sun of this realm, the sovereign of all. Chen Ye observed this spectacle with an inscrutable expression, remaining silent. The tempestuous winds conjured by Gao Xiantian whipped through the air, tousling Chen Ye's hair. He raised his right hand high, the same violet malevolence manifesting in his palm as it did for Su Jiqian. However, unlike Su Jiqian, the malevolence he conjured resembled a diminutive black hole, ominously poised to consume everything in its path. Suddenly, Chen Ye clenched his hand, and with a sound akin to tearing fabric, a massive rift split the heavens above. From this fissure, something began to emerge. It was a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with the words, "Demon Suppression Tablet." This was the mightiest technique within the Soul of Demons formula, a feat that Su Jiqian was far from achieving. Her current practice, the Demon Slaughter Palm, was merely the first and foundational technique of the Soul of Demons formula. Yet, Chen Ye had long since comprehended the entirety of the art. In the fifth tier of the Purple Mansion realm, he faced his most formidable adversary to date. Thus, he dared not underestimate his opponent and resolved to employ the techniques of the art to gauge their potency. The Demon Suppression Tablet continued to materialize from the void, growing from an initial length of 100 meters to 200, and now extending to 500 meters, showing no signs of halting. Countless tendrils of violet malevolence encircled the tablet, which appeared less like stone and more like a confluence of countless corpses amalgamated into one. Raising his right hand, Chen Ye slowly directed it toward Gao Xiantian. The entire essence of the Demon Suppression Tablet was drawn forth from the void, stretching approximately 1,000 meters, resembling a towering mountain that pierced the clouds. Gao Xiantian, enveloped in a tempest of thunder, found all his magical powers ensnared by the electric energy, appearing utterly deranged. He gathered countless bolts of lightning into his palm, intending to unleash them upon Chen Ye. Yet, the Demon Suppression Tablet stood as a barrier before him, redirecting his attack toward the tablet itself. "You think to obstruct my assault with a massive stone? What a deluded fantasy. Winds, flames, thunder, heed my command. Celestial Thunder Spell." The Celestial Thunder Spell was Gao Xiantian's most cherished technique, one he had cultivated for over a millennium. Countless retreats had been dedicated to refining his mastery of this spell. This time, he vowed to showcase his might to the world through Chen Ye's demise. If fortune favors him, perhaps he could achieve fame in a single battle. allowing distant lands to recognize his existence. At that moment, he could escape this realm of scarce spiritual energy in pursuit of a more profound path to immortality. Chen Ye remained silent. In his eyes, the old man was merely a dying individual, with whom he had little to converse. He wielded the demon's suppressing monument, hurling it forcefully toward Gao Xiantian. As the towering monument, reaching a height of 1,000 meters, moved, it emitted a thunderous roar, as if the earth, nay, the very world, trembled in fear at its approach. Upon witnessing the monument's flight, Gao Xiantian's brow furrowed deeply. Positioned at the epicenter of that immense pressure, he felt his heart race inexplicably. It was as if every nerve in his body quaked in terror of that object. Impossible. It is merely a chunk of rock. There is nothing to fear. Perish. Ha! You shall become a stepping stone on my path to success. Boom. The thunderous incantation crackled above the demon suppressing monument. Bolts of lightning incessantly piercing it, blinding the lower-tier cultivators in its wake. The electrical storm persisted for an extended duration before finally dissipating. However, when the light faded, the anticipated scene of the monument being shattered into fragments did not materialize before Gao Xiantian's eyes. The monument remained utterly unmoved, not a speck of dust falling from it. This Gao Xiantian's pupils constricted, his face a mask of disbelief. He stood there in a daze, repeatedly muttering the word impossible. His most powerful attack had failed to even create a ripple before Chen Ye. He was engulfed in despair, desperately wishing to turn and flee. Yet, under the overwhelming pressure, he found himself paralyzed, unable to move save for his mouth. With a visage of terror, his voice trembling, Gao Xiantian shouted at Chen Ye, "You cannot possibly be Chen Ye. Who are you truly?" Chen Ye smiled gently, his demeanor unassuming as he replied, "I am but an ordinary master who wishes to protect his disciple from being bullied." No sooner had Chen Ye's words fallen than the demon-suppressing monument arrived before Gao Xiantian. "No!" Gao Xiantian screamed, his voice gradually diminishing. He could scarcely fathom that he would meet his demise at the hands of this man whom he regarded as a mere stepping stone. The colossal monument bore down upon the despairing Gao Xiantian, plummeting towards him with ferocity. The skyward purple malevolence incessantly corroded every fiber of his being. Ultimately, an unparalleled thunderous sound erupted. This was no ordinary rumble. As the 1,000-meter-high monument struck the ground, it felt as if the world were on the brink of annihilation. Witnessing this spectacle, the cultivators at the periphery of Lingshu Mountain finally comprehended the urgency of the scattered practitioners urging them to flee. The shockwave from the monument's landing surged outward in all directions. Those who were struck by the shockwave either met their demise or sustained grave injuries. "Flee, run swiftly. It is too late. Escape is no longer possible. I shall no longer seek out bargains. I have erred. Immortal, cease your assault. We do not wish to perish." In that moment, countless cultivators scattered in a desperate bid for survival, yet the speed of the shockwave was astonishingly swift. Some slower cultivators were directly ravaged, their organs ruptured, resulting in an irrevocable death. Those of higher cultivation, equipped with protective treasures, managed to narrowly escape with their lives. Qi Gushing observed the approaching shockwave, a slight frown crossing his brow. However, as a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, he was capable of safeguarding his disciples. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he led his students in a hasty retreat, thus evading the peril. The world was engulfed in an unprecedented cacophony, the sound of the earth fracturing, the crashing of trees, and the anguished cries of fallen cultivators resonated throughout. Chen Ye, in truth, heard the pleas for help from those cultivators. Yet, he remained steadfastly at the side of his disciples, shielding them. As for the cultivators he did not recognize, he had no intention of intervening. Those cultivators had been granted an opportunity to escape. Their refusal to depart rendered their fate inconsequential. Chapter 88. Elimination of the enemy if they refuse to leave. Then their demise is of little consequence. The cacophony persisted for an extended duration, with dust and smoke enveloping the entire valley. Eventually, as the haze dissipated, the ground returned to a state of tranquility. All surrounding mountains had crumbled, save for a monumental stone tablet that stood resolutely at the center. This towering tablet resembled a pillar of the world, inscribed with 3 majestic purple characters, Demon Suppression Tablet. Meanwhile, Gao Xiantian had long since been reduced to mere remnants. Utterly defeated, on the periphery of Lingshu Mountain, The surviving cultivators, still clinging to life, struggled to rise from their grievous wounds. They lifted their gazes to behold the scene before them, their expressions a testament to profound shock. The ominous clouds in the sky had receded, revealing a brilliant azure expanse once more. At the pinnacle of the heavens, only Chen Ye and his disciples maintained their flight, untouched by the chaos below. In that moment, the cultivators appeared diminutive in the presence of Chen Ye. With battered bodies, they knelt upon the ground, their hearts brimming with reverence. It was indeed an honor to witness the immortal's intervention. Should we have committed any breach of etiquette in the presence of the immortal, we implore for your forgiveness. We, the younger generation, have been remiss in our manners. We have encountered the esteemed immortal. The cultivators prostrated themselves, gazing up with admiration, their voices resonating in unison. After a prolonged silence, as the immortal did not chastise them, they bore their injuries with fortitude and gradually departed, their thoughts far removed from the resources of Lingshu Mountain. No one dared to disturb the secluded abode of the immortal. Following Gao Xuantian's demise, only Situ Kuei remained in the arena. At that moment, Situ Kuei had just regained his senses from the residual shockwave. Nervously surveying his surroundings, he swiftly chose a direction and fled. Gao Xiantian had been the most formidable figure on this continent prior to Chen Ye's arrival. If even he had been utterly vanquished, what other option did Situ Kuei have but to escape? He could only hope for the immortal's leniency, praying not to be held accountable, or perhaps that the immortal had simply overlooked him. Alas, he was mistaken on both counts. Chen Ye was neither magnanimous nor blind to his presence. Friend, you may flee, but you must leave something behind. A voice echoed from behind Situ Kuei, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The presence of a cultivator at the Purple Mansion level was formidable indeed, revered and worshipped wherever they went, a being who stood above countless others. Yet, he never imagined that today he would tremble at the sound of a mere voice. Turning around with trepidation, he found Chen Ye standing there. With a quavering voice, Situ Kuei stammered, "Immortal, I am but a fool who fails to recognize greatness. Whatever you desire, I shall provide." Chen Ye observed him quietly, his expression not only devoid of anger, but also graced with a hint of amiable smile. Upon witnessing the immortal's smile, Situ Kuei felt a sense of calm wash over him. It seemed the immortal was indeed unperturbed, likely considering him beneath her notice. As long as he maintained a courteous demeanor, perhaps the immortal would grant him mercy. If she did, he would depart from this continent forever, never to return. Chen Ye patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "I do not ask for much, just one thing will suffice. Give me your life." Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Situ Kuei's expression blossomed with joy, and he eagerly replied, "Of course, whatever you desire." But then he faltered, "Wait. My life?" Under his gaze, Chen Ye slowly raised her palm, aiming it towards his face. "No," he screamed, and in an instant, his head exploded, crimson blood scattering around him. Situ Kuei experienced immense agony before his death. He had believed he was spared, only to be caught off guard and slain by Chen Ye. The despair he felt was an unparalleled suffocation. Chen Ye was never lenient with her foes. After dispatching Situ Kuei, she dusted off her hands and soared towards her disciples. Meanwhile, Long Lan had just been sheltered by Chen Ye and was unharmed by the residual shockwaves. However, the situation for the traitor, the Tiger King, was far from favorable. Although he was at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, the damage inflicted by the shockwaves near Gao Xiantian was evident. Long Lan harbored a deep-seated hatred for traitors. With her long, graceful legs, she approached the Tiger King, her expression icy as she regarded him. "I despise you profoundly. Your kin must be hiding somewhere within Lingshu Mountain. Upon your demise, they shall be buried alongside you." Long Lan's haughty voice resonated in the Tiger King's ears. Although she was typically compassionate towards her own kind, she exhibited unwavering decisiveness when confronting such contemptible enemies. If she were to strike, it would be with the intent to uproot their entire faction, a notion that echoed Chen Ye's own methods as their thoughts aligned. The Tiger King, clutching his injured chest with his right paw, appeared ashen. Everything had been within his control. Once Long Lan was slain by Gao Xiantian, he would ascend as the king of Lingshu Mountain, obtaining the coveted white tiger and trampling over the corpse of the Dragon Emperor to become the most powerful beast of Lingshu Mountain. Yet, how had Chen Ye appeared to thwart his plans? It was all her fault. If not for her interference, all his dreams would have come to fruition. In his final moments, the Tiger King cursed, "Damn you, Chen Ye. May you suffer a wretched fate." Long Lan furrowed her brow upon hearing his lamentations. Although Chen Ye had touched her forehead without her consent, provoking a degree of irritation within her, this was a separate matter altogether. Chen Ye had saved her life and aided her in vanquishing her adversaries. She had witnessed all of this firsthand. Had it not been for Chen Ye, the outcome for her and for Xiao Bai would have been unfathomably grim. The very thought sent shivers down her spine. How dare this Tiger King insult her benefactor? Such affronts were intolerable. Long Lan's right hand transformed into a dragon claw, lunging forward with ferocity. It seized the Tiger King's neck with unyielding grip. "I intended to grant you a swift end, but you have brought this upon yourself." As she spoke, the claw ignited with fierce flames. The temperature of the dragon fire could have reduced the Tiger King to mere ashes in an instant. Yet, Long Lan meticulously regulated the heat, singeing every inch of the Tiger King's fur with agonizing precision. The Tiger King groaned incessantly, emitting guttural sounds, desperately attempting to hurl insults, but with his throat constricted. No words escaped his lips. The physique of a cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm was remarkably resilient. Perishing by fire was a trivial matter. Yet, while he could not die, the searing pain was undeniably conveyed. Chapter 89. The Dragon Gale. After a considerable time, the Tiger King emitted an alluring fragrance. Until his internal organs were thoroughly cooked, the Tiger King met a tragic end. Chen Ye stood by, observing intently. His reason for remaining at the sidelines stemmed from a concern that Long Lan might show mercy and spare her foe. However, it was evident that his worries were unfounded. Witnessing Long Lan's approach to dealing with her adversary, Chen Ye could not help but silently applaud her methods. His own style of combat typically resulted in swift, decisive kills. He rarely engaged in prolonged torment. This was primarily due to the overwhelming strength of his attacks, which could easily extinguish the life of his opponent with a mere miscalculation. Although Long Lan's actions were somewhat ruthless, Chen Ye found no fault in her approach. He was particularly taken by the Dragon Empress's style of execution. Long Lan grasped the charred Tiger King in her dragon claw and discarded him carelessly, as one would toss aside refuse. Her haughty demeanor, combined with her method of dispatching her enemies, accentuated her regal presence. After vanquishing the Tiger King, Long Lan turned her gaze towards Chen Ye. Her proud expression softened as she respectfully stated, "I pay my respects to the immortal. I am grateful for your timely intervention." "You are the master of Xiao Bai?" she inquired with a hint of curiosity. Xiao Bai had once mentioned having a master, and this man, who had come to her aid without hesitation, must surely be that very figure. The notion that a human cultivator would accept a demon as a disciple intrigued her greatly. Chen Ye smiled amicably and nodded. "You may call me Chen Ye. Bai Yaowei is my newly accepted direct disciple, and my Tianxian sect is situated within these spirit void mountains." He paused momentarily. Speaking of the Tianxian sect, he recalled how desperately it was in need of personnel, both disciples and elders, to guide them. Long Lan's approach resonated with Chen Ye. She not only prioritized the protection of her allies in times of peril, but also displayed a fearless demeanor in the face of formidable foes, without excessive compassion. Her meticulous care for her kin hinted at a gentle heart concealed beneath her seemingly proud exterior, reminiscent of her second disciple. Moreover, Long Lan's appearance was truly breathtaking. Her tall stature and striking beauty were enough to captivate the hearts of all men. Naturally, such attributes were advantageous, yet they were not the sole measure of her worth. Contemplating this, Chen Ye continued, "My Tianxian sect has long been in need of capable hands. Would you consider joining as the Grand Elder?" Previously, he had traveled with 3 direct disciples, but circumstances had changed. With others in the sect, a formidable elder was essential to safeguard the sect in his absence. Long Lan's cultivation level was at the 2nd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Once she joined the sect and practiced the techniques Chen Ye provided, her strength would ensure that the safety of the sect would be secure even in his absence. Long Lan's expression revealed her astonishment at his proposal. The fact that this man could accept a demon as a disciple was already astonishing enough. How could they even consider entrusting the management of the sect to her? Was this man truly devoid of any prejudice against their kind? Long Lan had once lived among humans, yearning to integrate into their society. Yet, when the demon race faced ostracism, they were compelled to relocate to Lingshu Mountain. And now, Chen Ye had the audacity to propose her inclusion in the sect without the slightest reservation? How could this not bring her joy? A rare smile graced Long Lan's cold and elegant visage as she hesitantly inquired, "Am I truly worthy of such an honor?" Observing her indecision, Chen Ye offered an encouraging nod. "Of course, there is no issue." The affirmation from Chen Ye stirred a wave of excitement within Long Lan. However, a shadow of concern soon crossed her face as she reflected, "I am eager to join Tiangshuanzong, yet I cannot abandon my loyal subordinates. They have stood by me unwaveringly." As she spoke, the demon beasts who had fought alongside her approached, their expressions earnest as they urged, "Your Majesty, do not fret about us. To cultivate under the Immortal's guidance is an unparalleled opportunity. As long as you seize this chance, we shall be content." Long Lan shook her head. While she aspired to attain immortality and pursue the highest realm, she could not forsake those who had placed their trust in her. Chen Ye, observing this scene, scanned the gathered demon beasts. There were fewer than 20, all at the realm of divine concealment. He had witnessed their valor in battle alongside Long Lan, which spoke volumes of their trustworthiness. Their noble spirit indicated they were indeed deserving of allegiance. Tiangshuanzong was in need of capable individuals, and if they could be appointed as elders, the foundation of his sect would be solidified. With adequate resources at his disposal, he could formally establish the sect and recruit disciples. Chen Ye had already formulated numerous ideas regarding the future of his sect. Addressing the assembled demons, he declared, "I place my trust in you. You shall join us. There are positions for elders awaiting you in Tiangshuanzong." The demons were undoubtedly taken aback by his words. Did they truly qualify to stand by Chen Ye's side? In their eyes, he had extended a helping hand without cause, offering them an extraordinary opportunity. Such generosity was profoundly moving, and they felt a debt of gratitude that warranted a lifetime of devotion. Long Lan was astonished by Chen Ye's willingness to accept so many. She pondered whether his actions stemmed from a genuine need for companions or were solely for her sake. If it were merely for her, it seemed an exorbitant sacrifice. Moreover, considering their lack of familiarity, was it truly justifiable for Chen Ye to bestow such generosity upon her merely due to her association with Yahweh? The thought that Chen Ye's kindness might harbor deeper intentions crossed Long Lan's mind, prompting a self-deprecating smile. She is a beast of the ethereal realm, while the exalted human cultivators often disdain to entertain thoughts of the demon clan. Yet, she, as a dragon, finds herself indulging in fanciful musings. Casting aside her reservations, Long Lan naturally saw no reason to refuse. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. From the moment of her birth, she has been a noble dragon. Throughout her journey of cultivation, her progress has been remarkable. Apart from her subordinates and followers, she has never encountered a superior. She harbors uncertainty about her ability to serve Chen Ye well and has never considered that a human could become her superior. She is also oblivious to the feelings that accompany being someone else's subordinate. It has been a long time since Long Lan met someone stronger than herself. What she cherishes most are those who possess greater strength. Chen Ye not only surpasses her in power, but also shows kindness to her and her kin. If there ever comes a day when Long Lan chooses to submit, it would be to Chen Ye, and it shall forever remain so. With this thought, Long Lan opened her beautiful eyes and gazed earnestly at Chen Ye. Subsequently, she gracefully lowered her noble knee, kneeling on one leg, her right claw hovering over her heart. Long Lan respectfully acknowledges the esteemed lord of the sect. Chapter 90. The submission of the medicine god sect. Subsequently, she gracefully bent her noble knee, kneeling on one leg, her right hand resembling a dragon's claw resting over her heart. Dragon Lan, I have met the esteemed sect master. As Dragon Lan formally pledged her allegiance, the other beasts also knelt before Chen Ye, each declaring, "We have met the esteemed sect master. Hail to the sect master. We vow to protect the Tianxian sect with our lives." Chen Ye was the first human to accept them, which deeply touched their hearts and filled them with anticipation for their future lives. As the myriad beasts proclaimed their submission, a voice echoed in Chen Ye's mind. Ding! Detected 18 elders accepted as subordinates. Reward system points, 24,000 points. Chen Ye had not anticipated that accepting elders would also grant him system points, which brought him immense joy. Looking once more at the assembled beasts, he felt a newfound kinship with them. With a warm smile, Chen Ye approached and grasped Dragon Lan's claw, assisting her to rise. "Sect Master, Dragon Lan was taken aback by Chen Ye's touch on her dragon claw. Generally, humans would not dare to contact the true forms of beasts, as they regarded them as tainted. She had just transformed her right hand into a dragon claw during battle and had yet to revert it. Yet, Chen Ye held her massive claw without any hesitation. The warmth from his palm flowed through to her, marking her first intimate contact with a human. Watching Chen Ye's gentle smile, she felt an inexplicable urge to lower her head, as if to hide her blush. "I am truly delighted to have your assistance. Let us return to the sect," Chen Ye said sincerely, preparing to lead everyone away. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. "Immortal, please hold." Qi Gu Sheng, accompanied by several disciples, soared toward them, calling out. His voice, though somewhat aged, bore a tone of affection. Chen Ye looked on in confusion, his expression neutral as he inquired, "What is it?" He had initially thought another enemy approached, but the demeanor of this group suggested otherwise. They seemed to seek his favor. Qi Gu Sheng landed before Chen Ye, bowing deeply and respectfully stating, "I have long heard of the reclusive immortal residing within Lingshu Mountain, and witnessing your prowess today is truly remarkable. Our medicine god sect is weak and requires a powerful guardian. I understand that a mere mortal such as myself cannot entice an immortal. Thus our entire sect wishes to submit to the Tianxian sect, hoping to gain your protection." Without waiting for Chen Ye's consent, Qi Gusheng knelt down, performing the rites of submission. The remaining 200 disciples followed suit, kneeling with expressions of sincerity. Chen Ye found himself momentarily bewildered by this unexpected display. He had yet to agree, and yet they had already knelt. After a brief moment, he did not hear the familiar chime of system points in his mind. It appears that the system has determined that Chen Ye did not accept them, hence no rewards were dispensed. This realization brought a sense of relief to Chen Ye. Had the system acknowledged them, he would have been obliged to bear some responsibility, regardless of his willingness. Nevertheless, the individuals from the medicine god sect before him exuded sincerity, making it difficult for him to harbor any feelings of disdain. Qi Gusheng, in particular, embodied an ethereal aura, his countenance not resembling that of a licentious person. Although Chen Ye was not a believer in facial physiognomy, he trusted his instincts. He had observed that they had refrained from attacking his companions, and in light of their earnestness, he did not wish to dampen their spirits. "Assist me with a task, and upon its successful completion, I shall accept your allegiance," Chen Ye stated slowly. Qi Gusheng's expression lit up with excitement at the prospect of the immortal accepting their allegiance. His thoughts were simple. With the protection of the immortal, their sect would no longer fear adversaries and could endure through the ages. Additionally, the herbs and elixirs he had devoted his life to crafting would not fall into enemy hands, allowing him to heal and save countless lives in peace. "You need only command us, and we shall exert our utmost efforts." Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction and continued, "I intend to establish a new sect and recruit disciples from across the realm. You shall spread the news that the Tianxian sect is seeking disciples, with the inauguration set in 10 days. With the recent gathering of numerous elders, Chen Ye's sect had already begun to take shape, and his ambitions to establish a formal order could now be set in motion. It would not be long before the sect regained its former vitality. Qi Gusheng had not anticipated that this task would be so straightforward, and he nodded vigorously in excitement. After Chen Ye finished speaking, he did not linger but turned and soared into the sky. Long Lan cast a final glance at the cave she had inhabited for over a century, shook her head, and followed Chen Ye into the air. The other beings also trailed behind, embarking on their journey home. On the way back, amidst the clouds, Bai Yahweh joyfully held Long Lan's hand, exclaiming, "From now on, we one T have to part ways. I can play with you every day?" Then she remarked, "By the way, why are your eyes so red? You didn't T cry just now, did you?" Bai Yahweh gazed at Long Lan with surprise. Before Chen Ye's arrival, when Long Lan faced death, she had indeed shed tears out of concern for her companions. However, she would never admit to such vulnerability. The proud Dragon Empress would never acknowledge shedding tears, not even in death. "You must be mistaken. I did not," she retorted. Bai Yahweh persisted, "But I truly..." MMM. Fearing that she would continue, Long Lan embraced her, covering her mouth to silence her. Bai Yahweh appeared diminutive, almost like a collectible figurine, standing under the towering stature of Long Lan. Lung Luoli followed closely beside her master, casting a curious glance back at Long Lan. Initially, She believed that her unique charisma would enable her to effortlessly overshadow both her senior and junior sisters in her master's presence. However, upon observing the newly arrived Long Luoli suddenly felt a significant diminishment in her own stature. The regal aura emanating from Long surpassed her own frosty elegance. As she scrutinized Long, she noticed that the latter stood slightly taller than herself. Once the most striking beauty of Lingshu Mountain, Long Luoli now felt as though that title was slipping away. For reasons she could not fathom, a lingering sense of insecurity gnawed at her, as if her position was on the verge of being unsettled. The scene shifted to the Tianxian Hall. Chen Ye distributed the foundational cultivation techniques tailored to each elder's preferences. He then assigned the elders to various departments to acclimate to their new surroundings in advance, ensuring they would be better equipped to guide their disciples when the sect was officially established. Once the elders departed, only Long remained in the hall. Chapter 91. Su Qiqian and Long looked at Chen Ye with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Master, what is it that I should do?" Observing that everyone else was engaged in tasks while she remained idle, she felt somewhat at a loss. Chen Ye exchanged for a new martial art, distinct from those previously given to other elders. He unveiled a tome titled Flame Dragon Heavenly Art, emanating an intense heat and radiant crimson hue. The entire volume exuded an aura that suggested, upon opening, one would not find mere text, but a sea of molten lava. As soon as Long laid eyes on this martial art, her gaze became transfixed. She sensed that this technique was seemingly tailored specifically for her. Under her watchful eyes, Chen Ye extended the tome towards her. "Master, is this truly for me?" Long asked in astonishment. Chen Ye nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. This martial art is meant solely for your cultivation." Long accepted the tome, her thoughts a whirlwind. This martial art appeared to possess an exceptionally high tier, indicating it was crafted with her in mind. However, considering her brief acquaintance with Chen Ye, how could he have prepared such a thing in such a short time? Had he perhaps been planning this well in advance? Their lack of familiarity made her question his motives. If he sought something from her, he would not have treated her with such kindness or allowed her to join the sect. With his formidable strength, he could easily have eliminated her. Yet, why would a stranger show such inexplicable generosity towards a woman? Long glanced down at her long, exposed legs and her prominent figure. By her standards, her beauty and physique were superior when compared to human women. Coupled with Chen Ye's apparent indifference towards her lineage, could it be that he harbored feelings for her? The possibility seemed quite high. As this thought crossed her mind, her body temperature began to rise dramatically. As the Dragon Queen, she had never contemplated matters of romance. Faced with such a situation, she found herself uncertain about how to proceed. Should she reject Chen Ye's advances, given his kindness towards her and her kin, and the precious martial art he offered? Would such a rejection be too harsh? But what if she accepted? Raising her gaze, Long scrutinized Chen Ye with newfound seriousness. Tall and handsome, exuding a charming demeanor, he was not only striking but also possessed formidable strength. This was the aspect she found most irresistible. She was drawn to those who surpassed her in prowess. At that moment, Chen Ye sensed Long's intense scrutiny and felt a bit uneasy. What on earth was this dragon contemplating? He had seen that same look in the faces of his rebellious disciples, and it left him with the impression that their thoughts were anything but ordinary. Su Qiqian noticed the shift in Long's demeanor. As a succubus, she was particularly attuned to emotional fluctuations. This dragon has undoubtedly developed feelings for her master. Without a doubt, this is quite troublesome. Su Qian glanced at her cold junior sister. She felt indifferent, having already secured her position. However, it seemed that her junior sister now had an additional rival. At this moment, Chen Ye cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back. Ahem, Long. With the increase in the number of elders within the sect, it has become rather challenging for me to manage. I would like you to assume the position of Grand Elder and assist me in governance. You shall reside in the Tianxian Palace for convenience. With the growing number of elders, there would surely be more in the future. If hundreds of elders were to be managed by Chen Ye alone, he would be overwhelmed. Long had once been the dragon's sovereign, and many of the elders were her former subordinates. With some cultivation of her management skills, she would undoubtedly excel in this role. Entrusting her with the position of Grand Elder was indeed the most fitting choice, allowing Chen Ye some respite and the opportunity to devote more time to guiding his direct disciples in their cultivation. The decision for her to reside in Tianxian Palace was purely for proximity, facilitating communication regarding sect affairs, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Upon learning of her appointment to such a distinguished position, Long Lan nodded earnestly, vowing to perform her duties diligently. However, discovering that she would be residing near the sect leader only solidified her inner thoughts. The sect leader must indeed have feelings for her. To keep her close by, this dragon's inner monologue was exceedingly elaborate. Once Chen Ye had arranged everything, evening had fallen. Bai Ye had just consumed a healing elixir for recovery, and so had Long Lan. Chen Ye deemed it wise for everyone to retire early. After bidding farewell to his disciples, he returned to his chamber. With the master departed, the disciples felt liberated. Though Chen Ye was generally amiable, certain matters could not be discussed in his presence. Su Qian nudged Long Lan's shoulder, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Elder, allow me to show you to a resting chamber." With that, Su Qian took her hand without hesitation, leading her away. Like Lung Luoli, Long Lan was not fond of strangers touching her. Yet, the one who grasped her hand was the sect leader's eldest disciple, remarkably beautiful, and surprisingly, she felt no aversion. Long Lan was thus led by Su Qian to a secluded area. Once assured of their privacy, Su Qian boldly inquired, "Elder, do you have feelings for my master?" The question struck like a bolt. Such sentiments were typically kept deeply hidden, not to be so casually expressed. Long Lan's expression turned to one of shock as she stumbled back several steps. What are you saying? I am of the demon race. How could that be? Even if it were possible, how could the sect leader? She repeated the word possible thrice, her fluster evident. Due to her embarrassment, a noticeable blush crept across her pale skin. Upon witnessing her reaction, Su Qian became increasingly convinced of her assumptions. "It's perfectly fine, even if you acknowledge it. It matters not. Everyone holds affection for our master and will certainly understand your feelings," she said unabashedly. Su Qian harbored a particular fondness for the Dragon Emperor, much like her fellow disciple, who appeared somewhat haughty but was, in reality, profoundly gentle at heart. Teasing him would undoubtedly be delightful. You all like him?" Long Lan inquired, taken aback by this revelation. It seemed that within the celestial Xian Hall, or rather throughout the entire sect, there existed a profound emotional connection to the sect leader, be it romantic love, sincere gratitude, or friendship. Curiosity began to brew within her, prompting her to ponder how Chen Ye had managed to evoke such sentiments. Long Lan realized that ever since she had met Chen Ye, her thoughts had been consumed by him, as if he had taken residence in the very depths of her heart. Su Qian nodded, extending her delicate hand in a gesture of greeting, and with a smile, declared, "I am the senior sister here, and I officially welcome you on behalf of everyone. Not only does our master believe in you, but I also place my trust in you." Chapter 92. The Subtle Thoughts of Su Qian. Su Qian nodded gently, extending her delicate hand in a gesture of greeting while cheerfully proclaiming, "I am the senior sister here, and I officially welcome you on behalf of everyone. Not only does our master believe in you, but I also have great faith in you." Long Lan glanced at her outstretched hand and then at her own. The members of this sect were surprisingly kind-hearted. Not just Chen Ye, but his disciples were equally amicable. This instilled within her, as an elder, a profound sense of responsibility. She yearned to protect these delightful disciples for eternity. With a smile, she reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands with Su Qian. "Thank you." However, Su Qian's grip was somewhat mischievous, playfully kneading Long Lan's palm, causing a ticklish sensation. "Elder, your fingers are long and delicate. Our master must truly appreciate." Just as she spoke, footsteps echoed from behind, interrupting her. It was Hu Jiuyu approaching. Upon seeing her junior sister, Su Qian waved goodbye to Long Lan, saying, "The Tianxian Hall has many vacant rooms. Elder, you may choose any available one to stay in. For now, let us leave it at that. We shall meet again tomorrow." As she spoke, she linked arms with Hu Jiuyu and departed. Long Lan watched Su Qian hurry away, pondering to herself, "The esteemed disciple of the sect leader is indeed intriguing." She wandered around the vicinity, only to find that the houses close to the sect leader's grand hall were already occupied by 3 disciples. Even the roof of the sect leader's abode was under the watchful gaze of Bai Yawei, leaving her with no opportunity to seize. She chose a relatively nearby house and approached it. Pushing open the door, Long Lan curiously surveyed the room. The furnishings were exquisitely arranged: the mirror, dressing table, wardrobe. and bed all exuded an air of nobility. Long Lon had always resided in dim caves, adorned with various precious gold and silver ornaments. Yet none compared to the warmth of this place. This truly felt like home. Opening the wardrobe, she discovered it filled with garments. Long Lon had long noticed that the clothing worn by Chen Ye's disciples was quite distinct from that of the outside world, beautiful and to her liking. Could it be that the sect leader had prepared these for them? Ah, the sect leader is indeed so thoughtful. I find myself liking her even more. Long Lon reclined on the bed, her smooth, fair legs gracefully intertwined. She extended her hand, its fingers as exquisite as jade, and contemplated thoughtfully. Su Jiqian mentioned that the sect leader would be fond of her hands. Is that true? Long Lon felt her mind awash with thoughts of Chen Ye. And as the quiet evening enveloped her, sleep eluded her. This will not do. I simply cannot fall asleep. Tomorrow, how can I present myself in the best light before everyone, especially before the master? I must find a way to divert my attention. As Long Lon murmured to herself, an idea quickly emerged. The kin of the Tiger King should still be lurking somewhere within the ethereal void mountain. Slaying a few wrongdoers would certainly alleviate my spirits. With this thought in mind, Long Lon rose abruptly and flew out the door. At this moment, Su Jiqian was pushing Hushimi to a corner of the square. She noticed Long Lon soaring into the sky, but paid it little heed. If it had been by Shimi departing, she would have genuinely worried. However, with Long Lan's cultivation at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, there was no one on this continent who could pose a threat to her. The sense of security enveloped her. As Sister Su, I was just about to ask what you were discussing. Why did you bring me here? Hu Jiu, aware of Su Jiqian's nature, suspected that she had likely shared something peculiar with the newly arrived elder. Thus, she was eager to investigate. To her surprise, Su Jiqian had directly brought her here. Su Jiqian first surveyed the surroundings. Lung Luoli was quietly resting in her room, likely already asleep. Bayame lay atop the roof of their master's abode, breathing evenly, clearly in slumber. Realizing that they were alone, Su Jiqian leaned closer to Hushimi and whispered softly, this, that, and the other. Beep, gurgle. Hu Jiuyu's eyes widened in astonishment at Su Jiqian's words. What she proposed was indeed quite audacious. Yet, it was not without merit. Although feeling shy, it would surely be an exhilarating experience. Let us finalize our plans. We shall convene before the master's door shortly. With a smile, Su Jiqian bid farewell to Hushimi and returned to her room, as if preparing for something. In Chen Ye's chamber, he had no habit of sleeping in attire and had just removed his upper garments. His physique was well-defined, showcasing broad pectorals and sculpted abs. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he gazed at the ice sculpture presented to him by his second disciple. Upon examining the ice sculpture closely last time, he sensed something amiss. It seemed to pulsate with spiritual energy, hinting at some concealed array within. Curiosity piqued, he took it in hand once more for further scrutiny. In Lung Luoli's room, after returning to her bed, she found herself unable to drift into slumber. She donned an ice-blue camisole, her pristine and slender legs exposed. Her long blue hair cascaded down her back like silk. At any moment, Lung Luoli exuded an aura of an ethereal snow maiden, reminiscent of a celestial being. Sitting at the bedside, she contemplatively held the identical ice sculpture meant for her master. Initially, she felt indifferent about the master taking Long Lon under his wing. However, just moments ago, the master had arranged for Long Lon to enter the heavenly mysterious hall, which instilled in her a profound sense of crisis. In her eyes, Bayawe was merely an adorable junior sister, and thus, when she appeared, Lung Luoli felt little stir within her. Yet, Long Lon was a different story. In terms of both stature and beauty, she seemed to match her, perhaps even surpassing her subtly. The two shared similarities in personality and demeanor, with Long Lon resembling a substitute for her. Surely, the master would not grow weary of her and instead favor Long Lon, placing her by his side. This simply could not be allowed. She was the master's second disciple and had cherished her feelings for him for so long. How could she be outshone by a newcomer? Lung Luoli's spirits waned. At that moment, the only source of solace for her was the gentle visage of the master. With such thoughts, she infused spiritual energy into the ice sculpture, activating the shadow-preserving formation. Meanwhile, Chen Ye was meticulously observing the ice sculpture, and he sensed that the formation within it had been activated. Experiencing the surge of the formation up close, he He quickly realized it was a shadow-preserving formation. Chapter 93. The Moon and the Sun. He sensed the intricate formation within the ice sculpture being activated. Experiencing the pulsation of the array at such close proximity, Chen Ye quickly discerned that it was an image retention formation. Had his disciple concealed this within the ice sculpture? Was it to observe his movements? How curious she must be, he pondered. He was aware that Lung Luoli was watching him from the side. With a gentle smile, he waved and greeted the ice sculpture. This scene startled Lung Luoli immensely. The ice sculpture slipped from her grasp and shattered upon the ground. Master, has the esteemed teacher discovered me? She thought in a panic. How can I face the master again after being caught spying? I was so foolish. How could I think the master would not notice such a trivial trick? At that moment, Lung Luoli felt an overwhelming shyness, wishing she could vanish into a crevice. The thought of seeing her master again the next day filled her with acute embarrassment. Simultaneously, she experienced a twinge of regret, lamenting her decision to indulge in such antics. Initially, she had the opportunity for subtle interactions with her master, but now, after being discovered, would she even have the chance to touch him again? Burrowing her head beneath the covers, she longed to turn back the clock to a few days prior. In Chen Ye's room, he noticed the absence of spiritual energy emanating from the ice sculpture, indicating that the energy had been withdrawn from the other side. Reluctantly, he returned the sculpture to its rightful place. Regardless of what lay within, it was a cherished gift from his beloved second disciple, and he could not bear to part with it. Therefore, it had to be restored to its original position. At this moment, Chen Ye found himself lost in thought. Although his second disciple was considerably more earnest than the first, she occasionally engaged in peculiar actions. The embraces and kisses she had initiated, seemingly innocent, yet deeply intentional, were not lost on him. Perhaps due to the influences of Su Jiqian and Hu Jiyue. After taking this first step, Chen Ye felt increasingly unable to suppress his affection for his disciple. Memories of their shared moments flashed before his mind, compelling him to acknowledge the profound emotions he harbored for her. This sentiment transcended the typical bond between a master and disciple, veering into the realm of romantic affection. It was difficult for him to dismiss the thoughts that arose from her intimate gestures. In every regard, Lung Luoli was a woman deserving of his lifelong protection, admiration, and responsibility. With this realization, Chen Ye's thoughts began to crystallize. As a master, he understood that he should not harbor such feelings for a disciple. Yet, once those feelings had taken root, concealing them within was equally inappropriate. Chen Ye felt it imperative to clarify his feelings with Lung Luoli. Regardless of whether she would reciprocate his affections, it was essential to express his emotions, for this would illuminate whether he should approach her with the demeanor of a lover or that of a mentor. It was time to dispel the ambiguity. Upon reaching a resolution, Chen Ye closed his eyes, intending to address the matter upon awakening the following day. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, he heard a rustling sound outside the window. Outside, Hu Jiyue remarked, "Sister Su, are we not supposed to gather at our master's door? Why have we come to the window?" Su Jiqian replied, "You will soon understand. This is a promise between me and our master." Indeed, the window remained ajar. Su Jiqian was the first to leap inside, followed closely by Hu Jiyue. The two landed directly atop Chen Ye, pressing him down and leaving him breathless. Instinctively, Chen Ye embraced them to prevent their fall, bewilderedly exclaiming, "Qian, Yue, what are you?" Su Jiqian swiftly covered her master's eyes with her hand, a mischievous smile adorning her face. "Master, let us play a game. I shall blindfold you and see if you can guess." In Lingshu Mountain, two contrasting vistas exist. During the day, a blazing sun scorches the earth, yet within the realm of Tianxian sect, this heat transforms into a gentle warmth, invigorating the spirit and providing immense comfort. By night, the moon's silvery glow replaces the sun, crafting a new beauty. Yet, there will come a day when both the moon and the sun grace the Tianxian hall simultaneously. When these two distinct beauties merge, it will evoke profound emotions, causing tears of joy to flow. At times, the scenery shifts, the moon's light surpassing that of the sun, claiming the pinnacle. The sun's rays stretch to the world's edge, symbolizing its vastness of spirit. The sun does not vie with the moon for the chance to shine. At times, it even assists the moon, enhancing its brilliance. Lingshu Mountain is a sacred place for cultivation, renowned for its exquisite landscapes. Not only is the scenery breathtaking, but the density of spiritual energy is also remarkably high, allowing for rapid breakthroughs. Those who cultivate here may achieve successive advancements in a single night, swiftly elevating their realms. On the following morning, within the Tianxian Hall, Long Lan returned after a night spent outdoors. Lingshu Mountain spans a vast area, and the Tiger King had concealed his kin well in advance. Long Lan devoted the morning to thoroughly addressing the matter, eradicating any threats. As she descended from the sky, she shook the blood from her dragon claws. Her dragon eyes glimmered with an icy intensity, and her mood was somewhat somber. Only upon returning to the Tianxian Hall did her spirits begin to lift. Although the lives she had taken were those of traitors, they were still her subjects, and she required time to regain her composure. Long Lan did not immediately return to the square, but instead circled in the air for a while. She discovered a towering structure beside the plaza of the Tianxian Hall, a tower that had always been present, yet had never been mentioned by Chen Ye. She could sense a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from within, as if it harbored something extraordinary. Curiosity piqued, Long Lan flew closer and scrutinized the edifice beneath her. The tower soared over 100 meters, exuding a rich, pale azure glow, infused with an abundant spiritual force. Intrigued, she placed her hand against the door, contemplating entry. However, she swiftly halted her motion. Although she was the Grand Elder of the Tianxian sect, it was inappropriate for her to meddle with such matters without the sect master's consent. To act otherwise would be a blatant affront to authority. While she held the title of Dragon Sovereign of Lingshu Mountain, she was equally a subordinate to Chen Ye, a fact she must always bear in mind, avoiding any transgressions. With these thoughts in mind, she withdrew her hand. It would be prudent to wait until the sect master awakened to inquire about the nature of this tower. Chapter 94. Lung Loli and Long Lan. It would be prudent to wait until our esteemed master awakens before inquiring about the tower's circumstances, Long Lan mused. And thus she temporarily departed from the area. Upon arriving at the plaza, she observed Lung Loli meditating alone on the ground. Her long, elegant legs were crossed, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged around her, imbued with an astonishing power. Long Lan had long noticed that Chen Ye's 3 disciples were remarkably extraordinary. Lung Luoli, even in her routine meditation, exhibited a mastery of spiritual energy far beyond the capabilities expected of someone at the innate level. Had Chen Ye endowed each disciple with a top-tier cultivation technique akin to hers? If so, from where had he acquired such an abundance of exceptional methods? Long Lan felt increasingly intrigued by the myriad secrets that seemed to envelop their master. Approaching Lung Luoli's side, Long Lan observed that her meditation was quite unusual. Though both were engaged in the cultivation of spiritual energy, the manner in which Lung Luoli did so appeared markedly different. It seemed that her approach to meditation facilitated a more rapid elevation of her realm. Imitating her movements, Long Lan settled beside her, intending not to disturb Lung Luoli's practice, but rather to contemplate on her own. However, upon noticing that Lung Luoli had opened her beautiful eyes to regard her, Long Lan spoke with a hint of apology. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I couldn't help but notice that your method of meditation seems rather unique. If it's not too much trouble, would you be willing to share it with me? Her tone was imbued with sincerity. Initially, Lung Luoli felt a twinge of annoyance at the interruption, and her mood soured further upon realizing it was Long Lan, the very individual who had not only captivated her beloved master, but had now come to intrude upon her practice. Nevertheless, upon hearing Long Lan's words, her perspective began to shift. To her surprise, the aloof exterior and the lofty status of the Dragon Empress did not mask a genuine curiosity as Long Lan sought her guidance. It appeared that Long Lan's demeanor was not as haughty as she had presumed. This marked the first occasion on which Lung Luoli found herself alone with Long Lan. She scrutinized the exquisite woman beside her, one whom even her master wished to keep close. Long Lan sat with her legs elegantly crossed, her limbs proportionate and long, perhaps even more shapely than her own. The pale skin bore a striking resemblance to hers, and as she gazed upward, she noted further similarities. No, not merely similarities. There were distinct attributes that seemed more pronounced. This only served to vex her further. Yet, what offered her some solace was that despite Long Lan's proximity, she maintained a respectful distance, one that neither felt alienating nor overly intimate. In comparison to her senior sister, this was a vast improvement. Her sister often sought unnecessary closeness, with constant touches that disregarded personal boundaries. Taking a deep breath, Lung Luoli addressed Long Lan. It is the meditation method taught to us by our master. Since you are now a member of the Heavenly Xian sect, there is no harm in sharing this with you. I will only say it once, so please listen carefully. Although Lung Luoli harbors some reservations about Long Lan, that is a different matter altogether. When it comes to important affairs, she remains quite discerning. The fact that our master has accepted Long Lan into the sect signifies a deep trust in her, thus imparting the meditation technique to Long Lan poses no issue. Lung Luoli felt a sense of accomplishment, realizing that as a practitioner of the innate realm, she was instructing a formidable being of the Purple Mansion realm. She swiftly taught her the method. Upon learning, Long Lan attempted the meditation and indeed found her cultivation advancing at an accelerated pace. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she expressed, "It has truly expedited my progress. Thank you immensely, Lung Luoli. I cannot accept your help without offering something in return. I know you have a fondness for blue. Therefore, I have a trinket here for you as a gift." As she spoke, Long Lan retrieved a frosty blue necklace from her storage ring. The centerpiece of the necklace resembled a dragon scale, albeit in pure blue. It emanated a subtle aura of power, reminiscent of the might of its original dragon owner. This dragon might instilled fear in other beasts, deterring any with nefarious intentions from approaching. It was indeed a precious treasure, its worth immeasurable in the outside world. "Is this really for me?" Lung Luoli exclaimed, pleasantly surprised as she accepted the necklace. Long Lan was one of their own, and Lung Luoli had not anticipated receiving anything in return for instructing her in the meditation technique. Yet, this dragon had unexpectedly high drop rates, casually yielding top-tier equipment. No wonder she had once been a dragon sovereign. She possessed an abundance of valuable items. Lung Luoli genuinely admired the icy blue dragon scale necklace. Observing Long Lan's sincere gratitude, she felt a twinge of bashfulness. This dragon did not seem so intolerable after all. Interacting with her did not evoke a sense of boundarylessness, nor did it feel overly distant. She was polite, unpretentious, strikingly beautiful, strong, and reliable. In contrast, her senior sister lacked boundaries and was always sneaking indulgences behind her back. By any measure, this dragon was 100 times more admirable than her vexatious senior sister. With that thought, Lung Luoli let out a wry smile. Holding the necklace gifted by Long Lan, she extended her other hand, smiling as she said, "No need for thanks. By the way, although you already know my name, I have yet to properly introduce myself. I am the second disciple of our master, named Lung Luoli. It is a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, Lung Luoli truly embraced this newcomer. Although she remained somewhat cautious of her beauty, she had taken a significant step forward. Long Lan, seeing her outstretched hand, reciprocated, and they shook hands, marking the official commencement of their acquaintance. Speaking of which, does the sect leader always rise so late? Long Lan gazed at the sun suspended high in the sky, a hint of perplexity crossing her features as she inquired. Cold Luo Li, accustomed to her master's leisurely mornings, nonchalantly replied, "It can be like this sometimes." On the rooftop, Bai Yawei, just awakened, luxuriated in a stretch. She rolled about for a few moments before drowsily opening her eyes. Positioned at a height, she could easily see the square below. Noticing only Long Lan and Cold Luo Li in each other's company, she surmised that her master had yet to awaken. Truly, her master is quite helpless without her grooming service to rouse her from slumber. It appears that she must fulfill this duty. With this thought in mind, she leapt down from the rooftop. Bai Yawei had a habit of patrolling her territory, and she was intimately familiar with every corner of Tianxian Hall. On one side of her master's abode, a window stood perpetually ajar. She approached that side of the house and gracefully jumped through the open window. Chen Ye. Chapter 95. The Catmaster's Wake-Up Service. Chen Ye found himself once again enveloped in a suffocating sensation akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. In a state of drowsiness, he did not rise immediately. After a short while, he became aware of a dampness on his face and atop his head, as if the Catmaster were conducting a morning check to ensure his master was still among the living. Yet, Chen Ye remained in slumber, instinctively reaching out to embrace the delicate figure of Bai Yawei before turning over to adopt a more comfortable position and continue his restful repose. The soft body nestled in his arms prompted him to bury his face within, intensifying his desire for sleep. Bai Yawei, suddenly enveloped by her master's embrace and feeling his head nestled against her, experienced a flush of warmth across her cheeks. The delightful fragrance emanating from her master made her reluctant to resist. She encircled his head with her arms, surrendering herself to the moment. Before long, however, she felt the all-consuming affection of her master's embrace becoming somewhat stifling. She gently patted his head, but her master showed no sign of awakening. With no other recourse, she shifted her gaze to her side. "Sister Sue, save me," she murmured, reaching out in an attempt to rouse her sister. To her surprise, she noticed that the hand beside her, so delicately smooth, bore an unusual hue. The hand belonged to Hujui, whose complexion was unmistakably the healthy shade of wheat. What was Hujui doing here? This seemed rather out of place. Wait a moment. If Hujui was here, and Sister Sue had also shared a slumber with their master, did that imply that all of Master's disciples were entitled to rest alongside him? A sudden thought struck Bai Yawei. If that were the case, she too yearned to share a moment of repose with her master. Her slender tail began to sway in the air, occasionally brushing against Hujui's ample thigh. Hujui, not in a deep sleep, stirred slightly, feeling an itch from the unexpected contact, and gradually woke. As she rubbed her eyes, her first reaction was to assume someone was touching her thigh. "Master, even in the morning you wished to." "You is agreeable," she mumbled. However, as she opened her eyes, she was met with the pure and contemplative expression of Bai Yawei. Hujui. Oh no, she had just thought it was her master. How mortifying to utter such words in front of the adorable junior sister. A deep blush instantly spread across her face, overwhelming her with embarrassment. Bai Yawei, puzzled, inquired of Hujui, "Sister Hu, how is it that you are here? Is it the case that all disciples of our master are permitted to rest with him? But why have I not seen Sister Lung?" Upon hearing Sister Lung's name, Hujui felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. She vividly recalls the scene of Senior Sister Lung chasing after Senior Sister Sue. If Senior Sister Lung were to find out, she certainly does not wish to be reprimanded by her. Contemplating this, Hujui earnestly said to Bai Yawei, "Shu, Junior Sister Bai, what you witnessed today must absolutely, unequivocally remain a secret from Senior Sister Lung. Do you understand?" Seeing Hujui's seriousness, Bai Yawei obediently nodded. "Then, may I join you both for a respite next time?" Hujui shook her head repeatedly. "That is certainly not permissible. Such matters are solely reserved for those who share a bond of companionship." Bai Yawei pressed on. "How can one become Master's companion? I too wish to rest alongside Master. What must I do to become a companion to Master?" Hujui pondered for a moment, realizing that regardless of the circumstances, such details could not be divulged to the adorable junior sister Bai. "You will understand when you are older," Hujui said shyly, feeling embarrassed to discuss such provocative topics so soon after waking. Bai Yawei contemplated carefully before speaking. "Sister Hu, I am nearly 1,000 years old. If we consider age, excluding Long Lan, I am the eldest here in Tianxian Hall. Thus, Sister Hu, please enlighten me on how to become Master's companion." Upon hearing this, Hujui found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet even so, she still could not bring herself to speak. Despite everything, it simply cannot be said. Bai Yawei, noticing Hujui's reluctance, felt a tinge of disappointment. She too longed to rest with Master, and must devise a way to extract some information. As she pondered, a mischievous smile crept upon her face, and a cunning plan began to form in her mind. "Sister Hu, you surely wouldn't want a day's events to be exposed, would you? So, be a good girl." Hujui interjected. "Junior Sister Bai, you've become quite mischievous. This must be a lesson learned from Senior Sister Sue. The adorable Junior Sister Bai I know would never speak in such a manner." Hujui began to suspect that Junior Sister Bai might not be as innocent as she had initially thought. Perhaps she even possessed some of Senior Sister Sue's qualities. Feeling overwhelmed by this adorable junior sister, Hujui reached out to shake the still sleeping Senior Sister Sue. "Senior Sister Sue, wake up. We are in trouble. Our affairs are about to be exposed." Senior Sister Sue was roused from her slumber, blinking in confusion. "What is happening? What affairs are exposed? What could possibly transpire between me and Hujui? Though she is a succubus, she has never engaged in such activities with another woman. Why does it feel as though she is being caught in a scandal? Hastily urged to flee by a third party? Calm down. What exactly is going on?" In a state of drowsiness, Su Jiqian inquired. Soon after, Hujui recounted the matters concerning Bai Yawei's partner to Su Jiqian. "I thought it was Senior Sister Lung who had come to confront us, which startled me. It's not a significant issue. Just teach me. Su Jiqian waved her hand dismissively. Subsequently, she leaned in close to Bai Shimi's ear and whispered something. In a moment of realization, Bai Yue nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. I will remember. Thank you, Senior Sister Su. Their conversation grew somewhat loud. And even though Chen Ye was in a deep slumber, he awakened to the sound. Upon waking, he beheld his 3 dear disciples. Wait, 3? Why is there one more? It was then that he noticed Bai Yue nestled in his embrace. Soft and delicate, she had been cradled in his arms, explaining why his slumber had been so blissful. Upon awakening, Chen Ye was greeted with 3 cheerful good mornings. He sat up and addressed Hu Jiuyu and Su Jiqian. It's already quite late. You both worked hard yesterday. It's time to rise and practice, as the others must be waiting eagerly. Awakening to the presence of their master filled both of them with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Chapter 96. Longland's self-delusion. The 3 companions lingered for a brief moment, sharing whispers about the events of the previous night, intimate conversations that elude the pages of literature, before they finally began to rise and dress. Once attired, the quartet made their way to the plaza of the Tianxian Hall. At that moment, Lung Luoli and Long Lan were quietly meditating, seemingly enjoying each other's company, devoid of any quarrels and enveloped in a serene atmosphere. To be candid, Chen Ye had initially harbored some concerns about whether the two would harmonize. After all, his understanding of his second disciple indicated that she was not particularly accommodating of newcomers. Perhaps their similar temperaments fostered a sense of camaraderie. Upon noticing Chen Ye's arrival, both women respectfully approached him to offer their greetings. Long Lan, greetings, esteemed sect master. Lung Luoli, greetings, master. Having known Chen Ye for a relatively short period, Long Lan exhibited a degree of reserve, especially in comparison to the other disciples. Seizing the opportunity presented by the greeting, she scrutinized the man who had occupied her thoughts so fervently. Compared to the combat of the previous day, Chen Ye now exuded a demeanor marked by gentility and elegance, devoid of the previous hostility. Indeed, his charisma in everyday life was strikingly apparent. Just as this notion blossomed in Long Lan's mind, she abruptly shook her head, striving to rein in her wandering thoughts. She had come to assist Chen Ye in managing the sect. Such fanciful notions were utterly inappropriate. Chen Ye, tirelessly laboring for the sect, was a mere god concealment realm cultivator, often rising only at noon from sheer exhaustion. Surely, his fatigue was the cause of his demeanor. To repay Chen Ye's life-saving grace and recognition, she must endeavor to alleviate his burdens. Absolutely, she could not entertain thoughts that would only serve to further tire him. With this in mind, Long Lan inquired, esteemed sect master, may I ask the purpose of that tower? She had noticed the unusual structure upon her return, yet refrained from entering without the sect master's permission. Now seemed the perfect moment to inquire directly. Following her gaze, Chen Ye looked towards the tower, which could rightly be deemed the highest edifice of the Tianxian sect, standing resplendently in its place. The Tianxian sect was a well-equipped institution, meticulously divided into various departments, each boasting specialized facilities for practice. For instance, the demon cultivation department had a grand hall dedicated to the cultivation of malevolent energy, and similar arrangements existed for the pill and sword cultivation departments. The Tianxian Hall stood apart from these, housing the most comprehensive and sophisticated facilities. However, the limitation was that neither the indoor spiritual energy-rich hot springs nor any other buildings could accommodate large numbers of disciples. Consequently, Chen Ye could only prepare for his most trusted disciples. The tower Long Lan referred to had long caught Chen Ye's attention. Named the Jinxian Tower, it comprised 55 levels, serving as a facility to aid disciples in their cultivation. Each floor was equipped with foes. Upon vanquishing them, one could earn rewards in cultivation. The adversaries within the Tower of Tranquil Immortals are exceedingly formidable, requiring at least the strength of the innate realm to gain entry. Furthermore, each activation necessitates a considerable duration for recovery before a subsequent attempt can be made. Previously, due to the disciples' insufficient cultivation levels, Chen Ye had refrained from allowing them to enter. However, now that the disciples have made rapid advancements in their prowess, it is indeed appropriate for them to attempt an entry. Coincidentally, Long Lan is present, and she too is intrigued to discover how high a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm can ascend. Chen Ye guided the group to the base of the Tower of Tranquil Immortals. Since you are curious, I shall take you inside to witness it. If memory serves me right, the tower opens once a month, so I urge you all to strive to reach the highest tier and attain greater cultivation." Upon hearing that she could also enter, Long Lon was filled with joy. She had assumed this place was exclusively for the disciples and was astonished that, as an elder, she too could partake. "Master, may I also enter?" Long Lon inquired, still in disbelief and seeking confirmation. Chen Ye nodded naturally, showing no hesitation. "Of course, in the future, as you reside in the heavenly profound hall, I shall also guide your cultivation." Despite having a lower cultivation level than hers, Chen Ye felt more than capable of mentoring her. However, the thought of a lower realm cultivator instructing one of a higher tier was somewhat embarrassing. Upon receiving this news, Long Lon would never refuse. She excitedly nodded repeatedly. "How could I possibly suggest that?" "Thank you, master." Long Lon had never regarded Chen Ye as merely a cultivator of the divine concealment realm. In her eyes, Chen Ye must have long concealed her true power, which likely reached the celestial realm. It was simply that Chen Ye preferred a low profile, choosing to live in seclusion and shunning the display of her abilities. The modesty of the master made her even more admirable. Moreover, the moment she inquired about the Tower of Tranquil Immortals, Chen Ye promptly brought everyone over and permitted them to enter. Did this not imply that Chen Ye had opened this precious tower for her benefit? Or more audaciously, perhaps Chen Ye felt it inappropriate to grant her exclusive access, thus inviting the entire group? After all, the enemies contained within the tower should be quite powerful, rendering it of little use to cultivators below the foundation establishment period, with only her cultivation exceeding that threshold. The master's kindness towards her was truly overwhelming. With such generosity, it was difficult for her not to develop other sentiments towards Chen Ye. Long Lon, the Dragon Queen, was exceedingly given to flights of fancy. In truth, Chen Ye was aware that his disciples' true strength far surpassed their current realms, which was why he had opened the tower. Chen Ye placed his hand upon the door of the Tower of Tranquil Immortals and slowly pushed it open, leading the group inside. Although Hu Jiuyu was merely a cultivator of the acquired realm, her true strength had long since reached the innate realm, allowing her to accompany them as well. The decorations within the tower are remarkably austere, surrounded by unique stone walls, with a staircase positioned in the center, separated by a transparent barrier. Only by vanquishing the monsters within can the cultivators pass through this wall. Otherwise, they remain confined outside. Chen Ye, the master of this tower, is exempt from combat and can traverse freely between each level. He addressed the assembly, stating, "Then let the proceedings commence. I shall closely observe your performances." Upon hearing of the master's attention, Long Lon felt her spirit ignite with determination. Previously, during the battle at Lingshu Mountain, she had been too frail to showcase her true prowess. This time, she seized the opportunity to impress the master with her capabilities, nurturing hopes of earning his favor. Long Lon envisioned the moment of being recognized by the master in her mind. Chapter 97. The contest between Su Qiqian and Lung Loli in her mind. Long Lon envisioned the moment she would earn the admiration of the sect leader. In this reverie, Chen Ye gazed at her with eyes brimming with affection, tenderly grasping her delicate jade-like hand. Towering in her red high heels, Long Lan's stature even exceeded that of Chen Ye by a notable margin. She cast a lingering glance down at Chen Ye, her expression a blend of desire and reluctance, as if she were on the verge of accepting a heartfelt confession, yet restrained by her status and too bashful to voice her thoughts. In reality, Long Lon had already donned a subtle smile, an unanticipated grin that appeared rather peculiar. Observing her unusual expression, Su Qiqian nudged her companion, the white-clad junior sister, and whispered, "Is this peculiar smile of Long Lan's a constant feature?" Bai Yao, equally perplexed, replied, "I have known Long Lon for quite some time, yet this is the first instance I have witnessed her in such a manner. Truly odd." The two exchanged glances filled with disdain, stepping back a pace to maintain a distance from the bizarre Dragon Queen. Long Lon then regained her composure, shaking her head to dispel her distraction. With renewed vigor, she turned to Chen Ye and inquired, "Esteemed sect leader, may we commence?" Chen Ye, taken aback by her fervor, recognized her formidable competitive spirit. "We may begin at any time," he affirmed with a nod. With the sect leader's consent, Long Lon promptly advanced to the arena's center, where a colossal wild-boar demon beast awaited, its realm at the second level of the innate stage. Without hesitation, Long Lon soared forward, delivering a decisive punch to the beast's forehead. In an instant, its skull was obliterated, vanishing completely, while the remnants of its body disintegrated into fragments that dissipated into the air. Without pausing, Long Lan ascended further. The arena was left with 4 remaining disciples. At this moment, Su Qiqian elbowed her junior sister, Lung Luoli, and playfully suggested, "Shall we compete to see who can climb higher? The loser must unconditionally obey the other for a day. What say you?" Lung Luoli responded with a hint of mockery. "Are you serious, sister? My realm surpasses yours. Do you truly believe you can best me?" Su Qiqian showed no signs of retreat. The two practiced different cultivation techniques, and given the formidable opponent they had just encountered, a high-realm demon beast, she felt confident in her abilities against single adversaries. Despite being slightly inferior in realm to her junior sister, victory was not out of reach. If she triumphed, it would be a sweet redemption after being overshadowed for so long. "Do you genuinely think I am inferior to you?" Su Qiqian retorted without a hint of hesitation. The atmosphere crackled with intensity as their gazes locked, igniting sparks of competition. Bai Yao found Sister Su's proposal quite intriguing and eagerly wished to join. Naturally, the two had no reason to refuse, and the trio promptly commenced their competition. Lung Luoli summoned her ice staff, her eyes brimming with an ardent desire for victory. "Allow me to begin. Sister, do watch closely," she declared, striding confidently towards the center. At that moment, the innate second-tier beast had reconstituted itself, patiently awaiting in the arena. Upon the appearance of Lung Luoli, the beast lunged forward. She raised her ice staff and instantly unleashed the ice shard technique. Flurries of snowflakes danced within the confines of the room as colossal ice spikes descended in an instant. The beast was impaled by the ice shards, firmly etched into the ground, and subsequently dissipated into a shimmer of light. After dispatching her foe, Lung Luoli cast a provocative glance at her sister before heading upwards. Sister Su, incited by the challenge from her junior, felt a surge of battle spirit. She executed the demon-slaying palm, slaying the beast, and quickly pursued after. Bai Yao, too, employed her exquisite mystical technique, her swift movements rendering the beast incapable of mounting any offense. With a few counterattacks, the creature soon succumbed to its demise. Ultimately, only Hu Jiyue remained. As the disciple with the lowest cultivation level, she watched as her peers zealously charged forward, leaving her feeling somewhat despondent. Noticing her plight, Chen Ye approached and gently stroked her head, offering solace. "I believe you will soon catch up to your sisters. There is no need for concern. Keep striving. I have faith in you." Feeling the warmth of her master's gentle encouragement, Hu Jiyue's spirits lifted considerably. She gazed upon her master's kind visage, warmed by his presence. He consistently offered her tender encouragement, and regardless of the moment, she could never resist his gentle touch. In a burst of excitement, she wrapped her arms around his neck and planted a kiss upon him. Seeing her exquisitely delicate face draw near, Chen Ye did not refuse. Although he knew the timing was less than ideal, he considered it a means to comfort his somewhat disheartened disciple. After all, there were no strict constraints regarding time or circumstance. Moreover, they were already partners in the Tao, making such gestures all the more reasonable. Chen Ye naturally embraced her waist, his hand resting comfortably on her waistline. The feel of her athletic form was incredibly pleasant to the touch. After a considerable time had passed, Hu Jiyue finally released her master. By then, her mood had improved significantly. Although she had not participated in her sister's game, she had shared a kiss with her master. In any interpretation, she felt victorious. After parting from her master, Hu Jiyue made her way to the arena. She raised her long sword and summoned a suit of gleaming silver armor. Chen Yi recalled this armor, a defensive measure that manifested upon reaching the first stage of mastery in the demon sword technique. The resplendent silver armor is exquisitely crafted, not only safeguarding her upper body, but also adorning her lower legs with equally elegant greaves. Her arms and head are similarly protected, blending practicality with a lavish aesthetic. It must be said, this suit of armor is perfectly suited for Hu Jiyue. It bears a distinct cosplay essence, and one cannot help but imagine how striking she would appear should she don it again in the future. Upon receiving her master's admiration for her armor, Hu Jiyue felt a surge of joy within her heart. With her master's affirmation, she turned her gaze to the arena. Despite the considerable disparity in cultivation levels between herself and the beast, facing an innate realm creature did not prove to be exhausting. With a series of deft evasions, Hu Jiyue wielded her colossal sword multiple times, delivering devastating strikes to the creature. After several exchanges, the beast fell silent. Furthermore, Hu Jiyue was on the brink of a breakthrough in her cultivation. Slaying the beast would grant her the opportunity for advancement, and she seized this moment to ascend to the 5th level of the postnatal realm. Sensing her elevation in rank, her spirits soared even higher. With renewed enthusiasm, she set forth towards the next level. Chapter 98. The Weeping Lung Lolly. Upon reaching the 2nd level of the Jinxian Tower, Hu Jiyue discovered that her 2 senior sisters and junior sister had long since departed, presumably advancing to the next tier ahead of her. The adversaries on this level were 2 minor realms stronger than those on the first. Without hesitation, Hu Jiyue once again brandished her colossal sword and charged forth. Although her cultivation was inferior to that of her seniors and junior, she was determined to exert herself to the utmost in an effort to bridge the gap. The trials within the Jinxian Tower persisted until the afternoon, and Hu Jiyue ascended to the 5th level, where she encountered a foundation-building beast and found herself in dire straits. The creature's prowess surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Had she faced a foundation-building practitioner outside, she might have been able to retreat unscathed. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian was ensnared on the 9th level, confronting a formidable 7th-layer foundation beast. Lung Luoli was positioned on the 10th level, 1 tier above her, which caused Su Jiqian to break into a sweat, pouring all her strength into vanquishing her foe. She yearned to eliminate the enemy swiftly and catch up to her junior sister, unwilling to endure the dominance of her opponent for an entire day. Should her adversary triumph, she could be faced with unspeakable horrors. Moreover, this competition was her own proposal. Losing would be an immense embarrassment. Bayame, however, had ascended even higher than Lung Luoli, reaching the pinnacle among the disciples. Her cultivation was at the 3rd layer of the innate realm, not only surpassing Su Jiqian in cultivation, but also possessing a technique that favored agility. This allowed her to gradually exhaust her foes while effectively combating solitary adversaries. Long Lan had already vanished without a trace, and the disciples could no longer spot her shadow. Trapped on the 10th level, Lung Luoli tightly gripped her ice-blue staff. Countless ice spikes rained down upon the turtle-shaped beast, yet it remained utterly unmoved, resulting in a stalemate. The chamber on the 10th level had become blanketed in a thick layer of snow due to Lung Luoli's skills. Her porcelain skin and long, shapely legs were exquisitely accentuated in this wintry realm. With a serious and resolute expression, her delicate and stunning visage radiated an air of elegance as she gazed at the beast. Lung Luoli observed that the turtle creature was increasingly hindered in its movements due to the plummeting temperature within the room. Seizing this opportunity, she devised a plan. She raised her staff high, swiftly manipulating the temperature to plummet. Snowflakes danced wildly in the air, and before long, the beast was blanketed beneath the accumulating snow. With precise timing, Lung Luoli unleashed her ice-binding technique. First, she ensnared the creature with a block of ice, then propelled ice spikes toward its head. The beast was struck, collapsing to the ground. However, it did not dissolve into light. Clearly, it was still alive. Lung Luoli understood that, given the creature's defensive capabilities, even a few more assaults from her would likely fail to vanquish it, and would only serve to provoke its wrath. Seizing the opportunity when the demonic beast lost its ability to move, she swiftly encased it in ice, temporarily subduing the creature. This allowed her a moment to catch her breath, after which she would devise a plan to resolve the situation. Leaning against the wall, Lung Luoli regulated her rapid breaths, while also managing the flow of her spiritual energy within. Outside the arena, Chen Ye observed this scene unfold. The young girl inhaled the frigid air, wisps of mist escaping her lips and dissipating into the atmosphere. Though not particularly sensitive to the cold, the temperature brought a subtle blush to her nose and joints, accentuating her beauty like a delicate highlight. In the biting chill, Lung Luoli remained clad in a sheer gown, without stockings, her long legs appearing exceptionally fair against the reflective snow. Chen Ye marveled at how breathtaking Lung Luoli looked at that moment. No one could possess more grace or perfection than she did now. He found himself entranced. Just the day before, Chen Ye had resolved to express his feelings to his second disciple. However, the presence of others had made him hesitant to speak. Now, with no one around, the moment was ripe for confession. He could not delay any longer. He had to voice what lay within his heart. With this thought, Chen Ye leapt down into the arena, his feet crunching on the snow with a satisfying sound. When Lung Luoli noticed her master's arrival, her surprise was palpable. Yet, memories of yesterday's incident quickly flooded her mind. She had spied on her master through an ice sculpture, only to be discovered. The embarrassment was overwhelming, making her wish for a crevice to hide in. Surely, her master had come to discuss that very matter. Would he be angry with her? What should she do? She dreaded the thought of incurring his displeasure. He was everything to her. If he were to dislike her, how could she continue living in this world? Though she had initially taken a step forward, intending to embrace her master, her swirling thoughts caused her to halt. Rooted to the spot, Chen Ye noticed her unusual reaction and approached, gently taking her delicate hand in his. As warmth radiated from his touch, Lung Luoli shyly raised her gaze to meet his. Her eyes sparkled with affection, yet were tinged with a hint of fear and concern. At that moment, Chen Ye spoke. Yesterday, I discovered. Before he could finish, Lung Luoli trembled violently at the implication of his words. He was indeed about to address the events of the previous day. Would he be angry with her? Would he come to resent her? No, she didn't want that. Her body quaked uncontrollably, and tears welled in the corners of her eyes. In a moment of desperation, she rushed forward and tightly embraced her master, burying her face in his embrace. She choked back tears, sobbing as she implored, "Master, I was wrong. Please do not hate me. I should not have spied on you. I beg you, do not be angry with me. You may punish me as you see fit, but please do not cast me away." Her once cool voice now resonated with an extraordinary softness. As she wept, her face resembled a rain-soaked pear blossom, her hands clutching her master's, as if he might vanish at any moment. Chen Ye stood transfixed at this scene. He instinctively wrapped his left arm around the delicate, butterfly-like waist of Lung Luoli, while his right hand gently caressed her hair. Her hair, a stunning shade of icy blue, flowed like silk. Though Chen Ye was unaware of the sudden turmoil that had overcome his second disciple, he felt an urgent need to console her. "Silly pupil, what are you saying? How could I ever cast you aside, let alone harbor any ill will towards you? I shall always remain by your side, forever." His voice was deep and gentle, and when it reached Lung Luoli's ears, it enveloped her in a sense of comfort. Upon hearing his words, she excitedly lifted her gaze to meet her master's tender countenance. Chapter 99. Chen Ye's proactive confession. Upon hearing this, she excitedly raised her head to gaze upon her master's gentle visage. "Master." The disdainful expression she had imagined did not manifest. Instead, it was her master's tender gaze that met her. In that moment, she realized that her master had not come to reprimand her. Despite her audacious act of spying, her master bore no anger towards her. Truly, her master was so wonderful. Did her master truly harbor no resentment towards her? Cold Luoli felt a tinge of uncertainty as she sniffled and inquired. Chen Ye nodded affirmatively. "Of course, no matter what you do, I shall never be angry with you." The knowledge that her master bore no ire brought Cold Luoli immense joy. Yet, she was also curious. If not for that incident, why had her master sought her out? Then, "Master, did you come to say something to me?" Chen Ye indeed had matters to discuss with her second disciple. However, she had been so preoccupied with comforting her that she had momentarily forgotten to voice her thoughts. Now, gazing into her disciple's sincere eyes, Chen Ye felt a flicker of bashfulness at the words poised on the tip of her tongue. After all, this was her first time proactively confessing. Such a thing felt somewhat overwhelming. Nonetheless, having reached this juncture, Chen Ye could no longer conceal her feelings. She took her second disciple's delicate hand and raised it before her heart. After swallowing hard, she spoke. "Lier, I have something to share with you." This sentiment had long been nestled within her heart. She understood that such words should not be uttered to a disciple, yet she no longer wished to deceive herself. Cold Luoli, meeting her master's earnest gaze, felt her heart race. A premonition arose within her. It seemed her master was about to convey something profound. Could it be true? Would her master take the initiative to confess to her? Was such bliss even possible? As Cold Luoli's thoughts spiraled, Chen Ye's gentle voice continued. "I have been lying to myself, convincing myself that my intense feelings for you stem solely from a mentor's concern. Yet, deep down, I know the truth. I am afraid to acknowledge it. This affection transcends the bounds of ordinary teacher-student relations. I have cherished you, harboring feelings that are romantic in nature. Lier, can you accept such a master?" As Chen Ye uttered the final words, her voice trembled slightly. She was afraid. afraid that if she pierced this veil, her second disciple might not reciprocate her feelings. If that were the case, could they ever return to their joyful camaraderie? Would her disciple find her repulsive, distancing herself, and ultimately leaving? This time, it was not the disciple who feared her master's departure, but rather the master who began to dread her disciple's absence. Cold Luo Li, upon hearing her master's declaration, stood frozen, devoid of any response. The icy blue eyes stared vacantly at Chen Ye, as if she had lost consciousness, akin to a system malfunction. This brief silence was, to Chen Ye, an excruciating ordeal, as he awaited a response from his disciple, who remained unresponsive for an interminable duration. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lung Luoli's delicate jade-like hand began to stir. It reached out to caress her master's cheek with tender warmth. At that moment, a radiant smile blossomed upon her exquisitely ethereal features. Though smiles were rare for Lung Luoli, she was not devoid of them entirely. Yet, this particular smile etched itself deeply into Chen Ye's heart, a smile that defied simple description. Satisfaction, joy, honor, and profound emotion intertwined, creating an indescribable beauty. Lung Luoli had once believed that only through her own initiative could she ever earn her master's affection. Little did she expect that he would take the initiative to express his feelings for her. The sensation of being cherished by the one she adored filled her with immeasurable bliss. With a gentle tone, tinged with a unique, alluring timbre, she spoke, "Master, you seem afraid. I can sense it. Are you worried that I might come to dislike you?" With a shake of her head, she continued, "That will never happen. I could never harbor any dislike for you, Master. The fact that you can like me fills my heart with joy. I have cherished you for a long time, and the emotions I have suppressed led me to act impulsively, like with that ice sculpture. But you didn't mind. That truly means the world to me. Master, let us be together, starting with a kiss." As she spoke, Lung Luoli cupped her master's face and leaned in for a kiss. In that instant, Chen Ye embraced her, and they drew close to one another. This was not an act of initiation by either disciple or master, but a mutual embrace. The softness of the young maiden nestled within Chen Ye's arms was overwhelming, her fair legs entwined together, trembling slightly. The grip he held around her tightened. After what felt like an eternity, Lung Luoli slowly released him. Her body warmed from their closeness, exhaling a fragrant warmth mixed with gentle heat. "Master, do you fear the cold?" she suddenly inquired. The frigid realm she conjured was indeed unique, capable of freezing even foundation-building beasts. Yet, Chen Ye was no ordinary individual and could effortlessly withstand such chill. "Of course not. Why do you ask, my dear?" Lung Luoli licked her lips, her expression brightening. "The kiss after a confession is indeed different. Master, let us remain here and continue." With that, she playfully pulled her master down into the soft snow. Snowflakes clung to the faces of the two individuals, resembling brilliant starlight that accentuated their perfection. In the realm of cultivation, the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter are equally present. Within the vast expanse of the Source-Deep continent, where Chen Ye resides, these seasons manifest with remarkable clarity. During winter, an enchanting flurry of snowflakes descends upon the ground, creating a breathtaking landscape. The nights of winter linger longer, as if the sun has vanished, preoccupied with some unknown task, akin to being ensnared. Although the moon shines beautifully, it is the snowflakes that dominate the palette of the world during this season. Upon closer inspection, snowflakes are not merely transparent, they possess a pristine whiteness. Each snowflake boasts numerous branches and intricate patterns, perfectly proportioned despite their delicate nature. While snowflakes are inherently cold, they transform into warm droplets of water when cradled in a gentle hand. As one walks through the accumulated snow, a delightful crunch accompanies each step, the soft sensation underfoot proving immensely comforting. Despite the chill of winter, the exhilarating freedom of running and moving in this season often leads to an abundance of perspiration. Chapter 100. The missed opportunity. Below Chen Ye's room lies the 9th floor. On this floor, Su Jiqian is fiercely battling the monstrous beast before her. She finds herself in a stalemate, repeatedly unleashing her demon slaughter palm against the creature. Infuriatingly, this beast refuses to perish. She must hasten to the next level to catch up with her junior sister, Lung. Su Jiqian murmurs. After several rounds of engagement, she gradually identifies the beast's weakness. Gathering her entire spiritual energy, Su Jiqian executes her final blow with the demon slaughter palm. A colossal surge of malevolent energy envelopes the air, and a massive palm imprint violently strikes the beast. Countless tendrils of dark energy consume it, and only then does the creature meet its tragic end. Upon its demise, the beast transforms into a fleeting light, ultimately vanishing into the ether. With the reward of defeating the beast, Su Jiqian's cultivation level ascends to the 3rd tier of the innate realm. Having vanquished the beast, she secures her passage to the next floor. She eagerly anticipates the astonished expression on Long's face when she catches up. She strides upward, ascending to the 10th floor. Upon arrival, Su Jiqian is unexpectedly seized by a chill. Snowflakes swirl around her, and the unique cold domain unleashed by Long Lolly causes even this innate realm practitioner to shiver uncontrollably. The formidable beast before her has been frozen solid, and the area bears no sign of life. However, in the snow, several footprints and outlines are being progressively buried beneath the falling snow, soon to be erased. It seems someone lay here not long ago. Oh, it's so cold. Has Junior Sister already moved on to the next floor? Defeating the beast on the 9th floor was such a challenge. Perhaps I should leave. Assuming that Long has already advanced, Su Jiqian does not linger. Although losing to Long leaves her feeling discontented, the struggle against the 9th floor beast has exhausted her. As she departs, her peripheral vision catches sight of fresh footprints leading toward the frozen beast behind her. Yet, she pays them no mind. Thus, she misses the opportunity. Meanwhile, in an indeterminate layer, Long Lon confronts a beast of the Purple Mansion realm. Even for her, a beast of this rank poses a formidable challenge. She has just battled a beast of the 3rd tier within the same realm and now feels fatigued. Before her stands a beast of the 5th tier, 3 minor realms above her. Can she prevail? Long Lon hesitates, contemplating whether to retreat. Yet, soon, her mind recalls the reason she strives to ascend higher. In her imagination, Chen Ye once again grasps her wrist with an earnest expression. For reasons unknown, his eyes in her vision appear exceptionally large and bright. Lon, the other women are far too weak. Within the heavenly Xian Hall, only you are worthy of me. You have indeed triumphed over the beast of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. You are remarkable. Let us be together. Chen Ye's voice was particularly deep, tinged with a slightly nauseating bubble-like tone. In the desolate town of Immortal Towers, Long Lon smiled, her face awash with ecstasy as she leaned down, enveloping herself in her long arms, a rather peculiar sight. Time passed significantly. Eventually, the group gathered at the entrance of the town of Immortal Towers. At the threshold, Long Lon emerged, having vanquished the beast, a satisfied expression adorning her face. Hu Jiyue and Su Jiqian had been waiting outside for some time. Upon reaching the 5th level, Hu Jiyue, due to her lower cultivation realm, required less spiritual energy to break through and ascended once more to the 6th level of the post-heaven realm. Bayame ultimately paused at the 12th level. Upon seeing Bayame emerge, Su Jiqian approached curiously, inquiring, "By Junior Sister, did you encounter Cold Junior Sister on the 12th level?" Su Jiqian felt a twinge of concern. If Cold Junior Sister advanced further than Bayame, then she would be at a disadvantage. However, losing to Bayame was preferable to succumbing to that frigid woman. Bayame shook her head, indicating she had not seen her. Now, aside from Cold Lolly and Chen Ye, everyone else had congregated here. The group waited for a considerable time, yet neither of the two appeared. Initially, Su Jiqian speculated whether Cold Junior Sister might have encountered trouble. However, upon reflection, with their master watching over them, how could there be any peril? Perhaps they had become ensnared in a stalemate. Uncertain of how long they would have to wait, Su Jiqian suggested, "Let us go and enjoy a bath to rest." After waiting a bit longer, feeling somewhat bored, she stood and spoke. Upon hearing the word bath, Long Lon appeared somewhat taken aback. Beasts possessed unique ways of cleansing themselves. Bayame would groom her own fur, while Long Lon could utilize her dragon flames to purify herself of any impurities. She recalled the last time she had bathed was when she transformed into her dragon form and swirled in the sea. Soon, the group arrived at the hot spring. Watching as everyone gathered, Long Lon felt curious about how one was meant to bathe. Under her gaze, Su Jiqian stripped off her clothing and dashed into the hot spring. Hu Jiyue followed suit. Long Lan's face flushed crimson at this sight. Surely, she was not expected to disrobe as well. How could the noble dragon empress expose herself so candidly to others? This was far too embarrassing. Before Long Lan could take any action, Su Jiqian leaped from the water, wrapping her arms around Long Lan's waist. With a smile, Su Jiqian exclaimed, "I knew you would be shy. Allow me to assist you." Long Lan retorted, "Wait. Do not touch this emperor." In the midst of Long Lan's chilling scream, she was unexpectedly plunged into the water. Initially, she felt a surge of anger at being dragged underwater without warning. Yet, she soon discovered the warm, soothing waters of the hot spring, along with the ethereal energy that surrounded her, seemed to nourish every inch of her skin. She gradually acclimated to her surroundings, eventually revealing a look of rapture on her face. Su Qian was eternally the nemesis of aloof personalities. At that moment, Bayawe was also by the shore, contemplating the hot spring water. Since everyone was relishing the experience, she decided to partake as well. However, merely soaking was insufficient for her. Soon, a new idea blossomed in her mind. "Everyone, make way," Bayawe declared. Long Lan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion. How much of a splash could such a petite figure create by jumping in? Wait a moment. No, it couldn't be. "Little Bai, don't," Long Lan shouted. But it was too late. In that spacious room, as Bayawe transformed into a white tiger, the confines of the space seemed to shrink dramatically. "Woohoo!" Bayawe exclaimed joyfully, her colossal form plunging into the water with a tremendous splash, sending droplets cascading everywhere. Chapter 101. The transformation of Long Lan's grateful heart within the town of Immortal's Tower. Chen Ye and Lung Lolly embraced amidst the snow, nestled closely as if seeking warmth from the chill, though neither was truly averse to the cold. Before them, in a patch of snow, lay a bloodstain that had frozen solid. Lung Lolly's hair was somewhat disheveled as she nestled in Chen Ye's embrace. "That was close, master. I almost got discovered." "How did you know my senior sister was coming?" Lung Lolly murmured softly. At this, Chen Ye offered an awkward smile. He had a clear view of everything within the tower, of course knowing that Su Jiqian had dealt with the beast and was approaching. He had also observed some other peculiarities, such as Long Lan displaying a strange expression in an empty room. Chen Ye felt it prudent to pay more attention to Long Lan's mental well-being. Lung Lolly continued, "However, based on my understanding of my senior sister, even if you don't hide, it wouldn't matter. She wouldn't be angry, and would." Lung Lolly truly understood her senior sister well, a fact Chen Ye had witnessed. Yet, the thought of being caught off guard still made him somewhat bashful. Now that circumstances had reached this point, it was essential for Chen Ye to find an opportunity to discuss matters with Su Jiqian and Hu Jiuyu. It would not be wise to keep secrets from his companions. After chatting for a while in the snow, they finally rose to their feet. Chen Ye naturally took her hand, saying, "Let us step outside. Everyone must have been waiting for quite some time." As they approached the entrance of the town of Immortal's Tower, Lung Lolly paused momentarily. "Wait a moment." With that, she embraced her master once more, her exquisite face gently leaning in. She sought to seize this opportunity for a bit more solitude with her master. Otherwise, there would soon be unwelcome company. Chen Ye grasped her delicate back, allowing her to hold him. Before long, his embrace tightened, and their body temperatures began to rise. In the plaza of the heavenly profound hall, after finishing their baths, Su Jiqian and the others returned to the square to meditate for a while. They had yet to see any sign of their master and Lung Lolly. It was not until evening that they finally spotted Chen Ye and Lung Lolly emerging together from the town of Immortal's Tower. Lung Lolly's face was already marked by fatigue, her soft form nearly supported entirely by Chen Ye. They had lingered at the entrance longer than anticipated. To their surprise, night had fallen outside. Upon seeing them, Su Jiqian hastened over, her steps quickening. "Lung Junior sister, what sort of adversary did you encounter within the town of Immortals that kept you trapped for so long? Pray tell us." The evident exhaustion on Lung Lolly's face raised questions about the nature of the foe she had faced. Cold Sister Mei is undeniably stubborn. If she cannot win, she could simply retreat. Yet, she insists on confronting her opponent head-on. It appears she is truly unwilling to concede to herself. Upon hearing her senior's inquiry, Lung Lolly's icy visage momentarily flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She had indeed encountered a formidable adversary, one that had ensnared her for a considerable time, and she found it difficult to depart. Moreover, after numerous exchanges, not only had she failed to achieve victory, but her defeats were quite grievous. With a faint smile, Lung Lolly cryptically replied, "The enemy is indeed quite challenging. You shall understand if you try next time. Su Jiqian failed to grasp the underlying meaning. Yet she sensed that something was amiss with cold Sister Mei. What exactly was out of place? Exhausted, Lung Loli could no longer continue her cultivation. Nevertheless, upon reaching the 10th level, she experienced a significant breakthrough, advancing to the 5th level of the innate realm. Chen Ye carried her back to her quarters, urging her to rest well. He then ventured alone to the plaza, intending to guide the others in their training. With curiosity, Chen Ye observed Long Lan. Although she had not broken through within the immortal tower, her cultivation appeared markedly more profound than before. She must have ascended to a considerable height. Chen Ye inquired, Long Lan, to which level have you ascended? Upon hearing the sect leader's question, Long Lan abruptly became alert. Had he truly come to praise her? I have ascended to the 22nd level, where I encountered an opponent of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Chen Ye nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. To contend with a beast of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm indicated that, were it a cultivator, she could potentially surpass 2 realms. With Long Lan safeguarding the Tianxian sect, he felt reassured. Praising her, Chen Ye remarked, excellent. I hold high hopes for you. Elated by Chen Ye's affirmation, Long Lan's spirit soared. Although it differed from her fanciful imaginings of praise, lacking a handshake or any profound expressions, she could embellish it in her mind. The sect leader indeed recognized her. How splendid. The sect leader was so gentle, so perfect. It felt as though she was drawing closer to him. The 5 had originally formed a circle, seated together. Unintentionally, Long Lan shifted a bit closer to Chen Ye, sensing the delightful fragrance emanating from him. She thought that had it not been for her desire to maintain her regal dragon empress image, she would have embraced him tightly. Unaware of her thoughts, Chen Ye found their proximity peculiar and shifted slightly away. Observing this, Long Lan assumed the sect leader was shy and moved closer once more. Thus, they continued to subtly and slowly adjust their positions, eventually disappearing from the sight of their fellow disciples. Su Jiqian, Bayan, Hu Jiyue, what on earth are these two up to? Ultimately, Chen Ye cleared his throat awkwardly and steered the conversation back on track. With only 8 days remaining until the Tianxian sect officially opened its doors to recruit disciples, he reminded everyone that they would be selecting the most virtuous candidates together. Until then, it was essential for them to focus on their cultivation. This time, Chen Ye had an additional elder to guide among his disciples. Yet it made little difference to him. Time always seemed to fly by when he was cultivating alongside his beloved disciples. During these days of practice, Long Lan's gratitude towards Chen Ye began to subtly transform. The news of Tianxian sect's recruitment had spread to every corner of the Yuanshan continent through the influence of the Yaoshan sect. Chen Ye's conquest of the Sanyuan sect and the demise of Gao Xiantian had long been the talk of the continent, leaving no room for doubt. Naturally, the announcement of Chen Ye's sect accepting disciples was a topic of great interest among all cultivators. Within the confines of a certain family estate on the Yuanshan continent, a resounding female voice echoed through the courtyard, laced with a sense of indignation. 50 years in the east, 50 years in the west. Do not underestimate a young girl and her poverty. Chapter 102. Yang Qinlin 50 years on the east bank, 50 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate a poor girl. After uttering this modified aphorism, the young woman departed the residence without a backward glance. She appeared to be around 20 years of age, tall and possessing a fair complexion. Her features were exquisitely refined, exuding an air of heroism that embodied a unique androgynous beauty. Behind her, she carried a spear nearly her height, and her crimson attire accentuated her figure, resembling a general poised for battle. After leaving her home, she wandered aimlessly through the streets. Her name was Yang Qinlin, the eldest daughter of the Yang family. Due to the family's peculiar tradition, in the absence of direct male heirs, the daughters were granted inheritance rights. Not long ago, she was a prodigy with 6th-grade spiritual roots, the future heir of the Yang family. Alas, she fell victim to her sister's jealousy, who plotted against her, resulting in the complete destruction of her spiritual roots and leaving her realm permanently stagnant at the acquired stage. Unable to continue her cultivation. Despite this misfortune, her parents endeavored to support her, seeking ways to heal her wounds. This only fueled her sister's resentment further, who conspired to murder their mutual parents. Subsequently, she allied with disloyal members of the Yang family to seize control of the family estate from her parents. Fearing that Yang Qinlin might one day reclaim her position, The sister, under the guise of the family head, sought to marry her off. Once she became another's wife, her claim to inheritance would be irrevocably lost. Naturally, Yang Qinlin would not submit to her sister's malicious commands. She refused to marry an unfamiliar person and left her home alone. She made a pact with her sister. In 1 month's time, she would return to duel her and reclaim all that was rightfully hers, avenging their parents. Yet, deep down, Yang Qinlin was acutely aware that her spiritual roots could never be restored. How could she possibly heal her injuries and engage in battle with her sister within a mere month? It was likely that the end would come for her after that time. As she reminisced about the past, she walked sorrowfully through the streets. At that moment, on a platform in the vicinity, a cultivator stood. Judging by his attire, he was a disciple of the Yaoshan sect. The disciple held a notice in his hand, announcing the recruitment by the Tianxian sect. A throng of cultivators gathered around, engaging in animated discussions. Yang Qinlin approached, drawn by curiosity. I heard that the Tianxian sect possesses the legacy of immortals. If one could earn the favor of an immortal, it would be a tremendous opportunity. You must be mistaken. I have heard that the elders of the Tianxian sect are all peculiar beings, and the sect leader is quite deranged, having accepted members of other races as disciples. What kind of respectable cultivator would admit demonic races into their sect? That is a disgrace to humanity. You are right. I have no desire to cultivate under such beings. Amidst the crowd, there was much discourse regarding the strength of the Tianxian sect, yet no one was willing to join. The chasm between races profoundly impacted every cultivator. No one was inclined to accept training alongside demonic or other foreign races. In their eyes, a cultivator willing to accept disciples from foreign races was most likely a demonic practitioner, perhaps intending to deceive them into refining pills. The disciple from the medicine god sect, tasked with conveying the recruitment of the celestial Xuanzong, displayed displeasure upon hearing the discussions among the loose cultivators. Beware of offending the immortals, or you shall face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. The disciple admonished sternly. Upon hearing this, the scattered cultivators revealed expressions of trepidation and left in discontent. The once lively crowd dwindled to just Yang Qinlin, who stood in place, deep in thought. Given her current injuries, even if she earnestly sought aid from the medicine god sect, which specializes in healing, it was unlikely she could be saved. After all, her spiritual roots had been utterly destroyed, and her meridians completely blocked, rendering her incapable of cultivating spiritual energy. If anyone in this world could possibly save her, it would have to be an omnipotent immortal. She had a faint sense that this might be her opportunity, one that could alter the course of her future. Although uncertain if she could obtain the immortal's assistance, in her desperate situation, she had to try. Excuse me, could you tell me where the celestial Xuanzong is? Similar scenarios were unfolding across the depths of the Source Deep continent. There were only 8 days left until the celestial Xuanzong began its recruitment. 8 days later, within the celestial hall, Long Lan adorned herself in a fitted black top, which, while not overly revealing, perfectly accentuated her nobility. She wore knee-high black leather boots that further enhanced her regal demeanor. At that moment, she stood in the plaza of the celestial hall, facing off against Chen Ye. Her slender fingers clenched tightly, flames flickering upon them. As Chen Ye prepared to make a move, Long Lan leapt forward, soaring into the air. The spot she had vacated was now scorched by intense heat. Flame Dragon Fist. She unleashed the first form of the Flame Dragon Heavenly technique. With a powerful punch, a massive fist, forged from flames, manifested in midair. It resembled the claw of a fire dragon, its temperature surpassing that of the sun. The colossal fiery fist roared through the air, hurtling towards Chen Ye below. Chen Ye stood unwavering, his expression unchanged, with his right hand concealed behind his back. His left fist clenched, flames swirling around it, though his flames were not red nor the color of the sun, but a rich, deep purple. Casually, he struck out towards the incoming fiery fist. The two attacks were of equal size, yet their power was entirely different. The purple flame seemed poised to annihilate all existence. Observing from a distance, Su Qianqian and her companions felt as if their skin were being scorched by the mere presence of this purple fist. Had they not activated their spiritual defenses, they would have surely suffered grievous burns. After obliterating the opponent's attack, Chen Ye's purple fist continued its trajectory, soaring upward. The surrounding temperature surged dramatically, as if another immense sun had emerged into the world. After a considerable time, The purple fist eventually vanished into the air, leaving behind an atmosphere filled with both fear and admiration. Did I strike too forcefully? Chen Ye pondered while gazing at his left hand. In an effort to prevent his unrestrained attacks from causing harm to others, he had already restrained one of his hands. Yet, unexpectedly, he had inadvertently unleashed such a formidable assault. At times, possessing excessive strength can indeed become a burden. Long Lan regarded the somewhat perplexed Chen Ye with astonishment. Each time she unleashed her full power, her attacks were effortlessly dismantled by him. Furthermore, every observation of Chen Ye's technique seemed to grant her new insights, allowing her to wield her skills with increasing finesse. If she could remain by Chen Ye's side, it was likely that she would soon unravel all the complexities of her cultivation. Chapter 103. Establishing a sect. Long Lan gently descended to the ground, subsequently approaching Chen Ye's side. Master Xie, please accompany me in my cultivation. Today marks the day our sect recruits disciples, and I have already informed the demonic beasts of Lingshu Mountain that they shall not attack any cultivators today. Outside, a considerable number of cultivators have gathered. Should we not go and take a look? Long Lan, serving as the Grand Elder of Tianxian sect, retained her position as Dragon Sovereign as well. All the demonic beasts within Lingshu Mountain continued to heed her commands. With just a single utterance from her, none would dare to disobey. Chen Ye reached out, gently patting her fragrant shoulder, and praised, "Well done, your thoughts are quite thorough. Let us proceed." Upon finishing his words, he turned and walked towards the exit. Long Lan remained momentarily rooted to the spot, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at Chen Ye's retreating figure. Her heart raced, lost in contemplation. The sect master had just touched her shoulder. Recently, she had been indulging in hot spring baths, and her skin should feel even softer now. Surely, the sect master would appreciate such a sensation. It seemed the scent of the sect master lingered on her shoulder. How vexing. She was somewhat reluctant to wash it off. For a fleeting moment, Long Lan stood dazed, her thoughts drifting away. Only when she caught sight of Chen Ye and the disciples disappearing from view did she regain her senses and hurriedly chase after them. "Master, wait for me." At the entrance of Tianxian sect, a grand archway stood tall. Above the arch were inscribed the three characters of Tianxian sect, surrounded by a mist-like aura, with strands of spiritual energy emanating from the pillars of the archway. At that moment, two male disciples from the demon cultivation department stood guard on either side of the arch, serving as sentinels. Numerous wandering cultivators observed these two demonic beings, engaging in discussion. There truly are foreign races present. How astonishing. My home was near the demon territory, and I have once received their kindness. Not all of them are malevolent. I care not for such matters. I merely wish to enter the Immortals sect for cultivation. Approximately 300 cultivators had gathered at the entrance of Tianxian sect. Those who arrived here had long since mentally prepared themselves, ready to accept the existence of foreign races. When Chen Ye announced the recruitment of disciples for the Yaoxing sect, he could have concealed the presence of foreign races within the sect, thus attracting more disciples. However, Chen Ye chose not to do so. To speak the truth directly is the most straightforward method of selecting talent. Before long, Chen Ye, accompanied by all the elders of the sect, arrived at the entrance. The gathered cultivators cast curious, respectful, and yearning glances at Chen Ye. For ordinary cultivators like them, it was unlikely they would ever lay eyes upon an immortal even in death. Yet now, the legendary immortal stood before them. How could they not be intrigued? Upon arriving at the entrance, Chen Ye surveyed the assembly of cultivators. The majority of these practitioners possessed talents predominantly within the second or third ranks, with those of the fourth rank being exceedingly rare. Most were at the Qi induction stage, while those at the postnatal stage could be deemed as prodigies. This, in fact, aligned with the standards of cultivators from the Source Deep continent. A sixth-rank spiritual root is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, thus it is not easily found. The two disciples beside Chen Ye were fortunate acquisitions, having traversed countless locales during the original master's journeys. Regarding the quality of these cultivators, Chen Ye felt no disappointment. Those who came to his sect for cultivation were endowed with the finest techniques and absorbed the richest spiritual energy. As long as they were not utterly devoid of potential, their future achievements would not be lacking. In other words, Chen Ye valued character over innate talent when accepting disciples. Clearing his throat, Chen Ye addressed the gathered cultivators. Ahem. The entrance examination will commence shortly. Prior to that, Our disciples will distribute the sect regulations for your perusal. Please examine them carefully to ascertain your acceptance. Our sect's rules differ significantly from those of other sects. I shall highlight a few key points for your understanding. Chen Ye had been pondering a particular conundrum. He had arrived from Blue Star, possessing ideologies distinct from the locals. Thus he bore no prejudice against foreign races. Yet what about the original owner of this body? If he were indeed a native, why did he not harbor any biases? Although this thought seemed absurd, given certain daily behaviors, Chen Ye speculated that the original master might not have been a native after all. His habits and manner of speech still echoed his existence on Blue Star. Each individual possesses unique habits, and since his arrival, none of his disciples had expressed any doubt regarding his daily conduct. As if the former Chen Ye had always behaved in such a manner and spoken such words. Could it be that not only had he grown gentler, but his habits had also perfectly mirrored those of the original owner? This was quite preposterous. Chen Ye shook his head, temporarily setting aside these thoughts. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Continuing, he spoke to the assembly. Firstly, the first rule of our sect is that no discrimination shall be tolerated against disciples of foreign races, regardless of their lineage. All disciples shall be equally subject to punishment for any transgressions, with no preferential treatment. Our sect regards all disciples with impartiality. Although ranks are divided into direct disciples and inner disciples, none shall have the right to mock those of lower realms. At no time shall there be internal strife among fellow disciples. Any violation of these principles will result in the erasure of all memories related to cultivation within our sect, followed by expulsion. Chen Ye had no intention of allowing outsiders to glean knowledge of his techniques. Those expelled from the sect would have their memories completely wiped. The regulations are certainly not limited to mere few items. There exist numerous mundane rules as well. For instance, private duels are prohibited. Yet combat may occur on the arena under the supervision of elders. When departing from the sect, one must seek the elders' counsel, and so forth. These regulations are commonplace among other sects. Thus I shall refrain from elaborating further and have inscribed them on paper for all to peruse. Upon hearing Chen Ye's pronouncement, the cultivators in attendance began to engage in lively discussion. Many opined that the punishment of expulsion from the sect was rather excessive. The prospect of having one's memories erased, accompanied by the risk of losing consciousness, seemed rather terrifying. Following a brief exchange of thoughts, a number of cultivators chose to depart, leaving only a little over 200 remaining. Their presence here was not merely a testament to their audacity. Perhaps they genuinely believed that Chen Ye's regulations were fair and were willing to adhere to them, for as the saying goes, those of integrity need not fear shadows. Chen Ye's straightforward edicts effectively filtered out a faction of disciples he deemed unnecessary, leaving behind those worthy of undergoing the forthcoming evaluations. Chapter 104. The sect interview. The first stage of the entrance examination for the Tianxian sect is the interview. After delivering some opening remarks, Chen Ye took his seat at the prearranged table. Not all disciples were interviewed by Chen Ye. The elders also had their roles in questioning. Chen Ye had previously informed the elders about the criteria for eligible candidates. Soon, the first candidate approached Chen Ye. He was an impressively robust man, towering at 2 meters, his muscular physique glistening like precious gems. Upon reaching Chen Ye, he first bowed respectfully and then introduced himself. Greetings, Immortal. I am Wu Hao, a first-layer practitioner of the post-heaven realm with a second-grade spiritual root, specializing in weapon forging. After listening to his brief self-introduction, Chen Ye inquired, "What motivates you to cultivate and join the Tianxian sect? Speak truthfully. Should you deceive me, I will delve into your memories." Wu Hao's expression faltered at the mention of memory probing. Such a punishment was excessively severe, as it could render him a mere shell of his former self. Kneeling on one knee, he clasped his fist in a gesture of respect, his face earnest as he replied, "I wish to forge exceptional weapons and earn enough money to treat my father's terminal illness. I swear, Immortal, I speak only the truth." Chen Ye possessed formidable perceptual abilities, enabling him to discern the veracity of Wu Hao's words at a glance. He nodded in satisfaction, indicating that Wu Hao had passed. The burly man, elated at the news, expressed his gratitude profusely. However, he soon regained his composure, aware that this was merely the first hurdle of the examination. After successfully interviewing one practitioner, the next candidate in line approached. This was a female cultivator, her figure graceful and voluptuous, exuding a heavy scent of rouge. "Immortal, My name is Chen Ye, a sixth-layer practitioner of the Qi induction realm, with a first-grade spiritual root. My measurements are 85 for the bust, 60 for the waist. And her voice was enchanting as she leaned provocatively over the interview table in front of Chen Ye. Chen Ye's face flushed, instinctively retreating. You seem to be off kilter. This is an interview. Who asked about your measurements? Beside him, Su Jiqian observed Chen Ye with a look of thinly veiled hostility. Don't think I can't see through your intentions. You're clearly here for my master. Clearing his throat, Chen Ye asked seriously, Ahem, why do you wish to join the Tianxian sect? Chen Ye rested her chin in her hand, gazing at Chen Ye with a hint of infatuation, and slowly replied, I have cultivated for over 500 years to attain human form. Upon hearing that your esteemed sect welcomes the demon race, I have come to pay my respects, hoping that the immortal will graciously accept me. As long as the immortal agrees to allow this humble maiden to join the sect, even if not, this maiden is willing to accompany the immortal. Chen Ye quickly waved his hand, signaling her to cease her words. If this continued, the interview would take a peculiar turn. It was then that Chen Ye realized the individual before him was not human. A pair of elongated fox ears adorned her head, and behind her swayed a resplendent tail. She was a fox spirit who had attained enlightenment. Have you ever harmed anyone? Chen Ye inquired again. Regardless of whether they belonged to the human race or the demon clan, Chen Ye would not accept those whose hands were stained with heinous deeds. Chen Xiang shook her head, responding, absolutely not. This humble maiden has been in seclusion for a century, only just now taking human form, and I have scarcely encountered any humans. She continued earnestly, I speak the truth. Even if I were bold enough, I would not dare to deceive an immortal. Although her cultivation was somewhat lacking, Chen Ye was inclined to allow her to pass this interview. Though the young woman was rather alluring, this hardly constituted a flaw. Contemplating this, Chen Ye spoke. You may proceed. Yet before he could finish, Su Jiqian suddenly interjected, No, absolutely not. She is a succubus. Allowing her to join the sect will surely ensnare our master. With a look of vigilance, Su Jiqian pushed the girl named Chen Xiang away and fled into the distance. Chen Ye was taken aback, as the two vanished without a trace. Chen Ye? Chen Ye. Oh, T2, my fox-eared disciple. Standing beside Chen Ye, Hu Jiuyu regarded the disappearing Su's sister, lost in thought. Come on, the only succubus here is you. Ultimately, this farce was resolved by the relatively dependable Long Lan, permitting Chen Xiang to join the sect. Su Jiqian pouted in dissatisfaction, clearly displeased. She took hold of Chen Ye's arm, drawing close to him. From then on, she intended to remain involved in the interview. Let us see which fox spirit dares to tempt the master. Although Chen Ye felt somewhat awkward by this turn of events, he acquiesced to his disciple's whims. After all, he was most indulgent towards her. Soon after, the next disciple approached. Chen Ye lifted his gaze to assess the newcomer, momentarily furrowing his brow. The reason for his concern lay in his inability to discern the individual's spiritual root. With just a glance, he could typically ascertain the grade of spiritual root possessed by anyone present. Yet, before him stood a cultivator whose essence seemed shrouded. It was as though they possessed no spiritual root or that it had been irreparably damaged. To further confirm his suspicions, Chen Ye would need to probe the individual's body with his own spiritual energy. However, given that this was their first meeting, he hesitated to do so. The approaching cultivator spoke. My name is Yang Qinlin, a cultivator at the 5th level of the postnatal realm. My spiritual root has been destroyed. Before Chen Ye could pose a question, she took the initiative to disclose her purpose for joining the sect. I joined the sect to kill my own sister. Her voice bore a neutral tone, exuding an undeniable sense of determination. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's brows twitched slightly. It was evident that those who joined the sect typically harbored noble aspirations, seeking strength, healing loved ones, and so forth. Yet, here stood a cultivator who audaciously declared her intention was to slay her own sibling. This revelation undeniably piqued Chen Ye's interest. He scrutinized her closely. She was a young woman with exquisitely defined features, yet unlike others, she radiated a stubborn, valiant aura with a hint of rugged charm. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, cascading down her back, enhancing her spirited demeanor. Slung across her back was a long spear, and she donned a blood-red garment, reminiscent of a warrior stained by the battles of the battlefield. Chen Ye regarded her with intrigue and inquired, Might you elaborate on your reasoning? I have the time to listen. However, do remember, Deceit will not be tolerated, and I shall impose consequences. Chapter 105, Alas. I have become a golden finger. Yang Qinlin recounted her experiences to Chen Ye in meticulous detail. Chen Ye felt as though he was listening to a remarkably familiar narrative. A once gifted individual, envious relatives conspired against her, resulting in the destruction of her spiritual roots and rendering her incapable of cultivation. Forced into an unwanted marriage by her sister, she had no choice but to flee her home, setting a deadline of 1 month to duel her adversary. If only you could replace that coerced marriage with a broken engagement, you would be invincible. Are you also in need of a ring, dear Grandpa? Wait a moment. Am I not her ring, Grandpa? This is troubling. I have indeed become a golden finger. With a resigned smile, Chen Ye turned to Yang Qinlin and said, You may pass the interview, but your admission into the sect will depend on your future performance. I shall remember your name, Yang Qinlin, and I eagerly anticipate your contributions. Yang Qinlin had initially feared that her honesty would provoke Chen Ye's displeasure, jeopardizing her chances of passing the interview. After all, cultivating to slay one's own sister seemed rather peculiar. Yet, she was unwilling and dared not deceive Chen Ye. Surprisingly, he allowed her to proceed. This undoubtedly ignited a spark of hope within her. Thank you, esteemed sir, she said, clasping her hands and bowing with remarkable poise. Her every movement seemed to carry the wind, and Chen Ye could discern that her foundational skills were exceptionally solid, indicative of the considerable effort she had invested in her cultivation. However, Chen Ye sensed that her current state was not optimal. The composure she displayed was merely a facade she was struggling to maintain. The interview continued until noon, with very few cultivators being eliminated. Yet, a dozen or so cultivators departed in disappointment. Among them were those who had reformed from brigandage, along with various other cases, all of whom were dismissed. Chen Ye was no benevolent figure. He had once obliterated a sect with a mere palm strike, leaving countless fatalities in his wake. Yet, he was a person of double standards, unwilling to accept those who senselessly harmed innocents for greed. Once the interview concluded, Chen Ye led everyone skyward to the sword cultivation department of Tianxian sect. Within this department stood a high tower, reminiscent of the one in the heavenly palace, yet distinct in purpose. Here, cultivators could hone their techniques and slay beasts without gaining any cultivation experience, resembling a simplified version of the immortal suppression tower. Devoid of time constraints, Chen Ye designated this as a segment of the assessment, intending to evaluate the practical combat abilities of the cultivators. While he did not prioritize innate talent or realm in selecting disciples, they could not be exceedingly lacking either. Should any cultivator fail to pass his assessment, they would indeed be deemed unfit for cultivation. Addressing the assembly of cultivators, Chen Ye explained, This practice tower comprises 50 levels, each inhabited by numerous demonic beasts. After defeating one beast on a level, you may ascend to the next. Teams may form, but a maximum of 5 individuals is permitted. The tower will close at sunset, and the team that ascends the highest will have the greatest chance of joining the sect. Once Chen Ye announced the commencement, he returned to his prominent seat among the audience and took his place. At that moment, Hu Jiuyu tugged at the hem of Chen Ye's garment and spoke, Master, I too wish to partake in this trial. I desire to see how far I can ascend. Chen Ye nodded in agreement, naturally not refusing her request. Hu Jiuyu was determined to catch up with her senior sisters, unwilling to miss even a single opportunity for cultivation. With her master's consent, she stepped towards the tower. Inside the tower, the cultivators participating in the trial were still engaged in discussions about strategies and seeking allies, as the offensive had yet to commence. Upon entering, Hu Jiuyu did not linger. She casually selected a 5th-tier post-heaven realm beast from among the crowd and charged forward with her colossal sword. The other cultivators, witnessing her sudden advance, cast curious glances in her direction. While they were still deliberating on how to slay the beasts, how could one person dare to charge forth alone? A flurry of discussions erupted in the arena. I recognize that cultivator. She appears to be a disciple of an immortal. The beasts here are all at least of the post-heaven realm. Even in a team, we might struggle to overcome them. Does she think she can pass on her own? One cultivator remarked, She is a disciple of an immortal. Perhaps she can, but she faces a defensive beast. To prevail, it might take dozens of exchanges. Before he could finish, Hu Jiuyu suddenly lifted her colossal sword. With a powerful swing aimed at the beast's formidable exterior, she unleashed a single strike. A resounding clang echoed throughout the chamber as the beast was cleaved in two, dissipating into radiant light. Hu Jiuyu did not even invoke her techniques. She simply wielded her weapon with force. After dispatching the beast, she did not pause but continued her ascent to the next level. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The previously astonished cultivator exclaimed, "Is this truly the disciple of an immortal? This is utterly extraordinary. She is on an entirely different plane of existence compared to us. No need for dozens of exchanges. A single blow sufficed. If this disciple of the post-heaven realm is so formidable, how powerful must those beside the immortal be?" Contemplating this, the cultivator's longing to join a sect intensified. Meanwhile, Yang Qinlin stood in the center, her gaze fixed on Hu Jiuyu's retreating figure, her brow furrowed in concern. Doubt began to creep into her mind. Even when her spiritual roots had not been destroyed, she might not have matched Hu Jiuyu's strength. How had this immortal managed to cultivate such a powerful disciple? Yang Qinlin wandered in place for quite some time as many teams commenced their assaults on the beasts, yet no one approached her to form a group. An increasing sense of urgency began to settle within her. Although the immortal did not specify the minimum requirement for ascending the layers, it would indeed be rather embarrassing for her to linger on but a single floor. Despite being a practitioner of the postnatal realm, her spiritual roots had been shattered, and her meridians obstructed, rendering her true capabilities rather disheartening. The prospect of embarking on a quest against the demonic beasts alone was one she would prefer to avoid, were it not for necessity. Yang Qinlin surveyed the surroundings and noticed a team seeking recruits, prompting her to approach them. "I am a practitioner of the 5th level of the postnatal realm. May I join your team?" she inquired of the captain. The captain of the team was a robust man, and Yang Qinlin had some recollection of him. His name was Wu Hao, and he had been at the forefront during the interviews. Upon hearing someone claim to be at the 5th level of the postnatal realm, Wu Hao's eyes sparkled with interest. Having such a formidable ally would undoubtedly ease their endeavors against the demonic beasts. However, his expression soon shifted to one of disappointment as he turned to face her. "Miss, you appear to be at most a practitioner of the 1st level of the postnatal realm. Why resort to deception?" he continued. "Moreover, you seem somewhat frail. Are you unwell?" Wu Hao's observation was astute. Yang Qinlin's current condition hardly resembled that of a 5th-level practitioner. Her countenance was somewhat haggard, as if she could collapse at any moment. This was precisely why, despite her seemingly high cultivation level, no one had sought to invite her into their ranks. Chapter 106. The Assessment of the Heavenly Profound Sect. At this moment, a refined young man in Wu Hao's team spoke up. "Wu Go, let us not linger any longer. We must begin our assault on the demon beasts, otherwise we risk falling behind." After pondering for a moment, Wu Hao ultimately nodded in agreement. With the addition of Yang Qinlin to their ranks, their team now comprised 3 practitioners at the postnatal realm and 2 at the Qi guiding realm, establishing them as a formidable force. As the captain, Wu Hao surveyed the surroundings and finally selected a serpent-like demon beast, which was at the 2nd level of the postnatal realm, that appeared relatively manageable. Demonstrating his robust physical prowess, he stepped forward to draw the beast's attention. The elegant young scholar in the team, clad in a Taoist robe and carrying a small pouch at his waist, began to cast numerous yellow talismans. These talismans, resembling those used by practitioners of talismanic arts, possessed formidable offensive capabilities, capable of summoning heavenly thunder and generating explosions and flames. Additionally, there was a sword-wielding maiden and a young man wielding a staff. The sword-wielding maiden relentlessly slashed at the demon beast, while the staff-wielding youth remained at a distance, channeling spiritual energy to bolster his companions. A radiant golden light enveloped the group, enhancing their abilities. However, the serpent's scales proved exceptionally resilient. After several exchanges, they had only managed to deplete its stamina. Yang Qinlin, armed with a silver spear, observed the demon beast's weaknesses from the rear, refraining from engaging. In martial arts, particularly with weaponry, maintaining composure is paramount. One must remain calm and vigilant to strike decisively. Wu Hao, wielding a shield, positioned himself at the forefront to deflect the beast's corrosive saliva, anxiously urging, "Spear girl, make your move. Don't just stand there in a daze." Undeterred by his call, Yang Qinlin soon spotted a gap in the serpent's scales. If she could pierce through, it would inflict significant damage. With determination, she coiled her long legs and surged forward. The silver spear gleamed with a cold radiance as she thrust it into the exposed scales. A brilliant flash pierced the demon beast's body, prompting a resounding roar as the colossal creature collapsed to the ground. After retracting her spear, Yang Qinlin landed gracefully. Wu Hao peered through his shield, astonished by the spectacle. Is it done? You took it down with a single strike. What kind of technique is that, spear girl? Yang Qinlin's expression remained grave as she scrutinized the downed beast. It has not vanished. It must still be alive. We cannot afford to be complacent. Indeed, as soon as her words fell, the demon beast let out another roar and rose once more, albeit with a noticeably weakened presence. Just as Yang Qinlin and her companions found themselves embroiled in yet another struggle, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure dashing through the battlefield. The figure darted swiftly across the arena, brandishing a short dagger with precision, each strike deftly piercing through the armor of the demonic beasts. This individual, known as Han Si, stirred a flicker of recognition within me. He was a rare genius whose name resonated across the continent, possessing the formidable prowess of the 8th level of the acquired realm. He had honed his skills with a dagger and had previously crossed paths with Yang Qinlin during a martial arts competition, where he had effortlessly slain a beast from his team to secure his passage to the next tier. Yet, after dispatching the creature, he did not hastily depart. Instead, he lingered, deep in thought. The celestial being had not decreed that one could not turn against fellow cultivators. The first level was teeming with demonic beasts. As long as the cultivators refrained from initiating an attack, the beasts would not assail them. Now that he had earned his qualification to ascend, he could incite the other beasts to attack his fellow cultivators, thus sowing chaos throughout the first level. This would allow him to trap the others while he advanced to the next tier. If he were the sole ascendant, he might well be chosen as a disciple by the elders, or even by the celestial being himself. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile crept upon his lips. Scanning the arena, he soon caught sight of Yang Qinlin, who was observing him intently. He recognized her. She was the one who had bested him in the second round of the competition, and the humiliation of losing to a woman had festered within him ever since. To his surprise, fate had brought them together again, and she appeared to have weakened considerably, struggling even against the beasts present. This was a fortuitous opportunity. If he could eliminate her, he would not only avenge his prior defeat, but also relish in the satisfaction it would bring. With his dagger in hand, Han Si launched an assault on the surrounding beasts, skillfully evading their strikes and directing them toward Yang Qinlin's group. Smirking mockingly, he taunted her. Ah, Yang Qinlin, who would have thought the once great genius would now falter against mere beasts? Do you truly aspire to join the celestial sect? Dream on. However, should you choose to abandon your haughty demeanor from the competition and kneel to me in apology, I might consider extending a lifeline. The memory of Yang Qinlin triumphing with her spear at the tournament ignited a furious tremor within him. The thought of forcing such a proud woman to kneel before him filled him with a sense of profound satisfaction. Yang Qinlin and her companions struggled against a single beast, and facing multiple adversaries made evading harm all the more arduous. With a fierce glare directed at Han Si, she coldly retorted, "Your actions amount to cheating. The elders of the Tianxian sect will not let you off easily." Han Si sneered, "There are no rules against such tactics. I am certain the elders will appreciate a clever disciple like me far more than a wretched woman like you. Prepare to meet your end here." As soon as his words fell, he departed without a backward glance. Before heading to the next level, he brazenly attacked other beasts, thoroughly disrupting the scene. Yang Qinlin gazed at Han Si, who departed with an air of smugness, her silver teeth clenched in fury. In the past, with her spear in hand, she could have effortlessly pierced through him. However, now she found herself utterly outmatched. The sensation of having her strength mocked by others was profoundly distressing. She yearned to become stronger, strong enough to defeat all those who looked down upon her. Just as Yang Qinlin tightened her grip on the silver spear, intent on breaking through the encirclement, she suddenly heard a piercing scream. Not far away, a bloodied young girl was surrounded by 3 ferocious beasts, her life hanging by a thread. How could this happen? Would the elders of the Tianxian sect do nothing? How infuriating. This was all Han Si's doing. I cannot stand by and watch her perish. Yang Qinlin thought to herself, and then rushed over with utmost speed. Chapter 107. The assessment concludes. Yang Qinlin swiftly positioned herself in front of the injured young woman, shielding her from the encroaching dangers. Wu Hao and the other team members initially felt a surge of irritation as they witnessed Yang Qinlin abandon the team. However, upon seeing the wounded girl behind her, they quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation and refrained from voicing their discontent. Wu Hao instructed his comrades, "Delay them. We must assist the girl wielding the spear and contain the remaining beasts. We cannot stand idly by as someone perishes." The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yang Qinlin gazed at the approaching beasts, gripping her silver spear tightly. Her remaining spiritual energy was scant, and given her current physical condition, replenishing it would prove exceedingly arduous. Nonetheless, she could not allow herself to be consumed by despair. She could not watch the girl behind her succumb to her wounds. Gradually, she channeled the meager remnants of her spiritual energy into the spear, which began to shimmer with arcs of electricity. The crackling lightning illuminated the surroundings, transforming the hall into a scene reminiscent of daybreak. With a sudden surge of resolve, she raised her spear and thrust it forward. Thunder Spear. A colossal bolt of lightning erupted from her silver weapon, a blinding flash that swiftly pierced through the beasts before her. The surrounding creatures, struck by the electric discharge, were rendered charred and motionless upon the ground. Once the beasts were vanquished, Yang Qinlin felt an overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over her, nearly causing her to collapse. Weakly, she turned to the girl and assisted her to her feet. "Are you all right? You must leave this place at once. In your condition, you cannot continue the assessment." The young woman gazed at Yang Qinlin with profound gratitude, repeatedly expressing her thanks before she staggered away from the first level. Upon exiting the training tower, she was astonished to discover that her wounds had miraculously healed, and the pain had vanished as if it had never existed. "How remarkable," she murmured in disbelief. Chen Ye observed the first disciple to emerge, a smile gracing his lips. Death within the training tower did not equate to true demise. Those who perished inside would be returned unscathed. He had refrained from disclosing this fact to the participants, wishing to witness their reactions in the face of life and death, thereby assessing their suitability for inclusion in the sect. Yang Qinlin's actions had aligned perfectly with Chen Ye's expectations. Once the assessment concluded, he intended to thoroughly evaluate her spiritual roots, contemplating whether she would indeed become his esteemed ring elder. Within the training tower, after rescuing the injured girl, Yang Qinlin rejoined her team. With the assistance of the young man wielding a staff, she barely managed to recover from her fatigue. Through their collective efforts, the five of them ultimately succeeded in slaying the previously wounded serpentine beast, despite the distractions posed by other creatures. Subsequently, they made their way to the second level. The circumstances of the first level were far from promising, as many had become ensnared by the sudden upheaval, either trapped within or perishing and being expelled from the tower. A select few, fortunate enough to possess both luck and skill, managed to emerge from the trials with great difficulty. The assessments persisted until sunset, and with a command from the elder, the trials officially concluded. Yang Qinlin's team advanced to the sixth level, where they encountered innate realm beasts, and there they halted. Meanwhile, the majority of the expedition teams also found themselves stymied at the sixth level. Han Si's team, however, carved a path through challenges and ultimately reached the eighth level. Undoubtedly a figure of admiration among many cultivators. At this moment, all participating cultivators had gathered in the square before the training tower. However, the interior of the training tower still radiated brilliance. Each level of the tower ignites with firelight upon the entry of a cultivator, which typically remains extinguished. This indicated that there were still cultivators within. The gathered cultivators gazed in astonishment at the tower, discovering that the glowing light emanated from the 19th level. The beasts on the first level of the training tower ranged from the lowest tier of the postnatal realm to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. With each ascending level, the minimum tier required to enter increases by a small realm. Thus, reaching the 19th level suggested that a cultivator had faced beasts of the Foundation establishment period. Who among them possessed such extraordinary prowess to ascend so high? As the crowd watched in astonishment, the firelight of the 19th level gradually dimmed, only to be replaced by the illumination of the 20th level. Observing this spectacle, the cultivators began to murmur, "Goodness! That cultivator has actually vanquished a beast of the Foundation establishment stage. How astonishing! Who could it be? I long to meet them." The beasts within were formidable. It was likely that only the sacred lands of other continents could produce such a genius. Just as the crowd was taken aback, The 20th level glimmered momentarily before fading, indicating that the cultivator had ceased their assault. Shortly thereafter, the grand doors of the training tower opened slowly, revealing a woman. Her countenance was stern, and she bore an imposing great sword upon her back, clad in silver armor. Despite her slender and graceful figure, she emanated an aura of immense strength. Upon emerging, she swiftly approached Chen Ye. Chen Ye smiled and nodded approvingly. Well done, Yue. Your progress is remarkable. To be honest, Chen Ye had not anticipated her outstanding performance today, especially in overcoming a beast of the Foundation establishment stage. She had indeed showcased the prowess of their sect before the aspiring disciples, upholding the honor of the Tianxian sect. Hua Jiyue, upon receiving her master's praise, felt a blush creep to her cheeks as she softly replied, "It is all thanks to your excellent guidance, master." Before outsiders, she was the stern warrior in armor wielding a great sword. Yet in her master's presence, she remained perpetually humble, yearning for his acknowledgement, which rendered her bashful. The assembly of cultivators regarded Hua Jiyue with envious expressions, casting respectful glances toward Chen Ye. A disciple of an immortal could rival the geniuses of sacred lands. This further ignited their aspirations to cultivate within the Tianxian sect. The assessments at this juncture had nearly reached their conclusion. The elders have begun to scrutinize the disciples they favor. Ultimately, Wu Hao was accepted as a direct disciple by the elder of the forging department. He was so exhilarated that he danced in the air, elated beyond measure. In Wu Hao's cohort, aside from Yang Qinlin, all were chosen by the respective elders of their departments as disciples. The selection of outstanding disciples was nearly complete at this stage. Only a few dozen remained. Those who had not performed well in the training tower, yet had not engaged in any self-serving actions. They would subsequently partake in further assessments, should they fail again. They would truly be deemed unworthy of the path of cultivation. Although Chen Ye possessed the ability to alter a disciple's innate talent, he could not modify their comprehension. If a disciple's understanding was gravely lacking, even he would not consider accepting them. At this moment, Han Si observed as the exceptional disciples were selected, leaving him and his team standing alone, their faces etched with confusion. He had ascended to the 8th level. Yet many disciples weaker than himself had been admitted into the sect, while he remained overlooked. What could possibly explain this situation? Chapter 108. The collection of Yang Qinlin. Han Si looked at Chen Ye with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Immortal, have you perhaps forgotten something?" Observing that the other cultivators had been absorbed into the sect, he began to feel a sense of urgency. Many cultivators, upon hearing Han Si's voice, cast him glances filled with fury. During the previous assessment, several of them had nearly met their demise due to his actions. Although they later learned that no one would actually perish in the test, it still left them seething with indignation. Chen Ye, following the sound, replied impassively, "Indeed, there are matters I have overlooked." Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Han Si instantly became agitated. No wonder no elder had taken him as a disciple. Could it be that he had caught the attention of the immortal? Surely, he alone deserved the finest cultivation resources. Chen Ye continued, "You and your team have been eliminated. You need not participate in the subsequent assessments." "I have been eliminated." Han Si, who had been envisioning a splendid life within the sect, was taken aback. Why was the immortal suddenly informing him of his disqualification? What was the reasoning behind this? He was the most exceptional among them. "I refuse to accept this." "Why?" Han Si's expression was one of confusion, mingled with a hint of anger. Chen Ye sighed and spoke, "Those of differing paths do not conspire together. Your cultivation philosophy does not align with that of our sect. Seek another avenue." In truth, Chen Ye believed that Han Si's actions during the assessment were not inherently wrong. The path of cultivation was fraught with peril, and many resorted to harming their own kind in pursuit of power. Chen Ye himself had once obliterated a sect with a single strike, resulting in countless deaths. However, within this sect, he deemed that one villain was sufficient. What Chen Ye aspired to create was a sanctuary for cultivation, one characterized by inclusivity and harmony, akin to paradise. Cultivators like Han Si were ill-suited to remain in such an environment. Upon hearing this, Han Si's face remained a mask of discontent. Yet, he dared not retort against the immortal, begrudgingly departing while casting a mocking glance at Yang Qinlin. Yang Qinlin, having also failed to be chosen by the elders, stood there alone, presumably facing a similar fate. After dismissing Han Si, Chen Ye proceeded to name several others. those cultivators of dubious character whom he had been vigilantly observing, all of whom were also eliminated. With this round of eliminations concluded, the subsequent assessments began. The following trials primarily tested the cultivators' endurance, spiritual energy reserves, and the application of their techniques, among other challenges. It was not until the early hours of the next day that the assessments finally came to a close. After a thorough selection conducted by the elders, only Yang Qinlin remained unchosen. Yang Qinlin brushed off her attire. Marred by the ordeal of assisting a fellow cultivator who had fallen from a cliff during the endurance test, she then hefted her heavy silver spear, straightened her back, and trudged outward, her appearance reflecting a pitiful and disheveled state. Her expression was one of deep despondency, perhaps due to her meridian blockage. She exhibited a lackluster performance in both the application of her techniques and her spiritual energy reserves, aside from her endurance. The absence of elders willing to take her under their wing likely stemmed from her being overlooked by the celestial sect. Nevertheless, even without the attention of immortal beings, she resolved to participate in the duel after a month. Relying solely on herself, she was determined to strive forward. She was not one to surrender willingly, no matter the circumstances. Having taken only a few steps, a voice resonated from a short distance away. Yang Qinlin, where are you headed? Aren't you joining the sect? It was a remarkably gentle male voice. Upon hearing it, Yang Qinlin paused, a spark of surprise lighting her features as she turned to look back. Standing behind her was Chen Ye, wearing a warm smile directed at her. Yang Qinlin, unsure of why he had called out to her, assumed he had something to discuss. She promptly executed a proper bow and inquired, "Does the immortal have any instructions for me?" Chen Ye scratched his head in mild perplexity. Yang Qinlin's demeanor and speech exuded a sense of solemnity, which, while not inappropriate, contrasted sharply with his interactions with other disciples, giving him an impression of her being somewhat distant. Clearing his throat, he chuckled and asked, "Ahem, Yang Qinlin, do you lack a ring, my dear?" Yang Qinlin's face was a picture of confusion. "Huh, immortal? What do you truly mean?" Chen Ye's attempt at humor fell flat. As he realized she did not comprehend his jest, he managed a stiff smile and rephrased, "I can heal your injuries, restoring you to your former peak, or even making you stronger than before. I can assure you that you will triumph in the duel, winning the respect of all who have looked down upon you. However, I have one condition. You must join the celestial sect, become my disciple, and remain there to cultivate your skills. Are you willing?" Yang Qinlin, who had almost turned away, felt a flicker of hope reignite within her upon hearing Chen Ye's cheerful voice. No wonder no elder had approached her. It was because the sect leader had taken notice of her. Naturally, the elders would not dare intervene with the leader's interest at stake. At this moment, her heart surged with excitement. The hope she thought lost had been rekindled. "Of course, I am willing," she exclaimed, nodding fervently, her high ponytail swaying in agreement. Were it not for her humble status, she might have rushed forward to embrace Chen Ye tightly. The opportunity to cultivate under an immortal offered her a chance to reclaim her former glory and everything she had lost. Chen Ye had always held a passion for taking on exceptional disciples. Today, having welcomed yet another remarkable student, he felt a profound sense of joy. Chen Ye smiled and said, "Very well, let us proceed together to ignite the eternal flame." The eternal flame serves as a protective measure for the disciples. Each disciple who joins the sect will light their own flame in the chamber designated for this purpose. Should the flame extinguish, it signifies that the disciple has encountered peril, prompting the elders to rush to their aid without delay. This ritual marks the initial step of joining the sect. Once the eternal flame is lit, it signifies their formal admission into the sect. Accompanied by all the newly arrived disciples, Chen Ye made his way to the chamber housing the eternal flame. Within, numerous flames had already been ignited, belonging to the disciples of the Demon Cultivation Division. The chamber has always been overseen by disciples from this division. 2 sentinel disciples stationed at the entrance greeted the influx of junior brothers and sisters with smiles, guiding the new disciples to light their own eternal flames. Observing the expressions of wonder and aspiration on the faces of the newcomers, they were reminded of their own experiences upon joining the sect. As the final flames were ignited, Chen Ye heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Detected that the host has accepted 243 inner disciples. Reward system points, 56,000 points. Chapter 109. The most beloved elder. After the assessment concluded, The elders from various departments approached Chen Ye to engage in conversation. Within the Tianxian sect, there exists a cultivation department known as the Divine Cuisine Department. It is said that this department specializes in culinary arts, creating dishes that can enhance the cultivation of practitioners. A truly miraculous feat. The elder in charge of the Divine Cuisine Department is a somewhat languid-looking woman, adorned with a pair of diminutive ears atop her head and a petite tail behind her. Chen Ye recalled that she resembled the spirit of a hamster. After transcending to a higher realm, she developed a keen interest in ingredients, and upon joining the Tianxian sect as an elder, Chen Ye appointed her to the Divine Cuisine Department. The elder of the Divine Cuisine Department addressed Chen Ye, exclaiming, "Ah, esteemed sect master, we have successfully recruited 8 disciples this time. We should be able to commence operations soon, and you must remember to come and savor our creations." She expressed her gratitude profusely. "I am truly thankful to you, sect master, for granting me this position. I will ensure that I teach my disciples well." Each time she spoke, she stifled a yawn, appearing utterly fatigued. Truth be told, Chen Ye found her somewhat unreliable. Would someone who yawns 3 times while speaking truly be capable of imparting knowledge effectively? It would be imperative to observe her methods firsthand at a later date. Chen Ye nodded and replied, "Ah, your name is Shenshi, correct? Very well, I shall certainly visit." As he spoke, he too inadvertently yawned twice. Goodness, yawning truly is contagious. The contagiousness is rather extraordinary. The elder Shenshi nodded and subsequently led her disciples away. After her departure, the elder from the forging department approached. This elder was a robust middle-aged man, his true form being a bull-like beast, which rendered him quite formidable in his human guise. He stepped forward with a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Esteemed sect master, our forging department has accepted 24 disciples this time. It won't be long before we can officially commence forging weapons. When the time comes, the disciples will be able to claim their weapons, ensuring they are of the finest quality." The cultivation techniques practiced within the various departments of the Tianxian sect were all top-tier methods provided by Chen Ye, including those in the forging department. The weapons and armor forged by this department, if placed on the market, would be considered exceptional treasures. However, the outputs of the sect are primarily reserved for internal use, with minimal external sales. Chen Ye nodded in acknowledgement while instinctively waving his hand in front of his nose. How long had it been since this elder last bathed? Even from hundreds of meters away, the pungent odor of sweat was unmistakable. "I have taken note of this. You may retire now. Also, do remember to maintain personal hygiene," Chen Ye advised. The elder chuckled awkwardly. "Ah, it's just that the furnace has been too hot, and I became somewhat careless following this." Numerous other elders came forth to report their respective situations. Chen Ye attentively listened and soon realized that managing a sect was indeed quite a cumbersome task. Every matter required his report. On the very first day of formally establishing the sect, he was already inundated with so many issues. What was he to do thereafter? Chen Ye raised his gaze to check the time. It was already noon. Many elders still had much to discuss with him, and at this rate, it seemed unlikely that they would finish by afternoon. Contemplating this, Chen Ye cast a fervent glance at Long Lan. He extended his hand, warmly grasping her delicate jade-like hand. Long Lan, who had been standing aside, attentively memorizing each elder's words to remind the sect leader when he might forget, suddenly felt a shiver run through her entire being as her hand was unexpectedly enveloped by Chen Ye's warm grasp. His gaze was intensely passionate, causing her cheeks to flush with a shade of red. Was this moment she had long fantasized about finally materializing? Had the sect leader, unable to contain himself, decided to confess his feelings to her? However, there were so many people present, it seemed rather inconvenient. "Sect leader, is this truly the time?" "No, there are too many witnesses. Perhaps later, when we return, then it would be appropriate." In moments of anxiety, she often referred to herself in the royal "this sovereign," as if it were a habitual phrase. Chen Ye, oblivious to her rambling, continued to speak to himself. "My dearest elder, I leave this in your capable hands. I trust you will handle it splendidly. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye." With that, Chen Ye released his spiritual energy, and in an instant, he and his disciples vanished from the spot, leaving only Long Lan behind. Unconsciously, Long Lan's long and smooth legs came together, and a rich blush colored her pale face. The sect leader had indeed just confessed to her. Although it was slightly different from her expectations, He had unquestionably uttered the words most beloved. The sect leader was simply marvelous. She could not let down the trust he had placed in her. With this thought, Longland's expression shifted, returning to her aloof demeanor. Addressing the gathered elders, she declared, "Report any matters to this sovereign. Valuable information will be conveyed to the sect leader." Her distinctive regal voice resonated once more, starkly contrasting with her previously bashful demeanor, making her seem like an entirely different person. The elders, accustomed to Longland's transformations, were no longer surprised. Their former empress appeared to be two distinct individuals in the presence of Chen Ye and them. Meanwhile, within the Tianxian Hall, having bid farewell to the myriad trivialities, Chen Ye let out a long sigh of relief. Longland's management skills were exceptional, and he had full confidence in her abilities. With that settled, he decided to relish some leisurely moments with his disciples. Yang Qinlin also accompanied Chen Ye to the Tianxian Hall. Upon entering the heavenly mystic hall, she was immediately enveloped by a sense of tranquility, as if her thoughts had become remarkably clearer. Although her spiritual root had been shattered, she could still perceive that the spiritual energy here was the most abundant within the entire sect. Perhaps influenced by the ambience of the heavenly mystic hall, she suddenly found that many of her previous confusions regarding cultivation had been resolved. Lost in contemplation, she was momentarily oblivious to her surroundings. Noticing her dazed state, Chen Ye approached and gently tapped her shoulder, saying, "Awaken. On your first day in the sect, let us share a cup of tea." At the sound of Chen Ye's voice, Yang Qinlin snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "Of course, master." She joined Chen Ye at the tea table. With her hands resting on her thighs and her chest held high, she appeared quite reserved. Her attire was notably conservative, yet it subtly revealed her well-proportioned physique. Similar to Hu Jiyue, she was slightly more slender, though one could argue that certain aspects were somewhat diminutive. Chapter 110. Healing Yang Qinlin, yet this small aspect, rather than detracting, enhances her charm. Her countenance is not one of stunning beauty, but rather exudes an air of spirited elegance. She possesses a commanding presence, vibrant and refreshing. Her features, though exquisitely refined, seldom provoke any improper thoughts. Chen Ye, observing her tense posture, let out a resigned sigh, realizing that it would take time for her to ease into comfort. Noticing that the tea on the table had already been brewed, he took the teapot and poured some for himself and Yang Qinlin. As he gazed at the clear tea, his mind wandered. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Who had brewed this tea? He had not instructed his disciples to prepare any. Curiously, he brought the teacup to his nose and inhaled deeply. Chen Ye, upon detecting the aroma, he swiftly turned to Su Jiqian, who, caught in his gaze, instinctively shrank back, averting her eyes and whistling nonchalantly, as if oblivious. "Please, you must have added something extra." Chen Ye chuckled helplessly and poured the tea out. Su Jiqian watched in dismay as the discarded leaves sank into oblivion. Caught, once again. Next time, I must be more discreet. After disposing of the tea, Chen Ye intended to brew a fresh batch. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found Yang Qinlin sipping from her cup. To the astonishment of all present, she swallowed the tea. After consuming the brew, a frown creased Yang Qinlin's brow. Though not a frequent tea drinker, she possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the art of tea. The flavor was unlike anything she had ever encountered, indefinable. Despite its peculiar taste, a warmth enveloped her being. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. She comprehended that the realm where immortals reside could not be commonplace. The tea leaves harvested here were undoubtedly extraordinary. Her master, bestowing such a fine gift upon a neophyte like her, was indeed generous. In truth, Yang Qinlin's conjecture was not entirely erroneous. The tea Chen Ye brewed was sourced from the immense tea tree behind him, which absorbed the most potent essence of heaven and earth. The leaves it bore possessed various benefits, briefly enhancing one's comprehension and yielding greater results in cultivation and understanding of techniques. Yet, the tea was somewhat tainted. Tentatively, Chen Ye inquired of Yang Qinlin, "What do you think of the tea's flavor?" The other disciples cast curious glances her way. Yang Qinlin, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, began to feel flustered. Had she committed some peculiar act? Was her manner of drinking improper? Surely not. However, regardless, the tea settled warmly in her stomach, clearing her thoughts significantly. Moreover, this tea was a precious gift bestowed upon her by her esteemed master, and she certainly could not disappoint him. With utmost seriousness, she proclaimed, "It is exquisite. Thank you for this divine tea. Was it truly delightful?" Chen Ye gazed at Yang Qinlin in disbelief. Could it be that this disciple harbored some peculiar preferences? Oh. It seemed imperative to instill a proper value system in this disciple in the future. Upon noticing her master preparing to brew a new pot of tea, Hu Jiyue instinctively took the teapot from him to assist in the task. Her deftness in tea preparation captured Yang Qinlin's attention. It was then that she realized the unique characteristics of her senior sisters present. The blue-haired sister to her right, tall and imposing, always wore an icy expression, making her seem somewhat unapproachable. In contrast, the dark-skinned elf brewing tea exuded a consistently graceful demeanor, suggesting she was amiable. As for the succubus sister on her left, the way she gazed at her master seemed almost predatory. Surely, she would not truly devour him, would she? Not far off, there lounged another senior sister, seemingly indulging in a leisurely afternoon nap atop the roof. Each individual appeared fascinating in their own right. She hoped to foster harmonious relationships with everyone in the future. While Yang Qinlin was lost in her thoughts, Chen Ye suddenly interjected, "Yang Qinlin, I need to examine your spiritual root." He had yet to ascertain the quality of her spiritual root, as it had suffered significant damage, necessitating a careful inspection. Previously, he refrained from doing so because their relationship had not yet been defined, teacher and disciple. To recklessly release spiritual energy to probe another's roots would be exceedingly impolite. Upon hearing this, Yang Qinlin had no reason to decline and nodded earnestly. After receiving her consent, Chen Ye slowly extended his hand and placed it atop her head, releasing a thread of spiritual energy. Yang Qinlin felt her master's energy enter her body, and her anxiety began to mount. She feared that her spiritual root had been irreparably harmed, rendering even an immortal powerless to assist her. If that were the case, her hopes would be entirely dashed. 6th grade spiritual root. Chen Ye mused. He had not yet formally accepted her as his direct disciple, and the system still regarded her as an intersect disciple. He had initially assumed her talent was not so exceptional, but it appeared she had indeed reached the threshold. This development would simplify matters considerably. Once she became his direct disciple, she would receive a cultivation technique tailored to her, significantly enhancing her strength. Chen Ye retrieved a healing pill from the system's store and presented it to Yang Qinlin. Once you ingest this pill, your injuries will heal. However, from that moment on, you will officially become my direct disciple. Think carefully. Intersect disciples may not easily withdraw from the sect, but they nominally possess the right to leave, a privilege not afforded to direct disciples. Once you become a direct disciple, our fates will be irrevocably intertwined. Chen Ye must diligently instruct his disciples, and the disciples, in turn, are required to remain by their master's side until his final moment. In making a decision that could alter the course of a lifetime, Chen Ye must engage in a thorough dialogue with the individual involved. Yang Qinlin, brimming with excitement, accepted the healing elixir bestowed upon her by her master. Is it truly possible that such a potion exists that can mend her grievous injuries? Regardless of the efficacy of the healing elixir, she is resolute in her desire to become Chen Ye's direct disciple. Not only is he strikingly handsome, but his demeanor is also remarkably gentle, and the senior sisters residing here appear to radiate happiness and excellence. She finds joy in cultivating her abilities within such an environment. If there were a place worthy of her lifelong devotion, it would undoubtedly be here. Rising to her feet, she approached Chen Ye and knelt beside him, solemnly bowing 3 times with reverence. "Disciple Yang Qinlin, I humbly wish to become your direct disciple." Even before consuming the healing elixir, she had made her decision. Chen Ye sensed her determination, and it stirred something within him. Chapter 111. Junior Sister Yang, you wouldn't. Ding. Detected that the host has promoted 1 direct disciple. Reward system points, 19,000. The sound of the system echoed in Chen Ye's mind. However, he momentarily set it aside. Chen Ye gazed at the kneeling Yang Qinlin with a gentle smile. Her face was still smeared with dust and dirt, and her clothes were somewhat tattered, presenting a stark contrast to the resplendent disciples beside her. Yet, Yang Qinlin never felt inferior. Instead, she was determined to cultivate even harder. This mirrored her own journey. Despite having her spiritual roots rendered useless and transforming from a genius to a mere waste, she never gave up, resolutely aspiring to reclaim her former glory. Such a mindset was indeed fitting for cultivation. Reflecting on Yang Qinlin's plight, Chen Ye felt an increasing compassion for this unfortunate disciple. It seemed he too must strive diligently. Within a month, when she returned to the Yang family, he wished to astonish everyone with her transformation. Chen Ye observed the ragged Yang Qinlin and gently lifted her chin. He then produced a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the dirt and blood from her face. Dear disciple, first take this healing pill. Later, you shall don new garments and cleanse yourself. I assure you, within a month, when you return to the Yang family, you will reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to you through your own strength, he said with a smile. Yang Qinlin accepted her master's handkerchief, her gaze drawn to his handsome visage, and her pupils quivered. Simultaneously, her cheeks flushed slightly. The kindness emanating from her master was overwhelming, and she felt profoundly cherished. Although she possessed a fiercely resilient nature, she secretly longed for someone to rely upon. During her sister's betrayal, when her spiritual roots were destroyed, and in moments of despair when she was overlooked and scorned, only Chen Ye, a stranger, extended a helping hand, offering her a glimmer of hope. The profound generosity of one so unfamiliar touched her deeply, stirring emotions that made her want to weep. Yet, as a martial artist, she knew only sweat and not tears. She must remain strong, unwavering, and resolute. Thank you, Master. Yang Qinlin's voice, though somewhat androgynous, carried a quivering softness that was seldom heard. Chen Ye smiled and patted her straightened back, saying, No need for thanks. As your master, it is my duty to take responsibility for you. Yang Qinlin sniffled, silently nodding, and then consumed the pill. As a radiant golden light enveloped her, her spiritual roots began to heal at an astonishing pace. Throughout this process, she felt no discomfort. Instead, warmth radiated through her entire being. As the light faded, she gazed in astonishment at her own hands. The feeling of physical weakness has completely vanished. She can once again perceive the surrounding spiritual energy and truly feels her body brimming with strength. She is indeed capable of resuming her cultivation. Chen Ye observed her recovery with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Subsequently, he exchanged a cultivation technique from the system store for her. The technique is titled God-Slaying Spear, a primary focus on spear techniques. The moves are both domineering and fierce, effortlessly flexible amidst their boldness. Not only is it remarkably effective against a single adversary, but even when besieged by multiple foes, one can engage fiercely with the comprehensive tactics of this technique. Yang Qinlin excitedly accepted the technique, utterly awestruck. Truly, immortals are extraordinary. Anything they casually produce is beyond her comprehension. Yet, if immortals are so formidable, why would they choose to take on an ordinary person like her as a disciple? Although she is a genius with a 6th-grade spiritual root, she hardly possesses any notable traits in the presence of an immortal. Yang Qinlin could not fathom the reason. Nevertheless, regardless of the rationale, she would remain by her master's side to repay the immense kindness bestowed upon her. Chen Ye addressed her, saying, Dedicate yourself to this technique. A month will suffice for you to reach minor success. However, do not rush. Let your senior sister take you to rest for a while. Though you have recovered, you still appear quite fatigued. Whenever new disciples join, Su Jiqian always showcases her cheerful demeanor. She approached Yang Qinlin, assisting her and draping an arm around her shoulder, smiling as she introduced herself. I am Su Jiqian. Come, let your senior sister take you for a bath and change into fresh clothes. Su Jiqian was quite close, making Yang Qinlin feel a bit bashful at the sudden proximity of a stranger. As senior sister Su, she stammered, her face flushing as she glanced at Su Jiqian's impressive figure resting against her arm. It was her first encounter with someone so femininely alluring. In comparison, she felt utterly dwarfed and envious. Su Jiqian and Yang Qinlin arrived at the indoor hot spring together. At first, Yang Qinlin felt a bit shy, but with Su Jiqian's encouragement, she ultimately joined her in the warm waters. Su Jiqian leaned against the edge, her lower body submerged, and turned to gaze earnestly at Yang Qinlin. Noticing Su Jiqian's sudden seriousness, Yang Qinlin curiously inquired, Senior Sister Su? What else with the sudden change? Su Jiqian scrutinized her for a moment before letting out a sigh. The reason for her seriousness was to discern whether Yang Qinlin harbored feelings for their master. She had definitely perceived a flicker of emotion in Yang's heart. There was surely an affection for their master. However, whether it was romantic in nature remained ambiguous to Su Jiqian, primarily because her new junior sister was far too earnest, even more so than the Dragon Empress. After all, Longlon has lived for thousands of years. What could she possibly not understand? Yet, the individual before her, Yang Qinlin, exudes a sense of earnestness from head to toe. Well, perhaps this is for the best, as it spares her the burden of worry. Yang Qinlin gazed at her contemplative senior sister, her cheeks subtly flushed. Whether from the warmth of the hot spring or a hint of shyness, it was difficult to discern. Sister Su and the other senior sisters are remarkably beautiful, with splendid figures. Does this imply that upon becoming Chen Ye's direct disciple, one gradually becomes more alluring? Might she too, perhaps, become more feminine? With this thought, a smile gradually graced Yang Qinlin's face. Little did she know, her own beauty was not inferior to anyone else's. Rather, her choice of attire and style somewhat concealed her charm. With her high ponytail cascading down, she appeared exceptionally graceful and stunning. Su Jiqian noticed her new junior sister inexplicably displaying a peculiar smile while gazing at her. A sense of unease washed over Su Jiqian, prompting her to cover her shoulders and step back. Why, young junior sister, please don't frighten me. You're not attracted to girls, are you? Chapter 112. The misunderstood Yang Qinlin. Yang, junior sister Yang, do not frighten me. You cannot possibly have an inclination towards women, can you? Su Jiqian exclaimed, taken aback by Yang Qinlin's peculiar smile. Please, your smile is rather lewd. I am merely your senior sister. You wouldn't dare to overstep boundaries, would you? Realizing she had been misinterpreted, Yang Qinlin hastily waved her hands in denial. Senior sister Su, no, it is not as you think. She had merely indulged in a fleeting fantasy of her own enhanced beauty. How could it be misconstrued as? Su Jiqian, after hearing her explanation, still wore an expression of skepticism. This junior sister Yang, with brows like swords and eyes resembling stars, possessed an undeniable masculine vigor. She appeared to be a girl capable of taking action against other girls. Yang Qinlin was indeed misunderstood. Her interests were quite normal. However, in that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, her face awash with a mix of despair and exasperation. After they had cleansed themselves, they engaged in a brief conversation. As Su Jiqian learned more about the tribulations faced by her junior sister, her heart swelled with sympathy. Yang Qinlin hailed from a prominent cultivation family in a certain nation of the Deep Source continent. With commendable genetics, her family was filled with cultivators of notable prowess. In Yang Qinlin's generation, both she and her sister, Yang Qingying, were rare talents with 6th-grade spirit roots, appearing once in a millennium. Yang Qinlin dedicated herself to her practice with fervor and diligence, reaching the 2nd level of the innate realm by her 20s. In contrast, her sister's progress stagnated at the 9th level of the acquired realm. Due to Yang Qinlin's exceptional abilities, the family's resources were heavily allocated towards her, garnering the attention and favor of her parents and uncles. This preferential treatment fostered a growing resentment in her sister, Yang Qingying, who loathed their parents and relatives for their perceived injustice, and harbored an even deeper hatred for her older sister. Thus, the seeds of their current predicament were sown. When Yang Qinlin sought to break through to the 3rd level of the innate realm, she requested her sister, Yang Qingying, to stand guard nearby to prevent any interruptions. Yang Qingying had long awaited this moment. Seizing the opportunity while her sister was engrossed in her breakthrough, she contemplated committing a heinous act. However, recalling the mistreatment she had endured throughout her life, she hesitated. She wished for her sister to be left as a mere shadow of her former self, forever ridiculed, living a fate worse than death. Employing cunning methods, she managed to subdue Yang Qinlin, crippling her spirit roots and causing her cultivation level to plummet to the 5th level of the acquired realm. Subsequently, she allied with the disgruntled uncles and relatives to seize control of their family. The once celebrated genius was now regarded as a failure, and those family members who had previously respected Yang Qinlin now cast scornful glances her way. No one genuinely wished her well. Many had long anticipated the day she would be reduced to nothingness. In a bid to further humiliate her, Yang Qingying even contemplated marrying her sister off to an elderly man, subjecting her to dual oppression, mentally and materially. Yang Qinlin, however, seized an opportunity to escape her confinement, leaving behind a resolute declaration. Do not underestimate a girl in her impoverished state. I shall return for a duel within a month, before resolutely departing from her home. Listening to Yang Shimi recount her experiences, Su Jiqian expressed heartfelt sympathy as she gently patted her straightened back. In truth, everyone living here shares a similar plight. Do not despair. Both our master and the senior sisters will offer you their support. Let us set aside these sorrowful matters for today. There are numerous vacant rooms in the Tianxian Hall, and you may choose any one of them to reside in. The day grows late, and I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now, Su Jiqian said softly before rising to depart. Yang Qinlin nodded silently, her mind pondering the implications of Su Shiji's words about everyone here facing similar circumstances. Little did she know that, had Su Jiqian not encountered their master, she would have perished alongside her kin during the siege of the demon clan territory. Similarly, if Lung Luoli had not met their master, she too would have succumbed to exhaustion within the secret realm. By Yahweh, without their master's guidance, would have perished alongside Long Lan in the battles that followed atop Lingshu Mountain. All those present were united by a shared bond, living because of their master and for her sake. They all shared common ties and labored towards a singular goal. After bidding farewell to Su Shiji, Yang Qinlin made her way to the square, intent on finding a room to settle in. She surveyed her surroundings and indeed found numerous empty rooms. However, one room stood out conspicuously. It glowed with light, and at first, Yang Qinlin assumed it was occupied by a senior sister. Yet, upon observing the chilling aura emanating from within, her confusion deepened. Who could possibly inhabit such a frigid chamber? Surely, even cultivators would struggle in such cold. If it was not intended for habitation, what purpose did it serve? This scene ignited her curiosity. With intrigue, Yang Qinlin approached and placed her hand on the doorknob, contemplating the room's function. Surely, it could not be inhabited. It did not appear to be a storeroom either. Could it be a place for the master to discipline slothful disciples? Would a wayward disciple be punished by being confined to this icy chamber? Though the master seemed exceedingly gentle, it was reasonable for her to be a tad strict in her role. She believed there was nothing amiss with the master's methods. Meanwhile, within Lung Luoli's chamber, she donned an ice-blue camisole and was seated in a kneeling position atop an ice sculpture. Her legs were adorned with flesh-colored stockings, embellished with snowflake patterns upon the calves. Her pupils sparkled with the same little hearts as Su Jiqian's, though instead of pink, they shone in icy blue. She gazed thoughtfully at the lifelike visage of their master sculpted in ice, pondering deeply. She shifted her posture slightly and leaned forward. What should she use next? Would Su Shiji approach it this way? Master. Cold Luoli pressed her face against the icy sculpture, lost in a trance of ecstasy. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open pierced the silence. Startled, her entire delicate frame shuddered as she became acutely aware of her indiscretion. Embarrassed, she lifted her gaze toward the entrance, only to find her junior sister, Yang, standing there, having opened her door. Instantly, a deep crimson flush spread across Luoli's cheeks. While she could tolerate being seen by Sister Su, it was utterly mortifying to be caught by the newcomer. How humiliating. Cold Luoli hastily covered her collar with one hand, while the other shot out an ice spear toward the door. Yang Qinlin, witnessing this unexpected scene, was taken aback, her face a portrait of astonishment. She had never anticipated that this frigid room actually housed someone. Moreover, what could this ice-cold sister possibly be doing? Before she could fully grasp the situation, an ice spear hurtled toward her, prompting her to slam the door shut with a resounding bang. Chapter 113, Senior Sister. Please cease your flight. After the door was shut, an icicle penetrated through the wooden barrier, protruding halfway, mere centimeters from Yang Qinlin's forehead. It was evident that the assailant had shown restraint. Yang Qinlin gazed at the ice shard, a wave of trepidation washing over her, causing her to shudder. She had not anticipated that this place harbored inhabitants. On her very first day, she had already been misjudged by Senior Sister Su, and now she had inadvertently offended the most unapproachable and frosty of the sisters. Alas, her future here seemed precariously threatened. Would she face disdain from the senior sisters? She must redeem her image in their eyes. But where to begin? As she pondered, her peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Yahweh, perched atop the ceiling. This silver-haired loli appeared to have spent the entire day lounging up there, aside from merely changing her vantage point. Yet, she seemed quite amiable, or rather, a sprite. Yang Qinlin approached Bai Yahweh. After assessing the distance from the ground, she calculated that, given her abilities, leaping up should pose no challenge. Gathering her strength, she ascended to the roof. Bai Yahweh, seemingly just awakened, rubbed her eyes in a daze. After sniffing the air, her delicate brows furrowed. She detected the scent of an unfamiliar presence, one that was not of her senior sisters. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the fact that her master had taken on a new disciple. Feeling the intrusion of a stranger into her territory, she became vigilant, stealthily moving to the roof of another room and scanning her surroundings anxiously, leaving Yang Qinlin bewildered and at a loss. Having just rolled over from the ground, Yang Qinlin found that the silver-haired lowly had vanished into thin air. The breathtaking speed of Bai Yawei eluded her sight, and she could only catch a fleeting glimpse of where Bai Yawei had landed. After surveying her surroundings, she spotted Bai Yawei's new position and hurriedly pursued her. After reaching Bai Yawei's side at her utmost speed, Yang Qinlin was about to greet her when she found that Bai Yawei had once again vanished. Bai Yawei pondered aloud. How peculiar. Why can't I locate the intruder? Their scent is so close. Witnessing her disappearance, Yang Qinlin sighed and resumed her chase. Bai Yawei, having also failed to find the intruder, darted away again. The two began to circle around the rooftops of the Tianxian Hall, engaged in a relentless game of chase. Thus, they repeated this dance numerous times. Yang Qinlin mused, though I know not which senior sister this is, I implore you to cease your flight. Bai Yawei exclaimed in frustration. Cursed intruder, what level of prowess do they possess? Despite my swiftness, I cannot catch up. In the room of Hu Jiyue, she sat by the window, gazing into the mirror atop the table, meticulously arranging her hair. Recently, Sister Su had assisted her in designing a new hairstyle, and one could not deny that Sister Su possessed an innate talent for beautification. As she focused intently on styling her tresses, a fleeting glance through the window caught her eye, a scene unfolding on the rooftop outside. She observed Yang Qinlin pursuing Bai Yawei, who was repeatedly attempting to escape. What on earth were these two up to at such a late hour, brimming with energy? Yet, it seemed they were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Witnessing the new junior sister integrating so well with everyone put her at ease. However, she couldn't help but think that Sister Yang would likely exhaust herself without ever catching up to Sister Bai. The scene shifted as Yang Qinlin finally halted, breathless and leaning on her legs. This petite senior was certainly no ordinary human. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, she prided herself on possessing physical prowess far superior to that of most other cultivators. Yet, she found herself unable to catch up to this seemingly delicate, white-haired girl. Just as she contemplated giving up, Bai Yawei suddenly lost her footing and collided into her from behind. The force of the impact sent both tumbling to the ground. As the rooftop sloped downward, they rolled helplessly towards the earth. Instinctively, Yang Qinlin wrapped her arms around Bai Yawei, adjusting her position just before hitting the ground. With genuine concern etched on her face, Yang Qinlin inquired, Sister, are you all right? Bai Yawei, being an innate realm cultivator, was unfazed by the fall. However, the earnestness of her junior's concern brought her comfort. Moreover, the address of sister was perplexing. When had she acquired a junior sister? A hint of confusion flickered across Bai Yawei's charming visage as she asked, in her adorably naive tone, Who are you? Did Master take on a new disciple? Yang Qinlin nodded, her grip on Bai Yawei remaining firm. She gazed upon the exquisitely delicate features before her, the naturally white hair, and the crystalline purity of her eyes. She was undeniably one of the most enchanting beings in existence. How could this sister be so breathtakingly beautiful? She had never encountered such an adorable creature that made one long to pinch her cheeks. Yang Qinlin's face seemed to blossom with delight, her unexpected affection for Lolis intensifying. Upon learning that she had also become a sister, Bai Yawei's expression brightened immensely. With a charming smile revealing her little tiger teeth, she said, Hello, junior sister. I am Bai Yawei. I suppose I should call you junior sister, right? Bai Yawei nestled her head against Yang Qinlin's chest, feeling the warmth within. Although it was not substantial, there was a hint of what one might expect from a girl. Yet, upon hearing Bai Yawei's words, the joy on Yang Qinlin's face suddenly vanished. What do you mean she should be a junior sister? What do you mean by should? She hardly appears to be a lady. Suddenly, I feel that this little girl is not so endearing anymore. Innocent words spoken without restraint. Sister Bai is still quite charming. Yang Qinlin repeatedly reminded herself of this in her heart. After a moment, she managed an awkward smile, ruffled Sister Bai's hair, and gently placed her on the ground. Simultaneously, she said, Of course, you are my junior sister. My name is Yang Qinlin. It is a pleasure to meet you. Bai Yawei's delicate hand reached out, intertwining with hers. With a pure smile, she said, you must not be very familiar with everyone yet. Let me introduce you to everyone, Sister Bai." Upon realizing her status as a senior sister, Bai Yao naturally took on the responsibilities that came with the title. The scene shifted as the two arrived at Lung Luoli's door. The wooden door bore marks from the ice spikes that had been thrust into it not long ago. Gazing at the ice spike, Yang Qinlin still felt a shiver of fear. Sister Bai likely was unaware that she had, not long ago, also exchanged, well, greetings, with this senior sister. Sister Bai, may I meet the others first? Chapter 114. The Daily Life of Yang Qinlin. Senior Sister Bai, may I first meet others? Yang Qinlin spoke with a hint of trepidation. Bai Yao, slightly puzzled by her inquiry, nevertheless nodded in agreement. Although she was aware that the senior sisters would not retire for the night so early, she knew that senior sister Lung often engaged in peculiar activities during this time. It was best not to intrude. Taking Yang Qinlin's hand, Bai Yao led her away from Lung Luoli's abode. The two arrived at Hu Jiyue's residence, and Bai Yao, standing on tiptoe, gently knocked on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a remarkably delicate face. Upon seeing the two, Hu Jiyue greeted them with a warm smile. "Junior Sister Bai, Junior Sister Yang, come in and have a seat." Following Hu Jiyue, the two entered the spacious room, which was imbued with a faint, delightful fragrance. This aroma was not that of cosmetics, but rather a unique scent that evoked a sense of tranquility and refreshment. Yang Qinlin inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "Senior sister, your room smells wonderful. I wonder why, despite being a lovely girl myself, my previous room lacked such a fragrance. What could possibly be amiss?" Hu Jiyue walked over to the table, retrieved a green flower from a vase, and handed it to Yang Qinlin with a smile. "This is a fragrant flower unique to the elven tribe, known for its soothing scent. I am Hu Jiyue. Consider this your welcome gift, junior sister." Yang Qinlin received the flower with utmost care, fearing it might be damaged. With this flower in her possession, she thought she could occasionally transform into a fragrant beauty like her senior sister. "Thank you, senior sister Hu," she expressed gratefully. Hu Jiyue waved her hand dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary. She invited the two to sit on the bed while she tidied Bai Yao's hair and engaged Yang Qinlin in casual conversation. "Junior sister Yang, now that you've joined the sect, is there anything you wish to know? Feel free to ask." Yang Qinlin pondered for a moment, as she indeed had many questions. However, her curiosity was particularly piqued by senior sister Su, the first to greet her. She had an inkling that something was amiss, especially concerning their master. Tentatively, she inquired, "I do have a question. I'm not sure if I should ask, but what is the relationship between senior sister Su and our master?" She recognized the question might seem foolish. Surely, they were master and disciple. What else could it be? Yet, she could not shake the feeling that something was off. At the very least, senior sister Su's gaze toward their master was peculiar. Upon hearing this question, Hu Jiyue's previously cheerful expression froze momentarily. This. She had genuinely not anticipated that Yang Qinlin would pose such a question. How should she respond? It would not do to speak too plainly. If it were Long Lan or someone else asking, she could have simply answered. However, the individual in question is none other than the seemingly serious Yang Shimi. What if I were to tell her, and she ends up disliking our master? I absolutely cannot reveal this to her. As Hu Jiyue pondered, Bai Yame suddenly spoke without a moment's hesitation. "Hu Shiji. Su Shiji shares a particularly close relationship with our master. They sleep together every night." Before she could finish her sentence, Hu Jiyue swiftly covered her mouth with her hand. "Goodness, Bai Shimi, your lack of discretion is astonishing. You hold nothing back." Yang Qinlin contemplated. "They sleep together every night." Hu Jiyue quickly interjected. "You misheard. They engage in profound discussions every night. Yes, we maintain a strong bond with our master, and we often converse until dawn." Hu Jiyue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What she said wasn't entirely a deception towards Yang Shimi. However, she could only say that much. Understanding dawned upon Yang Qinlin as she nodded in realization. Oh, so that is how it is. Perhaps she had been overly concerned. Yet, one thing she was certain of was that the enchanting Shiji certainly harbored feelings for their master. What the master thought of it remained a mystery. Regardless, she would wish for their happiness. Clearly, she held no reservations about this. The three continued their lively conversation for a while. As the hour grew late, Yang Qinlin bid farewell to Hu Shiji and Bai Shiji. Upon returning to the square, she felt no inclination for sleep. The spiritual energy within the Tianxian Hall was so abundant that she deemed it a waste to rest. Although she was indeed somewhat fatigued, time was of the essence, and she could not afford to waste a single moment. Their master had entrusted her with the most advanced techniques, and she must cultivate them as swiftly as possible. Thus, she forewent rest entirely, seizing her spear and commencing a dance in the square. In the room of Lung Luoli had been caught in a compromising situation by a newcomer. At that moment, her delicate face was flushed with embarrassment as she buried her head beneath the covers. Feeling utterly despondent, sleep was impossible under such circumstances. Perhaps a breath of fresh air would do her good. While she could maintain her composure in life and death situations, she found herself unable to cope with social embarrassment. Unable to sleep, she resolved to forego slumber altogether. She donned her clothing and pushed open the door. The Tianxian Hall was situated at a slightly elevated position. Standing at the low railing on the periphery of the hall, she could catch a glimpse of the panoramic view below. What was once shrouded in darkness had now transformed into a scene aglow with light. She could vaguely see new disciples diligently practicing alongside the elders. Witnessing this, she felt a wave of sentiment wash over her. Their master was truly putting in effort. The sect was gradually regaining its former glory. Everyone was improving, and the sect was revitalizing. Just as her thoughts wandered, she suddenly heard a familiar voice call out, "Lear, what are you doing here?" It is the voice of Chen Ye. He approached her, smiling warmly. Lung Luoli was naturally taken aback, not expecting to encounter her master here. She replied, I encountered something that is rather difficult to describe. Hence, I couldn't sleep and came out for a stroll. Is it the same for you, master? Chen Ye nodded, saying something like that. I wanted to come out and see how the sect is faring, especially since today marks the first day of disciple recruitment. Our sect has become quite lively. Notably, Chen Ye referred to our sect rather than my sect. To him, this sect was a collective endeavor shared with his disciples. Without the companionship of Lung Luoli and the others, Chen Ye would not have achieved what he has today, let alone establish a sect. Reflecting on this, Chen Ye gently took Lung Luoli's delicate hand in his own. Having you by my side brings me immense happiness. As Lung Luoli felt the warmth of her master's hand, she smiled sweetly and turned to look at him. Lear was also quite pleased. By the way, master, do you not feel a bit weary? After all, there have been so many matters recently. Would you like me to help you relax a little? Chapter 115. The Daily Life of the Heavenly Profound Sect. Would you like me to help you relax, master? Cold Luoli expressed her concern, worried that her master might be feeling overwhelmed. After all, as the sect leader, the lives of several hundred disciples were closely tied to her. Although nothing had transpired at the moment, the weight of responsibility loomed, and the future remained uncertain. Perhaps it was this very burden that kept her master awake at night. Cold Luoli's intuition was not misplaced. Chen Ye had indeed contemplated such matters. However, to label it as pressure would be an exaggeration. Chen Ye held a firm belief in his own strength, confident that any adversary daring to challenge them could be effortlessly vanquished with a single strike. Thank you for your concern, but I assure you, I am managing well, he replied. Cold Luoli took her master's other hand and stood before him, still harboring doubts. No, master, you are under pressure. You cannot deceive me. Allow me to help alleviate your burdens. As she spoke, she licked her lips and leaned forward. Chen Ye immediately sensed the shift in the atmosphere. He waved his hands in protest. Lear, not here. If Long Lan returns and discovers us. After a moment's contemplation, Cold Luoli nodded in agreement. Then let us find a more discreet location. After conversing with the elders of various departments, Long Lan conducted a thorough inspection of their status. Only after resolving all matters did she feel a sense of relief, rising to return to the heavenly profound hall. Though her day had been filled with busyness, she felt fulfilled, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. The more she could assist the sect leader, the greater her sense of accomplishment. And receiving praise from the sect leader was even more delightful. Long Lan, with her long, elegant legs clad in black high boots, descended gracefully. Her gaze swept the surroundings and soon fell upon the plaza, where the newcomer Yang Qinlin was still diligently practicing. Such dedication, she thought. Making her way toward Yang Qinlin. On her path, she noticed a peculiar chill emanating from behind a certain building. Intrigued, she noted the stark contrast in the atmosphere, but refrained from investigating further. After all, the heavenly profound hall was home to many formidable experts, and strange phenomena were not uncommon. Approaching Yang Qinlin, Long Lan watched as she executed a flawless flourish with her spear. Only then did Yang Qinlin seem to notice her presence. This was intentional on Long Lan's part, as she wished to avoid disrupting her practice by concealing her own aura. With hands clasped in respect, Yang Qinlin bowed to Long Lan. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I have only a month to prepare. I must seize every moment to hone my skills." Long Lan smiled and continued, "The sect leader is quite busy every day. Allow me to guide you in your training." As a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm, although her cultivation method differed, she was more than capable of providing valuable instruction. Regardless of the application of spiritual power or the perplexity of martial arts, she could certainly offer guidance. Yang Qinlin nodded excitedly, and thus the two commenced their sparring. In Chen Ye's grand hall, a silhouette stood outside the window by his bedside. This figure was strikingly alluring, her features exquisitely beautiful, exuding an undeniable feminine charm. It was, of course, Su Qian. With a hint of distress, she gazed into the room. Her master was not home today. How strange. Where could he have gone? She had prepared for this moment for so long. Perhaps he was occupied with matters concerning the sect. After all, her master was now the leader of several hundred disciples. So being busy was only to be expected. Even upon learning that her master was absent, she found it hard to leave. She crossed the threshold of the window, lying upon her master's bed. Subsequently, she positioned herself atop the covers, burying her face in the pillow, inhaling deeply. With her master gone, she could only indulge in the comfort of his blanket. In the room of Hu Jiyue, Bayame occasionally stayed overnight. Cradling Bayame in her arms, Hu Jiyue said, "Sister Bai, I am about to extinguish the lights." In this world of cultivation, there existed devices akin to light bulbs, powered by spirit stones, yielding quite satisfactory results. Although effective, spirit stones were precious commodities in this realm, rarely used so lavishly. The spirit stones of the Tianxian sect were entirely sourced from the mines behind the artifact forging department. Nestled in a corner of the Tianxian sect, the artifact forging department was adjacent to a mine brimming with inexhaustible resources for extraction, including spirit stones as well as materials requisite for crafting. The entire sect was self-sufficient. Bayame obediently nodded. As the lights dimmed, the room was enveloped in darkness. In such an environment, one was more inclined to reveal their innermost thoughts. Hu Jiyue glanced outside at Yang Qinlin and Long Lan, who were practicing, and lamented, "I wish I could seek out my master, but there are others outside, and I fear discovery." Upon hearing her sister's concerns, Bayame contemplated for a moment. "I can assist Sister Hu in meeting our master. With my speed, no one will see me." Hu Jiyue found her reasoning sound and instinctively nodded. Then, Bayame emerged from the warmth of the blankets, opened the door, and ventured out. Watching her figure gradually fade from sight, Hu Jiyue felt an unsettling sense of something amiss. What exactly was wrong? Blast it. Everything feels off. How can you help me accomplish what I need to see my master? This is something you simply cannot assist with. Hu Jiyue, regardless of the circumstances. Bayawe has already departed from this place. It is too late for her to intervene. Bayawe's figure flickered in the square before she swiftly entered her master's chamber. Naturally, Yang Qinlin, who was engrossed in her cultivation, remained oblivious to this. However, with Longlan's prowess, Bayawe's speed could not escape her keen perception. Observing Bayawe infiltrate the esteemed leader's room, she felt a tinge of curiosity. Yet, upon recalling the innocent and unblemished visage of the pure-hearted Xiaobai, her concerns were alleviated. What could the pure and charming Xiaobai possibly do to her master? Surely, nothing of consequence. In Chen Ye's chamber, on the bed, Su Jiqian suddenly sensed a presence approaching. She was unaware of who it was. If it were Hu Shimi, that would be acceptable, but if it were Lung Shimi, discovering her here, confronting their master's blanket, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. This is dire. I must find a place to hide. Before she could locate a suitable refuge, the door was flung open with haste. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jiqian enveloped herself in the blanket, concealing her entire form within. Chapter 116. The embarrassment of Bayawe and Sister Su upon entering her master's chamber. Bayawe stood rooted to the spot, suddenly engulfed by confusion. She pondered her purpose for being there. To assist Sister Hu. But assist with what? The thought eluded her. She bounced over to her master's bedside, only to discover her master cocooned within the blankets. Although the reason for this peculiar behavior eluded her, she thought little of it and settled herself atop the covers. "Master, what are you doing?" Bai Yaowei inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Beneath the blankets, Su Jiqian was taken aback to hear Bai Yaowei's voice, realizing it was not Sister Long as she had anticipated. Yet, she felt compelled to speak. Should she suddenly emerge, would it frighten Bai Yaowei? No, she mused. Even if it startled her, this misunderstanding could not continue. Just as Su Jiqian was about to call out and clarify the situation, she suddenly felt a soft little hand slipping through the blanket, gently caressing her abdomen. Su Jiqian's expression shifted dramatically, her words caught in her throat. What are you doing, Bai Shimi?" Perched atop the blankets, Bai Yaowei was exploring with her hands. During her previous visit to wake her master, Sister Hu had mentioned that only by becoming her master's companion could one rest together. Although Sister Hu had stubbornly refused to divulge how to achieve that status, Sister Su had imparted some knowledge to her. With no one around, this was the perfect opportunity to express her feelings to her master. Even for Bai Yaowei, the prospect was dauntingly shy. She recalled Sister Su's instructions and, summoning her courage, spoke. "Master, I have liked you for a long time. I wish to become your master. Let us be together." As Bai Yaowei spoke, her soft little hand grew restless, seemingly searching for something. Her delicate feet, clad in white silk, became ensnared in the blankets at that moment. Su Jiqian felt her cheeks flush crimson upon hearing Bai Yaowei's declaration. Those 3 lines were precisely what she had taught Bai Shimi. To think they would be directed at her today? Was it truly so sentimental? The very words she had imparted? Su Jiqian could sense Bai Yaowei's little hand probing into questionable territory. This was part of her earlier instruction, to accompany a confession with action. However, she thought in dismay. "This is futile. I am not. Oh no, I have been discovered." Her face ablaze with embarrassment. Su Jiqian could not help but emit a soft gasp. At that moment, Bai Yaowei abruptly withdrew her hand, her expression a mix of disbelief. Had she just heard Sister Su's voice? Bai Yaowei suddenly sensed something was amiss, seizing a corner of the blanket and forcefully pulling it aside. At this moment, Su Jiqian was utterly bashful, clutching the blanket with an iron grip, unwilling to let go. She absolutely could not be discovered. If her secret were unveiled, how could she ever meet with her junior sister Bai again? It would be exceedingly awkward. Bai Yaowei, sensing that the stalemate was unyielding, deftly slipped under the covers. Within the shroud of darkness, the violet hues of Su Jiqian's eyes met the pristine whiteness of Bai Yaowei's gaze. Their expressions gradually became exaggerated. Su Jiqian, Bai Yaowei. A few minutes later, both Su Jiqian and Bai Yaowei found themselves seated on their master's bed. The blush on their cheeks had yet to fade, and an atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped them. Their postures were somewhat rigid, and for a moment, neither spoke. Ultimately, it was Bai Yaowei who broke the silence. "Sister Su, do you remember losing to me along with Sister Lung in the Jinshin Tower?" Su Jiqian nodded. Bai Yaowei continued. "According to the rules of our wager, the losing party must unconditionally obey the victor for a day. Let us make a pact. You must promise me that today's events shall remain confidential." Su Jiqian solemnly nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well, that suits me perfectly." Bai Yaowei still felt a hint of uncertainty. She extended her pinky. "Let us seal it with a promise." Su Jiqian mirrored her action, intertwining their pinkies. The scene shifted to the following morning in Lung Luoli's chamber. The rosy glow on her face had yet to fully dissipate, and she currently appeared somewhat fatigued. Breathing softly, nestled against Chen Ye's chest, they engaged in light conversation. Chen Ye spoke. "Do you remember me mentioning that your breakthrough was impressive? What reward would you like?" Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Luoli pecked him gently on the cheek and replied without hesitation, "Liar has already received the best reward she could wish for." Chen Ye felt a sudden wave of bashfulness at her response. This sensation was peculiar. Despite having confessed their feelings and being together, his heart still raced instinctively whenever she expressed her affection. No matter how many times he heard it, it never grew tiresome. Chen Ye affectionately tousled her hair and said softly, "Liar, I cherish you too, forever." They shared a tender moment, nestled together on the bed, until Lung Luoli finally rose to adjust her attire. Approaching the wardrobe, she retrieved a long dress, holding it before her and inquiring, "Master, what do you think of this one?" Chen Ye scrutinized the garment she held. The dress bore a minimalistic design, exuding an air of elegance. Draped upon Lung Luoli, it perfectly accentuated her refined grace. Certainly, it remains a captivating icy blue. Chen Ye nodded in admiration, remarking on its excellence. With her master's approval, Lung Luoli joyfully changed into the attire. Subsequently, she opened another compartment of the wardrobe, revealing an array of socks in various styles. Casually, she picked up a glossy pair and inquired of her master, "Master, what about this one?" She recalled that senior sister Su had mentioned it was her master's favorite. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's expression momentarily faltered. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a perplexing conundrum, necessitating careful contemplation before responding. He scrutinized Lung Luoli with keen attention. Her legs, reminiscent of a character from a comic, appeared stunning no matter the garment. Her flawless physique, devoid of any embellishments, radiated an innate beauty that required no adornment. Perhaps it was best to refrain from wearing anything at all. Chen Ye seemed to grapple with a decision that demanded profound reflection, ultimately arriving at his conclusion. Observing her master's serious demeanor, Lung Luoli could not help but giggle. With a beaming smile, she approached her master, wrapping her arms around his. Her delicate visage was mere inches from his cheek as she playfully remarked, "Is there really any need for such tension, master?" Chapter 117. Cultivating with Yang Qinlin. Is it truly necessary to be this anxious, master? Lear isn't genuinely upset. Cold Luoli remarked. Let us proceed. Everyone must already be engaged in their training. Cold Luoli, indeed, complied with her master's preference, opting not to wear socks. Her exquisitely shaped calves were exposed to the air, showcasing her perfection. Chen Ye forced a shy smile, surprised at how evident his contemplative demeanor had become. Very well. Let's go. After adjusting their attire, the two stepped outside and arrived at the plaza of the Tianxian Hall. At that moment, Long Lan maintained a serious expression while instructing Yang Qinlin in her practice. They had not taken a moment's respite, continuing their training until dawn. Su Jiqian had also risen early, meditating in the plaza. Sensing her master's presence, Su Jiqian instantly opened her eyes. Having not seen her master all night, she had long felt a pang of longing. As she opened her beautiful eyes, her pastel purple irises turned toward her master. Her gaze lingered on her master for a moment before shifting in astonishment toward Cold Luoli. Today, Cold Junior Sister appeared significantly more beautiful. Her attire seemed to exude greater elegance as well. Su Jiqian quickly rose and stood before Cold Junior Sister, scrutinizing her closely, and asked in confusion, Cold Junior Sister, have you encountered some fortuitous event? What has made you so stunning today? Please, enlighten me. As a succubus, Su Jiqian was utterly defenseless against the allure of beauty, eagerly wanting to extract the secret from Cold Junior Sister. Cold Luoli glanced down at herself, unable to discern any substantial difference from her usual appearance. If anything seemed altered, it was merely the outfit chosen by her master. So that was the reason. With this realization, Cold Luoli revealed a mischievous smile. You can guess, but I shan't tell you. After all, you always indulge in your little secrets. It was a deliberate act of retribution, undeniably revengeful. Su Jiqian, upon hearing this, stomped her feet in frustration, her emotions roiling like turbulent waves in front of her. Cold Luoli observed this scene, feeling even more exasperated. I will absolutely not divulge it. Seeing her master arrive, Yang Qinlin hurried over. She performed a perfectly formal bow, her voice grave as she declared, Greetings, master. Chen Ye nodded in acknowledgement, saying, There is no need for such formality. I see you have practiced the god-slaying spear throughout the night. Let us evaluate your progress now. Come to the center of the plaza. Upon hearing that her master would personally guide her training, Yang Qinlin was overwhelmed with excitement. To receive instruction from such a formidable master was a rare blessing that most cultivators could only dream of. She knew she must exert herself to the utmost. The two faced each other in the plaza, ready for combat. Chen Ye casually picked up an ordinary longsword and gestured to Yang Qinlin, saying, Make your move. Yang Qinlin bowed respectfully and replied, As you command. No sooner had the words left her lips than she raised her spear and charged towards her master. Previously, while training with Long Lan, he had primarily guided her in the application of spiritual power during the execution of techniques. However, it was through sparring with an opponent wielding a spear, akin to her own, that she would hasten her growth and recognize her shortcomings. Gripping the spear with increasing determination, Yang Qinlin infused her spiritual energy into it and unleashed the first form of the god-slaying spear, the god-devouring thrust. The silver spear began to tremble uncontrollably in her hands. Emitting a resonant hum, as though a silver dragon were sealed within, roaring to be released. The silver light gradually permeated the spear shaft, and when she had gathered sufficient power, she thrust forward with great force. Just as the silver light was about to burst forth, Chen Ye swiftly moved, intercepting her spear with his own. The tip of her spear was deflected upward, causing her attack to miss its mark. Chen Ye instructed, though this technique possesses formidable strength, one must also prioritize agility. Failing to strike the enemy is merely a waste of spiritual energy. Again, hearing her master's guidance, Yang Qinlin looked at her spear with renewed resolve. She understood that she could not solely rely on the power of her techniques. Her foundational skills required equal attention. Firmly grasping her spear, she lunged toward Chen Ye, unleashing a flurry of thrusts akin to a rain of spearheads. Rather than evading her onslaught, Chen Ye utilized his spear to deflect each of her strikes, all the while articulating her shortcomings and how she might rectify them. Su Jiqian and the others sat nearby, captivated by their master's movements, utterly entranced. They had never witnessed him employ such a bold and expansive style of attack. The sight of their master, so serious and focused, was undeniably impressive. In previous lessons, Chen Ye had often favored explanation over action, demonstrating techniques before they were applied in practice. This was largely due to the nature of the martial arts being taught. Yang Qinlin's discipline was weapon-centric, necessitating Chen Ye to immerse himself in combat to provide effective instruction. In contrast, Su Jiqian's method, which focused solely on the release of spiritual power, represented a different approach to training. Although instructing Yang Qinlin proved more demanding, Chen Ye did not feel fatigued. Guiding his disciples brought him a profound sense of fulfillment. Their training continued until noon. Under the intensity of their sparring, even the physically robust Yang Qinlin began to feel exhaustion. Initially, she had taken on the role of the aggressor, with Chen Ye defending. However, as her stamina waned, she found herself gasping for breath, her body drenched in fragrant sweat, and the gentle breeze offered a welcome coolness. As her physical strength waned, her speed of attack gradually diminished. It was now Chen Ye who took the initiative to strike, while Yang Qinlin assumed a defensive posture. However, after several exchanges, even her defenses began to falter. In a moment of inattention, Chen Ye's spear came crashing towards her right arm. With no time to raise her weapon in defense, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable impact. It was only fitting that a disciple should face punishment for errors made during training. This blow was one she had prepared herself to endure. Yet, after a prolonged moment of anticipation, she felt no pain. Confused, she opened her eyes to glance at her right shoulder. The master's spear had halted mere inches from her shoulder, not delivering the expected strike. Under her watchful gaze, the master retracted the spear, his expression grave as he remarked, "To close your eyes in battle is hardly a wise decision. Such an act is perilously reckless." Realizing the misunderstanding, Yang Qinlin hastily shook her head and explained, "No, it's not like that. I thought you were going to punish me." Chapter 118. The Divine Food Division. Yang Qinlin's marksmanship was imparted to her by her mother, who was exceedingly strict. Any hint of negligence would result in punishment through rigorous practice of fundamental skills. While this approach was not without merit, over time she became accustomed to such relentless training. Upon encountering the gentle guidance of her master, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed. This method of instruction was markedly different from what she had previously experienced. Yet, it seemed quite delightful. With such a tender mentor to guide her, her enthusiasm for cultivation appeared to blossom. Chen Ye patted her shoulder and smiled, saying, "You are no longer children. Naturally, you have matured." He understood that one cannot coddle their disciples indefinitely, lest they become spoiled in adulthood. However, the disciples he had taken under his wing were already grown and possessed a profound understanding of the principles of life. He would not repeat useless platitudes like a mere echo. As Chen Ye spoke, he noticed a multitude of disciples soaring into the air, heading towards a distant peak. He recognized that mountain as the site of the Divine Food Division. The previous day, Elder Shin Shi had mentioned that the division would soon commence operations. Considering the time, it was indeed noon, the perfect opportunity to explore. Turning to the somewhat weary Yang Qinlin, Chen Ye suggested, "Let us take a moment to rest. I shall lead you to a meal." To his surprise, Yang Qinlin vigorously shook her head, her expression earnest as she replied, "Master, time is of the essence. I am quite well. I am not hungry. We can continue our practice." In her eyes, the time for cultivation was exceptionally precious. How could one squander such invaluable moments on mere sustenance? Chen Ye had already prepared to ascend into the air with the group, but upon hearing her words, he hesitated. His expression turned to one of resignation. Come now, you may not fear hunger, but do you not see that your master truly desires a meal? Such a statement casts me in a rather lazy light. Rubbing his temples, he spoke gravely. Ahem, while we must not neglect our cultivation. The nourishment provided by the divine food division can significantly enhance a cultivator's abilities and greatly aid in our practice. Do take care not to overexert yourself. Let us hasten. As Chen Ye concluded, Yang Qinlin appeared ready to protest further. But, master, seeing her hesitation, Chen Ye swiftly released his spiritual energy, lifting the group into the air without another word. In a flurry, they ascended rapidly. Afterward, Chen Ye wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, relieved that he had not missed the opportunity for lunch. This disciple was so diligent that it truly felt as though she would not allow him a moment's respite. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he guided the group towards the divine food division, perched atop the mountain. From that elevated vantage point, the view of the divine food division was breathtaking, offering a unique charm. On the mountainside, a series of terraced fields cascade gracefully. From the summit, a stream of crystalline water flows effortlessly, nurturing each patch of land. The terraces are adorned with an array of vibrant herbs and mystical plants, flourishing and poised for harvest. In the flatter areas, livestock grazes peacefully. Above the mountain, a resplendent rainbow arches, lending an enchanting aura to the landscape, reminiscent of a fairy tale. Dining in such a picturesque setting elevates one's spirits immensely. Chen Ye, accompanied by his companions, arrived at the entrance of the divine cuisine hall. From the outside, it resembled an expansive dining hall, constructed entirely of wood, with a circular roof that imparts a sense of spaciousness within. The decor is warm and inviting, exuding a high aesthetic appeal. A considerable number of disciples had already gathered, voraciously enjoying their meals at the tables in the hall. Chen Ye could hear their astonished exclamations. I have never tasted food this exquisite in my life. How blissful it is to cultivate at Tianxin sect. I can feel the spiritual energy circulating within me, replenishing the immense energy I just expended during practice. This is truly remarkable. Consuming this food endows one with extraordinary strength. They even burst into song. Seeing the excitement radiating from the disciples, Chen Ye's curiosity grew. As he and his companions appeared at the entrance, they attracted the attention of all present. To the disciples, the sect leader and his favored disciple were akin to a celestial couple, an embodiment of perfection. The sect leader, strikingly handsome and elegant, was surrounded by disciples brimming with individuality, each seemingly glowing with an inner light that inspired admiration. To behold the sect leader is to glimpse the very pinnacle of their aspirations and cultivation. Many disciples stepped forward to pay their respects. Good afternoon, sect leader. It is an honor to meet you. Noticing this, Chen Ye smiled and waved in acknowledgement. One bold female disciple, emboldened by the sect leader's affable demeanor, ventured to exclaim, Sect leader, you are so handsome. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's smile faltered momentarily. Was this a greeting? It must be considered as such. He couldn't disregard the affection of his charming disciples. Chen Ye extended his hand, intending to respond with a smile. However, at that moment, Su Jiqian stepped forward and linked her arm through his, casting a wary glance at the female disciple. Her expression suggested she was ready to bare her teeth in warning. The sect leader already had enough admirers. If he attracted too many more, it might be days before she had a moment with him. Sect leader, let us head inside, Su Jiqian said, her grip on his arm a declaration of her position. Observing this, Chen Ye awkwardly withdrew his hand but still exchanged a glance with the female disciple, who blushed deeply under his gaze. All right, let us go, Chen Ye replied, then led the group into the grand hall. At the far end of the hall stood several stoves, each topped with a massive chimney that vented the smoke outside. 6 female disciples, their aprons tightly fitted, were fervently manipulating the woks before them. They appeared to be utterly engrossed in their tasks. Elder Shen, she also took to the scene herself, though her demeanor seemed somewhat different from what Chen Ye remembered. In Chen Ye's recollection, Shen Shi always appeared lethargic, as if she had just awakened. However, at this moment, she seemed invigorated, fervently directing the 6 disciples of the divine cuisine department. Is this how you hold the wok? Without infusing your spiritual energy into the ingredients. How can you create exceptional spirit dishes? What did I teach you yesterday? She appeared quite irritable. The 6 female disciples, overwhelmed by her shouts, wore expressions of distress. It seemed that their first day of operation required every ounce of their effort. Chapter 119. Supplementing the master upon witnessing Chen Ye's dedicated instruction of her disciples. Chen Ye's earlier concerns dissipated entirely. The Chen Ye he observed in her teaching role was a markedly different persona from her everyday self. After concluding her lessons, she turned around and spotted Chen Ye's figure. As soon as she recognized the arrival of the esteemed sect leader, her petite, hamster-like ears perked up, and she hurriedly approached him. Esteemed sect leader, you have arrived. We have prepared a space for you on the 2nd floor, where it is quieter. Chen Ye respectfully informed Chen Ye. Chen Ye shook his head and casually led everyone to an available table nearby. There is no need for that. I prefer a lively atmosphere. Let us remain here. Chen Ye was not one to indulge in pretentiousness. Mingling with his disciples brought him immense comfort. Noticing this, she nodded in agreement. She then retrieved a menu from her apron pocket and presented it to Chen Ye. Esteemed sect leader, what would you like to eat? If there is something not listed, feel free to let me know directly. Chen Ye was pleasantly surprised to find he could order his own meal. He took the menu and perused its offerings. Curiously, the items listed did not display prices, but rather points. At Tianqian sect, whether dining in the divine food department or collecting weapons from the forging department, no spirit stones were required. Instead, consumption was based on points, which disciples earned by completing tasks or achieving breakthroughs. Tasks were generally assigned by elders and could involve aiding nearby towns or attending to matters within the sect. Of course, the highest and most straightforward points were awarded for breakthroughs in cultivation. This system, established by Chen Ye, aimed to encourage disciples to advance more swiftly, allowing him to accumulate additional system points. However, as the sect leader, Chen Ye was exempt from such expenditures. Not particularly well-versed in culinary delights, Chen Ye found himself indecisive after a prolonged examination of the menu. Observing his hesitation, Su Jiqian seemed to suddenly conceive a mischievous idea. With a sly smile, she turned to her master and suggested, "Master, shall I take the liberty of ordering for you?" Chen Ye, not inclined to refuse, handed the menu to her. Su Jiqian glanced at the menu, her expression indicating that none of the dishes seemed to meet her fancy. She then stood up and whispered something into Shen Shi's ear. "Elder Shen about that mi gu bai gu." Shen Shi looked at Su Jiqian with a puzzled expression, her demeanor somewhat adorably clueless. "Are you certain?" Su Jiqian nodded emphatically. Yes, master will surely enjoy it." Reluctantly acquiescing, Shen Shi bowed to Chen Ye before heading to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Sitting beside her, Lung Luo Li watched Su Jie with a hint of suspicion. "Must we whisper even when ordering food? Su Jie, you must have concocted some mischievous scheme." Knowing that questioning her sister would yield no fruitful answers, she turned her gaze to the opposite Hu Jiuyu and inquired, "Hu Shimei, you should be able to hear this, right? Sister Su just ordered what?" At this moment, Hu Jiuyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she covered her face with her hands. With a soft and tender voice, she implored, "Sister Lung, please spare me. I feel too embarrassed to speak." Observing her demeanor, Lung Loli decided to abandon her inquiries. In pursuit of culinary excellence, Shen Shi personally took to the kitchen, and soon an array of delectable dishes was presented on the dining table. As the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks immediately. Chen Ye gazed at the food, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Su Jiqian had not only ordered stir-fried kidneys, but also lamb testicles, sea cucumbers, chives, loaches, and more. Whether from the sky or the sea, these were all treasures brimming with vitality. "Master, it must be exhausting to teach your disciples every day. Allow me to assist you," Su Jiqian offered, serving a dish to Chen Ye, her expression filled with anticipation. Noticing his eldest disciple's eagerness, Chen Ye felt compelled to honor her intentions. However, he quipped, "Are you sure this assistance is appropriate? Overindulgence can lead to excessive heat." With a resigned smile, Chen Ye took a bite. The flavor was exquisite. The kidneys were devoid of any unpleasant taste, retaining a fragrant richness without being greasy. This perfect flavor was a delight Chen Ye had never encountered before. The culinary skills of chefs from Blue Star paled in comparison to those of the practitioners dedicated to ingredients in this world. Initially, Lung Loli had reservations about greasy foods. Yet, Witnessing her master enjoy the meal so heartily, she tentatively took a taste herself. To her surprise, the flavor was astonishingly delightful. As she marveled at the remarkable taste, she noticed Sister Su was almost filling Chen Ye's bowl with food. This stirred a sense of dissatisfaction in Lung Luoli. How could Sister Su monopolize the attentions? She, too, cherished her master. Thus, she extended her chopsticks to add a dish to his bowl. "Master, take your time," she said gently. Witnessing the actions of the two sisters, Bayame pondered thoughtfully. She too served a dish to her master, echoing Sister Su's words. "Master, let me assist you as well." Chen Ye, seeing even Bayame following suit, could only smile helplessly. "Please, do not follow Sister Su's misguided example," he thought. "And you, unlike your sister, cannot help alleviate the heat." At that moment, Long Lan subtly cast a glance at Chen Ye, her grip on the chopsticks betraying her contemplative state. Xiao Bai, oblivious to the implications, randomly picked up food. Yet, Long Lan understood everything. The thought of serving the master with such nourishing delicacies made her blush with shyness. Moreover, given the presence of her former subordinates, the idea felt particularly awkward. Nonetheless, observing everyone serving food to their master evoked a sense of happiness. She longed for. If she were to serve dishes to the esteemed sect master, surely he would appreciate her attentiveness even more. Long Lan pondered for quite some time before ultimately resolving her thoughts. What of the dignity of the dragon sovereign? For now, it mattered little. Anyone who dared to mock her would be swiftly silenced. All she desired was the sect master's affection, and that alone sufficed. Dignity could be set aside for the moment. She reached for her chopsticks and added a dish to Chen Ye's bowl. Chen Ye responded with a smile. "Thank you. I appreciate everyone's kindness." Chen Ye felt that with such care shown towards him, he simply could not remain silent. Upon hearing the sect master's gratitude, Long Lan's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, wonderful things were bound to unfold. At the table, there were 6 individuals, yet hardly anyone was genuinely enjoying the meal. Only Yang Qinlin was diligently savoring her food. What just happened? She was unaware, but the food was delightful. With each bite, she sensed her depleted spiritual energy being replenished, as though her cultivation was subtly rising. Chapter 120. Sorrow beneath the moonlight. After the feast, Chen Ye led the group back. The dishes prepared by the Divine Cuisine Department had the remarkable ability to enhance the disciples' cultivation, thereby bolstering the overall strength of the sect. As they were about to depart, Chen Ye praised Shen Shi for her diligent efforts. In response, Shen Shi offered to send food to the Tianxian Hall through a messenger whenever the sect leader was unavailable, thus alleviating the need for frequent trips. Upon returning to the Tianxian Hall, Chen Ye, intent on helping Yang Qinlin swiftly elevate her cultivation in preparation for the upcoming duel, continued to guide her in her practice without rest. His training regimen was notably strenuous, yet it yielded significant results. It was only by evening that Yang Qinlin's spiritual energy had been thoroughly depleted, prompting Chen Ye to finally consider rest. This time, his decision was not born of laziness, but rather a concern for Yang Qinlin's well-being. After bidding farewell to his disciples, Chen Ye retreated to his chamber. He had hoped for a restful slumber to rejuvenate for the following day's teachings. However, he found himself restless, perhaps due to the copious nourishing foods consumed earlier in the day. After tossing and turning for a while, he begrudgingly sat up. Through the window, he observed that the moonlight outside was particularly radiant this night. "Ah, these disciples truly give one reason for concern," he murmured to himself. "If I cannot sleep, perhaps a stroll will suffice." He had entirely forgotten the amount of tonics he had ingested, with his disciples persistently filling his bowl with delicacies, all of which were extraordinary in their restorative properties. Wandering through the expansive Tianxian Hall, he discovered a sizable garden to the west. In its center lay a fountain, surrounded by a labyrinth of flora. Having never ventured here before, Chen Ye decided to explore. As he approached the fountain, he unexpectedly spotted a figure standing by it, gazing intently downward. In the Tianxian Hall, aside from the Grand Elder, the only individuals present were Chen Ye's direct disciples. The silhouette resembled that of Hu Jui. Surprised to encounter his third disciple here, Chen Ye approached her with curiosity. Hu Jui stood by the fountain, her gaze fixed upon the crystal-clear water, which reflected the luminous moon above. An aficionado of moonlit evenings, she had chosen to forego rest in her room to bask in the beauty of the night. As she admired the moon through the water's surface, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of her own eyes. a pair of unique double pupils resembling tiny hearts. Though her master and senior sister had never shown disdain for her, she could not escape feelings of inadequacy, particularly when surrounded by the striking beauty of others' eyes. Her delicate fingers brushed the corners of her own eyes, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. Turning her head, she was greeted by the sight of her master approaching. "Master, you are still awake at such a late hour?" Chen Ye nodded lightly and approached the edge of the fountain, leaning against the protective wall as he inquired, Why haven't you taken a break?" He couldn't find sleep due to an overindulgence in certain matters. Yet, it seemed improbable that a young lady would face such a dilemma. At this thought, Chen Ye perceived a hint of melancholy in Hu Jiuyu's demeanor. Although she had never shed tears, their prolonged companionship had allowed him to sense subtle differences. What occupies your thoughts?" Chen Ye gently asked. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Jiuyu leaned closer towards her master and slowly replied. Yue is pondering why she feels different from everyone else. "The skin of my senior and junior sisters is fair, shimmering with a silvery glow under the sun. Their eyes possess a captivating beauty, and every time I meet their gaze, I feel an unsettling difference. Why am I like this, born different from them?" Though Hu Jiuyu seldom spoke of such matters, it did not imply she had never contemplated them. Most times, her insecurities were suppressed, allowing her to forget amidst joy. Yet, in the stillness of night, those thoughts would resurface. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye's pupils quivered slightly. Hu Jiuyu's skin bore a healthy wheat tone, a rarity on this continent. Her eyes, too, held an ominous portent in the mundane world. However, Chen Ye had never perceived her complexion as unattractive. In fact, he found her eyes to be exquisite. Her features were extraordinarily refined, astonishingly beautiful regardless of how long one gazed. It was only within the halls of Tianxian that her beauty seemed eclipsed by many others, causing her to overlook her own exceptional allure. Chen Ye felt compelled to offer her encouragement, helping her to recognize her own virtues. He extended his arms and embraced Hu Jiuyu, speaking tenderly yet earnestly. "Your senior and junior sisters each possess their own individuality and traits. Su Ji Qian's horns are distinctive, while Lung Luo Li's icy demeanor renders her somewhat unapproachable. Bai Yahweh's angelic locks resemble a celestial being descended, and Yang Qin Lin exudes a striking elegance. None of them have ever felt inferior because of their unique attributes. Yue, whether it be your skin or your eyes, these are qualities you should take pride in. You are beautiful. I have always believed this." Hu Jiuyu lifted her gaze to meet her master's eyes, her heart racing in that moment. The earnest praise from her master filled her with a profound shyness. At the same time, she pondered his words seriously. Could it be that these are qualities unique to her? "Thank you, master. If it pleases you, then Yue is happy." A gentle smile began to grace her lips, gradually dispelling her earlier despondency. The clear moonlight cascaded over her face, and in that moment of smiling, she appeared particularly radiant. Chen Ye found himself momentarily entranced, his face unconsciously leaning closer. A flicker of delight crossed Hu Jiuyu's eyes as she instinctively extended her slender arms to encircle her master's neck. The soft sensation prompted her embrace to tighten, her long legs clad in over-the-knee stockings instinctively pressing together. Her gaze grew increasingly dreamy. Chen Ye perceived the delicate form in his arms as a warm furnace. Trembling ever so slightly, the unique fragrance of the ethereal being filled his senses, and perhaps due to an overindulgence in delicacies, his expression began to drift into a haze. "Yue, I apologize," he murmured. With that, the two collapsed onto the bench beside the hot spring. Chapter 121. Su Qiqian's epic weakening. Hu Jiu licked her soft lips, exhaling with a fragrant tone. "Do not utter apologies. It brings me immense joy that you, my master, cherish me. I earnestly wish for your affection, embracing the essence of your preferences. I too hold deep affection for you." Her melodious voice resonated in Chen Ye's ears, prompting him to extend his arms and encircle his obedient disciple's slender waist. Noticing her master's change, Hu Jiu's face blossomed with an excited smile. Her entire delicate figure nestled completely against her master's embrace. Chen Ye's lips once again experienced a gentle caress, yet this time, it was Hu Jiu who initiated the advance. "How peculiar! Why is my master absent again today?" Su Qiqian stood disheartened in Chen Ye's chamber. Her once vibrant lavender eyes began to dim. The fullness of her legs, clad in black ice silk stockings, unconsciously bent. She sulkily wrapped her arms around her knees, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. After all, she had ordered an abundance of delicacies for her master today, intending to treat him. Yet, her plans had faltered. But where could her master be? Having been away for 2 consecutive days? At this moment, Su Qiqian remained oblivious to the circumstances between her cold junior sister and her master. The reason she could discern the bond between Hu Jiyue and her master at a glance was the evident transformation in Hu Jiyue's demeanor, which had grown significantly more self-assured. The noble essence unique to elves had taken on a hint of allure. Meanwhile, Lung Luoli exhibited no noticeable changes. If there was any difference, it was that she appeared even more beautiful than before. Nevertheless, her cold exterior concealed any signs of vulnerability from her senior sister. Su Qiqian's first instinct was that her master had surely gone to find Hu Jiyue, that detestable junior sister. How dare she indulge in such deceit? She swiftly burst through the door, arriving at Hu Jiyue's chamber. With an indignant flourish, she flung open the door. "Caught you in the act," she shouted. However, to her surprise, the room was empty. The space was devoid of any presence, with the bed still neatly made, showing no signs of disturbance. Had she mistakenly accused her junior sister? Curse it! How could she ever doubt her adorable Hu Jiyue? As a senior sister, she felt utterly incompetent. Surely her master was occupied with sect affairs. Perhaps she would seek him out another day for guidance. Silently, Su Qiqian departed. Yet, after several days without her master's presence, her anticipation to see him began to swell. Next time, she must make it a grand occasion. The following morning, Chen Ye and Hu Jiyue sat together on a bench by the fountain, embracing one another as they gazed upon the morning sun. Not long ago, they had shared the experience of watching the sunrise together, which felt remarkably different. Hu Jiuyu's face was still slightly flushed, and a rosy hue appeared at the tips of her delicate, pointed ears. Her hair, once meticulously styled, had become somewhat disheveled. She wrapped her arms around her master's neck, her supple legs draped across his thighs. Her gaze was filled with deep affection as she looked at her master, resembling her succubus sister in that moment. In her hour of greatest need for solace, it was her master who emerged to comfort her. Her love for him had reached unparalleled heights. Only he could fulfill her desires and enter her heart. With a gaze brimming with adoration, she finally remembered something and said, "Master, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Chen Ye looked at her with a satisfied expression and inquired, "What is it, you?" In truth, Hu Jiuyue wanted to speak about Bai Yaowei. Having spent the most time with her, she understood Bai Yaowei better than any of her other sisters. This seemingly innocent girl had gradually come to comprehend the complexities of human relationships after interacting with others for so long. Hu Jiuyue was also aware that Bai Yaowei's feelings for her master had transcended the boundaries of a mere master-disciple bond. Thus, she felt compelled to inform her master in advance. Otherwise, if he did not harbor feelings for Bai Yaowei and rejected her when she confessed, it would undoubtedly cause her great sorrow. As Bai Yaowei's friend, Hu Jiuyue wished to shield her from such disappointment. With a gentle voice, Hu Jiuyue began, "Master, Bai Yaowei has always held feelings for you. She truly is a wonderful girl. No, a good sister, but that doesn't quite capture it. In short, she is an exceptionally good person. No, a splendid creature." Initially, Hu Jiuyue intended to refer to her as a child, but upon reflection, she realized that Bai Yaowei was much older than herself. However, calling her sister felt a bit odd. After several attempts, she finally found the words to express herself comfortably and continued, "Yesterday, she came to see you, but I'm not sure what she said. If you do not harbor any dislike for her, I hope you can treat her as you do me. Although I perhaps should not be saying this. After all, Sister Su was the first, yet, I still hope you can treat Bai Yaowei kindly." What Hu Jiuyue referred to as the last incident was Bai Yaowei's confession to Chen Ye, which had been interrupted by Su Qiqian. However, Hu Jiuyue was unaware of the full circumstances, believing that Bai Yaowei had indeed met with Chen Ye. Upon hearing that Bai Yaowei had sought him out the previous day, Chen Ye felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. He had spent the day with Lung Luoli, so Bai Yaowei must have not seen him. Regarding Bai Yaowei, she was the first disciple he had personally accepted after his 3 initial students. Their first encounter had led to a rather amusing misunderstanding, and after their joyful interactions, her sudden disappearance had genuinely caused him much concern. Upon discovering that Bai Yawei had departed out of necessity for the sake of a friend, Chen Ye felt not a semblance of anger. Rather, he found Bai Yawei to be even more admirable, a worthy disciple with whom he could share a lifetime. In the subsequent interactions, marked by subtle intimacies, Chen Ye often felt his cheeks flush. If Bai Yawei truly harbored affections for him, he too should reciprocate. "Ah, I understand," he remarked. Conversing further, Chen Ye expressed, "There is something else I wish to discuss with you." Hu Jiuyu, ever obedient, nodded attentively, awaiting her master's words. Chen Ye had yet to share the developments with his companions regarding his relationship with Lung Luoli. He had no intention of concealing this from them. However, the recent influx of events had left him with little time to speak. He decided to confide in Hu Jiuyu first. Not long ago, I started seeing Lung Luoli as well. Would you mind?" A flicker of surprise crossed Hu Jiuyu's face, but it was swiftly replaced by a radiant smile. "Of course not. Sister Lung is a dear friend of mine." Chapter 122. The cunning Lung Luoli. The three disciples have harbored affections for their master for quite some time. How delightful it is that you are together with senior sister Lung. She must be overjoyed, and you will surely share in her happiness. Hu Jiue remarked with a smile. Chen Ye noticed that these, his earliest three disciples, shared a genuine bond. They seemed utterly unconcerned about such matters. Nevertheless, he resolved to treat these three partners with utmost care. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you," Chen Ye declared earnestly. Hu Jiue tightened her embrace around her master's neck, her exquisitely delicate face drawing closer. While she did not mind the relationship between her master and senior sister Long, opportunities for such intimacy were rare. She wished to savor the moment with her master. The softness of his lips met her own, and her slender hands tenderly cradled his head. Her keen ears soon picked up the sound of footsteps approaching. Though she did not know who it was, she was reluctant to release her master. Before long, a tall figure emerged through the blossoms. Clad in a frosty blue gown, she was murmuring to herself, "How strange, I can't find master anywhere. Where could he have gone? Master, so you were here." And yet, this figure was, of course, Lung Luoli. Her gaze swiftly fell upon her master seated on the bench. She hurried over, a hint of indignation in her voice. "Master, not only did you neglect to take us for morning training, but you are also brazenly here in the garden with Hu Shimi. Ah, this is too much." At that moment, Chen Ye heard the voice of his second disciple and hastily extricated himself from Hu Jiue's embrace. Caught in the act, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, no, it's not what you think," he stammered, realizing too late that it was precisely what she imagined. How could he explain, or rather, defend himself? Lung Luoli's expression turned somewhat devious as her cold blue eyes fixed on Chen Ye. In a voice tinged with chill, she remarked, "Lier has seen everything, and yet you still wish to deny it. Master, you surely wouldn't want the elders and others to know that you neglect your disciples' training while secretly kissing one of them, would you? Then be obedient and come to my room tonight. I have matters to discuss with you, if you choose not to, and if others were to discover this." Chen Ye, now the master of the sect, felt a wave of embarrassment at the thought of such rumors spreading. However, he could not help but respond. "But Lier, you seem to be quite audacious today. Are you threatening your master? Do you truly believe I could be intimidated by you?" "Very well, I understand," Chen Ye replied with a sigh. "Indeed, I am quite susceptible to your threats. After all, this cannot entirely be deemed a threat." Upon receiving the desired response, Lung Luoli's expression relaxed, and her heart began to brim with anticipation. Noticing that it was getting late, Chen Ye decided against lingering any longer. After tidying his attire with Hu Jiue, he departed from the garden. Upon reaching the square, he discovered Yang Qinlin already engaged in her martial training with a spear. Bai Yawei accompanied her, deftly evading all of Yang's strikes. Meanwhile, Long Lan was absent, as she conducted her daily investigations into the sect's affairs. At that moment, Su Jiqian was seated beside her master's tea table. Instead of training, she gazed contemplatively at the freshly brewed teapot before her, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. The absence of her master during the two-night incursions left her feeling particularly disheartened. In her solitude, she could only savor the remnants from the teacup that her master had used. Chen Ye took a seat opposite her and, noticing Su Jiqian's distracted demeanor, inquired with curiosity, "Chinner, what are you pondering?" As he spoke, he adeptly lifted the teapot, discarding its contents before preparing a fresh brew. Upon hearing her master's voice, Su Jiqian's eyes sparkled with light. Without a word, she bypassed the teapot and enveloped Chen Ye's neck in an embrace. Her fair, delicate face nuzzled against his. As she whimpered, "Master, I miss you so much." Her voice was imbued with a sweetness that tugged at the heartstrings. Chen Ye, taken aback, was perplexed. What did she mean by missing him? Had they not been living together every day? Is my eldest disciple confused? He questioned, bewildered. Su Jiqian grasped Chen Ye's shoulders. Gazing at him with dreamy eyes, "That's not the case. You weren't here last night. Master, could you spend more time with me tonight?" Without hesitation, Chen Ye nodded. Since his eldest disciple desired his presence so earnestly, he saw no harm in indulging her. However, a thought struck him. Hadn't he just promised Lung Luoli that he would accompany her? This could become problematic. He had inadvertently agreed to both. At that moment, Chen Ye realized he was becoming increasingly busy with more and more needy disciples. After soothing Su Jiqian's emotions, he finally managed to extricate himself from her embrace. His immediate priority should be to focus on enhancing Yang Qinlin's cultivation. He could not afford to delay any longer. He stepped into the center of the square and addressed Yang Qinlin. "I apologize for my tardiness. I shall now begin to guide your training. Let us strive to break through 3 minor realms within a month. After practicing the techniques I provided, transcending from the postnatal realm to the innate realm should pose no difficulty. However, to ensure that Yang Qinlin shines even brighter upon her return to her family, I believe it necessary for her to surpass those elders within her clan who are still in the foundation establishment stage." Yang Qinlin remained exceptionally composed as she respectfully replied, "Master, you are not late. As the leader of Tiangshuanzong, I am certain you have numerous responsibilities each day. It is truly an honor for me to receive your personal guidance in my cultivation." Chen Ye observed Yang Qinlin, her expression a blend of seriousness, respect, and admiration directed towards him, and he felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. Indeed, he was quite busy, yet it did not seem like the conventional kind of busyness. There lingered a sense that he had deceived Yang Qinlin in some way. Nevertheless, if that was her perception, so be it. Clearing his throat, he waved his hand and said, "There is no need for pleasantries. Let us begin." Upon seeing this, Yang Qinlin adjusted her stance, gripping her long spear tightly, and then lunged towards her master. The two engaged in their training until the depths of the night. Whenever Yang Qinlin felt her spiritual energy waning, she would retreat to the hot spring to rejuvenate herself. The spiritual energy within the hot spring was exceptionally rich, effectively replenishing her own. However, excessive absorption of this energy could lead to a depletion of the hot spring's vitality, as it too required time to regenerate its energy. Chapter 123. Yang Qinlin and Lung Luoli. If the spiritual energy of the spirit spring pool diminishes, meals will still be delivered by the disciples of the divine cuisine department at noon and evening, thereby swiftly replenishing spiritual energy. While absorbing spirit stones can yield commendable results, the pace is somewhat languid. The process of refining the spiritual energy from spirit stones for personal use is considerably swifter than the natural recovery of one's own energy, particularly for ordinary cultivators. However, for Yang Qinlin, who urgently seeks speed, employing these unique methods proves to be far more advantageous. The two continued their practice until the late hours of the night, by which time the disciples had retired for rest. In the vast square, only Yang Qinlin and Chen Ye remained. The intense training had nearly exhausted Yang Qinlin's physical strength. She was drenched in fragrant sweat, beads glistening on her delicate cheeks. The evening breeze was a touch chilly, sending a shiver down her spine. Nevertheless, she paid it no mind, accepting it as part of her cultivation journey. Noticing the late hour and the fatigue etched on the disciples' faces, Chen Ye retracted the long spear used for their practice, saying, "You are quite fatigued. Go wash up and rest. We shall continue tomorrow." After speaking, seeing the sheen of sweat on her and feeling the brisk wind, he removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. Although cultivators do not fall ill from the cold, they still experience discomfort. In the dim light, Yang Qinlin grasped her master's coat, her gaze lingering on the somewhat obscured features of Chen Ye. His subtly handsome visage appeared even more alluring in that moment. She could feel the warmth radiating from the coat, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Her master had spent the entire day accompanying her in her training, a privilege that even her senior sisters had not enjoyed. The time he devoted to her left her feeling both cherished and a bit bashful. Yang Qinlin's spirited eyes momentarily averted their gaze from her master. The more kindness he showed her, the less she could meet his eyes directly. It was as if something within her was stirring restlessly. "Thank you for your guidance, master. Good night," she said, her typically rational tone now betraying a hint of anxiety. "See you tomorrow," Chen Ye replied softly, giving her back a gentle pat before turning to leave. Yang Qinlin watched his retreating figure until the door closed behind him, reluctantly pulling her gaze away. During these past days, aside from the tranquility found in their shared practice, her thoughts were often consumed by her master's presence. She could not quite fathom why. In preparation for the next day's training and to achieve optimal condition, Yang Qinlin made her way to the hot spring, intending to cleanse her sweat-soaked body for a swift transition into slumber. Upon arriving at the hot spring and changing her clothes, she approached the water's edge, only to discover another figure already present in the pool. It was quite late, and yet a certain senior sister was still awake, taking a bath. Yang Qinlin, wrapped in a towel, had submerged herself in the bath water. Only then did she notice the senior sister with her icy blue hair elegantly tied up, with her serene countenance. It was unmistakably the cool senior sister, Lung Luoli. Upon reflection, this might be the first time she found herself alone with Lung Luoli. Previously, they had always been surrounded by others, so the atmosphere had never felt awkward. Now, with just the two of them, should she extend a greeting? Otherwise, it might come across as discourteous. Yang Qinlin vividly recalled her first day as a novice, when she had accidentally barged into Lung Luoli's room. Surely, Lung Luoli wasn't still upset with her, was she? The thought of how to greet her left Yang Qinlin at a loss. At that moment, Lung Luoli sat with her eyes closed, deep in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the presence of another in the pool beside her. Yang Qinlin found herself momentarily speechless. The air was thick with an unsettling silence. After a while, Lung Luoli slowly opened her exquisite eyes. The reason she was bathing so late was that her master had promised to visit her room that evening, prompting her to prepare herself meticulously. Just moments ago, she had been pondering what to wear. Upon sensing another's presence, she turned her gaze towards Yang Qinlin, when Lung Luoli's expression was devoid of emotion. Her visage radiated an icy demeanor, as if she had been provoked. Overall, she appeared rather unapproachable. As Lung Luoli's gaze fell upon her, Yang Qinlin felt a tremor run through her from head to toe. Oh no, oh no. The expression on Lung Luoli's face suggested she was quite displeased. She must still remember that incident. As a junior sister, she had to take the initiative to apologize. Yang Qinlin hurriedly spoke, "See, cool senior sister, good evening." With an impassive expression, Lung Luoli replied, "Good evening to you as well." After saying this, she averted her gaze, focusing instead on the water's surface. Yang Qinlin had taken the first step in initiating a conversation. However, she now found herself in a precarious situation. What should she do after greeting her? Surely, she couldn't let the dialogue end with just a single phrase. They were fellow disciples, and the awkwardness was palpable. No, she couldn't let it remain like this. She had to take the initiative to apologize. Resolutely, Yang Qinlin brought her hands together, raised them above her head, and then bowed her head earnestly, saying, "Cool senior sister. I sincerely apologize for barging into your room earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Your junior sister understands her mistake." After her words, she cautiously observed Lung Luoli's expression. Lung Luoli was initially taken aback by her confession. After a moment of reflection, she recalled the incident from days prior. If it hadn't been mentioned, she might have almost forgotten. A flush of bashfulness crept onto Lung Luoli's cheeks as the memory resurfaced. Upon reflection, an overwhelming sense of shyness enveloped her. However, she was surprised to discover that her junior, Yang, had consistently remembered this matter and harbored a lingering sense of regret. In truth, she found herself no longer angry. To consider, had it not been for Yang fortuitously opening her door, she would have spent the night restless with embarrassment, and consequently, would not have encountered their revered master outside, nor would she have experienced the subsequent bliss. It was indeed thanks to Yang that her fortunes had changed. With a flushed visage, Lung Luoli shook her head and smiled, saying, "Senior sister, I harbor no anger, and you need not concern yourself. We are all disciples of our master. As long as you do not engage in any ill deeds towards him, I wholeheartedly welcome you." Yang Qinlin, taken aback by the sight of her senior sister's bashful demeanor, felt an unexpected surprise. Who would have thought that this seemingly aloof sister could also experience shyness? Moreover, Her senior did not seem to hold any resentment towards her. Perhaps she was not as difficult to approach as she had initially perceived. Had she misjudged her senior? With a serious expression, Yang Qinlin replied, "Our master has provided me with shelter, sustenance, healing, teachings of martial arts, and guidance in my cultivation. I, Yang Qinlin, shall undoubtedly dedicate my life to repaying our master's kindness, and I will not tolerate any harm coming to him from anyone." Chapter 124. Anxious Chen Ye. Yang Qinlin's expression was exceedingly serious, her gratitude towards her master immeasurable. At this moment, the sect and her master constituted her entire world. The only goal she had in mind for her former family was revenge, as she no longer held any attachments to them after the demise of her parents. Observing her earnest demeanor, Lung Lully nodded in satisfaction. As long as junior sister Yang was wholeheartedly devoted to their master, she could accept her. While nodding, Lung Lully suddenly noticed a towel floating on the water's surface. This was the towel that had slipped from Yang's body when she had clasped her hands together moments ago. At that moment, Yang Qinlin's figure was fully revealed. Lung Lully scrutinized her closely. She was nearly of the same stature as myself. Suddenly, she appeared considerably more approachable, certainly more so than the tumultuous senior sister. Feeling that she had soaked long enough, Lung Lully wrapped herself in the towel and rose to her feet. Surely, her master would come looking for her soon. She must make herself presentable. Junior sister Yang, I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow, she bid farewell to her junior sister before departing. Yang Qinlin waved goodbye, her heart finally easing as the weight upon her chest lifted. It was truly wonderful to foster good relationships with everyone. It seemed they were all easy to get along with. Life ahead would undoubtedly be fascinating. In Chen Ye's room, he paced back and forth, his mind in disarray. Today, he had promised to meet Lung Lully, yet he had also committed to seeing Su Qiqian. It was already evening, and both disciples were surely waiting for him. What should he do? He certainly could not conjure another version of himself. As he noted the time growing late, he realized if the disciples came looking for him, they might inadvertently run into each other, leading to complications. Regardless, he needed to make a decision swiftly. Since he had initially promised Lung Lully, he would visit her first. As for what to do afterward, he would figure that out later. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye pushed open his door and made his way to Lung Lully's room. Upon reaching her door, he knocked gently and, receiving permission, entered. Inside, Lung Lully was at her vanity, tidying her appearance. She was not applying makeup, but rather selecting an appropriate necklace to adorn her graceful neck. After perusing her options, she ultimately chose the dragon scale necklace gifted to her by Long Lan. Upon seeing her master enter, Lung Lully stood, her bare shoulders clad only in a camisole, her fair skin almost entirely unveiled. "Master, you have finally arrived. Lear has been waiting for you for quite some time," she said, stepping forward to embrace her master, her delicate features drawing near. Chen Ye naturally would not refuse, instinctively supporting her. Before long, the young girl's body temperature gradually rose, and she had entered a certain state. Here, she gazed dreamily at her master, sweetly uttering, "Master, shouldn't we proceed to the next step?" As she spoke, she leaned down. Upon witnessing this, Chen Ye felt a sense of impending doom. He still needed to meet his eldest disciple. If this continued, it was likely he would not see her all night. The sight of his eldest disciple's dejected expression earlier in the day had deeply tugged at Chen Ye's heartstrings. He could not bear to see her in such despair. No, this absolutely could not happen here. He needed to devise a plan. Wait a moment. An idea struck him. Grasping the delicate shoulder of Lung Lully, he smiled and said, "Lear, I have a suggestion." Lung Lully, with her ice-blue eyes fixed upon her master, replied gently, "What suggestion?" Chen Ye continued, "The scenery at Tianxian sect in the evening is exquisite. I would like to take you to see it. How about a date?" Upon hearing this, Lung Lully was momentarily taken aback. Although she did not fully grasp the meaning of a date, she was intelligent enough to understand much of what her master conveyed. With excitement, Lung Lully nodded. A date, that sounded delightful. She wished to go on a date with her master. Seeing her agreement, Chen Ye let out a relieved sigh and said, "Very well, I shall prepare for a moment. Let us meet beneath Angel Mountain afterward." Angel Mountain, a colossal peak to the left of Tianxian sect, bore an eye-catching angel statue carved from white stone atop it. According to Chen Ye's knowledge, it was a place of cultivation required by a certain type of practitioner, though he had yet to receive any of that sort. Hence, It remained vacant for now. Does the master need to prepare as well? Lung Luoli inquired. Indeed, my disciple shall wait for you. We shall see each other later, she replied with a smile. She had not anticipated her master to be so attentive toward her. The prospect of a date, coupled with preparation, made him irresistibly charming. Chen Ye waved goodbye to Lung Luoli and then exited the room. Standing at the doorway, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having resolved matters with Lung Luoli, he had managed to navigate through that situation for the time being. However, what awaited him with Su Jiqian? Never mind. He would take it one step at a time. With that thought in mind, Chen Ye made his way towards Su Jiqian's room. On the way, Bai Yahui suddenly leapt down from the rooftop and landed in Chen Ye's embrace. Master, where are you headed? You seem quite anxious. Since the moment he had stepped out, Bai Yahui had been observant of her master's demeanor, prompting her curiosity to approach and inquire. Chen Ye cradled her delicate form, momentarily at a loss for words. He was truly overwhelmed with responsibilities, wishing he could conjure another self to share the burden. There simply was no time to indulge the charming Bai Yahui in playful pursuits. Just as he contemplated placing Bai Yahui gently on the ground, an ingenious idea struck him. It seemed that Bai Yahui's arrival was impeccably timed. Her unique swiftness could indeed assist him in addressing some pressing matters. With a serious expression, Chen Ye held Bai Yahui and spoke earnestly. Wire, I find myself in dire need of your assistance. Would you be willing to help me? Bai Yahui, with her pure white pupils reflecting a hint of innocence, smiled brightly and replied, no matter the task, I shall assist my esteemed master. Please, do tell. With a tender gaze that melted his features, Chen Ye gently stroked her white tiger ears and explained. I have an urgent matter to attend to with your senior sister Su, yet your senior sister Lung also requires my attention. I wish to spare her any sorrow. So could you, dear Wire, keep an eye on senior sister Lung for me? If she becomes anxious waiting for me, please hasten to inform me. Upon hearing this, Bai Yahui nodded thoughtfully, though she did not comprehend why her master could not attend to both senior sisters simultaneously. She was resolute in her commitment to fulfill the task entrusted to her. Chapter 125. A meeting with two disciples. Bai Yahui inquired, Master, how shall I remind you? Chen Ye pondered for a moment and conceived an excellent method. After all, it would be unwise to have Bai Yahui approach directly, as it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. You may position yourself near me and meow 3 times. That will inform me, he suggested. My dear, I entrust my happiness to you. Best of luck. Chen Ye affectionately ruffled her charming little head, encouraging her before gently placing her on the ground. Bai Yahui appeared to have received a significant mission, her face radiating determination. Let us part for now. I shall see you shortly, Chen Ye remarked, before making his way towards Su Jiqian's room. With Bai Yahui's assistance, he felt assured that cold Loli would no longer be left waiting in vain, and he could arrive just in time. Upon reaching Su Jiqian's door, Chen Ye knocked softly before entering. Su Jiqian was perched on the window ledge, idly gazing at the stars outside. Having waited for her master for quite some time, her makeup was already beautifully applied, merely awaiting his admiration. Today's blush is strawberry-flavored. As Chen Ye stepped into the room, he took a quick glance around. The bed was still in disarray, the covers haphazardly twisted together. In contrast, the vanity was exceptionally tidy, adorned with various items Chen Ye had never seen before. It resembled a laboratory of sorts, as Su Jiqian had a penchant for experimenting with new cosmetics. Upon noticing her master's arrival, Su Jiqian leapt from the bed, wrapping her arms around his waist and pulling him down onto the soft bed. Master, you've finally come. I'm wearing silk floral socks today. You must adore them, she exclaimed. By the way, I discovered this. As she spoke, Su Jiqian reached out, her hand gliding across Chen Ye's face. The sensation was soft, as she wore gloves that resembled sheer silk, akin to black stockings enveloping her hands. Chen Ye couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Is this silk for the hands? My dear disciple, you truly are a little inventor. How did you manage to find this? Yet, the silk gloved over Su Jiqian's delicate, slender hands was indeed alluring. Qianer, it looks splendid, Chen Ye admitted, unable to resist the enchanting aura she exuded, his voice tinged with admiration. It had been quite some time since Su Jiqian had embraced her master, and she clung to him tightly, her legs, clad in black silk, entwining around him. Inhaling the delightful fragrance that filled the room, Chen Ye instinctively leaned towards the young maiden's head. Su Jiqian, naturally, did not resist, Her beautiful eyes slowly fluttered shut. If all went as anticipated, an unexpected turn of events was imminent. Suddenly, 3 meows echoed from outside the window. Meow, meow, meow. The sounds were somewhat awkward. Unmistakably not that of a genuine cat, they were mimicked by Yahweh. After hearing the sound, Chen Ye abruptly withdrew his head, which had been leaning in. He sensed that if he took another step forward, he would inevitably be compelled to take yet another. Su Jiqian was not like Lung Luoli. Her innate allure would make him forget everything. After waiting for a considerable time without sensing the presence of her master, Su Jiqian opened her delicate lavender eyes in confusion and inquired, "What is the matter, master?" Chen Ye awkwardly scratched his cheek. He had to find Lung Luoli. Otherwise, she would be anxiously waiting. He did not wish to witness the disappointment on her face after being stood up. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to employ a method to divert Lung Luoli's attention and attempted to speak to Su Jiqian. "Qian Air, I have a suggestion." Curiously, Su Jiqian asked, "What suggestion?" Chen Ye continued, "The night at Tianxian sect is truly beautiful. I wish to take you out to see it. How about it, akin to a date?" Evidently unfamiliar with the term date, Su Jiqian was momentarily taken aback. However, being as intelligent as her junior sister, she quickly grasped the meaning. "A date? That sounds delightful. Master, let us go on a date." She replied with a smile, feeling quite intrigued. Chen Ye sighed in relief, managing to extricate himself from her embrace, which felt like being ensnared by a serpent. "I shall prepare first. Let us convene beneath the divine food pavilion shortly." Su Jiqian was somewhat surprised. "Does master need to prepare as well?" "Very well. I shall see you soon." She had never witnessed her master taking the time to groom himself before going out. He was already extremely handsome as he was. She could hardly imagine how much more so he would appear after his preparations. The thought filled her with anticipation. After bidding farewell to Su Jiqian, Chen Ye stood at the doorway, exhaling a sigh of relief. This matter was temporarily resolved. He needed to find Lung Luoli. Turning back, he gestured an okay sign towards Bai Yue, who was atop the roof. Without concern for whether she understood, Chen Ye continued, "Thank you, Wei Er. Please keep an eye on Sister Su while I seek out Sister Lung." "I appreciate it." Bai Yue seemed to comprehend his gesture, returning an okay sign with her delicate little hand. Chen Ye nodded gratefully and swiftly departed. At the foot of Angel Mountain, Lung Luoli stood clad in an ice blue evening gown. The fabric, akin to silk, flowed gracefully and elegantly, enhancing her ethereal demeanor splendidly. The gowness cut was not low, enveloping her well-proportioned figure, exuding both elegance and allure. She paced back and forth on the azure diamond street at the base of Angel Mountain, the sound of her ice-blue high heels clicking rhythmically against the ground. She occasionally glanced towards the direction of the heavenly Xian Hall, clearly having waited for quite some time. Just then, Chen Ye's figure flashed across the sky, descending beside Lung Luoli in an instant. "I apologize, my dear liar, for my tardiness." Upon seeing her master's arrival, Lung Luoli hurried over, her face alight with curiosity as she surveyed his attire. It was only now that Chen Ye realized he had forgotten his earlier promise to prepare himself. At the very least, he could have changed his clothes. This was troublesome. Lung Luoli would likely be displeased. After all, he had made no effort to present himself and had delayed for so long. As Chen Ye pondered this, Lung Luoli spoke up, "It is not late at all. I have just arrived as well." "Master, have you changed your hairstyle? You look quite dashing." "A new hairstyle?" Chen Ye ran his fingers through his disheveled hair and realized that his rapid flight had tousled it. To his surprise, it was mistaken for a newly styled look. Moreover, it was evident that Lung Luoli had been waiting here for an extended period. Chapter 126. A date with Lung Luoli. It was evident that Lung Luoli had been waiting here for quite some time, yet she claimed to have just arrived. Was she concerned about him? How considerate of her. "Master, do you think my outfit looks good today?" Lung Luoli inquired, turning to Chen Ye. He scrutinized her evening gown. And as expected, it was a mesmerizing ice blue. Her ice blue hair cascaded down her back, just grazing her shoulders. A subtle touch of makeup adorned her face, enhancing her already exquisite complexion. Unless one looked closely, they might not even notice she had applied any. This delicate makeup lent her an air of formality, revealing her earnestness regarding this date. Chen Ye marveled. "Indeed, you look stunning. It suits you perfectly." Encouraged by her master's praise, Lung Luoli excitedly linked her arm with his. "Master, what shall we do next?" she asked with a beaming smile. Chen Ye gestured toward the brightly lit main street, saying, I've heard that the inner sect disciples set up stalls to sell their wares in the evenings. We should go and take a look. The disciples residing in the Tianxian sect hailed from various regions of the continent. As night fell, it marked the conclusion of their day's cultivation. The disciples would showcase items from their hometowns, exchanging them for spirit stones or sect credits, fulfilling their respective needs. Intrigued, Lung Luoli nodded enthusiastically, absolutely. As they walked, Chen Ye continued, then let us be on our way. At the base of Angel Mountain, a narrow street soon merged into the bustling main thoroughfare. The atmosphere on the main street was vibrant, with the cultivators seemingly invigorated by the night. It was common for the inner sect disciples to indulge in evening outings. And at this moment, nearly all the disciples of the sect gathered on this lively street. Though the sect comprised only a few hundred members, the congregation created a bustling ambience akin to strolling through a city. Lung Luoli, arm in arm with Chen Ye, approached a stall adorned with an array of jewelry and necklaces. These were not mere trinkets, but low-grade treasures. Some possessed the ability to unleash attacks upon activation, while others could enhance the wearer's spiritual prowess. However, due to their low quality, Chen Ye regarded them as no different from ordinary ornaments. After examining the wares for a while, Lung Luoli finally picked up a hairpin. It was ice blue, adorned at its tip with a small white sphere that resembled animal fur. This hairpin would lend an air of elegance and nobility to her hairstyle. Master, do you find this beautiful? She asked, looking to Chen Ye for his opinion. With genuine admiration, Chen Ye replied, It is truly lovely, especially suited for you. Let us purchase this, my disciple. How many spirit stones does it cost? He addressed the disciple manning the stall. The disciple at the stall was a slender young woman, who spoke, 15. Master, just as she was about to announce the price. Her expression shifted to one of surprise upon realizing that it was the master standing before her stall. Master, you may take it without hesitation. I will not accept your spirit stones. Her eyes brimmed with admiration as she respectfully addressed Chen Ye. He waved his hand dismissively and conjured 15 spirit stones. Placing them upon the table, take only what is necessary. After settling the payment, Chen Ye departed with Lung Luoli. With practiced ease, Lung Luoli gathered her hair into a bun using a hairpin, then playfully leaned her cheek against her master's shoulder. Master, this outing is truly delightful. Chen Ye smiled in return. I, too, am quite pleased. As they strolled down the main street, they soon spotted a shop on their left. While others merely set up stalls, this establishment had a proper storefront. Intrigued, Chen Ye led Lung Luoli inside. Pushing open the wooden door, he curiously surveyed the surroundings. The left wall was adorned with numerous garments, while the right side displayed an array of armor. Instantly, Chen Ye noticed the peculiar garments on the left wall. The attire in this world differed significantly from that worn by the esteemed disciples of the Tianxian Temple. After all, Chen Ye's clothing was exchanged through the system, possessing a distinct flair. Yet, the garments here bore a striking resemblance to those worn by his disciples, as if they had been obtained from the system, albeit with a different texture upon closer inspection. With a look of wonder, Lung Luoli approached to examine the clothes hanging on the wall. Just then, a female disciple approached from the front desk. She wore a long top akin to a tank top, her robust arms on full display, and her skin had a slightly tanned hue, making it difficult to discern her gender at a glance. The sturdy female disciple approached, exclaiming, It's the master. Please, choose anything you like. It's all complimentary for you. Chen Ye waved his hand in refusal and curiously inquired, while other disciples have stalls. Why do you have a storefront? The muscular female disciple chuckled. The main street is conveniently located near the forging department, so we decided to establish a storefront here. The forging department not only forges weapons and equipment, but the female disciples also sew garments for sale. Chen Ye nodded thoughtfully and casually picked up a piece of clothing to inspect it, asking, Did you design these garments yourselves? The robust female disciple replied with a hearty laugh. Ah, indeed. Previously, we admired the beautiful attire of your esteemed disciples, so we attempted to replicate a few designs. To our surprise, they sold remarkably well, flying off the shelves. As she spoke, the robust female disciple enthusiastically elaborated, Master, allow me to share that the hottest item within our sect at present is a pair of black socks. These socks are semi-transparent and remarkably elastic. Crafted from 1,000-year-old ice silk, a material of exquisite rarity, hence they are aptly named black silk. If you desire, I have a few hidden away, which I would gladly bestow upon you." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Could such an item truly be replicated? He could scarcely imagine the sight of all the female disciples adorned in black silk. Just then, Lung Luoli approached Chen Ye, holding a long dress, gesturing for his opinion. "Master, what do you think of this?" The dress featured a fluffy embellishment around the collar, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. "It looks splendid. And when worn by you." Chen Ye was about to express his admiration when suddenly, a series of meows echoed from outside. Meow, meow, meow. White Yawn had come to alert him. Chapter 127. The cunning Su Jiqian by Yahweh approached Chen Ye, indicating that Su Jiqian was likely growing impatient. There was no time to delay. A solution was needed to extricate himself. Chen Ye suddenly grasped Lung Luoli's shoulder and, with a smile, said, "My dear Luoli, why don't you take some time to choose an outfit here? I must step away for a brief moment." With a hint of confusion, Lung Luoli inquired, "Master, is there something you need to attend to?" Feeling awkward, Chen Ye scratched his head, realizing he could not divulge the truth to Lung Luoli. He needed to concoct an excuse to temporarily sidestep the matter. "I have promised to fulfill a task that requires my immediate attention. Do not worry, I shall return shortly." Seeing her master unwilling to disclose the real reason, Lung Luoli relented, offering a gentle smile and a nod. "Very well, master, please be swift." With a wave to Lung Luoli, Chen Ye bid her a temporary farewell. He then stood at the entrance of the shop, patting his cheeks to steady himself. Raising his gaze, he made an okay gesture to Bai Yahweh, who was perched on the rooftop, expressing his gratitude. Once he had extricated himself, Chen Ye hastened toward the base of the divine cuisine department. At the foot of the mountain, Su Jiqian paced restlessly, glancing occasionally toward the Tianxian Hall. After a brief wait, she finally spotted a figure darting through the heavens. Chen Ye descended before her. Unlike Lung Luoli, who was concerned with appearances, Su Jiqian leaped forward, wrapping her arms around her master. Her lips landed directly on his neck, and her voluptuous form pressed against his chest, nearly stealing his breath away. "Master, you have finally arrived. Do you think Chenner looks beautiful today?" Su Jiqian twirled before Chen Ye, showcasing her attire. She wore a form-fitting black dress, complemented by sheer black stockings that embraced her shapely legs. On her feet were black high heels that accentuated her flawless leg shape. The dark ensemble highlighted her porcelain skin, making it even more radiant, while her alluring demon horns added a playful touch to her appearance. Today, Su Jiqian exuded an irresistible charm. "You look stunning. Perfectly suited to you," Chen Ye marveled. Delighted by her master's praise, Su Jiqian wrapped her arms around his, her fullness resting on his arm, causing his cheeks to flush with an undeniable warmth. With a cheerful inquiry, Su Jiqian asked, "Master, where shall we go next?" Chen Ye, blushing, replied with a smile, "The food at the divine cuisine department is exquisite. I would like to share dinner with you. It would be even better with a bit of wine." Su Jiqian found this notion delightful. Happily linking her arm with her master, she walked alongside him, chattering away. "That sounds wonderful. The scenery on the mountainside is indeed enchanting. Let us forego flying and simply ascend on foot." Chen Ye found no reason to decline, and the two of them affectionately made their way up the mountain. Compared to the main street, this area was considerably more tranquil. As they strolled, the only sounds to be heard were the calls of livestock living on the mountainside. In this dark and deserted place, it was most suitable for, "Oh, master, look." Just as Chen Ye was lost in thought, Su Jiqian suddenly stepped aside from the path. A fluffy white rabbit emerged from the grass by the roadside. This rabbit was notably larger than the average one, appearing as though it had been domesticated. It must have escaped from its cage, neglected by a disciple of the divine food division. Su Jiqian's expression softened as she stroked the rabbit's fur. "How adorable and soft this little creature is," she exclaimed, cradling the rabbit in her arms. She then approached her master and said, "Master, let us have rabbit meat for our meal later." As she spoke, saliva even began to trickle from the corners of her mouth. Chen Ye interjected, "But, dear disciple, you just declared how cute the rabbit is. Are you really going to eat it?" He raised an eyebrow in disbelief. The rabbit, which seemed to understand human speech, had been calm in the embrace of the beautiful young woman. However, upon hearing her intent to consume it, it began to squirm restlessly, its little legs kicking in an attempt to break free. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiqian's expression turned icy, her eyes glinting with a terrifying menace. "You little rascal." The rabbit, sensing the ominous atmosphere surrounding it, immediately froze in place, too frightened to move. With a smile of delight, Su Jiqian gently stroked the rabbit's ears and said to her master, "Shall we continue our ascent?" Seeing this scene, Chen Ye couldn't help but twitch his lips into a smile. "Very well, let us proceed." Although Su Jiqian was dutifully obedient and enchantingly gentle towards her master, she retained a hint of mischief in her essence, characteristic of a succubus. The two continued their journey up the mountain path. As cultivators, their physical stamina was remarkable, and this distance posed no challenge for them. Before long, they reached the summit together. Chen Ye pushed open the door of the divine food division, entering alongside Su Jiqian, who still held the rabbit. Inside the hall, several female disciples in aprons were busy tidying up. Some were wiping tables, while others were sweeping the floor. Chen Ye scanned the area but did not spot Shen Shi, a female disciple from the divine food division. Noticing the master's arrival, hurried over. "Are you here for a meal, master?" she inquired. Chen Ye nodded in affirmation. The female disciple continued, "Elder Shun has gone to rest. Allow me to accompany you to find him. As a novice who has recently joined, I dare not act impulsively in receiving our esteemed leader. It is imperative to seek the elder's presence first." Chen Ye waved his hand, saying, "If you have already taken your rest, then perhaps it is best to let it be. I would not wish to intrude upon you." The female disciple shook her head. "It is quite all right. You are not a disturbance. Elder Shen mentioned that he would continue to guide our cultivation this evening, and if we calculate the time, it should be about that moment." Chen Ye, somewhat surprised, inquired, "Do you practice in the evening as well?" The female disciple led Chen Ye further inside, explaining as they walked, "I am not familiar with the circumstances of other departments, but Elder Shun is quite stringent with us. He has stated that the food we prepare will be consumed by the entire sect, benefiting each disciple within our ranks. Only by mastering our craft swiftly can we elevate the strength of the entire sect." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye offered a warm smile and gently patted her shoulder. "You have worked hard. May I ask your name?" Chapter 128. A date with Su Jiqian. Witnessing the diligent efforts of the disciples from the Divine Culinary Division, Chen Ye couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Their relentless pursuit was ultimately for the sect and for him. Chen Ye's purpose in cultivating within this realm was to attain immortality and become the strongest individual in existence. Yet, the aspiration to be the mightiest was fundamentally rooted in the desire for his fellow disciples' well-being, for everyone to flourish and live in perpetual happiness here. Upon receiving the sect leader's commendation, the female disciple from the Divine Culinary Division, Chen Ye, blushed and repeatedly waved her hands, feeling bashful as she expressed, "Thank you for your concern, esteemed sect leader. My name is Chen Ye. To be honest, I do not find the cultivation arduous. After all, no path to mastery is devoid of challenges, regardless of the type of practitioner. Furthermore, the thought of everyone enjoying the meals I prepare brings me immense joy." As their conversation unfolded, Chen Ye followed her to Shen Shi's room. Chen Ye knocked on the door, announcing, "Elder, it's time to rise. You promised to guide us in our cultivation." Her manner of knocking and speaking was remarkably adept, as if she had called upon Elder Shen numerous times before. After a brief pause, a sound emanated from within, and Shen Shi leisurely opened the door, revealing herself halfway. "Oh, is it already time?" Her dark blonde hair was tousled, and her expression bore the remnants of slumber. Astonishingly, she wore her nightgown only partially, exposing much of her skin, while the lower half was barely concealed by her undergarments, which awkwardly wrapped around her shapely legs. "Oh, esteemed sect leader, you have arrived." Upon noticing Chen Ye's presence, she fully opened the door and respectfully bowed. This sight left Chen Ye feeling a tad flushed. "Goodness, Elder Shen, must you be so uninhibited? Could you not don proper attire before answering the door? Am I truly considered a mere stranger?" Chen Ye, evidently unfazed by such scenes, was accustomed to this scenario. Typically, when she summoned Elder Shen, her casual state was tolerable, considering they were both young women. However, today was different. The esteemed sect leader was present. "Oh no, I forgot to remind the elder." Realizing that the elder remained motionless, Chen Ye hastily whispered, "Elder, Shen Shi, your clothes, your clothes." Hearing her reminder, Shen Shi finally glanced down in a daze, seemingly just then cognizant of her attire. "Oh, my apologies," she said with a hint of embarrassment. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she made an even bolder move. She grasped the hem of her undergarment with both hands, preparing to remove it. Chen Ye, witnessing this, quickly widened his eyes, then instinctively shut them. Chen Ye rushed forward to halt Shen Shi's actions, her voice trembling with alarm. "Ella Lady Elder, what are you doing?" Shen Shi, somewhat perplexed, responded. "What else would I do but change my clothes?" Chen Ye's face was a portrait of anxiety. "No, that's not what I meant. And there's also the esteemed master." Shen Shi still appeared somewhat perplexed. "Of course I'm aware of the master's presence. What is it? Are you still harboring some reservations about the master?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ye shook her head vigorously. "No, certainly not. Wait, that is not what we're discussing, is it? In any case, let us close the door first." As she spoke, she stepped forward and firmly shut the door. At that moment, Chen Ye suddenly felt a gentle pinch on his shoulder. He shuddered and turned to glance at Su Jiqian, who was smiling at him, her expression ambiguous. Was it genuine or feigned? "Master, don't you think Elder Shen has a rather fine physique? You've been staring quite intently," she teased. Chen Ye immediately sensed trouble. His eldest disciple was undoubtedly feeling jealous, without a doubt. Yet, he had indeed looked. Who could resist? He needed to devise a way to comfort her. Ahem. I must confess, I wasn't fully aware of my actions. I definitely did not glance on purpose, Chen Ye stammered. As soon as he spoke, he regretted it. He truly was not adept at lying. His excuse was rather flimsy. Predictably, Su Jiqian grew even more irate. She clung to her master's arm with increasing intensity, as if trying to meld into him entirely. "Honestly, master, you wouldn't lie at all. It's rare for you to accompany Chiener on a date today, so I suppose I won't stay angry for the moment." While speaking, Su Jiqian planted a kiss on her master's neck. "You probably haven't had enough of this. When we return, Chiener will ensure you are thoroughly satisfied. From now on, you may only gaze upon Chiener, lest you inadvertently catch sight of someone else." Chen Ye found himself blushing at her words. His eldest disciple was far too skilled at this. Who could withstand such charm? Meanwhile, Chen Shi had finished dressing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Ye and Su Jiqian found a secluded corner and sat at a table. This time, it was Chen Ye's turn to order, as he genuinely feared Su Jiqian might prepare a lavish feast for him. Had he not encountered Hu Jiuyu that night, he might have spent the entire evening restless. Once Chen Ye had placed the order, Chiyo adorned their table with a vase of roses and aromatic incense. Su Jiqian's makeup was exquisite, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. The combination of the beauty and roses added an air of intimacy to their already secluded table. Soon after, Chen Shi returned with the steak prepared according to Chen Ye's request, along with a unique red wine from the establishment. Of course, there was also a plate of rabbit meat. Su Jiqian took a curious sip of the wine. It was her first experience with such a beverage, and she exclaimed in delight, "The taste is quite lovely, master. You should try some as well." Chen Ye, too, was evidently indulging in wine for the first time in this world. He lifted the glass and took a sip. The wine was imbued with the fragrance of grapes, warming his palate, though the alcohol was somewhat potent. Quite delightful. The two dined together, gazing through the window at the scattered stars in the night sky. In the tranquil atmosphere, the only sounds were the calls of livestock and the chirping of insects. These harmonious notes intermingled, resembling the most exquisite pastoral melody, allowing one to unwind completely. Su Jiqian, having indulged in some wine, felt a rosy flush on her cheeks. She propped her chin on her hand, gazing adoringly at her master. "Master, I had been meaning to ask you." Chen Ye took a sip of red wine and replied, "Go ahead, Chiener." Su Jiqian continued, "While I was holding your arm, I detected a rich and unmistakable scent, reminiscent of Cold Junior's sister. Would you care to elucidate?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ye nearly sputtered the wine he had just sipped, coughing uncontrollably as he dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief. "Pray tell, is this the way of cultivators? Is the eldest disciple's sense of smell truly this acute?" Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural that she could discern it, considering Cold Luoli had embraced him not long ago. Alas, he had forgotten about that detail. Chapter 129. The Charming Master. Just as Chen Ye's mind raced, seeking to articulate an explanation, 3 distinct meows suddenly resonated from outside the window. Meow, meow, meow. Upon hearing these feline calls, Chen Ye recalled that Cold Luoli was waiting for him in the fitting room. Su Jiqian, evidently, had also heard the meows. She turned her gaze toward the window with keen interest. "Master, it seems there is a cat." "Hee hee. Master, Chiener adores adorable cats." As she spoke, A hint of drool appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chen Ye was taken aback. That is not a cat you should be so fond of. This is your junior sister, he exclaimed urgently. You cannot eat it. Hastily rising to his feet, he continued, Chenner, I suddenly remembered there is something I must attend to, and I need to step away for a moment. Please continue to eat. I shall return shortly. Su Jiqian regarded her master with a puzzled expression. She was well aware of his circumstances, having left all the sect affairs to the poor grand elder. What could her master possibly need to do? Nevertheless, seeing the urgency in his demeanor, perhaps there truly was a matter requiring his attention. Very well. I shall wait here for you, master. Please do hurry back. Once granted permission, Chen Ye swiftly exited. Watching her master in such a flustered state, Su Jiqian suppressed a giggle with her rosy lips. Surely, Master's haste isn't solely due to my mention of junior sister Cold. Regardless of the excuse master provides, I would accept it wholeheartedly. The scene shifted. Chen Ye arrived at the shop with remarkable speed. Standing at the entrance, he adjusted his collar, smoothed his hair, and tidied his appearance. As disciples passed by on the street, they cast curious glances his way, accompanied by soft laughter. Chen Ye was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why the disciples were smiling at him. After some contemplation, he assumed they were amused by his presence, and he smiled back in response. After exchanging greetings with the disciples, he finally pushed open the wooden door of the shop. Inside, Cold Lolly was twirling in front of the mirror, admiring her new dress. Sister Cold, you are truly the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. This outfit seems tailor-made for you. The female disciples from the forging department exclaimed, their eyes brimming with admiration. Though it was customary for a shop attendant to compliment a customer, this time, their praise was sincere and heartfelt. Cold Lolly appeared accustomed to such flattery. Her expression bore little joy, tinged instead with anxiety. Her master had been absent for quite some time, and she wondered when he would return. Just then, she spotted her master standing at the door. She was instantly filled with joy, hastening her steps to approach her master, exclaiming, Master, do you think this garment is beautiful? As soon as Lung Luoli's words fell, her expression suddenly shifted, and her brows knitted together. Chen Ye, sensing her gaze, became aware that the others were looking at him with a peculiar glint in their eyes. He noticed a female disciple from the forging department pointing at his neck, simultaneously murmuring something. Confused, Chen Ye reached up to touch his neck, only to find a vivid red smudge of lipstick on his fingers. What is this? A sudden realization struck him. Su Jiqian had adorned her lips with bright red lipstick today and had kissed his neck more than once. The lipstick must have transferred onto him. No wonder the disciples had been looking at him and laughing all the way here. A lipstick mark on his neck was certainly eye-catching. How could none of them have spoken up to alert him? Lung Luoli's expression gradually turned serious as she confronted Chen Ye, demanding, Master, what exactly did you do just now? What are these lipstick marks about? Is this the important matter you mentioned? Clearly infuriated, her exquisitely delicate face was mere inches from Chen Ye's, as if she sought to extract some truth from his demeanor. Chen Ye hastily used his spiritual energy to erase the lipstick marks, then raised his hands in front of him, fervently attempting to explain, well, it's a long story. By the way, liar, your dress is truly beautiful. Chen Ye skillfully shifted the conversation, suddenly praising Lung Luoli's new attire. Flattered by her master's compliment, she shyly grasped her skirt and lowered her gaze. With a faint blush on her cheeks, she softly inquired, Is what you said true, master? While she dismissed the praises of others, it was her master's approval that brought her genuine joy. If her master deemed it beautiful, then her lengthy selection process had not been in vain. However, as these thoughts crossed her mind, Lung Luoli suddenly sensed something amiss. Returning to her serious demeanor, she interjected, Wait, master, don't try to change the subject. Chen Ye knew that any excuse would likely prove futile. Faced with this predicament, he decided to play his only card, the card of affection. Grasping Lung Luoli's delicate hand, he gazed at her with deep emotion and said, Liar, as I was on my way here, I heard that a renowned disciple is selling destiny talismans. If one hangs a destiny talisman on a tree, soulmates will be bound together for eternity. I wish to accompany you to hang a destiny talisman. What do you say? Under the intense gaze of her master, Lung Luoli's heart raced, her pulse quickening. It felt as though something was tumultuously stirring within her, causing her eyes to flicker with shyness. A blush swiftly crept across her cheeks, igniting a warmth that rendered even her usually sharp mind somewhat hazy. Instinctively, she replied, "All right." Chen Ye casually tossed a small pouch of spirit stones to the female disciple, stating as he walked, 100 spirit stones, no need for change. The disciple accepted the small fabric bag, her eyes widening in astonishment as she peered inside. The price of this garment was not so exorbitant, and he had no intention of accepting the sect leader's money. However, it must be said, the sect leader was indeed quite the charmer. Strolling through the streets with the ethereal beauty of Senior Sister Long was one thing. But to return shortly afterward adorned with a mark of red lips on his neck was positively enviable. The flames of gossip ignited within her, fueling her anticipation for the sect leader's next visit. The scene shifted. Lung Luoli clung to Chen Ye's arm as they approached a magnificent oak tree, standing proudly in the center of the main square. Chen Ye recalled that this oak was merely a decorative element of the sect, devoid of any real purpose. Yet, some disciple had taken it upon themselves to embellish it, transforming it into a tree of fate, even beginning to collect spirit stones. Atop the oak, numerous red fate tokens now hung, swaying gently in the breeze. Chapter 130. The pursuing disciple. Beneath the oak tree stood a male disciple, vociferously calling out something. With keen interest, Chen Ye inquired of the young man, "What is your name?" Upon noticing Chen Ye, the disciple's expression faltered momentarily, and with a hint of trepidation, he respectfully replied, "Respected sect master, I am Gu Zhongyang, a disciple of the Sword Cultivation Division." He understood that although the sect master had not prohibited disciples from setting up stalls, his current actions were rather ethically questionable. He couldn't help but wonder if the sect master would impose any punishment upon him. Chen Ye smiled and asked, "Is the Sword Cultivation Division particularly in need of spirit stones for your training?" Gu Zhongyang awkwardly scratched his head. "Not exactly well." The truth is clearly hesitant to deceive the sect master. He paused before confessing, "I come from a humble background, born in a rural village. After joining the sect, I unexpectedly fell in love with a female disciple from the Sword Cultivation Division, and we became partners. I wish to marry her, but she hails from a prominent family, and the bride price is substantial, not to mention the expectations regarding cultivation level and talent. Although my talent is decent, I lack the resources for swift advancement. So I resorted to this idea to save for the bride price and enhance my cultivation." Upon hearing his story, Chen Ye felt a twinge of familiarity and even sympathy. It seemed that in the realm of cultivation, one also had to worry about bridal prices when it came to marriage. In Chen Ye's sect, there were no prohibitions against romantic relationships. On the contrary, they were quite supportive of them. Disciples who formed close bonds as partners tended to look out for each other during quests, and in times of danger, they could face challenges together, rendering it a win-win situation. Seeing that Chen Ye had fallen silent, Gu Zhongyang began to worry that the sect master was displeased and contemplated dismantling his stall. Observing his unease, Chen Ye chuckled softly and said, "In this world, paths do not inherently exist. They are forged by those who tread upon them. Just like the oak tree behind you. If no one bestows meaning upon it, it remains merely an ordinary tree. Yet, you have imbued it with new significance, adding a touch of cultural richness to our sect. There is no need to dismantle it. Since this idea was born from you, you should reap its rewards." Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Gu Zhongyang's tense expression instantly relaxed, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, sect master." Chen Ye was the finest cultivator he had ever encountered in this world. Not only was he not as rigid as other ancient cultivators, but he also treated each disciple with kindness. Previously, Gu Zhongyang had sensed that his sect was different from others, though he could not quite articulate why. It was only after conversing with the sect master today that he realized it was precisely because of a unique leader like Chen Ye that the relatively small Tianxian sect thrived with vitality. "Please grant me a marriage talisman as well," Chen Ye requested. Gu Zhongyang, upon hearing this, presented one to him with both hands. As Chen Ye prepared to take out spirit stones, Gu Zhongyang swiftly halted him. "Dear sect master, please spare me this. I truly feel embarrassed to accept your spirit stones." After careful contemplation, Chen Ye realized the rationale behind this sentiment. The tree belonged to him and was merely lent to his disciple. It seemed rather absurd to affix a plaque to his own tree and pay for it. Nodding in agreement, Chen Ye retracted his hand. After receiving the love token, Chen Ye and Lung Luoli made their way to the tree. Just as Chen Ye pondered where to hang the love token among the branches, he suddenly heard 3 urgent meows. Meow, meow, meow. The urgency in the feline call suggested something serious was afoot. "Master, let us hang the love token here together," said Lung Luoli gently, holding Chen Ye's hand. Caught in her grasp, he found it difficult to extricate himself and thus joined her in placing the love token. Meanwhile, the frantic meowing continued to echo in the air. Meow, meow, meow. By Yahweh, not far off, was imitating the cat's cries in a frenzy, her expression one of utmost urgency. She occasionally glanced toward the street's edge, where Su Jiqian was hastily approaching Chen Ye's location. Noticing that her master had yet to act, By Yahweh grew anxious and let out a piercing shout. With a resounding roar, a tremendous tiger's growl erupted. The love token that Chen Ye had yet to secure slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The surrounding disciples covered their ears, their expressions a mix of surprise and confusion as they looked around. At that moment, Chen Ye dared not delay any longer. Liar. I must step away for a moment, but I shall return promptly." Before Lung Luoli could respond, Chen Ye vanished from sight, leaving her standing there in a state of bewilderment. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ye arrived before a secluded house and called up to Bai Yahweh, perched on the rooftop. "You've worked hard. What has transpired? Why the urgency?" Bai Yahweh pointed toward the main street. "Master has instructed me to keep an eye on the two senior sisters." Following her gaze, Chen Ye spotted Su Jiqian racing toward him, and his expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad." Meanwhile, in the shop where Chen Ye had recently been, Su Jiqian stood confronting a burly female shop assistant. Did the sect master happen to visit here just now, accompanied by a beautiful woman? Earlier, as Su Jiqian dined at the Divine Cuisine Pavilion, she had been awaiting her master's return. A female disciple from the pavilion had just returned from shopping and shared her observations with the others, which included gossip about the charming sect master and intriguing details about a certain beauty adorning a rosy neck. However, Su Jiqian had caught a particular detail. The female disciple mentioned that Chen Ye was out shopping with a stunning woman. This immediately piqued Su Jiqian's curiosity, prompting her to inquire further. The female disciple, having not clearly seen the enchanting beauty beside Chen Ye, could only recount where she had observed her. Thus, Su Jiqian hastened to the location, eager to uncover the truth. Upon encountering Su Jiqian's furious demeanor, the robust female disciple seemed to intuit the underlying cause. Su Jiqian's lips, adorned with a vivid crimson hue, bore the unmistakable imprint of the Lord Master's kiss on her neck, most likely from this very senior sister. As the most loyal disciple of the Lord Master, she could never betray him. It was imperative to shield the charismatic leader. "I have not encountered the Lord Master," the sturdy female disciple replied. However, it was evident to Su Jiqian that she was lying. Noticing her reluctance to speak, Su Jiqian extended her hand towards her. Subsequently, a wisp of purple smoke wafted before them, instantly saturating the room with an enchanting aura. The strong female disciple's eyes appeared vacant, clearly entranced. Su Jiqian pressed on with her inquiry. "Have you seen the Lord Master? Where has he gone?" Chapter 131. Are you also on a date with the Master? As Su Jiqian diligently practiced her cultivation techniques, she adeptly harnessed her enchanting powers. For practitioners of lower realms, it sufficed for her to merely exude her aura to effortlessly command their attention. The sturdy female disciple, once ensnared by her charm, pointed vacantly in a direction. Upon receiving this guidance, Su Jiqian released her enchantment and, while striding forward, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Once freed from the enchantment, the robust disciple regained her senses, and with a face full of remorse, she knelt before Su Jiqian. "Master, I apologize. It was not my intention to deceive you. It's just that your companion is exceedingly formidable." With the direction now clear, Su Jiqian hastened toward the colossal oak tree. According to the guidance provided by the female disciple, her master should be located there. She was eager to discover which temptress dared to rival her allure, attempting to seduce her master during their rendezvous. Standing beneath the oak, Su Jiqian scanned the area for her master's silhouette. However, to her dismay, she found not her master but a familiar figure, Lung Shimi. Confused, Su Jiqian approached the seemingly dazed Lung Luoli and inquired, "Lung Shimi, what brings you here?" Upon noticing Su Jiqian's presence, Lung Luoli was momentarily taken aback. Yet, her expression soon transformed into one of triumph, reminiscent of a victor. She was here for a date with their master. If Su Jiqian discovered this, she would surely be envious. With her arms crossed confidently, Lung Luoli declared. I suggest you refrain from asking too many questions. The truth will only serve to deepen your envy. Su Jiqian regarded Lung Luoli with a hint of disdain. The younger disciple's air of mystery and victorious demeanor puzzled her. What reason could she possibly have that would rival Su Jiqian's own purpose for being there? After all, she was there for a date with their master. How absurdly secretive. The reason for my presence today is undoubtedly more commendable. After all, the allure of a mature woman is beyond what a younger disciple like you can comprehend. Noticing the prideful expression on Lung Luoli's face, Su Jiqian felt a surge of competitive spirit, as if she were determined to outshine her opponent. Seeing Su Jiqian eye her chest, Lung Luoli's eyebrows twitched in indignation. Isn't it just a little extra flesh? What is there to be proud of? With her teeth clenched, Lung Luoli proposed. How about we both reveal our reasons and compare? Su Jiqian, equally unwilling to back down, nodded in agreement. Let us do it. On the count of 3, we'll say it together. Su Jiqian, 3, 2, 1. Su Jiqian, I am here for a date with our master. Lung Luoli, I am here for a date with our master. The two declared simultaneously. As the words hung in the air, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. The two individuals stared at each other, their eyes wide with astonishment, rendered speechless. Su Jiqian was the first to break the silence, her voice tinged with disbelief. You also understand the meaning of dating? Cold Luoli, equally bewildered, nodded in affirmation and retorted incredulously. No, you must be lying. Master was clearly with me today. How could he possibly be on a date with you? He spent the day shopping with me. So how could he accompany you for a rendezvous? You must be fabricating this. Su Jiqian shared the sentiment, convinced that the other was deceiving her. After all, she had genuinely dined with their master. Could he truly manage to divide his attention between two individuals? No, it was I who was on a date with him. Junior sister, are you perhaps conjuring fantasies about master? If you truly cannot contain yourself, isn't there an ice sculpture to keep you company? This is rather excessive. Cold Luoli's cheeks flushed with indignation in response. It seems you are the one who is delusional. You are the one with fantasies. The tension between them thickened, each firmly believing the other was lying. After a brief stalemate, it was Cold Luoli who regained her composure first. She slowly inquired, Sister, are you certain that master was by your side the entire time? Su Jiqian, initially poised to respond affirmatively, paused to ponder. Upon reflection, she realized that was not entirely the case. Master had left abruptly during their meal, and he had not been within her line of sight consistently. Could it be that Master had taken the opportunity to seek out junior sister Cold? That seemed implausible. Could Master truly manage his time so impeccably? Ultimately, Su Jiqian shook her head and asked, What about you? Cold Luoli similarly recalled her own experience of the supposed date. Master had hurriedly departed while she was changing clothes, and he too had not remained in her line of sight the whole time. The more she considered it, the more peculiar it became. A bold possibility suddenly dawned upon her. I haven't seen him either. In any case, we should locate Master and clarify things. Su Jiqian nodded in agreement with her junior sister's proposal. Together, they surveyed their surroundings, eventually releasing their spiritual senses to pinpoint Master's location. They discovered him hiding behind a building. Exchanging a knowing glance, they swiftly made their way towards him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Ye found himself pacing anxiously. What to do? What to do? It's about to be exposed. How will I explain this? Just as he felt overwhelmed with worry, two figures suddenly descended from the heavens. Lord Sovereign, what brings you here? Is something amiss? You appear quite distressed. A distinctive voice, reminiscent of a queen, resonated from above as Long Lan elegantly landed, her expression tinged with curiosity as she addressed Chen Ye. Accompanying her was Hu Jiuyu. At this moment, Chen Ye found himself overwhelmed by the presence of two young ladies, and to his astonishment, two more had arrived. He refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question. What are you two doing? Long Lan, brushing aside the strands of hair blown about by the wind, replied earnestly, An elder from the Danshio department has business to report, so I went to see what it was. Hu Jiuyu, having nothing better to do, decided to accompany me. We happened to pass by here on our way back and saw you. With a gleeful expression, Hu Jiuyu approached Chen Ye, wrapping her arms around his, and exclaimed, What a delightful surprise to encounter you here, Master. Let us go shopping together. I've heard that the inner disciples will set up stalls in the evening. It promises to be quite lively. It's a pity that our two senior sisters are not here. Otherwise, we could all enjoy it together. Just as Hu Jiuyu expressed her disappointment, the two senior sisters appeared in her line of sight at an astonishing speed. "Oh, the senior sisters have arrived," she exclaimed with joy. It was indeed remarkable how her words seemed to summon them. However, this declaration startled Chen Ye immensely. What? What has arrived? Have I been discovered? Chapter 132. The master has arrived. Lung Luoli was the first to rush to her master's side. Surprised by the unexpected presence of several individuals, she exclaimed, "Oh, aside from junior sister Yang, everyone is here." "Wait a moment, that's not what I meant." With a swift change of tone, she turned to Chen Ye and interrogated, "Master, with whom are you rendezvousing today?" Su Jiqian's expression, too, turned unusually serious as she pressed, "Master, do you not wish to offer any explanation? Moreover, what has become of the lipstick mark I left for you? That was our testament of love." Upon hearing the words of his eldest disciple, Chen Ye suddenly realized. "What? So you were aware all along of the lipstick mark on my neck? And you chose not to inform me, leaving it there intentionally?" However, this was not the moment for such musings. An explanation was in order. Raising his hands in a flustered manner, he stammered, Well, let us do this. I will explain everything when we return. Since we are all gathered here today, let us go shopping together." Bai Yaowei, Hu Jui, and Long Lan were instantly filled with excitement at the prospect of shopping with their master. Observing the enthusiasm of her companions, Su Jiqian sighed and remarked, "Master, is this truly your form of explanation? However, she is right. It is rare for everyone to be together. Let us indeed go shopping." As she spoke, she nudged Lung Luoli with her elbow, adding, "You have no objections, do you?" Not having heard her master's defense, Lung Luoli puffed up her cheeks in indignation. She wrapped her arm around her master's other shoulder and declared, "For now, I shall refrain from questioning you, master. But upon our return, you must provide me with an explanation." Chen Ye could only respond with an awkward laugh. "Ahaha, of course, of course." Upon hearing that they could spend time with their master, Bai Yaowei jumped up in excitement, clinging to Chen Ye's back. With glee, she exclaimed, "Then let us be off." Chen Ye led his disciples and Long Lan back to the streets. As they passed by a jewelry store, he picked out a silver necklace for Bai Yaowei. Long Lan's gaze remained fixated on Chen Ye. Seizing the opportunity while he was unaware, she retrieved a golden crown from her storage ring. This crown had come as a matching set, one for herself and one intended for her future husband. Last time, when she had wished to gift Chen Ye a precious ring, he had declined, concerned it was too extravagant. This time, she needed to devise a way to place the crown upon his head. Then he would appear as her husband. While contemplating, Long Lan delicately sifted through the assortment of trinkets, and amidst the multitude of inferior adornments, she unearthed a resplendent golden crown. It appeared to be of exceptionally high quality, certainly a treasure of the superior grade within the mysterious realm. With excitement, she exclaimed to Chen Ye, "Master, I have discovered a piece that is perfectly suited for you. Quickly, do put it on." The golden crown radiated a dazzling brilliance, causing the female disciple managing the stall to widen her eyes in astonishment. A superior grade treasure in this continent is indeed a pinnacle rarity, and how could such an exquisite item possibly be found in her modest stall? Chen Ye, however, was not naive. The appearance of such an item in this marketplace was unfathomable. Moreover, wearing that crown in public would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention from all the disciples. Ultimately, he waved his hand, declining the crown. Long Lan had no choice but to silently reclaim the crown, her heart heavy with disappointment. Another scheme thwarted. Following this minor episode, Chen Ye led everyone to a clothing store. The robust female disciple, upon seeing that the master had brought along 5 women, widened her eyes in disbelief. This was beyond mere flirtation. It appeared that the master was indeed assembling a harem. Furthermore, the previously irate Demoness sister was now happily accompanying the master on a shopping spree. What had the master done to so effortlessly soothe her? The clothing store of the forging department offered not only female attire, but also garments for men. This time, they collectively sought to select new clothing for their revered master. Though opinions varied widely, Su Jiqian insisted that their master wear a garment of azure hue, while Lung Luoli preferred an icy blue ensemble. Hu Jiuyu suggested noble attire, and Long Lan gazed adoringly at each style, finding them all appealing. Bai Yaowei, however, proposed a rather unconventional idea. She believed that it would be best for their master to forego an upper garment entirely, allowing her the opportunity to touch his skin whenever she desired. Su Jiqian quickly covered her mouth, silently chiding herself for thinking that Bai Yue, being newly transformed, was innocent and unaware. Yet soon enough, Su Jiqian's self-reassurance was undermined when Chen Ye, while changing, found Bai Yue boldly parting the curtain and stepping inside. It dawned on Su Jiqian that Bai Yue was not merely an innocent soul, she was rather a mischievous younger sister, brazenly seeking to take advantage of their master. How had she been so mistaken in thinking Bai Yue was naive, when in fact she was fully aware of her actions? Nevertheless, Bai Yue's audacious move inadvertently bestowed a rather fortuitous benefit upon them. Everyone was treated to the sight of Chen Ye's bare torso, except for the robust female disciple, who shielded her eyes while peeking through her fingers. The rest stared wide-eyed, unable to look away. As the Dragon Emperor, Long Lan exhibited no hesitation in memorizing every contour of Chen Ye's upper body. A strong desire to touch him lingered. After browsing through a clothing store, Chen Ye and the others returned to the grand oak tree. Previously, when he attempted to hang a love token with Lung Luoli, an unfortunate incident had prevented him from doing so. This time, he was determined to rectify that. At this moment, Su Jiqian had just learned the significance of the love token and retrieved one for herself, stating, "I have heard that the higher it is hung, the more potent the wish becomes. Therefore, my love token must be placed above that of junior sister Lung." As she spoke, Su Jiqian tied her love token, inscribed with her name and Chen Ye's, slightly above Lung Luoli's. Hu Jui also acquired a love token, scribbling her and her master's names on it. Feeling somewhat shy as she hung it above the other two, Bai Yue raised her hand, bouncing with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "I want to write one too." Before long, Bai Yue obtained a love token and wrote her name alongside Chen Ye's. It seemed she had only recently learned to write, for her handwriting was somewhat chaotic, yet it was still discernible as a name. Chapter 133, Hanging the Marriage Charm, Spring Festival Limited Edition. After Bai Yue finished crafting the marriage charm, she aimed to place it at a height surpassing that of others. With a swift motion, she clutched the charm in her mouth, transformed her limbs into tiger claws, and ascended the tree with remarkable speed. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Bai Yue hung the charm at a position far above everyone else. Su Jiqian observed this scene with a lingering sense of unease. Although Lung Luoli could be excused, Bai Yue was not the partner of her master. It seemed rather inappropriate for her to hang a charm symbolizing love. Yet, considering the rapid progress between Bai Yue and her master, it appeared that being together was merely a matter of time. Perhaps she would refrain from intervening. Long Lan found herself at a loss as she saw everyone else hanging their marriage charms. She lacked the boldness of Bai Yue. As a subordinate of Chen Ye, she felt it inappropriate to partake in such a display. However, the desire to tie on that emblem of love tugged at her heart. There was even the faintest chance, perhaps one in a million, that it might truly bring about a change in her fate. While she pondered, Bai Yue suddenly looked at her with innocent curiosity and asked, "Long Lan, aren't you going to tie one on?" Caught off guard by the question, Long Lan's cheeks flushed crimson. Was this an appropriate inquiry? Did Bai Yue not find it somewhat improper? Chen Ye, noticing the rosy hue on Long Lan's face, was taken aback. Even this dragon could experience shyness? How endearing she appeared. "You look quite charming today, Long Lan," he remarked with genuine admiration. Upon hearing Chen Ye's compliment, Long Lan felt her face grow even warmer, almost burning with embarrassment. As the Dragon Empress, she had often been praised for her wisdom, beauty, and nobility, but never had anyone referred to her as cute. Such a term was profoundly difficult for her to accept. Shyly, Long Lan turned her face away, her voice tinged with irritation as she retorted, "Master, you speak nonsense. What do you mean by cute?" Realizing his misstep from her annoyed tone, Chen Ye offered an apologetic response. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you." Long Lan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing his apology. That was not her intent at all. In truth, she had longed to hear his praise. She was simply a bit shy and certainly did not require an apology. As she attempted to clarify, she noticed that Chen Ye had already engaged in conversation with other disciples. It was too late for her explanation. Regret flooded her heart, fearing that Chen Ye might refrain from complimenting her in the future due to her earlier reaction. At that moment, she cursed her own prideful nature. Meanwhile, Chen Ye found himself surrounded by Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian. Each clung to one of his arms, vying for his attention. Su Jiqian exclaimed, after our date ends. Master is coming to my room. Lung Luoli interjected, but Master promised to accompany me. Chen Ye was being tugged by two individuals, his expression one of helplessness. The authority belonging to his master had evaporated. At that moment, a loud bang echoed through the air, akin to something bursting in the sky. Curiously, the crowd looked up. It was a magnificent firework, blooming in the air. The vibrant colors intertwined and scattered, forming a radiant circular pattern. As the first firework exploded, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with countless others following suit, filling the night sky. The dark canvas of the night was adorned with fireworks, creating a stunning tableau as the twinkling stars and the splendid lights complemented each other beautifully. At this moment, Lung Luoli ceased her competition with her senior sister, instead wrapping her arm around her masteress, gazing at the dazzling fireworks, and slowly remarked, Master, it seems today is the Spring Festival. Did you deliberately choose this day for our rendezvous? The Spring Festival. Since becoming a practitioner, Chen Ye had lost track of time, having long forgotten the holidays of ordinary people. In this cultivation world, common folk still engaged in agriculture, work, and rest, much like the ancient people of Huaxia. In a world inhabited by ordinary people, customs and cultures naturally emerged. Practitioners, too, initially rose from the ranks of commoners. After becoming a practitioner, they would remember their past festivals as mortals and symbolically celebrate them. Although, after thousands of years of cultivation, such memories would fade. Within the Tianxian sect, many had only recently become practitioners. It was no surprise that these newcomers celebrated the Spring Festival like ordinary people. However, Chen Ye had not anticipated experiencing this festival today. In another world, alongside his beloved companions. In the past, he often lamented the diminishing essence of the new year. Yet today, he realized that it was not the festive spirit that had faded, but rather the people. With the company of cherished disciples, even a seemingly trivial firework display appeared extraordinarily novel and beautiful. Chen Ye reveled in the splendid scenery, as well as the warm presence of the girl beside him. Momentarily lost in thought, noticing his silence, Lung Luoli inquired, Master, why are you silent? What are you thinking about? Before Chen Ye could respond, Su Qianjia interjected, Of course. Master is contemplating when he can shake you off and be with me. Su Qianjia felt that her junior sister had been spending more time with their master recently, leaving her with fewer opportunities. Jealousy stirred within her heart. Lung Luoli, observing her sister's teasing expression, felt a surge of indignation. Senior sister, don't force me to slap you in front of so many people. Hearing their bickering, Chen Ye smiled helplessly once more. In truth, he had been reflecting on how possessing such a blissful daily life was the very purpose of his journey into this cultivation world. Ahem, it's getting late. Let us return and rest, he interjected, hoping to prevent the two from escalating their quarrel. At this moment, the fireworks had dissipated and the night deepened, signaling that it was indeed time to rest. Beneath the very spot where the fireworks had burst, a robust female disciple from the forging department wiped the sweat from her brow, still clutching the torch used to ignite the fireworks. She sighed, Master, as your devoted disciple, I can only assist you up to this point. Chen Ye and the others set out on their journey back to the heavenly mysterious palace. Along the way, Long Lon lagged behind. After waiting a while, she hurriedly caught up. Chen Ye, perplexed, inquired, What were you doing just now? With a hint of guilt. Long Lon stood on her toes and replied, Nothing at all. Let us return, Master. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Chen Ye chose not to press further and continued on with the group. Above the massive oak tree, at its highest point, a red love talisman was conspicuously tied. This talisman hung higher than all the others, bearing the inscription, Long Lon and Chen Ye. Chapter 134, Spring Festival Fireworks within the chambers of the heavenly mysterious palace. Chen Ye, having just returned from his escapades, sat upon his bed elucidating the intricacies of recent events to his two disciples. Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian, arms crossed, attentively listened to Chen Ye's explanations. Once he concluded, Su Jiqian lowered her previously guarded demeanor. Initially skeptical of the authenticity of the Chen Ye who had courted her, she now found solace in the truth of his sincerity, allowing her to relax. With a shift in her expression, Su Jiqian leaped forward, enveloping her master in a tight embrace. Her eyes sparkled with affection as she declared, Master, you did not abandon me for a date with junior sister. Even amidst your busy schedule, You still remember to share dinner with me. I find myself growing fonder of you. Science fiction, yet again. At that moment, Chen Ye's eyes widened, as if he had transcended the realms of fantasy and ventured into the pages of a premier science fiction novel. Who could withstand the embrace of such an open-hearted elder disciple? Lung Luoli, watching her senior sister with a resigned expression, sighed. Really, Master is so fickle. Aren't you even a little upset? Clearly, Lung Luoli maintained a more conventional perspective. Oblivious to her junior sister's remarks, Su Jiqian licked her crimson lips. Already wavering in her stance, clinging to her master, she turned to Lung Luoli and remarked, "From what Master has said, it seems you have also become his companion? Sister can hardly wait. You must leave now." Or, Lung Luoli's expression shifted, perplexed by the ambiguity of her sister's words. "What are you saying?" Yet before she could fully comprehend, she felt her arm seized by her elder sister. "Huh," she gasped, only to be forcefully drawn toward her. In the realm of fantasy, celebrating the spring festival evokes a distinct sensation. Beneath the inky night, fireworks intermittently burst into the sky. The first firework, radiant as the sun, illuminated the enchanting starry expanse. As it exploded, vibrant trails cascaded outward, resembling twinkling starlights in the heavens. Following the conclusion of this dazzling display, a new round of fireworks ascended, almost reluctantly, into the night. Ice blue fireworks erupted in the air, casting a cool, azure filter over the world. A brisk, refreshing breeze swept through the atmosphere, heralding the impending arrival of autumn on this continent. Soon, delicate snowflakes would blanket the earth, crafting an entirely new panorama. Perhaps in celebration of the occasion, the night was filled with the continuous bloom of spring festival fireworks, almost ceaselessly. On the plaza of the heavenly mysterious palace, amidst the darkened night, a nimble figure darted back and forth across the open space. Occasionally, the air is punctuated by the sounds of grunts. The silver-long spear, resembling a thunderbolt, emits a series of explosive bursts each time it is wielded in her hands. Perhaps due to the sudden drop in temperature, Yang Qinlin unexpectedly sneezes. She rubs her nose and surveys her surroundings, sensing an unusual stillness enveloping the Tianxian Hall today, as if everyone had vanished. Could it be that they all ventured out for leisure without inviting her? Surely not. Just as her thoughts begin to wander, she sharply slaps her palm against her cheek. This is not the time for such musings. Even if there is to be merriment, it must wait until after her duel with her sister. The present moment is precious. She must devote herself to her training. The following morning, at the entrance of the Tianxian sect, several figures stand poised. Leading them is an elderly man, his hair and beard a silvery white, exuding a benevolent aura that is unmistakably warm and kindly. The disciple tasked with guarding the entrance, with his sword floating behind him, addresses the elder. "This is the domain of the Tianxian sect. Outsiders are not permitted entry. Do you come with a purpose?" Nestled in a remote location, the Tianxian sect is surrounded by the treacherous Lingshu Mountain, teeming with ferocious beasts. The disciples who venture outside to carry out missions do so without hindrance, thanks to the command issued by the dragon sovereign, Long Lan, to the beasts. Yet, entry for outsiders is not so easily granted. The arrival of someone at the Tianxian sect today indicates an important matter at hand. The kindly elder bows respectfully and gradually articulates his purpose. "I kindly request that you convey a message to Immortal Chun, stating that Qi Gushing, the sect master of the medicine god sect, seeks an audience." Previously, Chen Ye had mentioned entrusting him with a task. Once accomplished, it would pave the way for the integration of the medicine god sect. Time has passed, and he has come to inquire if Chen Ye is satisfied with the outcome. The guarding disciple nods and then soars into the air. He does not possess the privilege to enter the Tianxian Hall directly. Rather, he conveys the message to Elder Long Lan, who will relay it to Chen Ye. Elder Long Lan surmises that Qi Gushing's intent is likely to ascertain whether Chen Ye desires their incorporation. Given that this matter pertains to the interests of the entire sect, Elder Long Lan lacks the authority to decide and must defer to Chen Ye. However, she knows well the habits of the sect master. If this waiting continues, it could take several hours. It hardly seems courteous to keep a visiting sect master waiting for such an extended period. Elder Long Lan paces restlessly at the entrance of Chen Ye's grand hall, torn between the decision to awaken him. At this moment, Chen Ye lies solitary on the cold ground. Yes, on the frigid floor. Meanwhile, Two disciples are nestled closely together on the bed, having left no space for him. The reason for this peculiar situation traces back to the previous evening. After completing their duties, the two disciples expressed their desire to fall asleep while listening to their master's heartbeat, insisting on sleeping to his left. The relationship between Lung Luoli and Su Jiqian was always fraught with quarrels, their disputes echoing even during work hours, and culminating in near physical confrontations once the workday concluded. Ultimately, with Chen Ye's earnest attempts to mediate, he took the position on the outermost edge, ensuring that no one bore the brunt of the situation. However, this arrangement proved disadvantageous for him. In the midst of the night, as Lung Luoli lay in a daze, she mistakenly believed her revered master was nestled beside her and instinctively embraced him, inadvertently delivering a kick as if mistaking him for her senior sister. Chen Ye could only sigh in response. Nonetheless, it must be noted that the student's profound slumber stemmed from sheer exhaustion. As the architect of this predicament, Chen Ye could not bring himself to awaken them, thus enduring the entirety of the night. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the crevices of the curtains, illuminating Lung Luoli's exquisite eyes. The sudden brightness stirred her from slumber, and upon awakening, her first instinct was to reach out her hand, confirming her master's presence. Indeed, her fingers encountered a familiar form. "Good morning, master," she murmured in her cool, melodic voice, somewhat indistinct. Subsequently, she prepared to bestow upon her master the first kiss of the morning. Chapter 135, The Medicine God Sect. Subsequently, she was poised to bestow upon her master the first kiss of the morning. Just as Lung Luoli's lips drew near, her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. What met her gaze was not the dashing figure of her master, but rather that of the insufferable senior sister. At that moment, Lung Luoli comprehended that her master's waist was neither soft nor slender. She was, in fact, embracing her senior sister. Gazing at her senior sister's serene visage, Su Jiqian's lips were slightly parted, a trickle of saliva adorning her master's sheets. It seemed that Su Jiqian had mistaken Lung Luoli for her master. Clinging to her tightly and nuzzling her face into her embrace in a half-dreamy state, murmuring, "When did master's chest become so soft? He. Even if master has turned soft, Chinner would still adore it. Master, let Chinner have a kiss." Lung Luoli then realized that her senior sister's drool had smeared onto her. Ah, how revolting. Lung Luoli silently screamed in horror, quickly pushing her senior sister away. Su Jiqian was cast aside, but remained blissfully asleep, lost in her dreams. Taking a moment to calm her racing heart while clutching her chest, Lung Luoli pondered the implications of having spent the night in her senior sister's embrace. Where, then, was her master? With a pang of anxiety, she scanned the room and eventually spotted her master beneath the bed. Gasping in surprise, she exclaimed, "Master." Chen Ye managed a faint smile and greeted her. "Ah, good morning, Lier." Without hesitation, Lung Luoli leapt from the bed and landed atop her master. Concerned, she asked, "Master, why are you sleeping here? It must be the doing of senior sister." "Poor master, let Lier make it up to you." Having just been disgusted by her insufferable senior sister, Lung Luoli longed to see her handsome master to soothe her wounded spirit. As she spoke, she extended her delicate arms, encircling her master's neck, and pressed her lips against his. Naturally, Chen Ye could not refuse the request of his companion. Softness and fragrance enveloped him. Lung Luoli reveled in her master's delightful scent, tightening her embrace around his arm. Her slender hand cradled his head, her cheeks gradually warming. Her long, unencumbered legs slowly bent as she leaned closer. Casting a glance to the side, she noted that her senior sister remained in a deep slumber. If only her senior sister would not interrupt, she found herself unable to contain her eagerness. Now was the time to be with her master once more. Just as Lung Luoli was prepared to take the next step, a knock resounded at the door. Long Lan's voice called from outside, "Master, have you rested well?" After lingering at the entrance for quite some time, Long Lan ultimately decided it was best to awaken the sect leader. It is of paramount importance that any significant matters are promptly conveyed to the ears of the sect leader, otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty on the part of this esteemed elder. Moreover, the hour is indeed rather late. Upon hearing Long Lan's voice, Chen Ye reluctantly parted ways with his second disciple. He then approached his first disciple, rousing him from slumber. Naturally, the morning kiss from the first disciple was not evaded. Once both were suitably attired, Chen Ye pushed open the door and inquired, "What has transpired?" He understood that Long Lan, exceptionally, had called him to rise at this hour, indicating there was something of import to discuss. As Long Lan prepared to inform Chen Ye about Qi Guxing's visit, her keen eyes caught sight of the two figures behind him, causing her sharp, dragon-like gaze to narrow with surprise. Wait, something seems amiss. Was she not knocking on the sect leader's door? How could those two individuals be present in the room? A bold possibility suddenly dawned upon Long Lan. Just yesterday, these two disciples had hung their marriage talisman with the sect leader, and now they were together. Could it be that the talisman had proven effective? If the rumors held true, that the higher the talisman was hung, the more potent its magic, then was she the next in line? The thought flushed her cheeks with warmth. Noticing her silence, Chen Ye inquired with a hint of concern, Long Lan, are you all right? Realizing her lapse in composure upon hearing the sect leader's call, Long Lan hastily relayed the matter she intended to discuss. After listening, Chen Ye nodded and replied, I understand. You may continue your cultivation. I shall attend to some matters. Addressing the two disciples behind him, he then rose and soared into the sky. Upon reaching the entrance of Tianxian sect, Chen Ye exchanged pleasantries with Qi Gusheng before welcoming him into the sect. Chen Ye would certainly honor his word. Having promised to incorporate the Medicine God sect, he would fulfill his commitment. However, as the Medicine God sect had been established for quite some time, with numerous disciples within its ranks, it was impractical to relocate them all. Chen Ye escorted Qi Gusheng to the medicine department, situated in a remote corner of the sect, farthest from the center. This arrangement was deliberate, as the medicine department boasted a vast celestial herb garden. This garden houses nearly every type of spiritual herb and plant in existence, thriving on the abundant spiritual energy of Tianxian sect, making them the finest medicinal resources. Whether for alchemical concoctions or as restorative remedies, these herbs are of exceptional quality. However, tending to these spiritual flora is no small task. It requires skilled individuals for cultivation and care. Previously, this area had remained unoccupied, but now it could be put to good use. Chen Ye declared to Qi Gusheng, you shall henceforth serve as the elder of the medicine department, and this place shall be entrusted to your stewardship. You may select a few exemplary disciples from the Medicine God sect to join you here in cultivation. Rest assured, I shall address all matters concerning the apothecary sect henceforth. In return, you shall become my elders and disciples, and the original site of the apothecary sect shall be incorporated into the dominion of the heavenly profound sect. Qi Gusheng, upon hearing this, surveyed the apothecary sect with excitement. Nestled against the mountains, it was not far from the summit of the divine cuisine sect, where the ethereal waters flowed effortlessly, cascading into the fields where spiritual herbs were cultivated. The architecture here leaned towards a wooden aesthetic, with water wheels in the river turning vigorously, sending sprays of water mist into the air. Despite its strong rural charm, it was evident at a glance that this was a sanctuary for the gifted. Far from the ordinary, the concentration of spiritual energy here was astonishing. Qi Gusheng could feel it. If one were to cultivate in such an environment, it would not be long before even he, a practitioner primarily focused on healing, might find himself in a realm comparable to the late Gao Xiantian. Overcome with excitement, Qi Gusheng knelt before Chen Ye, performing the rite of initiation, and said, it is only natural. I am Qi Gusheng, and I pay my respects to you. Esteemed Sect Master. Chapter 136. The Yang family. The news of the heavenly profound sect incorporating the Medicine God sect swiftly spread across the continent. Numerous sects that had covertly coveted the resources of the Medicine God sect abandoned their ambitions upon learning of its newfound celestial protection. Among those most perturbed by this revelation was the Yang family, residing in Tianfu City. At the helm of the family was Yang Qingying, the younger sister of Yang Qinlen. It is difficult to fathom that this delicate-looking young woman, appearing to be merely in her 20s, presided over the largest cultivation family in Tianfu City. Within the family's council hall, a young man from the Yang family, visibly anxious, reported to Yang Qingying, clan leader, I have heard that your sister, Yang Qinlen, has joined the heavenly profound sect. With less than a month remaining until your duel with her, what shall we do if she returns? Having mastered her skills under the guidance of a celestial being? The members of the Yang family present in the hall were predominantly supporters of Yang Qingying. Having confined those who opposed her, the elders gathered in the hall spoke freely amongst themselves, their discussions rife with concern. Could it be true? We conspired to seize Yang Qinlin's inheritance and stripped her of her rightful place in the Yang family. If the rumors of her joining the heavenly profound sect are accurate, she will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us. If the reports of celestial beings residing within the sect are indeed factual, how could we, mere cultivators of the foundation establishment stage, hope to contend with such beings? We must relocate our families and find a safe haven without delay. The elders of the Yang family were willing to heed Yang Qinling's directives solely for the sake of their own interests. Their dedication to the Yang family was superficial, for the family's survival held no genuine significance for them. Those who truly regarded the Yang family as their ancestral legacy had long since been imprisoned. Seeing the unease in the room, clan leader Yang Qinling cleared her throat and addressed the assembly. Honored uncles and elders, there is no need for alarm. The Yang Qinlin I defeated is devoid of spiritual roots. How could a celestial being possibly take her under their wing? Even if she were to join the heavenly profound sect, she would merely be an inconspicuous servant disciple, existing on the periphery. It is improbable that she could garner the attention of the sect master, let alone the elders. We need not fret. Yang Qinling's ascension to the position of clan leader was attributed not only to her inheritance rights following her sister's downfall, but also to her adeptness in winning the loyalty of others. As her words resonated, the assembly gradually quieted, nodding in agreement. Indeed, her reasoning was sound. Even if celestial beings were lenient in their selection of disciples, they would not accept someone utterly devoid of potential. Their earlier trepidation had stemmed from the formidable reputation of the celestial being, preventing them from thinking clearly. Shortly after the hall fell silent, another young member of the Yang family rushed in from outside, urgency etched across his face. The youth's face lit up with joy as he excitedly proclaimed, "Esteemed patriarch and honored uncles, I am delighted to announce that the union between our Yang family and the Zhao family of the spirit god continent has been established." As soon as the news reached the hall, it erupted with exuberance, the elders' excitement palpable. This was indeed splendid news. A marriage alliance with a renowned cultivation family from the spirit god continent would surely elevate the Yang family to new heights. There was no longer any cause for concern. With the Zhao family's protection, even if a celestial from the heavenly Xian sect were to arrive, they would scarcely dare to act against us. The spirit god continent lies above the source deep continent, where the concentration of spiritual energy and the strength of cultivators far surpass that of this realm. It is a place where 4th grade spiritual roots are commonplace, and 5th and 6th grades are not rare. Any small sect-s leader, there would be a figure close to the Yuanshan realm. The Zhao family, with whom they have allied, is a prestigious cultivation family in the spirit god continent, boasting formidable individuals who have transcended the Yuanshan realm. True immortals exist beyond the tribulation realm. However, they never considered the leader of the heavenly Xian sect to be so powerful. In their eyes, this continent had long been devoid of strong figures, and thus, a person more capable than all the cultivators was merely bestowed with the title of immortal. Upon learning this news, Yang Qinling was equally thrilled, leaping from her seat in excitement. How wonderful! She was to be wed to the second son of the Zhao family. This young man, known for his charm, had fortuitously crossed paths with Yang Qinling's sister, Yang Qinlin, during a visit to the Source Deep continent. However, Yang Qinlin showed no interest in him, focusing solely on her cultivation. Yet, Yang Qinling felt as though she had struck gold upon discovering his lineage, fervently pursuing him. Her beauty was not inferior to her sister's, and her figure was exceptional, leading the Zhao family's second son to spend a night with her. Subsequently, Yang Qinling claimed pregnancy as a reason to propose marriage. The second son, already acquainted with numerous wives and concubines, saw no issue in adding another to his collection. Yang Qinling, a genius with a 6th grade spiritual root and a cultivator in the innate realm, would be considered a top-tier talent even in the spirit god continent, making her an appealing addition as a concubine. The second son subsequently issued a marriage contract, taking her as his 20-something concubine. Yang Qinling was well aware of her subordinate status, yet even as a concubine, she knew he would not overlook her safety. She had indeed managed to secure a powerful ally. Clenching her fists, a disdainful smile crept onto her lips. In her heart, she could not help but mock her sister, who had always overshadowed her. "Oh sister, you possess such beauty, yet fail to leverage it. Now I am the head of the Yang family, with the Zhao family as my stronghold. Even if you were to encounter the greatest fortune, on the day of reckoning, you would certainly not stand a chance against me. I recall that my sister, in the presence of outsiders, places great emphasis on her chastity. Yet, she is nothing but a shameless seductress, adept at ensnaring the affections of our family elders, all the while feigning an air of superiority. Once the day of reckoning arrives, I shall undoubtedly unveil the most repugnant facets of her character. As this thought crossed my mind, a cunning smile graced my lips, as if I had conceived a brilliant idea. In her relentless pursuit of the leadership position, she has not only exploited advantageous trends, but has also resorted to numerous unsavory tactics. To her, the reason for our elders' favoritism towards her must surely be attributed to such underhanded methods. How insidious of her to harbor such malicious intent. By employing these tactics, she has effectively isolated herself from other elders. Now that she possesses everything, it is imperative that I ensure she repays her debts 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Chapter 137. Chen Ye's Breakthrough. The terrifying existence beyond the 5 elements in the Heavenly Xian sect. Within the Heavenly Xian Hall, one must pay 100-fold, even 1,000-fold price to swiftly return to the pinnacle of one's abilities. To become stronger, mere elevation of one's realm is insufficient. One must also integrate the practice of techniques. Enduring hardship is the only path to becoming a dragon among men. These profound words. You surely do not think they were spoken by Chen Ye, do you? Yang Qinlin was in an open area, gracefully wielding a silver-white spear, practicing her techniques while engaging in self-reflection. Her master had prescribed the most suitable training path for her, and in the days to come, all she needed to do was focus on her cultivation. The reason she recited these 2 phrases was that her master had imparted a touch of motivational wisdom to her. However, given Yang Qinlin's diligence, it seemed that even without such encouragement, she would exert herself in her training. Meanwhile, Chen Ye sat leisurely on a stone chair not far away, casually crossing his legs and engrossed in a book titled Fundamental Techniques. Due to Chen Ye's unique innate talent, he could fully comprehend any technique after merely reading its basics once. In recent days, with time on his hands, he had studied both useful and useless techniques alike. After yawning, Chen Ye carelessly tossed the book aside. As the sect had officially entered a stable phase, the numerous notifications from disciples achieving breakthroughs had become overwhelming, prompting him to mute them previously. He presumed that many system points must have accumulated by now. Chen Ye opened the system panel to check. He currently possessed around 200,000 system points. The system had previously stated that each breakthrough in realm required 20,000 points, so he should have enough to ascend to the Purple Mansion realm. It had been a long time since he last elevated his realm. It was time to make a consumption. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye mentally addressed the system. System, grant me a breakthrough to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. System, are you certain? Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback by the long-lost voice of the system. What did "are you certain" mean? Wasn't it merely a matter of spending some system points? Of course, I am certain. System, very well, do not say I did not warn you. System, deducting system points, 180,000. Chen Ye, it feels like you are up to no good. Just as Chen Ye sensed something amiss, he suddenly felt a rapid expansion of spiritual energy within him. This burgeoning energy began to nourish his entire body, propelling his realm from the 1st level of the divine to the 9th level. After lingering at the 9th level for merely a moment, the seemingly intangible barrier was shattered, and Chen Ye's realm ascended to the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm. If his previous spiritual energy could be likened to an ocean, then post-breakthrough, his reserves resembled a vast and boundless firmament. Beside, the meditating Su Qian and her companions distinctly sensed the spiritual energy around them surging violently towards a specific direction. The faint pressure emanating from Chen Ye's breakthrough induced a slight discomfort in them, as an immensely powerful aura enveloped their surroundings. Su Qian opened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at her master. Could it be that master was breaking through? Yet, is it customary for breakthroughs to manifest in such a manner? We each advance a small realm at a time. But master, you leap a great realm in one go? This seems rather implausible, she murmured softly, her fellow disciples beside her equally incredulous. If practitioners in this world could achieve a significant breakthrough in a single leap, the news would undoubtedly be sensational. Should others learn of this, it is likely that the Tianxian sect would be besieged by countless celestial beings and Taoists, eager to dissect their master. However, those who reside within the Tianxian Palace are individuals whom Chen Ye holds in utmost trust, so there is no cause for concern. Moreover, even if such information were to spread, Chen Ye harbored no fear. He could confront one, and if 100 were to come, he would vanquish them all. In his current state, he could effortlessly overpower those in the Purple Mansion realm, and now that he had reached that very realm, he felt no trepidation even if celestial beings from beyond the heavens approached. Long Lan had always believed that Chen Ye was a practitioner of a higher realm than hers, merely concealing his true level. It was only upon witnessing his breakthrough today that she came to a startling realization. The sect leader had not been hiding at all. He was genuinely a practitioner of the divine concealment realm. This revelation was far more difficult for her to accept than believing Chen Ye was an immortal. No matter how exceptional a genius might be, it was inconceivable for one to reach the divine concealment realm and still engage in combat with those of the Purple Mansion realm, leaving them utterly defenseless. Moreover, achieving a significant breakthrough in one fell swoop was a concept that shattered conventional wisdom and defied the natural order within the realm of practitioners. It was akin to aging 10 years in a single year. Who could possibly endure such a fate? At that moment, Chen Ye was immersed in the euphoria of his newfound breakthrough. After all, he had accumulated those system points for an extended period, and now they had finally borne fruit, filling him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Although the system points had vanished, the Tianxian sect boasted over 300 disciples. It wouldn't be long before, following their breakthroughs, his system points would gradually replenish. He could finally relish the role of a laid-back, yet effective, sect leader. Feeling the palpable reality of his advancement to the Purple Mansion realm, Chen Ye suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment. When the system had asked him if he was certain about his breakthrough, he had briefly suspected it might have ulterior motives. It appeared, however, that there was none. Or was there? Just as Chen Ye pondered this, the previously clear azure sky was abruptly inundated with dark clouds at an astonishing speed. The pitch-black clouds grew increasingly ominous, their dense layers effectively blocking out all sunlight, shrouding the world in an impenetrable darkness. After a prolonged silence, a cacophony of crackling sounds erupted from above the clouds. White lightning danced like a mighty dragon, swirling within the cloud cover, providing a flicker of illumination to the world below. Chen Ye, observing this sudden turn of events, felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. No, the system still possesses formidable power. The terrifying lightning loomed directly above Chen Ye, as if it were gathering energy for something monumental. Long Lan recognized this scene. As a formidable cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, she had once faced a tribulation of lightning during her own breakthrough. The familiar sight before her clearly indicated that Chen Ye was on the verge of a breakthrough, thus triggering the lightning tribulation. However, it was inconceivable for a cultivator of the divine concealment realm to invoke such a tribulation. Long Lan realized that she could not perceive Chen Ye through the lens of an ordinary person. At the very least, in the eyes of cultivators, he transcended the 5 elements, existing beyond the confines of the heavenly path. Not only had Chen Ye drawn forth the lightning tribulation, but the intensity of this impending storm appeared to be exponentially stronger than the one Long Lan had encountered during her own breakthrough. This was dire. The master might be in grave danger. Chapter 138. Chen Ye faces tribulation, taking initiative. Oh no, the master might be in danger. Long Lan felt a surge of panic, concerned for Chen Ye's safety. Though she was some distance from the center of the thunder tribulation, she could still sense a terrifying aura spreading around her. It felt as though something was about to descend from the heavens, poised to annihilate all existence. Long Lan's face was etched with anxiety, yet she felt powerless to assist Chen Ye. Despite her status as a powerful figure in the Purple Mansion realm, she seemed incapable of taking any meaningful action in such dire circumstances. However, even if she could not help Chen Ye directly, there were still actions she could undertake within her capacity. She conjured a protective barrier and called out to Su Ji Qian and the others, urging them to come closer. Upon hearing her, the disciples hurried over, taking refuge behind Long Lan. With her protection, they would likely be shielded from the oppressive pressure. Meanwhile, Chen Ye gazed up at the gathering storm clouds above, his expression resembling one who had just tasted something foul. System, so you were waiting for me here, huh? You've been holding back a massive surprise, haven't you? Why didn't you inform me earlier? The system seemed to respond to his inner grievances. System, Didn't I already inform you? Chen Ye retorted seriously. That's your idea of informing me? You didn't mention that using system points to purchase realms would provoke the thunder tribulation. System? It's none of my business. Can we please refrain from using tired cliches? This is ridiculous. At that moment, Chen Ye felt utterly exasperated with the system. However, if what the system claimed was true, that this thunder tribulation was unrelated to it, then perhaps other factors were at play. Could it be that his rapid breakthrough had incited the displeasure of the heavenly way? It was said that in the path of cultivation, one should pursue the natural order. Forsaking righteousness for personal gain could invoke the invisible heavenly way, as could betraying friends and loved ones, or committing numerous misdeeds. Yet, the true nature of the heavenly way remained a mystery. Some believed it was controlled by immortals, while others thought of it as an intangible force, akin to luck or fate. As Chen Ye pondered these thoughts, the accumulated lightning above reached a critical threshold. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, as a massive bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking directly above Chen Ye. Initially worried, he glanced at his disciples. Seeing that Long Lan was successfully protecting them, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Long Lan truly was a trustworthy ally, and Chen Ye gratefully nodded in her direction. With no concerns weighing on his mind, he could now focus entirely on confronting the thunder tribulation. Speaking of which, Chen Ye had never faced a tribulation before. How exactly was one supposed to navigate through it? Surely, it wasn't merely a matter of enduring it head-on? Returning it should suffice. With this thought in mind, Chen Ye concentrated his spiritual energy into his right hand, swiftly mobilizing his power. Not far away, Long Lan watched this scene, her expression filled with sheer terror. Was the Lord Master truly facing the impending thunder tribulation without unleashing a defensive barrier? Observing the situation, did he intend to strike it back? Such an endeavor was utterly improbable. The thunder tribulation was a test from the heavenly Tao, designed to assess the worthiness of cultivators. And when confronted with it, all cultivators could do was exert every ounce of strength to defend themselves. Throughout history, cultivators had attempted to retaliate against it, but all had met with failure, reduced to nothing but ashes. Having learned from such grim lessons, no cultivator dared to act so recklessly again. Did the Lord Master truly remain unaware of this? Long Lan, sheltered within the barrier, instinctively wished to warn Chen Ye, yet he could not possibly hear her. Clenching her fists in anxiety, she thought that had it not been for the need to protect the other disciples, she would have impulsively dashed out of the barrier. An action that could invite disaster. Please, Chen Ye must not come to harm. Long Lan prayed fervently in her heart. The other disciples shared her sentiments. Their faces etched with worry. They had yet to endure the thunder tribulation, lacking Long Lan's understanding of its terror. Nevertheless, if it were their master, surely he would have a way to manage it. At this moment, Chen Ye had adjusted himself to the optimal state. The formidable white lightning descended upon him in an instant. Break from me, Chen Ye bellowed, striking forth with his palm. The azure spiritual energy transformed into a streak of radiant light, surging from his hand, while overwhelming pressure enveloped the thunderbolts of the tribulation. The two attacks collided with a thunderous boom. The once linear beams of light clashed, contorting under immense force. The sparks of lightning scattered like fireflies, diffusing in all directions. The searing heat scorched the ground beneath Chen Ye, creating a blackened crater, yet he remained unscathed. The two forces held their ground for a moment before the brilliance of the thunder tribulation began to fade. Chen Ye sensed the pressure upon him gradually diminishing. He had exerted only 30% of his strength, merely testing the might of the thunder tribulation. It seemed, upon true examination, it was not as terrifying as it appeared. Soon, the thunder tribulation dissipated, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. However, the ominous clouds above showed no sign of retreat. Was it not over yet? Chen Ye murmured softly. As expected, following the first strike of the thunder tribulation, the second soon followed. The initial lightning was merely a manifestation of his breakthrough to the second level of the divine concealment realm. There remained the trials of the third, fourth, and fifth levels awaiting him. Chen Ye faced each in turn, feeling no strain whatsoever. However, merely awaiting the impending strike was not in Chen Ye's nature. This passive sensation weighed heavily upon him. With a chill in his expression, he gazed at the descending tribulation lightning and refused to remain stagnant. This time, he soared into the air, charging directly towards the heart of the tempest. It's merely tribulation lightning. I shall vanquish it, Chen Ye exclaimed, channeling the spiritual energy that enveloped his form, bracing himself against the onslaught while advancing towards the center of the storm. The spiritual energy within him was depleting at a rapid pace, consuming nearly all the energy of a Purple Mansion realm expert with each fleeting second. Yet, what Chen Ye possessed in abundance was spiritual energy. Soon, he withstood the assaults and reached the epicenter of the tribulation. There, an unfathomable accumulation of electrical brilliance and oppressive force gathered, the origins of which remained a mystery, seemingly coalescing from thin air. The radiance in this realm was dazzling, and any lower realm cultivator who ventured here would undoubtedly be blinded, their eardrums shattered, and blood streaming from their orifices. Chapter 139, The Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. With a single strike, Chen Ye obliterated it, the demon suppression steel. Upon arriving at the epicenter of the thunder tribulation, Chen Ye hesitated not a moment and unleashed the most formidable attack from the soul of demon's technique. The thunder tribulation, in theory, manifested as powerful bolts of electric energy. Therefore, by releasing an all-consuming malevolent aura, he could devour them whole. Chen Ye extended his hand, grasping the air, and a tearing sound echoed. A massive gash was torn open in his right hand, far more grotesque and terrifying than the one he had inflicted upon Gao Xiantian previously. It seemed that if it widened any further, it could rend the very world in twain. Within this fissure, an enormous stone tablet was being slowly drawn forth by Chen Ye. The three characters inscribed on the steel, Demon Suppression Steel, gradually became visible. Not even the heavenly Tao could thwart my ascent to power. Chen Ye possessed his own aspirations for cultivation. If he were to struggle against each thunder tribulation in the future, his path would become exceedingly arduous. Thus, he felt compelled to thoroughly gauge the strength of this heavenly thunder tribulation. The colossal demon suppression steel was propelled forward by Chen Ye, resonating with a thunderous rumble that reverberated across the earth. As the bolts of thunder struck above the steel, they were entirely consumed upon contact, unable to touch its surface. With the slow movement of the steel, the surrounding dark clouds were completely absorbed by the malevolent aura. The blinding energy of lightning was likewise devoured until it faded into obscurity. Soon after, the sky began to clear, and the demon suppression steel was returned to the fissure by Chen Ye. After all, this was his sect. He could not leave refuse scattered about. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ye surveyed his surroundings. The remnants of the thunder tribulation had vanished, and the clouds had dissipated entirely. The events that transpired seemed but a fleeting illusion, and he now awoke from this grand dream. Just as Chen Ye believed all was resolved, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the heavens above. You have defied the laws of the heavenly Tao and shall surely face retribution. For today, I shall spare your life. But heed my warning. This intangible voice resonated from the heavens, leaving Chen Ye unable to perceive any figure or discern who was speaking. The oppressive aura lingered around him for a while before dissipating. Chen Ye sensed the formidable strength of the entity, a power unlike anything he had ever encountered. Could this being truly be an immortal? Was the heavenly Tao under the dominion of celestial beings? Regardless of what the heavenly Tao might be, Chen Ye remained unconcerned. He was merely eager to test his strength against that of a true immortal. However, it seemed the entity had no intention of engaging him. On the contrary, it appeared to harbor some fear, vanishing without a trace after leaving behind but 2 sentences. As the matter came to a close, Chen Ye calculated that he had endured the tribulation of lightning approximately 5 times. The remaining trials, before they could even commence, were preemptively concluded by him. Having mitigated several instances of the thunderous pressure, the disciples should fare somewhat better now. Floating in the air, Chen Ye cast his gaze downward. Su Qian and her companions were naturally sheltered behind long lawn, untouched by even the slightest harm. His greater concern lay with the other inner sect disciples. The terrifying force of the lightning tribulation could easily injure those with weaker realms if they were not vigilant. Amidst Chen Ye's sweeping observation, the elders of the various departments of the Tianxian sect stood on the open grounds of their respective domains, all watching him intently. Behind them trailed their disciples, safeguarded in their wake. A cursory glance revealed that no one was injured, which was a relief indeed. These disciples were his founding partners. Having accompanied him from the very beginning, he could not afford for anything to happen to them. Chen Ye had not anticipated that his breakthrough would summon the lightning tribulation. In the future, he would need to seek a more secluded place for any further advancements. As Chen Ye pondered, he was suddenly greeted by a thunderous applause and jubilant cheers from below. A throng of outer sect disciples, as if witnessing a magnificent performance, were fervently celebrating him. Was that not the esteemed leader of their sect who had just achieved a breakthrough? How remarkably impressive. The texts state that one must endure the lightning tribulation without retaliation, and never has a cultivator counterattacked. This was a moment worthy of being inscribed in the annals of cultivation history. How fortunate we are to witness it. Our esteemed leader is the greatest. The inner sect disciples shouted in unison, their faces radiating adoration. Even from his lofty perch, Chen Ye could hear their praises, which elicited an involuntary smile of modesty upon his face. "Ah, you flatter me too much," he responded, waving his hand gracefully while maintaining an air of calm. Although he outwardly feigned restraint, internally he was reveling in delight. "Ha ha, praise me more. I am most eager to hear it." Having confirmed that all inner sect disciples were safe, Chen Ye returned to the Tianxian Hall with a sense of relief. Upon his arrival, Long Lan finally dissolved the protective barrier and hurried to Chen Ye's side. She had been exceedingly worried for him, and now all she wished for was to ascertain whether he had sustained any injuries. However, before she could take her first step, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. She had exerted herself to shield the disciples, and aside from Chen Ye, she had been the closest to the lightning tribulation. The intensity of the residual pressure was beyond imagination. Yet, she persevered in silence, ensuring the safety of each of her cherished disciples. Due to the extensive use of her spiritual energy to maintain the barrier, she now felt utterly drained. Observing her weakened state, Chen Ye rushed forward to support her, preventing her from collapsing. Witnessing her frail condition filled Chen Ye with guilt. On ordinary days, Long Lan tirelessly assisted him with numerous tasks, and today she exerted every ounce of her strength to safeguard her disciples. In the depths of peril, he witnessed her anxious demeanor, which did not escape his notice. Having such a dedicated elder brought warmth to Chen Ye's heart, yet he felt a twinge of guilt towards her. "Are you all right, Long Lan? I apologize. I never anticipated that it would provoke a thunder tribulation. You have truly endured much. Allow me to assist you back." Chen Ye spoke softly to Long Lan, who lay in his arms. Weak and gasping, her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, gazed blankly at Chen Ye, lost in thought. Long Lan shook her head and replied, "I am fine. It is a relief that you are unharmed." Chen Ye recognized her resolve to endure. It was exceedingly rare for a formidable cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm to deplete their internal spiritual energy in such a brief span. This could only occur in the face of some terrifying ordeal that left them with no other choice. Chapter 140. Long Lan's confession. Unless confronted with something truly terrifying, one would not act out of sheer necessity. Observing her frail state, Chen Ye chose not to guide her along, but rather lifted her into his arms. The surrounding disciples, witnessing this scene, hurried forward to assess the condition of their master and Long Lan. Chen Ye addressed the disciples, assuring them, "I am fine. I shall attend to the Grand Elder first." Upon hearing that their master was unharmed, Su Ji Qian nodded obediently, and the disciples collectively sighed in relief. After offering them comfort, Chen Ye proceeded to carry Long Lan to her quarters. Cradled in Chen Ye's embrace, Long Lan experienced an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. This sensation left her somewhat uneasy, evoking a profound sense of vulnerability. Being lifted in such a manner signified her relinquishment of autonomy, entrusting everything to Chen Ye. The typically proud and self-reliant Long Lan found it difficult to surrender her agency to another. Yet, as she inadvertently nestled closer into Chen Ye's warm embrace, her feelings of insecurity dissipated completely. Indeed, within the confines of this man's hold, she discovered an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and safety. It seemed that by entrusting all to him, she had nothing left to fear. Unbeknownst to her, Long Lan instinctively extended her slender arms, gently encircling Chen Ye's neck. This act of yielding to Chen Ye ignited a gradual warmth within her, and she found herself inexplicably shy for reasons she could not quite fathom. Moments earlier, she had been consumed by worry over Chen Ye's peril. Now, nestled in his arms, she felt a joyous sense of reclamation. Immersed in this bliss, her head began to swim with delight. Chen Ye carried her back to her room with unwavering care. He gently laid her down upon the bed, then extended a hand to rest upon her forehead, intending to channel some spiritual energy into her. However, as soon as his hand made contact with her skin, he sensed something amiss. Her forehead was unusually warm, as if she were feverish. Longlan, are you all right? Chen Ye inquired with concern. Longlan's arms remained wrapped tightly around Chen Ye's neck, reluctant to release him. Her gaze, filled with longing, was fixed upon him, her lips slightly parted as she breathed, revealing the sharp, glistening silver of her dragon teeth. She had harbored feelings for Chen Ye for quite some time, quietly dedicating herself to him. If circumstances permitted, she yearned to advance their relationship. Under normal circumstances, she would never dare to articulate such sentiments. Yet today, perhaps due to her weakness, her head spinning with dizziness, she found herself pulling Chen Ye closer, tightly cradling his head as she declared, "Master, I am quite fond of you. Let us be together." Though she understood her status might be inappropriate, she had never had a partner in the millennia she had lived. Even if it means becoming your concubine, I, the dragon sovereign, would willingly accept. Whenever Dragon Lan finds herself in a tense situation, she instinctively refers to herself as the Dragon Emperor. She never imagined that one day, as a being of such noble lineage, she would willingly serve as a concubine to a mere human. Yet, if it were Chen Ye, she would embrace any circumstance, for his companionship was all that mattered to her. This was not merely a union based on an assessment of mutual strength. She had genuinely fallen in love with Chen Ye, regardless of whether he remained as formidable as he was now. Even if a day came when he grew weaker, her love would endure eternally. She yearned to stand by his side forever. Her figure was remarkably statuesque, clad in tall boots. She even towered over Chen Ye slightly. At this moment, even while lying down, she could envelop him entirely in her embrace. Chen Ye was enveloped by a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of a mature woman, wafting tantalizingly before his senses. What had come over Dragon Lan, that she would so suddenly declare her feelings for him? The abruptness was striking, and her directness was equally disarming. He recalled that despite her youthful appearance, which was not much older than that of his own disciples, her true age surpassed a millennium. A dragon of such longevity, possessing profound understanding, had no need for the bashfulness of a Navi maiden when confessing her affections. As she leaned forward from their embrace, Chen Ye found himself captivated by her exquisite features, a high, elegant nose and skin as smooth and unblemished as porcelain. He had always cherished her kindness in his heart. To claim that he harbored no feelings for Dragon Lan would be a falsehood. He simply had not anticipated such rapid progression in their relationship. However, having reached this juncture, he found no reason to decline. Yet, there were matters he felt necessary to clarify with her. I can agree to be your partner, but there is something I must disclose. I already have 3 companions. You may have guessed who they are. Would you mind? Chen Ye spoke earnestly to Dragon Lan. Upon hearing his words, Dragon Lan initially responded with an excited laugh, then shook her head, saying, "It must be Su Jiqian and the others. They are all wonderful individuals. I certainly do not mind." "Then it seems we are destined to be together," she continued. Su Jiqian's affection for her master was evident, and Dragon Lan had long prepared herself for this reality. Otherwise, she would not have expressed her willingness to become a concubine. She was eager to be with Chen Ye and to assist in safeguarding his disciples. With her declaration made, and seeing that Chen Ye did not refuse, she revealed her long, graceful legs, surpassing even Bai Yao in elegance, and drew him closer. Then, her refined and noble visage moved toward his lips. Having established their connection, this dragon shed all modesty. Chen Ye found himself taken aback by her assertiveness, and, yielding to the moment, he reciprocated her kiss. Chen Ye felt the warmth of the delicate figure before him. Longlan's embrace was fervent, as if she wished to envelop him entirely. After a considerable time, their faces slowly parted, and Chen Ye reached out to her waist, preparing to unite with her completely. Chapter 141. The Dragon with a Dream of a Wife Bang. Suddenly, as if on cue, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A loud thud resonated from the window of Longlan's room, as if something had collided with the glass. Outside the room, Su Jiqian, Lung Loli, and Hu Jiue crowded at the window, shielding their eyes from the sun's glare as they peered inside. Bai Yaowei perched atop Hu Shiji's head, her face brimming with curiosity as she observed the scene. At that moment, Yang Qinlin happened to stroll by, glancing at Su Shiji, who was holding her forehead. "Su Shiji, what troubles you?" she inquired. "By the way, what are you all doing here?" Su Jiqian, wincing slightly from the impact on her forehead, gestured for silence with her other hand. "Shoo, She had leaned too close to the window and inadvertently bumped her head. Yet, she couldn't be wholly blamed. The master had not suggested drawing the curtains. How frustrating. Inside Longland's room, Chen Ye had just noticed several faces pressed against the window, leaving him feeling awkward and flustered. "Are you all so brazen?" he exclaimed. "How can I proceed with my duties in such circumstances?" With a resigned sigh, Chen Ye lost interest in the moment, gently placing a hand on Longland's forehead. "You appear rather weak today. It would be best for you to rest. Since we are already bound as Dao companions, there is no need to rush. Relationships take time to develop, and even after confirming our bond, there is no pressing need for immediate intimacy." Longland's current condition certainly warranted more rest. For cultivators of lower realms, the depletion of spiritual energy during practice typically results in mild fatigue. However, for a formidable figure like Longlan, who was at the Purple Mansion level, a sudden deficit in spiritual energy led to a far more severe sense of weakness. Feeling flustered by the interruption, Longland's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Embarrassed, she nodded obediently. Yes, that would be best. The act of being watched made her hesitant to take the next step. As Chen Ye prepared to leave, he transmitted some spiritual energy to her, aiding in her recovery before stepping out of the room. Upon exiting, he cast a stern gaze at Su Jiqian and her companions. "You certainly know how to ruin my good fortune." Seeing their master's grim expression, Su Jiqian and the others trembled and huddled together. Master, please allow us to explain. We were merely concerned." Su Jiqian stammered. Chen Ye found her words utterly unconvincing. "Concerned? You were clearly just curious." He raised his voice in mild frustration. "Today, you are to accompany Yang Qinlin in her training. You shall not rest until she does." Su Jiqian's face was etched with profound sorrow. She had witnessed the intensity of Yang's training firsthand. If she were to engage in training at the same level as Yang, she would have no time to indulge in leisure. Alas, in the subsequent days, Chen Ye diligently guided his disciples in their practice, while Longlan gradually acclimated to her role as Chen Ye's partner. Each time the disciples from the Divine Food Department brought dinner, Longlan would, like a newlywed, serve him food with affectionate gestures, openly displaying her intimacy. "Husband, open your mouth," Longlan said with a smile, offering a piece of meat to Chen Ye's lips. She seemed to revel in this relationship, even altering her manner of address. Just as Chen Ye was about to take a bite, he suddenly noticed 3 disciples nearby, casting him ominous glances, their faces dark like storm clouds, seemingly ready to burst with rain. Su Jiqian, in particular, bit down on her handkerchief in frustration. How infuriating! Such blissful and intimate gestures of feeding a beloved should be reserved for her. While she felt a pang of jealousy, she was acutely aware that Longland's prowess was formidable. Even combined, the 3 disciples were no match for her. Momentarily distracted, Chen Ye allowed the meat to graze his cheek, leaving a smudge of grease. Longlan, noticing this, felt a twinge of remorse. Then, before the watchful eyes of all, she leaned in and licked the stain away. Chen Ye's cheeks flushed at this bold display. How daring! The current Longlan, in both expression and demeanor, bore little resemblance to the once haughty Dragon Empress. She exuded grace and thoughtfulness. Could it be that, beneath her proud exterior, Longlan harbored a dream of being a devoted wife? Meanwhile, Lung Luoli, consumed by jealousy, had inadvertently frozen her meal box into an ice block. Clearly, she could no longer eat. This dragon was playing unfairly. She could not allow herself to be outshone by this dragon. Lung Luoli exchanged glances with Sister Su and Junior Sister Hu, and together they rose to stand beside their master. Though they usually kept their guard up against one another, they now faced a formidable rival. They had to unite their efforts, if only temporarily. Otherwise, their master would become wholly engulfed in this role-playing of husband and wife with Longlan. The 3 disciples took on various tasks. One massaged their master's shoulders. Another kneaded his legs, while the third served him food. "Master, please allow Yue to assist you with your meal," Hu Jiyue said softly. At that moment, Chen Ye was utterly bewildered. "Oh no, I am surrounded by beautiful disciples. What is this sudden commotion? With such kindness towards me, I can't shake the feeling that they are plotting something." Longlan, clearly understanding the reason behind the sudden transformation of the 3 disciples, couldn't help but stifle a giggle. These disciples are indeed charming. After a challenging dinner, Chen Ye resumed his guidance of the students in their cultivation practices. The day of Yang Qinlin's confrontation draws ever closer. 20 days later, in this profound land of origin, the realm of cultivation experiences distinct seasons. Although cultivators are capable of harnessing the spiritual energy within to effortlessly withstand environmental changes, they still adorn themselves in attire befitting each season. Following the summer, autumn arrives. In contrast to the flowing skirts she wore previously, Su Jiqian has donned a long-sleeved top, layered with a sleeveless outer garment. The top extends gracefully above her knees, while the silhouette of her black stockings subtly graces her shapely calves. The other disciples have also embraced various styles of autumn wear. Yet, due to the unique tailoring and modern textile techniques, their figures are accentuated splendidly. Chapter 142. The disciple steps out. Preparing for the duels after nearly a month of rigorous cultivation, the disciples experienced significant advancements in their realms. Su Qian and Bai Yaowei, often indulging in their laziness, were frequently caught by Chen Ye slacking off in various corners. Consequently, they only managed to ascend 3 minor realms, reaching the 6th layer of the innate realm. In contrast, Lung Luoli and Hu Jui diligently practiced, often pushing themselves to exhaustion alongside Yang Qinlin. Lung Luoli achieved an impressive 4 minor realm advancements, arriving at the 9th layer of the innate realm, tantalizingly close to the foundation establishment stage. Such a young prodigy breaking into the foundation establishment stage would undoubtedly astonish the cultivation world. Generally, even a genius with a 6th-grade spiritual root would only attain the innate realm. The news of her potential breakthrough would surely send shockwaves through the community. Hu Jui, with a lower cultivation base, found it easier to progress, achieving 1 major and 1 minor breakthrough, landing her at the 2nd layer of the innate realm. More astonishingly, Long Lan also elevated her status by 1 minor realm, reaching the 3rd layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Typically, practitioners in the Purple Mansion realm require extensive preparations for a breakthrough, but with Chen Ye's assistance, her advancement was remarkably smooth. Strangely, the Thunder Tribulation did not manifest, perhaps having been dispelled by Chen Ye and needing time to recuperate. At that moment, Yang Qinlin sat cross-legged opposite Chen Ye, channeling her spiritual energy in an attempt to break through. Chen Ye remained vigilant, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Suddenly, Yang Qinlin furrowed her brow, and her realm surged upward. Shortly thereafter, she gently opened her beautiful eyes, exuding the aura of the 9th layer of the acquired realm. Under Chen Ye's meticulous guidance, she had mastered the first form of the god-slaying spear to a minor success over the past month. Even against Hu Jui, who was in the innate realm, her stunning spear technique allowed her to engage in numerous rounds with ease. Feeling her breakthrough to the 9th layer of the acquired realm, Yang Qinlin couldn't help but smile with excitement. Her recent training at the Tianxian Hall felt akin to a blissful experience in the celestial realm. Not only did she have a true master teaching her online, but she could also enjoy rejuvenating baths in a spiritual, energy-rich hot spring whenever fatigued. And every meal was a gourmet delight that enhanced her cultivation. In such a nurturing environment, even without proactive efforts, advancement seemed inevitable. Chen Ye addressed Yang Qinlin. Today marks your emergence from the mountain, does it not? With your current strength, you should be more than capable of overcoming any obstacles. He was not concerned about Yang Qinlin's ability to best her sister. However, she might still encounter challenges from the elders at the foundation establishment stage, as they could potentially pose a threat. Qin'er, Li'er, Wei accompany Yang Qinlin on her journey. Chen Ye called to the 3 disciples. The 3 individuals naturally would not refuse. Su Jiqian nodded and then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Master, are you not coming along?" Previously, Chen Ye had always taken everyone with him whenever he ventured out. However, this time, the outing did not involve a confrontation with any major sects, but merely a cultivation family from a certain nation. The strongest among them likely did not even reach the realm of divine concealment. Entrusting the task to a few disciples was more than sufficient. Chen Ye's decision to remain at home was not born of laziness. Rather, he believed that with his presence, his disciples would be unable to fully demonstrate their capabilities, thus missing the opportunity for growth. Chen Ye aspired to cultivate disciples who could stand independently, rather than those who merely waited at home, dependent and helpless. "I shall not accompany you. This mission is entrusted to you. Remember to protect junior sister Yang. I will await your return to recount glorious tales," Chen Ye replied. Although Su Jiqian usually appeared lethargic when a task was assigned to her, especially one involving the protection of a junior sister. She immediately became invigorated. With a serious expression, she assured, "Rest assured, Master, I will protect the junior sisters well." Lung Luoli glanced at senior sister Su with a look of disdain and nudged her. "Who needs your protection? It seems you are the weakest in this team." From the system store, Chen Ye exchanged for a gleaming silver spear and handed it to Yang Qinlin. "This spear is called the Sky Slayer Spear. Take it with you. Just like the enormous sword possessed by Hu Jiyue, this spear also transcends the celestial tier. With it, your strength will ascend several levels." Yang Qinlin gazed at the spear in delight. The spear was entirely silver, adorned with scales etched into its surface, and at the tip, a crimson tuft was nestled. As she slowly accepted the Sky Slayer spear, she noticed that as soon as it was in her grasp, the scale-like patterns began to glow, illuminating the entire shaft. It felt as if the spear had come alive in her hands, ready to roar and slay enemies. Every aspect of this weapon seemed custom-crafted for her. "Master is so thoughtful to prepare such a weapon for me. I must remember every act of kindness and repay my master." Yang Qinlin exclaimed with excitement. "Thank you for the precious gift, Master." Chen Ye nodded and waved his hand in farewell. "Go forth, and remember, no matter what adversaries you encounter out there, do not fear. I will support you from behind. Also, always prioritize your safety." Yang Qinlin clasped her fists in salute to her master. "Understood." With a lingering gaze at her master, she then took flight, followed closely by Lung Luoli and Hu Jiyue. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian stood rooted in place, gazing at her master with a puzzled expression, hesitating to make a move. She addressed Chen Ye, saying, "Master, we have all been sent away by you, leaving only you and Long Jiao here. Surely, you did not intend to dismiss us intentionally?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Chen Ye's face flushed with embarrassment. How could it be that he had dispatched 3 disciples solely for this reason? Was there not even this modicum of trust between a disciple and their master? Meanwhile, cold Luo Li, having flown a distance ahead, noticed that her senior sister had not kept pace. With a sigh of resignation, she turned back swiftly, grasping her senior sister by the neck and pulling her along. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Su Jiqian, being dragged along in the air, protested with a look of reluctance, "I haven't even bid farewell to the master." As she watched her master grow increasingly distant, the farewell words she had initially intended to express were completely forgotten. Instinctively, she called out, "Master, please take care of your health. Moderation, moderation." With that exclamation, Su Jiqian was entirely pulled away by cold Luo Li, left standing in place. Chen Ye felt his face burn at his eldest disciple's words. Goodness, did he appear so frail in her eyes? Such matters certainly did not require her reminders. Chapter 143. Fortunately, Sister Bai is watching over as Chen Ye pondered. His left arm was suddenly embraced. Long Lan had leaned down, her face flushed with excitement as she clutched his arm and murmured, "Husband, now that we are undisturbed, shall we? Last time, we were interrupted by the disciples, and we couldn't consummate our union. Now that everyone has left, even if they are still in the square, it doesn't matter. How can there be no one? Wei is still here. Wait, where did Bai Yame go?" Although Bai Yame had already transformed, she was still a beast, and her training methods differed from others. Chen Ye had deemed it unnecessary for her to accompany them this time, given the ample company with Yang Qinlin. Yet, where could Bai Yame have vanished to? Long Lan's cheeks deepened in hue as she, with a distinct, queenly tone now tinted with allure, explained, "I sent Xiao Bai to Lingshu Mountain. I told her I had left something in my previous cave and asked her to retrieve it. Now, we are completely alone, husband. Come quickly." Chen Ye found no reason to refuse. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was indeed as his eldest disciple suggested, that she had been deliberately sent away for a purpose, but he brushed those thoughts aside. How could he let a few words from his eldest disciple cloud his mood? Chen Ye and Long Lan returned to the room. As soon as they entered, he wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned in towards her cheek. Long Lan had evidently awaited this moment for long. Her pale arms tightened around him. After a while, they slowly parted. Chen Ye's heart raced as he extended his hand. Lifting her onto the bed, Long Lan softly implored, "Husband, let us be together." Chen Ye smiled at her and nodded slowly. As he spoke, he embraced her once more. Yet, at that moment, there was a sudden loud bang. Chen Ye exclaimed, "What the hell is that sound again?" This was precisely the noise that had interrupted him last time. Long Lan, clearly more incensed than Chen Ye, with her naturally haughty voice now icy. called out towards the door. Who is it? The door swung open, revealing a petite figure stepping inside. It's me. Long Lon, why are you so angry? I brought the gem you wanted, is this it? The newcomer, with flowing white hair and a charming visage, was none other than Bayame, who had just returned. She held a green gem in her hands, the very item Long Lon had sent her to fetch. The cave where Long Lon had previously lived was quite distant. While Long Lon was aware of Bayame's speed, she had never witnessed her sprinting at full throttle. To her surprise, she had returned so swiftly. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Long Lon remarked, Xiao Bai, you've brought the wrong one. I desire the red one. Could you please make another trip? Bayawe hesitated for a moment before nodding, closing the door behind her as she departed. Could it be that she had misremembered? Yet, she distinctly recalled Long Lon specifying this very gem. Never mind. She would make yet another journey. Inside, Long Lon readied herself anew, tightly embracing Chen Ye's head, and said, My dear husband, shall we continue? May I have another kiss? Chen Ye swallowed hard and leaned in for another kiss. The exquisite fragrance of a mature woman emanated from Long Lon, distinctly different from that of any of his disciples. After a while, they parted. Chen Ye's face flushed with a deeper crimson. Let us be together, Chen Ye finally declared. Long Lon gently nodded, preparing to close her eyes when suddenly a loud knock echoed through the room. Ah! Chen Ye exclaimed in surprise. After 3 knocks, Bayawe pushed the door open once again. Long Lon, this must be the one you meant, right? In her hands, she cradled a dark red gem that appeared exceedingly precious. She had raced back at full speed, realizing she had previously brought the wrong item. At that moment, Long Lon struggled to suppress the urge to roar, striving to maintain her composure as she said softly, Xiao Bai, you've made another mistake. What I desire is the vibrant red gem. Please, hurry. She had mentioned something entirely non-existent. Convinced that Bayawe would not dare to interrupt her again, Bayawe, feeling a twinge of annoyance, absent-mindedly ran her fingers through her silky hair. Had she truly made another mistake? How foolish of her. With a slow nod, she reluctantly exited once more. Inside, Long Lon sat up straight and swiftly removed her fitted jacket. There could be no further delays. Otherwise, they would never reach the crux of the matter. She pulled Chen Ye close, her voice tinged with urgency. My dear husband, quickly, let us be together. Chen Ye nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to channel his spiritual energy to lock the door from a distance, the door was unexpectedly pushed open without a knock. Bayawe appeared, holding a magnificent, vibrant red gem. Before Chen Ye could process the surprise, Long Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. Please, I never possessed such a thing. Where on earth did you find that? This was utterly absurd. Bayawe, brimming with excitement, bounced as she spoke, not far from the sect. I encountered a demon beast holding a gem just like the one you described. It must have stolen it from your cave. I defeated it and reclaimed the gem. That beast was so stubborn, insisting it had found it on its own. How infuriating. A bead of sweat involuntarily appeared on Long Lan's forehead. Perhaps this person was not lying after all. At that moment, Chen Ye let out a helpless sigh. If only he had arranged for Bayawe to leave as well. With her around, there was simply no way to enjoy a honeymoon. How infuriating. Could it be that the master was on a honeymoon? Above the vast sky, 4 exquisite figures soared gracefully. Su Jiqian mumbled to herself as she and her 3 junior sisters flew swiftly towards the Yang family. Previously, they were accompanied by their master, so their attire had been rather casual. This time, without their master by their side, they donned warmer clothing. Hu Jiyue shook her head and remarked, not necessarily. Since we have left, no one will be there to entertain Sister Bai. She will surely cling to the master. I imagine they are inseparable at this very moment. Lung Luoli then reached out and playfully tapped the back of both their heads. Focus. We are here to carry out a mission. How can we afford to dwell on such matters? Despite her words, she felt a sense of relief in her heart. Thankfully, Sister Bai was left at the sect to watch over things. Chapter 144. The Duel of the Yang Family. Thank you, my 3 elder sisters, for accompanying me. Yang Qinlin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. This journey was originally intended to resolve her personal matters, and she felt quite embarrassed that so many had come along. Su Jiqian graciously shook her head and, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, reassured her, your concerns are our concerns. There is no need for formality. Yang Qinlin nodded appreciatively. The group floated high above, the scenery below shifting rapidly. After a while, the outline of a city gradually emerged beneath them. The architectural style of this city bore resemblance to that of ancient Blue Star, yet it was imbued with a celestial ambience. Within the city, cultivators flitted about, and the streets bustled with vibrancy. In the heart of this thriving metropolis stood a vast estate, sprawling as if it were a city unto itself. As they hovered above the estate, Lung Lawley inquired, "Is this your home, junior sister Yang?" "It truly is magnificent." Having never known a home in her youth and having wandered until finding her master, she could not help but feel astonished by the grandeur of the estate. Resembling a city, Yang Qinlin gazed down at the estate, lost in thought. After a long moment, she shook her head and replied, her voice tinged with melancholy, "It is no longer my home. Let us go." The four of them descended together. At the Yang family estate, within a grand arena, tiered spectator stands surrounded a martial arts field larger than a football pitch. Yang Qingying was already preparing for the duel, engaged in conversation with her uncle. "Is this truly necessary?" she questioned, as a tea table adorned with 2 cups stood before her. Her uncle replied, "For the sake of caution, it is imperative that she drinks this tea." Yang Qingying was regarded as the hope of the Yang family's interests, and they believed that she could not afford any missteps. Although no one anticipated her defeat in the duel, they deemed it essential to prepare for any eventuality. Yang Shu had poisoned the tea, and just before the battle commenced, they would ensure that Yang Qinlin consumed it, thereby sealing her powers completely. Even if Yang Qinlin were to encounter a tremendous opportunity, she would be unable to unleash it. Very well, let it be so. Though Yang Qingying felt a trace of disdain, she ultimately nodded in agreement. She had employed countless underhanded tactics to ascend to the position of clan leader. The act of poisoning was hardly beyond her acceptance. As long as the outcome remained unchanged, she was willing to employ any means necessary to ensure her sister paid the price. Yang Qinlin, having delayed her departure due to a recent breakthrough in her cultivation, stepped outside just as noon approached. The sun now hovered at its zenith, yet no one had yet caught sight of her. Many elders of the Yang family, already seated in the observation area, began to speculate. At this hour, could it be that Yang Qinlin would not arrive? With her spiritual roots entirely destroyed and her realm significantly diminished, her survival was already a stroke of luck. Her earlier declarations of a duel were likely mere whims. It was regrettable that we had waited so long and even released them all, to completely sever ties with the faction that once supported Yang Qinlin. Those who had been placed under house arrest were brought to the arena to witness the event. Yang Qinlin's mother had a younger sister, her aunt, who was currently the most anxious about Yang Qinlin's fate. Yang Yi had been assisting her in escaping, hoping she could survive and leave this place. However, upon learning that Yang Qinlin would indeed return today, her palms were already damp with worry. It would be best if she did not come. As long as Yang Qinlin was alive, her innate talent would surely enable her to ascend to greatness once more. When that time came, she could return to the Yang family and exact her revenge. But that was certainly not the present moment. In just a month, how could Yang Qinlin possibly regain her peak? Even recovering from her injuries seemed unrealistic. My sister surely wouldn't go back on her word, Yang Qingying pondered, whispering to herself. Though she harbored a deep-seated hatred for her sister, they had grown up together, and she understood her sister's character well. With her sister's nature, she had always been true to her word, which is why Yang Qingying was convinced that her sister would indeed come today. However, if her sister did not show up, she had no intention of abandoning her desire to eliminate her. This continent was vast, and she would be the first to claim her sister's head upon learning of her whereabouts. Just as she was contemplating this, 4 figures slowly descended from above the arena. These 4 figures possessed extraordinary talents and striking appearances. Even standing still, they exuded an air of enigmatic mystery. Leading them was a young girl clad in red, who surveyed the scene below. Upon spotting a familiar figure, her previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly. "Aunt." The girl in red was none other than Yang Qinlin, who joyfully called out before landing beside her aunt. Yang Yi initially felt a rush of joy upon seeing Yang Qinlin, but her anxious heart sank once more. "You foolish child, why have you really returned?" She had waited until noon without seeing her, and while she was secretly delighted, she had not anticipated that her niece would indeed come back. Yang Qinlin, filled with excitement, embraced her aunt and declared, "I have returned to rescue you all. Trust me, I will no longer allow you to suffer." In this family of cultivators, Yang Yi was also a foundational stage practitioner. However, due to prolonged confinement and abuse, her face was marred with deep wrinkles, and her aura was exceedingly frail. She sighed helplessly, then glanced behind Yang Qinlin, only to discover that 3 additional figures accompanied her. The 3 figures before me were each breathtakingly beautiful, resembling celestial maidens rather than mere mortals. Their aura exuded an overwhelming strength, seemingly surpassing even my own foundational prowess. Instilling a sense of dread, these figures appeared quite youthful, yet possessed such formidable power at their age. They were likely not ordinary prodigies, but rather exceptional talents from distant continents, akin to the paragons of cultivation found in sacred realms. Aunt Yang inquired with a hint of confusion, "Linner, who are they?" With a gentle smile, Yang Qinlin replied, "They are my senior sisters, here specifically to safeguard me. Aunt, it is getting late. I must go participate in the duel. Please take a moment to rest here, and once the duel concludes, I will ensure a complete reshuffling of the Yang family." Accompanying Aunt Yang in her confinement were numerous relatives, all of whom had grown up alongside Yang Qinlin and treated her with great kindness. Yang Qinlin hoped that once all was resolved, she could restore the family's rightful leadership. Chapter 145. Su Qian's perception of danger. Aunt Yang observed Yang Qinlin at that moment, clearly sensing the change within her. She no longer appeared to be a person whose spiritual roots had been completely destroyed. On the contrary, she exuded a formidable aura. Yet, even if she had seemingly recovered, could Yang Qinlin truly prevail in the duel? After all, Yang Qiniying had been diligently cultivating and had even secured an alliance with the Zhao family, gaining considerable resources in support of her efforts. Was Yang Qinlin truly a match for her? Aunt Yang's heart was heavy with concern, yet it was too late for words now. Even if Yang Qinlin wished to depart, it seemed she could not. Countless individuals present desired nothing more than to see Yang Qinlin perish here, for only her demise would firmly place control of the Yang family in Yang Qiniying's hands, eliminating any future threats. "Take care," Aunt Yang expressed her worries. Yang Qinlin nodded earnestly before striding toward the main stage. Yang Qiniying stood at the forefront, observing her sister's slow approach with a slight smirk, revealing a disdainful smile. Her sister had indeed come, just as she had anticipated. This would save her the trouble of seeking her out later. No matter what, today she would ensure that Yang Qinlin's reputation was utterly ruined. However, as Yang Qinlin drew near, Yang Qiniying's brow furrowed suddenly. When her sister had first fled the Yang family, she had appeared pale and frail, having exerted all her strength just to escape. Yet today, her sister seemed to have fully recovered. This was indeed astonishing. Nonetheless, she quickly relaxed her brow, reassured by the backup plan she had prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Yang Qiniying, looking at her sister, took the initiative to speak. "Sister, it's been a long time. There are rumors that you have joined a celestial sect. Is it true?" She inquired with a smile, curiously glancing at Su Qian and the others standing behind Yang Qinlin. It seemed her sister had fostered a close relationship with them, and with such exceptional friends, the rumors were likely credible. However, even if she had offended that celestial sect, she felt no fear, for the support she had was far beyond the comprehension of the practitioners within this realm. Yang Qinlin gazed at her sister's smiling face, feeling an overwhelming sense of revulsion. She replied coldly, "Enough with the pleasantries, step down and duel me." At her reprimand, Yang Qiniying's previously feigned smile transformed into a frigid glare. She glowered at her sister and, through gritted teeth, declared, "Since you wish to die, I shall grant you that." After finishing her cup of tea, she claimed it as a pact of life and death, stating that the duel must be fair and just, with both of them swearing an oath upon their ancestors of the Yang family. As she spoke, she took it upon herself to drink from her cup, then fixed her gaze upon Yang Qinlin, seemingly awaiting her to do the same. Yang Qinlin also raised her teacup and declared, "Ancestors of the Yang family, on this day of duel, should either of us resort to underhanded tactics, our souls shall forever be barred from entering the ancestral hall." With that, she tilted her neck back, preparing to drink the tea. Yang Qiniying observed her actions, a smirk creeping onto her lips. Once this tea entered her stomach, Yang Qinlin would undoubtedly meet her demise. Suddenly, amidst the stillness of the scene, a sharp sound echoed. Just as Yang Qinlin was about to lift the cup, Su Jiqian firmly seized her hand. Su Jiqian, having cultivated the demon soul technique, could perceive all malevolent energies in the world. Not only could she control them, but she could also pierce through them at will. A mere glance revealed that a thick purple mist enveloped the tea, indicating a potent malevolent aura. Although she was unaware of the exact contents of the tea, it was certain that it contained poison related to this sinister energy. Ordinary cultivators, upon encountering such malevolence, could suffer severe injuries or even bleed from all 7 orifices until death. If the malevolent energy did not directly contact an open wound but instead reached the taste buds, it would gradually corrode the body, leading to a fate worse than death. Among all present, only Su Jiqian discerned the truth. "Sister Yang, this water is poisoned. You cannot drink it," she stated gravely. She had vowed to protect her junior sister and would not allow her to come to any harm. Yang Qinlin was taken aback upon hearing this and hesitantly lowered the teacup, relieved that her senior sister was present. She had not anticipated that her sister, who was at a much higher cultivation level, would be so cautious. To poison someone in a duel against a weaker opponent seemed utterly despicable. Yang Qingying, realizing her scheme had been exposed, exclaimed in frustration, "Who are you to claim my tea is poisoned?" Su Jiqian raised the teacup to her. "Then why not take a sip and see for yourself?" Yang Qingying's expression shifted noticeably, panic reflecting in her demeanor as she stammered, I. At this moment, Yang Shu, the one who had conceived the idea of poisoning, stepped forward to defuse the situation. He glared at Su Jiqian and scolded, "You little girl. Who do you think you are to meddle in our family matters? Leave at once. The Yang family does not welcome you." Upon hearing his insults, Su Jiqian's grip tightened around the teacup, shattering it instantly. She had come out on the orders of her master, who had imparted extensive knowledge of combat to her at the Tianxian Hall, not to endure humiliation and swallow her pride. Without uttering a word, she transformed her right hand into a palm and struck towards Yang Shu. A surge of malevolent purple mist erupted from her hand. They were not far apart, and Yang Shu had no time to evade. He could only extend his right hand to deploy a defensive barrier. At the same time, he felt a surge of alarm. He had not expected this seemingly gentle and refined young woman to act with such decisiveness. Without a word, she had unleashed a lethal strike. Yet children will always be children. A mere novice in the realm of cultivation dared to confront him, a practitioner of the second tier of the foundation establishment stage. Once he successfully deflected her attack, he would ensure that this reckless young girl would pay dearly for her audacity. The malevolent energy unleashed by Su Qian swiftly enveloped the barrier conjured by Uncle Yang. Before the barrier could even emit a sound of shattering, it was devoured by the sinister force, vanishing into thin air. Uncle Yang's astonishment was cut short as the dark energy surged toward his arm. Upon its intrusion, his arm began to wither and contort, ultimately transforming into a mere skeletal remnant. "No, my hand. Uncle Yang's anguished cries echoed as he clutched his now desiccated right hand with his left, writhing in torment upon the ground. His harrowing screams sent chills down the spines of those nearby. It was only then that the elders of the Yang family comprehended the gravity of the situation. Rising from their seats in alarm, the little girl, adorned with horns upon her head, had indeed harmed one of their own. Their astonishment was not solely rooted in her audacity to strike against them, but rather in the shocking realization that she had actually succeeded. Chapter 146. The commencement of the duel. The terrifying malevolence that had recently emanated from her was imbued with a formidable pressure, a dread that none had ever comprehended before. To unleash such a fearsome assault at such a tender age suggested that the forces backing her were undeniably potent. In that moment, the elders of the Yang family, witnessing Uncle Yang rolling on the ground in agony, found themselves paralyzed with fear, none daring to offer assistance. At this juncture, Su Jiqian surveyed her surroundings with a cold gaze, a thick aura of malice enveloping her. Should any of the Yang elders dare to approach, they would meet a swift and merciless end, rendering the duel unnecessary. Cold Lully and Hu Jiao had also braced themselves for battle, the atmosphere charged with tension. Suddenly, an elder from the Yang family, slightly older than the rest, ventured to speak. "Esteemed fairy, the Yang family harbors no intent to offend. Today marks the duel that Yang Qinlin has scheduled. To honor our agreement, let us commence without further delay." In light of Su Jiqian's display of prowess, the demeanor of the crowd shifted, adopting a tone of respect. However, the elder suspected that Yang Qinlin had undoubtedly employed some rationale or incentive to summon these 3 protégées as guardians. Should she perish in this contest, any promises made prior would be rendered null and void, and these 3 remarkable individuals, who appeared from nowhere, would likely depart. Thus, he was eager to hasten the initiation of the duel. Su Jiqian turned to her younger sister, as if seeking her counsel. Yang Qinlin nodded, appearing to regard this contest with great significance, determined to exact her vengeance openly before all. Let the duel begin, she declared to her sister, then stepped into the arena. Uncle Yang, whose arm had been shattered, was carried away by several younger members of the Yang family, attempting to staunch his bleeding and heal his wounds. However, the malevolent energy released by Su Jiqian was more terrifying than the deadliest poison known to mankind. No healing method could alleviate his suffering. He would languish in torment until death claimed him. Observing her sister's eagerness to commence the duel, Yang Qinling's pupils flickered with murderous intent. Did her sister look down on her? Did she believe she would surely lose in combat? Over the past month, Yang Qinling had made tremendous strides, ascending to the second tier of the innate realm. She had surpassed her sister by a significant margin. Why then did her sister presume to consider her a rival, daring to belittle her? The more she pondered, the angrier she became, and she too stepped forward defiantly into the arena. The two sisters faced each other, poised for battle. Yang Qinling drew her long sword from her waist, pointing it accusingly at her sister's nose. Sister, since childhood, you and our parents have ostracized me. Now that our parents are gone, once I eliminate you, I shall finally avenge myself. Once regarded as the most exceptional by our family elders, I will now prove to everyone that I am stronger than you. Her gaze was as venomous as a serpent, cold and lethal, as though she wished to rend her sister asunder. Memories of their childhood flooded Yang Qinling's mind. In her youth, the younger sister was playful and lacked diligence in her cultivation, while their mother maintained a strict oversight over their training, often punishing her for her negligence. Unexpectedly, this treatment fostered a lingering resentment within her. As time passed, rather than diminishing, her grievances only intensified, leading her to believe that the entire world conspired against her. Faced with such an irredeemable sibling, Yang Qinling grew weary of engaging in futile dialogue. She retrieved a long spear from behind her, holding it single-handedly at her side. Enough with the chatter. Let us begin, Yang Qinling remarked with a cold huff, as the two distanced themselves from one another. They exchanged formal bows, each harboring a fierce intent to kill. Once the formalities concluded, Yang Qinling was the first to act, brandishing her long sword as she leaped into the air with a single foot. Piercing strike. Following her marriage alliance with the Zhao family, they had bestowed upon her numerous gifts, including a top-tier profound-level technique and a protective talisman, in addition to the resources for her cultivation. Although this profound-level technique might not hold great significance in the spirit realm, here, it was regarded as the pinnacle of martial arts. In her estimation, employing this technique against her sister would be more than sufficient. Thus, she unleashed her initial attack with a lethal strike, intent on overwhelming her sister and vividly illustrating the disparity between their current capabilities. The long sword in her grasp vibrated with a resonant hum, a silvery radiance shimmering upon its blade. The aura of lethal intent emanating from the sword was so potent that even those in the stands could taste the metallic tang of rust in the air. It seemed as though the sword aimed to cleave through all obstacles with an unstoppable force, targeting Yang Qinling's face directly. Yang Qinling observed the approaching blade with narrowed eyes, remaining utterly motionless as if paralyzed by fear. The elders of the Yang family, witnessing this scene, collectively exhaled in relief, as it appeared that Yang Qinling was doomed. Once she fell, the matter could be resolved once and for all. The elder of the Yang family, slightly older, cast a furtive glance at Su Jiqian and her companions, noting that the three young protégées who had accompanied Yang Qinling showed no intention of intervening. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. They had come merely to reap some benefits. Once Yang Qinling met her demise, it was likely they would depart without causing any further disturbances. At this moment, Aunt Yang anxiously turned her gaze towards Su Jiqian. Observing Yang Qinling's inaction, she mistakenly believed her niece was utterly defenseless. Her only hope rested on the three young talents who had accompanied Yang Qinling, praying they might step in to assist. Although disrupting a duel was not a commendable act, she felt compelled to overlook such decorum. However, seeing that Su Jiqian had no intention of intervening, Aunt Yang could no longer contain her anxiety. With her foundation-building strength, she swiftly descended from the platform, intent on rescuing Yang Qinling. Yet, the other elders of the Yang family would not grant her that opportunity and moved to obstruct her path. Let us refrain from involving ourselves in the sisters' duel, they declared. to prevent any word from spreading that might tarnish the reputation of the Yang family. An elder of the Yang clan proclaimed. Aunt Yang gritted her teeth in anguish. Yang Qinlin was a child she had watched grow up, akin to her own daughter. Regardless of the indifference shown by others, she felt compelled to risk everything to save her. Aunt Yang remained resolute, intent on unleashing her fury. However, at that moment, a chilling scream echoed from the arena. Upon hearing that agonizing cry, Aunt Yang's heart plunged into despair. Fear gripped her as she gazed towards the arena, dreading to witness the tragic fate of Yang Qinlin, yet she knew she had to ascertain whether she was still alive. In the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. Chapter 147. The Duel of Yang Qinlin. Not only did Aunt Yang gaze at the arena with disbelief etched across her face, but the other elders of the Yang family also rose in terror from their seats. The calmness that had previously enveloped them vanished in an instant. Su Jiqian had refrained from intervening, as she had never anticipated that her junior sister, Yang Qinlin, would be outmatched. There seemed to be no need for her assistance. At this moment, Yang Qinlin held her spear aloft, suspended in midair. Moments prior, she had nonchalantly discharged a shot, sending her sister, Yang Qingying, hurtling away. What appeared as a flash of lightning to others seemed to Yang Qinlin as sluggish as a tortoise. Aunt Yang, witnessing the unscathed Yang Qinlin standing in the arena, was instantly filled with elation. Though she could not fathom the circumstances, it appeared that Yang Qinlin had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Over the course of a month, she had indeed matured. Yang Qinlin, spear in hand, began to slowly approach her sister. Yang Qingying, clutching her injured left arm in agony, could not suppress her cries of despair. Her arm was utterly shattered. She gazed in disbelief at her approaching sister, struggling to rise to her feet. She had indeed underestimated her opponent. However, she had not perceived the speed at which her sister had drawn her weapon. Her sister had grown stronger. Why could she never surpass her sister? Even after her sister's spiritual roots had been thoroughly destroyed, she had managed to recover in just a month, once again overshadowing her. It was unjust, profoundly unjust. She had to make her sister pay the price, by any means necessary. Yang Qingying's expression grew increasingly sinister. Among the techniques bestowed upon her by the Zhao family was a desperate measure that could deplete her entire essence. Though employing it would render her akin to the dead, she knew it would also lead to her sister's demise. Without hesitation, she began to channel her entire vitality. A dense crimson mist enveloped her, a manifestation of her refining and consuming her own essence, every drop of which could never be replenished. She had wagered everything. With a sword in hand, Yang Qingying lunged once more towards her sister's face. Die! Her aura surged violently in that moment, her strength multiplying several times over. In that instant, she was even stronger than some of the Yang family elders. Yang Qinling's expression turned serious as well. Though she, as a practitioner of the post-heaven realm, had no rivals among those of the pre-heaven realm, encountering someone with foundational strength was indeed precarious. Godslayer thrust. Yang Qinlin, wielding her spear, unleashed her own technique, aiming directly at her sister's sword. The spear in her grasp was the El Tian spear, a gift from her master not long ago. As she activated the lethal move, the scales on the spear began to radiate a dazzling brilliance. The spear seemed to assist her in channeling her martial techniques, amplifying the ferocity of her unleashed strikes. As two formidable attacks collided, a thunderous explosion echoed throughout the arena. The moment the two brilliant beams of light clashed, Yang Qingying's sword began to tremble violently in her grasp. Soon after, it started to bend slightly, fissures creeping across its surface. Yang Qingying was taken aback. Her profound-grade weapon was on the verge of shattering. How could this be possible? Yet, there was no time for her to react, as the sword suddenly splintered with a sharp crack. Consequently, Yang Qinlin's terrifying spear pierced through her right arm. Yang Qingying was hurled backward, crashing against the wall of the arena. Her entire right arm was obliterated, severed from her body and landing beside her. Blood gushed forth like a river, instantly staining her entire form crimson. Cursed. I should have killed you outright instead of confining you. Even on the brink of death, Yang Qingying harbored no regret, lamenting her decision to spare her sister. Yang Qinlin approached her expressionlessly, determined to make her sister pay the price for avenging their deceased parents. However, at that moment, the elders of the Yang family, who supported Yang Qingying, could no longer remain passive. Although they were not concerned about the position of family head falling into the hands of outsiders upon Yang Qingying's demise, she represented their collective interests. Her death would undoubtedly plunge their faction into chaos. If Aunt Yang, who was under confinement, seized the opportunity, it would spell disaster. Absolutely not. Dozens of elders from the Yang family rose in unison, hastening towards the arena. Many of them secretly gathered spiritual energy, intent on delivering a lethal blow to Yang Qinlin. At this juncture, the matter of a duel was of little consequence. Eliminating Yang Qinlin would resolve everything. Yet, it was then that Su Jiqian and her companions, who had been observing, finally took action. Su Jiqian soared before them, her eyes glinting with murderous intent, and coldly remarked, "Let the younger generation settle their duel without interference from the elders. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Yang family." An elder from the Yang family, at the first level of foundation establishment, scoffed, "Do not presume that your status as a genius from a revered cultivation sanctuary grants you the liberty to act recklessly. With over 20 foundation establishment cultivators present, do you truly believe you three stand a chance? Step aside quickly, and we shall pretend we have not seen you today." If it were not for the circumstances, they would not wish to offend Su Jiqian. It was not fear of her trio, but rather the formidable forces that stood behind them that worried them. Provoking them could lead to considerable trouble. Nonetheless, the Yang family had already allied with the Zhao family, and if necessary, they would not hesitate to eliminate the three. After all, they had even more powerful allies backing them. One more step forward, and you will meet your end. Su Qiqian maintained a chilling smile, her tone laced with a hint of mockery, as if the 20 or so foundation establishment cultivators before her posed no threat at all. Her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Chen Ye when he engaged in lethal actions. How ignorant! Scoffed an elder from the Yang family, a first-layer foundation establishment cultivator. He exchanged glances with several other elders of the same tier beside him, and together they charged forward. With a cacophony of powerful techniques, shattering fist, heavenly palm imprint, and 10,000 God's finger, they unleashed their deadly moves, fully encircling Su Qiqian and her companions, intent on obliterating them in one fell swoop. Cold Luali, who preferred not to converse with outsiders, had always left communication duties to her senior sister when venturing out. However, as the conflict loomed, she too was invigorated. With her iconic ice blue staff firmly in her grasp, she waved it casually towards the approaching elders. As she invoked the ice spike technique, a flurry of ice shards surged forth, hurtling toward the assailants from the Yang family. Chapter 148. The radiance of the disciples. The icefall technique was subsequently unleashed, sending forth countless ice spikes that pierced towards the oncoming elders of the Yang family. Each ice spike she released contained power that rivaled the formidable strike of Yang Qingying's previous attack. Nay, it was even more terrifying. The frigid aura she emitted slowed the enemy's movements, rendering them nearly powerless to evade the onslaught. The several elders of the Yang family, after struggling to dodge a few strikes, were swiftly impaled by the rain of ice spikes. Even their defensive barrier array was shattered within moments. Helpless against the assault, the elders of the Yang family found their crimson blood splattering around, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. "Enough! Cease this at once!" Several older elders of the Yang family stepped forward, attempting to halt Lung Luali. Hu Jiuyu retrieved the massive sword from behind her, positioning it before the group. A ghostly purple aura surged around the great blade, which trembled slightly, emitting a fearsome hum. These elders were all cultivators of at least the third level of foundation establishment. Having witnessed the offensive capabilities of Su Jiqian and Lung Luali, they were mentally prepared to confront such formidable foes. The elders surrounded Hu Jiuyu, launching an assault from all directions. Hu Jiuyu concentrated her entire spiritual power into the great sword, executing a horizontal spin, unleashing a sweeping blade of energy that slashed outward. Celestial slaughter. The deep purple sword aura swiftly traversed the surroundings, creating deafening sonic booms. Several of the lower-ranked elders of the Yang family were caught off guard and were cleaved in two. The immense sword energy continued its relentless path, producing a thunderous roar as it struck the arena's walls, nearly reducing them to ruins, the half-collapsed ground seeming on the verge of crumbling completely. Many of the elders who had narrowly avoided the attack were now drenched in cold sweat, marveling at the terrifying prowess of the girl who could unleash such devastating assaults. To wield such overwhelming power at the innate stage, Who is your master? Which sect do you belong to? One elder of the Yang family inquired in astonishment. You are unworthy to know my master's name. Hu Jiu retorted haughtily, her demeanor contrasting starkly with the gentle nature she displayed around her senior sisters. The elder, chastised by a junior, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Given that the opponent had already taken the lives of their kin, it was clear that regardless of the backing she possessed, the Yang family could not afford to let her escape. Do not fear. Such a level of attack cannot possibly be unleashed a second time in quick succession. Let us unite and swiftly eliminate her. None of these 3 juniors shall leave here alive today, commanded a 5th-level elder of the Foundation establishment to the others. The group nodded in agreement and once more surged forward from all directions. His analysis is not without merit. Hu Jiu indeed requires time to prepare a formidable attack. Until then, she must do her utmost to stall for time. Fear not, junior sister. I shall assist you. With a swift motion, Su Jiqian arrived, unleashing a powerful demon palm. A tangible imprint, forged from violet malevolence, surged forth from the center of her palm, targeting the elders of the Yang family. Having witnessed her prowess before, the elders were momentarily paralyzed with dread as they beheld the malevolent palm print, fleeing in haste. However, the speed of the imprint was unparalleled. Several elders failed to evade in time and were consumed as if drawn into a black hole, utterly devoured. After aiding her junior sister in escaping the battlefield, the 3 disciples regrouped, their gazes cold and haughty as they faced the elders of the Yang family. Within mere exchanges of combat, not only had the Yang family's elders failed to inflict any damage, but they had also suffered considerable losses. A stalemate ensued, with neither side daring to advance further. At the center of the arena, Yang Qinlin gazed up gratefully at her senior sisters, nodding silently. Fortunate was she to have their companionship. Otherwise, even if she triumphed today, survival would have been an impossibility. Her senior sisters were far more formidable than she, allowing her to focus solely on the matter at hand. Approaching her immobile sister, Yang Qinlin regarded her with gravity. She lifted her spear slowly, aiming it steadily at her sister's chest. Yang Qinyi, filled with resentment, glared at the advancing spear, utterly incapable of resistance. To compel her sister to relent, she had but one recourse. Weakly, she enunciated, "Do not presume that your nefarious means have won you the favor of the immortals, allowing you to act with impunity. I have already entered into a union with the Zhao family. Should you take my life, the Zhao family will not let you go. Think carefully, you vile wretch." She spat her words, unrepentant even in her final moments. Upon hearing her mention the Zhao family, Yang Qinlin momentarily faltered, pondering the implications. After a lengthy deliberation, she recalled the matter of the Zhao family's 2nd son. To her astonishment, her sister had indeed formed an alliance with them. Rumor had it that the Zhao family was a prominent lineage within the spirit god continent, boasting cultivators of the nascent soul realm and beyond. If she were to kill her sister and provoke the Zhao family, would it not bring misfortune upon her master? Yang Qinlin found herself ensnared in contemplation. She was not particularly fearful of retribution from the Zhao family, but she did not wish to implicate her master. Her master had treated her with such kindness. If she were to create a significant dilemma for her upon her return, it would be most regrettable. As Yang Qinlin deliberated, she suddenly recalled her master's parting words, that she need not fear any adversary, for her master would always stand by her side. Since her master had assured her of this, she could not falter. To do so would be to bring shame upon her master. Upon reaching this realization, Yang Qinlin no longer hesitated, thrusting her spear towards the heart of Yang Qinyi. At this moment, Yang Qinyi was gravely injured and unable to move. As she beheld the approaching spear, she could only despairingly close her eyes. Just as she anticipated the searing pain of being pierced, she waited in vain. Feeling nothing at all, confused, she opened her eyes to find Yang Qinlin before her, equally bewildered. The spear in Yang Qinlin's hand halted mere centimeters from her sister's chest, unable to pierce any further. What was happening? As she grappled with her confusion, a sudden brilliance emanated from the necklace adorning her sister's neck. Yang Qinyi glanced down at the necklace, a protective talisman gifted to her by the Zhao family. To her astonishment, it had activated at this critical moment. A wave of joy surged within her, as if she had been granted a second chance at life. The talisman's light flickered for a moment, and then an overwhelming pressure, terrifying enough to stifle all present, materialized out of thin air. Everyone in the vicinity was rendered completely immobilized by this oppressive force. Chapter 149. The emergence of the ancestor of the Zhao clan. The disciples in peril, all present in this arena, found themselves utterly subdued by an overwhelming pressure, rendered immobile. Yang Qinlin, closest to this oppressive force, was violently hurled several meters away, nearly collapsing to the ground. Then, a voice, ancient and formidable, resonated through the air. Who dares to harm the descendants of the Zhao family? An aged figure materialized from the protective talisman around Yang Qinling's neck, landing in the center of the scene. The moment this figure appeared, the already terrifying pressure escalated exponentially. Neither Su Jiqian nor the elders of the Yang family could withstand such staggering might, losing all ability to attack or even act. Even the effort to stand upright consumed every ounce of their strength. Yang Qinlin gazed in horror at the old figure, unable to fathom the depth of its power and realm. She had only witnessed such formidable pressure emanating from her master. This is the ancestor of the Zhao family. Yang Qinling recognized this figure. It was unmistakably the revered ancestor of the Zhao clan, a being capable of upheaving the entire source-deep continent with a mere gesture. The true essence of this ancestor had long transcended the realm of the primordial spirit. However, it was evident that this manifestation was not the Zhao ancestor's true body, but merely a projection of his celestial spirit. Yet, even the essence of this projection was potent enough to instill a profound sense of insurmountable disparity among those present. Before this apparition, they could offer no resistance, rendered as lambs awaiting slaughter. Upon the appearance of the Zhao ancestor's projection, he first surveyed the arena with cold, discerning eyes. When he observed that the individual under his protection was not the Zhao family's second son, but rather an unfamiliar woman, his brow furrowed slightly. Upon noticing the protective talisman around Yang Qinling's neck, comprehension dawned upon him. The Zhao family's second son held a significant position within the clan, equipped with various life-saving measures bestowed by the ancestor. Among these was a projection of the ancestor himself, housed within the talisman. It was likely that this girl was yet another concubine of the second son, perhaps possessing commendable beauty that had captured his heart. Hence the gift of a protective charm for her safety. The Zhao ancestor shook his head in resignation. He had not anticipated that his projection would be employed by his second son to safeguard a concubine. Nevertheless, since she was to be wed into the Zhao family, she was, in essence, one of their own. In this minuscule corner of the source-deep continent, with a mere wave of his hand, he could decimate the entirety of the land. Given that she was one of the Zhao family, he felt compelled to offer protection. It would be detrimental to their reputation if word spread that the Zhao clan's members were bullied on such a remote continent. The Zhao ancestor's gaze fell upon Yang Qinlin, and he bellowed with an authoritative tone, "Is it you, young girl, who dares to lay a hand on our Zhao family members? Upon the sight of a celestial being, do you not hasten to kneel?" With that, he unleashed a wave of pressure that enveloped Yang Qinlin. Yang Qinlin felt as though a weight of countless tons had suddenly descended upon her, making it increasingly difficult for her to maintain her once straight posture. Her knees buckled slightly, and she seemed on the verge of collapsing onto the ground. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely declared, "I shall not kneel. I will bow to no one but my master." The effort to withstand the immense pressure was exhausting every ounce of her strength. Faced with such a formidable presence, she found herself utterly powerless to retaliate. Nevertheless, she could never lower herself before anyone other than her master. She was a disciple, and even in death, she would not disgrace her master. Upon hearing her words, the ancestral figure of the Zhao family darkened in countenance. Even in their spirit realm, apart from a few prominent clans or sacred cultivation grounds, ordinary cultivators were required to bow before him. Yet, this innate realm cultivator from a remote continent dared to defy him, demonstrating a blatant disregard for his authority. Audacious. First, you harmed the descendants of the Zhao family, and now you dare to oppose the words of an immortal. Today, I shall take your life and teach you a lesson about respect. With a flick of his right hand, a colossal hand of spiritual energy manifested behind him. The very ground trembled as he unleashed this force, scattering wooden debris into the air and creating a vast expanse around them. The spiritual hand then descended toward Yang Qinlin. Before the hand could land, the elders of the Yang family, situated perilously close to the impending attack, were struck by the residual force, resulting in internal injuries and spitting blood. Even those who merely observed the battle were affected by this backlash, leaving them to ponder the dire circumstances facing Yang Qinlin, who stood directly beneath the assault. The elders of the Yang family, witnessing the unfolding events, breathed a sigh of relief. They had not anticipated that an alliance with the Zhao family would invoke the presence of their ancestor. It seemed that everything happening today could soon reach a resolution. Once news of their family's divine protection spread, the Yang family would undoubtedly gain renown across the continent. Meanwhile, the ones responsible for the death of their kin, Su Jiqian and her companions, would not be allowed to leave unscathed. Su Jiqian watched anxiously as her junior sister, striving with all her might to stand tall, broke into a cold sweat. She had vowed to protect her, yet now she felt utterly powerless. In the face of such a terrifying existence at the divine realm, their innate realm cultivators could scarcely resist kneeling, having exhausted their strength. "Yang, don't!" Su Jiqian cried out, tears streaming down her face as she watched the enormous hand descending with a fierce roar. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, any ordinary innate realm cultivator would be reduced to dust before the hand could even strike. Yet, astonishingly, Yang Qinlin not only remained unscathed, but had not even fully buckled her knees. Confronted with the specter of death, she began to exhaust her vital essence at an astonishing pace to enhance her strength. Her sole purpose was to ensure that she would not bring disgrace to her revered master in her final moments. "Master, I am deeply sorry. I have yet to repay your kindness, and now I must meet my end here. I am truly remorseful for not fulfilling your teachings." In her last moments, the once valiant visage of Yang Qinlin appeared profoundly desolate, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She longed for just one more opportunity to see her gentle master, to express her heartfelt gratitude. If it were possible, she wished to embrace her master once more. She yearned to remain alongside her master forever. Those days spent in the heavenly profound hall constituted the happiest period of her life. Yet, no matter how swiftly her master might arrive, it would be impossible to save her in time. Her only hope was that her death would not burden her senior sisters. After all of this turmoil had arisen because of him, and she did not wish for her sisters to suffer because of her. Chapter 150. Until we meet again. I shall annihilate your entire clan simultaneously, within the grand hall of the heavenly Xian Palace. Chen Ye spoke. "My dear, I have sent Xiao Bai to the divine cuisine department for a meal. This time, there shall be no interruptions. We must be together." Long Lan's sharp dragon eyes gradually softened, and in her gaze towards Chen Ye, there blossomed a tender affection reminiscent of Su Jiqian's. The incessant interruptions from Bai Yue had prevented her from finding a moment's peace. This time, assuredly, no one would disturb them. There exists a saying that the unattainable is the most desirable. Having been interrupted multiple times, Chen Ye now tenderly embraced Long Lan's delicate waist and leaned in to kiss her. Her slender figure and fair, smooth skin were intoxicating, and as the delightful fragrance enveloped him, Chen Ye's grip tightened, becoming further entranced. Truly, she was a beauty akin to 1,000 years of exquisite artistry. Even if Bai Yue were to return today, he could not allow this moment to be interrupted, just as Chen Ye resolved to remain together with Long Lan. Come what may, a sudden chime resonated. Ding! Detecting that the host's direct disciple, Yang Qinlin, is in mortal peril, the system has temporarily shielded her. Would you like to expend system points to rescue her? Remote attack usage. Cost: 1,000 system points. Physical manifestation for 5 minutes. Cost: 10,000 system points. Chen Yi was taken aback. What is happening? My disciple is in danger? He recalled that on this continent, only 3 formidable beings existed at the Purple Mansion level. Aside from the Dragon Sovereign he had already subdued, Qi Gusheng had also joined his sect. Gao Xiantian and C2 Kuei had all been vanquished by him. Given Chen Ye's understanding of his disciple, should she encounter a practitioner at the divine concealment level, the 4 of them would possess a strong chance of victory. Since the system indicated that his disciple was in mortal danger, it suggested the emergence of an even stronger opponent. Could it be an entity from another continent? Although Chen Ye had intended to remain with Long Lan at all costs today, this unexpected turn of events likely required his immediate attention. Yang Qinlin was his beloved direct disciple, and he was determined to exert every effort to rescue her. At that moment, Long Lan observed Chen Ye lost in thought, and, with a hint of concern, inquired, "My dear, what troubles you? Why have we paused? Is it because you are dissatisfied with my attire today?" She glanced down at her outfit, which showcased her exceptionally long, beautiful legs through a fitted mini dress. She recalled hearing Su Ji-Qian mention that her master favored black stockings. Had her choice of clothing, not aligning with her husband's preference, diminished his interest? Chen Ye quickly waved his hand and replied, "It is not that. My disciple is in danger, and I must attend to this matter first. We shall resume next time." Upon finishing his words, Chen Ye swiftly expended 10,000 system points, subsequently vanishing from the room. He left behind Long Lan, whose face was flushed, lost in thought. Her husband mentioned that a disciple was in peril. Could it be Su Jiqian and the others? Long Lan was indeed worried about these disciples. Yet the thought of her husband being present provided her with a sense of reassurance. Taking advantage of her husband's absence, she resolved to carefully select her attire. At the Yang family's martial arts arena, Yang Qinlin had long closed her eyes, bracing herself for death. The overwhelming pressure had caused blood to seep from her nostrils and eardrums, leaving her head heavy and her ears ringing incessantly. However, after a brief moment, she sensed the surrounding pressure beginning to wane. Slowly, she opened her eyes, discovering that a layer of white light enveloped her. Confusion washed over her, but soon she felt a warm breath behind her. She was then enveloped in a comforting warmth, a gentle hand stroking her head, channeling spiritual energy to aid her against her injuries. "Master," Yang Qinlin exclaimed in astonishment. A voice that brought her immense joy and comfort resonated in her ear. "Linner, you have performed admirably. As I have stated, fear not any adversary, for I am here to support you. Today, I am truly impressed by your resilience." When Chen Ye arrived, he found Yang Qinlin on the verge of exhausting all her spiritual energy in her struggle against the oppressive force. Yet, even so, she did not bend her knee. Yang Qinlin was indeed defending his dignity with her very life. How could this not instill a sense of urgency in Chen Ye? With the appearance of her master, Yang Qinlin felt the immense burden upon her lift entirely. This long-awaited sense of relief caused her to collapse into her master's embrace. In that moment, the comfort of her master's arms enveloped her, providing unparalleled relaxation and solace. Her master had truly come. He was simply wonderful. Chen Ye placed a healing pill in her mouth and remarked, "I shall first address the issue at hand. You focus on recuperating." Yang Qinlin obediently nodded. At some point, when she gazed up at her master, a blush crept across her cheeks. How strange. Why did she feel shy when looking upon her master's visage? He was someone she ought to respect. Why did she feel embarrassed? Chen Ye lifted his gaze towards the enormous handprint above. That handprint had been suspended in the air since his arrival. The owner of that handprint, the ancestor of the Zhao family, felt an ominous premonition arise within him upon witnessing Chen Ye's sudden appearance. He could discern that Chen Ye's realm was at the Purple Mansion stage, while his own avatar possessed the strength of the first heaven of the primordial spirit realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, the moment he laid eyes on Chen Ye, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within him, compelling him to flee. What could be the cause of this? At that moment, Chen Ye raised his hand and gently tapped the handprint suspended in midair. The formidable attack that had instilled terror in all present was effortlessly dispelled by him. His gaze then shifted towards the patriarch of the Yang family, the only one in the vicinity with a higher cultivation realm, thus the architect of all this chaos. "To provoke a disciple of Chen Ye, you must truly be seeking death," he proclaimed, his expression devoid of emotion. "I shall first extinguish your avatar today. When we meet again, I will eradicate your entire lineage." With that, he extended his hand, channeling spiritual energy into his palm, and struck forth. "What wicked sorcery is this? I am utterly immobilized," exclaimed the patriarch of the Zhao family in terror. He realized that the instant Chen Ye appeared, he felt as if he had been ensnared, completely losing control over his own body. He lifted his eyes to behold the impending handprint, which swelled and expanded in the air. As the vast shadow enveloped everything around him, it descended upon his face. He barely had time to utter a cry before his entire avatar was obliterated in an instant. All that remained was a colossal handprint, deeply etched into the ground. Even Yang Qinlin, who had sought refuge behind him, was annihilated without a trace. Chapter 151. Clearing the aftermath, even Yang Qinlin, who was hiding behind him, was annihilated completely. Only after the avatar of the Yang family's ancestor was dealt with did the suffocating atmosphere that pervaded the arena finally dissipate. With the oppressive force lifted, The crowd regained control over their bodies. Before Chen Ye could make a move, Su Ji Qian, like an arrow released from its bow, suddenly darted into his embrace. She clung tightly to Chen Ye, her voice trembling with emotion as she exclaimed, "Lu, Master, I thought I would never see you again. I'm so sorry. Master, I failed to protect my junior sister." In that fleeting moment, Su Ji Qian truly felt the looming threat of death. The thought of nearly losing her life here and the prospect of never being able to live happily with her master again filled her with dread. Upon seeing her master once more, she felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, wishing she could merge into him and never part ways. Seeing this, Chen Ye gently wrapped his arms around her, comforting her distress. It was evident that his eldest disciple had been profoundly frightened. How despicable that the Zhao family could terrify her so. He resolved to eradicate them completely in return. He would ensure that even the ant nest at their entrance would be scalded with boiling water, and the eggs within their abode would be thoroughly scrambled and smashed. Otherwise, his heart would never find peace. At that moment, Lung Loli and Hu Jiuyu also rushed over to report their safety to their master. Both disciples bore expressions of cold sweat, as if they had just returned from the gates of hell. Do not worry. Remember, no matter what adversaries you face in the future, never bow your heads. Your master will always have your backs. Chen Ye spoke warmly to his disciples. He then cast a sweeping glance over the surroundings and noticed that many members of the Yang family were displaying signs of fear, as if apprehensive about something. Instantly, Chen Ye sensed the unusual atmosphere and turned to Yang Qinin, asking, "Qinin, I will be departing shortly. Is there anything you need my assistance with?" After consuming a healing elixir, Yang Qinin had completely recovered. The effects of the elixir were astonishing, even replenishing her expended essence. Before long, she would return to her prime state. Hearing her master's words, Yang Qinin cast a serious glance at the elders of the Yang family. They had previously targeted her senior sisters, intending to harm her, and were complicit in the murder of her parents. Such heinous individuals would not be spared. Exchanging a glance with Chen Ye, he quickly comprehended her intent. "Dare to lay hands on my disciple, and none of you shall leave here alive today." As soon as Chen Ye's words fell, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, enveloping the elders of the Yang family. The force was far more terrifying than that of the Zhao family's ancestor. They were instantly subdued, kneeling on the ground, their foreheads pressed against the earth. "Spare us, immortal." Unbeknownst to us, these individuals were disciples under a celestial master. Thus, we humbly beseech your mercy, grant us a chance at survival. Whatever demands you may have, we are willing to comply. The elders of the Yang family pleaded in a subservient manner, seemingly forgetting their earlier threats to eliminate Su Qiqian and her companions. Chen Ye, however, found their words tiresome. Before they could finish their entreaties, his right hand extended forth. With a mere flick, he unleashed a nonchalant palm strike, accompanied by the sound of air tearing, which obliterated them into oblivion. Even if they were to spin elaborate explanations, any who dared to harm Chen Ye's disciples would meet their demise. Once these matters were resolved, Chen Ye's true form would descend for a brief 5 minutes. As he was soon to arrive, he addressed his disciples, saying, "After you have completed your tasks, remember to return to the sect early. I shall await you for dinner, to recount the events of today together." With that, Chen Ye waved his hand at them, and his figure gradually faded away, vanishing from the scene. Yang Qinlin gazed in astonishment at the spot where her master had disappeared. What extraordinary power was this, to suddenly appear and then vanish in an instant? With such a master, she felt an immense sense of security. While Yang Qinlin was lost in thought, her aunt descended from the platform and, with great emotion, embraced her. With a voice tinged with tears, she exclaimed, "Qinlin, you have truly caused me great worry. It is such a relief to see you unharmed." Yang Qinlin gently patted her back, offering comfort. "Aunt, there is no need for concern. I am quite well. Now that everything has been resolved, I entrust the management of the Yang family to you." Her aunt had been by her side since childhood and was the person she trusted most within the Yang family. With her around, it was certain the Yang family would gradually return to its former glory. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi appeared alarmed. Shaking her head vigorously, "How can this be? You are the rightful heir to the Yang family. I am unworthy of such a position." Yang Qinlin reassured her, "I must return to the mountain to serve my master and shall no longer reside here. It is best that you oversee the affairs of the Yang family." After reflecting on the man who had so effortlessly erased what seemed to be an unassailable presence, Yang Yi understood that this suave and charismatic figure was indeed Yang Qinlin's master. It seemed that Yang Qinlin had truly joined the Tianxin sect and encountered remarkable individuals. Thus, she felt reassured for the future. You are correct. Until your return, I shall manage the Yang family for you. Qinlin, this will always be your home, and you are welcome to return at any time. Yang Qinlin nodded in agreement, and together with the others, they departed from the venue. In the reception hall, Yang Qinlin shared her recent experiences with her aunt, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Meanwhile, the Yang family extended the utmost hospitality to Su Qiqian and her companions. As dinner approached, Yang Qinlin finally rose to bid farewell to everyone. Aunt Yang gazed reluctantly at Yang Qinlin, who departed alongside Su Qiqian and the others. Their silhouettes resembled ethereal fairies, seemingly destined for a realm of bliss. I firmly believe that Yang Qinlin will thrive in her new surroundings. I wonder what delectable dishes Elder Shen will prepare today. Su Qiqian mused, gliding towards the heavenly Shen sect, her mouth watering in anticipation. Cold Lolly regarded her with a look of disdain, as if she were observing a simpleton. All you think about is food. We should focus on our cultivation. If we all break through to the divine concealment realm, or even become stronger, will we still need to trouble our master? Su Qiqian retorted, please, it's easy for you to say that. Reaching the divine concealment realm is not as simple as you make it sound. As she spoke, she playfully nudged Yang Qinlin with her elbow. Yang junior sister, don't you agree? Chapter 152, The Dragon's Dominance Must Not Prevail. Sister Yang, do you not agree? Upon hearing Sister Su's words, Yang Qinlin fell into contemplation. Today marked her first descent from the mountain after joining the sect, and not only did she struggle to manage the situation with her senior sister's assistance, but it also required their master's intervention to resolve the matter. She felt a profound sense of shame in regards to her master's teachings. Not only had her master sent her senior sisters to accompany her, but he also appeared at the most perilous moment, demonstrating that he was undoubtedly protecting her from the shadows. Such care and concern were truly overwhelming. With this thought in mind, Yang Qinlin yearned to return to the heavenly mysterious hall post-haste, to be by her master's side at all times. Sister Su, I believe Sister Lung is correct. Yang Qinlin replied. She, too, wished to elevate her cultivation swiftly, so that she would not need to trouble her master in times of danger. How wonderful it would be if she could grow strong enough to protect her master. Seeing that her junior sister felt the same, Su Jiqian could not help but feel a wave of despondency wash over her. She flew to the side, embracing Sister Hu's delicate shoulders, and said, Sister Hu Jiyue, aware of what was about to be asked, hastily waved her hands and awkwardly responded, I also believe it is better to advance our cultivation more rapidly. Upon hearing her words, Su Jiqian felt an unfamiliar distance suddenly arise between the three junior sisters. It was as if an immense chasm had formed in that moment. You all are so frightening, she exclaimed. She longed to return to the company of her adorable junior sister, for only together could they indulge in delightful idleness. Within the heavenly mysterious sect, in the heavenly mysterious hall, not long ago. After Chen Ye resolved matters concerning the Yang family, he teleported back. He hurriedly sought out his beloved dragon wife, intending to continue their unfinished business. Subsequently, the two joined hands, gazing at Bai Yan before them. Bai Yan had returned from her meal, and, with a skip in her step, said, Master, the senior sisters have all left, and I feel so bored on my own. Master, let us cultivate together. You, the disciple who usually relishes in leisure, are quite diligent at this moment. Chen Ye mused. Yet, sometimes, he found that his disciple's occasional laziness in cultivation was rather endearing. Regardless of any mischief Bai Yan may have caused, her pristine hair and naturally charming visage, resembling that of an angel, made it difficult for anyone to harbor any anger. With a fond smile, Chen Ye affectionately ruffled her tiger ears and said, Very well, I shall accompany you in your cultivation. After agreeing to Bai Yan's request, he reluctantly set aside his thoughts of a honeymoon for the time being. Together, they made their way to the square to practice, while Long Lan sat nearby in meditation. Time passed slowly, and before long, Su Jiqian and the other three returned to the heavenly mysterious hall. Upon returning to the heavenly Xian hall, Yang Qinlin promptly approached her master to pay her respects. Disciple has returned, master. I have resolved the matters at home. Chen Ye assisted her to her feet and nodded, saying, Indeed, this is for the best. By dispelling one's inner demons, one can cultivate more effectively and reap greater rewards with less effort. While guiding her in her training, Chen Ye could sense a formidable inner demon lurking within her heart, an obstacle that, if left unaddressed, would render her future endeavors increasingly arduous. Much like Su Qiqian's endeavor to save her kin, only by eradicating these inner demons can one navigate their cultivation with ease. Come now, it is time to dine. Please share your experiences from your recent journey. Chen Ye called to the assembled disciples as he seated himself at the stone table. The disciples of the Divine Cuisine Department delivered meals to the heavenly Xian Hall daily, employing special insulation methods to preserve the flavors. The eager disciples quickly gathered around the table. As Yang Qinlin partook of her meal, she recounted her experiences to Chen Ye. He was pleasantly surprised by Su Qiqian's unexpected reliability. Had it not been for her companionship, Yang Qinlin might have ingested the poisoned tea, which could have posed grave danger. Both Leng Loli and Hu Jui exhibited commendable prowess. Their combined strength, despite only being in the innate realm, was capable of overpowering several foundation-building experts, far surpassing Chen Ye's expectations. This success stemmed not only from the superior cultivation techniques they practiced, but also from their seamless cooperation. When Chen Ye heard news regarding the Zhao family, his brow furrowed slightly. He learned that the Zhao family resided in the Spirit Divine Continent, a vast expanse, making their precise location still a matter of investigation. The intent to harm his disciples constituted a grave sin in Chen Ye's eyes, warranting the complete annihilation of the Zhao family. As Chen Ye pondered how to locate the Zhao family's whereabouts, Long Lan suddenly spoke. Elder Qi's medical skills are renowned across several surrounding continents. Perhaps we could inquire with him. He may have treated someone who possesses knowledge of the Zhao family. In this world, practitioners of medicinal arts were exceedingly rare. After all, battles among cultivators often resulted in either immediate death or injuries so severe they were beyond healing. Instances requiring a physician's intervention were quite uncommon. Moreover, pursuing medical training often meant sacrificing significant combat capabilities. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, few chose this path. After all, true strength lies in one's own hands. Chen Ye had not anticipated that Qi Gusheng, whom he had taken under his wing, was a covert informant. If that were the case, it would be prudent to seek him out for information. Very well, after we finish our meal, I shall consult him, Chen Ye remarked as he savored the delectable dishes before him. At that moment, Long Lan picked up a piece of beef with her chopsticks and brought it to Chen Ye's lips. Husband, eat some meat. It seems a bit hot. Allow me to cool it for you. As she spoke, she puffed her cheeks and gently blew on the morsel. Oh dear, not again. Can you please eat properly? Su Qiqian exclaimed, puffing her cheeks in irritation upon witnessing the scene. You are stealing my spotlight. No way. I absolutely cannot allow you, this dragon, to overshadow me. At that moment, Su Qiqian grasped a strand of potato with her mouth, leaning forward with her entire cheek. Master, do try some vegetables. They are not hot. I have sampled them for you, she mumbled, her words muffled by the potato strand. Chen Ye couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth as he beheld her delicate features leaning in. Come on. Who wants to eat what you've already tasted? Cold Luoli, exasperated, reached out and gave her senior sister a firm tap on the back of the head. Be more serious, will you? Master, do taste mine. It's simply a chilled dish I prepared using my own ice. After interrupting Su Qiqian's incantation, Cold Loli skillfully picked up the cold dish with her chopsticks, using her other hand to support it as she offered it to their master. Chapter 153. Sun Lingling of the Medicine God Division. Yang Qinlin observed her senior sisters eagerly serving food to their master. She, too, did not wish to miss this opportunity to express goodwill. After a moment of contemplation, she finally extended her chopsticks, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, master. Please take care of your health." After placing a piece of meat in her master's bowl, she felt her cheeks flush slightly. Hu Jui knelt beside Chen Ye, having just returned home, immediately donning a brand new maid outfit. Master, allow me to feed you, she offered. Chen Ye, startled, waved his hands in protest. Oh no, that is quite unnecessary. Am I not a powerful cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage? Do I truly require my disciples to feed me? If word of this gets out, where will my dignity lie? I would be mortified. After dining amidst the company of his disciples, Chen Ye, accompanied by Long Lan, set off towards the Medicine God Division to inquire about news concerning the Zhao family. Not long ago, in the Medicine God Division, Qi Gushing sat comfortably in a wooden rocking chair, leisurely instructing a female disciple. When cultivating spiritual plants, one must exercise meticulous care. The roots should be buried 2 centimeters beneath the soil surface. As he spoke, Qi Gushing deftly manipulated a hoe, tilling the earth with ease. The female disciple, named Sun Lingling, had previously earned recognition at the Medicine God sect for her diligence and eagerness to learn, despite her modest talent. After Qi Gushing was appointed as an elder of the Tianxin sect, he, per Chen Ye's request, chose a few disciples of good character to bring along. Sun Lingling, clearly not yet at Qi Gushing's level, hesitated to manipulate objects with her mind. Instead, she rolled up her trousers and stood in the spiritual field, carefully planting the spiritual herbs with a small spade. Each spiritual plant in the Medicine God division was exceptionally precious, so she handled them with utmost caution. Fearful of any misstep, remember the knowledge I imparted to you, do not be negligent. I shall go refine a batch of elixirs now, Qi Gushing remarked, stretching before rising from his chair. Rest assured, master, I will take care of everything, Sun Lingling replied, her legs and fair arms speckled with soil. Wiping the beads of sweat from her brow, she resolutely continued to plant all the spiritual herbs scheduled for the day. After bidding farewell to her master, she meticulously finished planting. Subsequently, she went to a nearby bathing area to cleanse herself briefly. Then, she retrieved a long sword and began to practice in an empty space. The growth of the spiritual herbs required time, and during this period, Sun Lingling would also devote herself to swordsmanship. Most disciples engaged in auxiliary cultivation also practiced a form of offensive technique. For instance, disciples of the Divine Food Division would likewise train in combat techniques during their leisure time. Since the Tianxin sect did not impose rigid requirements, knowledge could be shared across different divisions. If disciples from the Medicine God division wished, they could also visit the Sword Cultivation division to attend classes and learn alongside them. However, Sun Lingling is still in the stage of practicing her fundamental skills, diligently honing her craft. She has inflicted numerous ghastly sword marks upon the sturdy practice dummy before her. Her innate talent is rather lacking. She once served as a named disciple in a minor sect devoted to swordsmanship. During that period, devoid of guidance from any elders, the other disciples cast derisive glances at her whenever she practiced. After all, someone of her perceived ineptitude could hardly hope to achieve any substantial progress, merely becoming the subject of ridicule among other cultivators, a mere topic of gossip. Eventually, unable to endure the humiliation any longer, she departed from that sword cultivation sect. While Sun Lingling was engrossed in her training, perhaps coinciding with the mealtime at the Divine Food Division, many disciples soared through the skies above. A disciple from the Weapon Forging Division, while in flight, inadvertently noticed Sun Lingling below. Observing the sword in her hand, the disciple's brow furrowed in dismay. He descended towards her, landing gracefully before Sun Lingling. Seeing the unexpected arrival of the Weapon Forging Division disciple, who was now scrutinizing her with a frown, she surmised his intentions with remarkable accuracy. Based on her past experiences, she anticipated yet another talented individual come to mock her. After all, for someone deemed as talentless, her so-called cultivation was merely a futile endeavor. However, regardless of the humiliation she faced, she would not relinquish her training. For it was only through cultivation that she could regain her confidence, while surrendering would only invite more disdain. Just as Sun Lingling clenched her fists, bracing herself for the impending insult, a gentle voice suddenly resonated. You must be the new junior sister. The long sword in your hand appears to be of inferior quality. Not one of our forges. I crafted a new sword just yesterday. Allow me to present it to you for your training. As a disciple of the Weapon Forging Division, their primary duty is to ensure that the members of the sect utilize the finest weapons. Upon catching sight of the exceedingly poor quality sword in Sun Lingling's grasp while soaring above, he felt a pang of responsibility for his oversight. It was a failure on his part that a fellow junior sister was wielding such a subpar sword. With this thought, he decided to personally deliver a superior sword to her. Sun Lingling, initially tense and with her hands tightly clenched, was taken aback by his words. Wait a moment. He wasn't here to insult her? He actually intended to gift her a fine sword? This was quite contrary to her expectations. As she gazed at the offered sword, she hurriedly waved her hands, saying, This is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. The disciple from the Weapon Forging Division insisted, placing the sword firmly in her hands, and then soared into the air, adding as he departed, "No need to worry. If you require weapons in the future, feel free to visit the weapon forging division anytime. By the way, do not confine yourself to training alone. Remember to dine at the divine food division, as it can enhance your cultivation." Having spoken, he departed with great haste, as if he had been ravenously hungry for quite some time. At that moment, Sun Lingling held a fine long sword in her grasp, and she felt a warm glow within her heart. Such a quality sword, in the outside world, would be unattainable even if she were to exhaust her entire fortune. To possess such a remarkable blade would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency in her cultivation endeavors. Just then, another female disciple from the alchemy division descended before her. This disciple bore a grave expression as she regarded Sun Lingling. With a strikingly delicate appearance, her face was somewhat frigid, as if she were inherently predisposed to a cold demeanor, resembling the aloofness of Lung Lolly to some extent. Upon witnessing the other's expression, Sun Lingling felt an involuntary chill coursing through her. It is often said that women excel at humiliating one another. Observing the stance of this senior sister, it was evident she had come to mock her. It was not surprising, for individuals as gentle as the earlier senior brother were surely few and far between. For someone of her perceived inadequacy, enduring humiliation was simply to be expected. Chapter 154. The grateful Sun Lingling. For someone like her, being humiliated was a common occurrence. However, she had endured such indignities since childhood, withstanding all manner of personal attacks. Just as Sun Lingling prepared herself mentally, a female disciple from the alchemy division spoke up. "Junior sister, are you foolish?" Indeed, she had come. She was here to insult me. Sun Lingling had hoped that this senior sister would be as gentle as the senior brother she had encountered earlier, but her fantasies proved overly optimistic. While she pondered this, the female disciple continued, "If you refuse to consume medicinal pills for your cultivation, it will leave you with lingering ailments within your body. The alchemy division provides pills to all disciples daily. Did you not collect yours? I happen to have some recovery pills and a few specially crafted cleansing pills, which can enhance your innate talent without any danger. Take them and remember to care for your health, junior sister." With that, the female disciple pressed the pills into her hands and turned away without a backward glance. At that moment, Sun Lingling held the pills and her new weapon, her heart swelling with overwhelming gratitude. As a disciple of the apothecary division, she certainly understood the importance of consuming auxiliary medicinal pills, knowing that relentless cultivation without them could harm her body. Yet, how could a cultivator deemed a failure like herself ever gain access to superior resources from the sect? She had assumed that the alchemy division would not provide resources to someone of her caliber. To her astonishment, it seemed that everyone was entitled to assistance. Her heart brimmed with emotion, and she could not help but shed a tear. Accustomed to being a weak cultivator, she had long been familiar with humiliation and the disdainful gazes of the talented. But this sect was unlike any she had encountered before. Here, no one belittled her. Rather, they cared for her well-being. She felt an immense sense of gratitude and an affinity for this place. No matter her past experiences, upon joining this sect, she wished for its eternal existence. She yearned to protect this sect and live here forever. As she basked in her emotions, a gentle and magnetic voice suddenly broke through her reverie. "Why are you crying? Has someone bullied you?" Upon hearing the voice, Sun Lingling quickly shook her head. No, no. She lifted her gaze to the person before her, who stood with two companions, one clad in a blue robe, handsome and dashing, and the other tall, with fair skin and striking beauty, adorned with a pair of dragon horns. It was none other than her revered sect leader and the esteemed elder. Realizing the presence of her leader, she recognized her breach of decorum and hurriedly bowed. "Disciple has acted disrespectfully. I have met the esteemed sect leader and the honored elder." Chen Ye stepped forward to assist her, gently wiping away the tears from her eyes. "Is there truly no one who has bullied you? You are a disciple under my guidance. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to approach me, and I shall assist you in resolving them." Chen Ye asked with a hint of skepticism. Sun Lingling was taken aback to see the revered leader wiping her tears, her cheeks flushing with a sense of bashfulness. As merely an inconspicuous disciple within the sect, she had never anticipated receiving such care from the leader, let alone having the opportunity to meet him. Yet here he was, tending to her tears. How could she possibly feel deserving of such kindness? She respectfully replied in a soft voice, "I assure you, I am quite well. I was merely moved. Is there something you require from the medicine god department, esteemed leader? Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye felt a sense of relief wash over him. He inquired, I am glad to hear that. I have come to seek Elder Qi. Is he available? Sun Lingling could sense the genuine concern emanating from her leader, caring for her, the most ordinary of inner disciples. No wonder her seniors were so kind. With such a remarkable leader, everything fell into place. At that moment, she felt an unparalleled admiration and respect for him. It was his presence that made her fond of the Tianxian sect. Truly, the leader was magnificent. Lost in her thoughts, Sun Lingling was momentarily entranced. Chen Ye gently reminded her, Disciple? Disciple? Hearing her leader's call, she snapped back to reality. I apologize. Elder Qi is inside the alchemy room. Allow me to escort you there. Chen Ye followed her as they made their way to the inner chamber. Upon opening the door to the alchemy room, they found Qi gushing seated cross-legged before a massive golden alchemical furnace. Surrounding the furnace were numerous disciples, channeling their spiritual energy into it. Shortly thereafter, Qi gushing waved his hand, and the top of the furnace was lifted, revealing several fragrant elixirs that floated forth. The disciples displayed expressions of excitement at the sight. Qi gushing, however, remained composed, carefully placing the elixirs into a prepared wooden box. Although the medicine god department practiced alchemy akin to the alchemy division, the potions and methods produced by the two departments differed significantly. Moreover, the medicine god department required the study of various medical arts and diagnostics, making it a complex pursuit. Unlike other types of cultivators, where talent accounted for 70 to 90% of success, in medicinal cultivation, talent only contributed a maximum of 30%, with effort playing a much larger role. Observing this scene, Chen Ye applauded. In such a short time since your entry, you are able to guide the disciples in crafting Xian-level elixirs. Splendid indeed. Xian-level elixirs are among the finest in this realm, and your ability to lead them in their creation is truly commendable. The disciples had been engrossed in alchemy when they suddenly noticed the esteemed leader at the entrance. Promptly bowing in reverence, Chen Ye gestured for them to refrain from excessive formality. At that moment, Qi gushing approached with a smile, holding the freshly concocted elixir, and said, You have arrived at the perfect time, for I was just about to present this pill to you as a token of gratitude. Chen Ye, intrigued, opened the wooden box with a hint of surprise. The elders within the sect were undoubtedly aware of his capabilities and talents. Therefore, a gift meant for him would surely not be something mundane like a healing or restorative pill, as he had no use for such trivialities. What could it possibly be? He gazed at the elixir with keen interest, his eyes widening in astonishment as a look of disbelief crossed his face. Chen Ye inquired, Is this elixir specially crafted for me? Chapter 155. The Secret Realm of Immortal Inheritance. Is this elixir specifically concocted for me? Chen Ye inquired. Having perused numerous texts on alchemy, and having long since grasped the principles of the craft, at a glance, he could discern the potency and grade of the potion before him. It was evidently a profound-grade rejuvenating elixir, a premier remedy designed to replenish male vitality. Did he, Chen Ye, truly appear to be in dire need of such a substance? Qi gushing waved his hand, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, Well, there is an elder by the surname of Su in the demonic cultivation sect, whom you might be familiar with. Not long ago, he approached me, requesting assistance in refining a batch of elixirs. Initially, I was reluctant to comply, but recently, I have been guiding my disciples in the art of crafting profound-grade potions. I feared that a failed endeavor would waste precious materials, so I reluctantly agreed. After all, even if the rejuvenating elixirs were to fail, the loss would not be catastrophic. To my surprise, not only did I succeed, but the efficacy was quite satisfactory. I managed to produce at least 3 potions. Elder Su requested 2, and I am offering you the surplus. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye recalled the elder in question. Wasn't he destined to be his future father-in-law? Chen Ye remembered their initial encounter, where he had felt somewhat intimidated. It seemed that nothing had changed. However, considering the elder's enchanting middle-aged succubus wife, it was understandable that even cultivators of the divine concealment realm might struggle in his presence. Nevertheless, with his exceptional physique and extraordinary spiritual root, Chen Ye found little value in such potions. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, I cannot accept such a generous gift. My purpose in visiting this time is to inquire about matters concerning the spirit god continent. Qi Gushing nodded at Chen Ye's serious tone, gesturing for him to follow as they walked into the inner chamber. Soon after, a disciple arrived with freshly brewed tea. For reasons unknown, Chen Ye instinctively took a moment to sniff the tea before he felt reassured enough to drink it. As Qi Gushing began to elaborate on the spirit god continent, he explained that this world was divided into 3 major regions: South, Central, and North. Each region encompassed numerous continents and islands, each fostering distinct civilizations. The location where Chen Ye currently resided was but one of the many continents within the southern region. In contrast, the spirit god continent lay within the central region, renowned for its rich spiritual energy and abundance of cultivation sanctuaries. Chen Ye was already well aware of these details. According to Qi Gushing, he had previously treated an elder from a sect on the spirit god continent. During their casual conversation, he vaguely recalled the position of the Zhao family stronghold. In the spirit god continent, familial powers were deeply intertwined, with some family factions boasting strength that could rival an entire sect. Their influence far surpassed that of the Yang family here. Nevertheless, regardless of the opponent's might, Chen Ye held little regard for it. After all, the legendary heavenly Tao tribulation, a law that governs all things, could be effortlessly shattered before him. What was a mere Zhao family in comparison? Upon learning the location of the Zhao family from Qi Gushing, his purpose for coming was achieved. Just as Chen Ye was about to rise and depart, Qi Gushing suddenly called out to him again. "Master, there is one more matter I have not discussed with you. I have received news that, calculating the time, in about a month, a secret realm rumored to possess the legacy of immortals will be opened in the spirit god continent. If you and your disciples are interested, you may wish to take a look. A secret realm with the legacy of immortals." After hearing this, Chen Ye pondered for a moment. This so-called immortal legacy was merely the techniques, insights, or magical treasures left by immortals before they transcended. What he had exchanged for within the system was far superior to any immortal legacy. Comparatively, this so-called legacy was from an entirely different realm than his supreme techniques. However, since there was an immortal legacy, it would certainly attract many geniuses from the central domain. Perhaps he might encounter some exceptional disciples there. Furthermore, even if he did not meet anyone, it would still be beneficial for his disciples to hone their strength. After all, in this place, it was nearly impossible to find peers who could spar with his direct disciples. Coincidentally, the Zhao family was also located in the spirit god continent, making it a perfect opportunity to eliminate 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, it would be good to take a look. After inquiring with Qi Gushing about the specific location of the immortal secret realm, Chen Ye returned to the Tianxian Palace alongside Long Lan. Upon arriving above the Tianxian Palace, Chen Ye could clearly see the disciples below. As expected, Yang Qinlin was practicing with her spear in the plaza, her graceful figure causing her red dress to flutter in the air, resembling the most beautiful dance. Meanwhile, Lung Loli sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation. Cultivating her energy, Hu Jui rested a massive sword on her arm, attempting to strengthen her arm strength. In stark contrast, the scene on the other side of the plaza was entirely different. Su Jiqian was seated on the stone chair of her master, leaning against the trunk of a giant tea tree, her chest rising and falling steadily as she peacefully slept. Bai Yawei nestled against her, her adorable little head resting on Su Jiqian's petite pillows, appearing sweetly slumbering. Chen Ye intended to descend and properly admonish these 2 lazy disciples. After all, in the Tianxian Palace, there should absolutely not be anyone lazier than him. Just as he was about to swoop down, Long Lan suddenly grasped his arm. With a gentle voice, she said, "Dear husband, please wait a moment. I've been sweating quite a bit lately, and I feel sticky all over. Could you assist me in cleansing myself?" She had worked up quite a sweat during the absence of Su Jiqian and the others. Although it ultimately did not come to fruition, the instances of elevated body temperature were not few. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye's expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise as he remarked, How can I assist with that? The disciples are all in cultivation. If those 2 occupy the bathhouse, they will surely be discovered. Are you serious about this?" With her cheeks flushed, Long Lan slowly replied, "We can simply change locations. Please follow me." Without waiting for Chen Ye's consent, she took his hand and soared towards the outer realms of the sect. Chen Ye felt the scenery beneath his feet transition rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the cave where Long Lan once resided. Not far from the cave, a vast pond lay before them, resembling a lake in scale. Numerous magical beasts and animals inhabited the vicinity of the water source. With a mere display of her imposing aura, Longlon drove all the creatures away. Ordinary animals seemed to harbor an innate fear of dragons, and as for the magical beasts, they had witnessed Longland's true power and dared not approach even slightly. The two descended near the lake, and Longlon softly instructed, my husband, please step back a bit. Chapter 156, Assisting the Dragon with its Bath. My dear husband, please step back a little. Upon hearing Longland's words, Chen Ye felt a twinge of confusion. Step back? What could this possibly entail? Although he found it perplexing, he obediently retreated a few paces. Then, under her watchful gaze, a pair of enormous dragon wings suddenly burst forth from Longland's back. She radiated a brilliant golden light, which swelled magnificently until it reached a width of 100 meters and an astonishing height. Soon, the radiance dissipated, revealing a colossal dragon adorned with vibrant red scales. Longland's immense head gradually lowered to Chen Ye's level. The warm breath that washed over his face made him feel as though he might be swept away by the wind. As he gazed at the approaching dragon's head, it felt as though they were meeting for the first time again, compelling him to reach out once more. He gently caressed her warm, slightly moist nose. Longland's sharp dragon eyes widened momentarily, but then softened with warmth. This time, she did not shy away nor express anger. Instead, she reveled in the heat emanating from his palm. After a brief moment, she asked with a hint of concern, my husband, would you find my true form unappealing? Though she typically interacted with Chen Ye in her human guise, her essence remained that of a dragon. A flicker of worry crossed her mind that he might disdain her true form, leading to a loss of his affection. If that were the case, she would willingly refrain from transforming into her original self for eternity and even consider severing her dragon horns. Chen Ye continued to stroke her nose, smiling as he shook his head. How could I ever find you unappealing? I have professed my affection for you, which encompasses all that you are. Whether in your original form or in your transformed state, as long as it is you, that is all that matters. He spoke truthfully. After all, what young man could possibly refuse a 100-foot-long dragon that could breathe fire? It was utterly magnificent. Upon hearing Chen Ye's heartfelt declaration once more, Longland's keen pupils quivered with emotion. Though her vibrant red scales concealed any blush, the warmth of her breath became noticeably more heated. It brings me such joy to know that you can love me, she exclaimed. Now, would you be able to summon the water from the lake to assist me with my bath? While Longlon usually bathed in the indoor hot springs of the Tianxian Palace, she had yet to experience a proper cleansing in her true form. It felt as though something was amiss. Given her current predicament, she specifically requested her husband's help today. At that moment, Chen Ye finally understood the purpose behind her invitation. So when you mentioned assisting with a bath, you meant this kind of help? Though it differed from what he had initially envisioned, he felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it was inconsequential. Of course, no problem at all, Chen Ye replied, then summoned a thread of spiritual energy to penetrate the lake's waters. The water cascaded over Longland's scales like a gentle fountain. The chilly lake water splashed against her, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. Unable to contain herself, she let out a resounding dragon roar, a sound so powerful that it reached the ears of the disciples far away at Tianxian sect. The slumbering Bai Yawei was jolted awake by the noise, her half-dreaming state causing her to drool. Is there danger again for Longlon? She mumbled, still lost in her reverie, clearly not fully awake. Soon enough, she drifted back into sleep. Master, I don't want cake. I desire that. She continued her incoherent ramblings in her dreams. The scene shifted. Chen Ye manipulated the lake water as if wielding a hose, showering it upon the colossal dragon before him. It would have been splendid to have a brush or something similar. Legend has it that beneath a dragon's throat lies a reverse scale. Once touched, the dragon would erupt in fury. It is the dragon's most sacred boundary. With one hand supporting Longlon's heavy head, Chen Ye's other hand began to cleanse that sensitive area of her throat. He did not contemplate the consequences. He simply found himself there at that moment. Longlon's head hung languidly, her eyes closed in bliss. However, she suddenly felt a hand graze the forbidden reverse scale. Her heavy eyelids snapped open, her eyes wide with alarm. That spot is strictly off limits, she thought. The reverse scale was so named because its scales were uniquely sensitive, with an abundance of nerve cells. She had forgotten to warn her husband, yet it was not entirely his fault. But if he continued to touch that area, she would surely react strangely. Unconsciously, a low dragon hum escaped her, reminiscent of a cat's purr, but far richer and more commanding. Realizing that the situation was escalating, Longlong quickly said, "Husband, you are working hard." With that, her colossal form shimmered once more. Gradually, she shrank, ultimately transforming into her human form. The texture of a dragon's scales is extraordinary, and opportunities for such tactile encounters are rare. Chen Ye expressed his lingering desire. "Is this sufficient? Shall we return?" Seeing the hint of disappointment on his face, Longlong couldn't help but chuckle softly. She shook her head, stepped closer, and grasped Chen Ye's hand tightly. "Husband, I have been the only one enjoying this. I want to make you feel comfortable too. This place is tranquil, free from the disturbance of disciples. Husband, accept all of me, aside from you. I desire nothing else." Having long surpassed the age of shyness, she boldly professed her feelings for Chen Ye. Simultaneously, her exquisitely flushed and proud visage leaned in closer. Chen Ye was caught off guard by her advance, his lips enveloped by her softness. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her perfect waist. The intoxicating fragrance wafted from the tip of the pen, and as time progressed, Chen Ye clutched her arm with increasing fervor. Unable to withstand his intensity, and Nye unleashed a barrier, isolating the surrounding area for several kilometers. "Yes, we are together," Chen Ye said softly, his profound gaze brimming with emotion as he looked at Longlong. Subsequently, the two of them reclined together on the verdant grass beside the shimmering lake. In the autumn at Tianxian sect, a refreshing breeze would blow. The disciples practicing at the sect donned garments more befitting the season. The clothing store in the forging department showcased a new collection of exquisite items. Among these, a strikingly elegant silk dress stood out. This dress, with its elevated cut, exuded a luxurious texture that felt both supple and smooth to the touch, while emanating an irresistible fragrance that was hard to resist. The material at the neckline had a peculiar, almost horn-like texture, hinting at the use of some mystical beast in its crafting. Each caress of the fabric elicited a delightful expression of comfort. The dress's refined tailoring not only concealed the upper body, but also gracefully enveloped the delicately rounded calves. Adorning oneself in such a sumptuous garment would evoke an unparalleled sense of comfort, along with exceptional warmth. Crafted from unique materials, the dress would remain untainted even when soiled by the earth beneath. Paired with the lush green grass and the refreshing azure sky, this elegant dress would radiate even more color and charm. However, the price of such a stunning piece was steep. Acquiring it would require enduring the anguish of a significant financial sacrifice, shedding tears while making the purchase. Even amidst the pain of expenditure, one would still buy it with heartfelt emotion. Chapter 157. What gift should I present to my master? As twilight gradually descended, the disciples of the Tianxian Hall concluded their day of cultivation and gathered for dinner. Su Qian, stirring her bowl of vegetables with her chopsticks, lamented, "Master has yet to return. She doesn't even know where she is gone." Without her presence, the most anticipated part of our day, the evening meal, seems rather dull. Upon hearing her words, Lung Luoli, with her delicate eyelashes framing her icy, beautiful eyes, could not suppress a slight twitch of her eyelids. She retorted, "Please. You've been napping all day? How can you even claim to have finished a day of cultivation? Don't blame your junior for not reminding you. Even cultivators must remain diligent, or they risk losing their physique." "Risk losing my physique?" Su Qian pondered, momentarily envisioning herself transformed into an unattractive figure. A shiver of dread coursed through her, and she shook her head vehemently. "No, absolutely not. If I were to become like that, Master would certainly despise me. I cannot afford to skimp on my practice tonight. I must make up for the laziness I indulged in today." Lung Luoli watched her suddenly ignited determination with a sigh. Her senior was surprisingly easy to manipulate. She recalled that, with the innate talent of a succubus, she would always maintain an exquisite figure. However, since her senior genuinely bought into this notion, it was best not to disturb her fervor for cultivation. She could only wonder how long this enthusiasm would last. Baiyue, due to her height, sat on a chair taller than anyone else's, her delicate feet dangling in the air, unable to touch the ground. Holding her chopsticks, she glanced at the empty seat beside her, Dragonland spot. As the esteemed elder, Dragonlawn often found herself preoccupied with various duties, frequently absent during meals, a fact the others had grown accustomed to. Yet, perhaps stemming from her unique perception as a demonic beast, She felt an inkling that something more was afoot. The disciples gathered around the table, discussing the fruits of their cultivation that day. Typically the most loquacious regarding insights, Yang Qinlin appeared unusually distracted. She had hoped to take this opportunity during dinner to express her gratitude to Master. Since returning to the mountain, she had been unable to find a moment alone with Master Chen Ye, who was often surrounded by her senior sisters. It seemed that this time would not suffice. Perhaps she would have to wait for the next occasion. Soon after, dinner concluded, and everyone prepared for their nightly routines. Yang Qinlin gazed up at the sky, contemplating the absence of her master. She mused that there was no need to worry about her safety, given her master's prowess. It was unlikely that anyone in this world could pose a threat to her. However, she reflected that if she truly wished to thank her master, mere words of gratitude would not suffice. At the very least, one must offer a gift. Yet, considering her current abilities, no matter how extravagant the gift might be, it would likely appear ordinary in the eyes of her revered master. The value of the gift is trivial. What truly matters is that it holds significance and is cherished by her master. What could that be? After much contemplation, Yang Qinlin realized that she did not truly understand her master as well as she thought. Her master had unceasingly devoted herself to them without seeking anything in return, while she had been the recipient of her master's kindness. Now, as she attempted to present her master with a gift, she found herself at a loss regarding what her master might appreciate. This disciple truly felt woefully inadequate. It was imperative that she gain a deeper understanding of her master to serve her better and bring her joy. Lost in thought, Yang Qinlin suddenly turned her gaze towards Sister Su, who had just emerged from the indoor hot spring. Sister Su seemed to have accompanied their master for many years. Surely, she must know what would please her master. If she asked Sister Su, an answer would surely follow. With this thought in mind, Yang Qinlin hurriedly approached her. Sister Su, just out of the water, was still wrapped in a towel, droplets cascading from her hair. Her fair, smooth skin had become even more delicate after soaking in the spiritual spring water. Just a few steps out, she noticed Yang Qinlin charging towards her like a ravenous wolf. Instantly, Sister Su gripped her towel tightly in alarm. Goodness, Sister Yang, you're not falling prey to my stunning beauty, are you? Don't scare me, stay calm. The misunderstanding Sister Su had harbored regarding Yang Qinlin evidently remained unresolved. You, sister, stay composed. I have only ever cherished our master. It's absolutely impossible. She stammered, yet before she could finish, Yang Qinlin interjected. Sister Su, I have something to ask you. Upon hearing this, Sister Su sighed in relief. So it was not as she had feared. Ah, how embarrassing. Please, ask away. Anything I know, I shall surely share. Sister Su proclaimed, her demeanor exuding confidence. What does our master love the most? Yang Qinlin inquired curiously. Sister Su's expression shifted to one of suspicion at this question. The fact that Sister Yang would ask about their master. Indeed, it seemed even Sister Yang had succumbed to the allure of their master's striking visage. Well, Sister Yang is quite a decent person. If she were to be with our master, perhaps her tastes could be refined, Sister Su mused as they walked. Come to my room, and I shall tell you. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived in Sister Su's quarters. After rummaging through her wardrobe, Sister Su retrieved an item and placed it in Yang Qinlin's hands. Here it is. This is the item our master loves the most. Yang Qinlin gazed down at the pristine black lace-trimmed stockings she held in her hands, lost in a rare moment of contemplation. Senior sister, are you certain there is no mistake? Is this something meant for master to wear? Surely, she wouldn't want such an item as a gift? Does master actually enjoy wearing this? Su Jiqian, with a look of exasperation, gently tapped her forehead. Junior sister, are you even a woman? This is meant to adorn your own legs. In that moment, Yang Qinlin recalled how senior sister Su often looked in her black stockings. The sheer black hosiery accentuated her well-proportioned, shapely legs, rendering her appearance impeccable. Indeed, it was a splendid piece of attire. However, could she truly carry it off? After all, she was not like the alluring senior sister, blessed with the curves and symmetry that such garments demanded. Besides, she was supposed to be selecting a gift from master. How had she ended up choosing something for herself? Surely, donning black stockings would not suffice as a gift for master, who would likely not appreciate it. Chapter 158. Will master appreciate this? Surely, master will find it delightful, Su Jiqian mused to herself. Yang Shimi possessed an exquisitely captivating visage. And if she were to don those leg-enhancing, somewhat alluring stockings, the contrast would undoubtedly be irresistible to master. Little did Yang Qinlin know of her senior's thoughts. She anxiously scratched her head and hesitantly replied, "Well, okay then, thank you, Shiji. I shall inquire with the other sisters as well." After expressing her gratitude to Su Shiji, Yang Qinlin exited the room. Watching Yang Shimi depart, Su Jiqian confidently murmured, "In this heavenly mysterious hall, no one understands master better than I do. Others surely cannot provide any valuable insights." Once Yang Qinlin left the chamber, she shyly tucked away the black stockings. They were far too provocative. If it weren't for necessity, she would prefer not to dwell on them. As she stepped outside, she spotted Hujui emerging from her own quarters. If memory served her right, Hujui was particularly fond of attending to master and should possess considerable knowledge about him. Perhaps she could inquire with her. Yang Qinlin hurried over, greeting her. "Hu Shiji, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Hujui replied with a hint of melancholy. "I was hoping to see if the master has returned. Although I know he is not in danger, his absence at such a late hour must mean he is attending to something of great importance." In her recollection, master rarely left the heavenly mysterious hall, and it was even more uncommon for him to spend the night away. While she felt reassured about his safety, she wished to alleviate some of his burdens and hoped he would not overexert himself. However, worrying was futile. Shifting her thoughts, she smiled at Yang Qinlin and asked, "Yang Shimi, do you require my assistance with something?" Yang Qinlin nodded, saying, "Indeed, I have a matter to discuss pertaining to master." She shared her desire to present a gift to master, yet her uncertainty about his preferences. Upon hearing this, Hujui stroked her chin in contemplation. It was not surprising that Yang Shimi was unaware of master's tastes. During their time at the heavenly mysterious sect, aside from enjoying their company and the art of cultivation, master had primarily focused on accepting new disciples. As for specific items he favored, there was little to mention. However, if pressed to choose, it seemed he had quite an affinity for the floral wreath she had once worn. Even during intimate moments, he had never requested her to remove it. "Please wait a moment, Yang Shimi," Hujui said, and retreated into her room. After retrieving the wreath from an exquisite wooden box, she placed it into Yang Qinlin's hands. "This is it. Master is sure to cherish this." Yang Qinlin contemplated. "Shall I present a floral wreath to my esteemed master?" She meticulously examined the wreath. Woven from an array of colorful blossoms, each bud seemingly imbued with a unique magic. Not only did it resist wilting and decay, but it also exuded an enchanting fragrance. Just a single whiff revitalized the spirit and clarified the mind. It felt as though the wreath emitted a faint glow, although she wondered if it was merely an illusion. Adorning it would surely be striking. Yet, she pondered, would it truly be appropriate to place this upon her master's head? However, in all honesty, this wreath was infinitely more reliable than the stockings of Sister Su. "Thank you, Sister Hu, for gifting this to my master. I trust she will appreciate it," Yang Qinlin expressed gratefully. Upon hearing this, Hujiyue's expression shifted, and she quickly grasped Yang Qinlin's hand, exclaiming, "No, that's not the case. This is meant to be worn upon your own head. You've misunderstood." Yang Qinlin was taken aback. "This beautiful wreath is for my own adornment? But that cannot be right. I distinctly mentioned wanting to select a gift for my master. Why does everyone insist on me donning the gift myself? What kind of present for my master is this? It feels as though I am merely choosing a gift for myself." "Ah, I see now. Thank you for your assistance, Sister Hu," she replied, somewhat bewildered, while expressing her gratitude. Hujiyue waved her hand, gently assuring, "It's quite all right. I am confident that your master will cherish this gift." With that, she chuckled softly and retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. Her amusement stemmed from the belief that Yang's younger sister would likely never discover the gift that truly pleased their master. After all, that gift was both far and near. Yet, she preferred not to reveal this openly to her sister, allowing her to ponder it herself. After bidding farewell to Sister Hu, Yang Qinlin wandered aimlessly along the path. She had just consulted two other sisters, both of whom fervently claimed that their chosen gifts would be the favorites of their master. Yet, she felt none of them were reliable, still utterly clueless. Before long, she sensed a chill emanating from a nearby window, causing even her martial artist's frame to shudder. Turning to look, she realized she had unknowingly arrived at the door of Sister Lung. Upon reflection, Sister Lung appeared to be the most dependable among the sisters. Perhaps inquiring her would yield promising news. With this thought in mind, Yang Qinlin raised her hand to knock on Sister Lung's door, but her hand suddenly froze mid-air as she recalled the moment she had first pushed open Sister Lung's door. At that moment, she beheld a rather chilling scene. One might wonder, does Senior Sister Lung truly possess such a side? It is rather endearing. Wait a moment. What am I thinking? I ought to forget about this matter. Otherwise, Senior Sister Lung will surely be displeased. Yang Qinlin abruptly brought her hands to her cheeks and slapped them lightly. Forget. Quickly forget. Alas, it is utterly impossible to erase it from my mind. The more I attempt to forget, the more vividly it is etched in my memory. How frustrating. She could still vaguely recall the icy statue beneath her, upon which Senior Sister Lung had been seated. It appeared to be a likeness of their esteemed master. How audacious of Senior Sister Lung. To engage in such an act of defiance against her ancestors is quite bold indeed. Just as Yang Qinlin found herself lost in these errant thoughts, the door to Lung Luoli's room was suddenly pulled open from within. As Lung Luoli prepared to step outside, she was taken aback to find her junior sister standing motionless before her door. Witnessing this, a look of surprise crossed Lung Luoli's typically serene countenance. She inquired with perplexity, "Junior Sister Yang, why are you standing at my door so late instead of resting? You appear rather strange." Chapter 159. The final decision from the perspective of Lung Luoli. Yang Qinlin hesitated, her hand half raised in the air, contemplating whether to knock on the door. Her expression was a battleground of conflicting thoughts, exuding an air of peculiar oddity. Upon the sudden appearance of Senior Sister Lung, Yang Qinlin's countenance shifted dramatically. "Ah, no. I had forgotten all about the previous matters. No, wait, I haven't forgotten. What am I even saying?" She had come here to inquire about Master with Senior Sister Lung. Why, in her anxiety, did she suddenly begin to utter such strange words? It was truly mortifying. Upon hearing her words, a faint blush crept onto Lung Luoli's cool visage. "Junior Sister Yang, is this what you came to discuss with me? If it pertains to this matter, I advise you to forget it as soon as possible." With a firm grip on her shoulder, Lung Luoli spoke with an icy demeanor. She had long abandoned her whimsical notions regarding Master, yet this junior sister dared to bring it up. Realizing her blunder, Yang Qinlin hastily bowed in apology. No, that's not it. I wish to inquire about Master." She hurriedly recounted the sequence of events to clarify her intentions. After listening, Lung Luoli finally released her grip, and her furrowed brow began to ease. "So, you wish to select a gift for Master?" Lung Luoli mused thoughtfully. She recalled gifting Master an ice sculpture in the past, which seemed to have been quite well received, as it remained prominently displayed on the bedside. Occasionally, she would gaze through the sculpture secretly. Ah, no, that was not to be mentioned. However, now that Master already possessed one, presenting another would hardly evoke surprise. What to gift, then? After much deliberation, Lung Luoli returned to her chamber and retrieved a sky-blue silk ribbon from the clothing rack. She remembered adorning herself with this ribbon in a butterfly knot, which Master seemed to have quite liked. If it were to be adorned on Junior Sister Yang, it would likely suit her well. With this thought in mind, Lung Luoli handed the ribbon to Yang Qinlin. "Here, take this," she offered with a smile. At that moment, Yang Qinlin stared at the sky-blue ribbon in her hand, her expression ashen. There was no need for speculation or inquiry. It was evident that this was intended for her own wear. The three senior sisters, though seemingly diverse in character, were clearly cut from the same mold when it came to such matters. "Senior Sister Lung, if I am not mistaken, this is indeed meant for me to wear, isn't it?" Yang Qinlin ventured, clinging to a final shred of hope. Lung Luoli's eyes widened in surprise. "Junior Sister Yang, you've become quite astute. I expected you to suggest giving this to Master. Indeed, do remember to tie the most exquisite bow, but ensure it is not too tight, lest it become difficult for the esteemed Master to untie it." With that, she did not linger any longer. Waving goodbye to Sister Yang before heading towards the indoor hot spring, seemingly intent on indulging in a soothing bath. This left Yang Qinlin standing in a state of bewilderment. What does it mean by not tying it too tightly? What does it imply that the esteemed Master would find it difficult to untie? Why can't I comprehend? Surely, it isn't what I think it is. Yang Qinlin shook her head in resignation. After inquiring around, she still found herself utterly perplexed. Just as feelings of frustration began to overwhelm her, a small head suddenly peeked down from the ceiling above. Curiously staring at her, it inquired, "Sister Yang, I noticed you asked 3 senior sisters here. Why not ask where?" "She knows. The only one who could be found peering down from the roof of the Tianxian Hall was none other than Bai Yao. Hearing that Bai Yao claimed to possess the answers brought a momentary spark of joy to Yang Qinlin. Yet, she quickly came to a realization. What could a naive little girl possibly understand? She likely wouldn't provide any substantive advice. Nevertheless, since Bai Yao had appeared, it wouldn't hurt to listen. Then, Sister Bai, what do you suggest? Bai Yao leaped down from the roof, landing gracefully atop the door of Lung Lili's room. She then reached out her delicate little hand, just high enough to touch Yang Qinlin's forehead. Gently caressing her brow, Bai Yao remarked, "You mentioned wanting to present a gift to the esteemed master, but gifts need not always be material possessions. The master adores head pats. Simply allow her to stroke your head." In Bai Yao's memory, every time the master had patted her head, a joyful expression would grace her face. This sentiment, being something the master cherished, seemed quite accurate. Yang Qinlin felt that this suggestion was no different from those of the other 3 senior sisters, equally unreliable. However, she recalled that the master had indeed patted her head in the past. Is it truly comfortable? Lost in thought, Yang Qinlin couldn't resist and reached out to pat Bai Yao's head. Bai Yao's hair was as smooth as silk, and her warm head bore a pair of soft, fluffy ears. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Is this sufficient? Yang Qinlin asked tentatively. Bai Yao pondered for a moment. Sensing that something was still missing, she extended her tender little hands, grasping Yang Qinlin's cheeks. Then, her pure and adorable face leaned toward Yang Qinlin's. Yang Qinlin. Hastily, Yang Qinlin raised her hands to block the approaching lips. Sister Bai, what are you doing? Please, while you are undeniably cute. My first kiss is absolutely not for you. We are merely senior and junior sisters. Let us not cross boundaries. Bai Yao observed the look of resistance on her face and reluctantly withdrew her neck. This senior sister is trying to teach you. If you are unwilling to learn, so be it. However, I believe Master would appreciate this. Without further ado, she declared her intention to head to the divine cuisine department for dinner. In an instant, she vanished from her spot and hurried towards the kitchen. The disciples of the divine cuisine department practiced culinary arts every evening, producing a plethora of exquisite dishes. Bai Yao had grown accustomed to this nightly ritual of indulging in their meals. The disciples welcomed her warmly. As a spirit beast with an exceptionally hearty appetite, her presence ensured that little food would go to waste. Yang Qinlin watched her junior sister rush away, letting out a sigh. Although she held great affection for their master, the thought of kissing him truly felt daunting. Moreover, even if she could muster the courage, would their master be receptive to such an advance? Never mind, she decided to set aside those thoughts for now. With all the inquiries from the senior sisters concluded, it was time to make a decision. What, indeed, should she present to their master? Chapter 160. The emotions of Yang Qinlin. The scene shifts to the garden of the heavenly mysterious temple. Yang Qinlin sought a secluded spot, one where she would not be discovered. After much contemplation, she had devised a brilliant idea. Since each suggestion from her senior sisters was somewhat dubious, she decided to adopt them all. Perhaps their amalgamation would yield something extraordinary. Truly, she was a genius. However, donning such embarrassing attire necessitated finding an isolated place. This garden, rarely frequented by others, was indeed the perfect location. At that moment, Yang Qinlin had changed into the garments prepared by her senior sisters. She wore a flowing red dress, complemented by the black thigh-high stockings gifted by Sister Su, which adorned her elegantly proportioned, fair legs. Her somewhat bashful expression, juxtaposed with this attire, created a striking contrast. Below her porcelain neck, a sky-blue ribbon was tied into a delicate bow. The combination of the red dress and blue bow was both beautiful and eye-catching. Adorned with a floral crown, her star-like eyes sparkled with determination. In her usual demeanor, she resembled a valiant warrior, poised and formidable, akin to a general on the battlefield. On the battlefield, she seemed more dependable than any man. Yet now, she nervously clutched the hem of her dress, her cheeks flushed and her expression tense. Gazing into the fountain before her, she examined her reflection. At that moment, she was not unattractive, merely strikingly beautiful in an unusual way. Yang Qinlin found herself at a loss for words to describe her appearance. What was this ensemble? A fusion of all her senior sister styles? It felt rather peculiar. How had she even arrived at the decision to wear such odd garments? She urgently wished to remove them, desperate to avoid being seen by anyone. If discovered, She would wish for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Just as she contemplated removing the floral crown atop her head, a voice suddenly resonated from behind her. "Qinlin, what are you doing here?" It was a gentle male voice. In the heavenly mysterious temple, the only male voice belonged to Chen Ye. He had just returned with Long Lan, and, upon noticing the rather peculiar sight of young Qinlin, flew over to investigate. However, it must be said that Long Lan, being of the Purple Mansion realm, possessed extraordinary physical prowess. Had it been any of the disciples, they would likely have been carried back by him. Hearing her master's voice, Yang Qinlin's head turned rigidly. Before she could glimpse his face, she felt a flicker of hope that she might salvage the situation. She did not want her master to see her in such an eccentric guise. He was the most important person in her heart. No one could witness this, especially him. Master. Unsurprisingly, standing behind her was indeed her master. Yang Qinlin's face immediately turned ashen, and with a slight misstep, she stumbled towards the fountain. "I, Yang Qinlin, can finally exchange this world for another," she mused. "So be it, Yang Qinlin." In the presence of her master, she felt utterly humiliated. This world held nothing worth cherishing anymore. Upon seeing her falter, Chen Ye swiftly reached out to steady her. Worry etched across his face. He gently brushed her forehead, asking, "Are you all right? Have you become ensnared in your cultivation?" Yang Qinlin's cheeks burned with a fervent heat, as if they were on the verge of producing steam. Chen Ye had never witnessed this usually serious disciple in such a state, leading him to wonder if something had indeed gone awry in her practice. He helped her regain her balance and instinctively wrapped his arms around her to prevent any further falls. Due to their positioning, Yang Qinlin found her gaze inadvertently locked with that of her master. "Master, I'm fine," she stammered, eager to reassure him. Although physically unscathed, her mind was, in truth, quite troubled. After their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze, unable to hold his stare. Yang Qinlin realized that, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she had begun to shy away from meeting her master's eyes. Just a fleeting glance would send her heart racing and her cheeks aflame. Strangely, she could not comprehend this burgeoning emotion within her. Having endured the sorrow of losing her parents and the elation of vengeance, she had experienced a myriad of human emotions. Yet, there was one feeling she had never encountered: love. The mere thought of this possibility made her heart race uncontrollably. Could it be that her reluctance to meet her master's gaze stemmed from affection? When had her filial piety towards him begun to transform? Was it when he chose not to abandon her, despite knowing her spiritual roots were shattered, and took her in as his disciple during her time of helplessness? Or was it when he, despite his penchant for idleness, forfeited his own rest to ensure she shone in competition? Perhaps it was after she had made a grave mistake during the contest, yet he remained unfazed, helping her clear all obstacles. As her thoughts continued to swirl, clarity began to dawn upon her. It was not a singular event that drew her to her master. Rather, it was the tapestry of these experiences that wove together to elicit a profound affection. She found herself increasingly unable to envision a life apart from him, yearning to remain by his side eternally, not only to serve him but to become closer to him. At that moment, Yang Qinlin could feel her master anxiously channeling his spiritual energy to assess her condition, his warm hand gently caressing her forehead. Indeed, by Yahweh's words rang true. Whether or not her master is content remains a mystery to her, yet the sensation of his gentle hand upon her forehead is undeniably comforting, instilling within her a profound sense of security. The stockings, the floral garland, the icy silk bow, and the tender head pat, these elements spoken of by her senior sisters have, in an unexpected twist of fate, all come to fruition. However, one aspect remains elusive: a kiss. While such an act is typically reserved for one's destined partner, she is now acutely aware of her feelings for her master. She harbors affection for him, and in this vast world, only he can truly be her soulmate. Thus, is it not permissible to share a kiss? With this thought, Yang Qinlin summoned her courage and wrapped her arms around her master's neck. As she beheld his strikingly handsome visage, her own face gradually leaned in closer. Chen Ye's hand remained on her forehead, leaving him momentarily unaware. In an instant, he was met with the sight of a graceful and exquisite face drawing near, and soon thereafter, his lips were enveloped by a wave of softness. Chapter 161. What if she agrees after the confession? The unique fragrance of youthful innocence enveloped Chen Ye's senses as he found himself unexpectedly embraced by her. Instinctively, He grasped her delicate butterfly-like back, tightening his hold. After a considerable pause, reality dawned upon him. His disciple had boldly kissed him, and it was none other than his seemingly most composed and serious fifth disciple. What a perplexing situation. Chen Ye had believed that Yang Qinlin, unlike the others, genuinely regarded him as her master. Little did he realize, his naivety had led him astray. It appeared that all these disciples harbored aspirations of riding upon their master's legacy. At that moment, Chen Ye could feel Yang Qinlin's arms encircling him with an intensity that suggested she wished to merge their beings. The air was suffused with her distinctive scent, and after what felt like an eternity, she gradually released her hold. Her spirited eyes, now softened, gazed at Chen Ye with a hint of vulnerability, as if apprehensive of his rebuke or perhaps still longing for more. Observing her tender demeanor, Chen Ye's heart inexplicably began to race. Such innocent contact should not evoke such a response. The very presence of his disciple stirred feelings within him, hinting at an undeniable fondness for Yang Qinlin. Yet, he remained oblivious to when this peculiar affection had taken root. Was it her tenacity and unwavering spirit that first drew him to her? Or was it the way she showcased her independence before others, only to reveal her fragility, needing his support in his presence? Initially, these reasons merely endeared her to him, but did not constitute love. However, upon realizing that Yang Qinlin might harbor feelings for him, the dynamic began to shift. The adage that a veil separates a man from a woman rang true in his heart, especially when it concerned a beautiful disciple with whom he shared a close bond. Nevertheless, Chen Ye pondered whether Yang Qinlin truly understood the implications of a kiss, especially in a fantastical world where many maintained conservative views. He contemplated confirming this with her. Qinlin, such acts should only be shared with those one cherishes. Engaging in this with your master may not be appropriate. Do you, perchance, have feelings for me? As he posed the question, his cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Although his intent was merely to ascertain her feelings, broaching such a topic as a master felt exceedingly awkward. After releasing her hold on her master, Yang Qinlin could not help but avert her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. The intimacy they had just shared had consumed all her courage for the day. Overwhelmed by shyness, she felt a slight moisture at the corners of her eyes. In her usual poised demeanor, she now presented a striking contrast, exuding a delicate beauty that evoked affection. Upon hearing her master's words, she was momentarily taken aback. Unable to restrain herself, she bit her lip, her expression tinged with annoyance. How could her master regard her as an innocent child, oblivious to the world? After all, she was in her 20s. How could she possibly be unaware of the meaning of a kiss? She harbored genuine feelings for her master, precisely as he imagined. Yet, the thought of confessing directly to him made her feel somewhat bashful. But what if, just what if, he reciprocated her feelings? Would she then have the chance to become his partner in the path of cultivation? The prospect of such happiness in their future was exhilarating. Despite her shyness, she resolved to voice her feelings today, to express her love to her master. Yang Qinlin nervously swallowed, her face flushed as her gaze drifted toward the nearby fountain, occasionally sneaking glances at her master's earnest eyes before hastily averting her gaze. Her hands unconsciously clenched together, damp with perspiration. Stammering, she began, "Master. Lina has always." Always. Yet, as she spoke, her lips pressed tightly together. After steeling herself, she continued, "Lina has always." Just as she was about to finish her confession, a muffled sound emerged from the nearby square bushes. Thud. Su Jiqian. A figure suddenly stumbled out from the grass, falling comically to the ground. Embarrassed, Su Jiqian raised her head to look at the two, awkwardly smiling as she greeted them. I didn't see anything. You two continue, carry on." With that, she attempted to rise. Not long ago, she had sensed her master returning from outside and had gone to his room to find him. However, when she saw no one, her curiosity about his whereabouts grew. After rummaging through the rooms of a few junior sisters, she had ventured into the garden. To her astonishment, she had just witnessed the captivating scene of her master being kissed. She had instantly hidden behind the bushes. Unfortunately, engrossed in the sight, she had failed to notice the branches buckling under her weight, leading to her sudden fall. Just as Su Jiqian, her face flushed with apology, was about to leave, she suddenly heard a barely concealed giggle from a nearby bush. Of Tara. Confused, Su Jiqian turned towards the source of the sound. Behind the bush was none other than Hu Shimi. Realizing she had laughed out loud, Hu Jiyue slowly emerged from her hiding place, awkwardly greeting everyone. Allah, I was just out here to look at the moon. Yes, the moon. Not long ago, she had been enjoying a peaceful slumber in her room. Suddenly, the formidable Su Shiji, one of the legendary 4 divine beasts, confronted her face to face, abruptly awakening her from a blissful slumber. She thoroughly searched the room, including the wardrobe and beneath the bed, ensuring that her revered master was not concealed anywhere before departing with a sense of satisfaction. However, upon learning of her master's return, she found herself unable to sleep. By chance, she stumbled upon the garden, where she beheld a scene involving her master. She had believed herself to be well hidden, for under the moonlight, her skin served as a natural camouflage. Yet, the comical incident involving Su Shiji, coupled with her low tolerance for humor, proved too much for her to contain, leading to her inadvertent revelation. At that moment, Chen Ye, observing the 2 disciples who had unexpectedly emerged, could only helplessly cover his face. For heaven's sake, you both were spying on me. Is there truly no semblance of privacy for me within this celestial hall? Even I yearn for a degree of seclusion. Chapter 162. Chen Ye, do you have any privacy? As a teacher, I also require my own privacy. If the eldest and 3rd disciples have been secretly watching here all along, then did they not overhear my conversation with Yang Qinlin in its entirety? Such ambiguous dialogue, if heard by others, is undeniably embarrassing. Just as Chen Ye was about to speak, seeking an excuse to momentarily send the 2 away, a sudden flash of white appeared, as a figure leapt from the brush. The senior sisters are all here, Bayame exclaimed with excitement. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, how could there be more people? Even Bayame has arrived. Surely, there cannot be anyone else, right? Senior sister Lung. Everyone is present. You need not hide any longer. Bayame dashed to where she had emerged, taking Lung Luoli's hand, speaking innocently. Lung Luoli, who was also concealed among the bushes, blushed and awkwardly stepped forward. She too had been disturbed from her rest by Su Jiqian, and upon learning that her master had returned, she intended to seek him out. By chance, she encountered Bayame, who, with her keen senses, guided her here. To her surprise, Bayame had directly dashed out from their hidden spot, and in doing so, exposed her position. How utterly treacherous! Chen Ye surveyed the gathering of disciples in the garden, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Aside from Long Lan, whom he had just escorted back to her room to rest, everyone else was present. At this moment, Yang Qinlin was still nestled in Chen Ye's embrace. She had always believed that it was just the 2 of them here, which allowed her the courage to confess. Little did she anticipate that everything that had transpired moments ago had been witnessed. Now, she felt so bashful that she wished to vanish into the earth. There was simply no way she could remain in this place any longer. I shall return to rest. Yang Qinlin nervously pushed Chen Ye away and swiftly disappeared from the scene. Once back in her room, she burrowed into her blankets, covering her head tightly. She had just behaved in such a manner with her master, and all the senior sisters had seen it. Tomorrow, they would surely regard her with strange eyes and ridicule her. How could she have committed such an act, one that would tarnish her reputation? How would the senior sisters view her moving forward? How could she possibly continue to live with this shame? Reflecting on what had just occurred, Yang Qinlin glanced at the hand that had pushed her master away, her heart filled with regret. She had acted so impulsively out of sheer nervousness. It is truly foolish to have pushed away the embrace of the master. Might it be that this incident will lead to her disfavor? If the master were to harbor resentment, it would spell her utter despair. At this moment, Chen Ye stood in a daze, still lingering in the remnants of the girl's fragrant warmth that clung to him. He felt a sense of unfulfilled longing. Just moments ago, while engaged in conversation, Yang Qinlin had suddenly dashed away. Was it his overt inquiry that rendered her too shy to respond? Or perhaps the sudden arrival of her senior sisters intimidated her into silence? Regardless, it was clear that he would not glean what Yang Qinlin had intended to express today. He resolved to seek another opportunity for a more thorough conversation. As Chen Ye pondered these matters, Su Qianqian noticed the absence of the master's embrace and promptly nestled into his arms. She encircled him, her voice, laced with allure, whispered sweetly in his ear, "Master, after your busy outing, is your first act to indulge in the company of your junior? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Her tone was a blend of mild indignation and seduction, leaving him uncertain whether her ire was genuine or merely playful. Chen Ye's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing her words, and he hastily defended himself. No, it is not as you perceive. I merely happened upon her here and wished to inquire. Su Qianqian, with a delicate furrow in her brow and her slender fingers caressing her crimson lips, pressed on. Ah, so it was merely a coincidence. A coincidence that you found yourself in her embrace, and another that you shared a kiss, and yet another that you were. She punctuated her words with disbelief. Master, you call this mere coincidence? Chen Ye, who initially held a valid stance, found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it had been a mere coincidence, one he had not anticipated. However, after such analysis from his eldest disciple, he realized that, if the roles were reversed, he would struggle to accept it. Ah well, Chen Ye stammered, grappling for an explanation. Su Qianqian grasped his right arm, leading him as she spoke. Master must offer a proper explanation to Qian. Only then can I believe you. It is chilly outside, master. Let us return indoors, where Qian will patiently listen to your explanation. Hee. Her captivating eyes sparkled with emotion as they gazed upon the master. As they strolled towards the gardeness exit, Lung Luoli, who had not yet approached to speak, suddenly felt as if a bead from an abacus had struck her face. Sister Su, are you certain you wish to hear Master's explanation? I can hear your intentions loud and clear. Once they returned to the room, it seemed unlikely that an explanation would be forthcoming. Rather, it appeared that something else would be unleashed. Lung Luoli was unwilling to relinquish the Master's affection so easily, and she hurried forward to seize his other arm. No way. Though unaware of what my esteemed master has been occupied with throughout the day, it is evident that they must be utterly fatigued. Master, please come to Lear's chamber. There is no need for explanations. Simply rest is all that is required. Su Jiqian had long anticipated that this aloof junior sister would surely thwart her plans. What you suggest, that the master merely needs to rest, seems akin to treating them as an ice sculpture. The intentions remain the same. After all, unrelenting, Su Jiqian tugged at the master's arm, engaging in a tug-of-war with Lung Luoli. In truth, Chen Ye, witnessing this scene, felt a profound sense of disapproval. As a figure of authority and reverence, how could the master be so casually pulled about by their obedient disciples? Such behavior would undoubtedly undermine the master's dignity. Yet, in this moment, should he relinquish his hold on the eldest disciple's arm, he feared she might perceive it as favoritism, leading to her distress. Chen Ye could hardly bear to see the disappointment on his disciples' faces. However, if he were to release the second disciple first, the outcome would likely be no different. But what if he were to let go of both simultaneously? Would that not result in both disciples feeling sorrowful? Never mind, let it be. I shall allow things to unfold naturally. Su Jiqian grit her teeth, exerting an immense effort as she fervently exclaimed, Flat-chested junior sister, release your hold. Chapter 163. How delightful it is to cultivate at the celestial mystic sect. Upon hearing her senior sister expose her shortcomings, Lung Luoli's expression grew increasingly irate. You, seraphic demon, let go at once. After contemplating the matter, she could not fathom where Sister Su had any flaws in her figure. Ultimately, she could only resort to this manner of retort. Su Jiqian was momentarily taken aback by Lung's words. Then, she burst into laughter, cradling her fair face with both hands, exclaiming, Thank you for the compliment, junior sister Lung. Observing the radiant joy on her face, Lung Luoli was left utterly bewildered. Am I truly complimenting you? Have you misinterpreted my words? At that moment, Lung Luoli realized that her senior's grip had indeed loosened. It was an opportune moment. With remarkable swiftness, she embraced her master and vanished from the spot. This left Su Jiqian alone, still holding her face, smiling in self-admiration. After a considerable period, she finally realized something was amiss. Turning her head, she exchanged glances with her fellow junior sister, Hu Jiyue, who stood motionless beside her. With a shrug, who acknowledged that it was not her turn today, and yawned before retreating to continue her slumber. Su Jiqian sighed in resignation. However, her beautiful eyes soon sparkled with a clever idea. Surely, even if her master were busy, he would return to his room eventually. Late at night, in Lung Luoli's chamber, Chen Ye lay on the bed, gently caressing the blue strands of hair beside him, planting a soft kiss on her forehead. At that moment, Lung Luoli was in a deep, sweet slumber, her expression radiating profound satisfaction, as if she had acquired the most significant treasure of her life just before falling asleep. Chen Ye tucked her in snugly before rising to dress. Ordinarily, he would remain by Lung Luoli's side until dawn. However, today he had perspired profusely and rolled about on the grass all day. Although, as a practitioner of high cultivation, he had long attained a state of pristine purity, he still yearned for a soothing bath. Once dressed, Chen Ye opened the door and stepped outside. As he prepared to head towards the indoor hot spring, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of light emanating from his own room. Curiously, the glow was a peculiar shade of purple. What was happening? Was there someone in his room? Who could it be? Intrigued, he approached. Upon reaching the door, he pushed it open and entered. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a tantalizing fragrance enveloped him. "Chinner, what are you doing in my room?" Without needing to see the person clearly, the scent alone was enough for Chen Ye to discern who occupied the room. Apart from his eldest disciple, no one possesses such a rich and fragrant aroma. Not even the other succubi. Su Jiqian sat at the wooden table in her room, meticulously arranging her makeup in front of the mirror. She pressed her lips together, a satisfied smile playing on her face. Turning to her master, she exclaimed with surprise, "Master, you've returned earlier than I expected. I had prepared myself for your absence today. If you weren't coming back, I would have had to rest upon your bed. If I happened to soil your bedding. Hee, I hope you 1T mind. But it seems that 1T be an issue now." Su Jiqian stood from her chair, stepping forward to embrace her master's arm, smiling as she said, "Master, please explain what happened between you and junior sister Yang today." Her skin, as fair as congealed fat, radiated beauty under the illumination of the lights. The unique horns of a succubus on her head added to her unparalleled allure. "Then let me elucidate." Chen Ye began to explain. The disciples training in the heavenly profound palace engage in rigorous practice daily. During the first half of their training, they are often filled with zeal. They practice various techniques, postures, and skills until they reach a satisfactory level. However, in the second half of the training, after changing to a new venue, the disciples no longer have the luxury of choosing their preferred practices. Generally, the elders will assign what they deem more suitable techniques and postures for the disciples to hone. Consequently, the disciples must comply with the elders' directives. After all, regardless of the style or posture practiced, the ultimate goal is to enhance the disciples' comfort in advancing their realms, thereby accelerating their cultivation. Nonetheless, the elders' supervision may sometimes wane. A moment of inattention could allow the disciples to find an opening, causing them to completely forget the postures taught by the elders and revert to their original forms. However, cultivation is centered on elevating one's realm, and the pursuit of a higher martial path ultimately leads to attaining immortality and experiencing unparalleled ecstasy. Whether during the first half or the second half of training, the youthful disciples brim with aspirations and vitality for their cultivation. Training in the heavenly profound sect is truly a remarkable experience. The following morning, when Chen Ye awakened once more, he felt a familiar sensation of suffocation. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered the eldest disciple's arms and voluptuous legs draped over him. Her stunning visage rested upon his shoulder, her mouth slightly agape as her even breaths produced fragrant drool that trickled down to his sheets. Alas, the bedding has been soiled. The eldest disciple's face still bore a lingering blush, her expression one of rapture and contentment. Chen Ye glanced at the sun outside, realizing that time was slipping away. He intended to take his disciples to explore the celestial secret realm of the spirit god continent. With roughly a month remaining, it was imperative that his disciples hasten their cultivation. Although he was uncertain of the prowess possessed by the protégées of the spirit god continent, his disciples could not afford to be inferior in strength. Gently, he patted the eldest disciple beside him, seeking to rouse her from slumber. Chinner, it's time to rise and cultivate." Upon hearing her master's voice, Su Jiqian's eyes fluttered beneath her eyelids, clearly awake. Yet, she feigned sleep, pretending not to hear. Given her proximity, Chen Ye could not overlook the subtle shifts in her expression. With a resigned smile, he chose not to persist in waking her and instead rose slowly from the bed. As he donned his garments, he murmured to himself, "Lear seemed to mention, she's on the verge of a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. She encountered some bottlenecks and requires my assistance. I shall go and check on her." Chapter 164. A blissful life. Su Jiqian had initially contemplated feigning sleep in order to indulge in a few more moments of leisure. However, Upon overhearing her master announce his intent to personally guide Sister Long in her cultivation, she could no longer remain still. Rising swiftly, she embraced her master's waist and exclaimed, "No, no, master, please allow Qianer to accompany you." Sister Lung's claims of encountering a bottleneck in her breakthrough were nothing but fabrications. She surely harbored ulterior motives. It was imperative that Sister Lung did not succeed. Chen Ye's earlier words had been mere fabrications intended to awaken the eldest disciple, yet to his surprise, she had indeed taken the bait. "Qianer, were you not asleep? How is it that you can still hear me?" Su Qiqian realized she had revealed her ruse. Indeed, such a ploy of feigned slumber could hardly elude her master. She stuck out her tongue and offered an awkward smile. Hee, the disciple was mistaken. Chen Ye, rather than being angered, affectionately patted her head and said, "All right, it is time to rise," just as he intended to stand. He noticed his eldest disciple clinging tightly to him, showing no signs of letting go. With a gaze full of affection, Su Qiqian pleaded, "Just let Qianer hold on a little longer. It will be but a moment." Above all else, she yearned to embrace her master a while longer, inhaling the delightful fragrance that enveloped him. After a considerable time had passed, the two finally adjusted their attire and made their way to the plaza of the Tianxian Hall. The other disciples typically took their breakfast outside, enjoying the autumn breeze while relishing the beautiful scenery. By this time, the disciples had already risen to cultivate, and upon seeing their master's arrival, they all approached to greet him with morning salutations. Bai Yao cheerfully raised her hand and exclaimed, "Good morning, master." Hu Jiuyu performed an elegant bow, remarking, "That cannot be right. It seems to be well past noon." "Good afternoon, master." Lung Luoli tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled sweetly. "Master, you appear even more handsome." Long Lan, seated at the dining table, opened a thermal lunchbox delivered by the Divine Cuisine Department. He then patted the chair beside him and said to Chen Ye, "Husband, come and dine." Upon awakening, Chen Ye was greeted by a myriad of exquisite faces that brought him immense joy. As long as he had the company of everyone, he felt he could live a lifetime without ever growing weary. Chen Ye greeted each person in turn. Once finished, they all gathered around the dining table. Observing the empty chair across from him, he felt an inexplicable sense of someone missing. "Where's my fifth disciple?" Yang Qinlin. The scene shifted. At that moment, Yang Qinlin had already donned her attire and stood hesitantly at the door, occasionally glancing through the window at the others outside. She placed her hand on the doorknob, nervously deliberating whether to step outside, though she understood that lingering and hiding was not a viable option. However, yesterday was truly quite awkward. She swallowed hard and finally mustered the courage to pull the door open. Even in her shyness, she could not afford to evade her master at such a crucial moment. After all, mealtime was the occasion when everyone gathered to converse. She did not wish to miss out. Yang Qinlin, somewhat reserved, approached her master and bowed, saying, "Good afternoon, master." Chen Yi smiled and waved his hand, promptly gesturing for her to take a seat. "You have been here for quite some time. There is no need for such formalities. Please have a seat." Yang Qinlin nodded and settled into her usual spot. Beside her, Su Jiqian noticed her weary expression and playfully nudged her with her fair elbow, whispering, "Yang Junior sister, you don't look quite right. Did you not rest well last night? You weren't dreaming of something inappropriate, were you?" Yang Qinlin's cheeks flushed upon hearing this. She hurriedly waved her hands and softly replied, "Sister Su, what are you speculating about?" Last night, due to her embarrassment, she had hardly slept, continuously recalling the moment she kissed her master. In a sense, if one were to call it a dream of such nature, it could indeed be considered so. Su Jiqian continued to speak softly, "It's all right. We are all girls, so there's no need to be shy. I too have had such dreams before. I did feel a bit tired this morning, mainly because the master in my dream was too. As a succubus, I possess a remarkable skill for dream manipulation. Would you like to learn? Dream manipulation?" Yang Qinlin looked at her sister with a bewildered expression. Pray tell, what on earth had she done with their master in her dreams? Moreover, is it truly possible for a succubus to control dreams? She imagined the possibilities. If one could indeed control dreams, the opportunities would be limitless. She curiously whispered, "Is it really possible? How does one control it?" Su Jiqian wore an expression that suggested she understood, then leaned closer to her ear and said, "Not only can I control my own dreams, but I can also create the dreams that you desire. All you need to do is sleep at night, and then Before she could finish her sentence, Hu Jiuyu, who sat on the other side of Yang Qinlin, suddenly covered her ear. She had been listening intently to their conversation. Her acute hearing made it difficult to ignore. Sister Su was leading the innocent Yang junior sister astray. This could not continue. Hu Jiuyu gently patted Yang Qinlin's shoulder and said, "Do not listen to Sister Su's nonsense. Too much dreaming is not good for your health. You are simply a bit too shy, and I can understand your feelings quite well. Everyone else understands as well, so there is no need to overthink it." Hu Jiuyu, being of a similarly shy disposition, empathized deeply with Yang Qinlin's awkwardness. As time passed, she gradually acclimated to her surroundings. Neither her esteemed master nor her senior and junior sisters would mock her for her blunders or any missteps she might make. Upon hearing the words of senior sister Hu, Yang Qinlin instinctively lifted her gaze to observe those around her. Indeed, no one regarded her with unusual eyes. Instead, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. It seemed that throughout, she was the only one ensnared in awkwardness, lost in trivial thoughts. Senior sister Hu's words truly provided her with a sense of enlightenment. "Thank you, Senior sister Hu." Yang Qinlin nodded gratefully. With senior sister Hu's guidance, she felt her embarrassment begin to dissipate. Seeing her suggestion interrupted by Hu Jiue, Su Jiqian pouted in mild discontent. "Humph, junior sister Hu, weren't you the one who implored me to create?" Upon hearing this, Hu Jiue's expression shifted to one of alarm. She swiftly reached over Yang's shoulder and covered Su Jiqian's mouth. "You mustn't say that. Absolutely not in front of everyone. Otherwise, she would be the one facing social annihilation. How could she know that dreaming too much could be exhausting? Only through personal experience could one truly understand." Chapter 165. The time of cultivation, Hu Jiuyu bypassed Yang Shimi and covered Su Jiqian's mouth. The two squeezed together, nearly toppling the table. Cold Luo Li furrowed her brows in irritation, causing her chopsticks to fall from her hand. She stabilized the table with a touch of frost, and then rose, delivering a gentle headbutt to both Hu Jiuyu and Su Jiqian. Instantly, they fell silent, sitting up straight and obediently resuming their meal. Beside Chen Ye, Long Lan spoke tenderly to him. "Husband, this dish is prepared by me. Please have a taste." Recently, in her spare time, Long Lan had taken to the divine cuisine department to learn the art of cooking. Today, she had specially prepared a stir-fry, a dish she had just mastered. For Chen Ye, with her chopsticks, she brought the food to his lips. Although Chen Ye felt somewhat uncomfortable being fed in such a manner, he had come to accept it. After all, Long Lan was also his Dao partner. It would not do to dampen her enthusiasm over something so trivial. As Long Lan watched Chen Ye savor the meal she had lovingly crafted, her expression radiated immense satisfaction. She was increasingly embodying the essence of a devoted wife, eager to serve her master in every conceivable way. As they enjoyed their meal, Chen Ye recalled the matter of the immortal secret realm and seized the opportunity to address everyone. It is said that the immortal secret realm on the spirit god continent is about to open. I hope you all will consider visiting. The immortal secret realm? Cold Luo Li raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. On this continent, she had no peers capable of challenging her. After all, reaching the 9th layer of the innate realm by the age of 20 was an unprecedented feat in millennia. As for sparring with her senior and junior sisters, a one-on-one match would be akin to bullying them. They all practiced the top-tier techniques bestowed by their master, but with the disparity in their realms, the practice would pose no challenge for her. Upon hearing her master mention the immortal inheritance, Su Jiqian asked curiously, "Master, do you wish for us to obtain the immortal inheritance?" Chen Ye chuckled and shook his head. "No, those relics are of little value. Your participation is primarily to hone your skills." Su Jiqian continued to inquire, "Will you be accompanying us, master?" Chen Ye nodded. "Of course, as it is your first journey far from home, it is best that I accompany you." Upon hearing that her master would join them, Su Jiqian's spirits were lifted. "That is wonderful. I will not let you down, master." Cold Luo Li regarded her with a skeptical gaze, dismissively saying, "Merely talking is of no use. After we finish eating, you must begin your training. This time, you cannot afford to be lazy." Suddenly, Su Jiqian found herself regretting her earlier enthusiasm. However, with her master accompanying them, she resolved to endure whatever fatigue lay ahead. After lunch, Chen Ye commenced guiding everyone in their cultivation. It remained uncertain whether Chen Ye's earlier words had magically inspired Su Jiqian to rise early. But Cold Luo Li was indeed on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Should this news escape from the heavenly profound sect, it would undoubtedly inflict damage upon the hearts of countless talented cultivators from the Source Deep continent. Although prodigies like Lung Loli are destined to break through to the foundation establishment stage, reaching such a realm at such a tender age is indeed astonishing. The other disciples, witnessing how much Lung Loli has surpassed them, are beginning to feel anxious. In the past, their combined strength could suppress Lung Luoli. But if there is now a significant disparity in realms, the situation becomes precarious. If Lung Luoli were to whimsically decide to monopolize their master alongside Long Lan, the others would find themselves utterly powerless to resist. The disciples, seemingly invigorated, redoubled their efforts in cultivation. Time for training passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 15 days had elapsed. In the plaza of the heavenly profound hall, Lung Luoli, wielding her ice staff, was surrounded by a myriad of frost. The swirling snow enveloped her, rendering her an ethereal ice queen. Su Jiqian and Yang Qinlin, working in unison, approached Lung Luoli with remarkable speed. As Lung Luoli conjured massive ice blocks on the ground beneath them, attempting to obstruct their advance, her efforts proved futile. In a flash, Su Jiqian finally reached the spot where Lung Luoli stood. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that apart from the blizzard obscuring her vision, there was no sign of anyone else. At that moment, a chilling pressure descended upon her. Su Jiqian soon recognized that she had fallen into a trap, feeling as though she had been encased in ice, immobilized. Emerging from the snowstorm, Lung Luoli approached Su Jiqian from behind and, with her ice staff, proudly tapped the top of Su Jiqian's head. As the fierce winds and snow dissipated, Su Jiqian regained her ability to move, clutching her head in pain and lamenting, "Ouch. That hurts." Yang Qinlin arrived shortly after, enviously inquiring of Lung Luoli, "Senior Sister Lung, what was that technique? You just vanished into thin air." Since her breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage over 10 days ago, Lung Luoli had comprehended a new technique within the ice hard arts. This technique, named Freezing All, allowed her to completely control anyone who entered the icy domain she unleashed. Moreover, she could conceal herself within this realm at will, making her nearly undetectable, a formidable skill for both survival and control. As her cultivation level rose, this domain could expand gradually, potentially encompassing the entire continent. Impatiently stamping her foot, Su Jiqian expressed her frustration. "I'm done practicing. I've already been tapped on the head 15 times. If this continues, I might just lose my wits. Besides, this is so boring." With a mischievous smile, Lung Luoli gazed at her, caressing her ice staff as she inquired, "So, how would you like to practice? Shall I reward you with something if you win?" Upon hearing her proposal, Su Jiqian's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was an excellent suggestion. This would certainly ignite her motivation. She hurried over to stand beside Chen Ye, who was observing their practice. Subsequently, she wrapped her arms around her master's, her ample form pressing against him. "Master, what do you think of this proposal?" The enchanting fragrance of the succubus wafted into the air, and Chen Ye, striving to maintain his composure, replied, "It's a good suggestion. So, Chinner, what reward do you desire? There exists a certain type of person in this world." You need not listen to her words to anticipate her thoughts. Su Jiqian smiled charmingly and said, "Well, of course, it would be. No, wait. If the reward is master, then the victor would always be Sister Lung. Wouldn't that be unfair to her?" It was then that Su Jiqian realized she was no match for Sister Lung. Chapter 166. The Heavenly Profound Sect Martial Arts Competition. It was only then that Su Jiqian realized she could never hope to surpass her junior sister, Lung. As for the rewards, perhaps it would be best to forego them altogether. With a hint of disappointment, Su Jiqian expressed her sentiments. Chen Ye offered a resigned smile. Fully aware of the mischief his eldest disciple was contemplating, and he understood well her sudden disinterest in the rewards. Nonetheless, her suggestion had indeed illuminated a thought in his mind. The inner disciples had been training for some time now, and their efforts should have yielded some results by now. It would be prudent to organize a martial arts competition to assess their progress. Moreover, offering prizes such as cleansing elixirs and healing potions could serve as an incentive for the disciples to enhance their training. Chen Ye summoned Long Lan and shared his idea. Upon hearing it, Long Lan found it highly feasible. A martial arts competition would not only serve as a measure of the disciples' abilities, but also invigorate their motivation for cultivation. If the grand prize included a cleansing elixir, an extraordinary treasure capable of altering one's innate talents, the event would surely attract considerable attention. After discussing the specifics and the fundamental rules of the competition, they settled on the date to be 5 days hence. Listening to their deliberations, Su Jiqian inquired of her master, "Master, is it truly necessary for us to partake in this competition? The prowess of the direct disciples within the heavenly profound hall far surpasses that of the other inner disciples. Should we participate? The prospect of securing first place seems utterly unattainable, rendering the competition meaningless." After contemplating her words, Chen Ye responded, "Perhaps it would be best to abstain. However, you could still compete against the top inner disciple. That might provide some intrigue." Once the arrangements were finalized, Long Lon rose to inform the elders about the competition, ensuring that the inner disciples were duly notified. Soon after, the announcement regarding the martial arts competition was thoroughly disseminated. The first prize would consist of a cleansing elixir and a weapon of celestial grade or higher. The second place would receive a cleansing elixir, while the third would be awarded a healing potion. Furthermore, the subsequent top 10 would also receive rewards. Yet, in Chen Ye's eyes, these prizes were rather commonplace, comprising high-grade spirit stones and weaponry or elixirs of the profound grade. Chen Ye had initially intended to exchange for more cleansing elixirs for everyone, as these could significantly enhance the disciples' capabilities. If every disciple within the sect were to consume a cleansing elixir, would they not all possess 6th-grade spiritual roots? What a monstrous prospect that would be. However, Chen Ye soon discovered that the cost of cleansing elixirs had increased exponentially, nearly doubling in price. The very first elixir he exchanged for Hu Jiyue had only cost him 1,000 system points. Now, the price had skyrocketed to tens of thousands. Acquiring just a few more could potentially escalate to hundreds of thousands, if not millions. The price of the healing elixir has been on the rise, though the increase is not as alarming, still remaining within reach. However, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary waste. Otherwise, when the price escalates beyond measure, it may become difficult to acquire it when needed. In the Tianxin sect, the sword cultivation division is led by Elder Su Inghe, who has transformed into a majestic eagle, presenting himself as a middle-aged man. His eyes, sharp and piercing like those of an eagle, seem capable of cleaving through anything they fixate upon. The path of the sword is the most esteemed among cultivators, and it boasts the largest following within the Tianxin sect. Not long ago, Elder Su Inghe learned of the sect leader's intention to hold a martial arts tournament and promptly gathered the disciples of the sword cultivation division. Upon hearing the news, the disciples erupted into excited discussions. It is rumored that both the first and second places will receive the coveted cleansing elixir. It is said that the sect leader's cleansing elixir can enhance one's spiritual roots to the 6th grade without causing any bodily harm. How extraordinary is that? However, given the presence of the sect leader's direct disciples, it seems unlikely that we could secure a top position, even with our strenuous efforts. Seeing one of the disciples lost in thought, another chimed in. The elder mentioned that the sect leader's direct disciples will not participate this time. We all have a chance. By the way, Zhongyang, dare to venture a guess on who will clinch the first place? The disciple addressed as Zhongyang is Gu Zhongyang, a member of the sword cultivation division who previously set up a stall beneath the fateful tree. His talent and strength rank among the top within the division, making him a strong contender for the top 10. Without hesitation, Gu Zhongyang responded, "If we exclude the sect leader's direct disciples, our senior sister is bound to take the first place. Our senior sister possesses both beauty and talent. She is destined to be first." "Ouch!" Gu Zhongyang exclaimed, abruptly cut off as he received a swift kick. Turning around, he found himself face to face with his senior sister. "Sister Yuan, let's talk this out. No need for violence." The senior sister of the sword cultivation division is named Yuan Yao, who boasts a 4th-grade spiritual root and is a natural sword spirit, currently a 2nd-tier innate cultivator. Before her initiation, she was already a 9th-tier acquired cultivator and held the esteemed title of a princess in her kingdom. With her noble lineage, striking appearance, exceptional talent, and gentle demeanor, she is widely regarded as the goddess of the sect among the disciples. Yuan Yao squinted at Gu Zhongyang, feeling somewhat bashful from his praise. Seeing him plead for mercy, she finally relented. "Mind your words and refrain from speaking carelessly. Do you not fear your fiancé overhearing? Gu Zhongyang wore a sheepish expression, repeatedly lowering his head in apology. He merely complimented her a couple of times. Why the anger? Yuan Yao chose not to dwell on his antics, and instead focused her thoughts on the upcoming tournament. Regarding the sect leader's cleansing elixir, it seems that she must fiercely compete for the first place in this martial arts competition. Only by elevating her spiritual root to the 6th grade can she hope to catch up with the esteemed disciples of the sect leader. Although she already stands as a paragon among the inner disciples, her aspirations lie in challenging those who are even more exceptional. In the square before the magic cultivation hall, Su's father radiated an unusual vigor, his face aglow with excitement. The elder of the pill refining department had indeed entrusted him with the task of concocting medicinal elixirs. At this moment, Su's mother stood before the gathered disciples, having recently shared the details of the upcoming martial arts competition. With a resolute voice, she addressed them. Our magic cultivation department was among the first to establish itself. We must not fall behind in this martial arts tournament. Otherwise, others may perceive us as complacent. Su Wuqing, you have just recently broken through to the first level of the innate realm, and your cultivation technique has reached a minor achievement. You are the most likely candidate to secure first place for our department in this competition. Do you possess the confidence to achieve this? Chapter 167. The enthusiasm of the disciples. The disciple known as Su Wuqing, also a cultivator with a 4th grade spiritual root, possessed an innate charm that, while still inferior to Su Qianqian, bore a resemblance to her. Within the demon cultivation division, she distinguished herself among her peers, becoming a notable presence. Upon hearing her mother's words, Su Wuqing pondered for a moment before declaring, to seize the first place there are many excellent disciples within the sect. Nonetheless, I shall give it my all. As she spoke, a look of infatuation spread across her face, and she instinctively swayed her curvaceous legs. On the day of the martial arts competition, I should finally see the esteemed sect leader. It has been such a long time since my last encounter, and I am certain he has grown even more handsome. I am so eager to meet him. Her figure was striking, with porcelain skin and a pair of alluring, curled demon horns atop her head. The surrounding disciples of the demon cultivation division gazed at Su Wuqing's enamored expression, their faces filled with exasperation. Please, the elders wish for you to bring glory to our division. How can you be preoccupied with such thoughts? At Tianxian sect, within the talismans division, cultivators skilled in talisman crafting could draw talismans, activate them, and unleash formidable attacks. Activating these talismans also required the expenditure of spiritual energy. The higher the talisman's grade, the greater the spiritual energy consumed. The martial arts competition did not prohibit disciples from the talismans division from utilizing high-grade talismans, which presented an opportunity for them. The competition was conducted in a one-on-one format, and talisman practitioners typically excelled in teamwork rather than solitary combat. In a duel, they could easily fall prey to close-range attacks, placing them at a disadvantage. However, if they were permitted to employ high-grade talismans, they might mitigate their vulnerabilities. The elder of the talismans division, named He Fei Zhao, had transformed from a celestial crane and appeared as a white-haired old man. With a limited number of disciples in his division, he gathered them together. Before him lay 3 top-tier talismans. He addressed the disciples gathered before him, saying, I possess 3 top-tier offensive talismans, which can serve as our trump cards. Jilan, this competition is of great significance to you. You may choose first. As the elder of the talismans division, forging and higher talismans was not a difficult task for him. However, the disciples were relatively inexperienced and could not manipulate talismans of too high a grade. The top tier was already a considerable challenge. The male disciple known as Ji Lan stepped forward, his face filled with gratitude as he bowed to the elder. Among the disciples of the talismans division, he was not the most outstanding. The opportunity to choose first should have rightfully belonged to a more powerful senior brother. Yet, the elder understood that Ji Lan had a compelling reason to secure a place among the top 3, and thus allowed him to select first. Ji Lan hailed from a modest cultivation family, and during his father's breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he fell into demonic deviation, resulting in severe damage to his core, leaving him with only a year of life remaining. Within this sect, teeming with protégées, it is a rarity for anyone to achieve a breakthrough beyond the foundation establishment stage without encountering the perils of demonic deviation. Even in the face of danger, there are elders to provide guidance and protection. However, Among the wandering cultivators or within smaller sects, such privileges are scarcely afforded. Those practitioners with inherently low-grade spiritual roots often consider reaching the acquired realm as a remarkable achievement, and forcefully striving for the foundation establishment stage can lead to unforeseen hazards. After joining the Tianxian sect, Jilan sought the assistance of Elder Qi Gushing from the Medicine God Department to heal his father's injuries. Disciples of the Tianxian sect receive complimentary treatment for their injuries at the Medicine God Department, and direct relatives are also granted a limited quota, a truly exceptional benefit. Elder Qi Gushing, with his superb medical skills, stabilized Jilan's father's condition, preventing an untimely demise within the year. Yet, the damage caused by such forced breakthroughs to the spiritual meridians is akin to cancer. Complete recovery carries the risk of death. It is said that the healing elixirs of the sect leader can cure all ailments in the world. To avoid jeopardizing his father's life, securing one of the top 3 positions in the upcoming competition is imperative. After expressing his gratitude to the elder with a respectful bow, Jilan stepped forward and retrieved an offensive talisman. This top-tier talisman, if wielded correctly, should afford him a chance of victory. At this very moment, similar scenarios unfolded across various departments of the Tianxian sect. Elders showcased their unique skills, eager to demonstrate their prowess in the martial arts competition. The 5 days passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the competition arrived. The event was held atop a mountain on the left side of the Tianxian sect. The summit featured a circular, open arena, accompanied by a semi-floating viewing platform, seemingly designed specifically for martial contests by the system upon the sect's establishment. The spacious venue could comfortably accommodate thousands, a generous capacity for a sect comprising merely a few hundred members. Aware of the day's significance, Chen Ye remarkably refrained from sleeping in, arriving early at the competition grounds. On the floating platform, a magnificent seat awaited the sect leader at the highest point, surrounded by seats for the direct disciples. Just as Chen Ye settled down with his disciples, several elders approached to extend their congratulations. Engaging in cheerful conversation, he learned about the exceptional inner disciples who had distinguished themselves in recent days. Foremost among them was Yuan Yao, the senior sister of the sword cultivation department. Boasting a strength at the 2nd level of the innate realm, the highest among the inner disciples. Following her were Su Wuqing from the demon cultivation department, at the 1st level of the innate realm, and Gu Zhongyang, who had just broken through to the 1st level of the innate realm 2 days prior. Chen Ye was pleasantly surprised to discover that Chia from the divine food department and a disciple named Zhou Chuan from the alchemy department were also outstanding candidates in the 2nd tier. It is noteworthy that these 2 categories of practitioners are supportive in nature. The alchemy department, in particular, is capable of producing medicinal pills that significantly enhance physical prowess, making them formidable when paired with offensive techniques. However, the disciples of the divine culinary division, in Chen Ye's impression, scarcely had time to cultivate their combat skills. Even if they managed to carve out some time for training, their combat prowess would likely be a cause for concern. While the alchemical disciples could consume elixirs during battle, it would be absurd for the disciples of the divine culinary division to bring a stove onto the stage to prepare their meals on the spot. Yet, whenever Chen Ye inquired about how Elder Shen Shi cultivated the disciple named Chia, she would always don a mysterious expression, assuring him that he would soon discover the answer. Chen Ye could only heighten his anticipation for the upcoming competition. Shortly thereafter, nearly all the disciples of the Tianxian sect arrived, taking their seats in the spectator area. Among the sect's disciples, more than half submitted applications to compete. However, each match typically would not last long, with a single day likely sufficient to conclude the events. Long Lan was involved throughout the event's planning, and she was appointed as the judge for this competition. Chapter 168. The competition. On the arena of the contest, there exists a unique protective formation, ensuring that even if one were to suffer a grievous wound, such as a pierced throat, they would be safely transported out unscathed. Thus, there is no need to fear the occurrence of accidental injuries. Long Lan announced to the participants some fundamental rules of the competition. However, in the realm of cultivators, the regulations are often rather lenient, leading to various disparities in fairness. For instance, while the disciples of the alchemy division regularly provide necessary elixirs to other inner disciples, the elders within the sect invariably bestow upon them superior resources as a safeguard. Similarly, the smithing division possesses better weaponry, and the talismans division is no exception. This cannot truly be deemed cheating, as the very resources and influences within the cultivation world serve as essential measures of a cultivator's prowess. In a life-and-death confrontation, it would be implausible for a disciple from the alchemy division to forego their elixirs, relying solely on their physical constitution. Thus, prohibiting such resources during the competition would evidently be unfair to this type of cultivator. The rules of this martial contest generally prohibit the humiliation of opponents, and if there is a significant disparity in strength, the combat should be restrained. Although participants can be transported out even in death, the sensation of dying is a tangible experience that few would wish to endure. However, if the battle reaches a stalemate, with both sides evenly matched, the situation becomes different. The competition employs a knockout system, ultimately determining a first and second place, while the third place is established based on the circumstances. For instance, the loser of the second place match would be deemed third, and so forth. After elucidating the rules, Long Lon sequentially announced the disciples entering the arena for the first round. A male and a female competitor soared into the air, landing at opposite ends of the contest arena. Chen Ye focused his gaze, recognizing both individuals from the first round of combat. The female disciple was Sun Lingling, whom Chen Ye had recently encountered in the apothecary division. The male disciple was Wu Hao, a member of the smithing division, who had teamed up with Yang Qinlin during the entrance examination, thus leaving a mark on Chen Ye's memory. Wu Hao had performed admirably during the entrance assessment, demonstrating considerable talent, and had subsequently been taken under the wing of an elder from the smithing division. It seemed that Sun Lingling's chances of victory were exceedingly slim. As anticipated by Chen Ye, upon entering the arena, Sun Lingling shyly clasped her hands in salute towards Wu Hao, saying, Senior brother, I have only recently begun practicing with the sword, so please go easy on me. Her cultivation level was merely at the initial stage of the postnatal realm, whereas Wu Hao was at the 5th stage, showcasing a stark contrast in strength. Holding a massive hammer that he had personally forged, Wu Hao typically utilized it for striking steel, but in battle, it served as a formidable weapon. Seeing his delicate junior sister appear so fragile, he felt somewhat reluctant to brandish the enormous hammer behind his back. All right, senior brother shall refrain from using his weapon and will practice with you instead. The hammer in his hand towered over Sun Lingling, and as her senior, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of wielding it against her. Sun Lingling smiled sweetly. Thank you, senior brother. With that, she drew forth the long sword from her waist. At Long Lan's command, the two commenced their duel. Though Sun Lingling's innate talent was rather average, she had been diligently attending swordsmanship classes at the sword cultivation department lately. The techniques taught by the elder were straightforward and highly practical, enabling her to swiftly master a few formidable moves. With her delicate hands, she thrust the long sword repeatedly towards Wu Hao. However, Wu Hao had several iron rings strapped to his arms, and each of her attacks was precisely deflected by these rings. As a disciple of the medicine god department, your swordsmanship is commendable, Wu Hao remarked, impressed. While he found her strikes lacking in lethality, they were nonetheless sufficient to exchange blows with practitioners of the acquired realm. It is worth noting that Sun Lingling primarily practiced medicine, and her swordplay was still in its infancy. Given more time, she would likely soon catch up to her peers in the outside world. If other sects learned that a practitioner focused on medicine could enhance her strength so significantly in such a short span, they would surely be astounded. Within the Tianxian sect, even without exceptional spiritual roots, one could still be regarded as a prodigy in the eyes of the world, thanks to the formidable techniques and the careful guidance of the elders. Thank you, senior brother. I concede, Sun Lingling said after a few more rounds. Feeling her spiritual energy nearly depleted, she had merely participated in this duel to gauge her own abilities and had never intended to vie for a ranking. It was clear that she still had a considerable gap compared to her senior brothers and sisters. She resolved to devote herself more diligently to her training upon returning. This conviction strengthened her resolve. Wu Hao nodded with a smile, indicating there was no need for gratitude. For someone of his cultivation level, above the 5th layer of the acquired realm, this first round of combat posed little challenge. Soon, Long Lon announced the victor of the match and proceeded to arrange for the next 2 competitors to enter. The initial round of the competition was generally not very intense, as Chen Ye observed the duels while leisurely crossing his legs. With Long Lon presiding over the event, Su Qiqian finally seized the opportunity to sit beside Chen Ye. She had somehow procured a platter of fruit and delicately offered grapes to his lips. "Master, have a grape," she said, her fingers slender and fair, each joint distinctly beautiful. This scene left Chen Ye feeling somewhat bashful. While it was acceptable to be intimate in the Tianxian Hall, such an overt display in this formal setting felt a tad inappropriate. "Isn't this a bit improper, Chinner?" Chen Ye whispered. Su Qiqian, unperturbed, replied, "What is wrong with it? I am your disciple. It is only right to serve my master." "You do have a point," Chen Ye mused, realizing the truth in her words. However, who among the disciples serves their master while offering grapes? Upon further reflection, the relationship between him and Su Qian was hardly a secret. Their fates were even intertwined, as evidenced by the fate tokens hanging from the tree of destiny. With this in mind, Chen Ye indulged in the grapes, relishing the service of his disciple. Shortly thereafter, amidst the competition, a sudden wave of enthusiastic applause filled the arena. Chen Ye, intrigued, turned his gaze to discover it was Yuan Yao, previously mentioned by Elder Su Yinghe as a remarkable swordsman among the disciples. It seemed she was a paragon among her peers. Chen Ye, invigorated, was eager to witness the prowess of such an esteemed inner-sect disciple. Chapter 169. The Disciples' Duel. The disciples gathered at the observation platform keenly observed Yuan Yao in the arena, engaging in animated discussions. The last time they encountered the esteemed senior sister of the sword cultivation department, Yuan Yao, she appeared to be at the first level of the innate realm. How remarkable that she has advanced so swiftly. They envied her rapid progress in cultivation, as it was said that she had already achieved a commendable level in the techniques of her department. Such formidable strength is impressive enough. Yet she is also remarkably beautiful. Yuan Yao, I shall be your devoted admirer for life. Some disciples even called out loudly, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm. Yuan Yao, situated at the center of the arena, wore an expression of helplessness upon hearing the cheers from the crowd. Her sense of helplessness stemmed from her belief that her achievements were hardly noteworthy when compared to the direct disciples of the sect leader within the heavenly Xian Hall. She felt as though she was not even in the same league. To describe her as a princess of the mortal realm would be an understatement. The senior sisters of the heavenly Xian Hall were akin to celestial maidens, sacred, transcendent, and utterly flawless, making her feel utterly incomparable. The disciples' praise for her was rooted in this very perception. It was not merely her excellence they admired. Rather, it was the stark contrast to the senior sisters of the heavenly Xian Hall, whom they felt unworthy even to command. Whenever the disciples mentioned the senior sisters, they were filled with reverence and admiration, quelling any thoughts of rivalry. Yuan Yao, too, held the senior sisters in profound respect. Yet she yearned to understand the extent of her own shortcomings. Meanwhile, Su Qiqian, who was still feeding grapes to their master, remained blissfully unaware of the lofty esteem in which she was held by the inner disciples. If they were to learn that the seemingly perfect celestial being they revered practiced laziness daily and was occasionally reprimanded by her junior sisters, what would they think? Yuan Yao's opponent in the duel was Zhou Chuan, an outstanding disciple from the alchemy department, previously mentioned as part of the second tier. Zhou Chuan was also at the first level of the innate realm. Although slightly inferior to Yuan Yao, it promised to be an exhilarating contest. Zhou Chuan initiated the encounter by clasping his fists in greeting, stating, "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Senior Sister Yuan. Though my cultivation is lacking, I humbly ask that you do not hold back. Engaging with a peer of your caliber is a tremendous opportunity for my advancement." Although losing this match would eliminate his chance to place in the top 3, Zhou Chuan recognized the invaluable learning experience this duel presented. Yuan Yao reciprocated the gesture, nodding. "Indeed, I too request that you do not hold back, Brother Zhou." After the two exchanged formalities, Long Lan issued the command to commence. Aware he faced a formidable opponent, Zhou Chuan did not dare to relax. He swiftly consumed a pre-prepared explosive pill. This elixir, crafted by the elders in accordance with his physical condition, would enhance his capabilities for a brief period without endangering his health. Zhou Chuan intended to unleash his utmost strength to see if he could triumph over this formidable adversary. Zhou Chuan wielded a specially crafted staff, dedicating his spare time to studying the art of body cultivation in the body refinement department. This department not only imparted techniques for physical combat, but also offered instruction on various commonplace weapons, including staves, short blades, and meteor hammers, reflecting the diverse interests of its elder. Consequently, While permanent disciples in the body refinement department were few, the number of auditors attending the classes was notably high, resulting in a bustling atmosphere each day. With a swift motion, Zhou Chuan initiated his assault, channeling his spiritual energy into the staff, which radiated a brilliant golden light. Upon reaching an optimal distance, he unleashed a powerful swing, sending forth a beam of golden radiance aimed directly at Yuan Yao. Unlike other sword cultivators, who typically sheathe their long swords at their sides for easy access, Yuan Yao chose to carry hers on her back. This unconventional choice piqued the curiosity of those unfamiliar with her combat style, as they wondered how she would retrieve such a lengthy weapon without bending over, an action that seemed impractical and almost comical. As the attack approached, Yuan Yao remained unfazed, extending her index and middle fingers while retracting the others. With a mere gesture, she summoned her sword from its scabbard, and to the astonishment of onlookers, multiple swords soared forth from her back. A streak of light traced the length of her sword as it darted toward the incoming attack, effortlessly severing it and dissipating its energy. The spectators erupted in gasps of amazement. How could I have not anticipated this? With the sword on her back, how could she possibly draw it with her hands? One exclaimed, "Is this the innate sword spirit body? To command 4 flying swords at such a nascent stage? I heard that only the elders of the celestial sword sect in the divine concealment realm can wield 5. Another noted, "It was well understood that a typical cultivator needed to reach at least the foundation establishment stage to relinquish a long sword, a testament to Yuan Yao's exceptional prowess." Meanwhile, Zhou Chuan, observing the effortless destruction of his attack, maintained his composure. His previous strike had merely been a probe into his opponent's capabilities, and it was evident that her strength exceeded his expectations. Realizing he could not afford to delay any longer, he resolved to unleash his most formidable attack, bolstered by the potency of his elixirs, in hopes of securing even a sliver of victory. "Be cautious, Sister Yuan," Zhou Chuan declared with a smile. He leaped into the heights, consuming a golden elixir. Upon its entry into his being, whether due to the elixir's potency or the efficacy of his cultivation technique, a massive golden apparition materialized around him. This ethereal form enveloped him in a semi-transparent embrace, resembling a bald monk seated in a meditative posture. Behind the monk, 6 arms emerged, each raising a colossal staff. The overwhelming aura emanating from this figure made the disciples once again acutely aware of the vast disparity in power. Bolstered by the elixir, Zhou Chuan's strength was now formidable and could not be underestimated. The outcome of this battle was truly uncertain. "Heaven-shattering staff," Zhou Chuan proclaimed, unleashing his most powerful attack. As he commanded it, the enormous staff grasped by the 6 arms of the golden apparition ignited in searing flames. An even more intense pressure began to radiate outward before plummeting suddenly, creating a cacophony in the air as it descended towards Yuan Yao. Chapter 170. The Duel of 2 Disciples. A tempestuous wind swept towards Yuan Yao, tousling her hair as she faced the forthcoming assault with a newfound seriousness. With a single hand, she deftly manipulated 4 long swords, converging them before her. The blades fragmented before her eyes, only to swiftly reassemble into a singular, formidable sword, gleaming ominously with a chilling light. With a decisive thrust, she propelled the colossal sword forward. In response, the blazing flames erupting from Zhou Chuan's staff surged towards the sword. Yet the weapon remained unfazed, cleaving through the inferno with ease. Moments later, the staff collided with the sword, and after a mere instant of stalemate, it was shattered into debris. The golden specter of Zhou Chuan, who had expended all his spiritual energy, crumbled under the force of her attack. Overcome with fatigue, Zhou Chuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, ultimately collapsing to the ground, half kneeling and gasping for breath. "Senior Sister Yuan is indeed formidable, I concede," he admitted. Long Lan promptly declared the victor. Following the duel, the protective barrier shielding the audience dissipated, and Zhou Chuan's spiritual energy rapidly replenished. The energy expended during the match would restore itself alongside any injuries once the contest concluded, allowing the victor to face the next challenge in peak condition. After the match, Yuan Yao commanded the long sword, reverting it back into 4 separate blades that gracefully returned to her sword bag. She clasped her hands together in a gesture of respect towards Zhou Chuan, smiling as she remarked, "Senior brother, Zhou, did quite well. Thank you for the lesson." With her victory, Yuan Yao secured a place among the top 3. Although this duel was considerably more thrilling than its predecessors, the other disciples discerned that Yuan Yao had not exerted herself to her fullest potential. She had likely not even tapped into 50% of her strength. The question lingered whether any disciple in this competition could compel Yuan Yao to unleash her full prowess. At the top of the audience stands, Chen Ye munched on grapes while keenly observing the match. While the previous bouts may not have been particularly riveting, they had sufficed to satisfy him. However, this duel exceeded all expectations, as both Yuan Yao and Zhou Chuan exhibited remarkable performance. Despite his defeat, Zhou Chuan showcased formidable strength against lesser opponents. He could easily dominate them across several minor realms. As for Yuan Yao, she was the closest to being his direct disciple. It was conceivable that she could contend with those at the foundation establishment stage, and at the very least, retreat unscathed. While Chen Ye pondered these thoughts, a cacophony erupted once more in the arena, rivaling the earlier cheers for Yuan Yao. At that moment, Su Jiqian, equally enthralled, turned her gaze to the arena, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah, it's Sister Wuqing." Within the arena, Su Wuqing from the demon cult slowly approached the center of the stage. Unlike Yuan Yao, who wore an expression of resignation, Su Wuqing radiated joy, smiling as she extended her arms to greet the spectators in the stands. She seemed to revel in the adoration, akin to a beloved star, exuding a cheerful and generous demeanor. In terms of both figure and beauty, Su Wuqing was not inferior to Yuan Yao. In fact, she might have even surpassed her in some aspects. Though her cultivation level did not match Yuan Yao's excellence, her popularity was equally formidable. The number of female disciples cheering for her in the stands even surpassed that of their male counterparts. Su Wuqing's vivacious personality won the admiration of both male and female disciples alike. As a fellow member of the demon clan, Su Jiqian recognized her and was equally invested in the upcoming competition. Facing Su Wuqing was Chen Ye, a contestant whom Chen Ye had long wished to observe. As a member of the divine food sect, Chen Ye was curious to see what combat style Chen Ye would employ. Under the gaze of the audience, Chen Ye, carrying a bulging backpack, stepped into the arena. The backpack was stuffed to the brim, leaving one to wonder what it contained. Chen Ye appeared somewhat reserved, displaying a hint of shyness as she hesitated to present herself before the crowd. Noticing her flustered demeanor, Su Wuqing chuckled and said, "Junior sister, do not be nervous. With such delicate skin, I would never dream of being overly harsh." Chen Ye, blushing and feeling bashful, clasped her fists in greeting and replied, "Well then, senior sister, please enlighten me." Su Wuqing nodded, returning the gesture, and then Long Lan announced the commencement of the match. Su Wuqing wielded a black whip, forged from interlocking scales of profound iron, its formidable weight and terrifying power evident at first glance. As the match began, Su Wuqing chose not to attack immediately, but instead observed Chen Ye with keen interest, eager to discern her strategy. Chen Ye, in a moment of panic, called out her technique, Water Shield. Being innately gifted with water affinity, a transparent wall of water enveloped her completely. Su Wuqing raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "Junior sister, you do not intend to rely solely on that shield to withstand my attacks, do you? Let me see just how resilient your shield truly is." Su Wuqing leaped into the air, her heavy whip suddenly swirling with ferocity. With a swift motion of her hand, the whip sliced through the air, striking the transparent blue water shield with a resounding impact. A thunderous boom echoed as Su Wuqing's casual swing bore devastating force. The malevolent energy faintly shimmering upon the whip began to corrode the water shield, releasing plumes of white steam. As anticipated, the water shield dimmed after merely one strike, appearing on the verge of shattering, clearly incapable of withstanding a second assault. The essence of the water shield relied on the wielder's spiritual energy for sustenance. With a hint of panic, Chen Ye hastily retrieved her backpack from behind her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she rummaged through it and produced the meticulously prepared beef jerky. Then, before the astonished gaze of all present, she began to chew. This scene left not only Su Wuqing, her opponent, utterly bewildered, but also rendered countless spectators in the stands utterly confounded. What is happening? In such a serious martial arts competition, where everyone is eagerly watching your performance, how can you possibly indulge in eating? You must truly be famished, you little glutton. At that moment, Chen Ye, seated at the top of the stands, wore a similarly perplexed expression. unable to comprehend why Chen Ye had suddenly begun to eat beef jerky. However, it didn't take long for Chen Ye to notice a subtle change. A rich aura of spiritual energy began to emanate from Chen Ye, and the spiritual energy that had been depleted from the previous attack was now completely replenished. Chapter 171. Su Wuqing's method of breaking the deadlock under the gaze of the crowd, with each bite of beef jerky consumed by Chen Ye. Her internal spiritual energy surged dramatically. The jerky seemed to serve as a more potent vessel for storing spiritual energy than spirit stones, brimming with boundless vitality. As her water shield intensified in brilliance, it was evident that it had been restored. Once she had regained a measure of her spiritual strength, Chen Ye waved her hand, unleashing a sharp water droplet that shot towards Su Wuqing. Not only did she possess the ability to mend her protective shield, but she also had an excess of energy to counterattack. After deftly evading the assault, Su Wuqing quickly grasped the situation. Truly, the disciples of the divine food sect employed a combat style that was uniquely intriguing. If she was not mistaken, Chen Ye's bulging backpack likely contained an array of sustenance for replenishing spiritual energy. As long as Chen Ye could continuously replenish her power, she could sustain herself despite the consumption. In contrast, Su Wuqing's own energy could not be restored as swiftly. Despite this realization, Su Wuqing remained unfazed. Specializing in demonic attacks, her offensive capabilities were formidable, and she was eager to test whether her strikes were more potent than her opponent's defenses. Even if Chen Ye could maintain her energy supply, it might not compensate for the rate of consumption. Directing her dense, malevolent aura towards her whip, it soon manifested an overwhelming, suffocating malice. The surrounding disciples shivered at the sight of the deathly energy enveloping Su Wuqing. The reason Yuan Yao was regarded as the sect's goddess, rather than Su Wuqing, the beguiling demoness, was primarily due to this aspect. In contrast to Yuan Yao's refreshing and vibrant appearance, Su Wuqing exuded a terrifying power in battle, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Such a beauty, with such an aura, was not one whom many dared to admire. With a hand raised high, Su Wuqing laughed recklessly and struck downwards. Careful, junior sister. The whip collided with the water shield, producing a resounding boom. This attack was even more ferocious, causing Chen Ye's water shield to endure greater damage, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Chen Ye dared not delay, hastening her consumption of food. The water shield was once again restored. After finishing the beef jerky in her hand, she retrieved pre-prepared lamb jerky and fruit snacks from her backpack. Su Wuqing, undeterred, launched a new wave of attacks following her previous strike. Chen Ye, gnawing on the beef jerky, swallowed frantically, feeling the strain on her molars. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "Elder Shun, why did you prepare so much beef jerky for me? My teeth are about to break. Couldn't you have provided something softer?" Chen Ye, wholly absorbed in the duel, naturally heard her disciple's complaint and felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching her cheek awkwardly. This predicament arises not merely from the abundance of spiritual energy stored within the dried meat. Fear not. Persevere, for the elder believes in your capabilities. Upon hearing the elder's words, Chen Ye could only wear a face of despair, enduring the pain in her teeth as she ravenously devoured the jerky. The two remained locked in this stalemate for an extended duration, marking this contest as the longest of all prior matches. After over 10 minutes of relentless struggle, no victor had yet emerged. Many disciples, observing Chen Ye voraciously consuming the jerky, found themselves salivating uncontrollably. Su Wuqing, wielding her long whip, too felt fatigue set in and momentarily ceased her attacks, panting as she cast a glance at Chen Ye within the water shield, curious about how much food remained. Time passed, and it seemed, perhaps due to an illusion, that Chen Ye appeared to have gained considerable weight. Her cheeks were noticeably fuller, rendering her form quite round. Clearly, Chen Ye had reached her limit, and once more she called out to Chen Ye, "Elder, I can no longer eat. Truly, I cannot." Chen Ye, along with the disciples from the divine food department, each holding 2 colorful light sticks, cheered for Chen Ye. Typically the most languid of figures, she was unusually spirited, exclaiming, "Go, Chen Ye! The glory of our divine food department rests upon your appetite. The elder believes you can do it." For this battle the elder who cherished her slumber, had exerted herself to the utmost. According to the tenets of their craft, she had laboriously toiled day and night to create this top-tier restorative jerky, all for this very moment. If an auxiliary department were to triumph over the demon cultivation department in the martial arts competition, the honor would be monumental. Meanwhile, Su Mu, the mother of Su Wuqing, anxiously clenched her fists, watching her favored disciple in the arena. Initially, she had contemplated allowing Su Wuqing to compete for first place. Could she possibly be outperformed by a disciple from the divine food department? Such an outcome would be rather embarrassing. Su Wuqing was acutely aware of her elder's concerns. However, if her internal spiritual energy continued to deplete at this rate, defeat was inevitable. She needed to devise a strategy. Was it time to resort to that particular technique? Contemplating this, she approached the water shield enveloping Chen Ye. With a voice as enchanting as a siren's, she called out to Chen Ye, "Junior sister, I have something to discuss with you." Chen Ye lifted her gaze towards Su Wuqing, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wuqing's pupil shifted, and she unleashed the unique skill of her demon kin, the art of enchantment. Although Chen Ye was a girl, the charm was not necessarily ineffectual. As anticipated, Chen Ye appeared to fall under the spell, her expression gradually becoming dazed, and pink hearts materialized within her eyes, revealing a look of infatuation. Elder Chen Ye observed the transformation in Chen Ye and felt an ominous premonition. Oh no, I had forgotten that my opponent possessed this particular tactic. Chen Ye, being merely an ordinary girl with no experience in cultivating calming techniques, could easily fall under a spell of confusion. It appears that this battle is destined for defeat. In the arena, Su Wuqing cast a flirtatious glance towards Chen Ye, her voice dripping with seduction. "Junior sister, would you like to embrace your elder sister?" Chen Ye seemed momentarily entranced, nodding repeatedly. Su Wuqing continued, "Then, dear sister, please lower your water shield. Once you do, you will be able to embrace me." Without hesitation, Chen Ye released the water shield and lunged towards Su Wuqing. Her cherubic face pressed fervently against Su Wuqing's bosom. Rather than retreating, Su Wuqing enveloped Chen Ye in her arms, gently caressing the top of her head with a tender smile. How could she bear to push away such an adorable junior sister? After indulging in this affectionate moment, Su Wuqing finally lifted the enchantment, and Chen Ye gradually regained her awareness. Chapter 172. The two who must prevail. Once the enchantment was dispelled, Chen Ye finally grasped the gravity of the situation. She abruptly released her hold on Su Wuqing, her hands instinctively covering her face in embarrassment. What had she just done? She had revealed such an infatuated expression towards Su Wuqing, another girl, and that too in front of countless elders, disciples, and even the sect master. It was mortifying. She felt utterly ashamed. Observing Chen Ye's bashfulness, Su Wuqing's alluring smile grew ever brighter. "Junior sister, you have lost," she teased. Chen Ye was well aware of her defeat. In her previous state, it was likely that she would have been unable to refuse whatever Su Wuqing might have desired. The enchantress was truly formidable. "All right, I concede," Chen Ye admitted, and with that, Long Lan promptly declared the victor. As the competition concluded, the arena erupted once more in cheers and applause. Although Chen Ye had lost and the match lacked the anticipated brilliance, the effort displayed by the Divine Food Department had indeed imparted a new perspective to them. Even those in supportive roles had not relinquished their hope for victory, nor did they believe they were destined to remain in the background forever. They were diligently practicing, earnestly engaging in the contest, striving for the advancement of their sect alongside their peers. This invigorated even those disciples who felt they were inherently less gifted, seemingly born to be inferior to their fellow practitioners. Even the disciples of the Divine Food Department were fervently vying for the top position. They had no reason to give up. After the contest, Chen Ye became the center of attention among the elders, many of whom approached her, giving her a thumbs up, marveling at her ingenious approach to the competition. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Divine Food Department assisted Chen Ye to the stands, continuously praising her remarkable appetite. Chen Ye, amidst the chorus of admiration, happily propped her round belly and slumped into her seat. A little extra weight was a small price to pay for such fulfillment. After a brief respite, the next round of competition commenced anew. This time, two male disciples took the stage, their entrance lacking the earlier fanfare. One of the male disciples, Chen Ye recognized, was Gu Zhongyang, who had previously set up a stall beneath the Tree of Fate. Recently, he had broken through to the first layer of the innate realm, making him a dazzling presence. In the eyes of the spectators, even if he did not secure first place, a spot among the top three seemed assured. His opponent was Ji Lan from the Talismans Department. who was at the 8th layer of the acquired realm. While a small difference in realms might allow for a potential victory, a disparity of an entire realm rendered the chances nearly non-existent. All the disciples practiced the supreme techniques passed down by the sect master, and the resources available to them were relatively similar. In such circumstances, the only factors that could create significant disparities were innate talent and realm. Yet, even though Ji Lan was acutely aware of his slim chances, the fire of determination still burned brightly within his eyes. In this battle, victory is imperative for him. Even if there exists a significant disparity in their realms, he must emerge triumphant. His father requires a healing elixir to treat his life-threatening injuries, and he must secure a place among the top 3. Third place would suffice, having already won several encounters. A single victory in this match would grant him the advancement he seeks. With determination, he tightened his grip on the talisman pouch. Ji Lan respectfully clasped his fists before Gu Zhongyang, his expression grave as he declared, "Senior brother, I must win this battle. I may have to exert all my strength, and I ask for your understanding." In previous confrontations, the atmosphere had been relatively relaxed. Even in defeat, the repercussions were minimal. Much like Chen Ye from the Divine Food sect, despite her losses, accolades for her efforts abounded. As disciples of the same sect, any regrets in defeat were merely reflections of skill disparities, prompting a return to diligent training rather than an obsession with first place. However, the atmosphere of this competition was thick with tension, laden with an unmistakable sense of impending conflict. Gu Zhongyang, possessing considerable talent, aspired to ascend to second place, which would grant him a cleansing elixir. Should he transform his spiritual roots to the 6th grade, such a talent would command respect, even from his future father-in-law, who would no longer regard his humble beginnings with disdain, but would happily bless the union of his daughter to him. 6th grade spiritual root cultivators are regarded as the pinnacle of genius within the realm of cultivation, and none would dare to look down upon them. Gu Zhongyang, too, had compelling reasons to secure victory. He reciprocated Ji Lan's gesture, saying, "Senior brother, I feel the same. Please enlighten me." After their mutual salutation, Long Lan proclaimed the commencement of the match. As a disciple of the Sword Cultivation Division, Gu Zhongyang wielded a long sword, though he had yet to master it to the extent of Yuan Yao. Drawing his sidearm, he advanced swiftly, his figure flickering as he charged toward Ji Lan. As a disciple of the Talisman Division, Ji Lan was compelled to engage in combat with talismans. Once in close quarters, he would face significant constraints. Despite his lower realm, Ji Lan felt no less pressure from Gu Zhongyang, who showed no signs of leniency. Ji Lan swiftly tapped his waist pouch, and several talismans emerged from the specially designed bag. With a sweeping motion, he launched them like cannonballs toward Gu Zhongyang. The latter deftly evaded, the ground beneath him scarred by the explosions of the basic explosive talismans. Seeing his attacks miss their mark, Ji Lan continued to hurl talismans, all of which were skillfully dodged by his opponent. Gu Zhongyang's realm far surpassed mine, and I can scarcely keep up with his speed. What should I do? I cannot afford to lose. I must not lose, no matter what. I need to devise a strategy, Ji Lan thought. Realizing that Gu Zhongyang had closed the distance, his long sword aimed directly at Ji Lan's forehead. In a moment of urgency, Ji Lan activated a defensive talisman, conjuring a yellowish barrier to deflect the incoming strike. His left hand, concealed within the sleeve of his garment, clutched tightly the high-tier offensive talisman bestowed upon him by the elder. This represented his singular opportunity for victory, one he must seize at the most opportune moment. After fending off his adversary's assault, Ji Lan formed a series of intricate hand seals, unleashing a covert talisman that erupted into a cloud of smoke. The haze obscured the battlefield, granting Ji Lan the chance to soar into the air. Once airborne, he tapped his talisman pouch once more, and a multitude of talismans burst forth, swirling before him. The once bulging pouch now appeared considerably deflated, having yielded nearly all the offensive talismans it contained. Though deploying the high-tier talisman would tax his spiritual energy, he could still manage the ones he had crafted himself. Without a moment's hesitation, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, he unleashed all his offensive talismans in a relentless bombardment upon every available patch of ground below. Chapter 173, A Stalemate? Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed an array of attack talismans, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, bombarding every conceivable space below that could support a standing figure. In an instant, A multitude of talismans of varied types erupted forth. Bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, accompanied by a symphony of explosions echoing through the smoke. Toxic mists, golden spikes, and swirling sands as sharp as blades surged forth, all the attack talismans pouring out in unison. The arena below resembled a hellish landscape, causing cold sweat to bead on the foreheads of the observing disciples. Had Gu Zhongyang violated a heavenly decree? What punishment awaited him? How could anyone possibly survive such a relentless onslaught? The mere thought was terrifying. After expending a significant portion of his spiritual energy in unleashing the attack talismans, Jilan, suspended in the air, was now gasping for breath. As he gazed down at the dissipating smoke, the arena remained eerily silent. It was likely that Gu Zhongyang had perished in their confrontation. This realization filled Jilan with deep remorse. Although in the arena, defeating an opponent did not equate to their death. The mere thought of having subjected Gu Zhongyang to the sensation of dying left him feeling profoundly regretful. It could have been a measured engagement, yet he found himself with no alternative. Victory in this battle was imperative. There was no other choice. Once the conflict concluded, he would earnestly seek to apologize to Gu Zhongyang. Just as he prepared to descend, a sudden movement caught his eye. A figure emerged swiftly from the corner of the smoke-laden arena, dressed in tattered white robes, marred by numerous holes from the explosions. And with a face covered in grime, the figure appeared quite disheveled. Yet, the silver-long sword in his grasp radiated a blinding brilliance. Upon recognizing this figure, Jilan's expression shifted dramatically. Gu Zhongyang, how could this be? Wiping the dirt from his cheek, Gu Zhongyang smiled and remarked, "Well done, Brother Ji. However, I recently cultivated the Misty Steps to a minor proficiency, combined with the Heart Guard sword technique. Such an attack is insufficient to bring me down. Be cautious, Brother Ji, for I shall hold nothing back." His demeanor was remarkably carefree, though blood streamed from his arms and calves, indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. He soared through the air, his sword dancing in a lethal arc, aimed directly at Jilan. Piercing wind strike. Before the blade even neared him, a chilling glimmer reached Jilan's senses. The air around him was thick with the metallic scent of rust, and his exposed skin was lacerated by the forceful aura emanating from the strike. Gu Zhongyang's cultivation level far exceeded Jilan's, rendering it impossible for him to withstand the attack head-on. With his left hand gripping the top-tier attack talisman bestowed by the Elder, Jilan hesitated, contemplating whether to release it. This was his final trump card, and he needed to ensure he struck true. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as a new plan formed in his mind. To nurture his father from a young age, enduring hardship was indeed expected of him. As he observed the long sword of Gu Zhongyang piercing towards him, Jilan's gaze remained remarkably composed. He refrained from unleashing any defensive talismans, instead standing resolutely in place, awaiting the inevitable. Moments later, a soft thud echoed as Gu Zhongyang's sword plunged directly into Jilan's right chest. Gu Zhongyang had anticipated that Jilan would at least dodge or activate some form of protective talisman. To his astonishment, Jilan did neither. "Brother Jiyu." His expression was one of disbelief as he prepared to withdraw his sword, only to find Jilan grasping his arm, rendering him immobile. "Brother, I must apologize." Jilan spoke. No sooner had he uttered these words than he raised his left arm abruptly, activating the talisman concealed within his sleeve. Upon seeing the talisman, Gu Zhongyang's countenance shifted dramatically, sensing impending doom. Alarmed, he attempted to retreat, but Jilan's grip held him fast, leaving him no option but to invoke his sole defensive technique, the sword heart-guarding art. Concurrently, the top-tier talisman surged into action. The talisman soared from Jilan's sleeve, radiating a vivid crimson light. An unending torrent of searing flames erupted from the talisman, coiling into a dragon-like form, its gaping maw lunging towards Gu Zhongyang. A white aura enveloped Gu Zhongyang, attempting to shield him from the encroaching crimson inferno, yet he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. After unleashing his final talisman, Jilan felt his spiritual energy drain completely, collapsing heavily to the ground. The fiery dragon continued to consume Gu Zhongyang until he was forced against the edge of the arena's barrier. Though Gu Zhongyang possessed innate strength, he found himself powerless against the formidable attack of the high-tier talisman. The sword heart-guarding art faltered swiftly, shattering under the assault. As the flames seared every inch of his skin, with the dragon's tail devouring the last vestiges of his defense. A deafening explosion reminiscent of a mushroom cloud resonated in the air. Lying on the ground, Ji Lan was utterly spent, merely lifting his head to gaze in Gu Zhongyang's direction. He was certain that the talisman he unleashed had struck true. Such an intensity of attack, Gu Zhongyang could not possibly withstand. Surely, this time he had triumphed. Soon after, as the smoke from the flames dissipated, a disheveled figure, much like Ji Lan, lay prostrate on the ground. Gu Zhongyang's body was charred black, his skin suffering extensive burns, his specially crafted garments hanging in tatters. A prolonged silence enveloped the scene, neither of them able to rise. According to the pre-established rules, a match concludes only when one party loses their ability to act or perishes, thus declaring a victor. Yet here, in this tableau, both had been rendered immobile. How should the outcome be determined? Would it be declared a draw? As the situation reached a stalemate, suddenly, the dark figure of Gu Zhongyang grasped the fallen longsword to his right. Slowly, he rose to his knees, using the sword for support, and ultimately stood upright. As long as he could stand, he could rightfully claim his betrothed as his wife, no longer subjected to the disdain of his father-in-law or looked down upon by others. However, before that, he had some questions he wished to pose to his opponent. Gu Zhongyang staggered towards the fallen Ji Lan, a distance he could normally traverse in a single stride now taking him an eternity. Upon reaching Ji Lan, he looked down at his adversary, panting heavily as he spoke. Impressive skills. I truly did not expect to be so grievously injured by a fellow disciple of the acquired realm. Tell me, it seems you are quite eager to win. Why is that? Chapter 174. Forever serving the esteemed master. The martial arts competition has progressed to this point, and Gu Zhongyang has never witnessed a disciple exerting themselves with such fervor. The opponent, despite enduring the excruciating pain of being pierced by a sword, is determined to defeat him. Surely, there must be a compelling reason for their unwavering resolve. He yearns to hear it. At this moment, Ji Lan has not lost consciousness. He is merely too weak to rise. Upon hearing footsteps nearby, his heart sinks into despair. Even after reaching this stage, has he still failed? Ji Lan opens his eyes to glance at the inner armor encasing Gu Zhongyang's chest. It is to be expected. His opponent is also a distinguished disciple favored by the elders. How could he not possess some means of self-preservation? It seems that relying solely on the elders' assistance will not suffice to overcome a fellow disciple who has transcended him by an entire realm. Lying there, Ji Lan speaks with a tone heavy with despair. I wish to save my father's life. In a few brief sentences, he recounts his experiences and the reasons for his participation in this competition. His voice is soft, yet the arena is eerily silent, allowing every disciple present to hear him clearly. Sun Lingling from the Medicine God Department has been tending to patients recently and has indeed seen his injured father. His father's condition is dire, and even the elders of the Medicine God Department may not be able to guarantee his survival. To think that Ji Lan has come this far only to lose, she cannot help but lament. After listening to Ji Lan's narrative, Gu Zhongyang's grip on the sword begins to tremble. His expression is fraught with indecision. With a mere lift of his sword, he could eliminate his opponent and seize everything he desires. Yet, Ji Lan fights for a noble cause, to save his father. On one hand, it is a life that, though unrelated to him, belongs to a fellow disciple. On the other, it is his own future and aspirations. How should he choose? After a moment of hesitation, he finally moves his hand that clutches the sword. Ji Lan closes his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, after what feels like an eternity, he does not experience the pain of demise. The sound of the sword being sheathed resonates through the air. Gu Zhongyang withdraws his blade. You have tried hard enough. I concede, Gu Zhongyang declares, and with that, his body, sustained only by sheer will, collapses. With one person conceding, the victor becomes evident. As the judge announces Ji Lan's victory, the protective barrier surrounding the arena dissipates. The injuries of both participants begin to shimmer with a radiant golden light, and in an instant, they heal to their former state. After the conclusion of the match, a resounding applause fills the arena once more, reminiscent of the fervor following Chen Ye's bout. The contest was indeed thrilling, but what captivated the audience most was not merely the competition itself, but the outcome. Gu Zhongyang genuinely relinquished his chance to advance to the top 3 to assist a fellow disciple he barely knew. Given Gu Zhongyang's prowess, Had he not encountered a disciple of the Talisman sect with formidable hidden cards, he would have easily claimed not only the third place, but perhaps even the second. Yet, he now finds himself outside the top three, forfeiting the opportunity to acquire the exquisite cleansing pill from the sect leader. Such is the magnitude of his disposition and mindset. After their injuries had somewhat healed, both contestants were still enveloped in a peculiar sensation of having faced death. After a brief moment of disorientation, they gradually rose to their feet. Jilan stepped forward to assist Gu Zhongyang in standing, embracing him with gratitude, expressing, "Thank you, senior brother." In Gu Zhongyang's eyes lingered a trace of melancholy, yet he nonetheless smiled and patted Jilan's back reassuringly. "It's all right. Had you lost this match and faced irreversible consequences, your resolve would undoubtedly have wavered. Opportunities will abound in the future. I am not concerned about this one. If you still possess a hidden card, you might consider vying for second place." Gu Zhongyang was acutely aware that, had Jilan lost to him in this contest, forfeiting the chance to obtain the healing pill, it could have led to his father's demise. Such a blow, if it were to weigh heavily on Jilan's heart, could lead to a lasting despondency, potentially transforming into inner demons during his future breakthroughs, affecting his entire life. Gu Zhongyang did not wish for his own pride to result in Jilan's lifelong regret. Jilan had already exhausted his sole hidden card, and he understood that competing for second place was beyond his reach. This third place was ample. "No, I shall cease here. Come, brother, let us go and behold the legendary healing pill." At this moment, he no longer referred to him as senior brother, but instead as brother. Previously, when Long Lan announced the rules, he had stated that the prizes were to be claimed from the sect leader. Hence, the two of them approached Chen Ye together, kneeling on one knee in respect, saying, "Disciples greet the esteemed sect leader." Chen Ye looked at them with a kind smile, clearly pleased with their recent duel. He was satisfied not only with the battle's execution, but also with the state of their minds. The purpose of establishing prizes for the martial arts competition, aside from enhancing its significance, was to further elevate those already exceptional disciples. The two before him were indeed commendable. Chen Ye was not a miser. Although the cleansing and healing pills were becoming increasingly precious, he was not one to withhold. "Are you certain you will not compete further?" Chen Ye inquired of Jilan with a smile. Jilan nodded. "To secure third place is already an honor for me. Had it not been for my brother yielding this opportunity to me, I could not have won, let alone aspire to second place." Upon hearing this, Chen Ye did not delay any further. He extended his hand, palm open, revealing two pills. Jilan gazed at the pills in the sect leader's hand, a look of confusion crossing his face. There was only one healing pill, yet the sect leader had produced two. What could this signify? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Chen Ye spoke with a smile. "Jilan, this green pill is a healing elixir, a reward for you." "Gu Zhongyang, the last time I beheld you, you truly impressed me, and today you have astonished me yet again, with your level of composure. Your future is bound to be exceedingly bright. This red pill is a marrow cleansing elixir. Consider it a token of my appreciation." Upon hearing the words of the sect leader, both disciples widened their eyes in astonishment. They had both, against all odds, fulfilled their dreams. There were no regrets left unaddressed. How marvelous this was! The esteemed leader was a deity in their eyes. The two disciples were overwhelmed with excitement, immediately bowing in reverence to Chen Ye. "Thank you, revered sect leader. Thank you, revered sect leader. We vow to serve you eternally and to dedicate ourselves to the sect until our last breath." Chapter 175. The battle for first place. The favor bestowed upon them by the esteemed master today is a kindness they shall cherish for a lifetime. Even should they one day ascend to the pinnacle of existence, the cultivation they receive today from their master will remain etched in their memories. The gratitude for being recognized and the guidance they have received weigh heavily upon them, leaving them with an abundance to repay. Chen Ye gently supported the heads of the two disciples with a surge of spiritual energy, preventing them from continuing their bowing. "There is no need for such servitude. You have already performed the initiation rites. Please refrain from further kowtowing. Return and devote yourselves to your cultivation. That will be the greatest assistance you can offer to your master." Upon hearing the term servitude, Chen Ye felt a peculiar discomfort. Although the phrase itself carried no inherent issue, it had become tainted by Su Jiqian's prior usage, rendering him unable to regard it with the same ease. Moreover, it was even more bizarre to hear it from two male disciples. "You both must be quite fatigued. It would be wise to return and rest, Chen Ye suggested. Having once experienced death himself, he understood the sensations that follow. Although both disciples had physically recovered, their complexions still bore signs of distress, indicating a need for a restorative slumber. After expressing their respectful farewells, the two disciples departed. Following this competition, the next contest would determine who would advance from third to second place. The disciple who lost would remain in third, while the victor would contend for the first position. As the tournament progressed, the contest for second place unfolded rapidly. Su Wuqing and Yuan Yao effortlessly ascended to the second position as expected. Among the competitors, two previously overlooked disciples emerged, Xiao Nan from the weapon forging department and Hong Yizhi from the body cultivation department. Both had been considered part of the third tier. Yet their unexpected advancement to second place was a surprise. This martial arts competition was rife with unforeseen developments. Perhaps the elders had deliberately concealed seed contenders to allow others to shine without being overshadowed. After all, competitors who are taken seriously from the outset attract more attention and scrutiny during the tournament, prompting their opponents to study their techniques in advance and devise counter-strategies. Hence, concealing one's seed contenders from the beginning proves to be a prudent strategy. Xiao Nan, the female disciple from the weapon forging department, was familiar to Chen Ye. Not merely familiar, but he recognized her distinctly. She had previously been the one guiding him in the clothing store of the weapon forging department. Xiao Nan stood at the 9th level of the acquired realm, wielding a formidable mountain axe. Her robust physique, tan skin hinted at long hours spent laboring in the heat. During his prior visit to the clothing store, Chen Ye had not been able to discern her features clearly. However, in the brightness of the current setting, he found her appearance rather appealing. Though somewhat darkened, her features are undeniably exquisite, with a hint of baby fat adorning her cheeks that lends her an air of charm. However, when juxtaposed with her rather unconventional physique, it becomes challenging to perceive her as endearing. It is simply too jarring. Xiao Nan faces off against Su Wuqing, and the disparity in their abilities is significant. Nevertheless, Xiao Nan's performance is commendable, despite succumbing to the allure of Su Jiqian and revealing the whereabouts of their esteemed leader. She manages to withstand Su Wuqing's enchantments with relative ease. Having spent extensive time forging weapons by the furnace, she has cultivated a fervent yet composed heart. Yet, Su Wuqing's prowess extends beyond mere charm. Her true strength lies in her combat skills. After several rounds, Xiao Nan ultimately concedes, feeling inadequate in comparison. Hong Yizhi, similarly at the pinnacle of the acquired realm, wields a staff. His radiant countenance exudes an air of righteousness, resembling a living Buddha descended to the mortal realm. Draped in robes, within the body cultivation sect, he is renowned for his relentless diligence. Although, due to his innate gifts, he is yet to transcend to the innate realm. His unwavering dedication ensures that his level would be significantly lower without such assiduous efforts. In the face of the sect's finest, Yuan Yao, Hong Yizhi exerts all his strength in opposition. Yet after only a few exchanges, the outcome is overwhelmingly in Yuan Yao's favor. In the realm of the arts, there is no first among the literary, nor a second among the martial. The second place holds 2 slots, yet the first is singular. The next segment, the most anticipated, is the competition to determine the champion. What captivates the audience even more is that this duel for supremacy features the 2 most beloved senior sisters, the alluring yet perilous Su Wuqing and the sect's goddess, Yuan Yao. Who shall emerge victorious? As the judge announces the contestants' entrance, the arena erupts with the most thunderous applause ever witnessed. Su Wuqing is the first to soar into the arena, beaming and waving to the gathered disciples with infectious joy, her delicate cheeks glowing with vitality. Yuan Yao gazes at her in confusion, pondering the source of her exuberance. She has long grown accustomed to such attention, though it does not evoke displeasure. Rather, the warmth of being welcomed makes her feel somewhat privileged. She yearns for others to treat her as they would an ordinary person. Yet it seems she is perpetually surrounded by admiration. Yuan Yao, taking the initiative, bows respectfully to Su Wuqing, stating, "I have long wished to engage in a friendly contest with you, senior sister. Today, my dream is realized. I humbly seek your guidance." Yuan Yao has never faced a practitioner of the demonic arts before. It is said that their attacks are particularly vicious, and a moment's lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. Furthermore, in the outside world, practitioners of the demonic arts are often shunned. Even those who pursue such paths tend to conceal their practices, striving to remain undetected. The Tianxian sect, brazenly accepting disciples of demonic cultivation, stands as an unparalleled existence throughout the ages. From Yuan Yao's understanding since her initiation, the practitioners of demonic cultivation within the Tianxian sect differ significantly from those in the outside world, resembling ordinary cultivators in their practices. They neither employ sinister methods nor take lives, which further solidified her desire to engage in sparring with the disciples of demonic cultivation. She yearned to witness the unique approach of the sect leader in nurturing these disciples and to what extraordinary heights it would elevate them. Upon hearing her words, Su Wuqing turned to her, a charming giggle escaping her lips. The expression on her face as she gazed at Yuan Yao was ineffable, almost electric, giving the impression that this senior sister was rather unorthodox, as if she were equally alluring to both men and women. Chapter 176. A duel between two women. Su Wuqing gracefully approached Yuan Yao, drawing near until she stood mere inches away. She then extended her delicate hand to caress the sharp contour of Yuan Yao's chin. Confusion washed over Yuan Yao's face, as she remained uncertain of Su Wuqing's intentions. Before she could voice her thoughts, Su Wuqing spoke first. "Junior sister Yuan, I have long wished to spar with you. After the competition concludes, I would be delighted if you could visit my chambers, as I wish to discuss the match in depth with you." Her voice was irresistibly enchanting, imbued with an alluring charm. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Yao's fair complexion flushed crimson. Was she suggesting a visit after the match? This felt like flirtation. No, this could not be right. Something was amiss with this senior sister. "Why, you must be mistaken, senior sister. I am a girl," Yuan Yao stammered, her usual calm demeanor shattered. She had never displayed such flustered emotions in the arena before. Even in combat, she maintained an air of composure, never succumbing to such anxiety. As Su Wuqing tenderly stroked her flushed cheek, she continued, "Of course, I am aware of that. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out." "It is settled then, after the competition." Without waiting for Yuan Yao's agreement, she leapt backward, performing the customary gestures of respect for a match. The referee, recognizing the cue, promptly announced the commencement of the duel. As the contest began, Su Wuqing wasted no time, leaping into the air and wielding her long whip with deft precision, aiming a strike toward Yuan Yao below. The earlier demeanor of gentle allure vanished entirely. Yuan Yao, still dazed by the earlier exchange, struggled to comprehend the implications of Su Wuqing's words. How could a senior sister speak so freely? It was utterly perplexing. Moreover, she had yet to consent, yet the other had already made plans. As she pondered these thoughts, a sudden gust of wind swept through, the result of the whip's rapid motion, stirring up a tempest. At that moment, Yuan Yao jolted back to reality. How had she become distracted during such a pivotal battle due to a few words from her senior sister? In an instant, clarity dawned upon her. Her opponent was a succubus from the demon clan, renowned for their ability to beguile the hearts of others. Su Wuqing's earlier remarks were likely a ploy to distract her in battle. What a cunning strategy! She had almost fallen for it. With her mind sharpened, Yuan Yao flashed a confident smile, employing her agility to swiftly evade the attack. She then raised her hand, summoning the 4 swords that had been resting upon her back. With a flick of her wrist, she directed the swords toward her adversary while unleashing her unique technique, Heavenly Sword Pear Blossom Thrust. In an instant, the 4 long swords she wielded appeared to shimmer and multiply into hundreds of phantoms. Countless swords surrounded Su Wuqing, then all surged forth in a relentless wave. Su Wuqing furrowed her brow slightly, feeling the weight of her opponent's realm pressing down upon her. As she faced such an assault, she found herself in a challenging predicament. Swiftly, she lashed out with the long whip in her hand, striving to fend off the incoming swords. Although a few strikes breached her defenses, slicing her fair skin, she nevertheless discovered a fleeting opportunity to escape, maneuvering in midair to engage with the swords. The battle between the two was exceptionally fierce. Though Su Wuqing found herself at a disadvantage for the moment, she valiantly countered, always poised to exploit an opening for a counterattack. This captivating duel elicited gasps of astonishment from the disciples in the viewing stands. Each move exchanged between the two was more formidable than any assault seen in previous matches. Chen Ye observed the elegant clash, inevitably comparing it to the performance of his own direct disciples. He could not help but recognize the echoes of his earliest 3 disciples in their display. The prowess exhibited by both fighters resembled that of his disciples during their weakest moments when he first arrived in this realm. This revelation only heightened Chen Ye's awareness of the extraordinary potential of his own disciples. Even in their frail state, their strength could rival that of the current peak inner disciples. Now, months later, his direct disciples had grown astonishingly powerful. With sufficient time, Chen Ye was convinced he could lead them through the tribulation and to immortality, allowing them to relish eternity together, never to part. Master, who do you think will emerge victorious? Su Jiqian inquired playfully, leaning against Chen Ye's shoulder. After a brief contemplation, Chen Ye speculated, I believe Yuan Yao shall prevail. Her realm surpasses Su Wuqing's by a small margin, and her comprehension of swordsmanship is profound. Recalling the contest, Su Jiqian replied, Then I shall wager on Su Wuqing. Although her realm is slightly lower, she possesses many hidden strengths. At present, she may appear to be at a disadvantage, but she is truly conserving her power. Master, the one who loses the bet must face a punishment, Su Jiqian teased. Chen Ye chuckled helplessly. When did I ever agree to wager with you? Su Jiqian playfully stuck out her tongue, flashing a cheeky smile. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the battle on the field had reached a stalemate. The phantoms of long swords released by Yuan Yao had vanished, reverting back to the original four swords. At this moment, she was recalibrating her stance, seeking an opportunity for her next strike. Meanwhile, the dark and menacing long whip in Su Wuqing's grasp began to shimmer with an ominous violet glow. Be careful, junior sister. The heavenly demon whip. A dense purple radiance enveloped Su Wuqing as she unleashed a long-cherished ultimate technique. The onlookers struggled to comprehend her surroundings, and in a moment of disorientation, a colossal silhouette materialized behind Su Wuqing. The figure bore grotesque ram's horns atop its head. Its crimson form seemingly emerged from the depths of molten lava, akin to a demon. This apparition was not human in shape. Rather, it resembled a terrifying manifestation birthed from the souls of countless monstrous beasts. In Su Wuqing's grasp, the long whip began to swell ominously, becoming even more fearsome. The flames of hell burned within her pupils, elevating her entire presence to an apex of intensity. Many disciples, witnessing her transformation alongside the dreadful figure behind her, felt a chilling shiver run down their spines. Had they not known this was merely a contest, they would have been compelled to flee at the sight of such a confrontation in the wilderness. Su Wuqing raised the heavy whip, the clash of its strikes resonating with an air of dread. Without a hint of hesitation, she lashed out violently at the ground below. With each strike upon the arena floor, the azure stone bricks shattered into fragments, earth and stone erupting in chaos. The entire venue appeared to have succumbed to the devastation of a violent earthquake. Yuan Yao, unable to confront her assault directly, nimbly maneuvered her form, desperately seeking any foothold to evade the onslaught. Chapter 177. The conclusion of the competition. Though the assault was confined to the arena, Yuan Yao, striving to find a foothold, felt as if the world around her had plunged into an apocalyptic abyss. Her vision was engulfed, surrounded by an infinite darkness. The only glimmer of light she could perceive emanated from Su Wuqing, who hovered in the air, laughing maniacally and furiously wielding a long whip. Yuan Yao understood that this was the realm triggered by her opponent's attack. Those ensnared within such a domain would experience immense constraints, as each individual realm manifested differently. If her memory served her correctly, her adversary was merely a practitioner of the first layer of innate realm. The spiritual energy within them was undoubtedly limited. Such a terrifying attack and domain could not be sustained for long. All she needed to do was evade this onslaught, and victory would be within her grasp. As Yuan Yao pondered her strategy, an unnoticed shard of sharp stone suddenly flew towards her, slicing through her delicate visage. Instantly, a trickle of blood welled from the wound. Such a minor injury would normally not faze her. However, to her astonishment, the moment the wound appeared, a searing pain reverberated through her, akin to the agony of having her very marrow pierced. She had often endured minor injuries during her training, yet she had never encountered such torment. Yuan Yao took a moment to calm herself and meticulously surveyed her surroundings. Had she not focused intently, she would have failed to notice the dense, transparent, malevolent aura manifesting around her. This aura infiltrated her body, yet it had not yet provoked a violent backlash. However, upon contact with her wound, it seeped into every inch of her flesh and blood. Is this the essence of demonic cultivation? Truly terrifying, Yuan Yao marveled. Against such a practitioner, she could not rely on conventional combat methods. A moment's carelessness, a mere glimpse of vulnerability, could spell her demise. Fortunately, the competition would not endure much longer. For the malevolent aura to completely annihilate her, it would require additional time. She had to seize this fleeting opportunity and turn the tide against her opponent. Yuan Yao's original plan lay in ruins, and she was now compelled to engage in battle. She manipulated her 4 long swords, positioning them in the cardinal directions surrounding her. Heavenly sword, I command. Spiritual sword, divine form. Sword Dao, manifest. With her eyes closed and incantation spoken, the 4 swords began to tremble violently around her. A veil of transparent spiritual energy enveloped her, temporarily shielding her from external attacks and all malevolent energies. A long sword, unlike any she had previously encountered, materialized above her, gradually expanding. Eventually, it soared to the height of half a mountain, its fierce radiance reflecting the sunlight and dispelling the surrounding darkness. Yuan Yao reopened her eyes, her beautiful gaze emanating a fierce chill, as if her very sight could sever all that existed. I possess a sword capable of cleaving through eternity. She hesitated not a moment longer and unleashed her most formidable technique. The massive longsword emitted a resonant hum before descending abruptly upon Su Wuqing. She intended to utilize her agility to swiftly evade the heavy and unwieldy blade. However, it appeared as though she had become ensnared within the opponent's sword domain. Even the slightest movement would result in her being pierced by an unseen sword aura. The opponent's domain was more formidable, enveloping her existence entirely. With no means to evade, she was left with no choice but to endure the assault. Su Wuqing retracted her whip, channeling all her spiritual energy into it, and with every ounce of her strength, she swung the whip toward the longsword. The 2 attacks soon collided, producing a deafening sound akin to an explosion. Thanks to the protective barrier, the surrounding disciples were shielded from the oppressive force. Nevertheless, the strongest attacks unleashed by the 2 combatants were among the most formidable they had ever witnessed. The clash of their strikes, both visually and sensorially, left them in profound awe. It felt less like a mere contest and more like a confrontation between righteousness and malevolence. In an instant, following the thunderous noise, a fissure emerged upon the dark, menacing whip. Shortly thereafter, a sharp crack echoed as the whip succumbed to the onslaught, shattering into fragments. Su Wuqing's expression transformed in an instant. However, it was too late for her to take any action. The colossal longsword then pierced her body, causing the demonic shadow behind her to dissipate. The great sword ultimately came to rest, embedded in the ground. This technique had severely drained her already scarce spiritual energy. Yuan Yao's power swiftly dwindled, and the enormous longsword fragmented, vanishing into the air. Following the conclusion of the technique, she collapsed to the ground, panting heavily in an attempt to alleviate her weary form. Her pale cheeks bore horrifying purple veins that spread throughout her body, indicating a clear backlash from the malevolent energy. The sinister aura Su Wuqing had released was dreadfully potent, threatening her very life in such a brief span of time. Yet, in the end, she emerged victorious. As her opponent had succumbed to death, the judge promptly announced the first-place winner of the martial arts competition, Yuan Yao. Longland's voice resonated throughout the arena. The barrier protecting the spectators dissipated, and Yuan Yao's injuries healed instantaneously. Su Wuqing, who had been nearly cleaved in 2 by the enormous sword, also returned to her original state. However, she had yet to recover from the sensation of impending death. Her pupils widened in fear as she gasped for breath. With the conclusion of the match, the disciples in the stands erupted into thunderous applause, celebrating the victory. Chen Ye also clapped his hands, marveling at the intensity and brilliance of the duel. Yuan Yao was the first to rise, slowly making her way towards Su Wuqing. She extended her hand and helped Su Wuqing to her feet, her face etched with remorse as she spoke. "Senior sister, I am truly sorry." Although both had exerted their utmost efforts to claim victory during the battle, the moment the competition concluded and she beheld the other's terrified expression, Yuan Yao could not help but feel a pang of guilt. Su Wuqing had just regained her composure and shook her head, asserting, "I am fine. You are indeed formidable. Senior sister, I humbly concede." Upon hearing her words, Yuan Yao's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and she smiled, saying, "It is your prowess that is remarkable. Those few simple words you uttered before the match were enough to disturb my focus at the onset of the competition. Winning this match had been no small feat. Yet it was the fleeting moment of distraction at the beginning that left her more alarmed. In a life-and-death confrontation, those few seconds could well have cost her life. Such lapses must be avoided in the future." Chapter 178. Long Lan as the filter. Upon hearing her words, Su Muqing was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a radiant smile graced her face as she cheerfully replied, "Junior sister, I assure you, I have not deceived you. Everything I have said is true. Would you care to join me shortly?" Yuan Yao responded with confusion, "Senior sister, the competition has concluded, and you still jest with me?" This senior sister certainly had a penchant for teasing. It was one thing to play with her before the contest, but to continue after its conclusion? Did she regard her as a mere child? Surely, the bond between young women could not be so trivial. Noticing her disbelief, Su Muqing refrained from further explanation and instead patted her shoulder, saying, "The competition has ended. Let us first seek out Elder Long and see what he has to convey." Yuan Yao nodded in agreement, and together they approached Long Lan. Beside Long Lan stood a podium for awards, where the disciples who had participated in the martial arts competition until the final moment would receive their accolades. Without a doubt, Yuan Yao claimed the first position atop the podium. The second place was naturally designated for Su Muqing. The third position was contested by several individuals, including Hong Yizhi, Jilan, and Xiao Nan. As the judge and host of the competition, Long Lan conducted interviews with the participants. "Xiao Nan, do you have anything to say about securing third place?" Long Lan inquired. In front of the podium, a sound transmission device amplified their voices. Before responding, Xiao Nan cast a glance at the elder from the forging department, who smiled and gave her a thumbs up, revealing a bright and gleaming smile beneath his dark cheeks. Xiao Nan reciprocated with a thumbs up and then proclaimed, "Ahem, greetings to all my senior brothers and sisters. The forging department's clothing store has new arrivals with a 10% discount." Long Lan. Before she could finish, Long Lan promptly cut off the sound transmission. "You were supposed to deliver an acceptance speech, not promote a product. How opportunistic of you." With a stern expression, Long Lan ushered her off the stage. Unwilling to let her continue should she speak further, the acceptance speech would lose its essence. Following Xiao Nan, several other third-place disciples also stepped forward to express their thoughts. Long Lan remained on high alert, prepared to sever the sound transmission at any moment. Anxious that someone else might attempt to seize the opportunity for advertising. Fortunately, perhaps due to Xiao Nan's earlier antics, the acceptance speeches that followed were relatively straightforward. Most consisted of expressions of gratitude towards their sect and commitments to diligent practice in the future. However, just as Long Lan began to relax, it was time for the second-place winner, Su Muqing, to take the stage and share her reflections. Unbeknownst to her, Long Lan harbored a lingering suspicion that Su Muqing was concealing something nefarious, her mind teeming with dubious ideas. Yet, she found it perplexing that such thoughts surfaced. Considering her limited acquaintance with Su Muqing, suddenly, an image flickered in Long Lan's mind as she fused the smiles of Su Jiqian and Su Muqing, realizing their striking resemblance. No wonder she felt this way. It was all due to Su Jiqian's whimsical demeanor. As Long Lan pondered these thoughts, the sound of the communicator broke the silence. A sultry female voice declared, "My acceptance speech is, Master, look at me, look at me. I love N." She waved at Chen Ye, laughter dancing in her tone. However, before she could finish her sentence, Long Lan swiftly severed the connection, silencing the voice abruptly. The gathered disciples, having overheard the incomplete declaration, ignited with curiosity. What had Su Muqing just said? Was she confessing her love to the master? Could it be true? Several disciples clamored, "Elder Long, what did senior sister Su just say? We didn't catch it." Long Lan, her expression tinged with irritation, turned a scathing gaze towards Su Muqing. She had been closest to the source of the words and had heard every syllable clearly. It was unmistakably a confession of love for the master. How dare this disciple profess her affection for her husband in her presence? His romantic entanglements were already abundant. She could not allow any further distractions. Clearing her throat, Long Lan addressed the curious disciples, stating, "She just proclaimed that, Master, my greatest love is cultivation." Upon hearing Long Lan's message, Su Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, that's not right. You've misquoted me. Elder Long, You must be mistaken. I said I love Master. I have only ever loved one man, and that is Master. There has never been anyone else. I hope Master can fulfill my wish and accept my—" Su Wuqing's face radiated infatuation as she unabashedly continued. Unfazed, Long Lan maintained her stoic demeanor and relayed. She stated that she loves the feeling of winning. Moreover, she has only won once in her life, which was during the martial arts competition. There has been no prior occasion. She thanks Master for granting her wish and allowing her to win for the first time. Su Wuqing exclaimed, "What? Elder Long, are you a natural filter? You've sanitized everything inappropriate. How can my words, once they pass through your lips, become so pristine with your method of relaying messages? Even if I spoke for an entire day, Master would never grasp my true intent." This was a rare opportunity for Su Wuqing to confess her feelings to the Master in front of everyone, and she was determined not to let it slip away. With her formidable prowess, even without the aid of a communicator, the esteemed leader would undoubtedly hear her if she exerted herself to the fullest. Contemplating this, Su Wuqing boldly called out in the direction of the leader, "Esteemed leader, I hold you in the highest regard." She longed to express her sentiments further. However, Long Lan promptly conjured a barrier of spiritual energy, encasing her within it. Not only did it muffle her voice, but through her own lips, Long Lan relayed another message. She claimed to cherish the prize immensely and wished to admire it closely. Thus, her acceptance speech was abruptly concluded, and it was time for another speaker. Concerned that she might utter something improper, Long Lan decisively ended the address, gently nudging Su Wuqing away from the communicator. Su Wuqing, with a sorrowful countenance, was ushered away, wearing an expression of profound disillusionment. After all, she had painstakingly secured second place, eagerly anticipating this moment. "I must report this. The host is clearly biased," she lamented, frustrated that her segment had been abruptly cut short. Meanwhile, Chen Ye, the instigator of this interruption, sat at the top of the stands, curiously observing the podium. What was amiss with the communicator, fluctuating between functionality and failure? Yet, Long Lan truly bore the burden, not only presiding over the competition but also assisting the contestants with their communications. She deserved a proper reward upon returning. After Su Wuqing's speech concluded, it was time for the first-place winner, Yuan Yao, to take the stage. Upon seeing her composed demeanor, Long Lan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. This young disciple appeared earnest and certainly did not seem like someone who would utter peculiar statements. As Long Lan activated the communicator, she gestured for Yuan Yao to step forward. Clearing her throat, the girl's melodious voice resonated. "Esteemed leader, I wish to—" But before she could finish, Long Lan's sharp dragon eyes widened once more in alarm. Chapter 179. The match between direct disciples. Master, I wish to. Before she could finish her sentence, Long Lan's sharp dragon eyes widened once more. She barely comprehended what Yuan Yao had said before abruptly severing her transmission device. "What are you trying to say? Affectionate gestures or a kiss? Neither is permissible. I initially thought you were a rather earnest young lady, yet here you are, behaving so inappropriately. Instead of focusing on diligent cultivation, you're fixated on the Master, aren't you?" Though she lacked the authority to reprimand the disciples, there are boundaries that cannot be crossed. Yuan Yao, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Long Lan, naturally aware that the latter had cut off her transmission. "Elder Long, why did you stop me? I simply wished to propose a match with the Master's direct disciples." She could not fathom why Long Lan's reaction was so intense. Had she misspoken? Long Lan intended to correct the misguided notions of this female disciple, discouraging her from incessantly thinking about romantic entanglements. Such matters were hardly suitable for a woman of her age. They were best left aside. However, upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, she suddenly froze. What do you mean by affection? You mean a match with the direct disciples, not a kiss? Ah, I see now. Oh, how amusing." Long Lan sheepishly scratched her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. She had been overly cautious and had reacted impulsively. It was rather awkward, especially in front of the other disciples. Haha. Well, perhaps the transmission device is malfunctioning. I shall have it repaired later. If it is a match you desire, I shall convey your intention." At that moment, Chen Ye happened to arrive at the podium, eager to hear the disciples' thoughts. Long Lan relayed Yuan Yao's proposal to him. Yuan Yao wishes to compete with the direct disciples? Upon learning this, Chen Ye pondered deeply. He was well aware of the capabilities of his direct disciples. Yuan Yao had just secured first place, riding high on her momentum. Cultivators refine not only their realms, but also their mental states. A cultivator with a sound mindset often experiences breakthroughs with greater ease. Having achieved first place, Yuan Yao's pride in her accomplishment would undoubtedly bolster her confidence. And while arrogance is not a virtue, maintaining a balanced demeanor would reinforce her belief in eventual success during breakthroughs. Such victorious momentum, especially for a naturally gifted practitioner, would only enhance her progress and breakthroughs. However, no direct disciple of Chen Ye could possibly match Yuan Yao evenly. If he sent forth a formidable disciple to compete against her, the potential for a disastrous defeat could extinguish the hard-won momentum she had built. Even if he were to dispatch the weakest disciple, Yang Qinlin, Yuan Yao might still struggle to withstand a single strike. After much contemplation, Chen Ye ultimately turned to Yuan Yao and inquired, "Very well, which of my disciples would you like to challenge?" By granting her the opportunity to choose, he felt a sense of relief within himself. Otherwise, it would seem as if he were bullying the other party. Upon hearing that the revered master had granted her this opportunity, Yuan Yao's exquisite features displayed profound excitement. To engage in combat with the disciples of the celestial beings is not merely a privilege. Even to observe their training is a blessing for ordinary mortals like herself. The master had graciously acceded to this request. This was a rare chance bestowed upon her by the master, and she must seize it. With utmost respect, Yuan Yao bowed to Chen Ye and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed master. I wish to duel with Sister Yang." After careful consideration, she ultimately chose Yang Qinlin. The other disciples of various masters had long been in the master's company, having been present since her initiation. Only Yang Qinlin had participated in the assessment alongside her and had been accepted on the spot. She yearned to discover the extent of her progress in comparison to her opponent after this brief passage of time. Chen Ye naturally would not decline her request. He nodded and called out to Yang Qinlin, "Fifth disciple, come forth and introduce yourself to your junior sister." Upon hearing this, Yang Qinlin swiftly approached and formally bowed. "At your command." With eyebrows like blades and eyes like stars, every movement of Yang Qinlin was accompanied by a whisper of wind, as though she had undergone rigorous training in the art of combat. Upon witnessing her presence, Yuan Yao's eyes involuntarily trembled. The striking demeanor of Yang Qinlin elicited admiration from within her. The master's method of teaching disciples truly was unique, having cultivated this sister into such an outstanding individual. Yuan Yao had never encountered such an impressive aura and state of mind before. At that moment, Chen Ye was oblivious to her thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have laughed, for Yang Qinlin's remarkable state of mind seemed to bear little connection to him. Yuan Yao and Yang Qinlin entered the arena. Standing opposite one another, Yuan Yao initiated the exchange with a cupped fist salute, stating, "It is an honor to duel with Sister Yang. I hope you will not hold back and will give it your all." She understood that she might not be a match for her opponent. However, if Yang Qinlin were to intentionally take it easy on her, resulting in a mere 50-50 contest, it would hold no significance. What she sought was a display of true strength, to witness the disparity between them after their clash. In the past 15 days of training, Yang Qinlin had successfully broken through to the first level of the innate realm, and she was not far from the second level. Once, she had been a practitioner of the innate realm, but had fallen to the acquired realm due to the impairment of her spiritual roots. Now, having returned to her training, the path had become considerably easier. Although her realm was slightly lower than her opponent's, she was acutely aware of the formidable power of her god-slaying spear technique. Initially, she had intended to spar for a few rounds, ensuring her opponent did not suffer a humiliating defeat. Yet, given that her opponent had requested her to exert her full strength, would it truly be appropriate to defeat her outright? In that moment, Yang Qinlin found herself uncertain whether Yuan Yao was merely being courteous or if she was genuinely earnest. She could only cast a pleading glance towards her master. Chen Ye naturally overheard their conversation. Noticing Yang Qinlin looking in his direction, he subtly winked. It was inappropriate to articulate such matters directly, as it could easily bruise someone's confidence. Thus, he resorted to this method to convey his thoughts. Yang Qinlin, in turn, confidently responded with a wink, fully comprehending her master's intent. Her master was urging her to unleash her most formidable attack without the slightest hesitation. At that moment, Chen Ye observed Yang Qinlin's serious expression and felt a twinge of unease. In truth, His suggestion was to ease up on the opponent. Please, did you truly grasp my meaning? Given his understanding of her, it was hard to say. Yang Qinlin also respectfully saluted Yuan Yao with cupped fists. I shall hold nothing back. Junior sister, please bestow your guidance. Chapter 180. The duel between Yang Qinlin and Yuan Yao. The duel was overseen by Long Lan as the referee. Thanks to the protective arena, there was no need to worry about life-threatening dangers. Just before the referee announced the commencement of the match, Chen Ye tossed a long sword towards Yuan Yao. Catch it, disciple. This was her reward for being the first, perfectly timed for presentation. The sword had been redeemed from the system by Chen Ye. Although it did not possess the bespoke quality of those given to direct disciples, it was nonetheless of celestial grade. In a certain light, it helped to level the playing field between the two competitors. After all, it would be unjust for Yang Qinlin to wield a premier weapon alone. Yuan Yao extended her hand to grasp the hilt of the soaring sword, her eyes wide with astonishment as they fell upon the blade's shimmering surface. A celestial-grade long sword. The sect master had casually bestowed it upon her. How incredibly precious this sword was. Though she was a princess of a nation, this sword could purchase her entire kingdom. If she were to summon a few reclusive masters with this sword, countless formidable cultivators would rush to answer the call. In essence, with this weapon, she could obliterate an entire nation, nay, an entire continent. It was far too valuable. With a quivering voice, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed sect master. In light of this grand gift, I am at a loss for how to repay you. I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding the sect forever. As her words faded, the long sword seemed to resonate with her very essence. The inscriptions along the blade began to glow, instantly forging a connection between them. As a sword cultivator, she felt an awakening to the profound mysteries of swordsmanship. Her understanding of the sword path and the power of wielding swords deepened significantly. Chen Ye waved his hand, smiling as he replied, No need for thanks. You deserve this. Yang Qinlin, observing her opponent acquiring an equally remarkable weapon, silently nodded in agreement. Such a contest would render the match more equitable. Otherwise, victory by mere weaponry would feel hollow. Yang Qinlin also drew forth the spear she had carried on her back, holding it aloft with one hand, her crimson attire billowing, exuding an aura of grace and valor. Noticing both disciples were prepared, the referee promptly declared the match to begin. Once the competition commenced, Yang Qinlin refrained from launching the initial attack, choosing instead to stand her ground and await her opponent's offensive, eager to gauge the potency of Yuan Yao's strikes. Understanding her intention, Yuan Yao smiled and proclaimed, Be careful, sister. I shall unleash my full strength. She extended 2 fingers and waved them skyward, summoning a long sword that materialized from thin air. Following suit, a second, a third, and finally the 5th sword bestowed by Chen Ye ascended into the air. As the 5th sword soared into position, the onlooking disciples erupted into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. Goodness! A cultivator at the innate stage can command 5 long swords. If the elders of the sword sect were to hear this, they would surely be driven to the brink of despair. It is indeed remarkable, although I have long witnessed the prowess of the sect master's esteemed disciple. Yang Qinlin appears to have only recently embarked on her journey of learning. This battle is truly difficult to predict. Indeed, Yuan Yao possesses a higher realm of cultivation and has mastered the sword domain to such an extent that it is conceivable she might engage in a fair contest with her opponent. Among the disciples' discussions, many hold the belief that Yuan Yao possesses the strength to contend, although they had previously observed Hu Jui's extraordinary abilities during the assessment. How long has Yang Qinlin truly been under the sect master's tutelage? Even if a gap in strength exists, it surely cannot reach the point of overwhelming disparity. In the arena, Yuan Yao was the first to unleash her sword domain. A formidable aura swiftly spread outward, and the immense sword that had once pierced Su Wuqing manifested once again above her head. However, unlike last time, the number of swords embedded in the ground around her increased from 4 to 5. The additional sword intensified the power she could wield, rendering it more ferocious than before. The great sword appeared as though it were coated in a layer of gold, emanating a dazzling golden radiance that invoked instinctive fear, no matter how many times one beheld it. Yang Qinlin gazed up at the colossal sword, the fierce winds rustling her crimson attire. Her high ponytail danced in the breeze. Yet her figure remained as steadfast as a steel needle driven into the earth. Even enveloped by countless pressures and sharp auras, her expression betrayed not a trace of panic. It was time to strike. Yang Qinlin thought to herself as she leaped into the air. She concentrated her spiritual energy into the spear she held, the intricate patterns along its shaft gradually coming to life like a flowing brook. The spear, known as the sky-piercing spear, began to tremble violently, as if an ancient beast stirred restlessly within it. With a surge of determination, Yang Qinlin soared higher and unleashed her most formidable attack. She infused the spear with her utmost spiritual energy, sparing no effort beyond the methods that would deplete her body. Even during her sparring matches at the heavenly Xian Hall, she had never exerted herself to this extent. In her mind, her master's command to hold nothing back was meant to allow her to showcase her skills before her fellow disciples. After all, as the sect master's direct disciple, she had to present her finest self. Little did she know, Chen Ye was utterly indifferent to such concerns. She had completely misinterpreted his intentions. As Yang Qinlin executed her technique, the rune atop the spear, resembling a dragon's eye, ignited with pitch-black flames. The dark fire coursed through the entirety of the spear, a testament to the abundant spiritual energy it had absorbed, culminating in a perfect manifestation. With momentum fully gathered, Yang Qinlin charged towards Yuan Yao, spear in hand. Without holding back, the unparalleled Li Mon enveloped Yang Qinlin in a thick shroud of black flames, as if she had fused with her spear, descending like a meteorite to strike downwards. Faced with such an onslaught, Yuan Yao's breath quickened involuntarily. Although Yang Qinlin's assault had yet to reach her visage, she felt the ominous specter of death looming, cold sweat beating upon her cheeks. Yuan Yao extended her right hand, palm directed towards the heavens, and struck forcefully. Sword arise. The colossal sword soared slowly upwards in tandem with her gesture, accelerating steadily in an effort to intercept Yang Qinlin's attack. Observing the approaching giant sword, Yang Qinlin showed no inclination to alter her course, resolutely thrusting towards the blade. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as the two forces swiftly collided. The sound of clashing weapons echoed, and beams of light intertwined. The gathered disciples widened their eyes, scarcely daring to blink, fearful of missing this breathtaking spectacle. How long would this confrontation endure, and who would ultimately emerge victorious? Chapter 181. Awarding the disciples, the spectators had anticipated that the clash between the two would resemble the earlier battle involving Su Wuqing, unfolding over multiple rounds. At the very least, they expected a stalemate during the collision of their attacks. However, to their astonishment, the scenario they envisioned did not materialize. The events transpired in a flash. Yang Qinlin's spear, with a mere encounter, shattered the formidable long sword of her opponent into fragments. This colossal sword, towering nearly 100 meters, began to disintegrate from its apex, swiftly descending to its base. How could this be possible? Yuan Yao had considered the possibility of defeat, yet she never anticipated that the full force of her unleashed attack would prove so pathetically fragile, unable to withstand even a fleeting moment. Despite possessing a slightly higher cultivation level than her opponent, she found herself vanquished in such a dire manner. Realizing that the massive sword's illusory form she had conjured was already in ruins, Yuan Yao relinquished her effort to maintain it. She once again commanded her long sword, extracting 5 blades from the ground. These 5 swords soared before her, and her demeanor, while wielding them, was markedly more resolute than before. With a singular focus, she directed all 5 swords toward the descending Yang Qinlin. 4 of her profound tier-long swords were easily repelled by Yang Qinlin, but the one gifted to her by Chen Ye persevered. Yet, it was not long before Yang Qinlin, with a deft flick of her spear, sent that long sword flying away. The chilling radiance surrounding the spear flickered and vanished, swiftly enveloping Yuan Yao's entire field of vision. Yuan Yao envisioned the grim scene of her head being pierced, and she nervously shut her eyes. Although she was aware that she would not truly perish, the sensation of impending death still instilled a profound fear within her. She found herself devoid of any capacity to resist, her eyes firmly closed. After a brief moment, apart from the fierce wind brushing against her face, she felt nothing else. Slowly, she reopened her eyes to discover a silver-white spear hovering mere inches from her brow. The black flames atop the spear had extinguished, and the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yang Qinlin had dissipated completely. Yuan Yao's pupils widened in disbelief, her expression a canvas of astonishment. She was not merely shocked by her defeat. Rather, it was the realization that such a ferocious and swift attack could be so effortlessly retracted before her very eyes that left her in awe. This was something Yuan Yao could never achieve herself. Had she possessed such capability, she would not have allowed Su Wuqing to experience death even once during their match. The ability to perform such a feat indicated that Yang Qinlin's mastery of the technique had reached an astonishing level, far beyond Yuan Yao's comprehension. Yang Qinlin retracted her spear and gently patted Yuan Yao's shoulder, her expression turning serious as she advised, "Junior sister, in battle, unless faced with the moment of death, you must never relinquish your resistance, nor close your eyes in anticipation of demise." She recalled a similar lesson from her previous sparring sessions with their master, who had once cautioned her against closing her eyes during combat. In the throes of battle, relinquishing resistance equates to a complete surrender of hope. Even when faced with adversity, one must fight until the final moment. This is a conviction that Yang Qinlin has steadfastly upheld. Yuan Yao, upon hearing her words, momentarily paused. As a princess of her nation and a rare genius among cultivators, she had received extensive education and understood this principle well. However, throughout her encounters with fellow cultivators from a young age, she had rarely faced a foe who did not concede to her, rendering them virtually incapable of matching her prowess. This was her first experience of being thoroughly overwhelmed in combat, even coming perilously close to the brink of death, which left her momentarily disconcerted. She nodded emphatically, etching the other's words into her memory. "Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. I concede. The lessons imparted by a teacher may fade, but the lessons learned through experience are indelibly etched in one's mind." In this bout, she not only gleaned insights from her opponent's strikes, but also internalized this crucial lesson. For her, this competition was immensely worthwhile. As the match concluded, the judge announced the victor. The disciples in the stands did not immediately erupt in applause. Rather, an unexpected silence enveloped them. They were utterly astonished that the battle had concluded so swiftly and decisively. Deeply impacted by Yang Qinlin's formidable strength, they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Had the disparity between themselves and true genius been so vast? Even among peers, it was evident that they existed on entirely different planes. The master of the sect truly was remarkable, and the disciples he trained were unparalleled in excellence. After a brief interlude of silence, the disciples, regaining their composure, erupted into gasps of awe and jubilant cheers. To cultivate alongside such an extraordinary talent was the pinnacle of pride for them. Henceforth, they must double their efforts to avoid falling too far behind. Following the conclusion of the competition, Chen Ye approached the awards podium once more to present prizes to each of the winning disciples. Although the rewards were indeed of considerable value, for Chen Ye, the continuous excellence of his disciples ensured a steady influx of system points. It was all an investment. After all, he would eventually reap the returns. When he reached Su Wuqing to bestow her prize, Chen Ye sensed that she had something to articulate. Yet, it seemed as if an unseen force held her tongue, rendering her face a shade of purple. "Are you all right? You're not truly vexed, are you?" Chen Ye inquired, unable to suppress his concern for Su Wuqing. Previously, during his visit to the Demon Cultivation Department, a disciple had mentioned this issue to him. Chen Ye had assumed they were merely jesting and had not given it much thought. However, seeing Su Wuqing's demeanor today, he wondered if there was indeed substance to the claim. Su Wuqing first shook her head and then nodded, her gaze continually drifting toward Long Lan. Following her line of sight, Chen Ye turned to observe Long Lan, who was whistling and gazing at the sky, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Su Wuqing wore a heart-wrenching expression, as if on the verge of tears. "How excessive! Must you even deny me the chance to speak? Just because you possess the power of the Purple Mansion realm, do you think you can act with impunity? It seems that you truly can. Humph. But mark my words, one day, I too shall transcend to that realm. You, great dragon, best be prepared." In her eyes burned a fierce determination, as though she had resolved upon some monumental decision. Seeing her spirited resolve, Chen Ye sensed that her body was unharmed and gently patted her shoulder, saying, "You performed admirably in this competition. I look forward to your future endeavors." Through this martial arts contest, Chen Ye gained a deeper understanding of the exceptional disciples within the sect. Although they may not match the brilliance of his direct disciples, they still held the potential for greatness in the times to come. At that moment, Su Wuqing stood quite close to Chen Ye, able to catch a whiff of the delightful fragrance emanating from him. As she felt the gentle pat on her shoulder from the esteemed leader, her previously strained expression transformed into one of relief. It was worth it indeed. Chapter 182. Are you truly drinking? Even if my confession did not succeed, merely having the opportunity to touch the esteemed leader is sufficient material for my reflections over these past few nights. After presenting the award to the second-place winner, Chen Ye approached Yuan Yao, offering her the long-awaited cleansing elixir and healing potion. Yuan Yao gazed at the pills in her hands with sheer delight. She had never experienced such exhilaration before. Not only had she acquired a top-tier weapon, but she was also bestowed with a cleansing elixir that could alter her spiritual roots. Although she was aware of the first prize prior to the competition, the moment she held the tangible reward in her palm, an overwhelming joy surged within her. Thank you, esteemed leader. I shall not disappoint your trust and will diligently cultivate henceforth. Yuan Yao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Chen Ye nodded with satisfaction. Then, she surveyed the award stage, sensing a lack of something essential. What was missing? The atmosphere. This rare award ceremony needed to be enlivened. Contemplating this, Chen Ye summoned Shen Shi and whispered a few words in her ear. Upon hearing this, Shen Shi nodded and swiftly departed, returning shortly with a sizable bottle of wine. Chen Ye accepted the bottle and handed it to Yuan Yao. She gestured for Yuan Yao to shake it. Once the pressure inside the bottle reached a critical point, it would erupt spectacularly. Yuan Yao held the bottle, bewildered. What was the esteemed leader asking her to do? Was this bottle of wine part of the prize? She couldn't recall such an item being included. Observing Chen Ye's shaking gesture, she suddenly understood. Was she being encouraged to drink it in celebration? Although she was not particularly skilled at drinking, since it was the esteemed leader's request, she felt compelled to comply. Resolving herself, Yuan Yao uncorked the bottle, tilted her head back, and gulped it down. While cultivators could handle ordinary wine without issue, the drink she had procured was a potent elixir meant solely for cultivators. And consuming too much could indeed lead to intoxication. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuan Yao downed the entire bottle. Chen Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, she truly was thirsty. Instead of merely shaking the bottle, she had consumed it entirely. Yuan Yao set down the bottle, slightly swaying, her fair complexion now flushed. Chen Ye, exasperated, covered her face and called for Shen Shi to bring another bottle. Once again, she handed it to Yuan Yao, indicating that she should shake the bottle. Surely one bottle would suffice. She wouldn't drink another, would she? At this moment, Yuan Yao, feeling the effects of the alcohol, was oblivious to the leader's true intent. When yet another bottle was thrust into her hands, she assumed the leader was urging her to drink once more. Despite not understanding why the leader insisted on such indulgence, she felt an unwavering loyalty to comply with whatever the esteemed leader commanded, let alone indulging in spirits. Without a moment's thought, she lifted the bottle once more, tilting her fair and graceful neck to drink again. This spectacle left the surrounding disciples in a state of astonishment. After all, this was divine brew. Even cultivators would typically limit themselves to a single bottle. Yet here she was, downing two in succession. Was Yuan Yao not only formidable in strength, but also in her capacity for alcohol? However, they couldn't shake the feeling that the Lord Sect Master did not intend for her to drink so freely. Chen Ye, exasperated, covered his face and reluctantly called for Shen Shi to fetch another bottle. Shen Shi returned, cradling the bottle with a hint of concern, remarking that it was the last one. Chen Ye firmly decided that she could drink no more and addressed Yuan Yao. Well, you must have had enough by now. Just give this bottle a gentle shake. Yuan Yao's cheeks flushed as confusion washed over her. Wasn't the previous wine meant for me? She had assumed she was meant to drink it herself, and now, before all her peers, she had consumed 2 bottles. The sight of her guzzling so recklessly in front of her fellow disciples was utterly embarrassing. Only then did she grasp the true intention of the Lord Sect Master. Regaining her composure, she shook the bottle lightly in her hand. Before the assembly, Qi Gushing held a brush, poised before a sheet of Xian paper, ready to immortalize the day's events through his artistry, commemorating this extraordinary occasion. Chen Ye stepped forward to claim the central position, striking a pose with a radiant smile. Su Jiqian and a few others gathered around, positioning themselves beside him. Cold Luo Li, dissatisfied, nudged Su Jiqian. Don't push me to the back. I want to stand close to our master too. Su Jiqian feigned ignorance, as cold Luo Li's irritation conjured a chill around her, with snowflakes beginning to crystallize. Pu Jiuyu stood obediently behind Chen Ye, wearing a gentle smile. Long Lan, standing elegantly to his left, exuded grace, causing the disciples behind her to shift aside. Bai Yue perched behind Chen Ye, her charming head peeking out as she gazed ahead. Su Wuqing, Yuan Yao, and the other disciples posed uniquely on the award stage, though Yuan Yao appeared somewhat dazed, rendering her demeanor rather comical. Seeing that everyone was prepared, Qi Gushing cheerfully announced, "On the count of 3, I shall commence painting." 3, 2, just as he was about to declare 1. Cold Luo Li suddenly exerted force to push Su Jiqian aside, attempting to link arms with the master. Yet, Su Jiqian was relentless, tightening her grip on the master's right arm and surging forward. The soft pressure surged with palpable reality, causing Chen Ye's face to flush instinctively as he glanced at Su Jiqian's hand on his right arm. As the countdown reached 1, Qi Gushing gracefully swept his brush, and the scene before him materialized on the canvas. This artwork, composed of vibrant hues infused with spiritual energy, captured the likenesses of all present. Subsequently, Qi Gushing replicated this masterpiece into multiple templates, distributing them among the crowd as mementos. Naturally, Chen Ye received a copy, which he held in his hands, his expression one of dismay. Ultimately, he could only manage a wry smile. In the painting, his visage appeared flushed as he gazed at Su Jiqian beside him, exuding an air of irreverence. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian sported a playful smile, her charming face framed by the ethereal presence of the cold and delicate snowflakes surrounding her. Upon the podium above, in the second-place position, Su Wuqing rested her hands upon her cheeks, her pupils sparkling with little hearts as if gazing at someone below. Yuan Yao's stance was somewhat peculiar, yet she still made an effort to strike a peace sign. Chapter 183. A Trip to the Beach Together. In the third place on the podium, Ji Lan and Gu Zhongyang did not retreat to rest. Instead, they embraced each other as shoulders. Throughout this competition, the two forged a profound friendship. Atop the summit of the martial arts contest, the backdrop showcased the resplendent rainbow above the divine food sect. In the distance, against the azure sky, one could vaguely discern the cherubic visage of Qi, with her round cheeks and prominent belly, soaring towards the divine food sect, presumably seeking respite. This picturesque scene was immortalized as the inaugural martial arts competition of Tianxian sect concluded amidst resounding cheers. As the competition came to a close, the afternoon had already waned, and the sun began its descent. Chen Ye returned to Tianxian Hall and entered his chamber. Standing in his bedroom, he held the painting from earlier, pondering where to display it. This artwork encapsulated beautiful memories with his beloved disciples and deserved to be placed in a prominent position, allowing him to cherish this day perpetually. After contemplating for a while, Chen Ye's gaze fell upon the ice sculpture above his bedside table, a gift from his second disciple, which he had kept there. After some reflection, he decided to hang the painting above the bedside table. With hands on his hips, he admired the arrangement, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, a home ought to reflect the essence of home. When he first traversed into this realm, he had exchanged for the Tianxian sect, and while this hall was certainly his abode, it had yet to feel like home. Now, enriched with countless memories, the room gradually began to assume the warmth of a home. What constitutes a home? It is not merely a place for slumber, nor an empty hall. It is a sanctuary filled with cherished memories. Gazing at the vibrant disciples captured in the painting, Chen Ye felt a wave of contentment. After such an invigorating competition, his disciples would likely be even more motivated to pursue their cultivation. "Master, I do not wish to practice today. I lack any motivation." The scene shifted to the next morning. Su Jiqian clung to her master's shoulder, attempting to evade her training. Chen Ye's expression darkened. Just yesterday, he had believed the competition would inspire his disciples, yet here was Su Jiqian, already resorting to laziness. "Chinner, didn't you just have your fun yesterday?" Chen Ye gently attempted to reason with her. Su Jiqian reflected carefully. Although she relished the moments spent with her master, it seemed that yesterday did not involve her directly. Only Yang Qinlin had participated in the competition and enjoyed it. She felt she had missed out entirely. "That doesn't count, master." Su Jiqian clung to Chen Ye's arm, refusing to budge, resolute in her unwillingness to train. "Master, How about you accompany your disciple for a little while? After that, I will earnestly devote myself to my cultivation. With an innocent expression, Su Jiqian unabashedly uttered a rather astonishing request. The disciples within the heavenly abyss hall had long since accustomed themselves to this particular senior sister. No matter how many absurd words tumbled from her lips, they remained unfazed. Only Lung Luoli clenched her fists tightly, struggling to suppress the urge to deliver a playful headbutt to her senior. Chen Ye interjected, "Do you hear this? Is this truly how one converses with our esteemed master? How could you even think of addressing her in such a manner?" At that moment, Long Lan approached Chen Ye, tugging gently at her sleeve. "Why not heed Su Jiqian's suggestion? Shall we indulge in a brief escapade?" This morning, Long Lan had dealt with a rebellious beast that had recklessly harmed others, attempting to challenge her authority. On her return, she had serendipitously discovered a picturesque seaside locale. It would be splendid to have her beloved assist her in cleansing herself afterward. The proposition from Su Jiqian to play was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. After all, it would be unbecoming for the esteemed elder of the dragon clan to propose such frivolity herself. Chen Ye, astonished, exclaimed, "You wish to join in the fun? The activities Su Jiqian referred to are meant for two. Though three could partake, are you certain you want to come along? That might not be quite appropriate, Long Lan." Her heart raced instinctively, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. It was clear she had misunderstood Long Lan's intentions, assuming a different implication. Realizing Chen Ye's expression, Long Lan too recognized the misunderstanding. "Oh dear, what are you thinking, my beloved? I merely suggested a trip to the seaside for some leisure," she murmured softly. Her own cheeks tinged with a hint of color. Upon hearing that they could engage in play with their esteemed master, Su Jiqian's interest piqued, and she gazed imploringly at Chen Ye. In truth, Chen Ye had initially hesitated to acquiesce to such an unreasonable request, considering that Su Jiqian already enjoyed ample leisure time. Yet, she keenly observed a spark of unexpected anticipation in Long Lan's expression. It was evident that Long Lan was not merely wishing to indulge Su Jiqian. She herself yearned for a bit of enjoyment as well. However, out of concern for her dignity, she hesitated to voice it. Recognizing the hard work that Long Lan put in daily, Chen Ye decided that if it could bring her joy, she would allow her disciples a moment of indulgence. "Very well, let us take this day to rest and enjoy ourselves," Chen Ye announced with a warm smile. With their esteemed masteress' approval, the disciples eagerly began their preparations. This rare opportunity for a delightful outing filled everyone with anticipation. The scene shifted to the azure skies above. A colossal dragon, its scales of vibrant crimson, soared rapidly through the heavens, its immense form stretching over 100 meters. Upon the dragoness' back, a few figures were seated, none other than Chen Ye and her disciples, as the magnificent creature served as their mode of transport. Chen Ye gently patted Long Lan's grand head and said, "Thank you for your efforts, Long Lan." Chen Ye initially envisioned himself soaring through the skies with his companions. However, the moment Long Lan departed from the Tianxin Hall, she eagerly transformed into her true form. Consequently, the others had no choice but to ascend onto her back. Long Lan nonchalantly replied, "It's not difficult. By the way, I'll need my husband's assistance shortly." Without hesitation, Chen Ye responded, "Of course, that's no problem." With her husband's encouragement, Long Lan's speed increased, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The scenery beneath them changed rapidly, and soon, the breathtaking expanse of the ocean unfolded before their eyes. At a secluded, uninhabited stretch of coastline, the natural beauty crafted by the landscape was strikingly alluring. Long Lan's massive form descended gracefully onto the shore, where she flapped her wings and stretched her limbs. The group leaped from her back, their faces alight with joy as they took in their surroundings. Although the cultivators possessed unparalleled strength, their relentless pursuit of power often overshadowed moments of peace, leaving little room to savor the beauty of life around them. While the disciples were not strangers to the ocean, this outing was evidently their first foray into leisure. Su Jiqian wore a beaming expression as she held up a unique swimsuit, addressing Chen Ye. "Master, I discovered this in the wardrobe. I believe it's perfect for swimming." "Master, I'm going to change with everyone, so please refrain from peeking." Chapter 184. The swimwear contest. It must be said that Su Qian's taste in clothing is exceptionally refined. She can effortlessly select the most exquisite swimwear, despite the fact that she previously had no knowledge of what swimwear even was. After all, in this world, Those who practice cultivation have yet to embrace the freedom of casually swimming at the beach. However, since only the words of the master hold sway here, they have become more liberated. Upon hearing Su Qian admonish him not to steal glances, Chen Ye could hardly conceal his disdain. Is your master truly such a person? How could I possibly engage in such behavior? Even without your reminder, I would not look. Chen Ye lamented. With a playful smile, Su Qian then joined the others behind a large rock, leaving Chen Ye alone. He, too, had brought swim trunks and decided to change right there. The scene shifts to behind the rock. Su Qian had already donned a deep purple swimsuit that covered all the essential areas. Noticing that Yang Qinlin was slow to change, she curiously inquired, "Junior sister Yang, why haven't you changed?" Yang Qinlin's cheeks flushed as she clutched her halter swimsuit, feeling somewhat bashful. Changing clothes outside is just too embarrassing. Moreover, she hadn't brought a swimsuit herself. It was Su Jie who selected this eye-catching style for her. "I feel shy," Yang Qinlin whispered, her face still crimson. At this moment, Long Lan had already changed into a black swimsuit that clung to her upper body. She offered a reminder. "I placed restrictions within a radius of several dozen miles before arriving, so even if someone were to approach, they would be unable to. However, if you are cautious of the sect master, you may choose not to change." Upon hearing Long Lan's words, Yang Qinlin steeled herself and changed into the swimsuit. How could she possibly disregard her master? It would be beneficial for her master to gaze upon her for a while longer, since no outsiders could enter. Enduring a little embarrassment was not too great a burden. Seeing that Yang Qinlin was finally ready, Su Qian nodded in satisfaction. She then turned her attention to Lung Luoli, who immediately elicited a burst of laughter from Su Qian. "Uft! Ha ha ha, junior sister Lung, why did you choose such swimwear? Did my sister select one for you that you didn't like?" Lung Luoli wore a conservative swimsuit that covered her upper body, unlike Su Qian's more revealing choice. When she arrived, Su Jie had prepared a swimsuit similar to her own for Lung Luoli. However, as she was about to change, she realized something was amiss. She was simply too small. It simply wouldn't fit. Initially, she thought that Su Jie had made a careless mistake, but upon seeing her sister's mocking expression, it dawned on her. This was clearly an intentional humiliation. A personal vendetta, was it? Lung Luoli approached, one hand covering her chest while the other playfully struck Su Qian on the head. "You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Su Qian winced in pain, ultimately admitting her fault. "I'm sorry. However, Master will undoubtedly prefer the one I chose." Despite her apology, she remained convinced of her superior taste. Lung Luoli, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Yours." "No, mine is definitely better." The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. Although Hu Jiyue had grown accustomed to the squabbles between her senior sisters, she felt compelled to intervene, saying, "Senior sisters, perhaps we should cease the argument. If it comes to that, we could simply compare whose choice is better." Upon hearing her suggestion, Su Qian's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Yes, a comparison would reveal the truth. But how should they compare? After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze towards the direction of their master, and a plan began to form in her mind. "Hu Shimi's suggestion is excellent. Let us compare our swimwear," Su Qian declared with unwavering confidence. Lung Luoli regarded her with a cold stare, clearly still unconvinced. "How do you propose we compare?" Su Qian gathered everyone and whispered, "We shall take turns showcasing our outfits to master, and whoever captures her heart will be declared the winner. How does that sound? It seems fair enough, does it not?" Yang Qinlin appeared somewhat reluctant, her shyness resurfacing at the prospect of such a comparison. She raised her hand and quietly protested, "Can I not participate?" Before she could finish, Su Qian exclaimed, "Great. It is settled then." Yang Qinlin sighed, "Hey, senior sister, you didn't even let me finish." With everyone in agreement, she found it difficult to refuse and ultimately acquiesced. Su Qian draped a cloak over herself, concealing her swimwear beneath. She instructed the others to wait and stepped out alone. When Chen Ye noticed her solitary figure, he asked with curiosity, "Qianna, where are the others? And what is that cloak? Are you attempting to hide something from me?" Expecting to see his eldest disciple in her splendid swimwear, he was taken aback by her unexpected appearance. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Su Qian, perceptive to her master's discontent, flashed a charming smile. "Hee, how could Qianna hide anything from Master? It's just that I can't reveal it yet. Master, I need to trouble you with something." Before Chen Ye could respond, Su Qiqian clapped her hands towards the boulder. Who will go first? Soon after, Hu Jiyue emerged from behind the stone. Her cheeks flushed as she twirled in front of Chen Ye, softly asking, Master, do you find it beautiful? Her swimwear consisted of a two-piece set, a white floral skirt on the bottom and a white tank top above. The lower abdomen and calves were exposed. And under the radiant sunlight, her white attire accentuated her sun-kissed skin, creating a strikingly perfect image. Her physique was remarkably healthy, with well-defined abdominal muscles clearly visible. Chen Ye's pupils flickered slightly, and he smiled, complimenting her. Very nice, it suits you perfectly. Although Chen Ye was puzzled as to why he was suddenly asked to evaluate a swimsuit, he felt obliged to respond honestly since the question had been posed to him. Su Jiqian's attention was solely focused on her master's face. Her master's pupils quivered momentarily, indicating a hint of affection. However, the outcome remained uncertain. Su Jiqian clapped her hands, signaling the next contestant to step forward. Shortly thereafter, Long Lan emerged from behind the large rock. Chapter 185. The result of the competition? She gracefully approached Chen Ye, her right hand resting confidently on her hip as she inquired, Husband, how do I look? Her swimsuit, a sleek, black, form-fitting garment, enveloped her upper body entirely. Although she did not deliberately flaunt her exquisite figure, the snug fit of the swimsuit was undeniably straining to contain her. She was remarkably tall, her long, fair legs standing proudly on the ground, radiating an innate queenly aura. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Ye could not help but feel a faint blush creep across his cheeks. This attire suits you perfectly. Truth be told, Chen Ye found himself momentarily at a loss for words of praise. No amount of admiration could fully encapsulate the perfection before him. Su Jiqian meticulously observed her mentor's expression, noting the subtle flush on his cheeks. He was clearly moved. How infuriating! Long Lan was simply tall and curvaceous, with breathtaking features. She could not possibly surpass her. Though she could not participate in the martial arts competition, she was determined to win this one. In terms of style and beauty, no one could outshine the true succubus. Driven by her competitive spirit, Su Jiqian resolved to triumph in this contest. After Long Lan's turn, she applauded again, signaling for the next contestant to step forward. Soon after, Lung Luoli emerged, delicately clutching a large rock. Upon reaching Chen Ye, she gently brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear and softly asked, Master, do you like this outfit? She wore an icy blue, form-fitting swimsuit reminiscent of traditional school swimwear, yet elegantly held together by delicate straps, showcasing her flawless, lithe back. Her striking, cool demeanor and downcast eyes exuded a hint of shyness. As a gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair, she appeared as enchanting as a painted masterpiece. Chen Ye's face flushed even more, and for a moment, his gaze seemed to wander. She was breathtakingly beautiful. He uttered instinctively, so beautiful. Her flawless visage, combined with the innocent allure of youth and her frosty elegance, effortlessly captivated Chen Ye's heart. Upon hearing her mentor's sincere compliment, Lung Luoli's cheeks turned slightly rosy, and a smile graced her exquisite features. As long as Master liked it, she quietly stepped beside Chen Ye, casting a teasing glance at Su Jiqian. With such praise from Master, she was eager to see how her senior sister could possibly outshine her. Su Jiqian, observing Lung Luoli's proud expression, felt a surge of frustration. It's not my turn yet. Don't celebrate too soon, Lung Junior's sister. After Lung Luoli's turn, the next disciple was called forward, revealing Yangqin Lin, who timidly peeked out from behind a large rock. Her voice, usually characterized by rationality, now trembled with an unusual timidity. Well, I think I won't compare myself, she murmured, her embarrassment palpable. Through the veil of shadows, the music revealed her cheeks, flushed a deep crimson. Typically, her days were consumed by training, leaving little room for adornment or fashion. Although she was dressing for her master, a wave of shyness enveloped her. Observing her bashfulness, Su Jiqian approached her directly and pulled her into the light. At this point, there's no need to hide. Yangqin Lin, flustered, was dragged into Chen Ye's presence. Clutching her shoulders, she cast a fleeting glance into Chen Ye's eyes before shyly lowering her gaze to the ground. In a barely audible voice, she inquired, Master, are you satisfied? She wore a cropped blue chiffon top that exposed her midriff, paired with a short skirt that split to her thighs. This ensemble was clearly not her style. It was chosen by Su Jiqian. Given the choice, she would have preferred long garments. Yang Qinlin's features were not only exquisite, but also strikingly bold. Her arched brows and bright eyes rarely found in women, yet they suited her perfectly. Adorning her in battle armor would only accentuate her inherent grace. The winds by the beach varied, and just then, a gust lifted her short skirt, revealing a glimpse of her form, unnoticed by Chen Ye. He swallowed hard, his eyes widening in admiration. You look beautiful. There's no need to be so nervous. Your confidence enhances your beauty. Upon hearing her master's words, Yang Qinlin slowly lowered her arms that had been shielding her. Her shyness stemmed from her insecurities regarding her physique compared to her senior sisters. That her master deemed her beautiful, and even encouraged her confidence, ignited a desire within her to embody the image her master cherished. She must cultivate her self-assurance. With a brightened demeanor, she nodded enthusiastically, her bashfulness beginning to dissipate. Thank you, master. Su Jiqian, observing the proximity of her master's face, meticulously noted every nuance of his expression. This transformation was significant. It seemed he was once again moved. Determined not to linger any longer, she stepped forward to Chen Ye. Grasping her cloak, she smiled and said, Master, it's my turn. Are you ready? Chen Ye, scratching his head nonchalantly, thought to himself that he had witnessed far grander spectacles than this. So why the air of mystery? Yet, before he could complete his thought, his eyes widened in astonishment, a rush of blood surging within him, as if something was about to burst forth from his very being. This garment must be a creation of your own, I implore you. It is indeed an exquisite swimsuit unique to the Blue Star. The deep purple hue is inherently alluring, and when adorned upon her form, complemented by the enchanting allure of her demon horns, an unmistakable aura that is solely hers envelopes the surroundings. Chen Ye swallowed hard, hastily channeling his inner essence to retract the nascent blood threatening to spill forth. How embarrassing it would have been. Upon witnessing Chen Ye's transformation, Su Jiqian radiated a smile synonymous with triumph. With such a look on their master's face, it was evident that her first place was well-deserved. Just as Su Jiqian reveled in her assured victory, suddenly, a petite figure emerged from behind the large stone. Upon catching sight of Bai Yue, Su Jiqian's heart raced. She had almost forgotten that there was still one competitor yet to participate. Chapter 186. The creature Su Jiqian most wishes to raise, almost forgotten. There was still one participant who had yet to compete. However, she soon relaxed. How could Bai Yue possibly surpass her? She was merely a petite and charming little junior sister. Surely her master would not. Wait, hold on. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Bai Yue approached Chen Ye, holding her pure white swimsuit. In a soft, endearing voice, she implored, Master, I can't seem to wear this. Could you help me? As she spoke, her delicate tiger ears twitched adorably, adding to her enchanting demeanor. Mere cuteness was insufficient to astonish the onlookers. What truly left them in disbelief was the fact that she was holding the swimsuit. She had not put it on. Chen Ye, who was already on the verge of collapse, could not contain himself at this sight, and crimson blood gushed from his nose. Witnessing this scene, Su Jiqian covered her eyes in regret. Goodness, the outcome was now glaringly evident. Bai Yue had triumphed. What were they even competing for? The scene shifted, revealing Chen Ye blissfully lounging on a sun chair after wiping the stains from his face. Meanwhile, Hu Jiyue was hidden behind the bushes, assisting Bai Yue in putting on her swimsuit. Junior sister Bai, you mustn't do this again. Your master is of the opposite gender. You ought to exercise a modicum of caution. Hu Jiyue, perceiving Bai Yue's innocence, gently admonished her. Bai Yue's crystal-clear eyes twinkled mischievously as she playfully stuck out her little pink tongue, saying, Every time master looks at me, he displays such a joyous expression. If that is the case, I want to show him. Upon hearing her words, Hu Jiyue's hands trembled as she fastened the buttons, her expression darkening. Please. This isn't mere innocence. I can't shake the feeling that you did this on purpose. Meanwhile, Su Jiqian floated on her back in the water, addressing the nearby Lung Luoli. So, you see, gurgle gurgle, I have emerged victorious, gurgle gurgle. As she spoke, waves occasionally crashed against her, submerging her and eliciting bubbling sounds. Lung Luoli's face was filled with exasperation. For heaven's sake, if you can't swim, don't force it. Yet, despite the fact that it was Bai Yue who claimed first place, both seemed unwilling to concede the title of superiority. Su Jiqian teasingly remarked, Don't be foolish. With that slender frame of yours, How could you possibly? Before she could finish, Lung Lawley, infuriated, unleashed a barrage of icicles toward her. Su Jiqian shivered and swiftly darted to the shore, racing across the sand in flight. Lung Lawley pursued closely behind, exclaiming, "Damn it, stop right there." On the adjacent beach, Yang Qinlin crouched on the ground, skillfully crafting a magnificent palace with a small shovel. Within the palace, she envisioned her venerable master alongside herself. Just as she prepared to admire her creation, Su Jiqian suddenly dashed over and kicked her palace into oblivion. Yang Qinlin lamented, "My masterpiece." Beneath the depths of the sea, Long Lan transformed into a colossal dragon, thrashing exuberantly through the waters. The cool ocean waves caressed her scales, eliciting an expression of pure bliss. Turning to her husband, "Chen Ye," she said, "My dear, could you kindly assist me in cleaning up?" Although Long Lan's scales were remarkably clean and had a lustrous quality, she still desired Chen Ye's help in washing them. Without hesitation, Chen Ye obliged, channeling his spiritual energy into the water to cleanse her vibrant crimson scales. However, as he approached the area just below her neck, Long Lan suddenly recoiled. Chen Ye, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" Although it was impossible to discern any blush upon Long Lan's face, her cheeks were undeniably aflame. "That's enough. We cannot continue any further. If you touch my sensitive scales, I may lose control. And with so many disciples around, I cannot." Chen Ye, though perplexed by her words, acquiesced to her request. At that moment, an ominous shadow stirred beneath the surface of the sea. This figure was immense, nearly 100 meters in length. Long Lan immediately grew vigilant, exclaiming, "Something is approaching," before she could extend her spiritual sense to investigate. The colossal silhouette surged from the water's depths. It was a gigantic, whale-like creature, its entire body a deep azure, with its large, bright eyes. The creature appeared somewhat adorably naive. Yet, this creature bore no cultivation. It seemed to be a marine life form unique to the fantastical realm. Typically, creatures of such size would not venture close to the shore. Presumably, the barrier released by Long Lan had ensnared it, preventing its escape, thus leading it to wander aimlessly into this area. On the sandy beach, Su Jiqian, witnessing the enormous fish breach the surface, was instantly captivated, her eyes widening in astonishment. With a melting expression, she exclaimed, "Wow, this fish is so adorable." Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye could not suppress a twitch of his lips, feeling a surge of sympathy for the fish. It was clear that the creature would not be leaving today. Meanwhile, the massive fish seemed perplexed, its expression one of utter confusion. As the scene shifted to the approach of dusk, the group began skewering large chunks of fish, using pre-prepared seasonings to create a sumptuous barbecue feast. Not far away, the beach was graced by the sight of the enormous fish stranded upon the shore, its eyes reflecting a lifeless gaze. Chen Ye took a bite of the fish, savoring its flavor, and then curiously asked Su Jiqian, "Chinner, why is it that you wish to consume such adorable creatures? Do you not desire to nurture them instead?" In truth, Chen Ye had long contemplated this question. Is it not a natural inclination for a typical girl to wish to keep something charming as a pet? Upon hearing this, Su Jiqian, while chewing her fish, pondered for a moment before responding. "Well, they do appear to be such soft and delightful beings. I imagine their flesh must be exquisite as well. However, having my master is quite sufficient for me. Caring for animals would be far too cumbersome. Nevertheless, I do wish to nurture a creature. Do you know what it is, master?" Chen Ye shook his head and inquired, "What is it?" Su Jiqian flashed a charming smile and shifted closer to her master, leaning against his shoulder. She softly replied, "Hee, it is a baby with you, master." Chapter 187. Su Jiqian, you truly are a little inventor. Bathed in the gentle glow of the campfire, Su Jiqian's visage radiated a soft luminescence. The picturesque seaside scenery served as a backdrop, enhancing her beauty. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ye gazed at her flawless countenance, his face flushing with warmth. Su Jiqian was undeniably audacious, broaching the subject of having a baby in front of numerous disciples. Her voice, resonating clearly, caught the attention of the other disciples, some of whom instinctively glanced down at their own midsections. How blissful it would be to have a baby with their revered master. However, the gestation period for cultivators was exceedingly prolonged. It would likely take quite some time. Su Jiqian nestled against her master's arm, inadvertently casting a glance at Bai Yawei, who seemed perplexed by the conversation. It appeared that the notion of a baby was still somewhat foreign to her. Realizing that senior sister Su was looking her way, Bai Yaowei was suddenly taken aback. Su Jiqian had just mentioned her fondness for adorable creatures. Though Bai Yaowei felt she was not particularly cute, everyone else seemed to think so. Surely, senior sister wouldn't consider her as a potential snack. Bai Yaowei crossed her arms and retreated hastily, her little canines exposed in fear. Senior sister Su, you wouldn't want to eat me, would you? Her fearful query elicited peals of laughter from the crowd. Su Jiqian licked her lips and playfully lunged toward Bai Yaowei. Hee. Sampling wouldn't be out of the question. Seeing this, Bai Yaowei bolted, dropping to all fours in her haste. Unfazed, Su Jiqian pursued her, and the two began to race around the campsite. Observing their spirited antics, Lung Lolly couldn't help but sigh. Alas, why did senior sister Su always have to be so boisterous? The more composed Lung Lolly struggled to understand the lively and energetic nature of Su Jiqian. Honestly, was she still a child? Did she truly enjoy such childish games? As she mentally criticized Su Jiqian, the latter accidentally collided with her while dashing past, causing the freshly grilled fish in her hands to tumble to the ground. Bai Yaowei, passing by, inadvertently stepped on it. A frosty expression settled on Lung Lolly's face. You insufferable sister, halt, she shouted, joining the fray of their playful pursuit. Yang Qinlin, witnessing the commotion, hurried forward to mediate, hoping to quell the ruckus between Su Jiqian and Lung Lolly. However, the two remained oblivious to her presence, continuing their chase unabated. Yang Qinlin, feeling anxious, followed closely behind, worried about any mishaps. In contrast, Hu Jiyue was already accustomed to such scenes. She recognized that advising them was futile. They would tire out eventually. Instead, she chose to present the deboned fish to Chen Ye. Master, I have removed all the bones. Please indulge. Hu Jiyue gazed lovingly at her beloved, eagerly anticipating his taste. Chen Ye initially thought it would suffice for him to handle things himself, without troubling others. However, accepting the kindness of others is also a means of aiding them. Observing Hu Jiuyu's eager expression, Chen Ye accepted the fish and took a bite. Delicious. Thank you, Yuer. Hu Jiuyu nestled contentedly against Chen Ye's shoulder, wishing to serve her master for a lifetime, leaving traces of her presence in every aspect of his life. Not long after, Su Jiqian and Bai Yaowei returned to their seats, each sporting a bump on their heads, having been brought back by Lung Luoli. Yang Qinlin breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to quiet her senior sisters. While the situation hadn't unfolded quite as she had envisioned, the ultimate goal was achieved. Yet, Su Jiqian was not one to remain quiet for long. As soon as she sat down, her eyes darted around, as if an amusing idea had struck her. I just thought of a new game. Shall we play together? It will definitely be fun, she announced to the group. Lung Luoli responded, her expression unfaltering. What trick do you have this time? Su Jiqian chuckled and explained. It's a drawing game. It's quite simple. The person who draws the black slip must either tell the truth or perform an action. The specifics will be determined by the person who draws the white slip. What do you think? Isn't it intriguing? Upon hearing her invented game, Chen Ye suddenly felt a wave of familiarity wash over him, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Could it be truth or dare? Please, Su Jiqian, are you a genius? You came up with this. Indeed, although they hailed from different worlds, human thoughts often bore similarities. Long Lan pondered upon hearing of the game. Although she did not possess the youthful exuberance of her disciples, she considered that if Chen Ye drew the black slip and she drew the white, it would provide her with an opportunity to do things she usually felt too shy to do with him under the guise of punishment. This game seemed quite splendid. Clearing her throat, she remarked, very well, the hour is still early. It would be rather dull not to engage in some amusement. Long Lan's outward calm belied the excitement blooming within her. Lung Luoli, surprised to see the typically composed Long Lan agreeing to the game, remarked, Long Lan. You too. Very well, I shall participate. The other disciples voiced no objections, and their gazes turned toward Chen Ye. Naturally, he would not extinguish their enthusiasm and nodded in agreement without hesitation. With the strength of a formidable cultivator, he effortlessly conjured several bamboo slips and a box, preparing them in no time. Holding the bamboo tube, Chen Ye spoke, shall I go first? As the crowd nodded in anticipation, their eyes were fixed upon him. If Chen Ye were to draw the black slip, they would be able to Although each woman harbored different thoughts, it seemed that their motives for participating in the game were not entirely innocent. Chen Ye gave the bamboo tube a gentle shake, and soon the sound of bamboo slips colliding rang out. Before long, a slip was drawn from within. It was a colorless slip. Drawing this slip indicated victory, as it required neither truth-telling nor daring challenges. After shaking the slips, Chen Ye exhaled a sigh of relief. Had she drawn the black slip, her disciples might have imposed peculiar tasks upon her. As their master, she was bound by the rules of the game and could not resort to trickery. The bamboo tube was then passed to Yang Qinlin, who drew a white slip. According to the rules, the white slip allowed its bearer to command the black slip. The bamboo slips continued to circulate until the black slip ultimately found its way into the hands of Hu Jiuyu. Chapter 188. The past of the original master. Hu Jiuyu gazed in astonishment at the black slip of paper in her hand. Ah, could it be me? She had not anticipated that the first victim of this round would indeed be her. As previously mentioned, the person who draws the black slip has the option to either speak the truth or take a risk. Should she choose the latter, what peculiar actions might she be compelled to undertake? Without the slightest hesitation, Hu Jiuyu opted to speak the truth. I will speak the truth, Yang Shimi. Feel free to inquire about anything you wish. Yang Qinlin, holding a white slip, found herself momentarily at a loss for questions. After a brief contemplation, she finally conceived a rather intriguing query. However, this question did not pertain to Hu Jiuyu, but rather to their esteemed master. Yet, the rules did not stipulate that inquiries directed towards the one who drew the black slip must concern only personal matters. With earnestness, Yang Qinlin posed her question. I wish to know what kind of person our master was in the past and why they have become so remarkable. As she spoke of her master's virtues, a hint of shyness colored her cheeks. Their master was unlike any cultivator she had encountered. The mere fact that they accepted disciples of different races surpassed all ordinary practitioners. The master's way of thinking was also distinct from that of typical cultivators, exuding an air of uniqueness. She had long been curious to delve deeper into the master's history, yearning to understand what experiences had shaped their character into the benevolent figure they were today. Upon hearing Yang Qinlin's question, Hu Jiuyu's initially tense expression softened. She had anticipated that Yang Shimi might ask something more personal, yet this inquiry was much easier to address. When I first encountered the master, they were indeed a kind-hearted individual. It was the master who took me in and saved me. Subsequently, the master encountered certain challenges, which led to a shift in character. But I believe that was all my fault. Had I been more attentive in caring for the master, perhaps they would not have changed in such a manner. Nevertheless, all is well now, and I shall serve the master faithfully, no matter what the future holds. The newer disciples were still unaware of the trials faced by the three senior disciples. Everyone chose to remain silent, attempting to forget the unpleasant events of the past. Upon hearing Hu Jiuyu's heartfelt confession, Chen Ye was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing to realize that Hu Jiuyu had always believed the fault lay with her, never placing blame upon him. This revelation stirred within Chen Ye a sense of guilt, yet also warmed his heart. How could one not be moved by such a devoted disciple? However, when it came to the past, Chen Ye possessed a fair amount of knowledge about the original master. Both of the original master's parents were ordinary individuals, hardly qualifying as cultivators. Yet, despite being born into such a humble family, the original master had, upon birth, caused a celestial phenomenon, revealing unparalleled talent even in early childhood. Subsequently, the original protagonist soared to great heights, utilizing both his astute intellect and formidable prowess to swiftly emerge as a paragon among the powerful, earning renown across the entire continent. Yet, his parents remained merely ordinary mortals. No matter how many elixirs the original protagonist bestowed upon them, their lives could only be prolonged to a few hundred years, ultimately returning to dust. Throughout the original protagonist's extensive cultivation, he had always walked the path alone, without even a companion. In Chen Ye's memories, it seemed as though the original protagonist experienced a sudden epiphany one day, concluding his seclusion and formally stepping forth to accept disciples, which led him to cross paths with Su Ji Qian and her companions. Chen Ye harbored some confusion regarding the original protagonist's memories. It appeared that he possessed knowledge of many concepts non-existent in this world, and even as a child, he demonstrated an understanding of social interactions, as if retaining memories from a past life. However, The original protagonist had concealed this exceptionally well, had it not been for Chen Ye inheriting these memories. Outsiders would have been utterly oblivious. From these observations, Chen Ye could surmise that the original protagonist was certainly not an ordinary individual. Perhaps, like him, he had traversed into this realm, albeit through the means of reincarnation in the womb. Nevertheless, certain questions eluded Chen Ye's understanding. He had previously noted striking similarities between the original protagonist's habits and his own, preferences in food, aversions, personality traits, and ways of dealing with others. Even the 3 disciples he accepted were remarkably compatible with his character, leading to a harmonious dynamic. Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? 2 individuals with identical temperaments, both having traversed into a fantastical realm, and all manifesting in a single person? A bold hypothesis began to form in Chen Ye's mind, though he could not yet confirm it. "Master, it's your turn. Please shake the divination sticks." Su Jiqian gently tapped Chen Ye's shoulder. Noticing him lost in thought, Chen Ye snapped back to attention, grasping the bamboo stick container handed to him by his disciple and giving it a shake. He decided to set aside those uncertain musings for the moment. Living well in the present, enjoying happiness with his disciples, was of utmost importance. As for his past self, he would explore that at his own pace, without haste. The sound of the bamboo sticks clattering filled the air, and once again, Chen Ye drew a blank stick. He exhaled in relief and handed the container to Su Jiqian, who was eagerly sticking out her tongue in excitement. Inadvertently, she released a trace of spiritual energy, probing into the container, hoping to swap her stick for a white one. Surely, no one would notice her little act of deceit? "Oh, Su sister, you dare to cheat." Cold Luo Li also unleashed a strand of spiritual energy, neutralizing Su Jiqian's attempt. She had suspected that Su Jiqian was up to no good, keeping her attention firmly on her actions. As expected, she had just detected the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Su Jiqian. She understood this sister's intentions all too well. Caught in the act of cheating, Su Jiqian's face flushed with embarrassment. She scratched her head and chuckled. I'm sorry, I was wrong." Realizing that her attempt to cheat had failed, Su Jiqian reluctantly shook the fortune sticks. The sound of clattering echoed once more, and upon seeing the fortune stick she drew, she instantly leaped with joy. "Wow, it's the white one. Hee, my luck is quite good. I assenti it. This time, I definitely didn't cheat." "Absolutely not." Chen Ye, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of reflection. It is often said that fools are blessed in their own way. Even though Su Jiqian hadn't cheated, she still. No, that is not a fair statement. How could one refer to the endearing junior disciple as foolish? As the crowd saw that Su Jiqian had drawn the white stick, a troubled expression spread across each of their faces. No matter who was to be punished, it certainly could not be Su Jiqian. Under this senior sister's watch, nothing good would come of it.